Hey, it is great to see you again. Today we are covering the complete story of the time-limited genius Dark Knight. Our main character is a young boy named Yoo Chan. From a very young age, he was diagnosed with a completely incurable terminal illness, but by some twist of fate, after randomly fainting, he transmigrates into another world. He wakes up inside a dark fantasy game called Inner Lunatic. But out of all people, he somehow gets thrown straight into the body of Nox von Reinhafer. He is the worst, most pathetic villain who dies in the very first stage. Now stuck in Nox's frail body, Yoo Chan is completely helpless. Looking at his trash stats, he can only sigh in absolute despair. Back on Earth, his life was already a pretty miserable, depressing drag. He spent his entire childhood bound to a hospital bed with a terminal illness. Right when he was standing on the absolute brink of death, he stumbled upon an incredibly high-difficulty fantasy role-playing game called Inner Lunatic. The game was famous for its brutal difficulty, punishing even the best players. For a dying boy, this game quickly became his entire life. Before logging out of this world in total loneliness and despair, Yoo Chan made up his mind to beat this game once and for all. Suddenly, the entire world around him begins to spin violently. He feels himself falling into the dark, realizing that death has finally come for him. Beneath a peaceful full moon, a chaotic and brutal war is actually raging as countless sharp weapons are raised high in the dark. Below, total chaos breaks out as soldiers scream in unison, ordering everyone to attack and bring down the vile demon. Meanwhile, our boy is running for his absolute life, hauling serious tail to escape the angry mob. The target of this hunt is a young man with striking white hair and blood splattered across his face. One boy runs while a relentless horde of soldiers chases him down, refusing to back off. Suddenly, an armored soldier blocks his path out of nowhere, lunging forward with a deadly strike. The mob rushes him all at once, but Nox is not about to just sit there and let them decide his fate. He unleashes his dark energy to completely blow them back. Moving with incredible grace and agility, he strikes back with waves of deep purple energy. Raising his hand, Nox begins gathering even more power. He slams his hand into the ground, sending a massive shockwave that leaves them completely unable to react. The earth itself shatters into a million pieces under the sheer force of his raw magic. Trapped in a swirling vortex of purple fire, the soldiers freeze up like literal stone statues, not giving them a single second to recover. Nox unleashes one final strike and wipes out the entire army in an instant. While his dark energy keeps pouring out, the strain is clearly pushing his body to its absolute limit. 3 pairs of glowing red eyes appear in the darkness above him. Honestly, looking at him right now, he looks like a completely beaten down, miserable stray. Barely able to stand, Nox tightly grips a rusted metal pole just to keep himself upright. Just as he is about to curse his miserable luck, something caught his eye in the dark. He looks back to see a girl slowly walking toward him, her voice filled with despair as she asks why. Emerging from the smoky ruins of the battlefield, a red-haired girl stands right in front of him, demanding to know why he made such a terrible choice. Disappointment and heartbreak flash across her face as she asks why he made a deal with the devil and why he had to betray them all. She calls out his full name, Nox von Reinhafer, with a sharp, stern tone. Hearing this, Nox stays completely silent, only offering her a cold, empty glance. Looking up with hollow eyes, he scoffs at the very mention of the word betrayal. Nox is not about to play nice with anyone. He flashes a wicked smirk and openly admits that yes, she should believe he betrayed her. But then he turns it right back on her, claiming he is the real victim because in reality, they were the ones who betrayed him first. Surprisingly, the red-haired girl does not show any anger. Instead, she desperately pleads with him, urging him to stop arguing and just tell her how he got so badly injured. Her deep concern actually brings a small amused smirk to Nox's face as he looks down at her. Nox suddenly returns to his normal expression and begins to recount how it all started. A glowing blue sphere drops onto the screen, accompanied by a sudden flash of text. A notification pops up to confirm completion of the first part of Inner Lunatic, scoring 27 points. Surrounded by piles of trash in a messy room, a young man stares at his glowing computer screen and sighs, admitting it was a pretty emotional ride. Cigarette butts are piled up like mountains. He collected a ton of items and the screen now flashes with various notifications. The Great Seal is cleared. The Crescent Moon Devil punishment for Nox von Reinhafer is cleared. The rose pierced by a crescent blade quest to assassinate the royal princess is cleared, and the sun rising in the east rebellion suppression in the Tajilan kingdom is cleared as well. Looking at his screen, the young man proudly praises himself for unlocking so many hidden achievements, feeling deeply satisfied with his hard work. But then the screen shifts to a calendar with the 6th circled for his hospital visit, a harsh reminder that he will die next month. The young man's memories flash back to 2 years ago, showing a brain scan on an X-ray film right in front of him. A doctor sits there with a dead serious expression, telling him to stay calm and listen closely to what he has to say. We do not hear the doctor's exact words, but judging by his shattered expression, the news is clearly devastating. Inside a spacious and quiet house, Yoo Chan sits silently in his room, staring blankly at the medical test results. In his hands, a flurry of anxious questions echo in his head, asking if he visited University Hospital 20 or if he really went to two different hospitals for those extensive tests. The diagnosis is completely identical, pushing Yoo Chan's anxiety to the absolute limit as the doctor simply offers him some basic painkillers to manage the agonizing pain when it gets too intense. His hand holding the test results slowly loses all its strength. The unopened bottle of medicine slips from his grip, scattering pills all over the floor. Yoo Chan stands there like a hollow shell, completely drained of any lingering hope. His eyes are totally lifeless, showing no spark of hope even after 2 whole years. But out of nowhere, something else in the room catches Yoo Chan's attention. He spots piles of unthrown garbage sitting right next to his neatly arranged calendar. A moment later, Yoo Chan suddenly clutches his mouth, coughing violently. He stares in utter disbelief at his palm, realizing he just coughed up fresh blood, wondering if he is truly about to die. Deciding to at least keep things clean, Yoo Chan wipes away the blood, thinking the final result was inevitable anyway because he always saw it coming. Just as he sinks into utter despair, his phone suddenly buzzes, prompting Yoo Chan to quickly pick it up and unlock the screen. Staring at the message on the screen, he is completely left speechless. It is from University Hospital 20. Confirming his upcoming appointment under the name Yoo Chan, he sadly realizes he has absolutely nobody to talk to about his condition. Slumping listlessly onto the sofa, Yoo Chan sighs deeply, remembering that nobody reached out after he lost his memories, leaving him with absolutely no one to call. Clenching the blood-stained tissue in his hand, he knows he cannot go anywhere in his current fragile state. Suddenly, Yoo Chan spots a flyer sitting on the table. The bold text feels like a cruel mockery of his situation, advertising a conference for late-stage cancer patients to stay strong, right next to a church flyer asking if he wants to check into a hospice. Overwhelmed with frustration, Yoo Chan snaps and crumples the paper in his fist. He frantically tears through the piles of trash in absolute despair. Tears stream down his face as he weeps in painful helplessness, realizing his own game is coming to an end. But just as he hits rock bottom, a sudden bright light cuts through the darkness, forcing him to look up. A mysterious notification pops up out of nowhere, asking if he wants to start a new game, prompting Yoo Chan to decide with absolute resolve that this is exactly what he must do before his life ends. Without any hesitation, Yoo Chan clicks yes, and a new screen prompts him to enter his user information, asking for his chosen player name. With tears and sweat rolling down his face, Yoo Chan cracks a faint smile, wondering what kind of character traits he should pick for his final run. The screen continues to display options. Yoo Chan boldly decides to select both options at once, choosing to combine the mana-sensitive genius attribute with a master swordsmanship and martial arts genius trait to create the ultimate character. But then his eyes quickly dart over to a warning prompt. It warns that choosing 2 or more genius attributes will trigger a penalty, advising him to select only one to avoid the consequence. The negative attribute option on the list is a terminal illness. Staring at those words, Yoo Chan is once again left in total silence. He cannot believe the crazy coincidence. He is terminally ill in real life, and now his in-game character will be too. The system setup is complete, asking if he wants to start the game with a selected character. Why wouldn't he? Yoo Chan decisively clicks. Just a second later, his lifeless eyes suddenly shoot wide open in pure terror. It feels like something is violently pulling Yoo Chan in. He looks completely and utterly terrified. The shock leaves Yoo Chan disoriented, his chair shaking violently. Shaking, he crashes hard onto the floor, gasping heavily and wondering if he is actually dead. Right then, the system suddenly announces that character creation is successful. Meanwhile, Yoo Chan thinks to himself that though death was something he had long abandoned, he at least wants to pass away with zero regrets. Then the system screen flashes relentlessly, showing that his character name has been forcefully changed. The scene shifts as notification screens pop up rapidly, showing synchronization at 4%, 6%, 19% before finally stopping at 71%. At this moment, character setup is complete. A young man lies quietly on a bed, breathing in short, heavy gasps. Suddenly, he sits straight up with a confused look, wondering who he is and where he ended up. He stares at the massive room before him. Trapped in this new body, Yoo Chan keeps questioning where he is washed over by an overwhelming sense of déjà vu. Stepping out of bed to look around, he realizes with a shock that he actually recognizes this place. He walks up to a mirror, staring at his own reflection. Raising his hand, Yoo Chan laments being trapped inside this hellish game. What appears in the glass is a familiar face. He now possesses the absolute worst villain imaginable. He has no clue why the floating text says, "Yes, that is right, a crash landing." The history of this character slowly unfolds. Nox von Reinhafer is one of the Dark Master characters from Inner Lunatic. His family is deeply tied to the world's worst criminal organization, and he is the youngest of 5 siblings in the Reinhafer family. The Reinhafer family has produced legendary magic and sword prodigies for generations, yet among all those elite members there lies one completely useless boy. Born incredibly foolish, he even committed the ultimate sin of forming a contract with a demon from the Forbidden Realm. This made him the absolute worst disaster in the entire story of Inner Lunatic. Recalling that Lord Yoo Chan, now in the body of Nox, pulls at his hair, desperately hoping that becoming Nox is just a bad dream. While he is sinking into sheer panic, the game system suddenly materializes right behind him. Floating before him is every detail of his new identity. Basic info: name, Nox von Reinhafer. Gender, male. Age, 14. Species, human. Main element, dark. Positive traits: swordsmanship, mana perception, and a mind of steel. Neutral, none. Negative traits: incurable disease. Reading this, Yoo Chan is almost moved to tears to see a status window. But before he can even celebrate, the system displays his stats: stamina, 2 mana, 9 luck, 7 willpower, 10 and magic 25. Yoo Chan is completely taken aback. Why are his stats so garbage that his stamina is only 2? To make things worse, his negative traits list is a nightmare: terminal illness, constant physical pain, chronic frailty, and icy cold hands and feet. Talk about a cruel twist of fate. Yoo Chan suddenly realizes, wait, is this the custom character he designed in the past? Back in his real life, he had been terminally ill, with only 1 year left to live. Was he seriously still on a strict, limited timer even in this fantasy world? Stunned, he asks himself why on earth he created this build, though a faint, blurry memory slowly begins to resurface. He wanted this character to mirror him, a lonely soul with absolutely no one to rely on, doomed to die within the exact same remaining lifespan. Of course, he never imagined that doing so would lead to such an absolute disaster. Just then, a system notification pops up asking if he wants to read an unread message waiting in his mailbox. Yoo Chan immediately clicks to open it without a single second of hesitation, even as he mutters aloud about having a message. The letter opens with a chilling message welcoming Yoo Chan before correcting itself to address him as Nox instead. A cold shiver runs down his spine. This system somehow knows his actual name. Yoo Chan, the old name given by parents he does not even know are still alive or not. Lost in a flood of questions, he wonders if the entity that dragged him here actually knows the past he has long forgotten. The message continues, stating that although he will not remember the sender, they need to tell him that it has been a very long time. Reading further, Yoo Chan is hit with pure, overwhelming confusion. Every line makes cold sweat drip down his face. He apparently did incredibly well over the past 2 years, earning his return. Welcome back. Yoo Chan freezes on the spot, unable to understand how he actually went back. The same questioning thoughts keep echoing endlessly inside his head. If he is really gone from his old world, Nox wonders with a deep frown, is this place his new reality? He clenches his fist, breaking into a cold sweat. The whole thing is just too absurd. The system continues to display a message telling him that while it cannot reveal its true identity, yet it hopes to help him. Reading those words, Nox falls back into deep thought. Help. The mysterious sender does not give him time to recover, immediately advising him to join Eldane Academy. From there, he must build his strength and follow the plot. Eventually, the entire truth will reveal itself in a natural way. With that, the system shuts off, leaving a deeply confused Nox, wondering if that is really all. Holding his head in frustration, he realizes he needs to reorganize his thoughts right away. Looking at his reflection, Yoo Chan in Nox's body makes a decision. First, he has been reborn as the ultimate final boss of this game, Inner Lunatic. Yet doubts still creep in. If he follows the main storyline, no matter how he looks at it, it means he will still end up dead. He remembers the system's message telling him to go by Nox instead of Yoo Chan, and he slowly accepts it, even if this game world of Inner Lunatic is now his actual reality. Sweating, he tells himself that this does not mean he is giving up on recovering his lost memories. No matter what, he will follow the main plot and use any fragments of his memories. He will discover the true reason he is in this world. His eyes flash with unprecedented determination as he resolves to survive for that very goal. He is fully determined to become a true villain. Faintly smirking with a sinister look, Nox realizes that after thinking it over, not much has really changed from his previous life. Yoo Chan's memories surface once more. 2 years before losing his memory, he suffered from a terminal illness. Back then, every single moment meant taking another step closer to death, and he spent his whole life fearing it. The only difference this time is the presence of the system. Right now, Nox stands completely alone inside a massive room within the very game world he knows best. He asks the system for the current date, and it immediately replies, April 2nd, 1812. Hearing this, Nox lets out a heavy sigh. It means he does not have much time left. And honestly, you have to love his confidence here as he pulls himself together with a bright smile, ready to start his 28th playthrough. With that, Nox walks straight over and opens the door. But the moment he touches the handle, a red flash blocks his hand from moving forward. For a second, he stands frozen in absolute shock. What? The system screen immediately pops up to explain that a negative attribute has been triggered because of his chronic illness. He now has level 1 wrist inflammation and needs full rest, which immediately makes him curse out loud in sheer disbelief. As sunlight streams through the window, he holds his painful hand and wanders around the house, wondering what on earth is wrong with this new body, and if he is truly this fragile. While he is quietly complaining, a girl dressed in a maid uniform suddenly bumps straight into him. Porcelain plates fall to the floor, shattering into tiny pieces. The girl is shown looking incredibly weak and pitiful, and there are even blue magical flowers floating all around her. Just a second later, she gasps in realization and screams so loudly that the entire building shakes as she calls out his name, young Master Nox. Meanwhile, Nox is still struggling with the excruciating pain in his completely useless hand. Slowly looking up, he recognizes her brown hair and pale orange eyes, realizing that this maid is Jana. Terrified, Jana repeatedly bows her head in panic, begging him to forgive her for causing his injury and committing such a terrible mistake. Searching through his memories, Nox tries to recall her. Since she is just a minor extra, the only thing he remembers is that she used to talk behind his back. Still looking at her fragile puppy-like face, Nox cannot help but feel doubtful. Did this completely innocent-looking girl really talk behind his back, even if he is supposed to be a villain? He puts on a slightly fake smile and steps closer to Jonah, telling her that he will let it slide and forgive her this time. Looking exactly like a true villain, he offers reassuring words, but his terrifying expression completely frightens her as he warns her what will happen if she makes another mistake. Before he can even finish his warning, a terrified Jana quickly apologizes and promises that it will never happen again. He looks around, finding the sudden silence in the surrounding atmosphere a bit suspicious. Glancing at the other three servants nearby, they all look absolutely terrified, as if they have just seen a ghost, not daring to utter a single word. Only now does Nox realize he forgot just how crazy his character is supposed to be, wondering what kind of life the original Nox lived. Before he can think further, Jonah interrupts by asking where he is going so early in the morning. Nox immediately locks eyes with her and answers the training room. The moment those words drop, everyone freezes on the spot, eyes wide with pure shock. Before anyone can even process the shock, Nox drops an even bigger bombshell by telling Jonah to come along with him. Hearing this makes Jonah feel like the end of the world is here. Is he planning to beat her up? Outside, the sky remains clear as bright sunlight spills over the magnificent castle. Nox walks to the training room with Jana. She glances up at him with deep hesitation. Nox does not pay her any attention, walking ahead with his mind entirely focused on one single goal: he has to survive first. Remembering his past life makes him even more determined after experiencing death once he is absolutely certain of his path now. Back then, his eyes were lifeless as tears streamed down. He did not want to die at all. Returning to reality, Nox looks outside while thinking that to survive, he must adapt to this completely new environment as fast as possible. Then Nox quietly questions himself, but that does not mean he cannot make a change. His vague words leave Jana completely baffled, dragging along with nothing but endless question marks in her head. Ignoring everything around him, Nox sinks back into his thoughts. Having cleared this game 27 times, he knows almost every single hidden aspect of this world. Then he utters the 4 keywords: status window, Inner Lunatic. The game centers around an epic clash between angels and demons. Set across a vast empire, this game has gained massive popularity all over the world. The best part about Inner Lunatic is its deep character customization, which allows players to adopt many completely different play styles. While lower-tier attributes like normal or standard talent can be assigned to a character multiple times, under normal circumstances, an elite genius attribute can only be assigned to a character once. Using a genius attribute allows a player to reach the absolute peak much faster. After all, he happens to possess both of those traits. In this game, there's a penalty when assigning attributes that exceed your limits, like mana perception genius. The system asks him to choose between a swordsmanship genius or a combat genius. By taking on a penalty attribute like a terminal illness and exploiting the system, he can actually bypass the limits to assign 2 genius attributes at once. The swordsmanship genius attribute grants incredible skill with the blade, allowing players to reach the absolute pinnacle of mastery. On the other hand, mana perception genius increases sensitivity to magic, allowing him to cast spells with maximum efficiency. Thinking about this, Nox smirks triumphantly. Those traits come with massive advantages. The main character possesses a skill called Insight, which allows him to see the status windows of other players. There is also Acting Master, allowing him to fake any expression in any situation, which is perfect for his current predicament. Then there is Iron Mind, which keeps his focus steady during intense battles and maintains a cool exterior, but there is one major issue. His penalty trait, Terminal Illness, is going to be the absolute worst part. Terminal Illness brings the fragile curse, constant sickness, freezing limbs, and demonic possession. Sweat pours down his face, but he still forces a stiff smile. He basically looks like a walking hospital. For someone dealing with freezing limbs, stepping foot into a cold region is practically impossible unless they possess some kind of warming skill. And with constant sickness, he will probably collapse at least once per chapter. He keeps scratching his head like a madman, making Jana look at him with deep concern. Well, he realizes there is no other choice now, so he just has to take things step by step. Before long, Nox arrives right in front of the training room. Standing nearby, Jana wonders if he actually wants to enter since they are already right outside the training room. Suddenly, something catches her eye, turning her doubt into complete surprise. It is the intense, determined look on Nox's face as he stares straight ahead. From behind him, Jana continues to closely watch his expression. Without hesitating, Nox flings the door wide open and steps inside thinking about his first step. The fragile curse is a brutal penalty affecting players from birth, meaning their growth speed is permanently cut in half, and their resistance to negative status effects is halved. He absolutely has to find a way to rid himself of this curse. First, he slowly raises the wooden sword in his hand. Nox's hands are drenched in sweat, but no matter how long he thinks, he can only conclude one thing. Holding it makes him look pretty cool, but in reality, Nox is like a fish on a cutting board. He is completely flustered, his face turning pale as he gasps for air. It is just like the introduction of a fantasy novel. Then the wooden sword in his hand slips, spinning as it crashes down to the floor. Exhausted, Nox collapses right onto the floor. Instead of chilling and watching Netflix, Nox lies petrified by this incredibly harsh truth. After careful consideration, he concludes that as someone who cannot even swing a sword 10 times, he never expected this weakening curse to be so completely devastating. The training hall itself is absolutely massive. Nox sits up and looks around in awe, marveling that there are so many high-quality weapons here just as expected. As another introduction is told, the history of the Reinhafer family is deeply rooted in the sword, and they have always received endless praise throughout the land. Their most famous title is the Noble Family of Sword and Darkness, and they earned it by their unique technique of infusing dark magic into their blades to deal with enemies. It is all thanks to the commander's legendary blade. Known as the Tyrant Blade of Darkness, this weapon is passed down to the head of the household, continuing through generations. But Nox quickly stops himself from overthinking. What does that have to do with him anyway? Besides swordsmanship, being part of this noble family comes with plenty of other perks. He ends up chilling and staring at the rare treasures around him, completely forgetting his training. After all, the most important thing is money. Everyone loves money, and Nox is no exception. Even on his deathbed, he would gladly sell his soul to capitalism because cash is king. Picturing gold coins raining from the sky, Nox keeps dreaming of their wealth. The Reinhafers are one of the greatest noble families in the story, so they are bound to be filthy rich. Nox gazes up at the blue sky, realizing that even a useless son like him has enough money to do absolutely nothing for the rest of his life. He thinks of his new body's father. It is highly likely that Theo does not care at all whether Nox spends his fortune wisely or not. From the very beginning, Nox was never that kind of character, just the lazy youngest son of a noble household. After a moment, Nox slowly stands up. His role in this world is clear, and he will definitely spend every single coin he has. But as soon as he stands, his legs start shaking uncontrollably. Nox feels incredibly helpless. Thinking about Jana, he realizes that until she returns with the items he needs, he cannot even run. Rewind to a few minutes ago when Jana was still in the room with him. She wheels over a table with some towels and warm water. Jana respectfully tells him that his wooden sword towel and warm water are ready. She still cannot believe a famously useless guy like Nox is trying to do something active, wondering if he actually plans to train. Suddenly, Nox asks if they are completely alone before calling her over, making Jana freeze in her tracks. Her mind races with terrifying scenarios and she panics, asking him if he is going to beat her. He was just trying to be a decent guy, so getting labeled as an abuser makes Nox puff with anger, asking what on earth she is talking about. Then he pulls her closer and whispers in her ear. As he whispers, Jana just listens with a completely blank expression, wondering if she even understands what he is saying. But then she suddenly screams out loud, completely exposing his secret. She frantically asks if he really wants to spend all that money, questioning his absurd idea. Before she can finish, Nox immediately shuts her down, telling her to quiet down and just go find the items, leaving her whimpering for him not to yell. A chill runs down Jana's spine as she walks away quietly, realizing that he has completely changed. A short while later, the scene returns to the empty training hall. The wooden sword is still lying right there on the floor. Nox paces around the room, inspecting the various weapons. He doesn't know how fast Jonah can be, but he absolutely needs those items by tomorrow. With those thoughts in mind, he pours himself a cup of water. He raises the cup to drink, still deep in thought. He still has to lift this curse and fix his fragile state, never expecting it to be this terrible. But before he can even take a sip, Nox is startled by an uninvited guest greeting him. The person standing there giving him quite a scare is none other than the chief butler. Known as the manager of the Reinhafer family's vast assets, this man is not someone Nox can easily deal with. He is Rodwell, the trusted advisor to the head of the family, Theodore von Reinhafer. Just thinking about that makes Nox's hand shake violently as he holds his cup. His expression hardens with anxiety, realizing that this is a critical challenge he must face. Setting his glass down, Nox wonders why the butler is here. The man rarely pays him any attention, so could he have already noticed something strange? The moment his cup hits the table, Nox comes up with a brilliant plan to handle this whole mess. He immediately activates his master acting skill and demands to know what Rodwell is doing there instead of serving him, getting straight to the point. Sent by the family head, Rodwell has news, prompting Nox to coldly ask what is going on. With a serious face, the butler delivers the order that Nox must attend dinner tonight. This makes Nox tremble with rage as he forces an awkward smile internally, cursing that he still barely understands this family and questioning if his father is actually joking. Ignoring the butler's sharp gaze, Nox flatly refuses and tells him to inform his father that he cannot make it. Rodwell sighs in helplessness, internally wondering why on earth the head of the family wanted this useless master to attend, before explaining the real issue that the young lady of the House of Steeliner is visiting to undergo night training. If you do not attend, master, he anxiously warns him that the family head will be furious. Hearing this, Nox reluctantly agrees and says he understands. This sudden compliance completely surprises Rodwell, raising deep suspicion. Being blunt, the butler immediately asks if the young master is feeling alright since he seems strange, leaving Yoo Chan in Nox's body completely flustered. Without pressing further, Rodwell brings up his main concern, pointing out that Nox has never held a sword before yet was spotted practicing in the training room. He still does not understand and asks for the reason why. Nox replies seriously, demanding to make something very clear. Leveraging his acting skill, Nox warns the butler in an incredibly cold tone, completely unlike his usual useless self, warning him not to overstep his boundaries with his master as a simple butler. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, he states that whatever he does is none of the butler's business because he makes his own decisions. Hearing this, Rodwell is utterly silenced, completely unable to find any words to reply. He has no choice but to bow deeply and beg for the young master's forgiveness. Ignoring him completely, Nox walks away in the opposite direction without looking back. But Rodwell's suspicions linger as he realizes Nox has definitely changed, deciding he must report this directly to the family head. The sky remains as beautifully clear as ever. But get this, underneath his cool exterior, Nox's hands are sweating like crazy from stress. He just put on a cold act, but now he is gasping for air, terrified of how close he came to blowing his cover. Nox sighs, wondering what would have happened if he slipped up even a little, though he quickly tells himself to just forget about it. He recalls Rodwell mentioning the daughter of the House of Steeliner, which leaves him pretty curious. She is supposedly a beautiful girl with bright red hair, making him wonder what she is actually doing here. Night falls quickly, blanketing the sky in darkness right above the magnificent family estate. Inside, the other arrogant noble siblings at the dinner table immediately mock him, sneering that having the family idiot show up has completely ruined their appetite. But Nox remains completely unfazed, sitting calmly with his eyes closed as if he is actually enjoying the drama. Sitting directly opposite him, the annoying twins Hartz and Alan keep throwing insults, mocking him about whether he is still too pathetic to handle a simple family dinner. They sneer that they never expected him to actually show his face, calling it utterly unbelievable. Seeing his silence, the twins push even further, gossiping loudly about his pathetic crush on a maid and calling him completely hopeless. Nox is entirely speechless at these immature brats, internally noting that he has not even done anything wrong. Amidst the tense atmosphere, the heavy doors swing open to welcome a new guest as a deep voice notes that everyone is finally present. Recognizing that commanding voice, Nox turns with a serious expression to look at none other than his formidable father, Theodore von Reinhafer. Standing right beside the family head is another figure who instantly catches his attention as a girl with bright red hair steps forward. She beams brightly and introduces herself as Talia von Steeliner, gracefully announcing that it is a pleasure to meet everyone. Standing next to the massive Theodore, she looks incredibly small as the patriarch introduces her, explaining that the young lady requested night training and will be staying with their family for a while. The twins' eyes immediately light up upon seeing a pretty girl repeating the words, night training. As Nox stands silently across from the girl, Theodore firmly commands his troublemaking children to make sure they treat Talia like family. She simply smiles warmly, looking straight ahead. Nox, on the other hand, is completely filled with dread, staring at the future hero of the game, Inner Lunatic, fully aware that she is destined to plunge a sword into his chest later. Dark night covers the sky, leaving only the grand estate shining brightly. Lord Theo solemnly announces that he called Nox here today for an important task. Nox's face immediately darkens while Talia stands beside him, looking completely lost. Just then a voice interrupts to say since everyone is here, they should begin the meal. The table is piled high with incredibly expensive and luxurious dishes. As Nox goes to eat a pastry, he notices the mocking glares from the twin brothers. After a moment, Alan turns to Lord Theo to say he thinks it is high time for his father to decide who will join Eldane Academy and become the family's next great talent. Hearing this, Nox can't say a single word, completely caught off guard. Theo hesitates for a moment before seriously answering that he understands and that this moment has finally come. This is Eldane Academy, the most crucial location inside the world of Lunatic. Rumors say that inside Lunatic Academy, students must fight dangerous demons through various brutal and unforgiving trials. Back with Nox, he feels the heavy weight of the situation, knowing he must be the one to get in. Thinking of the students at that school, Nox realizes that as long as he does not disrupt the main storyline, he must search for some reliable allies. Lord Theo's voice interrupts his thoughts once again, reminding everyone that even though it is common knowledge only 3 members from each noble family are permitted to enter the academy, This rule protects the Academy from noble influence, and since he already reserved 2 spots for Nox's older brothers, there is only one final ticket left for the rest. Frozen in place, the intimidating images of his 2 older brothers flash through his mind. He forces a smile at Theo, quietly deciding that before he can find any future allies, securing this ticket is his absolute best option for now. Father and son lock eyes as Theo looks directly at Nox, stating he will choose the final person to enter the Academy. Though his name is not mentioned, Nox understands the implication, asking if his father intends to make the siblings duel against each other to decide who gets it. Hearing those bold words, Theo is quite surprised, never expecting Nox to speak up for himself in this manner. He confirms this, announcing that the duel will take place next month and he will decide who gets chosen after watching them perform on the training grounds. Meanwhile, the twins keep snickering and mocking Nox, telling their brother to give up right now because a weakling who has never held a sword has absolutely zero chance of winning against them. Under the curious gaze of Talia von Styliner, Nox hesitates for a second, starting to speak. Then he takes a slow sip of red wine and casually fires back, asking if that is not something they should say after they actually win. Angered by the sudden pushback, Alan snaps, demanding if Nox honestly thinks he can defeat them. Ignoring the loud outburst, Nox calmly calculates that this upcoming duel is his perfect ticket into the Academy, meaning he does not need to care about their ridiculous and arrogant prejudices. Staring down at his glass of red wine, he lets out a soft, quiet murmur. Now look at that expression. For the first time ever, Nox's face glows with a brilliant confidence, determined to be the sole chosen one for Eldane Academy. Lord Theo sits nearby, quite surprised by his son's unexpected words and bold attitude. As for the twin brothers, they are now trembling with pure rage from Nox's remarks. Talia, on the other hand, lets out an amused chuckle at the entertaining spectacle. Her eyes lock onto him with genuine admiration, thinking the youngest son of Theodore von Reinhafer is surprisingly confident. Although Nox maintains a cool, detached expression on the outside, internally he is sweating bullets from sheer panic. Under the starry night sky, a helpless thought echoes in his mind. He has definitely drawn the attention of someone he should have avoided. Sometime later, inside a brightly lit room, a thick stack of reports containing detailed personal information sits neatly on the desk. Lord Theo and his butler Rodwell are discussing some matters when Theo reviews the reports and notes that the boy's behavior has suddenly changed overnight. Butler Rodwell respectfully confirms that is indeed the case. Theo is left thoroughly bewildered, struggling to believe the kid has somehow undergone such a sudden, drastic personality shift without him seeing it first. But he might be overthinking it, picturing a sinister demonic shadow and wondering if his son has actually been possessed by a devil. Still, his curiosity is piqued, and Theo wraps up the conversation, telling Rodwell that will be all for today. The next morning arrives in a flash, sunlight spilling onto the garden as a stern voice reminds someone to stay focused. Out on the massive training grounds, whispers immediately break out among the onlookers, urging others to look at him. It turns out Nox is the reason for their shock. He is pushing his body to the absolute limit, drenched in sweat, as they gossip about the young master training again. The maids have never seen Nox this determined, constantly whispering among themselves that he is actually preparing for the competition next month, though they wonder why it is even taking place. They watch him closely, noticing that just running laps around the yard has him completely out of breath. But they have no idea. Nox hears every single word, leaving him to wonder how his hearing got so incredibly sharp when he does not recall having such a passive skill. Not letting it distract him, Nox quickly pushes those thoughts aside and redoubles his training efforts with fierce determination. He runs until he is completely out of breath, but when the system notification pops up, his heart drops. His stamina only went up by 0.1. Just 0.1. Nox has no choice but to accept this harsh reality. After all, the only reason he is running endless laps around this yard is because his greatest weakness is his pathetic stamina. To unlock his god-tier genius swordsmanship trait, he must get his stamina stat to level 4. Thinking about the dormant traits he cannot use almost brings tears of frustration to his eyes. If his stamina were at a normal level, he would immediately unlock absolute cheat-level skills. Swordsmanship genius, heaven senses, cognitive eye, and nerves of steel. But instead, his body is constantly weighed down by a crippling curse. Right now, he has 0 energy left to run another step. Even standing and catching his breath is an agonizing struggle. Still, Nox refuses to give up. He smirks, cheering himself on. He absolutely must raise his stamina by another 1.9 within a month. The Curse of Weakness, a terrible debuff that cuts his stamina growth rate in half. Running for his life like this leaves him practically dead, yet his progress only crawled up by 0.1. Staring at the system screen, he sighs in frustration. His terminally ill trait already slashes his stamina in half, meaning he has to train 4 times harder than anyone else just to survive. No matter how hard he tries with 15 stamina and 30 mana, the terminally ill penalty drags him down. But he will find a way to deal with this debuff later. While he is lost in his frustrating thoughts, he suddenly hears a cart being wheeled over to him. It is his maid Jana. She bows politely, announcing that she has successfully purchased all the items he requested yesterday. Seeing this, his gloom instantly vanishes. He offers a bright smirk, mentally praising her. She is far more capable than he expected and finally making herself useful. The items are laid out: three-headed snake venom, fairy spring water, a golem core, and a rapid physical growth scroll. But his main puzzle remains reaching that level 4 stamina stat without failing. Nox picks up the fairy spring water, holding it high. For a pro gamer like him, using past game knowledge to pull off this stunt should be a walk in the park. Inside the training room, Jana looks at the stash and asks in pure confusion why he would ever need these strange things. She is deeply worried, stammering that all of those items are either too dangerous or are rare ingredients that sensible people strictly avoid. They are also incredibly expensive, so is not the scroll the only actually useful item for him. Nox merely gives her a cold, expressionless stare. He explains that people avoid them only because they are too foolish to use them properly, leaving Jana completely bewildered. He remains silent, staring intently at the ingredients. After a brief moment of quiet focus, Nox reaches out and grabs the bottle of three-headed snake venom. Without a single shred of hesitation, he downs the entire deadly poison in one swift gulp. Standing beside him, Jana only realizes what happened after he finishes drinking. Her face turns pale as she screams out in horror, "Young master, that is poison." Seconds later, the deadly poison takes effect. Nox grimaces in agony, his face turning completely pale as the venom ravages his body. Yet despite the searing pain, his eyes suddenly dart toward a specific spot. A system notification flashes before him: "You have consumed three-headed snake venom, temporarily boosting your stamina by 1.5. A short countdown immediately begins, ticking away. 9 minutes 59 seconds remaining. Nox staggers as his body loses balance, but he desperately grips the training rail to keep himself upright. Panicking at his state, Jonah screams that she is going to call the butler. But Nox swiftly extends his hand, cutting her off and telling her to wait. Even though the poison has him on the verge of fainting, Nox is not done. He grabs the golem core and takes a massive bite, muttering that it actually tastes decent. This sight makes Jana lose her mind completely as she hysterically begs him not to eat a solid core. Right on cue, the system alerts him that he has consumed a golem core. The system warns that petrification is beginning, but a hidden combination has triggered. The three-headed snake venom is reacting with the golem core, leaving Nox deeply satisfied that his plan is working. Nox looks completely drained of life, like a terminally ill patient on the edge of death. Yet, his stubborn gaze refuses to yield as he whispers that he must keep going. Normally, a golem core is just a crafting material to build battle golems, though it can also temporarily boost a user's defensive stats. But combined with the three-headed snake venom, a special reaction triggers. The deadly venom dilutes completely, purging the crippling curse of weakness from his body. Feeling the sudden relief, Nox instantly snaps back to attention. The curse of weakness is finally gone. Meanwhile, a clueless Jana is crying tears of absolute terror, convinced that her master is actively committing suicide, sobbing that he is going to die. She repeatedly asks if he is okay, but Nox completely ignores her, entirely focused on his calculations, since there are still many hidden elements to exploit. Suddenly, Jana's sheer panic shifts into a deeply embarrassed shock, her eyes widening. It turns out Nox is dripping with sweat, and as he starts unbuttoning his shirt, the strangely alluring sight makes Jana scream his name in a sudden fluster. Nox stares blankly, completely deaf to her frantic cries calling out to him. Ignoring whatever wild misunderstanding Jana is having, he simply reaches for the bottle of fairy spring water. He pours it directly over his face, triggering a new system prompt: "You have used fairy spring water, curing the petrification and activating a reaction with the golem core." With that done, a faint smile creeps onto his face as he enjoys the bizarre sensation. Then a hidden trigger activates temporarily, granting the user the highly coveted blessing of growth trait. Nox beams with joy as everything goes exactly as planned. The system displays that until his stamina reaches 5, his stat growth rate is officially doubled. Now only the scroll remains. Nox wastes no time reaching for the final piece of his stat-boosting puzzle. He tears it right in half, letting out a relaxed sigh as a system alert pops up. He has successfully used the stamina growth scroll, doubling his growth rate. Nox rubs his chin deep in thought. The curse is broken, the debuffs from his incurable disease trait are finally capped, and with the scroll active, his growth rate will now be twice that of any normal person. That realization sparks a fresh wave of motivation inside him. It means he can finally grind his stamina stats at a much faster rate. But just as he is running the numbers, Jana, who has been standing by worried sick, suddenly lunges straight at him. Bursting into tears, she frantically asks if her young master is all right. Jana is completely relieved to see he is fine, though she admits she thought he lost his mind when he suddenly stripped. Nox, feeling 30% helpless and 70% annoyed, snaps back. "Foolish girl, just bring me a towel already." Hearing him scold her actually makes her relax, though she still looks a little dazed. Even though he sounds harsh, he feels a tiny bit guilty. Now that the curse is gone, he thinks he should probably treat her a little better. He forces a small smile to reassure her that he is fine. But Jonah is still worried, asking if she should call the head butler and urging him to take a rest. Nox gives her a gentle smile, insisting he is all right. Jana tilts her head, wondering what he plans to do next. Nox looks her dead in the eye and gives a single, simple answer: running. Bright sunlight from the blue sky shines down on the wide-open garden. And just like that, Nox is right back to his intense daily training, steadily jogging along the garden path. Only this time, he has got Jana jogging right behind him. Meanwhile, someone is quietly watching the two of them from behind a window. It is a young lady, watching them with clasped hands and wondering what on earth is going on. Turns out it is Talia. She pouts and frowns, completely unable to comprehend why someone as weak as Nox would ever agree to a duel against his two older brothers. Standing right by her side, her maid Emma helplessly reminds Lady Talia von Steeliner that staring at the young master of the Reinhafer family like that is quite improper. The maid tries to correct her, calling such behavior rude, but Talia von Steeliner just whines back like a playful young girl, completely brushing the warning off. Talia speaks her mind with a frustrated sigh. He is not even picking up a sword, all he does is jog, even though the Knights of Reinhafer have offered to help. Even when elite knights stand right in front of him, he ignores them. Talia is furious that he rejected every single teacher. With annoyance written all over her face, she insists that within a single month he is going to get beaten to a pulp, and that will be the end of it. Despite her harsh words, Talia von Steeliner cannot help but feel deeply anxious. She tries to convince herself she shouldn't care about his inevitable defeat, yet she simply cannot look away. Emma can only call out in pure shock. Before her maid can even utter a word of advice, Talia suddenly stands up, storms off, and quickly tells Emma that she will be right back. Back at the Reinhafer estate, the sun is still beating down mercilessly. A graceful figure of a young lady suddenly appears out in the open garden. It is indeed our rebellious young lady Talia, blocking Nox's path. Behind him, poor Jana is completely out of breath from trying to keep up with his pace. She flashes a bright, friendly smile and introduces herself as Talia von Steeliner. Nox remains dead, silent, keeping a straight face, though his mind is racing with panic over why this girl is suddenly approaching him. He slowly stands tall, asking what she wants and noting that her name sounds somewhat familiar. Talia can barely believe her ears, utterly shocked and offended by the extremely cold and detached attitude he is giving her. Her vanity kicks in as she assumes he is just completely struck dumb by her stunning beauty, making herself blush at the thought. In reality, Nox is just thoroughly baffled by her strange expressions, while Talia remains deeply lost in her own delusion, convinced that she must have him completely mesmerized. With blushing cheeks, she musters up all her courage to ask the question. Burning in her mind, is he truly confident in defeating his two older brothers, and is that the real reason he agreed to this duel? Nox ignores her once again, standing completely still like a statue. Ignoring his total indifference, Talia paces around him, demanding to know if he honestly believes he stands a chance. Over on the side, Jonah silently nods along, fully agreeing with her. Her massive ego takes over as she puffs out her chest, offering him a special deal. If he begs for her help, she might actually consider giving him a hand. But Nox ruthlessly shuts her down, turning to walk away while telling her that he refuses, has zero interest in her offer, and wants her to leave him alone. Offended by his blunt rejection, Talia loses her temper and yells out how dare he treat her like this when she's only trying to help him out. Jana is just as panicked, turning pale as she nervously whispers that talking to a lady like that is definitely not going to win him any points. But Talia von Steeliner has far too much pride to let this insult slide. She spins on her heel to leave, intentionally bumping into his shoulder while telling him to just go ahead and do things his own stubborn way. Despite being a total genius in battle, Nox is completely oblivious when it comes to girls, genuinely wondering what her problem is. Jana can only sigh, telling him he understands absolutely nothing. Nox finally frowns, realizing things are about to get a whole lot more complicated. Right after Nox activates his insight skill on Talia, the system screen immediately pops up, showing her name as Talia von Steeliner, female, 14 years old, human. Fire element. Her stamina is 6 mana, B, luck 5, and willpower 7. Positives are heroic nature, knightly admiration, honesty, swordsmanship, and close combat talent. Negatives include an inferiority complex, unstable mental state, and a superiority complex. Even though Nox hates to admit it, he has to accept that her raw talent is absolutely insane. Looking at her status, he can't help but marvel. Most grown men only have a stamina of 4, but hers is way higher. Nox rubs his chin, staring into the sky with worry. He is still uneasy about her potential, even if it doesn't compare to the 3 sword saints of the 6 continents, or even the potential of one of the 4 great archmages. At least she has it. The potential to reach their level. The more he thinks, the more he sweats. With that fire attribute, she could easily slay demons. Her fire attribute will eventually awaken as white flame, the very fire used to burn demonized Nox to ashes in the future. If he can turn her into an ally, the plot will shift completely. He needs to stick to the original storyline while somehow avoiding his own death. Nox sighs in frustration. Is it even possible to stay on good terms with the person destined to execute him later on? Time flies by. A month later, bright sunlight streams through the windows of the Grand Castle. Talia strides through the hallway, her eyes drifting off to the side. Her expression is worn out, clouded with deep exhaustion and worry. Just a moment ago, she was training while surrounded by people praising her speed and skill, just as expected of the famous Steel Ranger talent. It sounded like a compliment, but to her it felt like a crushing burden. Talent of the Steel Rangers. While she is caught up in her own thoughts, something suddenly catches her attention. She remembers kneeling powerlessly on the ground before that other girl, the short-haired girl who looked identical to her older sister. Talia stands up, completely lost on what direction to take. Her hand tightens around the hilt of the sword at her hip. Her gaze turns hollow and empty as she wonders if she can even become a true knight. True knights must never let greed blind them, remaining humble while sacrificing everything for a noble cause. Above all, they have to master the absolute way of the sword to earn that sacred title. Talia lets out a helpless sigh, questioning how on earth that guy expects to defeat her brother, who has trained hard for years simply by doing those weird cardio exercises. Under the starry night sky, she remains completely convinced that his training method is a total joke. Soon, the next morning arrives as the first light begins to break. Inside the hall, streaks of warm sunlight shine through the tall window frames. Right in the center of the room, Nox and one of the twins stand face to face, preparing to duel. Not only are the servants and knights watching, but Talia, the butler, and Theo and his wife are also observing from above. Theo's wife keeps a stern, serious expression as she watches the match unfold. Suddenly, Theo breaks the silence, calling out to butler Rodwell. At this moment, a deadly murderous aura radiates from Theo as he asks Rodwell how he thinks this duel will end. Terrified and completely unsure, Rodwell can only stammer out a nervous reply. Fortunately, the referee below announces the start, saving the butler from his awkward spot. Both contenders raise their wooden swords, taking their stances for the official duel that will decide who enters Elden Academy. As the camera zooms in on Nox's determined face, the referee loudly yells for the match to begin. Before Nox can even make a move, Alan seizes the opening, leaping forward to strike with his sword. The focus shifts back up to where Theo is sitting. Still refusing to let Rodwell off, he presses the butler for his prediction. This time, the butler does not hesitate, stating that based on past performances, young Master Alan will surely win. Theo nods in agreement, saying he expects the exact same outcome. Only Madame Theo, sitting beside him, looks deeply uneasy as she watches the fight. Even after speaking, Rodwell remains anxious, wondering if the Master secretly expects a completely different result. Staring at Nox, who is still standing completely motionless, Rodwell doubts him. Even though the young Master has changed, actually winning this fight still feels completely impossible. Rodwell remembers when he walked the path of a knight fighting shoulder to shoulder with the Patriarch. Back then, he realized the sword could be incredibly complex at times, yet the simplest thing in the world at others. Indeed, the endless hours spent training and reflecting on the blade ultimately determine a swordsman's true level. The butler's eyes remain fixed on the arena below. He knows only one thing can truly reverse the tides and force a stronger opponent to submit. Simply put, a true genius possesses overwhelming talent that defies all logic. Rodwell breaks into a sweat, deeply uncertain of his own theory. Was young Master Nox really born with that kind of monstrous talent? Suddenly, Theo speaks up, cutting through Rodwell's thoughts and leaving him startled as the Patriarch frowns, offering a stern perspective. The Patriarch states that his chances are not zero, as one never knows what the Reinhafer bloodline can produce. With their blood running hot, could a clever child like him inherit a monstrous talent on par with the three-sword kings? Meanwhile, back in the arena, a system screen pops up before Nox. It states that his swordsmanship and martial arts genius talents are currently inactive, leaving him utterly speechless. Nox pants heavily, clearly exhausted. He silently curses his luck, wondering why he has none despite his high luck stat, or maybe his luck has been in the negatives all along. He recalls his past training routine. First, the results: he simply could not push his stamina up to 4, even though his passive trait kept granting 0.1 increases. During those intense running sessions, his stamina had barely managed to reach 3.8, and right behind him, Jonah's exhausted footsteps dragged along. Forced to run alongside him, she was so exhausted she cried, asking if she really had to keep up. Nox, showing zero mercy, bluntly tells her that she is his maid. He asks who else would serve him if she is not by his side, though he quickly covers his slip of tongue. Jonah feels entirely helpless, realizing his true sadistic intentions have just been completely exposed. Smiling, he hands her his sweaty towel to let her off the hook, but he immediately assigns her another tedious chore. Jonah instantly pouts, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, but she has no choice but to obey. Nox catches her expression and asks if she is secretly cursing him. Caught red-handed, Jonah sneezes repeatedly while frantically denying it, only to end up biting her own tongue in the process. Amused by her clumsiness, Nox bursts into laughter. However, a sudden thought crosses his mind. Instantly, her status screen pops up, showing her strength at 4.5, mana at 3, luck 4, control 2, and charm 16. Seeing her physical strength beat out most grown men, Nox is completely shocked. 4.5. A simple maid is actually stronger than an average adult man. What exactly did the Reinhafer family put her through to make her this way? Feeling a sting of embarrassment, Nox gets pretty frustrated that he cannot even match his own maid. Jana is just another person with starting stats higher than his stats he still hasn't reached after a month of intense training. Talk about unfair. Standing right behind him, Jana notices him deep in thought and speaks up, reminding him that it is getting late and with the competition tomorrow, he should get some rest. With those words in mind, Nox suddenly realizes the big day is already upon him and he has absolutely no time left to waste. Back in reality, Nox finds himself facing Alan, who calls out his name. With an arrogant grin, Alan mocks him like he is nothing, asking if he wants to just forfeit right now. With a smug look, Alan boasts that even though Nox is the family disgrace, he is still his little brother, so he should probably go easy on him. But Nox refuses to back down, firing right back that looking at Alan's face, he definitely does not want him to forfeit. Instead of getting angry, Alan just chuckles and looks up. He admits he got caught, but explains he wants to make a solid impression on the lady of the Steno family, and he is sure Nox will help him out. A cold sweat rolls down Nox's neck, and honestly, we all know this is a terrible idea. Gazing at the smug Alan, Nox starts calculating. Alan's strength is sitting at level 8, meaning there is absolutely no way to beat him using any normal combat methods. Before he can think any further, the referee loudly interrupts, announcing that with admission into Eldain Academy on the line, the duel is officially ready to begin. Both Nox von Reinhafer and Alan von Reinhafer must accept whatever outcome this fight brings with absolutely no room for debate. With the fight about to erupt, Nox is swallowed by intense anxiety. If he loses here, everything is over, from recovering his lost memories to tracking down the mystery sender of that letter. Even with his 1-year reprieve, his life will officially come to a dead end. Stealing his resolve, Nox tightly grips the sword in his hand. At that exact moment, the referee calls out, asking if both fighters are ready. Begin. As soon as the command rings out, Alan lunges forward with crazy speed, aiming to finish Nox off with a single devastating blow. The massive sword swings down, but Nox manages to dodge just in time. He gets pushed back, sliding hard from the massive force. Nox is instantly put on the defensive, completely unable to counterattack. Bracing himself against the blow, he gets skidded backward across the arena floor. Determination flares in Nox's eyes. Seeing his target survive, Alan gives a smug compliment, calling it a nice block. The clash rages on as both sides charge at each other, with Nox fighting while pondering the dark truth behind this cursed game, Inner Lunatic. He forces himself forward, realizing defeat means losing absolutely everything, but if he can actually secure a victory. Suddenly, the system alerts him that his stamina increased by 0.1. Nox stares at the screen, his eyes widening in complete and utter shock. With a renewed spark of motivation, he smiles and mutters that if he can win this, everything will finally be under his control. Seeing this, Alan scowls, throwing a mocking jab, asking if the win has completely scrambled his brain. He keeps pressing his attack, shouting that he probably needs to beat him a few more times to snap him out of it. Watching from above, Lady Scylla smiles in satisfaction. After hearing rumors of his change, she realized she worried for nothing. Since Alan is completely dominating the fight, she is absolutely certain about who will be entering the prestigious academy. The Reinhafer child sent to Eldain Academy will be her own son. Suddenly, a cold voice mutters, "How pathetic," instantly drawing her attention. It is Lord Theo, resting his chin on his hand, completely bored. At this moment, Lady Scylla suddenly flashes a sly smile, thinking this entire family will fall one day. Meanwhile, Lord Theo is thoroughly disappointed, and honestly, who can blame him? He mutters that he expected much more after hearing rumors of the boys' change, while Rodwell asks if they should end this match now. Looking at Nox's exhausted, heavily breathing back, Rodwell warns that if the duel continues, the young master will need a long time to recover. Watching Alan fight like a tireless monster, Rodwell notes that while the twins have talent, they are no unpolished gems. Compared to the eldest son, Garen, their sword skills are still heavily lacking. After all, the overwhelming power of the Reinhafer family's black sword forces every single enemy to submit to its absolute dominance. On the arena floor, Nox is still heavily gasping for air. Seeing this, Lord Theo sighs in disappointment, wondering who on earth taught him such sloppy swordsmanship. No longer wishing to watch, Theo prepares to stand up and leave, declaring that the match is over. But just as he speaks, Nox suddenly erupts below with a series of lightning-fast sword strikes. System notifications flood in, showing his stamina increased by 0.1 as his martial genius trait activates. Nox flashes a dangerous smirk, ready to turn the tables and become the main star of the show. Standing opposite him, Alan is utterly baffled by his smile and sneers, asking if he has lost his mind. At that exact moment, the genius's time skill is activated. Lord Theo, who was just about to look away, instantly freezes in utter surprise. As Nox stands perfectly still, the gears of time begin to turn around him. Everyone in the arena is affected. Lord Theo, frozen mid-motion, can't even stand up, wondering where he has heard of this legendary technique before. Alan, poised to strike, is suddenly frozen in place, unable to move a muscle. Nox smiles with satisfaction, regaining his usual confidence. Geniuses and ordinary people live in different flows of time, and this is the true power of genius's time. Everything around him seems to drag a special skill that slows down his perception of time to an absolute crawl. Making opponents move in slow motion is entirely different from just moving faster, even if mastering its full potential is highly demanding. As long as his genius swordsman and fighter trait remains active, it is easily managed. Alan's blade remains completely frozen in midair. The outcome of this fight is already decided. Seizing the perfect opening, Nox effortlessly disarms him with a single stroke and takes complete control. Breaking free from the time-slowing effect, Alan is left in utter shock looking at Nox with newfound fear. Driven by absolute determination, Nox looks at him and confidently declares that he will be the victor. Alan's sword clatters to the stone arena floor, the sharp metallic sound echoing through the heavy silence. His hand trembles uncontrollably from the shock, fueling Alan's intense rage as he glares at Nox with pure murderous hatred. Meanwhile, Nox tightly grips his hilt, ready to bring his sword down for the final blow. He smiles with absolute confidence, thinking this is going to be fun. Shaken to his core, Alan stammers and asks what kind of monster he is, but Nox completely ignores the question, silently reminding himself to never let his guard down. He knows the genius's time skill only lasts for a brief 5 minutes, meaning he must settle this entire duel before the limit runs out. Adopting a dead serious tone, he declares out loud that he has only been holding back until now. He continues to trash talk to keep Alan on the defensive, mocking him that he no longer finds him interesting enough to play with dear brother. With a triumphant smile, Nox delivers his ultimate challenge, telling them to end this quickly by having both of his brothers fight him at the exact same time. The moment he finishes speaking, Alan and Hearts are left completely stunned, shouting out in disbelief. Completely ignoring his two brothers, Nox turns directly toward Lord Theo and confidently asks for permission to fight both of his older siblings at the exact same time. Witnessing this jaw-dropping declaration, Theo's eyes go wide in utter shock, never expecting his youngest son to possess this level of raw confidence. Butler Rodwell looks at Lord Theo in deep concern, while even Talia von Styliner, who insulted him just yesterday, is now desperately trying to stop him, demanding to know what on earth he is thinking. But Theo reacts completely differently to this bold proposal. He smiles with deep satisfaction, realizing his son's temper has changed. It seems the boy is still keeping secrets, and watching him a bit longer wouldn't hurt. Thinking it over, Theo grants Nox von Reinhafer's request. He will allow this 2-on-1 match. His wife panics. She immediately stands up and calls out to her husband. Theo ignores her. He lets the duel proceed and orders them to begin. Alan grits his teeth as he picks up his dropped sword. Both brothers are absolutely seething over how this bastard dares to humiliate them. Nox von Reinhafer remains confident. He wears a smug smile, raising his sword into a ready stance. The twins quickly follow suit. They take their battle stances. Instantly, they charge Nox von Reinhafer together. They move with the speed of a howling wind. Multiple blades clash in the air. Nox von Reinhafer moves agilely. He blocks every single attack coming from the furious twins. Alan panics. He yells for his brother to attack deeper on the left. Hearts completely loses his cool. He snaps at his brother to just shut up. Mid-fight, Nox von Reinhafer suddenly notices something strange. His system screen pops up. His lower-level swordsmanship mastery has increased thanks to the genius's time effect. He grins. With this newly increased mastery, the path of his brother's incoming blades is now completely clear to him. The fierce 2-on-1 battle continues to rage. Suddenly, Nox von Reinhafer slips behind. He delivers a heavy blow to Alan's shoulder, making him wince. The twins freeze in their tracks. They stare at Nox von Reinhafer with sheer shock. Talia von Styliner watches from the stands. She can no longer hold back her concern. Nox von Reinhafer looks at them with absolute triumph. Meanwhile, the spectators wonder how on earth this happened. How could the family disgrace have transformed to such an insane degree? Look at their faces. That absolute disbelief is written all over them. The two brothers exchange a stunned glance, unable to process what is happening. Nox von Reinhafer cuts them off. He warns them not to let their guard down. He closes the distance. He leaves them completely defenseless in the middle of the match. Before they can react, Nox von Reinhafer unleashes a blinding flurry of sword strikes. Seizing the opening, he drives his attack home. Nox von Reinhafer calculates his options. There is a much bigger danger looming beyond this simple duel. But feeling the weight of a real sword in his hand right now is amazing. He fights with a grin. This thrill is absolutely worth savoring. In the stands, everyone watches with their jaws dropped in absolute shock. Even Theo is stunned. He was just about to leave and call off the match. Down in the arena, a panting Alan can't believe this reality. Losing his balance completely, he collapses onto the dusty floor. Both brothers are totally overwhelmed. Talk about a massive upset. Right then, a system notification warns him. His genius's time has completely run out. Fortunately, the twins are already down. Only Nox von Reinhafer remains standing as the dust settles. Nox von Reinhafer lets out a long, weary sigh. Seeing her two precious sons humiliated on the ground, the Duchess frantically calls their names. Down in the ring, Nox von Reinhafer nudges the referee, asking him to announce the obvious winner. The referee nervously agrees, stammering that the victory is obvious. He then announces the official winner as young Master Nox von Reinhafer. Alan trembles with pure rage, cursing under his breath in utter defeat. His hand finally goes limp, letting his weapon slip away. Just like that, the sword is casually tossed aside, spinning like absolute garbage. Nearby, Theo feels somewhat satisfied, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Seeing this, Nox feels a heavy burden lift and his tensed facial muscles finally relax. Then he bows deeply, respectfully asking for permission to take his leave and step away. With those words, Nox makes a straight path toward the exit. Right then, Talia is rushing down the steps. Yet she only watches as Nox's back slowly disappears into the distance. Her eyes lock onto him silently, resolving that she must corner Nox and get some real answers. Evening is already setting over the magnificent and imposing castle. Only when he reaches the garden can Nox finally let his guard down, gasping heavily for breath. His hands are stained with fresh blood without him even noticing. He looks down in complete shock, realizing he must have pushed way past the strict time limit of his special skill. This genius-level time manipulation skill carries one fatal weakness. If the user exceeds the set limit, the technique will trigger a devastating backfire that takes a massive toll. The system screen blinks, revealing his lifespan has just been cut by 2 days and 17 hours due to the skill's backfire. A portion of his health will be permanently stripped away. It is easily the worst debuff possible, making his body highly susceptible to illnesses. He stares at his bloodied palm, quietly complaining to himself that he is already dealing with a terminal disease anyway. Nox lets out a weary sigh, thankful this terrible backfire did not happen in front of others. If anyone caught him in this state, his recommendation letter to the academy would be completely ruined. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. A sudden voice calling out to him quickly catches his attention. It is none other than Talia, who has been following him this whole time. She asks with deep concern if he is hurt. Talia furrows her brows, showing clear worry as she asks if he got hurt during that intense battle. It looks like Nox is in deep trouble again. Sweat pours down his face as he silently curses his terrible luck. Staring at Talia von Steeliner standing right before him, Nox goes into a complete panic. He curses, wondering why it had to be her, knowing he absolutely cannot let her find out about his secrets. He tries to steal his voice and speak, but before he can even finish, Talia cuts him off, asking how he managed to defeat his siblings with such a completely battered body. Nox stands frozen, his face blank as he mutters a confused what. Her cheeks flush with a faint red tint as she stammers, struggling to find her words. Blushing like a shy teenager, Talia admits she completely misunderstood him. Flashbacks rush through his mind, recalling everything she has observed of him over the past month. On her very first day observing him, Nox could barely even hold a sword, swinging a wooden practice blade with utter clumsiness. It seemed totally impossible that someone like that could actually win. Just a few minutes ago, Talia was running with her mind spinning in complete chaos. She was absolutely certain he possessed some hidden talent, and she desperately wanted to ask him how he awakened it and what kind of training he did. She recalls the image of Nox after the duels ended, particularly his weak and exhausted posture, the moment he was finally left entirely on his own. What was going on? That was when Talia stumbled upon Nox in this terrible state. Why on earth was he suffering like this if he had supposedly dominated his siblings with sheer intellect and overwhelming talent? Seeing him avoid her gaze, Talia realizes that the rumors of Nox being completely useless are entirely false. With a somber expression, she realizes he simply trained himself to the absolute bone just to secure a victory at all costs. The heavy silence is suddenly shattered as Nox lets out a painful hacking cough. Seeing this, Talia immediately rushes over in a panic, asking if he is alright. But before she can touch him, Nox cold-heartedly slaps her hand away without a single shred of hesitation. With an annoyed look, Nox harshly warns her not to touch him. But on the inside, he is in absolute panic, fully understanding that because he has been trapped in this game for 2 years, his rapid progress must look completely baffling to everyone else. Sweat pours down his face like a waterfall, especially since she was originally the very character destined to kill him. Sullenly, Talia looks down shyly, whispering that she was only. With a face like a guilty puppy, she quietly apologizes for her mistake. Anyone would have their heart melted by this sight, but Nox only blinks in total confusion, uttering a clueless what. Talia von Steeliner then begins to share her thoughts, admitting she never realized he was so serious about the sword, especially since she heard he had been incredibly weak since birth. She assumes that is why he focused solely on physical training and softly apologizes for her misunderstanding. Her eyes dart away in pure embarrassment as she suggests that pretending to be completely incompetent probably was not his original intention, adding that her maid Emma always said people make mistakes. Even so, Nox is left utterly bewildered, panicking over how he should even respond to her. She is just as brutally honest as she was back in the game, even though he knows she possesses the strict traits of a noble knight. She is the daughter of a highly prestigious ducal family. Admitting she was wrong to someone else must be incredibly tough for her. Thinking it over, he tells her that if that is what she thinks of him, she should please keep his bleeding a secret. Hearing his reply, Talia immediately and firmly agrees, promising she will not say a single word. Nox glances at Talia with a bit of hesitation, feeling relieved that he probably does not have to worry about others discovering this issue anymore. With that in mind, he walks right past her, reminding her to keep her promise as he moves forward. But Talia von Steeliner just stands there, silently watching his retreating figure. Night falls and thick darkness completely blankets the grand castle. Inside, Theodor von Reinhafer smiles with deep satisfaction. It seems his guess was absolutely correct. He then turns to his butler, Rodwell, asking what he thinks of Nox's talent. Speaking honestly, the butler admits he first cannot understand why the young master let himself get beaten like that. But compared to other kids of his age and all the other young masters out there, he thinks Nox is easily the best. Pleased with the answer, Theodor von Reinhafer nods in agreement, though he admits there is still something puzzling him. He suspects that Nox is still hiding his true talents from them. Theodor von Reinhafer then orders Rodwell to observe every single one of Nox's actions and do absolutely nothing else, no matter what the boy is up to which the butler respectfully obeys. Putting on his gloves, Theodor von Reinhafer begins to ponder a crucial question. Looking down at his palm, he wonders if his son truly has the talent to inherit the power of the supreme black sword. Clenching his fist, he mutters with grim determination that he does not have much time left. His sudden words catch the butler off guard as he tells Rodwell that his current task is incredibly important. Hearing this, Rodwell bows deeply and promises to do his absolute best. While the night still shrouds the sky, a single room in the castle remains brightly lit. A system notification pops up: training quest completed, and his first victory has been successfully achieved. Nox silently stares at the screen, utterly speechless. Even though this world has become his physical reality, the actual game system and stat window are still fully active here. Suddenly, another notification flashes before him: rewards are being distributed. He receives 3 free stat points, instantly making him ecstatic. This is like hitting the jackpot. But then he raises an eyebrow, complaining that he spent a whole month raising just 2 stamina points, so this really should have arrived sooner. Wondering which stat he should dump these points into, Nox begins tapping away at the screen. He presses his finger against the panel, bypassing physical strength completely to choose luck instead. Luck 10. Smiling with deep satisfaction, he knows that luck is a special stat that cannot be raised through physical training, making it easily the most valuable attribute in the entire game of Inner Lunatic. Nox shifts his gaze to the side, eager to test out the actual value of his maxed out luck. The system announces that 27 wide area sweep benefits have been granted to him, rewarding him with 1 random gacha ticket and 1 single-use skill confirmation ticket as well. Seeing this, Nox lets out a sigh of relief. The system benefits are still active, which is great. He immediately orders the system to start the gacha. Right on cue, a massive gacha machine with a dark and gloomy design materializes directly in front of him. Staring at it, he cannot help but think that this setup looks incredibly creepy. Still, he reaches out to turn the dial, muttering to himself that with his luck stat maxed out, the drop rate for intermediate or higher tier rewards should be around 95%. The eerie machine starts to shake and rumble violently. Low tier is white, intermediate is silver, high tier is gold, and the absolute highest tier is rainbow. Nox watches anxiously, praying for at least a gold tier, and let's see if his luck actually pays off. Right at that moment, the machine spits out a capsule. A brilliant gold light bursts out. Nox waits calmly for the reveal. He is absolutely thrilled as the gold light confirms a high-tier pull. Opening it, the system flashes a notification confirming his tier, congratulating him on obtaining a high-grade trait. Mixed with pure joy and disbelief, Nox stares as the system begins to display the skill information. The Supreme Tower item has a high-grade attribute called Incompatibility. It triggers a debuff that reduces the total stats of everyone else by 20% whenever their total stats are higher than his own. After reading this, Nox gets as excited as a kid with candy. This high-grade item is absolutely unbelievable. He never expected it to come with a powerful debuff skill like this. He glances to the side with a grin. There is still one more reward waiting for him. A system notification pops up. Does he want to use his single-use skill confirmation ticket now? Facing this choice, Nox starts planning. The skill he needs is already decided, being one of those hidden pieces that he can only obtain through a member of the Reinhafer family. To obtain this, he absolutely needs that key skill. Theodore will soon gather his brothers at the ranch, and that is exactly when he will use it. Nox wonders if it is finally time for Garen to return to the Reinhafer family ranch. Some time has passed since graduation at Eldane Academy, and Garen, the second son of the Reinhafer family training to be a knight, is likely still out on a long journey. Nox scratches his head. Between finding the hidden piece and dealing with Garen von Reinhafer, there is no time to rest. The only saving grace is this. He quietly realizes that he probably does not need to worry about Talia anymore. Thinking of Talia von Styliner, she is not the type to break a promise, meaning there is no reason left for her to keep approaching him. Just like that, the next morning arrives. Sunlight filters quietly into the hall. Nox steps out with heavy thoughts, and seriously, his day is about to get a whole lot more complicated. Standing right in front of him is Talia, staring directly and intensely into his eyes. He lowers his head and sighs. Did they not settle everything yesterday, and what more does she want from him now? Talia suddenly gets flustered, stammering and asking him to speak. Confused, he only lets out a soft gasp. Talia stands tall and pats her chest, demanding that he tell her how he managed to grow so powerful in such a short time. Confronted with this sudden demand, Nox can only stand there in complete silence. He closes his eyes, walks past her, and casually tells her to secretly watch him train for a month. Stunned, Talia gasps and wonders if he truly means secretly. Not satisfied without a proper answer, she chases after him and asks him to wait, pleading that they can at least spar, or at least he can teach her how to train. Lost in his own thoughts, Nox recalls that Talia is a person who has always desperately yearned for recognition and approval from her older sister. Turning around, he looks at her and speaks very clearly. Before she even starts asking him for advice, she needs to thoroughly examine her own training methods. With an incredibly serious face, he tells her that she should first think about what kind of talent she actually possesses. This completely stuns Talia, leaving her standing there frozen in shock as if her mind was just blown. Meanwhile, Nox sighs inwardly, realizing he has never tried to comfort anyone before and barely knows what to say. Leaving her with one final piece of advice, he tells her never to compare herself to anyone else. He immediately spins around and walks away like a ghost is chasing him. Yet Talia can only watch him go, unable to utter a single word in response. She frowns with tearful eyes, saddened that he would just walk away like that. Under the bright blue sky outside the castle, Nox breathes a sigh of relief, hoping she will not keep chasing him around. In front of him, the maids, Knight's butler, Rodwell, and Theodore are already waiting. Nox remains deeply lost in his thoughts, realizing he must never let Talia witness him gathering the hidden pieces, especially since she is dangerous enough to kill him. Theodore observes him closely with a deeply serious expression. Bright sunlight washes over the grand grounds. This is the legendary ranch of the Reinhafer family. Strong and healthy horses graze peacefully here. Nox recalls that this ranch is famous for breeding the finest war horses across the 6 continents. Butler Rodwell bows respectfully to Theodore and asks if the patriarch summoned them, to which Theodore simply replies that everyone has finally gathered. Looking at his 3 sons standing before him, Theodore solemnly declares that they must already know the reason he summoned them. From this moment on, each of them must choose a war horse to accompany them for their entire lives. A quiet smile plays on Nox's face, knowing the long-awaited moment has finally arrived. After all, horses are the most sacred beasts across the entire 6 continents, and this is especially true within the proud Reinhafer clan. If anyone decides to walk the path of a mage or a knight, they must choose a horse during their youth to serve as their loyal companion for the rest of their journey. Eldane Academy teaches horsemanship, and there are plenty of massive battles waiting in the later stages of this game. If your horse dies, you must raise a brand new foal entirely from scratch, and teleportation magic is far too expensive to rely on. Nox frowns at the thought. It is an oddly realistic downside, especially since horses are a vital mode of transportation. Shaking off his doubts, Nox regains his resolve, knowing he must choose the absolute best warhorse to secure his future. Suddenly, Theo cuts in and interrupts his thoughts, announcing that as the winner of the recent match, Nox gets first pick. Seeing Nox receive this special treatment, the twins Alan and Hartz look highly displeased as Theo grants him just one single opportunity. As for Nox, he simply offers a calm smile, scanning the horses before him. He walks inside. Theo watches with an unusually gentle smile, quietly wondering which horse his youngest son will choose to ride. Nox steps inside the stable as it unfolds. Before him stands the ranch owner, bowing with deep respect to welcome him. Even the horses seem highly curious, staring back at him with wide, expressive eyes. Nox silently notes that they are actually pretty adorable, calling them good horses. But as he searches for his ideal companion, a particular horse suddenly catches his attention. It has a build and color completely different from the rest. There it is. Nox slowly approaches a sickly gray-skinned horse that looks as if it might drop dead. Turning to Theo with a bright smile, Nox confidently declares that he is choosing this one. Instantly, both of the arrogant twins are left in utter shock. Theo's warm smile from a moment ago completely vanishes, replaced by a dark look. Spreading his arms, the patriarch tells him that he will give him one more chance. Nox stands there utterly confused, wondering why he is being offered another chance. Looking at the shivering, weak horse he selected, he realizes everyone thinks he has made an incredibly foolish and terrible decision. Yet his gaze remains incredibly firm and resolute. Then Nox activates his insight skill to pull up the target's status window. Basic information shows the name is unregistered, the species is an obsidian horse, the attribute is darkness, and the rank is high. Depending on its future growth, it can easily advance another rank, meaning this legendary stallion has the absolute potential to eventually reach the highest tier of all. Seeing this, Nox cannot help but smirk, noting its rare obsidian attribute. This is an incredibly rare attribute in nature named after local gemstones, making this beast a highly sought-after legendary treasure. He glances warily at the clearly dissatisfied Theo, knowing that if the Patriarch had discovered this secret, he would have claimed the horse long ago. Nox quickly regains his triumphant smirk, still despite its hidden potential. Indeed, looking at its terrible traits, no one would ever want it. A critical negative debuff is active, showing a death sentence with only 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes remaining. Nox can only offer a helpless smile, realizing this trait is far more troublesome than an incurable terminal disease. After a brief pause, he speaks with absolute resolve, stating that he will not change his mind and wants this horse. He falls silent again, lost in thought. But with his vast game knowledge, he knows he can save it. Seeing how stubborn the boy is, Theo simply cannot fathom why he would make such a foolish decision. Does he see himself in that weak beast? In the end, the boy is just overly sensitive and fragile, which is a massive disappointment. Offering one last piece of advice, Theo warns Nox that he hopes the boy will not regret his foolish choice. With that, the Patriarch turns and walks away, leaving the entire crowd standing in stunned silence. Seeing their father leave, Alan and Hearts anxiously cry out to him in panic. Nox did not expect things to escalate this far. Was his choice really that disappointing? Suddenly, a voice from nearby calls out, urging the young master to pick a proper horse. It is the head butler Rodwell who personally approaches him, asking the young master to name his new horse. Hearing him, Nox simply asks if it's him. Nox falls into deep thought. All right, a name, huh? After a quiet moment, Nox officially names the stallion Carl. He chooses the name Carl, the very same name he once used to conquer the game Inner Lunatic, making it incredibly meaningful to him. Evening arrives, and the colors of the sunset slowly fade away. Inside a dimly lit room, the doomed horse Nox chose is tucked into a comfortable bed with a blanket, looking like a wealthy executive. Nox sighs, realizing he cannot let anyone discover what he is doing, which is why he brought the horse straight to his room. Now Nox falls completely silent, staring intensely at the weak creature. The horse also looks right back at him with its round, glossy black eyes. Looking into those eyes, he cannot help but marvel at how full of life they seem. With a satisfied smile, he feels like they are both fighting for survival. He tells the horse that it must be struggling just like him, desperately trying to cling to life, even if only for a little bit longer. Then Nox glances over toward the corner, calling out to Jana, telling her that he knows she is hiding right there and better speak up. Instantly caught in the act, Jana slips and faceplants right onto the floor, stammering that she is here. She scratches her head in confusion, wondering how he knew, but Nox just crosses his arms and asks why she always has to fall like that. He points to the gray horse lying down, ordering her to look after it. Jana cannot believe her eyes, seeing a whole horse lying on a bed. She pouts, complaining about having to clean up all this mess. But Nox just smiles gently and tells her that the horse is very sick, so she needs to do her absolute best. Right now, the poor horse on the bed is breaking out in a cold sweat. Feeling completely defeated, Jana finally relents, sighing that she will keep a close eye on the creature. Nox lets out a forced laugh, knowing things are about to get incredibly messy. And honestly, what comes next is going to be absolutely wild, so get ready. Meanwhile, Jana stands before the sick horse, asking it endless questions as if it understands her, asking if its name is Carl, and if it is hungry. Just like that, 3 days quickly pass by. Then out of nowhere, a loud scream shatters the peaceful morning air. It is Jana desperately hugging the gray horse while crying out that Carl has passed away. Nox, however, is not bothered at all, silently thinking that she is crying like it actually died. He remembers how Jana stayed by the horse's side, tirelessly caring for it day and night. Seeing her pure devotion, he actually feels a little bit of pity for her. He quietly observes her, knowing from the very beginning that this was destined to happen anyway. Carl was simply beyond saving. Nox steps forward to calm her down, telling her to stand up because she is being too noisy while he is trying to focus. But Jana remains devastated, sobbing about poor Carl. Entirely unfazed, he cuts her off, telling her not to worry because Carl will soon return and stand right by his side again. This leaves Jana completely dumbfounded, causing her to ask if his head is feeling alright. Nox can only step back with a helpless grin. Then Nox reaches into his pocket and pulls out a mysterious scroll. Spotting the item, Jana timidly inquires about what that scroll could be. Without saying a word, Nox unfurls the scroll and slams it hard onto the table. Magic instantly erupts as fierce pink flames surge forward when he begins channeling his mana right into the scroll. Jana's grief vanishes in an instant, replaced by absolute shock as she witnesses the incredible display. Nox just lets out a heavy breath, grinning widely. Snapping out of it, Jana frantically warns him that using mana is illegal. Completely ignoring her, Nox remains lost in his thoughts, telling himself to test his mana control just one more time. He focuses, threatening Jana that if she makes a single sound, he will put Carl down again and his death will be entirely on her. That finally shuts her up and she covers her mouth with both hands while Nox silently tells himself that he must maintain focus. The entire room glows with a dark purple light as Nox continues to calculate, thinking that legality does not matter right now, especially when he has not even awakened his mana genius traits yet. In this empire, anyone under 15 is strictly forbidden from using mana unless they belong to the imperial family. This law gives the royal children an immense head start in mastering magical skills, placing them miles ahead of normal academy students who only learn about mana much later in life. His eyes burn with pure determination as he prepares to do whatever it takes. Nox presses both hands onto the magic circle, pouring his mana into it like a roaring waterfall. The purple flames grow deeper, and he can feel a faint surge of power vibrating right at his fingertips. His eyes instantly light up, recognizing the raw mana. Smirking with absolute satisfaction at how interesting this is, he decides to use his one-time skill confirmation ticket. Nox opens his palm, holding the glowing violet flame, knowing there is no turning back with the spell he is about to unleash. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, confirming he has successfully acquired the one-time skill Book of the Dead, also known as Necronomicon. An image of a skeletal, skinless hand gripping the ancient grimoire flashes before him. With the target designated, Carl is now eligible to be resurrected as an undead. Nox stands directly before the gray horse as another system prompt appears, asking if he wishes to activate the magic. The undead in Inner Lunatic have two main characteristics. First of all, they are creatures brought back from the dead through dark magic and black mana. Second, just because they are brought back from the dead does not mean they lack an ego. Rather, they are reborn as a far more powerful existence. And most importantly, as steadfast companions, they will show absolute and unconditional loyalty to their master. The catch is that only a single family can turn corpses into the undead, the infamous dark family known as House Marvas. Reinhafer is also known as a dark family, but unlike the pure knights of Reinhafer, House Marvas is a family of necromancers who fully command the undead. So does that mean players without any connection to House Marvas cannot use their skills? No, that is not true at all. He smirks deviously as he selects his one-time skill option, which is the legendary Necronomicon, the infamous Book of the Dead. Right then, a pair of pitch-black hands suddenly rises from the magic circle, leaving Nox completely stunned. More and more of this strange black energy begins to envelope both Carl and Nox. They swarm around Carl, threatening to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Nox coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, a panicked Jonah cries out from the side for her young master. Though pushed to his absolute limit, he still tries to reassure Jonah, telling her it is almost over. Right after that, Nox's face suddenly goes completely blank. Once again, Nox goes far past his physical limit, spitting out another mouthful of blood. He slams his hand against the magic circle in frustration, his mana completely drained, damn it. But then his eyes suddenly light up as he grasps onto a sliver of hope. It turns out that the mana had slowly gathered inside. Carl leaps up, opening his mouth wide. The system then displays a notification of a successful skill activation as Nox watches the spectacle in amazement. Underneath the surging purple mana, the player's summon is finally reborn as an undead. His old black eyes are gone now, replaced instead by a brilliant blinding white. Seeing this, Nox finally reacts, rejoicing that the spell actually worked. As for Jana, she was so worried she nearly burst into tears, but thankfully Nox is unharmed as he slowly stands up. Once on his feet, Nox gently wipes the blood from Carl's mouth. Now resurrected with a much cooler, fiercer look, Carl walks back over to Nox. The status window gradually appears, displaying positive traits like iron stamina, an exceptionally brave steed, and absolute devotion. Basic info shows name Carl, gender male, rank high, age 0, species obsidian, undead, horse, and main element darkness. The destined death trait is temporarily removed for a limited time of 1 year, and his growth rate is boosted by 1.5 times. As an undead, he can be summoned and dismissed freely depending on his master's mana. Nox gently pats Carl's head and makes his declaration. From this moment on, he is his master. Just as he is about to think of his next move, something suddenly startles both Nox and Carl. It is none other than Jana, who happily runs over and tightly hugs them both. Nearly choked by her tight grip, Nox gasps out, asking Jana what on earth she is doing. She weeps like never before, shedding pure tears of joy and relief. Jana rambles on continuously while Nox looks on in complete helplessness. She cries about how he could recklessly use his mana like that, fearing something terrible had happened, and worries that Carl is suffering from some major problem as well. However, Carl just grumpily turns his head away. Seeing this, an outraged Jana demands to know if Carl even realizes how much she cares for him. She jokingly demands her carrots back. Watching the maid and the steed play around helps Nox feel a lot more relaxed. He smiles contentedly, thinking it is finally time to find the next memory fragment. A few days later, under the cover of night, Nox walks up the stairs, step by step, as a horse in the stable neighs softly. He continues moving forward, shrouded in a dark cloak, his true intentions completely hidden. In one hand, Nox holds a glowing object, while the other grips a piece of map. Looking closely at both items, Nox calculates his route, noting that the path has barely changed since his gaming days. He folds the paper up, sighing in pure relief. Nox stares ahead with absolute resolve, holding the second Reinhafer portrait piece. This item is a must-have, a crucial key capable of curing terminal illnesses and wiping out negative status effects. As those thoughts swirl, a loud crash suddenly echoes from deep within the woods, catching his attention. But when Nox grips his sword, tensing up to strike, nothing is there. His face tenses up, wondering if he is just overthinking things, but still, a wooden sign hangs right in the dark woods. Nox looks down grimly, reminding himself that this is no longer a video game but harsh reality. The sign warns of the forest of the lost children, warning kids to stay away because entering means losing your way and your life, while Nox shivers with the grim realization that he absolutely does not want to die a second time. A system notification pops up stating you have entered the forest of the lost children. And here's the catch: fail to complete the quest, and he dies. Leaves rustle in the wind as Nox slowly moves forward. Deep in Reinhafer territory, this forbidden place is shrouded in perpetual darkness and heavy fog, meaning that no matter how skilled you are finding a path, once you enter, you will likely never find a way out. Nox keeps a calm face, realizing that is exactly what the name implies, a place where absolutely anyone can end up becoming a lost child, but there is more to it. Shifting his gaze elsewhere, he recalls that in the actual game, this name carries a completely different meaning. Visualizing a glowing treasure chest, Nox reasons that if an adult is powerful enough to defeat the magic beasts here, they will end up receiving absolutely zero treasure from this location. Nox shivers at the thought, knowing the system scales up the beast difficulty for adults by an absurd margin, making them nearly impossible to beat, which easily pushes the threat rating of this dangerous forest to at least. Nox smiles, whispering that it is around 2.5 stars out of 5, reminding himself that this game really does not play fair. Stretching his limbs, he mutters that during his previous playthrough, he struggled immensely to conquer this dark zone without even knowing what loot dropped. But now he realizes the reward is the perfect match for his terminal illness trait. Finishing his thoughts, Nox steps forward, whispering that it is time. Right after he strikes a light and lifts his burning torch. The fire blazes brightly. Suddenly, a terrifying shriek echoes through the dense trees. A sudden gust of wind whips the flames sideways, but Nox grips the torch tightly, reminding himself that the ultimate key to conquering this forest of lost children is. The thick smoke blends into the dark night in an eerie mystical dance, while he stands perfectly still, focusing on the shifting direction of the heavy fog. But Nox maintains a highly resolved glare, confident that his path lies in the exact opposite direction of the fog flow. Closing his eyes to focus before moving, he suddenly senses something off and immediately tightens his grip on his sword. Nox spins around, calling out, "How long do you plan to hide? Why not show yourself?" Only the heavy silence of the dark forest answers his call. He sighs in pure annoyance. "So you are still going to hide?" Nox draws his sharp blade. He swings hard, slicing through the bushes. Flashing back, Talia von Steylener complains that she cannot believe her stunning looks are completely useless. Staring at her reflection in frustration, she huffs until a sudden voice calls out, "Milady." It is Emma, Talia's loyal maid, who steps forward with a pleading face, begging her lady to please stop, secretly tailing young Master Nox everywhere. She continues, warning that if this keeps up, she will be the one getting scolded. Talia pats her chest reassuringly, telling Emma that everything is fine and she will personally ensure the family never fires her. Emma quickly replies, "No, that is not what I meant." The lamp in Emma's hand illuminates the entire room as she silently reflects that if it were not for the brilliant eldest daughter, Talia would definitely have the talent to become the next successor. Emma wonders why her lady is always acting so incredibly impatient. Perhaps it is because she constantly feels insecure when compared to her older sister. She slowly approaches the bedroom, hoping her lady has finally given up and gone to sleep. But when she steps inside with her lamp, she finds the bedroom completely empty with Talia nowhere to be seen. Emma's face drops in shock, whispering her lady's name. The lamp trembles in her hand as a terrible feeling washes over her, hoping Talia did not run off to find young Master Nox. She instantly yells out for everyone to wake up, prompting a wave of confused questions about what is going on. Meanwhile, back in the forest where Nox is staying, turns out his secret stalker is none other than Talia, blushing red in the bushes with both hands over her head. Shocked by the sight, he calls out her name. She stands up with an awkward smile and Nox asks why on earth she is out here. As she stammers a weak response, Nox's eyes suddenly lock onto a strange creature lurking nearby. He instantly grabs Talia and yells to get back, leaving her crying out in sheer shock. Out from the thick undergrowth, a heavily clawed paw slowly begins to emerge. Its white tail swishes back and forth. A savage wolf emerges with bloodthirsty eyes and drool dripping from its jaws, making Nox realize that this dangerous forest must be Grey Wolf territory. Terrified, Talia clings to Nox, silently panicking that she only brought a single knife with her. The beast paces back and forth right in front of them, carefully assessing the situation. Its piercing gaze never drifts from the pair as it slowly bares its razor-sharp teeth. It throws its head back, opening its jaws to howl. The chilling cry echoes throughout, shaking the entire forest under the bright glowing moon. The deafening howl only grows louder. Yet Nox does not seem even the slightest bit worried about it. Quite the opposite, as Talia is completely consumed by sheer terror. Suddenly, her heart jumps when she sees Nox charge straight forward. He closes the distance in a flash, leaping directly into battle with the beast. The torch tumbles to the ground. Taking the full force of his strike, the wolf instantly collapses to the ground unconscious. Talia watches the scene unfold. Unable to look away, she thinks it is absolutely incredible. Even though it was a wild wolf, she cannot believe how easily he took care of it, turning her eyes to look back at Nox. Nox turns around, a speck of fresh wolf blood splattered across his handsome face. He speaks up, asking one more time what she is doing out here when he originally assumed his own brothers were the ones trailing him. Flustered and unsure of how to answer, Talia nervously laughs that she is just out for a midnight stroll. Obviously not buying the excuse, Nox picks up the torch and warns her to stop joking around or he will leave her there alone. But Talia von Styliner looks absolutely panicked. She quickly reaches out and grabs his arm. He is caught slightly off guard. Talia von Styliner gathers all her courage to explain, stammering that she is not doing anything weird, but she saw how incredibly strong he suddenly became and wanted to be just like him. She admits that after seeing him from her window, she wondered where he was going and guessed he had some secret training methods, which led her to follow him into the deep woods without really thinking things through. Looking satisfied with her answer, Nox silently notes that he is now absolutely sure of 3 things. Looking at Talia von Styliner, he realizes she holds him in high regard and bears no grudge against him, which is actually a good sign. Staring at her, he also realizes that she is a completely fearless girl to follow someone else out in the dark of night. Nox sighs, knowing that since she is a key player, he cannot just leave her behind, so he tells her to follow him from now on. Preparing to walk away, he pauses to add that he wants to make one thing crystal clear. Nox softly explains that he is not trying to be a hero, but is merely handling the situation to save his family from any awkward political trouble. Looking apologetic, Talia mutters that she understands and deeply regrets showing up there in the first place. Seeing her guilty expression, Nox thinks to himself that she likely won't dare to pull a dangerous stunt like this again. Suddenly, Talia stammers out her genuine thanks to Nox. He quietly turns around to look back at her. Meanwhile, Talia shyly clutches the hem of her dress. He looks a bit confused by her. Talia continues, saying she is too, but while speaking her expression suddenly changes. Right in front of them, a pack of gray wolves slowly emerges, prompting her to cry out in absolute terror. He stands there, raising the torch high, staring back at the wolves baring their hungry fangs. The gray wolves snarl viciously at the 2 of them. Terrified, Talia clings to Nox while trembling all over. He hands her the torch and tells her to stay back. He adds that she will get in the way of his sword before stepping toward the wolves. Nox silently thinks that despite some unexpected variables, he first needs to stay completely focused. Looking at the wolves, Nox calculates that this area is just a prologue zone before the main story starts. He tightly grips his sword, remembering the giant beasts, meaning there will not be any boss monsters around. However, an elite monster 1 tier below a boss will surely appear in evolved form of the gray wolf he just fought, the elite gray wolf. Nox feels a bit anxious, but knowing exactly who his enemy is helps. The pack immediately charges at Nox, who silently notes that knowing the foe does not mean things will go smoothly. He charges with his sword to battle the vicious gray wolves silently, noting that sometimes danger strikes before you know it. As the wolves glare with intensifying hostility, Nox grows increasingly anxious, realizing he might get cornered before he even has a chance to react. He glares back at the beasts. The wolves leap directly toward him. Holding his sword tight with 2 hands, he stares at them and recalls how he used to handle these tough moments back when he was Yoo Chan playing Inner Lunatic. With that thought, he grips his sword tightly with 2 hands, raising it high. He slashes fiercely at the wolves, remembering how he used to think of himself as weak trash. After finishing the battle, he lets out a tired sigh. Talia stands nearby holding the torch, utterly amazed, whispering that it is truly incredible, and she is certain he has not even shown his full power yet, as his swordsmanship was far more impressive when he fought his brothers. Looking at the dead gray wolves on the ground, she wonders if he has slain them before, but she hesitates. Recalling Nox's warning to stay back, she silently worries that he still views her as nothing but weak. Talia von Styliner stands there with a sad face. Her eyes suddenly widen in shock. A powerful wind blows hard toward the 2 of them. Nox remains unusually calm as he realizes that it has finally arrived. A massive foot with sharp black claws appears. It is several times larger than the gray wolves from earlier. A new pack emerges 100 times more vicious. Looking at it, he mutters the name Elite Gray Wolf. Meanwhile, in another location, a servant holding a torch calls out for them to bring more light over. Nearby, a warning sign indicates that this is the Forest of the Lost Children, warning that any youngster who enters will surely perish, so no one must enter under any circumstances. The servant looks down at the ground and notices 2 small footprints, confirming they belong to the young master and young lady. With a worried look, he adds that the young master has likely entered the Forest of the Lost Children. He adds that Lady Talia is with him, causing Emma to collapse to the ground in utter disbelief. Emma frantically asks what they should do and insists on going in, but a bearded man stops her, calling her foolish, since that is impossible. The man speaking is head butler Rodwell, prompting Emma to cry out, asking him why they cannot go. He remains completely silent, thinking to himself that even the mighty Reinhafer family has not been able to conquer this territory. After all, the Forest of the Lost Children is the most taboo zone in the entire region, especially for the Reinhafer clan, who are recognized as the strongest dark family in the south. The truth is, there remains a single forest they have never been able to conquer. To put it simply, they just do not have the power to do so. In fact, only children are allowed to step foot inside, meaning it can only be conquered by the young. But this detail has not been made public yet. Butler Rodwell wonders to himself why on earth the young master would ever step into this forest. Looking at the footprints on the ground, he thinks it is unlikely he was lured by some psychic monster. Judging by those careful steps, the young master was moving with extreme caution. The house is brightly lit, contrasting with the dark outside. Rodwell reasons further, there is no sign of anyone breaching the strongest mana barrier in the area. This means young Master Nox chose to enter the forest on purpose. With hands clasped behind his back, he stares into the deep forest. Clenching his fists, he thinks back on how he was once so deeply mistaken. Gazing straight ahead, he knows he can no longer deny the truth. The young master is no longer the weak and submissive child he used to be in the past. With those thoughts, Butler Rodwell speaks aloud. There is only one way for the two of them to return. He explains that the young master must use his own intellect to find a way out of the forest. Hearing this, Emma grows incredibly anxious, her entire face drenched in sweat. The servants can only stand before that terrifying forest, clutching their torches. Tears streaming down her face, Emma tightens her grip, blaming herself for losing the young lady and putting her in such terrible danger. Back inside the forest, Talia draws her dagger. Her eyes are fiercely determined, holding a torch in one hand and a knife in the other. Nox looks at her in admiration. She is terrified, yet she still maintains her focus. He warns her not to attack on her own because she will get hurt, so she should stay back. He tells her to save her strength and run if she is attacked to boost her chances of survival. Yet Talia still looks back with unwavering determination. Looking at the pack of wolves ahead, Nox thinks that defeating a gray wolf elite is not actually that dangerous. After all, the difficulty rating is only 2.5 stars. He secretly hopes Talia will remain cautious and react properly to any threats around them. Glancing at her, he silently praises her quick learning. After all, she is not yet strong enough for him to trust her with guarding his back. Staring at the wolves, Nox decides it is time to strike. A notification pops up. The genius moment has been activated. A powerful golden light envelops Nox as he plans to use this skill to finish the beast in a single blow. The lead wolf ahead, marked with 3 scars over its left eye, silently glares at Nox. Both he and Talia are slightly taken aback. The wolves bare their fangs, staring hungrily at their prey. Seeing this, Nox smirks. Don't tell me this wolf is planning something. Instantly, one of the wolves lunges straight at him. Nox grips his sword tightly and slashes right at it. Surprisingly, the rest of the pack does not charge in. Nox wonders why did they stop. A massive wolf lies on the ground, crossing its front paws with an unusually calm demeanor. Suddenly, the others leap out from nowhere in a surprise assault, but Nox easily blows every single one of them away. The wolf pack relentlessly surrounds him. They howl out in deafening shrieks. Surprised, Nox quickly turns to look. Just as it prepares to strike him, Talia rushes in and slashes her blade across the wolf's back. He stares over at her. Talia shouts out, "Watch your back." Hiding behind a bush, she reminds herself that even though Nox told her to run from danger, she simply cannot do that. Instead, Talia von Steeliner gathers every ounce of her courage. Witnessing this, Nox wonders to himself, "Talia von Steeliner, are you actually trying to help me?" Now perched on a tree branch, Talia von Steeliner holds her torch and asks in deep worry if he is okay, desperately wanting to know if Nox has been injured anywhere. Seeing her reaction, Nox thinks to himself, "I cannot believe Talia actually just saved my skin." Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a strange sound echoes nearby. He swings his sword in a wide arc, instantly blowing the wolf pack back. He stands there, panting heavily. Nox turns to assure her he is fine, though in his head he knows there is zero time for distractions. Hearing this, Talia lets out a sigh of relief. Nox grits his teeth, hating that he just looked so incredibly pathetic. But suddenly something catches his eye. He looks down and realizes his skill effect is actually backfiring. Damn it. A giant wolf paw steps into view, a cold reminder that this life-or-death battle is far from over. The beast glares at him with pure, terrifying rage in its eyes. Nox just smirks, thinking to himself that it is finally time to end this. The two of them circle each other, sizing up their opponent. The wolf locks its gaze on him. Slowly, the beast begins to stalk around Nox. Its stare is absolutely dripping with murderous intent. Suddenly, the wolf unleashes its aura and lunges straight at him with blinding speed. His eyes widen in shock. It is moving way too fast. Nox scans his surroundings in a split second, desperately dodging the beast's lethal attack just in time, but sudden panic washes over him. He freezes in place, realizing this clever beast has set a trap. The horrible realization hits him he was too slow. The wolf connects with a brutal, crushing blow that sends him flying. It all happens in a flash. Witnessing the horror, Talia screams out his name in sheer panic. But the wolf does not stop it, vanishes into the shadows. Covered in deep bleeding wounds, he can only curse his luck. Nox grits his teeth, wondering how a 2.5-star beast can be this insanely strong. He stumbles deeper into the dark forest. Picture this elite gray wolf is acting way smarter than any mob he ever faced in the actual game. Dropping back into his stance, he tries to steady his breathing, blaming his own stupid carelessness. Scanning the area, he realizes he should have known better after seeing how it controlled other monsters. He just never expected this beast to be smart enough to use the terrain to its advantage. A sudden rustle of leaves gives him a fraction of a second before the wolf lunges from behind. Realizing the danger, he tells himself he has to focus entirely on defense for now. He blocks with his sword, biding his time to launch a counterattack. But the agile beast easily slips past his blade once again. Cold sweat pours down his face. The predator stares back, its snarl more vicious than ever. With a deafening roar, it circles him, and Nox knows the beast is just waiting for a moment of weakness. He grips his hilt tighter, knowing his wide swings are leaving him completely exposed. Clenching his jaw, he lets out a desperate roaring cry. But suddenly, his body freezes up as his defensive skill backfires on him yet again. Seizing the opening, the wolf howls and charges straight for the kill. Hearing the beast's triumphant roar, he regrets his own arrogance. He had beaten this game countless times in his past life, but did that make him so cocky that he actually believed he was invincible? Paralyzed with regret, he realizes just how incredibly foolish his overconfidence was. Nox bites down hard, bracing for the worst. His mind goes completely blank as death approaches. He hurls his sword straight into the wolf's eye, wishing in that exact split second that he had a nimble dagger instead. He glances over at Talia, realizing that if the beast can exploit their vulnerabilities, they can absolutely turn the tables and exploit its fatal flaws too. Looking at Talia, Nox realizes he is not the one who will create the deciding wildcard. Nox wrenches his blade free. He lets out a fierce roar. He drives the blade straight into the wolf, landing a devastating fatal blow. The giant wolf shrieks in absolute agonizing pain. Its horrific cries echo endlessly. Nox's hand is shaking uncontrollably from the sheer adrenaline. With that last, desperate strike, the monster finally falls dead. Talia screams his name in sheer terror, but she freezes. More wolves are starting to emerge from the shadows, but unexpectedly, they turn and bolt deep into the woods. Safe for now, Talia leaps down. She rushes over to check on him, asking if he is okay, and Nox just gives a quiet nod of approval. Wiping away the blood, he mutters that he only survived this mess because of her help. But mid-sentence, he abruptly cuts himself off. Seeing her tear-filled eyes, he realizes he was about to thank the very person destined to kill him in the future. She quickly tells him there is no need to worry. Even so, a nasty scratch from the wolf is clearly visible on his arm. Talia starts sobbing, insisting she knew he was hurt and demanding to know if he is actually all right. Nox tries to brush it off as a minor scratch, but as she keeps fussing, he firmly reassures her that he is fine. She finally wipes her tears, relieved that he did not end up with any other serious injuries. Just then, a creepy spider crawls right onto her shoulder. Her face completely loses all color. Hearing a strange noise, Nox whips his head around, wondering if there are still monsters nearby. Terrified, she suddenly throws her arms around him. Caught off guard, Nox calls out her full name. Talia stammers out in absolute panic that there is a giant spider on her. Her eyes widen with absolute horror as she watches the creepy little creature crawl closer and closer to her face. She clings to Nox even tighter, leaving him utterly speechless as he wonders how much longer she plans to hold on. He smirks, realizing the fierce warrior is actually terrified of spiders. Nox casually flicks the spider away and asks why on earth she followed him into a dangerous forest if she gets spooked by tiny bugs. Talia stammers, defensively pointing out that it is a spider and asking if he is not scared at all. Nox teases her, joking that she definitely does not have what it takes to be a proper knight. Blushing red, she yells back in denial while he notes with relief that she has finally let go of him. Out of nowhere, Nox starts coughing violently. Panicked, Talia immediately steps in to ask if he is actually doing all right. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by her concern, he tells her once again not to worry, prompting her to open her mouth to protest. Watching her, Nox realizes that Talia must be carrying her own heavy burdens too. He smiles, knowing deep down he survived because of her, even if her sudden screaming fits make it impossible to say aloud. As Talia keeps fussing and asking if he is truly fine, he simply offers a silent thank you in his head. Nox looks up at the sky, clearing his mind for the next move. For now, their only real priority is finding a way out of this dangerous forest. The afternoon sun begins to set. Right then, the maid drops to her knees and weeps, blaming herself for her lady's death. Watching this, the butler wonders what will happen if they really didn't make it out alive. Looking up at the sky, he realizes that the disappearance of young lady Talia von Steeliner would ignite a war between the two families. After all, too many children had already vanished in this dark forest. He keeps agonizing, thinking of the dark rumors, claiming that the Reinhafer family is nothing but a bunch of useless failures. Suddenly, the soldiers cry out for Lord Rodwell. Look over there, they shout in pure joy as the dense fog of the forest begins to clear away. The butler stands frozen, wondering in disbelief if the forest of lost children has actually been cleared. Talia's maid speaks up, saying she is not entirely sure, but the fog is definitely fading away before their eyes. The butler nods, agreeing that she is absolutely right. He then continues, realizing that this cursed forest has truly been conquered at last. He declares that the single unbelievable outcome they all hoped for has finally become reality. Hearing this, the maid breaks into tears of relief, whispering if this means young Master Nox actually did it. Look closely now, two figures are finally stepping out from the trees. Seeing Nox walk out, everyone cheers in excitement, shouting that the young master is coming. As they watch him return, the crowd breaks into hushed whispers of absolute disbelief. They cannot grasp how he cleared this legendary forest, let alone stepped out of it without a single scratch on his body. The butler cannot suppress his massive wave of joy. It is absolutely certain now. He stares at Nox, realizing the hierarchy among the descendants of the Reinhafer family is about to face a massive shakeup. Nox looks around in confusion, asking why everyone is gathered in such a crowd, while Talia's maid rushes forward with tears streaming down her face, crying out for her lady. The maid wraps her arms around Talia in joy, crying that they were all sick with worry. Meanwhile, the butler looks at them and speaks softly, explaining that the entire household was terrified when she vanished. Nox can hardly believe the family would actually worry about someone as apparently useless as him, knowing that the notorious reputation of their house is about to be shattered. Talia gently comforts her, telling Emma to stop crying, but the maid can only weep and call her lady's name. Right after that, the loyal maid grabs onto Talia von Steeliner with a tight grip. She stands back up and firmly tells Talia von Steeliner that they must go over the 71 rules of the Steel Ranger family, urging her to follow. Seeing her serious face, Talia von Steeliner shrinks back and quickly apologizes to Emma. Emma bursts into a hearty laugh, telling Talia von Steeliner that a humble maid like her would never dare to blame her young lady. She notes that the patriarch himself will personally lecture her on the family rules, causing Talia to start desperately begging Emma for help. Watching them, Nox silently notes that the maid seems to possess a pretty impressive physical strength of her own. Emma then turns to him and bows, expressing her deepest gratitude to young Master Nox for keeping their young lady safe. Talia von Steeliner, with tears still welling in her eyes, weakly mutters that she never actually planned to go with her anyway. Nox simply tells her she managed to resolve her own problems, so do not feel so disappointed. Hearing his soft words, her face instantly turns bright red. The evening sunlight filters through the leaves as the grand mansion comes into view. Back inside his room, Nox tosses his bag and sword onto the couch. Finally over. He sighs as he looks around. He grumbles to himself, finding it hard to believe that Rodwell was waiting outside the woods with an entire squadron of heavy knights. Was all of that really just because of Talia? But then a smirk. Reaching deep into his pocket, he knows he got exactly what he came for. He pulls out a dark ring, thinking of it as a crucial hidden piece. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, notifying him that he has acquired a new relic, the Ring of Black Fire. The system displays the item details next. Name: Ring of Black Fire. Classification: mid to low tier equipment with a darkness attribute. It grants +1 stamina and +1 mana, but can only be equipped by dark magic users. As Nox slides the ring onto his finger, a ghostly skull manifests in the air. The system window explains its special effect. Whenever the wearer defeats an opponent, they will steal a small portion of the target's life force and claim it as their own. The higher the victim's level, the more vitality is harvested. He stares at the ring, knowing that the Ring of Black Fire is the only relic capable of stealing life force, even if this is just the beginning. Not quite. He knows simply owning this ring does not guarantee a long life. He stares at the ring, remembering that a human life cannot be extended forever. Given that he can only harvest a tiny fraction of vitality at a time, conquering his terminal disease is still going to be incredibly difficult. As long as he keeps fighting and growing, there is a chance. Just then, the system confirms he has successfully equipped the Ring of Black Fire. This struggle is infinitely better than waiting around to die on the very edge of a hopeless grave. Already, he can feel a warm wave of vitality and mana slowly rising within his body. Turning toward the door, Nox calls out to Jonna, telling her he knows she is hiding in there and to come out. The door creaks open as Jonah pokes her head out and stammers, asking if the young master can see through solid objects or something. He casually replies that maybe he actually can. Hearing this, she shrieks in absolute horror, asking if that means he can see her naked body as well. Nox immediately bonks her on the head, demanding. She pouts, grumbling about how his light flick feels way more painful than it actually should. Nox drops his hand, telling Jonah to stop talking nonsense and get ready for an arm wrestling rematch, making her sigh. Highly confident, she asks if she will finally get a raise if she wins again, while Nox reminds her of the stakes. But she confidently cuts him off, shouting that if she loses, she will gladly take a 20% pay cut. With that, the two begin starting the count at 1. Nox smirks, confidently counting out 2. Boom, 3 hits, and Nox instantly wins. Jonna stares in absolute disbelief, stammering and wondering what kind of trick he just pulled. She quickly protests, arguing that docking the pay of a maid by 20% would totally ruin the reputation of a noble house. Nox calmly shrugs, admitting that she actually has a pretty good point. But then he reminds her that everyone already knows him as the completely useless trash of the Reinhafer family. He flashes a smug smirk, adding that he could not care less about things like noble honor anyway, leaving Jonna weeping and desperately begging for forgiveness. Suddenly, the system screen flashes right in front of him. His chronic illness trait has triggered, awarding him a level 2 sprained wrist for his efforts. It gets worse as he gets hit with a level 1 flu, making him curse these trash debuffs in his head. He quickly tells Jonna that he will let her off the hook this time, but she needs to bring him a cold towel and some ice immediately. Seeing his pale face, she asks if he is doing okay. Nox quietly tells himself that he should be satisfied with securing this ring for now and that he desperately needs some rest. His body flares with severe pain, making him curse this sick 1+1 combo. He is certain it was those damn demons. The remaining secret pieces of the Ring of Black Brimstone have been sitting in his villa for 6 months since he acquired them. Nox closes his eyes in deep thought, regretting that there hasn't been a single chance to use them yet. A notice hangs on the wall stating that Nox von Reinhafer has been officially punished. He cracks one eye open while keeping the other shut, muttering under his breath. Pushing the door open, he grumbles that he didn't even cause any trouble, especially since he literally cleared out the entire forest of Mia. He can't believe they punished him instead of rewarding him, calling it a complete joke. Nox turns around to ask Jonna for her take, wondering if any of this seems fair. Jonna nervously squeaks, reminding him that as a housemaid, speaking ill of the family head is a one-way ticket to another pay cut. He waves his hand indifferently, promising he won't let her salary drop if she just sides with him. Jogging to keep up, she immediately starts complaining, calling the patriarch far too strict for completely ignoring the feelings of his youngest son. Leaning back in his chair, he reflects on how hard he has worked to adapt to this new life, striving to be a useful person while quietly keeping an eye on the development of everyone. Weighing his options, he knows he cannot continue like this with his lifespan steadily dropping. Even now, the clock is ticking. The system screen pops up to remind him that his terminal illness leaves him with only 147 days left to live. Anger flares as his fists tremble, cursing this damn system for being more obsessed with his death clock than he is. He sarcastically thanks it for the incredibly detailed countdown. Slapping the armrest in frustration, he decides he can't take this anymore and must ask his father for permission to leave the estate. When he calls out to Jonna, she opens the door to explain that she was just preparing his bath, but a sudden knock at the main entrance interrupts them. Butler Rodwell steps inside with a polite bow, informing the young master that the patriarch has summoned him to his chamber. Nox looks up, completely caught off guard. The scene violently shifts to a brutal battlefield littered with fallen soldiers, scattered swords, and rivers of blood. Flashing back to the past, Theo holds his sword with absolute unmatched valor. On the night of the purge, dark red clouds choke the sky as vicious demons swarm the air. Their faces twist with bloodlust, growling and snarling as they hunt for human prey. Theo, the legendary warrior, ruthlessly cuts down every single one. His blood-drenched blade remains tightly gripped in his hands. A sharp gaze sweeps across the battlefield. With a quick slash, he completely disintegrates the swarming pests. Now sitting in his grand chair, he closes his eyes to recall the endless beast horde from that fateful day. He remembers those dragged away and the bloody purge night. His eyes drift half open, everything feeling like a terrible nightmare. He sits in his chair, lost in deep, silent thought. Calculating the future, the patriarch hopes one day one of his sons will learn to wield the supreme dark sword. He considers the options with a trace of exhaustion, knowing sentimentality is useless. Targeting a child with real proven talent is much safer, because out of all of them, that child will eventually have to kill him with their own hands. From outside, a voice calls out to him, announcing the young master is almost here. As Butler Rodwell steps inside, Theo simply responds with a quiet sigh that he is too late. He orders him to be brought in immediately. In his mind, Theo is amazed that the boy cleared Mia's forest, a place even he didn't know how to conquer. Yet that kid Nox actually managed to do. This time he should probably praise the boy. He continues to reflect on why this reward was delayed so long. It was because of the fierce opposition from the family vassals. He stares intently at the comprehensive investigation report, letting his mind wander. Those stubborn vassals refuse to believe that Nox, a kid who was once utterly useless at everything, could change so rapidly, and they have already started investigating whether the boy actually cleared the forest himself. Theo rests his chin in his hand, quietly reflecting that even he cannot simply ignore the collective opinions of the family vassals. Therefore, allowing them to conduct this investigation was still a necessary step. Suddenly, someone opens the door, causing him to look up. It turns out to be Nox. He politely bows and greets him, saying it is an honor to meet the head of the family. Theo tells him to stand up. Nox immediately rises and nods in respect. Then the father slowly tells him he must already know that his reckless actions were wrong, and Nox casts his eyes down, agreeing quietly. Interlocking his fingers, Theo tells him that fulfilling his duty is his absolute obligation. Even if one is deemed completely useless, merit must still be rewarded, which is precisely why he called Nox here to discuss his prize. Hearing this, Nox looks utterly bewildered, asking if he gets a single wish. Theo looks at him and calmly states that he will grant any wish Nox desires, no matter what it is. With his father's words echoing, doubts flood Nox's mind. Did he really say he could have absolutely anything? Looking at his father's mysterious face, Nox thinks to himself that even as a hardcore gamer who grinded Inner Lunatic day and night, this is his first time seeing Theo give out a reward. With a deeply pensive look, Nox wonders why his usually harsh and strict father is acting this way. It feels like he is being shot in the head, or rather stabbed in the back. Immediately, the boy speaks up clearly, asking if he truly means anything. Theo silently stares at him for a moment. He then stands up, slams the desk, and loudly declares that he will grant anything as the head of House Reinhafer. He continues swearing that this promise is absolute, bound by the eternal and glorious history of the Dark Sword. Seeing his father's dead serious expression, Nox realizes the man isn't joking around at all. Of course, if the request is too ridiculous, the patriarch warns, he will have to completely reevaluate his son, though he trusts Nox would never ask for such a foolish thing. Hearing this, the boy calmly replies that of course he understands and asks for some time to think it over. Theo readily agrees and tells him that his house arrest is now officially lifted. However, he sets a strict condition for Nox, warning him not to cause any more trouble like last time, to which the boy immediately agrees. He finishes by reminding him to always remember in his heart that he is a Reinhafer. The very next day, everyone gathers down in the main hall. A girl with a gentle face offers him a sweet, warm smile. The orange-haired girl bids him farewell, eagerly saying she will see him soon at Eldane Academy. Nox merely shrugs, trying to ignore her words, but she remains completely unfazed, cheerfully promising to find him later and telling him not to forget. Observing this, the butler gently tells Nox that he really should answer the young lady, forcing the boy to let out a deeply defeated sigh and finally agree. He casually tells her that as a condition, she must become an official knight before they meet again. She is absolutely thrilled, instantly making him promise to keep his word. He teases her, advising that she should at least stop panicking and throwing a tantrum whenever she runs into a giant spider. Hearing that, the girl's face immediately falls, looking incredibly annoyed. She instantly delivers a powerful punch straight to his stomach, leaving Nox groaning and wishing he had never mentioned that stupid spider. He gazes up at the sky, regretfully thinking he should have just said a wolf instead. Gathering all her courage, she proudly declares that she will return after officially becoming a knight, so he had better make sure to keep his own head safe until they meet. The terrifying suggestion leaves Nox completely frozen, wondering if she actually intends to chop his head off. The maid speaks up to express her deepest gratitude to everyone, especially young Master Nox, but upon hearing this, he dismisses her, stating the still in her family has no business with him, so there is no need for thanks. The maid simply smiles, thanking him once again for stepping in to save young Lady Talia von Steiliner. His face remains completely blank, but he lets out a quiet sigh, admitting that he never actually planned on saving her in the first place. Gently waving her off, he tells her to just go and stop bothering him. Looking back, he silently watches her walk away, wondering why another person has departed. Watching the falling leaves, Nox falls into a deep state of reflection, realizing that despite not knowing why, he is slowly growing accustomed to this strange new life. Rubbing his stomach, he admits to himself that it is quite fun. Suddenly, the system flashes a brutal warning that due to his terminal illness, he only has 146 days left to live, leaving him utterly frozen. Staring upward, he realizes that with only 146 days left, he cannot relax. A few days later, Jonna enters the room and suggests to Nox that it is about time he hires a new maid and a personal servant. This gets him thinking, as the mention of a maid suddenly sparks his memory. Just then, the butler walks in with a warm greeting, prompting Nox to ask Rodwell what business brings him here so early. Pointing behind him, the butler explains that Eldane Academy has sent over an apprentice maid to serve him starting today, so he brought her along to introduce her to the young master. The girl bows politely to introduce herself, saying it is an absolute honor to meet her new master and that she is Zitri de Lobelia, his exclusive maid starting today. Hearing that, he calmly introduces himself, stating that he is Nox von Reinhafer of the Reinhafer family. His gaze locks onto Zitri with intense focus, silently questioning who she really is. But within seconds, his system screen flares to life, laying out her entire status profile. Her name is Zitri de Lobelia, a 15-year-old human with earth magic, 4 talent stars, and traits that paint her as a dedicated but deeply troubled girl. Her negative traits are highly alarming, listing her as a two-faced master of lies and a spy with a stamina of 8-5 mana, 1 luck, 3 will, and 22 charm. The system also reveals her master-level housework passive and her shocking active status, showing she is currently operating under the direct command of Theodor von Reinhafer. Theodor von Reinhafer is one of the most formidable villains and strongest entities in this entire world, making many wonder how he managed to climb to his current position. Many have questioned whether he reached the pinnacle of power through his legendary swordsmanship alone, and there is absolutely no doubt that his martial prowess is truly exceptional. However, the real reason Theo was able to rise as the supreme leader of the Reinhafer family is his absolute paranoia and deep distrust of everything and everyone around him. He tells her that he is placing massive expectations on her shoulders. Yes, my lord. He notes she lost her status as the successor of the Lobelia family, promising that if she performs well, the Reinhafer family will readily back her claim to the inheritance. She vows to support the young master with all of her heart. Instead, she plans to closely monitor him and report every detail back to Theodore. He warns her never to forget who her true master is. From this very moment, Nox knows he cannot afford to hesitate even a little. The spies Theodore sent are likely trying to confirm if the soul inside this body is truly Nox. Demonic possession is a common occurrence in Inner Lunatic, and the original Nox was a tragic character whose soul got stolen by demons countless times in the main storyline. But that is perfectly fine as long as Theodore never uncovers his true identity. But the real issue is Zitri. Even though Zitri is not deeply tied to the main plot, it would be a massive waste to just cast her aside like this, especially since she was originally destined to inherit the ultimate leadership of the Lobelia family. However, her parents were ruthlessly murdered by none other than her own uncle. And following that tragedy, she lost her rightful position as the family heir. What happened next was inevitable. She ended up working as a maid for the Reinhafer family, just to escape the oppressive surveillance of her own relatives. On the outside, she always maintains a bright and cheerful facade, but underneath her genius and honest nature lies a mechanical, miserable spy who is forced to lie to survive. Her spirit has been completely shattered and worn down, leaving her on the very edge of a total mental collapse. And because of that deep despair, before the very first act of the main storyline even begins, she will end her own life. What should he do now? Would altering the original flow of the story by saving a person who was always destined to die truly be the correct decision? Even though he knows doing this is basically putting his own neck in a noose. The next day, from this day forward, we are going to hunt monsters inside my territory forest, and of course you two will follow and support me. Wait, hunting monsters in our territory? I think I will suddenly call in sick for this. Nox understood. Zitri de Lobelia, on the other hand, couldn't agree with everything. It was completely normal for a maid to be scared of monster hunting. After all, it was a ridiculous request. Answering right away, Jana, I know you've used all your vacation days. You won't be taking sick leave today. How can you do that, young master? Have you forgotten I'm the useless, incompetent one, right? If you don't do what I say, I'll cut your pay. I'll go easy on the new ones and just have their usual salary. How about that? Young master, do you want me to bring a bow or a sword? Should I report to Lord Rodwell that you'll be leaving the mansion before we prepare? Oh, right. Now then. His main priority now was to increase his lifespan, because now he could go anywhere he wanted. Young master, wait. A few days later, the Lost Children forest gradually transforms back into a normal woods after being cleared out. A wild, fierce wolf howls, letting out a bone-chilling shriek. Nox moves with blinding speed, striking his target with a cold, expressionless face. Nox delivers powerful, decisive strikes, leaving the fierce beast whimpering on the ground. That quick victory secures some nice loot for Nox. The system alerts him that he has stolen a tiny fraction of the White Wolf's vital life force. With the monster finally dead, Nox takes a breather. That quick victory has extended his lifespan by another 2 hours, though he cannot help but wonder if he has already cleared out every single wolf in this zone. Nox casts a quick glance over the area. Looking at the wolf carcasses scattered across the bloody grass, he calculates his returns. Since this quick run earned him 2 extra hours of precious life and the other beasts met the exact same fate, he quietly muses to himself that this little outing turned out to be quite a success. Watching from the side, Zitri de Lobelia smiles and asks if he is feeling exhausted, yet noting that they have been hunting for almost an hour now. Hearing her question, Nox cannot help but curse silently in his mind. Damn it. He realizes that without activating his genius time, it takes him way too long just to hunt a few monsters. Taking the bottle from his maid, Nox realizes all this exhausting effort has only bought him 1 extra hour of life. He eagerly chugs the water down. While he already knew the math would be pretty rough, this is still way worse than his initial plans, especially since he cannot just spend every waking hour of his life running around hunting beasts. His mind keeps racing, but the biggest issue is that the monster population here is strictly limited. Meanwhile, Zitri de Lobelia stands there completely calm. On the other hand, Jonah is absolutely terrified. Seeing the wolf carcasses scattered all over the place, she turns pale with pure panic. As for Nox, he feels like collapsing right here. At this rate, his grand plans for a comfortable life are about to go up in smoke. Nox lets out a heavy sigh, realizing the lack of monsters in this area is a massive problem. Facing her depressed master, Zitri de Lobelia gives a wry smile to reassure him, saying she cannot believe he thinks a lack of monsters is the issue. If anyone else heard him, they would think he had completely lost his mind, while Jonah shrieks in shock. "Young master, what on earth are you saying?" Suddenly, Nox catches something suspicious. Look closely. His eyes widen slightly as a strange glowing light flickers deep inside the forest. But Nox quickly looks away, telling his two maids that there is nothing more to do here. "Let us head back," and they both reply in unison. Zitri de Lobelia attentively asks if she should prepare a warm bath for him, promising to get the water temperature absolutely perfect for his relaxation. Thinking to himself that she truly is a genius assistant, he tells her that he wants to bathe before dinner, so she must keep the timing perfectly precise. Zitri de Lobelia beams with a bright smile, telling him to leave everything to her. Jonna frantically chimes in from behind, begging him not to forget her as she will clean his room, to which he flatly replies to do whatever she wants. With that, Jonna grabs her basket and bow, quickly heading off. Meanwhile, Zitri de Lobelia keeps a shy, gentle smile on her face. Nox calls out to her, and she immediately responds, waiting for his command. With a slightly serious look on his face, he tells her he has a question. Hearing this, Zitri de Lobelia suddenly grips her skirt tightly, with both hands freezing in place. Nox stares directly at her and asks who she truly serves. Caught completely off guard by this sudden question, Zitri de Lobelia freezes in shock. At that moment, his system screen updates with her details, classifying her as a genius supporter with various positive and negative traits. Nox stares at the panel and reflects that no matter how magnificent a greatsword is, it is completely useless if he cannot actually swing it. Staring intently at Zitri de Lobelia, he silently decides that he will not hesitate to throw her away if she cannot be used. While he patiently waits for an answer, visible confusion and deep anxiety write themselves all over the maid's face. Faced with her tense silence, Nox presses further, asking if that is her final answer. Sweating profusely, Zitri de Lobelia nervously stammers that she has not even said anything yet. She desperately tries to defend herself, but before she can finish, Nox cuts her off, saying he already knows. Keeping his suspicious eyes locked on her, he reassures her that he has no plans to interrogate her further. He adds that he is actually quite grateful that she did not lie to him. Hearing this, Zitri de Lobelia stays completely silent, her wide eyes filled with a mixture of deep anxiety and sheer shock. Looking at the trembling girl, Nox calmly states that it does not matter who she serves, as he will still treat her as his own subordinate. This revelation leaves Zitri de Lobelia even more stunned. Walking away, Nox quietly tells her that she can use him however she wants, as that is all he has to say. Looking at his retreating back, Zitri de Lobelia can only stand there in silence. Meanwhile, Nox is lost in his own thoughts, questioning if having mutual trust is even a real possibility, but he believes it makes far more sense for the two of them to just use each other. Zitri de Lobelia sinks to the ground, her eyes filled with deep disappointment. Nox has clearly realized this already, thinking that a mutually beneficial relationship is the only thing he wants to keep between them anyway. As night slowly falls over the mansion, a remarkably soft and gentle voice echoes from within. It turns out to be Jonna, who is lying in bed and complaining to herself. She wonders if young Master Nox is being a bit too harsh, imagining him saying things. Jonna pictures Nox as a smiling demon, imagining him mocking her in a dark voice, asking what the point of training is if she cannot even keep up. Clenching her fists in frustration, she keeps grumbling about how intense their training sessions always end up being. Jonna turns to ask if she agrees that he is too much, but Zitri de Lobelia only offers a soft smile and agrees. Zitri de Lobelia looks quietly at the scenery outside the window. Countless thoughts race through her mind as she recalls the rumors of young Master Nox changing his entire personality, gossip she heard constantly during her time with the Lovia family. She feels quite anxious thinking about it. She used to believe those rumors were entirely baseless, since it is incredibly rare for a person to change so drastically overnight. Zitri de Lobelia recalls the image of Nox swinging his sword to slaughter those wolves. Yet people claim he even took down the formidable twins with a single strike to secure his admission into the academy. He is also someone who firmly established his own standing in his family, unlike her current miserable situation. Deep despair washes over Zitri de Lobelia as she reflects on her fallen status despite once being the highly respected and rightful successor of her family. Her fingers gently brush against her pendant as she recalls the words he spoke to her earlier today. She remembers Nox telling her to simply use him as much as she wants, stating that was all he had to say. Zitri de Lobelia wonders in a daze what he actually meant by that. Shortly after, a completely baseless rumor begins circulating within the Reinhafer family. The gossip claims Zitri de Lobelia has been officially cast out by her own family, making her unworthy of serving the Reinhafer household. Her hand drops the letter in sheer disappointment. The words on the paper clearly state for the head of the Loavia family to listen. She is branded as a useless former successor, sold out by her own bloodline destined for harsh punishment. Zitri de Lobelia clenches her fists in absolute fury and despair. But those cruel words remain deeply etched in Zitri de Lobelia's mind. Stripped of every right she once possessed as the direct successor of her family, she breaks down crying more and more as the grim reality sets in. Sorrow fills her eyes, yet a faint smile plays on her lips as she realizes she probably cannot stay with the Reinhafer family any longer either. She knows this is only natural. After all, the Reinhafer family stands at the absolute pinnacle of the Dark Clans. Zitri de Lobelia knows that even though she only worked as a maid serving one of their sons, her time is up. Leaning against the wall with a quiet sigh of relief, she accepts that a stripped commoner like herself holds no right to serve him anyway. She gently opens the door to slip away, knowing she will soon be discarded or reassigned to a new master. With that final thought, Zitri de Lobelia leaves decisively. She throws open the door and greets everyone with a bright smile. The other maids working in the kitchen turn around, staring at Zitri de Lobelia with awkward, distant looks on their faces. The weather today is not on her side, with the dark sky rolling in as birds fly back to their nests. Suddenly, a white wolf lets out a horrific shriek as a blade slashes deep across its chest. As it collapses, Jana watches Nox decisively finish the beast before leaning over to whisper a question to Zitri de Lobelia. She notes his expression lacks any trace of satisfaction. Jana wonders if the young master seems to be pushing himself far harder today. Jana can barely believe her eyes. He is so different now, whereas in the past he used to show at least a little mercy. Her mind is filled with endless questions about his strange, cold demeanor during today's hunt. Zitri de Lobelia is equally curious about what triggered his rapid change, softly questioning if it is really true. She is clearly deeply worried about him, and the entire situation is making her feel rather uneasy. His blade is completely coated in thick wolf blood. Messy but inevitable. Closing his eyes, he thrusts the blade into the ground, letting the remaining blood splatter across his clothes. It is unclear what he is waiting for, though. He seems quite disappointed. The time is almost right, yet the hidden beast still refuses to show itself. According to Nox's knowledge of the Forest of the Lost Children, a mysterious hidden boss will spawn once the remaining monster population drops to 20%. Sheathing his weapon, he realizes he has slaughtered countless white wolves just to speed up the process. He knows slaying the boss will boost his stats, though he remains skeptical that his efforts will yield any results today. Suddenly, a sharp rustling noise in the nearby bushes catches Nox's attention just as he is preparing to turn and walk away. Before he can even react, a blur flashes right past his eyes and vanishes, leaving no trace of its true form. This catches Nox completely off guard. The beast moves faster than the wind, showcasing a level of speed that is in a league of its own. This only fuels Nox's excitement. He knows that a true hidden boss simply has to be at least this challenging. Without even a single minute to catch his breath, Nox is forced to battle a massive mutated royal wasp king, and this giant pest is going to be incredibly annoying to deal with. Using his top-tier combat skills, he easily evades every single attack. The beast throws his way, knowing full well this is a monster he can absolutely take down on his own. But while he is fighting with everything he has, one of his maids suddenly cries out. Her shout forces Nox to turn around. Looking at Zitri de Lobelia's face, he can see pure shock and has no idea what is happening to her. He could not have imagined this. She blocked a massive monster attack to protect Nox. But Nox does not think her action is heroic at all, because his supreme self-confidence tells him that even without Zitri de Lobelia throwing herself in harm's way, he could have easily dodged or blocked that attack on his own. He freezes in place, completely baffled as to why she would risk her life to save him, with everything happening too fast for his brain to process. Still, he cannot deny Zitri de Lobelia's sheer bravery in confronting that terrifying wasp, wondering how many people would actually charge toward a deadly monster that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As she collapses, his internal thoughts clash completely with his outward attitude as he resolves to exploit this sudden development to its absolute limit, all so he can successfully save her life. Nox's face twists in pure rage as he grinds his teeth, wanting nothing more than to rip the beast apart, and the system instantly triggers his exclusive skill, Time of a Genius. In her tragic memories, while she sobbed on the floor as a child, her parents never bothered to find out why, only grumbling to each other about why their beloved Zitri de Lobelia kept falling down and noting that her knee injuries never seemed to fully heal. Staring at the backs of her departing parents, a heavy anxiety settled deep within her as she realized that, just like they said, her physical and emotional wounds might never fully heal. Even now, that dark thought haunts her mind, knowing it applies not just to her physical knee injuries but also to the bleeding wounds in her heart, leaving her to wonder if it was a tragic prophecy for her future. Nox suddenly turns around and demands to know who she serves. His sudden, unexpected question catches her completely off guard, leaving her flustered and wondering who she is truly supposed to be loyal to. Instantly, the image of a man flashes through her mind, her own father smiling warmly at her. But then those painful memories turned dark, recalling the ruthless monster who slaughtered his own bloodline just to usurp the position of family head, claiming everything would belong to him. Trapped in her chaotic thoughts about where her loyalty lies, another man's face appears, recalling his cryptic words to use him however she likes, because he intends to do the exact same to her. Meanwhile, Nox and Jana are deeply terrified as they look at Zetri de Lobelia's critical, unresponsive state. As the system alerts Nox that he successfully defeated the beast and earned a special reward, sweat and tears mix on his face, showing his intense raw worry for Zetri de Lobelia as he begs her to just hold on a little bit longer. Reassuring her that the danger has passed and he is taking her home, Jana urges him to leave immediately, stating they must get back to the family mansion as quickly as possible. Staring up at Nox, her vision is filled with his face, and despite her severe injuries, she feels no pain, only silently calling him a hypocrite for looking so worried when he claimed he only wanted to exploit her. Staring into his eyes, she quietly searches her own soul, deeply wondering why she feels this way. His face begins to fade from her sight like a fogged-up window pane, leaving her with a lingering question of why her heart just skipped a beat. Her thoughts suddenly cut short as a single tear falls, sensing a strange trace of anger buried deep inside his spoken words. Holding a letter in his hands, Theo's face darkens with frustration, realizing that this situation has become incredibly problematic. The butler had already investigated her entire background to the core, reporting that the details in the letter are completely true and that the Lobia family has officially severed all ties with young Zetri de Lobelia. In his eyes, she is nothing but a pawn, as the only reason he brought her here was to eventually seize complete control over the Lobelia family. Theo's calculation is incredibly deep, keeping Zetri de Lobelia completely in the dark, especially now that the Lobelia family has lost their leader and fallen into total chaos. He had believed this instability would be the perfect chance to take over their entire household, assuming their internal power struggle would completely shake up the heir's position and ruin their future. Just like maneuvering a knight on a chessboard, Theo wants to expand his power, believing that with the intervention of the Reinhafer family, they can easily force them to submit. However, the letter in his hands contains terrible news that makes Theo deeply uneasy, revealing that Zetri de Lobelia has been officially exiled and completely stripped of all her rights as a direct descendant, rendering her entirely useless. Before any of his grand plans can even begin, realizing she holds no value left to exploit, he asks the butler for his thoughts on what they should do with Zetri de Lobelia now that she is useless. Always acting for the greater good of the household, Rodwell is determined to protect the family interests, advising that while it is unfortunate they cannot allow a nameless maid with no backing to remain by young Master Nox's side, as it would cause the high society to look down on him at Eldane Academy. It seems the butler already has a plan, suggesting they quietly resolve this matter on their own, a sentiment that Theo fully agrees with. Right before the door is suddenly thrown open, a servant suddenly bursts into the room completely out of breath, a rude intrusion that immediately enrages the butler, who demands to know how he dares enter without permission, forcing the panting servant to quickly beg for forgiveness. But the news the servant brings immediately drains the color from Theo's face as they report that young Master Nox has returned with an injured maid from his hunt. The servant explains that the maid was poisoned and is in critical condition, adding that Nox has been burning through extremely rare and expensive antidotes without permission, which is why he rushed to report it. Rodwell instantly realizes which priceless items Nox must have targeted, asking in disbelief if the young master used their sacred elixir, and the servant hesitatingly confirms that he indeed did. The wrinkles on the butler's forehead deepen as he calculates how much of a fortune Nox has just wasted, unable to believe the young master has grown so close to a mere maid so quickly, while Theo looks on in growing frustration. Theo absolutely detests the idea of Nox getting involved with her, knowing how dangerous personal emotions can be, when suddenly a desperate voice calling out for Zetri de Lobelia to wake up echoes throughout the mansion, with Jana staying right by her side, tending to her crying tears of relief upon seeing Zetri de Lobelia finally open her eyes. Jana grips the bedsheets and continues to sob loudly, expressing how incredibly happy she is that her friend survived. Zetri de Lobelia is deeply worried about Nox. She keeps asking what just happened and if her young master is truly safe. But now she suddenly remembers her own actions. How did she even find the courage to behave so boldly back there? With Jana's notoriously short memory, only a few key details stick. She remembers the young master giving Zetri de Lobelia some rare antidote, maybe ginseng. Whatever it was incredibly precious. Nox had demanded the doctor use it immediately, ignoring his protests and threatening him if he refused. Even though Jana is a loyal maid, she still loves to complain about her master. But this time, Nox really showed a different side, even though his own wounds are still heavily bandaged. Zetri de Lobelia is stunned. Why would he use such a rare treasure on her? Her hands tremble as she clutches the bedsheet. Was he not just using her as a tool? Seeing her try to get up, Jana quickly steps in to stop her. She tells her to rest since her wounds are still healing, but Zetri de Lobelia only wants to find Nox and ask him directly. She demands to know where the young master is. Jonna finally remembers Nox's instructions. He went to find the Chamberlain and wanted to be updated the moment she woke up. Before leaving, Jonna reminds Zitri de Lobelia to rest well and promises she will return soon. Once the door closes, silence fills the room. Of course, Zitri de Lobelia does not listen. She immediately gets out of bed and walks over to her suitcase to look for something. She carefully packs her things, organizing her books with quiet determination. She neatly folds her shirts, telling herself she does not belong here anymore. The truth is, Zitri de Lobelia struggles with deep self-doubt. She believes she is no longer worthy of staying. Overwhelmed by sadness, she can only clutch her treasured pendant and prepare to slip away. Gently opening the pendant, she looks inside. This is her most prized possession. It holds a picture of her parents. She takes the photo out, gazing at it one last time before placing it. She decides to leave a note. She thanks him for the rare medicine that saved her life, knowing how valuable it was. Though she does not want to leave, she writes her final words of gratitude. The letter and necklace sit by the window. Her suitcase is light, yet her hands shake as she grabs it. Suddenly, a familiar voice stops her in her tracks. Nox stands there asking where she thinks she's going. She is completely shocked to see him right now. They cross paths on this very road. Nox has not even changed his clothes yet before rushing to find her. He demands to know where she is going. Let us look back to how this situation even started with the doctor. The Dr. Rodwell had argued that the medicine was far too valuable, but Nox did not care about the cost. Rodwell had pleaded that they needed the Patriarch's permission first, but with Zitri de Lobelia covered in blood and losing consciousness, Nox was not about to wait around. His face darkened as he stared at the hesitant physician. Nox coldly asked Rodwell if he held a higher authority in this family than the young master himself. Terrified, the doctor apologized immediately. Nox wasted no more time. He ordered Rodwell to treat her immediately, promising to handle his father later. Rodwell quickly obeyed while Jonna watched by the bed in tears. She anxiously asked if Zitri de Lobelia would be okay. Rodwell administered the medicine, assuring her the poison had neutralized and she would recover soon. Hearing this, Jonna let out a massive sigh of relief. Seeing Nox look so distant, Jonna softly called out to him. He turned and told her to report to him the exact moment Zitri de Lobelia woke up. Now, inside a luxurious room, a powerful voice speaks. Nox's father, Theo, notes how rare it is for his son to visit him. Nox kneels before him with a grim expression, immediately activating his acting master trait. Theo watches quietly. Nox keeps his head low and asks for just one thing. He reminds his father of the promise to grant him one wish. Theo confirms this. Nox looks up with absolute resolve. He demands that Theo hand over Zitri de Lobelia, the maid who had been cast out of her own family. Nox looks down, lost in thought. A massive butterfly effect could alter the future story. But so, what if she is Theo's spy? That detail does not even matter anymore. That stuff is not important anymore, kid. Looking back at everything that went down today, especially when he saw her desperately trying to save his life, he realized a few things. He remembers the vague answer she gave him last time, something she just could not say outright. He remembers Zitri de Lobelia on her knees, deeply lost in thought. She already proved everything through her actions, and Theo agrees. Theo replies, I understand. If that is your wish, it will be done immediately. A moment later, Nox stands up. He turns to walk away, but he speaks to his father, the Patriarch, saying, Your unworthy son has one more matter to discuss. Theo grunts in curiosity. Theo nods, Speak. Nox speaks firmly, Even if you are my father. A warning pops up, acting master proficiency is dropping due to your highly agitated state. Nox raises his voice in anger, Please do not. He finishes with a final warning, Bother my people ever again. Inside a room shrouded in deep shadows, Nox spots the blue-haired girl holding a suitcase and asks, Where do you think you are going? Zitri de Lobelia looks down and replies, About that I am actually leaving. I do not think this place is suitable for me anymore. Her voice trembles as she continues, Thank you so much for absolutely everything you have done for me. Hearing this, Nox looks at her calmly and says, Let me ask you one more time. Where on earth are you going rather than staying to serve as my personal maid? Zitri de Lobelia looks down, hesitating, But you already know the answer. I took a direct order from the Patriarch himself. I was sent to monitor you. I lied to you, she says, tears streaming down her face. Then she stammers in confusion, But why? Why are you still trying to keep me here? Even though I am the one who deceived you. Crying out, she screams, I would have no right to complain even if you threw me out this instant. So why are you doing this? Nox stares at the weeping girl, thinking, So this is the real Zitri de Lobelia behind her fake mask. This fragile side of her actually makes her feel like a real human being. A person who chooses not to give up, struggling to push through no matter how dark and difficult things get. He softly speaks, Humans tend to deceive each other quite a lot when they first meet. Zitri de Lobelia cries out, But I committed a truly terrible mistake against you. Nox calmly responds, And that is exactly the reason. He continues, After causing all this trouble, do you really think you can just leave without making amends? Who said I ever gave you permission to walk away like that? Zitri de Lobelia whispers, I am sorry, master. Reaching his hand out to her, he says, Zitri de Lobelia, you will stay here. I do not care what my father thinks, and I do not need the Lobelia name attached to you. Stepping closer to her, he places his hand over his heart. I only need your talent. Hearing this, Zitri de Lobelia softly whispers, young master. Walking past her, Nox raises his voice, so I want you to stay. Help me by standing right by my side until you have fully paid back for the mistakes you made acting as my loyal maid. Hearing this, Zitri de Lobelia stands frozen in shock, but just a second later, she cries tears of deep gratitude. She replies, I understand, young Master Nox. As he walks away, she watches his back and silently vows to stay by his side, helping him forever. Nox smiles warmly and says, very well. Suddenly, Zitri de Lobelia asks, you asked me a question before. You asked me who I served, didn't you? He nods, yes, I did. She smiles, and now you finally know who that person is, right? Nox gently replies, yes, I know. I have always known who it is. Inside the bustling mansion, gossip is spreading. Let me tell you, they say the young master actually threatened that famous pharmacist himself. He literally swore he would kill the man right then and there. Jana excitedly gossips, explaining how that terrified pharmacist had to comply. Nox suddenly appears and interrupts her. Jana, can you please stop talking behind my back? Startled, she gasps, you heard everything. Nox clenches his fist, calling her out. She's definitely going to claim she never talked trash just to get out of trouble. Jana flinches in guilt, quickly slapping her hand over her mouth. Spotting Zitri de Lobelia nearby, Jana quickly pivots, asking if she is feeling better and telling her not to overwork herself while offering to do the laundry instead. She then rushes over, grabs the pile of laundry, and tells the young master she is off to wash it. Nox clutches his head, sighing over why she always seems to cause so much trouble. Turning to Zitri de Lobelia, he asks if she knows she will be heading to Eldane Academy with him in 2 months, and she nods, replying that she is already aware and has made some early preparations. Nox is surprised, asking what kind of preparation she means. Zitri de Lobelia lists off his essentials, including medicine, emergency supplies, clothes, and a spare uniform for long journeys. She pauses to think, then continues with her list. Seeing her comfortable state, Nox thinks to himself that Zitri de Lobelia has finally stopped forcing a fake smile in his presence. He is tired of playing parts and knows he has no talent for fake pleasantries anyway. Honestly, he finds it much more relaxing to see her like this, completely free from the burden of exchanging empty compliments and meaningless small talk. Suddenly, she realizes something now. Nox watches her relaxed expression and knows that if they are pushed to the brink, even if they must turn their backs, they will never betray one another. He closes his eyes in deep satisfaction. This is enough. Meanwhile, Zitri de Lobelia stands quietly holding a water pitcher. Nox sits nearby, reading a book, appreciating the peaceful silence as the perfect boundary for their current relationship. In the quiet room, Zitri de Lobelia asks if he is truly doing all right. Surprised by her sudden concern, he looks up from his book to face her. She explains that negative rumors about him have recently begun spreading like wildfire. Nox stands up in complete disbelief, repeating her words about negative rumors. He internally groans, thinking his reputation was already at rock bottom and wondering how people managed to make it even worse before hesitantly stammering out a confused reply. Blushing furiously, Zitri de Lobelia shyly reveals the rumor they say he brought her in as a maid only because he is in love with her. Hearing this, Nox stumbles back, gripping his chair in absolute shock as he repeats the ridiculous rumor. He sighs in utter helplessness, thinking that even though he is just role-playing as Nox, this rumor is genuinely embarrassing. Sighing deeply, Nox apologizes to her for causing so much trouble, but she quickly shakes her head, explaining that she did not bring it up because of her own issues. Her face clouds with worry as she admits she is only concerned that gossip might make him feel uncomfortable. Nox sighs, pointing out that she already knows his reputation. He asks if she remembers the rumors calling him a completely useless fool and the incompetent youngest son of the family. Zitri de Lobelia shyly murmurs that those rumors were not actually that terrible, but he laughs it off, teasingly accusing her of lying to keep her job. She looks down, admitting she heard that rumor, but adds that there is actually more to it. In a rushed, hesitant voice, she stammers that some people are calling him a complete pervert, nervously asking if it is true. Hearing that, Nox covers his face in complete and utter despair. Sinking back into his chair, he reasons that his current reputation is still an upgrade from before, when people rumored him to be a crazed street beggar. He scratches his cheek, thinking that now he is at least just viewed as a troublemaker who pulls silly stunts. His eyes wander as he plans his next move, realizing he still needs to build a proper reputation. Looking down at his hands, he reminds himself that Nox is supposed to be a villain, so he needs to act wicked to let the main protagonist shine. Clenching his fist, he accepts that he was never meant to be the main hero of Inner Lunatic anyway. He waves his hand dismissively, telling her to just drop the subject and ignore those ridiculous rumors. Nox tells her he has a new mission for her to handle. Nox calmly explains that to survive at Eldane Academy, she is not the only one who needs to prepare, as he has to get ready as well. Zitri de Lobelia looks up curiously, asking what kind of preparation he is planning. He reminds himself of Zitri de Lobelia's absolute loyalty, which means she only ever trusts one master. Because of that, sharing a small part of his plans with her is perfectly safe, and she needs to understand his goals anyway to execute his commands smoothly. Nox tells her that before they enter the academy, he intends to learn magic and he will need her direct assistance. She grows visibly anxious, asking if he is truly determined to master magic despite knowing it is completely illegal within this kingdom. Nox just laughs off her comment, replying that it is only natural for a completely useless fool and a certified pervert like him. She sighs deeply, concluding that he is definitely someone who holds a massive grudge. Suddenly, she relents and nods, saying she understands. Her expression turns serious as she promises to find some basic magic texts that will be useful, trusting he has a good reason. Nox is highly satisfied with her response, quietly, noting that she is proving to be incredibly reliable. Suddenly, a massive racket erupts from outside, with voices shouting to hurry up and get ready. Hearing the noise, Nox turns his head, wondering what on earth all that commotion is about. A loud booming voice barks out, "If you screw this up, you will all be in massive trouble." A thunderous shout announces that young Master Garen has finally returned. Nox immediately springs up to look outside, realizing his brother is back after graduating from Eldain Academy, an important event he almost forgot. A massive caravan of carriages is waiting down below. Nox smiles to himself, thinking that his long-awaited chance to change his life is finally here. Then he calls out to his maid, Jonah. He smiles, telling her that he will likely be going on a long journey very soon. Hearing this, she looks at him with utter helplessness. She sighs, asking what he is trying to do this time. The scene shifts to the dining hall, where a lavish feast is spread across the table. Sitting at the table, Nox's father Theo sips his wine and congratulates his son on graduating. Hearing the praise, Nox's older brother Garen von Reinhafer speaks up to express his deep gratitude for his father's words. Meanwhile, Nox quietly activates his power and status. Screens start popping up right in front of his brother. A massive wall of status information appears. Name Garen von Reinhafer, male, 16 years old, human. His active skill is Insight, which lets him look into people's hearts. Reading further, Garen's positive trait is quickly grasping the situation, his neutral trait is being highly calculating, and his negative traits are snobbery, elitism, and obsession with noble status. Staring at Garen, Nox realizes his brother is a pure opportunist, just like his academy professor once warned. Nox continues to reflect that the only reason Garen's fake persona has never been exposed is because the old Nox was completely incompetent. Worse still, Nox smiles, knowing Garen is an absolute master when it comes to playing the political game. Watching Garen play chess, Nox notes that his brother easily used his political wits to graduate from Eldain Academy, a highly prestigious but brutal school. He remembers that fewer than 1,000 applicants can even pass the entrance exam there, and only half of those elite students actually survive to graduate. Breaking the silence, Theo asks Garen if he has decided on his departure date for Chatters. Garen suddenly hesitates for a brief moment, but he quickly flashes a polite smile, confirming that he will head south to Chatters within 3 days. Theo nods, warning him that heading there at this time of year means he will definitely face monster hunting duties. Theo begins to explain that Chatters is a modest neutral territory situated just outside Reinhafer territory, right on the border of eastern Tagelin, where they utilize the barren desert as a natural boundary. He continues, noting that the area is not just desolate but absolutely crawling with vicious monsters, making it one of the most perilous wastelands imaginable. He explains that the royal mission assigned to Garen is to suppress the rampaging monsters in Chatters. Under the laws of the Akan Kingdom, one must complete this first official assignment to be formally recognized as a royal knight. Garen chimes in, noting that Chatters is always overrun with monsters during winter, suggesting the royal family wants to take active steps to thin them out. His father nods, warning that even though the region is desolate, letting it fall to monsters would quickly put the neighboring territories in grave danger. He firmly commands Garen not to bring any shame or dishonor to the Reinhafer family. Garen immediately bows his head, promising that he will always keep his father's words in mind. Meanwhile, Nox realizes that this mission to Chatters is not just about hunting monsters. It plays a critical role in several main plotlines, meaning this is definitely not a simple side quest. Nox wipes his mouth with a napkin, thinking that Chatters holds incredibly valuable opportunities for him. Nox casually asks Garen if he is heading to Chatters, to which his brother briefly confirms. Nox knows that if he wants to claim the hidden rewards there, he has to act. Nox calmly requests to tag along on the trip, knowing he absolutely must participate in this expedition himself. His sudden request completely shocks both Garen and his father. Garen frowns and asks what he just said, demanding to know what Nox thinks Chatters is. Nox coolly replies that he heard it is a lawless neutral zone plagued by sudden monster attacks and bandits secretly building up their forces. Garen falls silent for a moment before stating that he has been hearing quite a few interesting rumors about Nox lately. Meanwhile, Nox silently recalls that Garen possesses the insight skill. Garen asks if it is true that he made it through the Lost Woods with the second daughter of the still Inner family. Nox calmly confirms the rumor. In his mind, he analyzes Garen's skill, which allows him to detect exactly why a person is taking such reckless risks. As long as the target's stats are lower than Garen's, he can easily see through their core motives. Simply put, this powerful skill makes Garen an absolute expert at reading people and a master player on the political chessboard. Garen continues asking if the rumors about him defeating the twins and taking in a commoner maid are actually true as well. Nox remains unbothered as his own will skill activates to completely counter Garen's insight. With a perfectly calm expression, he replies that it is all true. Garen nods slowly, noting that Nox must have managed to defeat quite a few people lately. Garen's face twists into a smug sneer as he states that he cannot let an unadmitted brat accompany him on such a dangerous mission. He finishes by saying he has no desire to clean up Nox's corpse, but suddenly his eyes widen as he gasps in shock. Nox's father calmly states that he cannot guarantee absolute safety during this task, making Garen von Reinhafer helplessly cry out to him. He then turns to leave, telling Garen von Reinhafer to take his younger brother along. Garen von Reinhafer protests, shouting out "Father." His father's face darkens with a chilling look as he declares it is an order. His sharp gaze slowly shifts toward Nox. Nox breaks into a cold sweat under that heavy gaze as his father promises to provide the necessary gear. He instructs Nox to prepare for departure within the next 3 days. The young master stares at the door, completely baffled by what just happened and why his father let him go so easily. Recalling his father's cold eyes, Nox wonders if it has to do with Lady Theo. He hesitates, wondering if the patriarch is plotting something behind his back. Nox speaks up, asking Garen what he wants from him. Garen sports a highly sinister grin, asking if Nox has completely lost his mind. Nox calmly retorts that even if he is crazy, he is nothing compared to his past self, which immediately infuriates Garen. Garen barks in anger and grabs Nox by the collar. Nox keeps his cool, warning Garen to be careful. Garen smiles, wickedly warning that getting hurt would be quite unfortunate, especially after grabbing a rare chance to visit challengers. Suddenly, a loud shriek echoes through the room. The sudden scream makes him turn. It turns out the one who spilled the wine was Zitri de Lobelia, drawing gasps from the crowd. This sudden disruption forces Nox to look back and see red wine staining his shirt. Zitri de Lobelia quickly bows, begging for forgiveness and pleading with the young master to head back to his room while she cleans up. Garen glares at the maid with utter contempt. Seeing his brother's glare, Nox mockingly apologizes to him calmly, explaining that his clumsy maid has made a slight mistake. Zitri de Lobelia keeps her head low as the two of them turn to leave, with Nox announcing he is taking his leave, throwing a mocking glance back at his brother, promising to see him in 3 days to crush the traitors. Hearing this, Garen is completely consumed by rage. He clenches his fists tightly and storms out of the room. Once they are alone, Nox thanks Zitri de Lobelia, admitting her timely stunt saved him from a highly awkward situation, while she playfully replies he's a natural at finding trouble. Zitri de Lobelia then turns serious, expressing her deep concern about whether he will really be okay. Hearing her worry about the traitors, Nox calmly reassures her that everything will be perfectly fine. Suddenly, a familiar voice screams out to him. It is Jana, running up in a total panic as she calls out to her young master. She asks where on earth he plans to go. Nox sighs, wondering if she forgot her place. He turns away dryly, noting how fast rumors travel now that everything is set. Still, he wonders if news of the family's supposedly useless youngest son joining the traitor campaign is really that shocking. Zitri de Lobelia chimes in, admitting that this time she actually has to agree with Jana. She warns that the traitor territory is simply far too dangerous, swarming with hundreds of vicious monsters and ruthless bandits waiting to strike. Nox calmly reassures them that he knows exactly what he is doing. Deep down, he knows this perilous journey is the absolute best opportunity he has to finally extend his own rapidly shrinking lifespan and survive in this world. He explicitly orders both of his maids to stay behind since he plans on going alone, but Zitri de Lobelia immediately steps forward to object to his command. She apologizes firmly, adding that she simply cannot let him go. As his exclusive personal maid, she firmly argues it is her duty to support her master anywhere, no matter how dangerous the journey gets. Therefore, she is coming along, though Nox worries she might get hurt. Zitri de Lobelia calmly acknowledges the danger, stating she knows the risks. But she points out that the same applies to him. She points out how fragile and sickly he is, completely catching him off guard. She asks how he could possibly make such a long journey without her. After all, he is incredibly forgetful, constantly leaving his personal belongings behind, and his clothes always need proper care. They need to be washed and changed daily. She asks if he can handle all that alone. Nox rests his hand against the door, realizing she makes a lot of sense. He scratches his head, reminding himself that this world is his new reality. Back when this was just a game, basic survival needs like laundry never even cross his mind. He looks over at Zitri de Lobelia, knowing that if anything happens to him out there, her standing within the Reinhafer family will be in serious jeopardy. She would face endless trouble. It seems Zitri de Lobelia really has no other option but to tag along. She will just have to follow him on this quest. He looks at her, giving in. Fine, he says, but you must follow my every command, and you also need to learn to ride. Zitri de Lobelia quickly nods, explaining she understands and has actually been getting closer to the horses lately. Jana gasps, completely shocked that Zitri de Lobelia has already bonded with them. Jana demands to know her secret. Zitri de Lobelia calmly explains she spent half her monthly salary on premium sugar cubes for the horses, which won them over incredibly fast. Jana is absolutely losing her mind over this, calling the horse a greedy little beast. Nox chuckles, joking that the horse is a little monster matching its owner perfectly. He turns to leave, declaring that Jana will stay behind while Zitri de Lobelia comes along to assist him. Since she is joining the journey, she needs to prepare everything thoroughly. As he glances back, he notices the deep worry written all over Jana's face. Her eyes are brimming with tears. Softening, Nox gently pats her head, wondering if she will be all right on her own. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door cuts through the quiet room. Everyone spins around as Rodwell steps inside, announcing that the Patriarch has an item to pass down to Nox. Nox is stunned, wondering what kind of heirloom his father is sending. An item from Theo. He recalls his father promising the family would provide the necessary gear for his mission. Could this be it? Still, he cannot help but wonder why Theo suddenly took his side during dinner. He has no idea what game the Patriarch is playing at. Momentarily, Nox enters his father's study and Theo speaks up. He acknowledges his arrival. Nox politely replies that he heard there was something to receive. Theo calmly confirms it but warns him that actually earning this relic is entirely up to him. On the table rests an ancient sword waiting for Nox to prove he is worthy of it. Nox stares at the weapon on the table in sheer disbelief. This is the legendary sword of the first patriarch of the Reinhafer family, the founder himself. His face tightens with shock. Deep anxiety washes over him as he looks up at his father. He is utterly stunned. This weapon never existed in the game Inner Lunatic. Even as a veteran player who cleared the game 27 times, he has never heard of it. He has absolutely zero data on this weapon. He hesitates deeply, questioning why his father would hand over something so monumental. He clenches his fist, completely unable to read his father's hidden motives. Still staring at the legendary blade, he knows he absolutely must claim it. Its design is mesmerizing. Theo breaks his focus, noting that the blade might look a bit worn out to him. Despite its battered and aged appearance, this weapon served the first patriarch faithfully throughout his entire life. It is a relic that has defined their family lineage for generations. Theo adds that it has also watched over him his entire life. Nox asks what test he must pass to earn it, and his father responds simply. He challenges Nox to simply pick up the sword. Nox looks down at his trembling hand. He reaches out. He lifts the blade. Instantly, a massive burst of energy explodes from the hilt, leaving him completely dazed. He realizes his mana is being rapidly drained. A dark, ominous aura flares up, shifting the very color of the steel. Nox gasps at the sudden transformation. Watching closely, Theo smiles, noting his expectations are met. The glowing blade darkens, and Theo remarks that this is exactly what he anticipated. Nox has finally learned to perceive mana. Nox is left speechless. Theo stands up with a satisfied nod. He praises his son, explaining that this ancient blade naturally absorbs the wielder's raw mana. Let us look at his new weapon, which is said to amplify mana several times over. Nox wonders if it will be difficult to handle. He stares at the sword, sensing the incredible power within it. His gaze turns hollow as the blade begins to glow. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of energy erupts, triggering a system warning that his mana is draining fast. The system warns that his acting master trait is destabilizing due to the sudden shift. Sweating profusely, Nox realizes how incredibly dangerous this situation is. If his mana drains this fast, he will be in serious trouble. His father calmly sets a condition: he must hold the sword for 10 minutes to claim it. Panicked, he thinks 10 minutes. He struggles just to hold on. He grips the sword in this desperate state, cursing that bastard as his father continues to speak. The name of the weapon is Stormbringer. Nox desperately tries to hold on while his father introduces it. Instantly, the system displays the basic details of the legendary blade, a weakened dark element weapon capable of upgrading its stats from mid to high rank. Cold sweat pours down his face as he grips the dark blade. The system alerts him of its unique effect. Every kill with this sword absorbs your mana to boost its own stats. After consuming a massive amount of the user's mana, the sword will unleash its true hidden power. Nox trembles violently while holding the weapon, his mind racing. What is the point of reading this now? Suddenly, a warning flashes: his mana is completely depleted, initiating an alternative energy source. In sheer panic, he watches the next prompt appear. The system is forcing the conversion of his own life force into mana. He desperately tries to keep his grip on the hilt. The blade shifts from a dark purple to blood red. A system warning screams that his life force is draining rapidly. He silently curses his luck, staring at the greedy sword in absolute frustration. Fine, he decides to give up right here. He tries to drop the weapon, but his fingers refuse to let go. Why cannot I let go? Panic sets in as Nox realizes. He is completely stuck, cursing the damn weapon. His father stands there glaring down at him. The man's cold eyes lock onto his struggling son. He wonders what kind of cursed weapon Stormbringer truly is, a demonic sword capable of granting terrifying power. It consumes the life of whoever holds it. The first patriarch used this blade to build the foundation of their entire family dynasty. Yet despite the Reinhafer clan being famous for dark arts, none of his descendants could ever master this blade. Looking down at his collapsed son, he notes that 9 out of 10 men would collapse from sheer exhaustion the moment they picked up this demanding weapon. Holding it for 10 minutes is already a massive achievement. Watching Nox gasp for air, he knows even he could only endure its drain for about an hour at most. Yet he still ordered his youngest son, who hasn't even learned how to control mana properly, to wield this weapon. He recalls how the boy recently happened to save a servant, realizing everything happening lately in this household revolves around Nox. This is no coincidence. As Nox collapses, the father continues to watch. The boy has progressed far beyond my expectations, he thinks, his eyes scanning the exhausted youth. Perhaps he possesses the rare talent of the Sword Emperor. Noticing Nox's hand still clinging to the hilt, he confirms his decision to test the boy. If he could endure this weapon for 10 minutes, it proved Nox has the potential to become the greatest patriarch in their history. Nox drives the blade deep into the ground, gasping heavily for breath. His father watches, realizing the boy might actually surpass him one day. Nox grits his teeth, glaring up at the old man, cursing him silently for pushing him to the absolute brink of death. The patriarch calmly looks down and speaks to Nox. Just as I suspected, you have been hiding your true strength all this time. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, asking what his father means by that. Turning to leave, the patriarch declares that the sword now belongs to his youngest son. Nox can only stare back, gasping in pure frustration. He mutters that his father should have at least restored his vitality before this trip. On the day of the expedition to Chatters, Zetri rides alongside him, mentioning that they have a massive amount of luggage to carry. Luckily, the dimensional pocket is spacious enough to hold every single item. Meanwhile, Nox looks completely lifeless. Observing his pale face, Zetri grows anxious, knowing how much her master looked forward to this journey. She wonders why his mood is so terrible. As Nox sighs, she recalls that other than the sword Stormbringer, he received another weapon. Nox is still seething as he remembers that his father Theo gave him another weapon to bring along. Losing his precious vitality makes it impossible to feel any gratitude at all. Suddenly, Nox glances over at Garen von Reinhafer and realizes his brother is carrying an absurd amount of baggage. Garen von Reinhafer is laughing cheerfully, boasting about the academy monsters he studied, while Nox keeps thinking. Making his brother haul all this heavy gear just to tag along is a bit cruel, but Nox does not care since he is only using him anyway. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, telling them to look over there. Nox and Zetri watch in confusion as the two riders in front argue loudly, one shouting that they should go this way and the other insisting the opposite path is correct. Garen von Reinhafer frowns and demands to know if they are already lost before the journey even started. His expression turns stern as he grumbles, raising his voice to ask when they will ever arrive. He demands answers from Captain John, the knight he hired, who bows an apology and admits that it is entirely his fault. The captain explains that he has never traveled this path before, but Garen von Reinhafer immediately cuts him off. He snaps, calling the captain a complete idiot for getting them lost. Hearing this, Zetri calls out to Nox, prompting him to turn around and reassure her. He tells her that he is not talking about her, but rather those useless clowns. He pulls the reins, making his horse stomp. Nox looks over at his brother and speaks up. He calmly points out that they seem to be in trouble. Garen von Reinhafer snaps back, telling him to mind his own business. Nox remains completely unfazed, noting that his brother is clearly lost anyway. Infuriated, Garen von Reinhafer yells at him to stay out of it, but Nox speaks up again. He calmly offers to show them the correct path. Garen von Reinhafer grits his teeth, demanding to know what he just said, thinking it is absolutely ridiculous. How could someone who spent his entire life inside a mansion possibly guide them? Nox calmly tells Garen von Reinhafer to hire him instead, boasting about his navigation skills. He claims even the vassals praised his brilliant navigation skills, making Garen von Reinhafer ask if they actually said that. Garen von Reinhafer glances over at Zetri, instantly realizing that Nox is lying through his teeth. Getting delayed would be a hassle, but Garen von Reinhafer realizes this is a golden opportunity. If Nox fails, his annoying confidence will be completely crushed. Even if they have to wander around lost for a bit, it would be well worth it. He speaks up, saying that if he is that confident, he can lead the way. Nox just smiles and immediately takes charge. He points the way, and soon enough, the group sets up camp and lights a fire. Garen von Reinhafer stands by the campfire, checking if the tents are fully set up for the night. The older brother is absolutely furious, screaming about how on earth that useless kid found the path so incredibly fast in these uncharted southern wildlands. Even highly experienced guides struggle to navigate this uncharted territory, yet Nox did it effortlessly. When one of his men points out that the kid actually succeeded, Garen von Reinhafer flies into an even greater rage, cursing at them. He tells him to shut up, refusing to believe that Brat could find the way so easily. Nox overhears his entire temper tantrum and secretly laughs, thinking it is too bad because he already knew the path beforehand. For a veteran player of Inner Lunatic, a simple navigation task like this is a total piece of cake. Since Chatters is a major strategic hub in the game, he has visited this place hundreds of times before. Zitri walks over to him curiously, asking how he managed to find the path so quickly. Nox points to the ground, asking if she noticed anything. She looks down in confusion, seeing nothing but dirt. He explains that those are actually the footprints and feathers of an owl bear. He adds that these massive owl bears live in the south right on the border of Chatters, meaning they just need to follow the tracks. By following these fresh tracks, they can easily find the path leading straight to Chatters. She nervously asks if setting up camp right in owlbear territory is actually safe. Right then, a calm voice speaks up. They are terrified of fire and never approach places crowded with people. As they pitch camp, someone mentions how much young Master Nox has changed, making the three of them look at each other in disbelief. Isn't he actually more talented than the two young masters who graduated from the academy? Garen von Reinhafer grits his teeth in pure rage and snaps at them to shut up. He turns to Sus, asking if Hartz and Alan really lost. Garen von Reinhafer's butler Sus nods grimly and confirms that yes, they indeed lost to him. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that he must test his strength personally when suddenly Sus wears a deeply sinister expression. With a wicked grin, Sus whispers that he happens to possess the absolute perfect weapon for this. He pulls out a small pouch, hinting at what lies inside. Garen von Reinhafer's face twists into a malicious grin as he chuckles darkly at the plan. He leans in close. He says that tonight will be a very long night for young Nox. Night falls as the campfire slowly dies down and the guards fall fast asleep. Shadows stir in the bushes. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Nox suddenly snaps his eyes open, gripping his hilt as he wonders if it has finally begun. He tightly grips his sword, drawing Zitri de Labalia's immediate attention. The night remains calm until a sudden gust of wind violently scatters dead leaves everywhere. A horde of monsters suddenly appears, but the sword in Nox's hand has been ready all along. These hideous, bulky beasts carry spiked clubs, staring him down with murderous, bloodthirsty intent. Not looking surprised at all, Nox calmly stares back at the four encroaching monsters. It turns out he already sensed something was off. A strange pile of sand on the ground catches his attention, likely the root cause of this ambush. Nothing can escape his sharp eyes. With just a single glance, he recognizes the soil has been laced with female monster pheromones, meaning someone is using their mating season to deliberately lure them here, just to lure the beasts directly to them. Since these beasts cannot escape his vast knowledge, he easily figures out who brought them, knowing Garen von Reinhafer planned to use this pathetic threat to terrify him. Brimming with absolute confidence and raw power, he looks at them like mere prey destined for his blade. Right on cue, the system alerts him that the legendary Stormbringer artifact is actively responding to his will and mana. Suddenly, a massive beast resembling a raging green giant charges directly at him. But such a clumsy, heavy creature is no match for Nox's sheer speed, as a single slash easily tears them apart. The sheer shockwave of his devastating power ripples outward, completely destroying the surrounding area. Sending the remaining beasts into a helpless blind rage, Nox suddenly leaps high into the air. Get ready, because he is about to channel every ounce of his power into one absolute fatal blow. His sword plunges downward at a speed that seems to defy the laws of physics. Nox glides right past the massive monster. The dazed beast can only stare blankly up at the starry sky in absolute confusion, while Nox has already landed gracefully back on the ground. With fresh blood splattered across his face, his expression remains completely cold and detached. His lightning-fast zigzag slashes carve through the battlefield, inflicting devastating damage wherever his blade touches. Before the monsters can even think of counterattacking, he delivers a fatal strike, sending them straight to hell. Thoroughly satisfied with his magical power, Nox examines the weapon, thinking that this sword is actually quite impressive. A confident smirk plays on his lips, proving just how pleased he is with his performance. He originally worried that constantly burning through his mana like a desperate death match would drain him completely, but it turns out those anxious doubts were entirely for nothing. Stopping now would be no fun at all, so he decides to hunt down every single remaining beast to his heart's content. Nox is a completely different beast, now constantly proving his superior strength. He feels like he can swing this blade in any direction with absolute ease. After warming up, he feels disappointed because the entire horde of monsters has fallen, leaving only a single survivor. What a waste. The remaining monster is frozen in sheer panic, unsure whether to run or stay. In its sheer panic, the beast stops thinking altogether, scrambles onto its feet, and desperately tries to escape his gravitational pull of death. Nox didn't give it permission to run. He lets out a sharp whistle to summon his loyal horse, Carl. Hearing the signal, the horse instantly moves. Only Nox's horse would look this majestic, its glowing blue mane illuminating the dark forest. As Carl gallops close, Nox grabs the reins and leaps smoothly into the saddle. He puts the logic of 4 legs being faster than 2 to good use, showing off his undeniable style. Spurring his mount, he remains determined to finish this hunt. High up on Carl's back, Nox confidently unleashes a devastating slash toward the fleeing monster. Finally bringing his horse to a halt, he breathes a sigh of relief as the system notifies him that he gained 1 day and 9 hours. Peeking her head out of the tent, Zitri de Lobelia anxiously asks if Master Nox is all right. Sitting idly is not in her nature, so running out to search for him is the most natural thing to do. Nox lightly scolds her for disobeying his orders to stay inside the tent, but Zitri de Lobelia only cares about his safety. Frantic about more beasts lurking near the forest entrance, she urgently asks if they should wake up the night guards and the rest of the camp to secure the perimeter. Stroking his horse, he easily deduces the truth behind this attack. Someone intentionally lured the monsters straight to them. She remains completely baffled by how Nox knew. The image of Nox's brother Nox von Reinhafer immediately comes to mind. It is absolutely unbelievable, but thankfully Nox figured it out. That bastard exploited the monster's natural behaviors to ambush them, which is exactly why he deliberately set up his tent so far away from their camp. Zitri de Lobelia is no ordinary servant, having once been a noble lady. She easily catches on asking if Nox von Reinhafer is testing his power. He gently strokes his horse, telling her to rest. Sibling bonds are fragile when power is on the line, and Nox understands his current position perfectly. Nox von Reinhafer probably thinks there is no way he can enter the top 5 candidates for the family succession. That is why his brother wants to gauge his actual limits. Compared to their formidable eldest brother, Nox von Reinhafer is simply outclassed. This leaves him with no choice but to resort to such a cowardly scheme just to dig up information and test Nox's current strength. Nox kneels down to sniff the scent of whatever lured the monsters here. He already knows his next move, wanting to show Nox von Reinhafer that these pathetic tricks will never work on him. Zitri de Lobelia stands confused, having no idea what he plans to do with that item. It looks like Nox is planning a counterattack against his beloved brother, casually asking if she knows how to attract even more monsters. To her surprise, he pulls out a bottle to collect the monster's fresh blood. Despite her doubts, Zitri de Lobelia watches as Nox prepares to test his theory with the monster blood. His thoughts remain a mystery, but he knows monsters are not so different from humans. While the rest of the camp sleeps peacefully in the woods, Nox knows the beasts will naturally seek revenge for their fallen brethren. Far away, Nox von Reinhafer watches in disbelief as his crystal ball starts glowing. Annoyed at being disturbed before bed, he wonders why the crystal is screaming about monster mana. Thinking simple, he dismisses it as a glitch, doubting monsters actually returned. Even after carefully re-evaluating the situation, Nox von Reinhafer refuses to believe it. This crystal is a fresh gift from his father, and since they are only at the forest edge, he doubts any monster powerful enough to trigger it could possibly be here. A massive uproar outside sends shivers down his spine. He can barely stand. To make matters worse, his servant's terrified screams outside. The servant throws open the tent frantically, begging him to run. Nox von Reinhafer finally pokes his head out, absolutely furious about having his sleep interrupted, as he asks what is going on. Talk about instant karma, his own soldiers are now desperately fighting for their lives. The horde is here. Cold sweat pours down his face. He cowers in the corner, cursing his luck. Blaming each other accomplishes nothing as dawn approaches, leaving them wondering how a safe area could suddenly crawl with beasts. The campsite is completely trash after the beast stampede, forcing the survivors to hurriedly carry the wounded to safety. Meanwhile, Nox von Reinhafer can only blame others, completely ignoring his own foolishness as he curses his useless men. Meanwhile, dark circles under Nox von Reinhafer's eyes show he did not sleep a wink. He screams in fury, demanding to know who threw monster bait seeds all over his tent. Sus frantically tries to defend himself to avoid Nox von Reinhafer's wrath, muttering that it makes no sense because he definitely sowed those seeds on Nox's tent instead. Unaware of the chaos, Nox stretches lazily, greeting the bright morning sun with a smile. He cheerfully comments on how refreshing the morning is. Zitri de Lobelia can only sigh at his carefree attitude, announcing that breakfast is ready and inviting him to eat. Nox casually invites her to join him, telling her to sit down and share the meal. But Zitri de Lobelia quickly declines, reminding him that a mere maid cannot dine with her master. Yet he instantly finds a perfect excuse, arguing that preparing separate meals during a mission is too risky, especially if monsters decide to attack them out of nowhere. Nox's mood swings faster than a spinning top. Honestly, who can even keep up with this guy? He just stands there teasing her with a pretty smug tone. Nox obviously knows exactly what's going down. 10 monsters, please, they might just pop up here next, just like the pack that trashed my older brother's tent. Seeing her quiet, he asks what's wrong. Zitri de Lobelia just shakes her head with a sigh, thinking her master's face is about as thick as a castle wall. Instead of getting mad, he just picks up his breakfast bowl with a laugh, telling her she'd better get used to it. Meanwhile, Garen von Reinhafer is still bossing everyone around, barking orders to pack up and move out. His men can only nod and obey. Who knows what's running through his head now? He's just staring off, biting down hard on his spoon. The soldiers notice bloodstains on the canvas, realizing they need to trash the ruined gear. Nox scoffs, figuring that blood is exactly why those relentless ogres keep hunting them. Seeing him watch so closely, she asks what he plans to do and if they should lend a hand. He was the one who wanted to teach them a lesson anyway, so why would they help? She didn't expect him to be so brutally honest, so she asks, does that mean those things will still? In his mind, there's absolutely no escaping those beasts. He openly tells her that even if they pack up and leave right now, the ogres will probably keep tracking them anyway. It looks pretty simple on the outside, but every single move actually serves his own hidden interests. He had figured it out from the very beginning. As long as his brother refuses to drop his foolish plans, trouble is going to keep knocking on his door. But telling her any of this would only make her worry. Having already calculated everything, he's actually looking forward to their arrival more than anyone else. It's the perfect opportunity. He needs a whole lot of ogres to show up so he can harvest them and extend his own lifespan. She notices him holding his tilted bowl completely empty and asks if he's already finished. Nox is feeling the pressure now. He needs to move fast and take down as many monsters as possible in this area. He just stands there for a moment, quietly taking in the scenery washed in the morning sunlight. Wherever this group travels, the peaceful silence of the forest is shattered for good. Nox is fully geared up for the journey ahead, telling everyone to pack it up and move out. But escaping these leech-like monsters isn't going to be that easy. Even in broad daylight, they boldly prowl through the woods. As one of the beasts tramples through the brush, it suddenly senses something is way off. Feeling like a pair of eyes is locked right on its back, the creature snaps its head around. Before it can even react, a sudden strike catches it completely off guard, leaving it totally dazed. One lightning-fast, clean slash is all it takes to paint the forest floor in fresh monster blood. The very next morning, day 2 of their trek, warm sunlight begins cascading over the rolling hills. Clutching a wooden staff, Nox keeps tapping it firmly against the ground as he rides. He and Zitri de Lobelia are sharing a horse with her, holding onto his coat tightly to keep her balance. Steering the reins and staff with one hand, he uses the other to shade his eyes from the glare confidently, noting that he now has the entire layout of this territory completely memorized. Nox and Garen von Reinhafer lead the way, while the rest of the crew follows close behind. Nox quietly notes that Chad is still pretty far off. He is slightly concerned about that, but honestly things are still playing out beautifully. Garen von Reinhafer spurs his horse forward to catch up, calling out to Nox. Both Nox and Zitri de Lobelia turn their heads to see what he wants. Garen von Reinhafer speaks up, asking what the plan is for the beasts closing in on them and if they can actually shake them off. Nox just flashes a confident grin and says, of course they can. Staring straight ahead with a serious expression, he explains that while they could easily launch a massive hunt right here, it would definitely attract the attention of other dangerous beasts. Because of that, focusing purely on escaping this forest is by far the smarter choice. His voice carries clearly, ensuring no unwanted surprises will pop up. Garen von Reinhafer obviously doesn't buy it, shooting Nox a highly skeptical look while questioning if they really won't face any issues. Watching Nox get completely surrounded by the men who keep calling him Young Master Nox and asking how he became such an expert on monsters only irritates Garen von Reinhafer even more. He can't help but bitterly wonder when on earth his useless little brother managed to seize total command of their soldiers. Nox has no idea how irritated Garen von Reinhafer is. He just keeps tapping his wooden staff against the ground until a soldier suddenly calls out, addressing him as Young Master. One of the soldiers finally lets curiosity get the better of him, asking why he keeps repeatedly tapping the dirt. Nox looks back at the soldier, giving a somewhat distracted reply that the monsters could literally spring out at any given moment. The soldier freezes in his tracks, and everyone within earshot immediately turns pale with fear as he stutters out a quiet question about monsters. Nox just flashes a calm smile and nods, confirming his warning. The young soldier can barely process the words, but before he can even finish his sentence, the ground right beneath their feet begins to violently rumble, sending their panicked horses thrashing and nearly throwing everyone off. Sitting right behind Nox, Zitri de Lobelia gasps in absolute shock. The ground suddenly cracks open in front of them as something powerful bursts from below. Nox's horse panics, rearing up on its 2 front legs. But Nox calmly reins the beast in while Zitri de Lobelia clings behind him and screams in absolute terror. Look out! Nox stares at the emerging beast and grins with pure excitement. It's finally here. A colossal monster rises from the shattered earth, opening a massive maw packed with razor-sharp teeth. Someone in the back screams out that it is a giant worm. The riders quickly dismount to steady their panicked horses, staring up at the writhing terror rising before them. Looking like a cross between a snake and an earthworm, these giant worms are known in the world of Inner Lunatic as a bizarre, unevolved dragon species. But as he stares it down, his expression turns dead serious. They might not be able to cast magic, but they are still absolutely terrifying. Thinking back to the horde of angry beasts currently chasing them, he realizes that even facing 10 of those monsters at once would be far easier than taking down this single massive worm. He imagines the giant worm biting the heads off those pursuing monsters, and honestly, he is counting on it. While Nox von Reinhafer and the other soldiers freeze in pure terror, Nox just grins. These men would probably lose their minds if they knew he purposely baited this thing out by stomping the ground. But hey, what can they do about it now? He figures if anyone has a problem with his methods, they can go possess a game character and predict the future themselves. Nox turns around and barks orders, telling everyone to get ready and hide in the nearby bushes. The soldiers draw their swords but freeze in confusion. Hide, one of them asks if they are really not going to attack the monster. Nox does not bother explaining right away. He just smiles, planning to let his enemies destroy each other. He remembers telling them earlier that they would be completely fine if they just left the forest quickly. In his head, he laughs that was a total lie. Suddenly, a massive crash echoes from the forest behind them. The soldiers startle and freeze, turning their heads to see what is coming. Through a thick cloud of rising dust, the massive beasts finally show themselves, roaring furiously. Nox stares them down with a calm smile, knowing he never actually planned to run away from them. Zitri de Lobelia clings tightly to Nox's sleeve, turning her terrified face toward him and calling his name. Her face goes pale as cold sweat drips down her neck, her hands trembling violently against his clothes. She gasps that too many of those monsters have caught up to them. Nox looks down to calm her, saying there is no need to worry since everything is going exactly to plan. He turns back to the battlefield and asks her if she knows which monster species these giant worms absolutely love to target yet hate the most. Confused by his random question, Zitri de Lobelia asks him what on earth he means by that. Another massive tremor shakes the ground, forcing a terrified Zitri de Lobelia to cling even tighter to his back. The angry beasts charge forward with massive clubs, launching a direct assault on the giant worm. Nox grins and points it as those exact monsters. The angry beasts roar to rally their pack. Since these worms hunt them as their primary food source, the monsters are always looking for brutal revenge. They are absolute sworn mortal enemies who cannot coexist. Watching the bloody chaos unfold from a safe distance, Nox calmly explains that experienced adventurers always know how to exploit these natural rivalries. Zitri de Lobelia looks up at his back, completely stunned by his incredibly cold calculation. The giant worm opens its bloody gaping maw, lined with jagged teeth, and unleashes a deafening roar. It lunges down from above, swallowing one of the charging beasts in a single bite. Instead of backing down in fear, the horde grows even more aggressive. They split up and surround the giant worm repeatedly, slamming their spiked metal clubs into its massive fleshy body. Zitri de Lobelia covers her mouth in absolute shock, her eyes wide as she struggles to believe what these monsters are doing. Safe behind the thick tree trunks, the group watches the spectacle. Zitri de Lobelia can barely process that the enemies are tearing each other apart. Nox von Reinhafer turns pale, cold sweat dripping down his neck as he grits his teeth. He is completely baffled, wondering how on earth Nox could have known about this behavior. Nox reaches down, searching the dirt for some smooth stones he noticed earlier. Zitri de Lobelia watches him closely and asks if they are just going to wait it out. Instead of answering, he calmly picks up a heavy rock. He focuses on the brutal, chaotic struggle before them, where deafening roars and screeches echo constantly through the dense forest. Bending his knees, Nox throws the stone toward the chaotic brawl without a single second of hesitation. The stone flies through the air, hitting one of the monsters squarely on the shoulder. Several more rocks fly in quick succession. Every single throw is carefully aimed cleanly, striking the bodies of the distracted beasts while they are locked in battle. Zitri de Lobelia watches him with complete confusion, nervously asking what he is trying to do. She worries that provoking the beasts with rocks might make them turn and attack their hiding spot. Just as the giant worm successfully crushes two of the monsters, Nox's game system notifications begin flashing rapidly. His stamina increases by 0.1 twice, and he is awarded an extra 8 hours of life for his contribution to the fight. Nox smirks playfully, tossing another stone in his hand. He secretly apologizes to her, knowing he had to hit the orcs at least once to tag them for experience points. Naturally, he keeps this secret to himself. He looks back at the brutal clash just as the system displays more notifications. He has been granted another 8 hours of life for defeating the beasts, alongside another 0.1 increase to his stamina. At that exact moment, the giant worm devours the very last monster. Nox smiles, knowing the battle is finally decided. Hiding behind a nearby boulder, Nox von Reinhafer watches with his mouth wide open. He is relieved they managed to use the monsters, but terrified that the beasts were still completely wiped out. He bites his lip as cold panic sets in, wondering how they will ever escape. Defeating a monster of this scale on their own seems virtually impossible, leaving him desperately searching for a way out. Suddenly, Nox stands up straight and rests his hand on the hilt of his sword, calmly instructing the group to get ready for an attack. Garen von Reinhafer and the others turn to look at him in absolute disbelief. Nox looks back at them and orders everyone to launch flaming arrows and throw their spears directly into the worm's open mouth. One archer trembles, stuttering out young Master Nox's name, but another brave soldier steps up and rallies the crowd, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to follow the young master's orders. He screams to attack. Hearing the command, the soldiers raise their weapons, aiming directly at the giant worm as it charges forward with its massive mouth wide open. A barrage of arrows and spears rain down, impaling the giant worm's flesh and forcing an agonizing shriek from its massive maw. Nox grips his hilt, wearing a confident smirk as he draws his blade. It is finally his turn to strike. The exact second his sword is fully drawn, the ticking clocks of the world grind to a sudden halt. All color instantly drains from the world around him. Flying spears, arrows, and even tiny droplets of water in midair freeze completely in place. The soldiers are no exception. They stand frozen, completely paralyzed in time. Nox dashes forward without a second thought. In this frozen monochrome world, he is the only one who can move. A brilliant golden light from his magic flares up, looking incredibly dazzling against the black and white backdrop. Pushing off, Nox plants his foot firmly to build momentum. Time is frozen. He has to move. He leaps high into the air, unleashing a rapid flurry of slashing strikes across the giant worm's massive body. Every single slash tearing through the giant beast leaves a glowing trail behind. A flash of gold. Nox spins midair, flipping gracefully. He stabilizes his body and lands softly back on the ground. Right on cue, the freeze shatters and the hands of time start ticking again. With his back turned to the giant worm, Nox keeps a calm, confident smirk on his face as he slowly sheathes his blade. Behind him, massive slashes burst open across the monster's body, spraying hot blood in every direction. At that exact moment, Nox's game system pings with a notification stating that he has been rewarded with 10 additional days of lifespan for defeating the giant worm. The system reveals that he currently has 122 days left to live. Nox looks back as a thunderous crash shakes the ground, throwing up a dense cloud of white dust where the giant worm's massive corpse now lies. 10 days, Nox thinks to himself, that is actually more than he expected. Staring at the blood-spattered beasts collapsed on the nearby grass, Nox becomes certain of his theory. It was likely a mid-tier monster. If it had not been for those other creatures softening it up first, defeating the giant worm would not have been this easy. Suddenly, the system displays another alert. His health stat has dropped to 5 now, and the growth effect from his luck attribute has completely faded. Nox blinks in surprise. He recalls tearing up the magic circle paper earlier, feeling a twinge of regret. Along with his curse of weakness, the hidden growth piece he had used has also vanished into thin air. What a shame. Drenched in the monster's blood, Nox stares at his clenched fist and tries to comfort himself. Well, at the very least, his basic health stat has finally reached 5. The soldiers quickly rush over to crowd around Nox. One of them asks with deep concern if the young master is injured anywhere. Nox turns to look at them and assures them that he is fine, praising them for a job well done. The soldier quickly replies that it was all thanks to Nox's incredible effort. Smiles spread across the faces of the crowd as they erupt in cheers, shouting about how absolutely amazing he is. Nox looks at them and casually says it is no big deal, instructing everyone to reform their defensive line. But just when they think they can breathe, look at how the ground next to the corpse suddenly starts splitting wide open. Sensing the sudden danger, Nox instantly whips around. Panic and dread instantly grip the surrounding soldiers. Another giant worm bursts from the earth, exposing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth as it roars. Someone in the crowd screams that another giant monster has appeared, ordering everyone back to their defensive positions. Nox swiftly draws his sword again, his eyes widening in absolute shock as he stares at the creature. He did not expect another one to show up. Before he can even think, a soldier frantically calls out, begging the young master to fall back immediately. While Nox stands frozen, a sudden voice cuts through the chaos, shouting for everyone to get out of the way. A figure leaps high into the sky and unleashes a clean, devastating slash, slicing the newly emerged giant worm completely in half. The stranger grips his blade, his eyes shrouded in shadow, hiding his true expression. Nox raises his sword, staring in absolute bewilderment, wondering what on earth is happening right now. Gazing at the mystery swordsman with monster blood splattered across his face, Nox can barely believe his eyes. Why in the world is this guy showing up here of all places? The swordsman casually steps onto the beast's severed head, holding his blood-stained hilt with a highly confident grin. Nox is left completely speechless, wondering why this legendary sword genius is standing right in front of them. Everyone, including Garen von Reinhafer, is completely stunned, and whispers begin to ripple through the crowd. Staring at the newcomer, Nox recognizes him as the strongest unit in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors, alongside Theo and Celsus's disciple Paracelsus. Still covered in the giant worm's blood, Paracelsus smiles down at the young master and casually speaks up, asking if Nox is not even going to say thank you to the person who just saved his life. Nox watches Paracelsus warily, well aware that this guy absolutely despises aristocrats to his very core. Sus scowls in anger. Standing behind Garen von Reinhafer, he gestures respectfully and shouts at Paracelsus, demanding to know how this shameless jerk dares to speak to his master without knowing who he is. Paracelsus pays them no mind, resting one hand on his hip while scratching his head. He turns away without even looking at them, offering a sarcastic apology that immediately drives Sus completely insane. Sus points an angry finger, demanding to know his name. Paracelsus glances back and chuckles, introducing himself as Paracelsus and telling them to just view him as a simple mercenary. Nox stares at Paracelsus. Knowing what the swordsman endured in his youth, his deep hatred for nobles is completely understandable, but that is not the main problem right now. Nox recalls the game's original plot, where Paracelsus was supposed to be fighting a completely different battle. In all his countless playthroughs, their first meeting was always at Eldane Academy, and he had never once encountered him before the term started. Nox tightly clenches his fist. Something has clearly gone wrong with the storyline. Sus reaches out his hand and asks Paracelsus if he can verify his identity. Paracelsus casually crosses his arms and tells him that is fine. Meanwhile, Nox stands aside, watching Sus give the mercenary a hard time and wondering what his own move should be. The group continues their journey through the forest together. Riding behind Paracelsus, Garen von Reinhafer suddenly spurs his horse forward, waving to call him over and asking if he really is a mercenary. Paracelsus looks back coldly, but Garen von Reinhafer ignores his attitude and asks if he is heading to Chasers. When the mercenary nods, Garen von Reinhafer sighs with half-closed eyes, explaining that it is his first stop too, as he heard the place is perfect for monster hunting this time of year. Overhearing their conversation from nearby, Nox rubs his chin, thoughtfully wondering about this upcoming monster hunting expedition. His expression turns serious. To push his training further, Paracelsus had traveled all over the kingdom before the academy term started. Is he really planning to train in random high-risk areas? Trying to sound friendly, Garen von Reinhafer reaches out toward Paracelsus, noting how young he is to travel alone and asking if he is confident in his skills. Paracelsus merely glances at him in absolute silence. Garen von Reinhafer chuckles and offers a deal, promising to pay a handsome price if the mercenary agrees to become his subordinate for the upcoming monster hunt. Hearing Garen von Reinhafer's proposal, Paracelsus raises an eyebrow, pretending to seriously consider the offer as a smirk plays on his lips. Looking straight ahead, Paracelsus notes that since Garen von Reinhafer is the son of the Sword Emperor Theodor von Reinhafer, he is actually quite curious about the two brothers. Hearing this unexpected response, Nox turns his head slightly in surprise to look back at him. Sus angrily snaps at the mercenary for his insolence, but Garen von Reinhafer raises a hand to stop him, telling his subordinate to relax. He then turns to Paracelsus, offering him some time to think it over. Watching Paracelsus ride ahead, Garen von Reinhafer reasons that anyone capable of taking down a giant worm with a single strike is someone he absolutely needs to recruit. With a calculating smirk, Garen von Reinhafer figures, this is the key to stealing the soldier's attention away from Nox and back to himself. The warm light of the setting sun bathes the village walls. From high above, the small settlement can be seen nestled deep within the forest. Looking at the town rising before them, Nox announces their arrival quietly, realizing that this is Chasers. The travelers halt their horses right outside the town gate. As the gates open and a few residents welcome them, Nox looks around, noting that the place is far more desolate than it was in the game. An empty wooden barrel nearby plays host to two fat, squeaking rats, and Garen von Reinhafer curls his lip in utter disgust at the miserable sight. A thin, dusty, and pitiful little girl slowly approaches the riders, timidly asking if they have any food to spare. Looking thoroughly repulsed, Garen von Reinhafer immediately recoils and steps back to distance himself from the child. With tears welling up in her eyes, the girl suddenly notices Nox on his horse and stares up at him hopefully. Remaining completely cold, Nox quickly turns his gaze in the opposite direction. The little girl hangs her head in quiet disappointment, fighting back her tears. Paracelsus quietly glances down at the suffering child. His expression hardens as he quietly clicks his tongue in annoyance. As the group continues forward, a middle-aged man steps out to block their path. Placing a hand over his chest, the man welcomes them, introducing himself as Titan, the security chief of the village. With a polite smile, Titan asks if he is addressing the academy graduate Garen von Reinhafer, and if the other boy is his younger brother Nox. As Titan mentions being briefed on their upcoming conquest mission, Paracelsus gets distracted, processing this sudden encounter with the heirs of a legendary sword emperor. Staring at the backs of Nox and Garen von Reinhafer, the famous sons of Theodor, he recalls having high expectations when he heard their family would handle the dangerous Chasers' conquest on their own. But then he remembers how Nox effortlessly slaughtered the giant worm on their way here. Witnessing that level of refined, flawless swordplay made the mercenary realize that the young noble possesses some serious, undeniable talent. Watching Nox from the side, Paracelsus remains highly skeptical, still convinced that the local authorities are simply covering for these young noble heirs. The mercenary's face turns freezing cold as he silently curses such a disappointing administration. Looking around the rundown town, he realizes there is no way this place is functioning normally. Watching Titan ramble on Paracelsus feels nothing but pure disgust for the local knights. He knows that instead of preparing for the monster invasion, these corrupt guards are just busy lining their own pockets by exploiting the starving citizens. Nearby, two starving children watch the group from the shadows, too afraid to approach. He is deeply saddened to see that the locals have been reduced to begging for scraps. Titan leads the newcomers through the streets, stopping in front of a house prepared for their stay. Titan welcomes them inside and says that since it is already late, they will discuss the mission details tomorrow, hoping they can get some rest in these humble quarters after their long journey. Relieved to finally rest, the group dismounts amidst a flurry of excited chatter, asking where to stable the horses and how many rooms are available. Nox walks ahead while Paracelsus follows closely behind Garen von Reinhafer, who quickly senses his presence and turns around to face him. Placing a hand over his chest, Paracelsus smiles and brings up the offer Garen von Reinhafer had made earlier. Garen von Reinhafer looks at him with delight, asking if he has made a decision. Paracelsus chuckles flatly, saying no. Garen von Reinhafer never expected that answer, his face twisting in annoyance as he demands to know what the commoner actually plans to do instead. His loud shouting easily reaches Nox, standing far away. He turns to see Garen von Reinhafer mockingly asking Paracelsus if he really plans to fight that entire monster army completely on his own. Placing his hand over his chest with mock politeness, Paracelsus calmly replies that he intends to stick to his original plan, wishing the noble a safe and successful campaign. Garen von Reinhafer immediately scowls, thinking he is nothing but an insufferable, arrogant commoner. Paracelsus glances away with a sly smirk, his words dripping with hidden meaning. In this world, talent brings success, and the more capable someone is, the more wild rumors tend to follow them. As he finishes speaking, his eyes lock onto Nox standing nearby. It seems their paths have crossed much sooner than either of them had anticipated. Night falls, bringing a quiet stillness as countless stars begin to shimmer in the dark sky. The staircase of their lodging remains softly lit. Opening his door, Nox turns back to tell Zitri she should get some rest, since they must continue their journey tomorrow. He waits for Zitri to leave before quietly closing his door. Nox's bedroom window is wide open. He walks over to look down at the street. Down below, the beggar kids are huddling near a small fire. Enduring the biting cold, they clutch their empty stomachs and try to sleep. Suddenly, a voice calls down from above, causing one of the startled kids to look up. Holding a bag with one hand on his hip, Nox asks if they want some food. He opens the bag, showing it is filled with bread. He hands the food out, telling them to go ahead and eat, while the children quickly scramble to their feet to receive the bread. They devour the bread instantly. Tears well up in the young beggar girl's eyes as she looks at him in disbelief, stammering to ask if all of this food is really for them. Nox nods gently. Looking at the children, he feels a deep sense of pity, thinking that while he cannot possibly save everyone, this is the least a kind and generous person can do. Wiping her tears as she eats, the little girl softly mutters her thanks. Nox falls into deep thought. He wants to create a future where kids like them never have to beg, but first he has to make that a reality. Handing out the remaining bread in the dark, he knows he must first survive here in the Chasers. But Nox has no idea someone is watching him. Hiding behind a wall, they quietly look on and wait. Who could that be? It turns out to be Zitri. Holding a bundle of her own, she decides not to step forward, smiling warmly as she thinks to herself that her master is only acting cold. Deep within the vast territory of the Chasers, a voice rings out, explaining that the southern region has always been a major gathering spot for monsters during the winter. Titan is currently showing Nox Garen von Reinhafer and the soldiers around. He goes on to explain that this is why they are constantly requesting extra funding and reinforcements from the royal family. Garen von Reinhafer points at a nearby wooden fence, raising an eyebrow in disbelief as he asks if they protect the village with just this. Titan awkwardly admits it is quite old and in desperate need of repairs. Examining the deep scars left by monster claws on the wooden barrier, Nox silently notes how incredibly harsh the environment is. He lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that once the monster wave hits, the villagers will have less than an hour before being completely wiped out. Staring at the flimsy wooden fence, Nox falls deep into thought. This is a side quest where he must decide whether to save the village, though in most cases, helping the Chasers is the best choice. Nox suddenly smirks, and honestly, his reasoning is pretty genius. The Chasers will become incredibly valuable in the future, making this a highly profitable investment. Titan turns back to the group, his face filled with anxiety. He warns them that the monsters are completely different this year, acting far more savage and attacking in much larger numbers. The news shocks everyone. Nox, however, simply rubs his chin in thought, knowing these people have absolutely no clue how this sudden spike in monster ferocity will benefit them down the road. As they stare in disbelief, Titan delivers an even bigger blow, revealing that some nearby villages have already spotted a legendary griffin. Garen von Reinhafer's expression instantly darkens. He rubs his chin, muttering that a single griffin makes this whole expedition 10 times more dangerous. When Garen von Reinhafer curiously asks where it was spotted, Titan turns to explain that it was seen roaming the desolate wasteland. Nox, however, knows the deeper secret. Whether they can survive and reclaim the chasers depends entirely on managing this creature. Nox envisions the majestic creature with its massive wings, razor-sharp talons, and powerful beak. As the absolute ruler of the wilderness, the griffin is a legendary predator born to be completely unstoppable and utterly undefeated by normal means. Nox's expression turns deadly serious. Even so, he fully intends to slay it. Titan leads the group to a barren stretch of land where the trees are completely withered and leafless. Someone speaks up asking if this is the endless horizon of the wilderness. Titan nods, explaining that it borders Talon to the east, a neutral territory infamous for being completely desolate. Nox points in that direction as a realization suddenly hits him, sensing that something is extremely out of place. Crossing his arms, Nox calmly notes that griffins rarely venture near the chasers, usually staying closer to Talon. He then asks if anyone knows the real reason they are showing up here now. Titan and John spin around to look at him, their faces clearly washed over with pure shock. Nox fixes them with a cold, piercing glare. He has already deduced exactly who the traitor is in this impending slaughter. The quest has officially begun. As the bright sunlight beams down on the quiet, desolate village, Nox resolves to weed out and destroy the corrupt elements first. Inside the house where Nox and his group are resting, someone is silently flipping through documents. Suddenly, that person tightens his grip, crumpling the paper into a messy ball. It turns out to be Sus, clenching his teeth in pure anger as he crushes the paper against the table. He thought Nox was just a useless fool and never worried about him, but now he has fallen right into his trap, completely ruining his reputation with Garen von Reinhafer. The more he thinks, the madder he gets. His teeth grind with pure hatred. He spent so much effort trying to win Garen von Reinhafer over, and he refuses to let Nox live in peace after this. But while he is lost in his rage, someone suddenly starts walking down the stairs. It is Zitri de Lobelia carrying a bag of supplies as she heads down. Sus spots her and pauses in surprise. Then a wicked smile spreads across his face as he recognizes her as Zitri de Lobelia. He watches her every move, knowing she is just a commoner and a lowly maid. As Zitri de Lobelia reaches the bottom, a dark hand slams against the wall, cutting her off and startling her completely. The man reaches out toward her, making her gasp in sudden panic. He grabs her arm and pulls her close, causing her bag to slip and crash to the floor. Recognizing Sus, Zitri de Lobelia grits her teeth in fear and asks what he wants with her. Sus glares at her like a predator cornering its prey, grinning as he tells her not to worry. He claims he just wants a quiet little chat between the two of them. He grips her hand tightly to drag her closer, while Zitri de Lobelia struggles desperately to pull away. With a sharp tug, she finally breaks free from his hold. Zitri de Lobelia rubs her sore wrist in pain, nervously telling him that they have absolutely nothing to discuss in private. Sus pats his head, grinding his teeth in frustration. He tells her to stop complaining, muttering that even a knight serving Lord Garen von Reinhafer deserves to have some fun. He lunges forward, grabbing her shoulders and demanding if she wants some fun too, sending Zitri de Lobelia into a panic as she screams for him to let her go. She worries about how isolated and alone he is. If young Master Nox completely loses Garen von Reinhafer's goodwill, he's going to end up in deep trouble, drawing nothing but toxic hostility from the rest of the family. As Sus closes in, Zitri de Lobelia grits her teeth and shuts her eyes, utterly giving up just so. Young Master Nox won't get hurt. Sus looks at her with greedy eyes. He sneers and says that thanks to the cursed favor her master gave him, he lost 15 years of his life. Now he's going to make her pay. Suddenly, a bright flash of light cuts Sus's grip on Zitri de Lobelia, followed by a very familiar voice. "What do you want? I will pay you back." Sus's eyes widen in absolute shock as he gasps. Tears well up in Zitri de Lobelia's eyes. She opens them wide, staring in disbelief at the person who just arrived. Sus screams out in pure agony as his blood splatters across the ground. Standing there, Nox's face is pitch black. He holds his bloody sword and demands that Sus speak up. With a cold face and eyes full of killing intent, Nox suppresses his rage. His calm voice is incredibly terrifying as he asks what Sus wants him to pay back. Clutching his severed arm, Sus pants heavily as sweat pours down his face. He struggles to speak, asking what on earth Nox thinks he is doing. He warns that even the young master won't escape after doing this. He loudly threatens Nox, asking if he really thinks young Master Garen von Reinhafer will just stand by and watch. Zitri de Lobelia stands frozen in place, filled with worry and not daring to speak. Nox looks at Sus like he's already a dead man, looking incredibly terrifying. He asks if Sus is seriously trying to threaten him with his older brother. With those cold words, Nox swings his sword, instantly slicing off the man's other arm as well. Sus collapses to the ground, screaming in sheer agony, absolutely brutal. Propping his bleeding stumps on the ground, he pants heavily and glares at Nox with pure hatred, screaming that even with a powerful family backing him, he will pay. Nox grips the hilt with both hands, aligning the blade with his body. Looking down at Sus, he coldly states that he is not arrogant just because of his family's backing. The tip of the sword reflects in Sue's wide, terrified eyes. Nox looks on with zero emotion, calmly telling him that he was actually talking about him. With that, Nox drives his sword straight down into Sue's body without a single shred of hesitation. Terrified, Citri de Lobelia stammers out, asking young Master Nox what he just did, warning that young Master Garen von Reinhafer will never let this slide. Right on cue, Garen von Reinhafer arrives with Titan and John. Staring at the bloody scene, he demands to know what on earth is happening, prompting both Nox and Citri de Lobelia to turn around. Garen von Reinhafer frowns in utter disbelief, asking if Nox actually just killed Sus. Nox lowers his gaze and calmly admits that he did. Outraged, Garen von Reinhafer immediately yells, demanding to know how he dared to do such a thing. Storming over, Garen von Reinhafer points a finger right at Nox, demanding to know how he can act so completely unbothered after murdering his knight. Nox stares back without a shred of guilt, calmly telling his brother that his entire approach to this situation is wrong. Looking at the furious Garen von Reinhafer, Nox calmly asks if his brother shouldn't be asking for the actual details of what happened first. Enraged, Garen von Reinhafer lunges forward and grabs Nox by his collar. His face darkens with rage, veins bulging across his forehead as his anger boils over. He roars out, demanding why Nox killed Sus, warning that without a damn good reason he will face brutal family punishment. Citri de Lobelia watches Nox walk away, her hands trembling with anxiety, terrified of Garen von Reinhafer's looming wrath. Yet Nox remains completely calm, replying simply that he caught the man attempting to assault his own maid. Citri de Lobelia stands there, replaying his words in her head as his master. How could he possibly stand by and let such an atrocity happen? Garen von Reinhafer didn't think this excuse was reasonable at all. He angrily confronted Nox, demanding to know if he was really doing this for a mere commoner. Nox suddenly spoke up, asking what his brother had just said. Garen von Reinhafer's pupils dilated as he froze in his tracks. Nox unleashed his dark energy across the entire room. With eyes swallowed by shadow, he asked Garen von Reinhafer if he could truly take responsibility for those words. Staring at Nox's terrifyingly cold expression, Garen von Reinhafer reflexively let go. He couldn't believe it was this really Nox's hidden power. Fear turned his face pale as his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. How could his supposedly useless little brother be this ridiculously strong? Garen von Reinhafer tried to look calm, quickly looking away and dropping his hostile act. Backing down, he muttered that Nox should have reported to him first. But Nox casually cut him off, asking if he forgot that he was the family's infamous good-for-nothing. Nox looked down, casually adjusting his collar. He noted that he had never reported his business to anyone before, suggesting they do something else instead. At that, Nox looked up, staring directly at Garen von Reinhafer. He suggested they let their father make the final judgment once they returned to their estate. Garen von Reinhafer glared at Nox with deep caution, gritting his teeth in frustration. He cursed his brother in his mind, but ultimately backed down, agreeing to let their father judge the matter once they got back. Nox nodded with a smirk, calling his brother's decision a wise one. He then turned to Citri de Lobelia, calling her name. She quickly replied and stepped forward, addressing him as her young master. The two of them walked out together, leaving Garen von Reinhafer to stare at Nox's back, wondering when his brother had become so incredibly strong. He gritted his teeth in bitter resentment, wondering where he had seen that sword Nox was holding before. Not far away, Nox walked with Citri de Lobelia, kindly asking her if she was hurt anywhere. Meanwhile, Garen von Reinhafer warily watched Nox's retreating figure, realizing he shouldn't underestimate him on this mission. By the village well, Nox and Citri de Lobelia searched the area for clues. As they investigated, Nox quietly realized that a clash among the soldiers was inevitable. Looking off into the distance, Nox continued his analysis. The factions were already drawn, and now they were forced to make a decisive choice. Nox wondered if they would choose to follow Garen von Reinhafer, or side with him instead. Suddenly, Nox glanced over at Citri de Lobelia walking beside him. Citri de Lobelia was trembling uncontrollably for some unknown reason. Nox noticed and asked if she was okay, prompting her to look down and shakily reply that she was. With teary eyes, Citri de Lobelia turned to him, anxiously asking if he would really be all right after what happened. Before he could even reply, she burst into tears, crying over why he did that. Making a scene would only make him more enemies and put his life in danger. Nox widened his eyes, deeply surprised by her genuine concern for his well-being. He calmly asked her if she had forgotten who her master actually was. He expressionlessly reminded her that he is a Reinhafer, and even as a supposed good-for-nothing, they must never bow their heads to anyone. Zitri de Lobelia stopped crying, gazing up at her young master with pure admiration. Wiping away her remaining tears, she softly promised that she would always keep his words in mind. Somewhere else, Garen von Reinhafer slammed his beer mug onto the table in a fit of rage. With a scowl, Garen von Reinhafer fumed over how that trash dared to look down on him. At first he thought Nox would just be a useless burden on this mission, but his brother was proving to be completely different from his expectations. Thinking of Nox, Garen von Reinhafer wondered if that sword just happened to look like their father's legendary blade. His anger turned to anxiety, realizing he needed to keep a close eye on Nox, but he wondered who he could actually trust to spy on him. The doorknob rattled as John walked in respectfully, informing his young master that the situation on the first floor had been taken care of. Stroking his chin, John added that the youngest master seemed vastly different from the rumors. Garen von Reinhafer stared at John, thinking that he wasn't the only strange one. After all, John was the longtime leader of this local cavalry unit, a fact Garen von Reinhafer had personally verified. So how did a complete bookworm like Nox understand this place better than him? Garen von Reinhafer hadn't paid him a fortune just to have him run errands. Since the monsters had not attacked yet, Garen von Reinhafer decided he would have to make use of John's cavalry a little longer. He commanded John to ensure that all the bandits and monsters in the vicinity were completely wiped out. He added that if Nox showed any suspicious behavior, John must report it to him immediately. John loudly complied. As night fell outside, Zitri de Lobelia curiously asked Nox what he had been doing all day. She was staring directly at the strange greenish-yellow potion bottle cradled in Nox's hand. She asked if he had really spent the day just inspecting the village walls, to which Nox flatly confirmed they were extremely weak. Confused, Zitri de Lobelia wondered how they would ever stop the monsters. Nox simply turned away, telling her it was time to move. Following close behind, Zitri de Lobelia asked where they were headed, noting this was the opposite direction of their inn. Nox turned with a bright smile, telling her they needed to recruit some allies. Secretly, he knew that even a tiny village like this was bound to hide a true genius. Alina, the genius herbalist he always recruits whenever he visits the Chasm of Death, meaning she is essentially his ultimate personal pharmacy. The two of them walk down a damp, gloomy corridor. Zitri speaks up, asking Nox if a genius pharmacist is truly hiding in such a wretched place. He turns to confirm it, but Zitri remains deeply skeptical, wondering why someone so incredibly talented would isolate themselves in a remote, rundown dump like this. Nox explains that she has her own reasons, quietly knowing this path is actually the secret route to conquering Judas. In the future, Alina is destined to join a different faction rather than the Archive Empire. Without using this secret route to cross the chasm, finding her is simply impossible. Nox suddenly speaks up, telling her to follow him and watch her step so she does not slip. Zitri complies, but quietly wonders if anyone could actually survive in this dismal cave. Suddenly, a faint glow of light flickers in the distance. Zitri excitedly points out the light while Nox quietly recognizes the spot. Inside, Alina is chugging down booze and grumbling to herself about how she ended up stuck in this pathetic dump, wondering how her life fell apart so incredibly badly. As they peer inside, 6 eyes lock onto each other in absolute silence. Nox breaks the ice by declaring he finally found her, quietly celebrating that his perfect herbalist is within reach. Startled, Alina screams out frantically, demanding to know who these intruders are. She panics over having outsiders in her hideout while Zitri stares at the sloppy, drunken mess in complete disbelief. She asks her young master if this hopeless drunk is seriously the genius pharmacist he mentioned. A little while later, sitting in a room that still reeks heavily of cheap fermented alcohol, Alina hangs her head and apologizes, admitting she had no idea they came from such a prestigious noble family. Nox tells her to forget about all that. He came to discuss serious business and urges her to listen closely, leaving a trembling Alina to nervously agree. Nox analyzes the current Alina, remembering that at this point in the timeline she is merely a hidden prodigy with some of the highest growth potential on the entire continent. He absolutely must recruit her no matter what. Staring at her, he notes that even a genius like Alina has a massive glaring weakness. The system screen pops up with her details. Name: Alina Joseph. Female, age 21, half-elf with the wood attribute and 0 achievements. Her positive traits list her as cheerful, a genius potion maker, a gifted craftsman, open-minded, and an unawakened low-tier spirit summoner. But her negative trait is a major red flag. She is a total drunkard. Her stats show stamina of 6, mana of 4, luck of 5, willpower of 8, and a high energy stat of 22. Her passive skill is the blessed crafting hand. Nox stares at the screen, analyzing her mixed bag of traits. His eyes immediately lock onto that dreadful drunkard trait. Clicking his tongue, he can't believe the useless black sheep of the Reinhafer family is supposed to rely on someone like this. His face darkens. At first glance, she looks absolutely nothing like a prestigious, highly coveted genius pharmacist. Looking at the trembling girl, Nox tells Zitri that while she is indeed a handful, they have no other choice. Alina nervously apologizes, fearing she has angered him. Zitri leans in and whispers, quietly terrified Alina might overhear. She respectfully warns Nox that while she might be overstepping, hiring a literal alcoholic feels like an incredibly risky decision. Nox hesitates before admitting he is fully aware of the risks, but they are completely out of options. Hearing this, Zitri sighs, realizing things are about to get complicated. Alina breaks the awkward silence, timidly asking the two why they went through all the trouble of tracking her down in the first place. She immediately tenses up again, anxiously awaiting their response. Nox decides to get straight to the point. Adopting a deadly serious expression, Nox tells Alina to cooperate with him, promising that if she joins him, he will provide the one thing she desires most. Alina looks highly skeptical. She leans forward in disbelief, asking him to wait and clarify what he just said. Before she can press further, she is suddenly paralyzed by Nox's cold, razor-sharp gaze piercing right through her soul. Clutching her skirt tightly, she tries desperately to muster up courage. Looking incredibly guilty, Alina quietly apologizes and declines, stating she has unfinished business here and simply cannot leave with him. Nox calmly counters her, asking if this unfinished business is about her friend May. Shocked and panicked that he knows her secret, Alina demands to know how he found out. Nox simply crosses his arms, having anticipated this reaction, and delivers the cold truth that May is about to be executed. The shocking news leaves Alina utterly devastated, proving May means everything to her. Seizing on her desperation, Nox repeats his offer, suggesting that if she chooses to cooperate with him, perhaps he can actually save her friend from execution. Reaching his hand out toward her, he asks what she thinks of it, wondering if that is enough to sway her mind. Inside the cold, damp room, Alina sits alone. She sits in silence, haunted by the terrifying realization that May faces imminent execution. Alina remembers Nox's promise when he asked her to join forces. "Join me, Alina, and I will save her for you." Alina sits there in despair, softly muttering a single name. She whispers May. And Alina begins to remember the past. A brave blonde girl confronted the Lord, demanding to know why they had to pay more taxes when he already raised them this month. Alina thinks of her only friend, remembering how May always protected her. In her memories, May confronted the corrupt Lord, yelling that the citizens were dying of starvation while he ignored the crumbling city walls despite receiving royal funding. The Lord's face darkened in rage, and he immediately ordered his guards to drag May away. Alina keeps thinking that it should have been her who was taken instead. If only she had been braver back then. Lost in her painful memories, Alina's tears poured down like a sudden summer rain. She curls up and weeps bitterly, crying out that she cannot save her precious friend on her own. She thinks of Nox. He probably cannot save her either, but still maybe. Looking up at the ceiling, she whispers that she will never forget this and will remember it for a very long time. Meanwhile, in another part of town, a crowded tavern is packed with rowdy, laughing patrons. A massive mug of cold beer is slammed down onto the table. A flattering soldier asks with a smirk, "What did that idiot Garen von Reinhafer do then?" With a smug, condescending sneer, John laughs and calls him a complete fool. He goes on to say they posed as a night squad and the idiot fell for it instantly. Hearing this, the surrounding mercenaries burst into a loud, mocking roar of laughter. One of the men rummaging through his pockets remarks that raiding the night quarters was totally worth it even if they just got lucky, right, John? With a disgusting grin, he pulls out a golden knight insignia and boasts that they even managed to snatch this, claiming they can secure much bigger, higher-paying jobs with it. John points at the golden badge, explaining that if they show this to the Reinhafer family, they will mistake him for the captain and grant him all the leader's perks. Another soldier chuckles, saying it is a crazy coincidence that the two of them share the exact same name. John grins thoughtfully, suggesting that holding Garen von Reinhafer hostage will bring in a massive ransom, especially since he is a member of the powerful Reinhafer family. Do you not agree? However, one young man in the corner cannot bring himself to join the laughing crowd, looking incredibly anxious and hesitant about the reckless plan John is proposing. He nervously pipes up, asking if doing this is really okay. They are the most influential of the three dark families, and who knows if any bandit group has ever survived after crossing them. His warning instantly ruins the mood, and John's crew turns around to glare coldly at the young man who dared to speak up. The surrounding mercenaries immediately start mocking him, calling him a pathetic coward. That is exactly why everyone calls you stupid. The terrified young man cowers in fear, not daring to talk back. John raises his hand to signal them to stop, and his men instantly shut their mouths. He leans over the table, staring at the youth. John grimaces in frustration, demanding to know where the boy thinks they are. This is Charters, a lawless place even the royal family abandoned. We will take Garen von Reinhafer hostage, collect the massive ransom, and flee to the eastern coast. No matter how influential the Reinhafer family is, they will be completely powerless to track us down. We just need to hide out and live like kings, to which another soldier flatters him, calling him a brilliant leader. But what about that kid, Nox? There is no way he has realized what we are doing right. Hearing this, John rubs his chin thoughtfully and admits that Nox is indeed a dangerous, stubborn kid, warning everyone to steer clear of him until the job is done. Another soldier laughs it off, saying, "Nox is just a little kid. and that John is worrying way too much. John shrugs and dismisses his concerns about Nox, raising his cup for another toast. Suddenly, every light in the tavern goes completely dark. Silence falls. An eerie quiet fills the room. One of the soldiers mutters what is happening. Another groans, demanding to know who turned off the lights. Feeling warm blood splatter across his face, John panically tells everyone to stay calm. John touches his face, feeling the splattered blood. He smells the fresh blood. Suddenly, realizing something, he quickly glances to his side. Right there lies one of his soldiers, completely dead. The gruesome sight drains the color from John's face, leaving him utterly paralyzed with fear. With eyes wide in horror, he scrambles backward to escape the dead body. John screams in sheer panic, what is going on here? He backs up further, only to step on something unsettlingly soft. Looking down, he finds another of his sworn brothers lying lifeless on the ground. John completely panics. His panicked brain finally realizes they are facing an enemy. He shrieks out, who is there? Emerging from the darkness, a blood-soaked Nox appears behind him and asks why John is being so incredibly rude. Hearing the sound, John spins around and comes face to face with his personal Grim Reaper, Nox. He scrambles backward in a panic, stammering, "Just who are you?" Instead of answering, Nox mocks them for hiding in this hole like rats, questioning how they dared to rob the Reinhafer family. "You bandits have seriously overestimated yourselves," he adds coldly. Grimacing, John tries to plead, claiming there has been a huge misunderstanding. Cutting him off, Nox reveals he knows all of their crimes, including embezzling funds, smuggling Titan, and even their secret scheme to exploit Nox von Reinhafer for their own selfish gain. With his secrets exposed, John grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. John demands to know what Nox wants, urging him to think carefully about how defeating Nox von Reinhafer would earn him real respect from his family. "You only need to. Just ignore us this once. There is no need to take unnecessary risks." As the bandits in disguise begin to surround him, Nox scoffs, calling it a cheap speech while they did not even bother hiding the corpses. With one swing of his blade, Nox effortlessly cuts down several soldiers. Smiling like a demon, Nox asks if they seriously think he is that stupid. Furious, John yells out, ordering his men to kill him. The soldiers immediately close in surrounding Nox. And honestly, these guys are absolutely no match for him. Nox easily slices through them all. One after another, they fall lifeless to the floor. Soon, only John is left standing. Staring at the slaughter, John desperately wonders if this bastard has been hiding his true power all along. Dropping into a stance, he knows he is in danger and must end this right now. Left with no choice, John prepares his final trump card. He bellows that the dead only have their own sheer foolishness to blame. A barely surviving bandit sneers that Nox is finally done for. Using the leader's signature sword style, a sharp wave of sword intent surges directly toward Nox. Nox speaks up calmly. "You are far stupider than I thought." Nox casually raises his sword and easily blocks John's sword intent. The sword intent shatters harmlessly, leaving Nox completely unscathed. A system notification chimes in, announcing that the genius swordsman has successfully dismantled the enemy's attack. John's men stand frozen, completely dumbfounded by the sight. One of them stammers, asking how he could possibly block Chatter's sword technique. Nox wipes out the remaining bandits. He turns away, speaking with absolute disdain for these lowlifes. "How dare you ask? What I really want, I have already." A system alert chimes, "You have learned southern swordsmanship." Blue light erupts around Nox as he murmurs, "I have already gotten what I came for." Drenched in blood, John stares back in absolute shock and terror. He watches Nox swing his sword, executing the exact style he just acquired. Nox pays him no mind, his murderous gaze locking onto the leader. John is left speechless, uttering only a single word: genius. Nox closes his eyes, hair falling over his face. What does genius mean? In a stark void, he looks down at his own shadow. His eyes carry a deep sorrow. Is it simply about being slightly more outstanding than everyone else? Bare feet slowly step forward across the ground. He reaches a hand toward the mirror. Stepping closer, he presses his palm against the glass to stare at his reflection. Is it about proving that one can reach a higher level of power, one that most people can never hope to touch? He presses harder until the glass shatters. From the moment he gambled with his life, he has constantly asked himself this very question. Glass shards scatter through the air. What does being a genius really mean? He closes his eyes and smirks. The instant Nox opens his eyes, they flare with fierce determination as he glares at his opponent. Unleashing a massive sword strike, he mutters, compared to what he will learn in the future, this technique is nothing, but it is more than enough for them. The bandits take a direct hit, stumbling back as blood splatters everywhere. They scream in agony, mouths open as they call out for their commander. But their leader John is already on his knees, completely helpless before this attack. The legendary Chater Southern swordsmanship. The thought loops endlessly in John's mind, a sword style that took him 15 years to master. So how does a mere child execute it? A shadow falls over him as a boot steps right before his trembling knees. It is indeed Nox standing before him with an imposing, majestic aura. John looks up, his eyes filled with absolute terror. Scrambling backward, he stammers, "If you kill me, Titan won't let you get away. He might already know what you have done." Nox leans down with a cold sigh. "Cut the nonsense. Who would possibly witness me killing you?" John screams out, "Everyone left alive here will see it." Nox brings a finger to his lips, leaning close. "Shh, listen carefully. John, Bandit Commander. It is simple. I am currently assassinating you all." Cold sweat pours down John's face as he gasps. "It seems you still do not get it. If no one is left alive to testify, then this is nothing more than an assassination." With those cold words, he raises his blade high, flashing a gentle smile as blood splatters across the room. "That is exactly what the world will think." A voice echoes inside a dungeon. "Hey May, what do you mean by that?" A pair of slender arms hang from rusty shackles, dripping with blood. May lies there, covered in brutal wounds, gasping heavily for breath. Titan scowls. "So you refuse to work, and you do not want to be sold to other nobles either." He delivers a brutal, heavy slap right across May's face. The ruthless Titan shows absolutely no mercy as he barks. "Is that correct?" Gathering her last ounce of strength, she spits back, "I will never take orders from scum like you." He wraps his hand around her face, squeezing with crushing force. Titan sneers, asking what she can possibly do now. The only thing a lowlife like her can do is just to squirm on the ground. She spits, landing right on his chest. He looks down for a moment. In disbelief, he asks what she thinks she is doing. Furious rage erupts as he repeatedly slaps May's already bruised face, mockingly asking if she wants to be sold off to some dark magician instead. She hangs her head in defeat as her old teacher's words echo, "May, I know you tried, but this potion recipe is wrong too." Her teacher stands, arms crossed coldly, saying it all comes down to natural talent. May holds her potion bottle with shaking hands, utterly devastated by the teacher's harsh truth. She realized she was never talented at anything, no alchemy, no swordsmanship, absolutely nothing at all. But her teacher's tone shifts for Alina. As Alina brings her potion, the teacher marvels at how a genius like her could exist in their countryside. Unlike May, Alina is special. She muses that if Alina were noble, her life would be completely different. Softly patting her head, the teacher wishes Alina could at least escape this rundown orphanage. In stark contrast to May, Alina is a true genius who never belonged in a place like this. She always seems to glow, shining so incredibly bright. Yet Alina only looks at May. Running over, Alina grabs May's hand, asking her to play together. That dazzling, radiant smile of hers. It makes May feel a deep, uncontrollable wave of jealousy. That jealousy was why she ultimately chose to sacrifice herself for Alina, quietly accepting her fate, because a talentless person like her could never achieve what her brilliant friend was destined for. May sneers, replying that she is already used to struggling in the dirt. Titan stares in shock as she asks what he plans to do after she dies. She sticks out her tongue mockingly. It is none of her business anymore, and she refuses to be a burden to Alina. Fresh blood splatters across the cold stone floor. Furious Titan raises his hand, roaring in sheer rage. But a voice echoes out, "Stop hurting yourself." Titan freezes and turns toward the voice, which warns that if May leaves here as a corpse, Alina will be devastated. She also turns her eyes toward that direction. Now watch. Nox arrives, dragging his sword from afar. "What wind brought you here?" Titan sneers mockingly. Nox delivers the cold verdict, "Titan, by royal law, you will be executed." He slowly approaches with his sword drawn, his entire body radiating a terrifying, chilling bloodlust that fills the room. Titan stops, glare hardening as he asks why he is here. His face blood-stained and completely indifferent, Nox coldly warns Titan that retribution for his sins has finally arrived. Nox looks through the iron bars at May, who is hanging weakly in iron chains. He coldly tells Titan his partner is already dead, making his own demise absolutely inevitable, so he should just give up now. Titan closes his eyes and chuckles, muttering about how unfortunate it all is. Snapping his eyes open, he glares at Nox. He asks if the young master came alone. Nox calmly confirms it. Titan chuckles with absolute confidence, sneering that the young master has severely underestimated his true strength. Still talking through the iron bars, Titan challenges him, asking if he truly thinks he can win alone. He grips the hilt of the sword at his waist. Nox looks completely confident, calmly answering that he absolutely can do it. Titan glares, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He draws his blade, looks like things are about to escalate real quick. But none of that matters anymore as rushing footsteps echo from the corridor. A horde of nearly 100 soldiers suddenly appears out of nowhere. Nox stands completely alone, surrounded by the entire army inside the room. Titan raises his sword high and bellows out, "Kill him for me." The soldiers charge forward simultaneously, rushing at him like lightning. Yet he just stands there completely unbothered. After a brief moment, Nox slowly closes his eyes. He lets out a single heavy sigh. His eyes snap open, radiating intense killing intent. It completely floods the entire room. At this exact moment, the genius trait is activated for a full 5 minutes. The inner system flashes, ticking down to 4 minutes and 59 seconds. Everything blurs into a complete haze, only bright flashes remain. Strands of light rip through space, carving out terrified and painful faces. Ending his move, he pulls back into his signature ballet stance. Gliding past the frozen soldiers behind him, he has already gone invisible. The Genius system timer hits 4 minutes and 58 seconds. In just 2 seconds, he is already standing right in front of the cage where May is kept. Streams of glowing energy still wrap around him as he steps forward in a perfect, graceful stride. Nox gently opens the cell door and raises his hand to greet her. The countdown timer has only reached 4 minutes and 57 seconds. The massive titan still stands frozen in place, staring blankly toward his soldiers. Even as Nox glides right past him, his face remains completely dazed, unable to process what just happened. Nox casts a cold razor-sharp glare right at the back of his neck. At this point, the timer reads 4 minutes and 56 seconds, but as he glides past Titan without a glance, the trail of light follows. May's face is incredibly pale as Nox gently places his hand on her cheek. The system countdown now has 4 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Looking at her with genuine pity, he gently pours a mysterious liquid over her. She slowly flutters, her eyes open, her vision blurry as she asks, "Who are you?" He softly replies, "I am Nox von Reinhafer." He continues, "By the time you fully wake up, everything will be over." Completely exhausted, May slowly closes her eyes once again. Finally, snapping out of his shock, the Titan stammers, "How is this possible? How did you defeat all of them?" He scowls deeply, a cold sweat breaking out across his entire face. As the monster prepares to unleash his attack, Nox stands completely motionless. Inexplicably, the massive Titan collapses face first onto the ground in sheer terror. With blood splattering, he turns to look back at Nox. The Titan shifts from utter panic to absolute skin-crawling terror. Blood sprays everywhere, mixing with the glowing streaks of Nox's sword, strikes every single soldier is already dead. Crimson puddles paint the cold stone floor of the chamber. Staring in horror at his grim fate, Titan trembles as Nox suddenly speaks up, "Do not think for a single second that I will let you die so easily." Titan looks up, practically begging for mercy. But he is completely paralyzed, as if his legs were sliced clean off. Looking up at Nox, his eyes hold nothing but absolute agony and terror. Nox barely moved, yet Titan is utterly defeated. Titan is completely dazed, unable to find words for the monster before him. How could this be real? Had he actually just gone and lost to some young brat? He, the master of schemes, was now tasting total defeat. So many unanswered questions swirl around the silent Nox. What did it truly mean to be a genius radiating such blinding power? Bleeding out on the cold floor, that is the only thing on his mind. With wide, trembling eyes, Titan stares up at Nox. With cold, glowing eyes and a sword gripped tight, Nox slowly steps forward as his heavy bloodlust fills the room. He is in denial. Is this nightmare real? Has the legendary Titan truly lost to a mere kid? Despair completely washes over him. Memories of his father, Chater's mercenary captain, flood his mind. Back then, as a young boy, everyone wanted to be just like him. But then he witnessed his father brutally abusing a woman, a terrifying man whom everyone still respected. He clearly remembers his father grabbing that poor woman by her hair, dragging her away as she screamed in pain. The man turned and asked him, "Titan, do you know why all these people follow me?" Shaking with fear, the young boy muttered that he did not know. His father suddenly placed a heavy hand on his head, making him flinch. With a dark grin, he muttered, "It is because of power." He went on saying that if you have overwhelming absolute strength, you can get away with anything. That was the law of the land on the outer fringes of the empire. Looking up, the young Titan asked if his father was the strongest on the continent. Suddenly, his father's expression turned incredibly serious. Releasing his grip on both his son and the woman who scrambled to escape, his father looked down and simply answered no. He explained that even he was just another nameless nobody on this vast continent. There were countless swordsmen with unbelievable monstrous strength out there, and some of them were actually children no older than Titan himself. Placing a hand on the boy's shoulder, he whispered, "They are geniuses, far stronger than me." That is the harsh reality you must expect on a continent currently drowning in a bloody sea of endless war. Snapped back to reality by the cold gleam of the majestic sword right before him, Titan realizes he only survived this long by always avoiding monsters of that caliber. And wait, look who is standing right in front of him. He quietly mutters the boy's name, Nox von Reinhafer. Staring at the boy's emotionless face, he realizes Nox is one of those untouchable geniuses his father warned him about. He had spent his whole life running from people with this kind of unreachable talent, but now his luck had run out. Looking up in absolute despair with cold sweat dripping down his face, he finally understands why he is staring at death right now. Because he chose to challenge Nox. Suddenly, purple light flashes. Nox drives his sword straight through Titan's back. Withdrawing his sharp blade, a massive wave of fresh blood sprays everywhere. Crimson splatters cover Nox's face and clothes. Meanwhile, Elena sits quietly on her chair, completely lost in deep somber thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, making her look up. It is May alongside Zetri. Elena gasps May's name, and May simply offers a gentle smile. Dropping her hat to the floor, she cries out for May. Elena throws her arms around May, sobbing hysterically. She explains how terrified she was, thinking May had actually abandoned her. May gently comforts her, saying everything is fine now. With tears in her own eyes, May apologizes secretly, thinking she was the selfish one. Seeing Alina cry so bitterly makes her deeply regret leaving her behind just to go off and pursue her own selfish desires. Zitri de Lobelia smiles softly as she watches them. She turns to ask where young Master Nox is, wanting to thank him for saving her. She replies that Nox is likely settling the remaining chaos and discussing important matters, leaving the girl to ask in surprise what they are discussing. She nods, explaining that she believes he is having a deeply honest conversation with his older brother. Yet deep down she worries, knowing an honest talk might not be what Nox actually has in mind. Looking down the brightly lit hallway of the manor, it is clear something is brewing. The scene shifts to another building entirely. Inside, a man impatiently taps his fingers on the table, grumbling about how much longer John will make him wait. It is Garen von Reinhafer, resting his chin on his hand as he complains about making a noble of the Reinhafer family wait around like this. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door catches his attention. A figure steps inside, replying to Garen von Reinhafer's annoyed question by simply saying it is him, brother. Recognizing the face, he gasps in surprise. Nox. Nox asks if he is free, mentioning they have some highly important business to discuss, while Garen von Reinhafer crosses his arms, scowling. Garen von Reinhafer glares with absolute disdain, asking why he should even bother speaking with him. Fresh blood from the earlier fights still stains Nox's clothes. And trust me, his face is dead serious, casting a freezing aura that would make anyone shudder. With a piercing gaze, Nox repeats that this matter is extremely important. Visibly shaken, Garen von Reinhafer glances at him nervously before telling him to just sit down first. The scene transitions to the massive estate of the Reinhafer family. An older man holding a letter speaks up, summarizing the contents. He reports that young Master Nox has completely purged the corruption within that village, handing down severe punishments to everyone involved, as Theo sits across from him listening intently. Butler Rodwell presents the letter, adding that Nox has requested a very specific reward for his achievements, which is... He hands the letter to Theo apologetically, admitting that even he does not know what the request actually is. Theo opens the letter silently, noting that the decay in Chadlers has been worsening by the day. Thinking of that bleak region, he knows nobody ever bothers with it for one simple reason: it yields absolutely zero profit. He rubs his chin, reflecting that the area has actually been a massive headache for the Empire's noble houses for quite some time. He realizes the eastern side of Chadlers is their final front line, because if that boundary fails, hordes of beasts will swarm directly into the heart of the kingdom, forcing central nations to pour massive wealth and military resources into defense. They even had to hire countless mercenaries just to secure those vital high-risk territories. He muses that Chadlers is exactly like that, a completely worthless wasteland that they simply cannot afford to abandon. Though the cursed land holds no value, he notes that the bandits ruling it, like the Vermin Titans, are incredibly lethal. Dealing with them is highly dangerous even for someone like Garen von Reinhafer, to which Rodwell agrees completely. Rodwell adds that if those ruthless bandits had ambushed Knight John, the outcome would have been far more devastating. Theo interrupts, stating if they cannot survive a situation like that, they do not deserve the Reinhafer name, noting he only stationed the Black Sword Knights there as a last resort to prevent deaths. Tossing the letter onto the table, he shifts his focus back to the real puzzle, which is Nox. His expression hardens as he points out that Nox is hardly a saint who'd go around purging corrupt villages for free, and this Chadler's situation is no exception. Theo questions why Nox wants the royal family to grant him authority over that cursed wasteland when there is nothing to gain. In the letter, Nox specifically requested full control of Chadlers under the Reinhafer banner as his reward, asking if his father could grant him this single wish. The letter concludes with Nox promising to renounce his status as the youngest son if he fails, leaving both Theo and a worried Rodwell stunned by the stakes. Rodwell asks if he will reject this, as Theo's sharp gaze narrows. He falls silent, contemplating the matter before finally speaking. He declares he will accept it because if Nox actually succeeds and defeats those bandits, Theo can easily secure the imperial rights to hand the land over to him. A sly smile creeps onto his face. This is the perfect chance to test his leadership skills, as Rodwell nods. Rodwell nodded and agreed to send a letter to the Empire to begin negotiations to acquire the rivaling traders, just as Theodore had specifically requested of him. Do it immediately, Theodore commanded. Rodwell bowed in respect, while Theodore quietly pondered. He watched Theodore sign his name. Reading Nox von Reinhafer's letter, Theo spoke in utter confusion. Just how far ahead have you actually planned, son? The very next morning, under a beautifully clear blue sky where birds fluttered inside a quiet house, Garen von Reinhafer stood shaking uncontrollably. He asked if Nox meant John and Titan wanted him dead. He gloomily asked if he was just a disposable pawn for them, which Nox calmly confirmed with a simple nod, sending Garen von Reinhafer into absolute despair. Gritting his teeth in absolute fury, Garen von Reinhafer wondered how his family's prior investigation could have missed their true identities. With bloodshot eyes, he cursed those evil bastards for daring to deceive the Reinhafers just to discard him before suddenly looking up. He stared at Nox, noticing a dangerous aura. A threatening purple mist swirled around the boy, making Garen von Reinhafer realize Nox was an even bigger problem. Nox chuckled, asking Garen von Reinhafer if he was truly terrified. It was a sudden shock, and Garen von Reinhafer clenched his fists, realizing this kid was genuinely looking for a fight. Squeezing his hands tightly to force his temper down, Garen von Reinhafer realized he had to maintain control because failing the trial meant his dream of becoming a true knight was completely over. With a heavy sigh, he saw no other option. Garen von Reinhafer reluctantly accepted the bastard's proposal. Nox laughed happily. He praised his elder brother for calculating the pros and cons so quickly indeed. First, Nox demanded full command over all of his soldiers. Garen von Reinhafer had to agree immediately. Even without giving up his soldiers, Garen von Reinhafer knew his life was already fully in Nox's hands. The boy was too dangerous. Sensing the thick aura of danger and death, Garen von Reinhafer had to admit it. He had absolutely no clue how powerful this kid actually was. In exchange, Garen von Reinhafer demanded his safety and wanted all the final achievements to remain his. Nox easily accepted, calmly holding up 2 fingers. Smirking arrogantly, Nox repeated his terms, protecting his life and securing his achievements. That made 2 whole demands, leaving Garen von Reinhafer highly irritated. Swallowing his rage, Garen von Reinhafer gritted his teeth. He offered his mining rights and all valuable items found in his massive mine as extra payment now. He urged Nox to handle the situation properly. Nox stood up from his chair, mocking him that his life was worth far more than that cheap price. Nox promised to protect him and chasers. But suddenly, his gaze turned icy cold. He warned his brother not to get impatient. The scene then shifted to an alchemist's laboratory. Shelves were packed with glass jars and colorful elixirs as a voice read out the recipes for a golden potion and a corrosive formula. It turned out to be the alchemist Elena and May. Elena held up the paper, admitting she had never brewed them before but believed it was doable, while Zitri happily relayed this to Nox. Nox praised her. But Zitri looked deeply concerned, asking if his plan was truly safe. She warned that the young master's plan was far too dangerous, questioning why he had to face the plague demon, a sentiment May quickly and anxiously agreed with. They refused to let their savior throw his life away. Nox calmly reassured them there was nothing to fear. He would never have mentioned it if it was impossible. He fully understood their deep concern. Looking at their worried faces, he understood why they were so terrified. Since he could not reveal that he needed to retrieve a specific item from the plague demon, he was forced to lie, telling them his decision was final, to which Zitri obediently complied. She promised to prepare everything. Meanwhile, Nox privately noted that defeating the plague demon early on was practically impossible. Defeating it in chasers was basically impossible. Elena and May stared at him with concern. No player had ever achieved such a feat. Yet a confident smirk crept onto his face. That would hold true for anyone else, but Nox knew he was the sole exception. Convinced that only he could pull this off, Nox grabbed a wooden pointer and aimed it at the map, warning them to listen closely because he would only explain this hidden route once. Normal methods would never work against the plague demon here. The hidden path only appeared under special conditions. Only hardcore veterans could see it. The 3 girls stared in shock at where his finger pointed. They gasped in disbelief as Nox shifted his pointer near the very edge of the map. He smiled, knowing he was the ultimate hardcore veteran who had cleared Inner Lunatic. Having cleared it 26 times, Nox looked at them and asked if they understood, prompting a unified nod. They agreed, and Nox knew this was why he had to act. Confronting the plague demon and chasers was essential. He smiled at them. To put it simply, he was fully prepared. Since the rewards will be massive, there is no need for further discussion. Tomorrow we move out. The scene shifts to a colossal city gate. He feeds a carrot to a beautiful black horse, gently patting its head. He grips the sword at his hip with absolute resolve. Without risking your life, you cannot survive, he says, his gaze sharpening as he stares into the distance. Transmigrating into a brutal game like Inner Lunatic means constant danger, and right on cue the ground begins to rumble. Massive monster footsteps shake the very earth beneath them. Standing atop the high gate, he looks out. Thousands of beasts swarm below. So it has begun, he mutters, then raises his voice to ask if everyone is ready. Elena and May shout their ready assent while Garen von Reinhafer nods in agreement. Raising his hand, his voice turns ice cold. We only have one shot, so make it count, he warns. The soldiers salute in unison, though his mind is still racing with uneasy thoughts. He still cannot understand why these memories feel so incredibly fresh. Gazing down at the soldiers in their neat lines, he reflects. Somehow he has truly become Nox von Reinhafer. He stands bravely upon the wall. With his allies and soldiers at his back and a horde of furious beasts charging below, he devises his lone survival strategy. Just then, Zitri de Lobelia calls out anxiously. Young master, will you really come back safely, she asks, reminding him that she brought up this exact danger yesterday. It is simply too dangerous. But before she can finish, he raises a hand to cut her off. Zitri de Lobelia, he smiles, trust your master. I am not going to die out there. Staring at her face, he wonders if his fate was sealed back then. Suddenly, he leaps straight off the high fortress gate. He plummets rapidly. A wicked smirk plays on his lips. How ironic to make a promise he cannot keep when his body is already terminally ill. Drawing his sword, he drives the blade deep. He drags the steel across the stone wall to slow his descent. Rebounding off the barrier, he lands smoothly and immediately begins channeling a powerful spell. A glowing purple orb of magical energy materializes in his left hand, which he hurls directly at an enemy's face. Corrosive purple fluid splashes across the iron golem's body. As the acid eats away at its armor, Nox delivers a devastating slash with his sword. The golem completely fractures. The system interface flashes with a notification. Having destroyed the iron golem, his mastery in Chatter's swordplay increases as a brilliant purple aura flares up. He slices through the monsters, spraying blood everywhere as his eyes burn with pure bloodlust. Without making that stubborn promise, he might have already kicked the bucket. More beasts surge forward to tear him apart. Undeterred, Nox effortlessly mounts a swift counterattack against the charging mob. If death is coming, these monsters will just have to serve as his stepping stones. Behind him, the soldiers join the fray. The crazier the battle, the more he can actually enjoy this lethal game. A manic light glints in his eyes. Slicing through the horde like a demon, he smiles wickedly. Everything he once played is now his actual reality. High above, a Pegasus appears. He looks up. There you are, he smirks. Let us get this started, shall we? The Pegasus glares right back at him. Its eyes burn with hostility. Opening its massive beak, the creature screeches. Two glowing eyes lock onto their target as it extends its sharp talons toward Nox, who only laughs maniacally in response. Watching this madness unfold from the castle gate, the crowd gasps in terror. Their eyes widen with extreme anxiety as they look at the battlefield below, littered with the corpses of dead monsters. Seeing the sheer carnage, Alina watches him fearlessly challenge the flying beast. Am I dreaming? I have never seen a knight fight like this before, she mutters in sheer disbelief. Is a human even capable of doing something like that? Beside her, May is just as stunned. I knew he was skilled, but his movements are so fast they are practically invisible to the naked eye, she whispers, turning to Zitri de Lobelia. Zitri explains what the Reinhafer clan is really like. A family famous for their swordsmanship, where the heir to the supreme black sword is decided through fierce internal duels. Placing her hand on her chest, she continues. Her gaze instantly sharpens. She declares with absolute pride that young Master Nox is easily their best candidate. Beside her, Garen von Reinhafer face palms, looking incredibly exhausted by her sheer praise. Meanwhile, Zutri quietly reflects on her master. She still doesn't understand why he never clears up the rumors, but he must have his own reasons. Just then, May speaks up. I don't believe all those rumors about him are true, she says, looking over at Garen von Reinhafer with sparkling eyes and a soft smile. He surely has his reasons for playing the part of a useless fool, even if I can't guess what they are. Zitri agrees. Yes, I think so too, Zitri replies, stepping forward. With a hand on her chest and a slight bow, she tells her to rest assured that his motives are solid. He is incredibly clever after all. Elena happily grabs her shoulders. So you want us to help hide his true self, right? Elena laughs, telling her not to worry. May chimes in, promising their lips are completely sealed. Hearing this, Zitri is deeply touched, and the girls quickly find themselves becoming close friends. Meanwhile, down on the battlefield below, the griffin lets out an ear-splitting screech, causing Garen von Reinhafer and his men to grimace. The surrounding soldiers tremble in fear before its terrifying presence. Looking down, Garen von Reinhafer watches Nox confront the giant griffin alone, anxiously biting his nails. Is Nox actually planning to fight that monster? He is insane. Suddenly, the griffin lunges with sharp claws, but Nox quickly ducks to dodge the attack. Coldly raising his sword to counter, the beast swiftly flaps its wings to evade. Taking to the sky, it makes the fight much harder. Nox glares sharply up at Garen von Reinhafer, startling him. Garen von Reinhafer instantly remembers their prior plan and grinds his teeth, thinking to himself, damn it, I just have to do what I was told. He barks orders to the troops, shouting at them to ready the ballista and fire the moment that flying monster enters their range. Are we clear? The soldiers to roar in unison. A giant ballista stands fully prepared on the wall. Garen von Reinhafer watches the griffin intently, waiting for the beast to fly closer. An incredibly sharp, giant bolt specifically designed to take down a griffin is loaded. Garen von Reinhafer gives the order to fire immediately. The bolt shoots forward, tearing toward the panicked griffin. It tries to flee, but it is too late. The projectile tears a massive hole through its right wing. Its eyes widen as it crashes heavily to the ground. Nox smiles at his success. He always knew that defeating a griffin meant shutting down its aerial mobility first. Now, he pops the cork of a potion bottle with his teeth and drinks it dry. A system screen alerts him that his stamina is temporarily boosted by 1. Nox stares coldly at the griffin, thinking how his preparation paid off. He recalls his earlier argument with Garen von Reinhafer, who had angrily asked how Nox dared to order him to do such a low-level task. Why make me build a ballista when anyone else could do it? Nox had remained silent before calmly suggesting that Garen von Reinhafer fight the griffin himself instead. Those words instantly shut him up. Reluctantly, Garen von Reinhafer had just asked how many men Nox needed. Back in the present, Nox looks at the fallen beast, pleased that Garen von Reinhafer's sharp instincts proved to be so useful. As it opens its eyes, Nox silently notes that the only remaining issue is the effect of Alina's magic potion. Staring intently, he watches the beast closely, telling it to prove itself. His reflection shines in its eyes as it begins, spreading its massive wings to take flight. It surges into the sky, but the painful open wound on its wing is exposed. The beast glances at the massive tear and instantly crashes back down hard. Nox stands behind it, asking if it is angry that things failed. He coldly notes that normally this small amount of damage would never bother a high-tier beast. His eyes glow with an intense, terrifying malice as he reminds it of its high-ranking griffin status. That pure bloodlust leaves the creature absolutely terrified. Staring at the blood dripping from its wing, he mentions the arrows that pierced it. With an amused look, he adds that they coated those tips in a special poison. Gasping and salivating from the toxic mixture, it listens as Nox calmly warns that the real agonizing pain starts in just 5 minutes. Yet it still forces itself up aggressively, swinging its razor-sharp claws at him. Nox remains totally unbothered, stating that, when the clock strikes exactly 5 minutes, that is all the time he needs. As those lethal claws slash incredibly close to his face, he silently notes this pressure is vastly different from any fantasy game. Then he smirks, confident that he is not going home empty-handed. Magic clocks suddenly materialize in the air around the beast. But wait, the griffin suddenly senses the trap. A flurry of countless sharp cuts immediately rips through its flesh. Nox has rapidly diced the hippogriff, coldly muttering that its victory will not happen today. He glances over and loudly yells for Garen von Reinhafer. Watching from the castle walls, Garen von Reinhafer is filled with dread, wondering if this is truly the Nox he knew. Garen von Reinhafer tightly clenches his fists, mentally preparing himself. He immediately commands his archers to fire. 2 arrows streak through the air, piercing the beast. Nox lets out a maniacal laugh. He raises his sword, which is now vibrating with dark, deadly energy. He points the blade directly at his target, announcing it is time to end this. The 2 arrows lodged in the griffin make it shriek in pure agony. Its mouth gapes wide, leaving the watching soldiers completely speechless. Alina and the others hold their breath, watching the intense struggle. Meanwhile, Nox gathers a brilliant purple light into his blade, readying his signature skill, Shadow Execution. With that, he charges straight toward the massive griffin. The beast uses its final bit of strength, lunging to bite him. But Nox counters with a razor-sharp strike, slicing its leg clean off as blood sprays everywhere. He remains completely cold and expressionless throughout the violence. The griffin can only stare at him in total helplessness. Nox grips his sword tightly, delivering one final devastating strike. With one final slice, the griffin is split in 2, and Nox calmly watches it die. He sheathes his sword as his magic watch lights up. Showing 11, he wipes the sweat from his face. He then casts a cold glance at the remaining monsters. Seeing their powerful leader slaughtered so easily, the beasts begin to tremble with fear. They stare at him with absolute terror, and then, without warning, they bolt away like lightning. Nox just smiles. Looking back at the city gates, he hears the citizens cheering for their savior. Right then, his system screen pops up, displaying a 60-day lifespan increase, leaving him with exactly 179 days. Teary-eyed citizens embrace. They hug in relief, while Alina and her friends look at him with pride. Nox smiles, glad to see everyone so happy. Meanwhile, Garen von Reinhafer cannot believe his eyes. He is completely stunned, cursing under his breath, wondering how this is even possible. How can a nameless kid do this? He remembers how terrifying and vicious the griffin was, knowing it was a high-level beast. Yet remembering how the monster cowered before Nox, he wonders why such a powerful creature would falter before a total nobody. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that defeating it so effortlessly requires the skill of a master swordsman. Cold sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Watching the crowd cheer for Nox, he wonders if he has no choice left but to finally acknowledge this kid's overwhelming strength. He mutters the name Nox von Reinhafer. If everything this kid has shown so far is actually his true, genuine strength, then he might make a massive leap toward inheriting the entire family. Gripping the stone wall tightly, Garen von Reinhafer's mind races with anxiety, but after a tense moment of internal struggle, he finally comes to a decision. He relaxes his grip, telling himself he needs to make absolutely sure that he chooses the winning side. He then steps down from the wall to present himself, glancing at the destroyed golems and the dead griffin lying in its pool of blood. Garen von Reinhafer crosses his arms and speaks up. He offers to secure the griffin's carcass inside the city walls, leaving Nox to handle the distribution of all the valuable battle spoils later on. Nox looks at him slightly confused by this sudden change of attitude, but Garen von Reinhafer just hurries away, telling Nox to go rest. His figure quickly vanishes behind the doors. Nox smiles, realizing he might have scared him a bit. He pulls up his system interface, eager to check out the hidden rewards from completing this quest. The system notification reveals he has successfully obtained a high-grade griffin heart, a wind-attributed item known as the Untamed Child of the Wild. This legendary ingredient is highly prized for crafting special elixirs that can permanently alter a drinker's physical strength and speed, though the ultimate success of the stat changes will heavily depend on the skill of the master, alchemist. The scene shifts to the alchemist's workshop packed with jars of potions. Alina carefully holds up the griffin heart, absolutely amazed. She notes that the raw power of the wind is swirling inside just as Nox described. If processed correctly, they can create legendary elixirs or powerful gear that most people have only heard of in rumors. Nox calmly tells her to just focus on brewing a standard elixir with it for now. He asks how long it will take, and she replies that with her current basic tools, it will take some time. Nox promises to provide every single top-tier tool she needs before laying out a special proposal. He formally invites both Alina and May to officially join the Reinhafer family as his key logistical support team. This unexpected offer catches both of them completely off guard. They freeze in shock before reminding him that they are only simple commoners. Nox asks if that even matters seriously, stating that he values actual talent above status and tells them to just ask if they need anything. But suddenly his gaze turns ice cold as he warns them that he will never tolerate any form of betrayal, absolutely regardless of the reason. Nox knows that in this current era, absolutely nobody has any idea how to properly utilize this monster's core. Since it is a hidden boss drop that was never supposed to be defeated in the first place, no one has ever laid eyes on it. Only genuine geniuses can craft it into something useful, whereas average alchemists would surely fail. Alina smiles warmly, promising they will never betray him. Since he saved their lives, they vow to trust and follow him for the rest of their days. Nox smirks. That is exactly the answer he wanted to hear. He is extremely pleased to have recruited two of the most valuable starter-class genius characters in the entire game for his own future plans. He turns around telling them they will depart in 3 days. He instructs them to get ready to craft the elixirs secretly at the family mansion as he wants no one else to discover their work. Both girls quickly nod in understanding. The young master opens the door and steps outside, with Zitri de Lobelia following close behind. The two walk in silence, one leading and one following their footsteps echoing in perfect sync. Suddenly, Zitri de Lobelia stops in her tracks. Nox turns to look only for her to speak up, admitting that he is nothing like the bad rumors she heard. What do you mean, he asks. She explains that people called him a selfish man who only cared about himself. But now she knows the truth and asks if he can make her a single promise. She hesitates, admitting she has no idea when that fateful day will come or if it ever will. With eyes full of hope, she begs him to let her help if things ever get too difficult. Even though she is just a lowly maid, she cannot understand why so many people hate him. Her unexpected words leave him completely stunned. Turning away, he casually tells her that if such a day ever comes, he will let her know. Seeing her just stand there staring, he quickly urges her to move, warning that they will both catch a cold in this freezing night air. Zitri de Lobelia smiles with deep gratitude, touched that he does not look down on her lowly status. A little later, she holds back a laugh. Nox is now tucked in bed with a wet towel on his forehead. Blushing in embarrassment, he tells her to keep quiet, but she gently reassures him that everyone gets sick and he will grow out of it. His cheeks burn bright red from the fever. Staring at the floating system screen, notifications show he has a level 2 cold, a level 3 chronic illness, and a level 4 chronic cough. He can only sigh at how ridiculous this is. The scene shifts to the Reinhafer gates. A guard shouts out that the two young masters have finally returned. Nox and his companions ride in on horseback. Butler Rodwell immediately notices something unusual about the group. He asks if the newcomers are the young master's new servants, and Nox quietly confirms it. The crowd erupts into whispers, gossiping about how he could not resist bringing home 2 women, proving his trash personality will never change. Others warn them to shut up unless they want their heads to roll. They wonder how someone so young is already like this, and if his heroic deeds were actually fake. Nox realizes that no matter what he does, his useless reputation in their eyes will never change, so he decides to simply stop trying. He glares at the crowd with a dark expression, asking if they have nothing better to do than stand around gossiping. Terrified by his cold words, the crowd quickly disperses. Butler Rodwell steps forward, addressing the young master. He informs Nox that the Patriarch has requested a private audience in his personal chambers. Nox mentally notes that the time has finally come. Soon Nox stands face to face with Theo, with Butler Rodwell waiting just behind. Theo speaks up, noting his youngest son's arrival. Nox drops to one knee, announcing his presence to his father. Theo narrows his eyes, stating he has things to discuss, and is sure Nox has quite a story to share as well. Nox simply nods. Theo mentions hearing about Nox's massive role in securing everyone's safe return from Chatter, as well as handling the threats there. Nox recalls defeating the Beast. Theo continues, noting that even Garen von Reinhafer had to acknowledge his incredible strength. Nox asks if Garen von Reinhafer really told him that. Theo confirms it, adding that without Nox's help, his brother would not have survived the night training. Nox is quietly stunned, wondering what on earth has gotten into Garen von Reinhafer to make him speak so highly of him. He continues, explaining that he did not summon Nox for such meaningless talk, reaching into a nearby box. He pulls out a scroll, stating that Nox took on an impossible mission, completed it, and brought immense honor to the Reinhafer family. He then hands the document over to Nox. As Nox accepts the scroll, Theo tells him that he intends to keep his promise. Nox unrolls the parchment immediately, spotting 2 official red seals stamped upon it. From this day forth, his father declares Chatter belongs to Nox to rule. Hearing this, a deeply satisfied smile spreads across Nox's face. Nox places his hand over his heart, bowing low to thank the Patriarch for his immense generosity. The Patriarch stands there slowly, rubbing his fingers together. He rubs his chin deep in thought. Nox stares intently at him. Watching the older man's expression, Nox wonders what on earth his father still wants to say to him. Suddenly, Theo speaks up, asking Nox if he has any interest in taking over the Patriarch's seat. The question completely freezes Nox in place, his eyes wide and mouth agape with shock. He looks back in utter disbelief at his father's dead serious face. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why Theo is suddenly pushing this onto him. And just like that, the scene shifts far away. A red-haired man stands there, staring intently at something in his hand. He holds a small magical mirror capable of storing and playing back previously recorded images. Right now, it shows the exact moment Nox defeated the massive beast. He watches the griffin collapse lifelessly onto the ground, red blood pouring from its eyes. Tightening his grip on the mirror, he mutters that their griffin is dead. Behind him, Kramer bows respectfully, spitting out that the Reinhafer family has finally made a move. He adds that according to his intel, they have successfully seized control over the strategic territory. The Chasers region was apparently handed over directly to their youngest son. The red-haired lord orders Kramer to prepare for war, but Kramer asks if they will truly be safe. The man retorts that the Reinhafers stole what was most precious to him, leaving him with nothing to lose. Hearing this, Kramer immediately bows and obeys his command. But suddenly, Kramer's face darkens. A wicked smile spreads across his face. Shortly after, he brings out a young child. It is a little red-haired girl, her eyes completely vacant and lifeless. Caressing the little girl's cheek, he whispers happily that the time is drawing near. Staring down at her, he envisions the day he will seize this entire kingdom. With the kingdom within his grasp, his dark scheme crawls closer as he speaks directly to her. Promising her awakening, the scene cuts back to the Reinhafer estate. Hearing Theo's sudden offer, Nox falls completely silent and looks down. He stares at the floor before looking up. Suddenly, the butler Rodwell steps in and suggests that asking Nox such a heavy question might be a bit too premature given the immense weight of the position. Theo quietly closes his eyes in response to the butler's warning. He says no, opening his eyes to lock a stern gaze onto Nox. He insists this talk is necessary now, but Rodwell objects, arguing that Nox is still too green and reminding him of the eldest son instead. Theo suddenly slams his hand onto the table furiously, declaring that the butler does not make these decisions. Nox bows his head, explaining that he has no desire for the position and dreads taking on such heavy responsibilities. Hearing his worries, Theo asks if his own son is truly afraid of a mere chair, prompting Nox to look back defiantly and ask why he shouldn't be. The Patriarch quietly observes his son's defiant face. He stares at him for a while. Finally, letting it drop, Theo agrees to respect his current decision, earning a polite thank you from his youngest son. But Theo warns him that true talent cannot be hidden forever, as humans are weak creatures destined to constantly test and prove their own power. Nox opens his mouth to say something, but stops himself, choosing instead to simply bow respectfully. Excusing him for the long journey, the Patriarch dismisses Nox, who leaves with a quick expression of gratitude. Back in his room, his maid Zitri asks with deep worry if his father scolded him, but Nox reassures her that everything is completely fine and under control. It is definitely not something he cannot refuse. After a quiet look, she mentions that the rooms for Elena and May are all set up. He gives a simple nod of thanks. He acknowledges her hard work, but she humbly replies she is only doing her duty as his maid. Nox stares back, noting that if the world actually followed strict rules, people would not fight or hold bitter grudges. There would be no greed or violence. She stares in surprise, but he simply praises her good work once again. Telling her to keep it up, she curtsies politely and thanks the young master. Once she leaves, his expression turns dead serious. It is finally time to get down to business. To survive Elden Academy, the premier training ground for mages and knights, he has to become the absolute best. Meanwhile, Theo lets out a heavy sigh after his son leaves, muttering that getting through to Nox is always incredibly tough. Butler Rodwell defends the boy, suggesting that the pressure might be too early for young Master Nox. If he truly understood his father's position, his response might differ. Theo instantly cuts him off. He argues that Nox already possesses the gaze of someone who has mapped out his own path. Remembering the fear in his son's eyes, Theo notes that the boy seemed terrified, not of his father or the title, but of something far worse. And get this, it is like staring directly into a dark, bottomless abyss. Theo realizes with a shock that the boy is actually terrified of death itself. But why on earth would that be? Rodwell hesitates, admitting that speaking up might be a bit out of line. He continues anyway, suggesting that the tragedy regarding the late madam left a massive, painful scar on young Master Nox. Theo offers a bitter smile, agreeing that the boy must harbor a lot of resentment. He deeply blames himself. To his son, he is likely nothing more than a pathetic man who failed to protect his mother. Rodwell shifts the focus, warning the patriarch that young Master Gran has finally made his move, taking a massive step forward. Theo's brow furrows deeply as he mutters that he is already well aware. His mind drifts back to the dark past, filled with bloodshed and war. In those grim memories, he had demanded his own father's surrender and accept reality, declaring that the absolute power of the Grand Duke now belonged to him. Elsewhere, a beautiful girl in a bright yellow dress stands right before her mirror. She admires her look from every angle, while her maid cleans up the pile of discarded dresses on the chair. This is Talia. She eagerly turns to her servant, asking if she looks presentable enough. Emma sighs, noting that her lady has already tried on this exact outfit 20 times. Talia paces around inspecting a blue dress and wondering which jewelry would match best. Seeing her like this, the maid can't help but ask if she is truly that excited for the meeting. The girl beams, explaining that getting admitted into Elven Academy is absolutely a massive deal. Emma rolls her eyes, clarifying that the academy wasn't what she meant at all. She points out that they are going to see young Master Nox. This will be their first meeting since he officially became her fiancé. Talia goes quiet as her cheeks instantly flush a bright red. Blushing furiously, she quickly deflects by focusing on a different ribbon. Emma gives a dry response, causing Talia to puff her cheeks in frustration. She accuses her maid of being half-hearted, but Emma simply grumbles that she always wears the exact same style anyway. Meanwhile, the scene shifts directly to the Reinhafer research lab. Sleek black boots appear. It is Nox, looking just as sharp and incredibly handsome as always. Suddenly, he spots Alina slumped over on a chair. She looks up with heavy dark circles, framing her eyes, greeting him in complete exhaustion. Nox acknowledges her with a quick nod, but noticing her incredibly pale face, he asks if she is actually doing all right. Standing nearby, May crosses her arms in annoyance. She complains that Alina always overdoes it when hyper-focusing, promising to keep an eye on her. Alina just offers a grateful smile. Calling May the absolute best, Alina quickly shifts her attention back to Nox, asking him to look over here. Nox turns his gaze in the direction she points. To his sheer amazement, the completed potion she crafted is radiating a brilliant mystical light. He slowly reaches out toward the glowing flask. The system window blares, identifying a high-grade wind elixir. It grants +1 to strength and +3 to dexterity. He carefully lifts the bottle. Alina waits in breathless anticipation for his reaction. Meanwhile, the system notes a 200% efficiency boost thanks to her genius. It is an incredible masterpiece. Nox grins to himself, thrilled that he finally has it. This liquid gold does not just boost physical power, it also increases his hidden dexterity stat. Combining high dexterity with his stroke of genius makes for a perfect lethal synergy. Securing this highly powerful item right now is exactly what he wanted from his brilliant alchemist. Looking at her, the young genius thinks everything has gotten much better now that Alina is his assistant. He praises her. This makes Alina sigh in relief, glad she did not disappoint him. Next, he uncorks the bottle and drains the entire potion. His body begins to transform as green light wraps around him. He is extremely satisfied. Now all preparations are complete, he notes. Then he suggests they should finally head over to Eldane. With his body strengthened by Alina's elixir, the system displays his profile. Nox von Reinhafer, male, 15 years old, dark element primary. Positive traits include geniuses in swordsmanship, combat, mana perception, clairvoyance, memory, and acting, alongside an iron will and void exploration. But the negative traits are harsh and incurable illness, constant sickness, and freezing cold limbs. Demonic possession also plagues him, leaving a lifespan of just 150 days. His mana perception, genius trait, has now activated because his mana stat reached 10. The scene shifts to Eldane Academy, a prestigious dream destination where everyone wishes they could study. After a long, tiring journey, he and Zitri de Lobelia finally arrive as their carriage slowly pulls to a stop. He opens the carriage door and steps down. Looking incredibly sharp in his stylish black outfit, he exudes effortless charm. Right behind him, Zitri de Lobelia steps down from the carriage as well. But as he appears, the crowd immediately starts whispering. Some wonder if those purple eyes and white hair belong to the youngest Reinhafer son. Others whisper rumors about this troublemaker entering the academy, warning each other to stay quiet unless they want to get killed. Hearing their hushed whispers, he simply lets out a soft chuckle. Glaring with a sharp look, he coldly asks why it is so noisy, wondering if some dogs are barking nearby. Instantly, the gossiping crowd shuts right up. They quickly scramble away in fear, and he heads inside the academy. Zitri de Lobelia sighs softly as she watches him walk away. Suddenly, she notices something else. Another carriage is slowly making its way over. A girl in a blue dress steps down. It is Emma maid to Talia von Steeliner. She bows politely, greeting young Master Nox, while Zitri de Lobelia bows back in return. Shaking slightly, he says they arrive early too, though his system screen reveals his acting genius trait is active, meaning he is just faking the tremors. Emma replies that they were indeed just discussing the upcoming Eldane welcoming ceremony. She turns back to the carriage, asking Lady Talia to step out and greet young Master Nox, which immediately makes Talia blush and panic in surprise. Flustered by his name, she quickly adjusts her outfit and hair, pleading for him to wait just a moment. A moment later, a pair of fair legs and adorable black shoes step down, revealing the beautiful and cute Talia, who blushes as she looks up at him. He quietly thinks that she seems just as usual, but then he remembers the past, never expecting that shocking event to happen while he was unconscious. The moment he found out the sword slipped from his hand. Staring in shock at Jana, he demanded to know what she just said. She explained that she was talking about his marriage to Lady Talia, which everyone seemed to know about except him. Grabbing her shoulders, he snapped that this was exactly the problem because he had no idea. Returning to the present, he remembers checking and finding out that his family indeed approved this marriage without his knowledge, which is absolutely frustrating. At that moment, Talia shyly approaches to greet him softly, saying his name. He gives a totally indifferent greeting, but she still looks at him with a bright smile. Zitri de Lobelia leans in to whisper, asking if that is his fiancée, Lady Talia von Steeliner. Annoyed, he quickly reminds Zitri de Lobelia that he already told her not to bring this up. Talia von Steeliner then asks if he is doing all right. Looking away, he quietly replies that he is fine, asking how she is doing in return. She smiles happily at his response, softly replying that she is doing well too. Suddenly, a horse neighs nearby. A grand carriage rolls up, catching everyone's attention. Another massive, highly luxurious carriage pulls up right in front of him. Just one glance is enough for him to figure out exactly who is inside. Watching the girl step down, he instantly recognizes one of the Academy's premier geniuses. This rising star merchant heads the Rivalin family, currently dominating 6 continents with their wealth. Her name is none other than Eleanor de Rivalin. He never expected to run into her, but Eleanor spots him and immediately throws a sarcastic sneer his way. "Well, look who it is," she says with a fake smile, "if it isn't young Master Nox from the Reinhafer family. I never thought you'd get into Eldane Academy, so nice to meet you." Seeing her fake grin, he instantly knows she only brought malice. "Yes," he calmly replies to Eleanor. Why, she chirps, "Yes, it is indeed me." She introduces herself as the noble from the merchant family he always despised, mocking how they actually met again. Eleanor smiles mockingly, reminding him she is the merchant noble he always looked down on, introducing herself as Eleanor de Rivalin and saying she never expected to run into Nox von Reinhafer like this. Nox quietly repeats her name, Eleanor de Rivalin, the sole heir of the filthy rich Rivalin family whose massive wealth could literally shake the entire continent. She is also a rising star destined to rule the financial world, earning her the notorious nickname, the Gold Vixen. He notices his screen showing her genius actor trait, warning him things are getting pretty tense. He looks at her as she stands there smiling at him. He uneasily realizes she actually met the original Nox during their childhood. Flashback to the past when they were both young kids attending a formal noble banquet. Suddenly, young Eleanor glanced over to her right. Back then, he had flatly insulted her, calling a lowborn like her a pathetic noble and mocking her family for buying their way into high society with mere gold, asking if she thought that would ever change their dirty past. The 2 children stood there staring directly at each other. As adults whispered around them, the arrogant young Nox barked at her to get her stupid face out of his sight. Those harsh, cruel words left her feeling deeply wounded and utterly humiliated. Back in reality, he anxiously realizes this toxic relationship is just another piece of heavy karma the original Nox left behind. Except now that karma belongs to him and he has to pay the price. Damn it, he didn't do this, but he's Nox now. He quickly avoids her sharp gaze. He looks at Talia. Then back to Eleanor helplessly, realizing he's stuck with 2 people who could easily drive a sword straight through his heart. Suddenly, Eleanor speaks up, asking what is going on here since his behavior is quite different from usual. The young master retorts, asking how he usually behaves then. She scoffs mockingly, saying he must already know, unless he's the type who loves hearing the ugly truth from others. Feeling thoroughly annoyed, he curses inwardly about having to constantly drain his brain power. Irritated, he tells her to get lost if she only came to cause trouble. Watching his cold attitude, she remarks that just as she expected, he hasn't changed a single bit. He asks what she wants, mocking if she is just looking for his approval. She lets out another fake laugh, saying she has absolutely nothing to expect from a useless failure of the Reinhafer family. He silently notes she definitely holds zero positive feelings toward him, so he decides to inspect her stats first. Activating his special insight, the system screen instantly reveals Eleanor de Rivalin's personal profile. Basic information: name, Eleanor de Rivalin, age 15, primary element is wind. Her positive traits are gifted data processor and genius actor, with negatives being honeyed tongue, vanity, and pride. Her passive skill is discerning eye of a tycoon. Scanning her status window, he feels somewhat relieved that her attributes perfectly match everything he already knew from the game. He recalls that the Rivalin family's prestigious title was simply bought by Eleanor's wealthy merchant father. Despite despising her bought status, Eleanor had no choice but to exploit it to survive. In short, she is completely fueled by deep inner rage, and the original Nox basically went and poked a massive hornet's nest. Gritting his teeth, he realizes that from her perspective, the original Nox must truly be the absolute worst garbage on Earth. Succinctly, Eleanor bows gracefully with her hand over her chest, mockingly stating she will leave as he requested, adding that they are clearly not close enough to be wishing each other good luck. Forced to keep playing the villain, he sneers that he would never waste his breath, wishing a lowborn like her luck, to which she casually waves him off. After she leaves, Nox tells Talia von Steeliner that it is time to go as the entrance ceremony is about to start. Startled, Talia von Steeliner quickly agrees to follow him. As she follows him, Nox realizes that since they are officially engaged, they are stuck together. He cannot just leave her behind. He decides to play along, keeping her close to use her strength to his advantage whenever the opportunity arises. Nox stays on high alert. Inside the magnificent academy, giant glowing chandeliers illuminate a massive crowd of eager students who are looking around in curiosity. They gather in the grand hall, staring up at the large podium positioned at the top of the stairs. Nox scans the crowd, noting that descendants from every prestigious family have gathered here. He observes his surroundings, realizing that some of these talented students will be incredibly useful. He must find a way to recruit them without disrupting the original storyline. Thinking about the other key figures, he focuses on the strongest characters. If he recruits them directly, it might completely ruin the game's original plot. He knows he has to approach them with absolute caution. He asks Zitri if he is just being paranoid or if everyone is actually staring at him. She confirms that a lot of nobles are keeping their eyes on him. Sensing the intense glares of hatred and fear, she sighs. She points out that he seems to be rather famous. Crossing his arms, Nox claims he is just a little popular. But Talia hesitantly points out that their eyes are filled with pure hostility, questioning if that actually counts as fame. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes across the hall. Every eye turns toward the podium as the main event begins. Behind a long line of bowing servants, a highly unusual figure slowly starts to step forward. A young girl with white hair stands there, sucking a lollipop. Her feet are bare and wrapped in white bandages. This child is actually Noah, and she cheerfully greets the crowd. The students freeze, whispering in confusion about who this tiny girl is and where the professors went. Whispers spread instantly through the crowd, wondering why a lost kid is addressing them at such a sacred ceremony. Some assume she is just standing there to show off some basic politeness. Nox watches the scene and can only scoff at their ignorance. But Nox knows Noah is an absolute monster who should never be judged by her cute appearance. His system screen displays her terrifying stats. Her name is Noah von Trinity, her age is unknown, and her main element is ice. She is one of the legendary 4 sages. Her list of advantages includes being a genius with supreme mana detection, while her weaknesses include a massive inferiority complex over her short height, laziness, and pride. Her skills are incredibly broken, featuring passive abilities like Sea of Mana and Ruler's Aura, along with destructive active spells like Blizzard. With her terrifying stats revealed, Nox resolves never to get on her bad side. When Talia tries to ask him a question, he immediately cuts her off, telling her to stay quiet if she wants to stay safe. Noah cheerfully continues, introducing herself as Eldane's new dean. But as she speaks, her eyes suddenly flash with an ominous light. Her face turns dead serious and freezing cold as she warns everyone that if she hears the word small one more time, they are in for trouble. She quickly snaps back to her usual cute self cheerfully, saying that those who call her small will face a very miserable fate. With that, she officially kicks off the entrance ceremony, leaving the students completely bewildered. A brave student raises his hand to object. She tells him it is a new rule designed to weed out the useless trash. Suddenly, a bright blue magic circle appears beneath everyone's feet, casting a brilliant light. Without warning, she activates the magic. Wishing them luck, Noah hopes they can return alive. Nox is stunned by this sudden magic. Fortunately, he is fully prepared, bracing himself as the intense trial officially begins. In an instant, the entire crowd is teleported away. Nox knows he must survive at all costs. They materialize inside a dense forest. A burly man with a golden beard is already waiting for them. He barks at everyone to wake up immediately. With his shiny bald head, Instructor Vernon bellows at the students for daring to sleep in his presence. But one student stands right up. His perfect composure immediately catches the angry instructor's attention. It turns out to be Nox. Vernong spots Nox struggling to stand and silently notes that at least one cadet is still holding on. Nox is completely exhausted, gritting his teeth as he pants. He tried to endure it, but the harsh side effects of the forced mid-tier teleportation magic are just too brutal to ignore. The professor narrows his eyes at Nox. Standing face to face, they lock eyes. Suddenly, Nox is stunned by how blindingly shiny the man's bald head is. He thinks it looks exactly like the glowing halo from the game, triggering a sudden memory. He remembers a handsome younger Vernong with a full head of hair, just as the game lore once mentioned. This is Vernong, a combat professor and an alumnus who graduated during the Academy's earliest days. Players back then gave him the highly embarrassing nickname of Takoyaki Vernong simply because of his bald head. Still, he is an absolute master of advanced footwork and high-speed movement techniques, making him a terrifying opponent. Despite that, Nox figures nothing bad will happen if he plays his cards right and approaches the man directly. Vernong furrows his brows, glaring down at him. He points a finger at Nox, demanding to know why the white-haired kid is staring at him with such a weird look. Nox lets out a quiet sigh. Damn it, he thinks he must have stared unconsciously while being too lost in thought. Outwardly, he smoothly replies it is nothing, immediately activating his genius acting trait. Vernong warns him to mark his words, boasting that his sharp instincts will easily detect any hidden disrespect. If Nox dares think anything rude, he will pay for it. Nox calmly raises his hand. He asks the professor to please explain the exam details first so they can save other topics for later. Vernong simply crosses his arms, agreeing to get to business. But first, he wants to wake up the sleeping crowd, warning Nox to cover his ears if he wants to avoid getting severely dazed. Nox quickly uses his hands to block his ears. Then the professor channels magic into both hands and forcefully claps them together. This releases a devastating shockwave that violently jolts everyone awake. A confused brown-haired guy asks what that horrible noise was, angrily shouting to find out which bastard made that awful sound. But right behind him, a heavy hand silently delivers a brutal smack to his skull, nearly knocking him out cold. It turns out to be Vernong himself. He asks if there's a problem, prompting everyone to turn and look at his incredibly bald, glistening head, which is practically shining so bright that it instantly blinds them all. Vernong angrily yells, asking if they think they can insult him and glare without facing consequences. A black-haired cadet quickly begs for forgiveness, admitting his mistake as the professor commands them to move the unconscious cadets to the safe zone. A recovery team quickly carries the fainted students away, and the professor finally begins speaking, ready to explain the official entrance exam rules of Eldain Academy. Nox listens with absolute focus, quietly thinking to himself. Essentially, the test is set on this magically conjured island, where they must hunt monsters using every bit of strength they have. Their ultimate reward is a magic stone dropped by the beasts. Surprisingly, the lower the mana concentration inside, the more valuable the stone is. These gems glow a beautiful purple, and Nox knows most cadets will wonder why a lower mana level is actually better. He quietly smiles, because that logic is only half correct. This test actually evaluates two crucial elements. First is their sensitivity to mana. Nox recalls the cadets who were trembling and struggling to open their eyes earlier. That was measured by how fast they recovered after being hit by Headmaster Noah's magic, and as it turns out, he is the only student who stood up completely on his own without needing Vernong's deafening wake-up call. Second is evaluating their ability to sense even the faintest traces of mana, a skill that lets mages push past their limits in live combat. Nox realizes they have been screening stones and gems from the very beginning, which is typical for an academy like this. Vernong then begins explaining that this entire area is a massive labyrinth designed by Eldain Academy's Dean Noah von Trinity. He warns that it is crawling with monsters far beyond what weaklings like them could ever dream of fighting. He then adds that he will make an exception and let them form groups. As they look around, a weapon suddenly appears right next to Nox, while a sword materializes. Every other cadet also receives one, distributed directly by the professor. He tells them that they had better start moving quickly. The atmosphere suddenly falls completely silent, leaving everyone in a state of sheer panic. Then the professor turns and leaves, declaring that he will wait for them at the top. He is gone. The crowd immediately erupts into absolute chaos, with students shouting after Professor Vernong, asking if he seriously just walked away. The brown-haired guy from earlier rubs his head, complaining that it still hurts like hell, while everyone else sinks into grim, anxious silence. Even Eleanor de Rivalen and the other elite cadets remain silent. Suddenly, someone raises a hand. Hi. It is Echidna von Zenos. She asks if anyone is willing to join her in protecting the princess, as Princess Penelope stands quietly behind her. Some even began pleading, promising on their family honor to reward him handsomely if he helped them pass this test, while he stood far in the distance, watching everyone start forming their groups before he quickly turned away. Leaving alone, he thought about this inner lunatic world. Then he let out a chuckle. Realizing ordinary status and common sense would never survive in this brutal game, he walked on. Knowledge was key here. To stop his terminal illness from spreading, he had to monopolize every advantage, finally stopping right before a cave entrance, quickly rushing forward. To make that happen, his determined eyes showed he was ready, telling himself he had no other choice but to do this alone. Meanwhile, Vernon stood on a high rock observing the situation as he put on his hat to cover his bald head, falling deep into thought. "It is far stranger than expected," he muttered. "How could a mere freshman not only withstand intermediate magic?" The headmaster recalled the boy's persistent expression and his bold decision to go alone, wondering why he would even dare to raid the forest completely by himself. He quietly pondered, asking if this kid simply did not fear danger, but then he shook his head, realizing it was actually quite the opposite. He remembered that confident look. There was a clear reason why the boy felt no fear, and judging by his expression, a diamond in the dirt is still a diamond. "Show me what you can do, hidden dragon of the Reinhafer family," he thought as he narrowed, his eyes highly eager to see the boy's true talent. Meanwhile, on Nox's side, his dark sword was already stained with blood. He finished off the wolf, leaving behind blue and pink magic crystals. Even the pack of goblins was completely wiped out, yet he did not even care about those valuable magic stones. After Nox defeated the wolf and goblins, plenty of magic stones dropped, but he did not bother taking any. Once he left a figure hiding in the cave, Shadows watched him closely. She smiled while staring at his retreating back. As he walked away, she quietly followed behind him. Meanwhile, in another area, blood splattered everywhere as a giant wolf collapsed to the ground. It was Talia, Penelope, and Echidna von Zenos, currently surrounded by a horde of goblins. Sweat poured down Talia's face, exhausted from the heavy fighting. She wondered where Nox had gone, wishing she had just teamed up with him from the very beginning. Seeing her distracted, Echidna yelled out, "Talia, what are you doing? Do not forget your heavy duty to protect Princess Penelope. Take pride in that and help kill these monsters." She quickly replied that she would, and soon after the two of them finished off the remaining goblins. Holding a purple crystal in her hand, Penelope noted that they had climbed pretty high, so this must be their target. However, Echidna strongly disagreed, warning her that since the examiner was one of the 4 sages, she probably rigged the test, meaning things would definitely not be this easy. And Penelope von Arkheim nodded, agreeing with her warning as she cast her eyes around, noticing that absolutely everyone was already feeling completely exhausted. She said that climbing higher in their current state would be extremely difficult, especially since monsters would only grow more numerous and dangerous. Echidna knew they had to endure any hardship. Looking at Penelope, she remembered her promise to help the princess reach the very top. She pondered how the Arkheim Empire was currently rotten to the core, needing someone like Penelope on the throne to restore its former glory. She vowed to do absolutely anything to make that happen. Then Talia spoke up, "I am fine, princess. Let me gather everyone who can still fight so we can keep going." Echidna beside her agreed that this was the best path. Penelope looked at them, hesitating for a long moment while clutching the purple crystal tightly, but then she slowly loosened her grip, suddenly remembering. She catches sight of a blonde man. "All right," she tells everyone, "let us move out and hang on just a little longer." Scene cuts to Nox breathing out white smoke as his system screen pops up. A warning screen pops up telling him that he has level 3 cold limbs, which decreases his movement speed, hinders his breathing, and severely lowers all of his stats. He knew this would happen and sighs deeply. He raises his hand and flicks. A tiny spark of magic flame ignites. Even though the flame is small, it still helps, as his basic burn magic instantly cures his frozen limbs. He realizes that if he wants to make this weak body useful, he first has to warm it up from the inside. Looking up, he mutters that this distance should be close enough. Nox pushes forward once again. His boots sink deep into the thick snow. Looking at the landscape, he knows instantly that this is the work of the Ice Witch Noah von Trinity. A smirk forms on his face as he notices way too much ice on the mountain peak. Taking a deep breath, he pauses. He closes his eyes and squats down. Touching the snow, he senses that there is definitely more to this island than meets the eye. Feeling it through the snow, he figures out that Noah von Trinity built this entire island as a labyrinth, and absolutely everything here is made of magic. As he senses the monsters nearby, he realizes that every single beast wandering this frozen island was actually spawned directly through her magic. He cuts off his sensory magic, muttering that her massive mana pool does not faze him. A confident grin spreads across his face. His eyes burn with fierce determination as he clenches his fist, because none of that actually matters. Night quickly falls over the frozen terrain. Darkness blankets the icy peaks. A pack of raging ice monsters suddenly emerges from the shadows. They tower over him at 10 times his size, but he simply draws his sword and takes his stance. He recognizes them as ice goblins, monsters everyone fears because they are tanky and can constantly regenerate. These beasts are notorious for wiping out undergeared poor newbies, but to someone of his skill level, they are absolutely nothing. One of the beasts lunges at him, but he smoothly dodges to the right. Suddenly, another goblin sneaks up behind him with a massive wooden club raised. It swings the club horizontally, but he ducks just in the nick of time. The monster glares in absolute frustration. Right after a third goblin swings its club for a direct head-on strike, he watches the weapon fly forward. He instantly swings his sword to parry the strike. He knows Noah is completely obsessed with talented students, but she still would not crush their potential before they even have a chance to grow. Besides, ice goblins are definitely not weak enough for regular students to beat, especially since they are at least low-medium rank. If this were a real battlefield instead of an exam, this level of difficulty would easily send anyone straight to their grave. Pointing his blade at the pack, he wonders what the real catch is. Suddenly, a figure appears behind him in the woods. It is the same girl who was tailing him earlier, now hiding behind a nearby tree to quietly observe him. He suddenly realizes these ice goblins are attacking in a fixed, repetitive loop, allowing him to quickly slip right past two of them. He notes that whichever monster attacks first will always swing straight down the middle, while the next one follows up with a wide sweep that is much slower than the first. The final goblin in the sequence is the weakest and always opts for a direct thrust. He easily blocks the incoming club with his blade, smiling as he proves how predictable their attacks really are. He quickly slashes at the beast. Right after that, he sweeps his sword toward another target, gripping the black sword tightly. He plunges it deep into the chest of the remaining goblin. Ripping the blade out, dark blood sprays across the snow. He coldly watches. The entire pack of ice goblins has been completely wiped out. Reaching his hand over their fallen bodies, he pulls out a crystal and mutters that he finally found the gray crystal. Noah hid this gray crystal shard by implanting it right inside this beast, which is why he did not bother searching for any other crystals. With this in hand, he can finally trade it for the scroll he needs most right now. Once this part of the main story wraps up, he plans to immediately upgrade his signature skill, Genius Moment. Elsewhere, someone is holding a glowing purple crystal. Handing it over, he tells Eleanor de Rivaline that this rank guarantees they will take first place, while a brunette girl admits she is looking forward to it. Another girl with short brown hair cheerfully agrees, telling her companion that she really is amazing. Eleanor shrugs it off as average. Sure, this is enough for a solid result. But deep down, she still feels hesitant. Remembering how he walked off alone earlier, she wonders why the memory still bothers her so much. Narrowing her eyes, she drifts deep into her childhood memories. Back then, after Nox insulted her at a banquet, her furious father grabbed her shoulders the moment she got home, demanding to know why she picked a fight with the young master of Reinhafer. He barked at her, asking if she forgot his warning to make sure no one ever looks down on their family. Glaring coldly at his daughter, he went on about how they must climb higher and higher, saying she should have sacrificed everything just to bring Nox over to their side. Instead of getting comfort, she sobbed, her young eyes stretching wide with pure fear. Staring at her endlessly lecturing father, she realized he never actually viewed her as his daughter. Returning to the present, she keeps wondering why Nox von Reinhafer would wander off alone when this exam is practically useless to him unless he knows some deep hidden secret about the test itself. Her mind starts spinning. She then turns to the group and offers them a proposal. Smiling, she promises that the Rivaline family will handsomely reward anyone willing to climb higher with her. Whispers break out as someone asks if she dislikes this crystal, warning that climbing higher is far too dangerous and could get them seriously hurt. She playfully replies that high risks usually bring the greatest rewards, right? It seems the promise of a massive reward easily sways them as a few hands shoot up in agreement, with a blonde guy and a short-haired girl eagerly volunteering to follow her. Another classmate raises a hand, begging to join in too. She scoffs inwardly at their greed, yet figures that while she cannot guess Nox's plans, checking them out won't hurt. Flashing a bright, cheerful smile, she announces that it is time for them to head out. Meanwhile, back in the snowy forest where Nox just took down those monsters, staring at the dead ice goblins and the gray crystal, he notes that going solo is high risk, but the payout is totally worth it. Keeping his genius moment active for longer is basically impossible right now, unless he can somehow unlock his hidden agility stat very soon. Turning away, he mutters that he will just have to deal with any unwanted attention. Suddenly, he spins around. Wait, what was that? A flying sword rockets straight toward him, but he quickly draws his blade to deflect it, sending it crashing into the ground. His eyes widen in genuine shock. An unexpected voice calls out mockingly, surprised to find him here. It is Paras's, grinning as he claims to be thrilled to see the young master of Reinhafer. He freezes. He just stares back in tense silence. Meanwhile, his opponent just stands there smiling. Gritting his teeth, Nox wonders how on earth this could even be happening. The system screen pops up, displaying Paracelsus, a 15-year-old steel element user. His advantages are insane: sword, genius, gifted warrior, and medical genius. He is savage to the strong, but gentle to the weak. His downside: lazy, stubborn, and despises nobility. His skills include supreme swordsmanship, holy sword, unity wanderer's blade, and basic vitality sword. Nox realizes this guy is one of the strongest characters in Inner Lunatic, one of the legendary three swordsmen. Why is such a big shot even here? According to the original plot, he should be fighting the main character right now, eventually being moved after the protagonist saves Eleanor de Rivellin from danger. Suddenly, he freezes. Wait a minute. Paracelsus hurls his sword right at him. Something is definitely wrong here. Nox quickly uses his blade to deflect the incoming strike, wondering where the actual protagonist is supposed to be fighting this guy. Paracelsus speaks up. He is quite interested in what Nox is carrying and demands he hand it over. The acting genius skill triggers on his screen. Nox grits his teeth, calling the guy a filthy opportunist. Paracelsus lunges forward to attack. Nox parries the blow with his black sword, thinking that if his memory serves him right, the original protagonist of this world does not even exist. Talk about a major plot twist. The enemy thrusts his blade forward, but Nox swiftly tilts his head to dodge the strike, which means he has to stop this monster right here. Damn it, he shouts. Can you take responsibility if the story completely derails? Paracelsus scoffs, saying he has no idea what Nox is talking about, but notes that Nox has been suspicious since they met in Seder, acting far too familiar with that sword. Nox quickly demands to know what he means. Paracelsus smiles, asking if he is scared. He suggests handing over the sword so they can go their separate ways, adding that the black crystal is likely the key to a high score. Nox asks what happens if he refuses, and Paracelsus replies that he will do whatever it takes to take it by force as they stand face to face. Nox snaps in frustration, realizing this bastard had everything planned out from the very beginning. Paracelsus shrugs casually, pointing out that it does not matter anymore because Nox already fell into the trap. Nox knows this guy is destined to be a top-tier powerhouse, but his unique abilities are still far from complete. Even against a genius triggering his own moment of genius skill would guarantee a win, but he cannot afford to waste such a trump card on this fight. His gaze suddenly turns razor-sharp. Thinking of Eleanor de Rivellin, he realizes that if the main character truly is gone from this world, then saving her falls entirely on him. Anxiety creeps in, but this is a high-stakes gamble he is forced to take. Nox speaks up. You are not the only one who knows the secrets here, Paracelsus. He sneers back, asking if remembering his name means Nox is about to beg him to go easy. Nox simply says the name Celsus. The young swordsman nods, looking back with a smug smile. Nox points his sword straight at him and declares he knows Celsus only joined the academy to uncover the mystery behind his master's death. His easygoing smile completely vanishes from his face, replaced by a dark, murderous expression as he glares at Nox and calls him a total bastard. Nox teases him, asking if he wants to chat now. Meanwhile, Eleanor has finally reached the ice mountain. While walking, she stops in her tracks, completely surprised by what lies ahead. It is Princess Penelope von Arkheim and her group, and the princess is shocked to see Eleanor de Rivellin. Penelope adds that she knew Eleanor would show up here eventually. Eleanor immediately bows in respect, replying that she has no intention of getting in the princess's way, but then her gaze hardens as she adds that there is still something she must confirm for herself. Suddenly, Nox and Paracelsus trade blows as their intense battle brings them right to the girl's location. With a cold gaze locking onto his target, Paracelsus refuses to back down and thrusts his sword with deadly force. But Nox reacts, instantly tilting his head to the side to avoid the lethal strike. Watching the fight, Penelope tells Echidna that she understands the situation but has no intention of joining a pointless battle, prompting an eager Echidna to object and call out to her. Penelope remains firm, pointing out that realistically speaking, they stand almost zero chance of winning unless those two fighters are already severely injured first. Watching them, she adds that if those two decide to join forces in a crisis, it will become an even bigger threat to their group. Hearing this, Echidna falls silent, unable to find any argument against such logical reasoning. She simply squeezes the crystal fragment tightly in her hand, before bowing her head and agreeing to follow the princess's orders. Meanwhile, Eleanor de Rivellin is quietly stunned. The Nox von Reinhafer she remembered was supposed to be a completely useless scoundrel, not a powerhouse. She grits her teeth, wondering when on earth he got this incredibly strong. She is so completely locked into the fight that the voices around her fade to absolute silence. Talia is just as shocked, her eyes glued to the intense clash. Elena strolls over, asking if she is watching them fight, which completely startles her. "Oh, Elena," she gasps. Elena casually mentions that the notorious destroyer of the East is actually a new student named Paracelsus, leaving Talia wondering if Elena actually knows this monstrous fighter. "Yeah," she replies simply. She explains that the Ashen Wolf Paracelsus was famous since childhood for wiping out entire bandit syndicates in the East. Talia admits she sees the Reinhafer family's fifth son in a new light watching him fight. Elena agrees, never expecting Nox to possess such incredible swordsmanship. If he was not a useless scoundrel, he would make an excellent knight. Talia, however, strongly objects. "How would you know that?" Elena asks, leaving Talia completely flustered and speechless. Back in the arena, Paracelsus growls in frustration, launching a furious slash at him. Nox slips back, noting that his opponent is starting to waver under pressure. He remembers the teacher and disciple. Celsus was his only master, but that master is already long dead. Nox evades the strikes, well aware that the master's tragic passing was caused by a certain scumbag at Eldane Academy. Paracelsus completely snaps, shouting that he is done playing nice. He lunges like a bullet, driving his blade down, but Nox blocks it, instantly triggering his genius trait. Nox simply smirks, asking what is wrong. He looks at him, saying he is not the one who dealt with his master. Talk about poking a hornet's nest. This pushes Paracelsus over the edge, causing his strikes to blur with insane speed. Nox evades every single desperate blow. Nox notes his attacks are growing more predictable. He might be a genius, but looking closely at the sloppy forms, Nox realizes the kid is still far too green. With a swift deflection, the black sword bats his blade aside. Nox immediately drives a solid, crushing knee straight into his stomach, catching him completely off guard. Paracelsus doubles over, desperately gasping for air. He scrambles backward, desperately trying to recover his stance. The heavy knee strike leaves him reeling in pain, yet a wild grin returns. He looks up and charges Nox again with his weapon raised. "Let us see if you can still talk nonsense," he snarls. Nox just playfully retorts that he will keep talking. But internally, Nox knows the kid's strikes are growing sharper, and dragging this out is a bad idea. Nox strikes back with his dark sword, but it only drives the kid deeper into a frenzy. If he uses his master's legendary Vitality Sword style, Nox knows he will lose. That technique was chosen by the Golden Emperor for a very good reason. Paracelsus grits his teeth. Exploiting the distraction, the kid pours his power into a strike, shouting that Nox is unfocused. The crushing force of his downward blow is so immense that Nox's blade is forced backward. Nox grits his teeth hard. Nox sneers that trying to rob others makes him a typical lowborn, instantly triggering Paracelsus' contempt for Noble's trait. "What about those sitting above us who built this rotten world?" the kid spits back. They clash again, and Nox mutters that it is pathetic, he just needs someone to blame. "You're wasting your own time," the kid snaps. The two steel blades collide with a violent ring. Both duelists pour in their strength, waiting to see whose weapon will break first. Smiling, Nox asks if he is truly satisfied with this ending, since he surely wants to hear about his master. Just as expected, mentioning his master always drives him wild. Looking toward Eleanor de Rivellin, he realizes he only needs to stall a bit longer. The monster attacking her is scheduled to appear at exactly 9 p.m. According to the system, it is currently 8:58 p.m. Lowering his blade, Paracelsus cheerfully replies that he can easily extract that information after slicing off a few of Nox's limbs. Nox glares right back, asking if he honestly believes he can escape after laying hands on a high-ranking noble. Paracelsus glances behind him at the crowd watching their intense duel and laughs. He says he will worry about the consequences later, especially since they have quite a large audience gathered right now. Nox replies that he does not care because this next strike will end it. His foe sneers, mocking his supreme confidence. He lunges forward at high speed, eager to test just how deep that confidence truly runs. But as he closes the distance, he is shocked to see Nox standing there completely calm and unfazed. Instead, Nox flashes a sinister smile. He instantly activates his special Genius Hour skill. His opponent gasps in utter shock. "Get lost," Nox commands coldly, instantly unleashing a devastating razor-sharp slash. He mutters that he has no time to waste on him just as a dark shadow rushes toward Eleanor. The young lady remains completely oblivious to the threat, still reeling in shock over how Nox could accelerate so rapidly while fighting Paracelsus, who is supposed to be the strongest of the new students. She is definitely seeing him in a whole new light, but suddenly she notices something behind her. Only now does she finally sense the immense incoming danger, realizing a dark shadow is rapidly closing in on her at an absolutely impossible speed. She is frozen in absolute terror. The creeping shadow reveals a hideous monster. She gasps in horror, a night walker. It has a humanoid shape, but its body is pitch black with glowing eyes. As it leaps to attack, she despairs, knowing she cannot dodge and might actually die right here. Staring into those terrifying eyes, she wonders if her life is really going to end so meaninglessly. Bracing herself, she covers her face in sheer terror. Suddenly, a dark purple flash of light streaks right past her ear. Her eyes widen in complete disbelief. It is Nox wielding his dark sword to strike down the Night Walker. "What a pathetic sight," Nox mutters with a cold glare. Slashed by the sword, the beast quickly retreats, leaving Nox standing over her. Eleanor de Rivellin looks up and asks why he saved her. Sheathing his sword, he remarks how sad it is she brought a crowd yet cannot handle basic small fry. But privately, he knows her shock is normal since a Night Walker is a mid to high tier demon. Sensing its dark energy, he realizes this creature was never meant to be in the labyrinth. Specifically, the Noah Labyrinth. It is a genuine monster, and the one who killed Paracelsus' master is likely behind this incident. Eleanor was originally destined to be a tragic sacrifice here, but after being saved by the story's protagonist, her cold personality was supposed to soften up. Looking at the stunned expressions of the crowd, he realizes that path is completely meaningless now. After all, there is no original protagonist in this world anymore. Eleanor stares at him in shock. Princess Penelope speaks up, calling his words too harsh. While he did save Eleanor, the crisis occurred quite suddenly. Bowing respectfully, Nox acknowledges her presence as the princess. She notes that this emergency should be handled by the Elin Academy professors, and Dean Noah von Trinity as a Nightwalker is far beyond what normal Academy students can manage. But Nox retorts that enemies do not wait for the perfect opponent, adding that he expected Princess Penelope von Arkheim to understand this basic reality best. Hearing this, Echidna immediately steps in, warning Nox von Reinhafer to watch his mouth and stop insulting the princess. Angrily, she demands to know if he already recognized how abnormal this situation was, which is why he stepped forward to help. Staring at her dusty pink hair and vertical pupils, he instantly recognizes Echidna von Xenos, the future head of the powerful Xeno family, who is widely known as the princess's closest ally. He recalls the image of a white serpent with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs. To him, she is known as the Snake of Greed. Obviously, Reinhafer and Xeno are not allies. How could a dark clan and a holy light clan ever get along? A simple scenario like that just does not exist in Inner Lunatic. He bluntly replies that he has no interest in speaking with the hounds of the Holy Family. She coldly snaps back that he is actively insulting the Xeno family. He calmly shrugs it off. So what? Up on the cliff, Vernon bellows down at them to stop picking fights with each other. He leaps down rock by rock, landing with style before grumbling about these troublesome little brats. Nox asks him if the entrance exam is finally over. The professor confirms that yes, the test is indeed over. Nox hands over the gray crystal taken from the frost dwarves, earning high praise for bringing back a rare black stone, though the professor notes he's incredibly arrogant. Nox looks back at him, utterly confused. He then loudly announces that the top scorer of the entrance exam is Nox von Reinhafer for successfully retrieving a black stone. Looking at the other students, he states those who brought back purple stones will rank second, asking if anyone has any objections. Sussingly, one of them raises their hand. It is Penelope von Arkheim, demanding to know if the sudden Nightwalker attack was also part of the test, pointing out they do not resemble void monsters and deserve a clear explanation. Vernon replies that they are already in the middle of a thorough investigation. Looking at Eleanor de Rivaline, he adds that while the attack was not life-threatening, she will still receive a special reward as compensation. Recalling his incredibly heroic rescue earlier, the professor turns to the white-haired boy, announcing that since he saved his classmate, he will also receive an additional special reward. Nox simply turns away, claiming he doesn't need it. In his head, Nox knows he cannot get entangled with Eleanor de Rivaline. Let's be real, in this twisted, unfair world with no main protagonist getting involved is a bad idea. Accepting a reward would imply he deliberately went out of his way to protect her, so he must avoid all unnecessary misunderstandings. Eleanor watches him walk away in sheer disbelief. She calls out his name, asking why he saved her, which completely catches him off guard. Damn it, he curses internally right when things were going smoothly. Fortunately, his acting master trait immediately kicks in. He coldly tells her that she just happened to be standing there while he killed the monster. Hearing this, she stares back in complete utter shock. But immediately after he regrets it, realizing he just dug his own grave. True to her nickname as the Golden Fox, Eleanor de Rivaline coldly calculates everything, believing even human hearts can be bought with money. Yet somehow, Nox is proving to be completely different from the rest. On the long carriage ride back to the estate, Eleanor is still deeply puzzled as to why Nox saved her, especially since he flatly rejected the reward Professor Vernon offered. She keeps repeating his dismissive words about her just standing there while he dealt with the beast. It is such an obvious, unbelievable lie, she thinks to herself. The person sitting directly across from her suddenly chimes in, calling it completely absurd. It is Rick, her loyal servant, reminding her that she once labeled the boy as nothing but a worthless scoundrel. She shakes her head, arguing that his lie makes no sense and there must be another motive. Rick murmurs in response while Eleanor purses her lips in deep thought. Deciding she needs to investigate further, her servant quickly offers to dig up as much information as he possibly can. But she quickly stops him, telling him no. Unrolling a document, she resolves to investigate with her own eyes, warning him that the Reinhafers will not tolerate anyone snooping around their business. The document clutched in her hands lists all of their upcoming academic courses, which include basic physical training, general combat studies, imperial history, royal etiquette, foreign magic, and advanced combat weaponry. Seeing this, Rick smiles warmly, fully understanding her brilliant plan. He quietly complies as the scene shifts. We cut to the Grand Reinhafer estate, featuring towering walls that showcase their immense wealth. Nox sits resting in a chair with his loyal maid Zitri de Lobelia right by his side. She asks with deep concern if young Master Nox is truly all right, noting his pale complexion and worrying if his chronic illness has flared up again. Adjusting the warm towel on his forehead, he assures her he recovered long ago and telling her not to worry. Internally, though he knows things are getting complicated, he realizes that with no protagonist around, someone else must step up to fill that crucial role. It is the only way to recover his lost memories and unmask the sender of those mysterious messages. Having no other choice, he slowly closes his eyes. Rested in bed, he realizes that Nox, the character he possessed, is actually a villain. Then suddenly, his eyes snap wide open and he stands. He leaps to his feet and shouts that there is still one way left, shocking Zitri. Smiling, he knows the only way is to play both the hero and the villain in this godforsaken world. Now cut to. The scene shifts to a scorched barren war zone. A blonde girl coldly defeats the remaining guards and looks out over the desolate battlefield. The red sky and thick black smoke create an incredibly heavy and suffocating atmosphere. It is Luna. Behind her, Daph warns that the stars are shifting. Kneeling down, Daph claims that the legendary leader will finally awaken. She replies that 6 lands will soon bleed. Leaving, she orders Daph to get ready since they must achieve their goal, reminding him of his duty. She throws a dark cloak over her shoulders. The coat bears a crescent moon crest with a 4-branched diamond symbol in the center. She walks away coldly, whispering that this is for the fall of the Archive Empire. For people who love gaming, they lose themselves inside these virtual realities. Yet experienced players will always notice one key thing that connects almost every single game. There's only a thin line separating the hero from the final boss, and Nox completely agrees. Both sides actually share a lot of similar experiences, even the absolute worst demon bosses. In modern gaming, villains are almost always born from trauma, tragedy, and a deeply unfair life, and the main hero is often exactly the same. They share the same pain. Simply put, even the worst villains have their own reasons to explain who they are and why they must act this way, leaving him deep in thought. He realizes that people always go crazy for tragic villains like that. Meanwhile, he is walking down a dark street wrapped in a black cloak, calculating his next move. He knows. Of course, this does not mean the protagonist and the villain are completely identical. A true villain will always remain a villain, never the main hero. Sullenly, he chuckles, noting that such rigid rules only apply inside a video game. In a doomed world lacking a protagonist, the only way for a villain like him to survive is simple. He slyly decides to play both roles at once, walking toward a mysterious clearing pulsing with a bright blue light, and stares directly at the glowing center, where a magic circle rests. He sighs, admitting he hates risking his life, but he has no other choice but to join the rebel organization. The most dangerous faction in Inner Lunatic is a rebel group aiming to overthrow the royal family. He begins, gathering bright blue magical energy directly in the palm of his hand. A massive blinding flash erupts and he resolves to join Lunatic. Next, we shift to the academy where Professor Vernon's group is staring intensely across the room. They aggressively glare right back across the room. Is Dean Noah resting her chin in deep thought? She pouts as Vernon asks Lars if there is any danger, demanding to know what he knows. Lars calmly reminds him that he is the exam supervisor. Lars asks if Vernon made another stupid mistake, which instantly infuriates him. Vernon snaps, yelling that he did absolutely nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Dean Noah is busy scribbling on her desk. Suddenly, the wooden pen in her hand snaps. She glares up angrily, demanding to know what they think they are doing. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss it, claiming it was nothing. He laughed to ease the tension, asking if they had missed anything and suggesting they just move on. Her face briefly turned terrifying as she grumbled that she had not even said anything yet, but she quickly reverted to her usual cute self, asking if the two of them had simply ignored the detailed briefing she already sent out, when suddenly, the white-haired professor spoke up, trying his best to defuse the awkward situation. He explained that the principal was discussing the enemy from the entrance exam who now threatened the entire academy. She sighed, admitting that was correct. She continued, explaining that the enemy's ultimate goal was likely to destroy Eldane Academy and overthrow the entire empire. Recalling Eleanor de Rivalin, she noted that the young girl's troubles were only the beginning, asking the professors if they knew why this brilliant rising star of the financial world was suddenly being targeted. Rastap chimed in, explaining that the Rivalin merchant group currently controlled 70% of the goods distributed across the Archive Empire. Vernon added that if the enemy was intentionally targeting the Rivalin merchant group, it meant they already had their next target lined up. Noah nodded with deep seriousness, calling this entire crisis both a tough test and a warning to the academy, urging everyone to prepare thoroughly for whatever dangerous events were coming next. The professors called out their understanding in unison, and she stood up. She stood up and froze. Abruptly, she sank back down into her chair. She casually mentioned that there was one more person who could be considered quite dangerous. Vernon gasped in surprise, asking who could possibly be that dangerous. She simply nodded. In her mind, she pictured herself trailing him through the snowy forest. She watched in awe as he effortlessly slaughtered all the monsters. It turned out Noah had actually disguised herself as a student just to spy on him inside her own barrier, and now she declared this boy might be the most talented genius among all the new freshmen. Rask gasped in shock, demanding to know who she was talking about. He internally panicked, wondering how Noah von Trinity could actually recognize a student as a true genius, since this had not happened a single time since the Empire's princess made her grand debut. She quietly uttered the name Nox von Reinhafer. He could not believe his ears, asking if she meant that useless, notoriously perverted failure from the Reinhafer family, but she cheerfully insisted it was true. She recalled his piercing gaze, thinking back to the incredible mystery of that boy. Stopping in her tracks, she rested her hand on the doorframe. She let out a highly satisfied smile. Succinctly, she claimed he might actually be stronger than her. Get this, it left the entire room utterly speechless. Rask slammed his hands down and stood up in anger, unable to accept such an absurd claim. Nearby, the gray-haired professor questioned his own ears, while the brown-haired instructor next to him grumbled that a useless trash could never achieve that. Meanwhile, Rask remained utterly frozen in shock from the sheer weight of her words. The scene shifts to a quiet tavern. Nox pushed the door open and stepped inside. The owner spotted him, immediately asking what a young man was doing there and if he had somehow gotten lost. Nox realized this man must be Karen, the tavern owner who guarded the path to the outside world, though his true identity was far more complicated than that. Sitting down, Nox delivered the secret passcode Moonlight Claw of the wealthy empire. The owner fell into a stunned silence, staring right back at him. Nox just stared back. Karen told him to go inside, admitting he had no idea why that person had given him the passcode. Nox smiled, asking if he was not even going to properly introduce himself. The man simply replied that he was Karen, or at least that was what everyone called him. With a nod, Nox turned away and prepared to make his entry. He stood directly in front of the massive wooden wine rack. He pondered the correct mechanism needed to access the main headquarters of Lunatic. He began moving the bottles in a precise, pre-established sequence, picking up the green bottle and counting to 3. He grabs 4 bottles, then takes a golden one. Next, he grabs a purple vial to finish his count. Once he finishes, a strange blue aura begins to radiate. A bright blue light quickly flashes right before his eyes. He covers his mouth in shock as a system notification warns that he has touched high-level magic. His mana will temporarily flow in reverse, completely disabling his rare mana-sensing talent. Moments later, a teleportation circle appears to transport him to his designated destination. Uneasiness creeps in as he worries about his low stats, while severe dizziness takes over. The teleportation finally ends and his eyes snap wide open in instant shock. A sharp blade is pressed directly against his throat. It is Luna, staring down at him with a freezing glare. She demands to know who he is. He calls her name Luna, but she does not care and nicks his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. He quickly explains that she is the faceless leader of Lunatic, the mysterious Third Sword Emperor, and he came for her. She speaks with freezing coldness, demanding how he knows about their secret headquarters and her identity, before asking one final time who he really is. He simply replies, Nox von Reinhafer. Raising his hands in surrender, he states his desire to join her group. Meanwhile, under a bright full moon, the scene shifts to a quiet mansion. Paracelsus sits alone by the window, bathed in the silent moonlight that highlights his isolation. He softly murmurs the name of Nox von Reinhafer. Lost in thought, he realizes Nox seems to know something about his old master's death. Recalling their intense clash, Paracelsus remains deeply unsettled that Nox knew his master had passed, and he is convinced Nox believes one of the 3 legendary sword emperors was secretly assassinated. Staring up at the moon, he scoffs at the rumored disgrace of the Reinhafer family, realizing it was all a massive, elaborate lie. He recalls how Nox moved with godlike speed to strike him, marveling at how he was defeated in a split second. He had never witnessed anyone that fast, except for his late master. He looks out the window into the vast night sky. He realizes all records of Nox must have been faked from the start, and his rumored useless reputation was nothing but a deception. With his mind racing, he walks back toward his bed. He flops down onto the mattress, still plagued by a single question. Why would the powerful Reinhafer family hide such a monstrous talent, though he quickly reminds himself it is none of his business. He is determined to crush anyone standing in his way, even if it means tearing down a legendary noble household. While his inner thoughts rage like a wild storm, the moon outside remains perfectly still and silent. Several deep sword scars are etched across Paracelsus's chest. He closes his eyes to finally rest. Suddenly, old memories resurface of how the Empress of the Esteban von Acham Empire lost her mind, attempting to rule through absolute tyranny and fracturing the royal court. Amidst the chaos, the benevolent Princess Penelope began gathering her own factions to wage a silent war against the first prince. Back then, as a young boy, he listened to his master warn him that choosing a side was necessary for survival. His master urged him to enroll in Eldane Academy and carefully decide which faction he would support. As they stood facing each other, his master declared that this would be his final mission. Trapped in this haunting nightmare, cold sweat pours down his face. His master appears once more in the dream, declaring that he has passed down everything he owned. But soon after, a mysterious figure brutally murdered the old man, sending him to his grave. Paracelsus watched in horror as his master was brutally murdered right in front of him. In his dying breath, the master apologized for leaving his young disciple behind. Paracelsus suddenly wakes up in a panic, drenched in cold sweat. Drenched in sweat, he glances off to the side. In his hand, a pink gem glows softly. He scratches his head and sighs, "If you are so poor, stop haunting me, master." Then he gets up and walks out of the room. Cursing under his breath, he wonders why the dead keep showing up in his dreams. The scene shifts to Nox, currently held at sword point by Luna. Her system profile pops up: Luna, age 20, main element moon. Strengths include sword, mastery, and aggressive combat. Mindset is neutral and calm. Weaknesses are cruelty, madness, and bloodlust. Passive skills: battle with fierce eyes and threat. Active skills: Moonblade and Mana Burst. Other details will unlock as the story progresses. Nox stares back at her silently, repeating her name. Luna is one of the 3 legendary Imperial Blades. She is a total monster who fought side by side with the strongest knights, reaching the absolute summit of power at just 20 years old. Her swordsmanship is simply unmatched. He realizes that unlike the family's shadow sword style, which is locked until he becomes the patriarch, he can actually master her sword technique if he wins her trust. Of course, that means he must join Lunatic first and prove his real strength. She demands to know why a noble from the Reinhafer family would ever be interested in a criminal syndicate like theirs. She presses the cold blade against his neck, drawing blood, triggering a level 1 bleeding warning from his system. He raises his hands calmly, stating it is to destroy the Akam Empire. She reacts in surprise. What? He quickly explains that they must first crush Eon Academy, which has the kingdom's protection, before they can even think about taking down the entire kingdom. He offers a genuine smile and says, "I will act as your spy." She sneers, asking if he honestly thinks he is capable of doing that. Of course, he replies calmly. She quietly contemplates his offer. Lowering her blade, she admits he has guts before asking for his name. He touches the bleeding cut on his neck. Nox von Reinhafer. She calls out, and her subordinate instantly appears on bended knee, responding with absolute respect. She commands him to prepare the moon trial. The subordinate bows. He obeys right away. Handing Nox a dark cloak, he tells him to wear it and follow. Nox takes the black cloak, ready for the upcoming trial. Under tonight's bright glowing moon, he drapes the dark cloak over his shoulders, satisfied that everything is going exactly as planned. The guide explains the rules. Once you reach the altar, you must eliminate every single enemy that appears and make sure that cloak does not fall off. Nox asks him for the reason. He answers that it is the only way to prevent succumbing to berserk. He silently notes that he already knows the truth behind this abnormal state. Berserk is a terrible trait, trading one's sanity for raw power that surpasses all limits. Staring up at the blood-red moon, he knows that anyone bathed in this crimson light inevitably loses their sanity to a consuming rage. To survive this brutal trial, he must meet 2 strict conditions. First, he must remain standing under the moonlight without going completely wild, and second, he has to wipe out every single monster about to ambush him. He reflects on how the original game never detailed a solution for this trial simply because nobody playing a heroic protagonist would ever think of joining the villains. Meaning absolutely nobody knew how to beat it. But with a confident smile, he knows he'll make it. Behind him, Luna speaks up, warning that once this trial begins, only 2 outcomes await him. She laughs, adding that he will either pass and join Lunatic or die and rot right here. Hearing this, his eyes widen in sudden shock, but he quickly breaks into a smirk. "We will just have to wait and see," he tells her calmly. He draws a blade and cuts his hand. Crimson drips. Instantly, a terrifying red light erupts across the cold ground. A glowing magic circle suddenly appears right under his feet. Watching from nearby, Dap looks up at the horrifying monsters they are swarming in. Seeing how aggressive and ferocious they are, he realizes this is a situation he cannot handle yet. Every single beast is a chimera and at least mid-tier or higher. He tightly grabs his black cloak, thinking their sheer numbers alone are already way too much. But honestly, whatever. He tosses his black cloak aside. There is still another way. He smiles confidently. Luna, watching from the outside, thinks he has completely lost his mind. Right then, the system screen flashes, showing the blood moon is driving him into a berserk state. It warns that he might lose control and never regain sanity. Once the madness takes over, his eyes glow bright purple. His stats multiply by 1.5 times. Stamina jumps from 6.2 plus 1 to 9.3, mana from 9.2 plus 1 to 13.8, and willpower climbs from 11.3 to 16.95. However, the negative effects of the berserk state kick in, meaning his luck of 10 and charisma of 26.2 get absolutely 0 buff. He enters this wild frenzy and grips his black sword tightly. The system screen warns that the blood moon has triggered an abnormal berserk state, threatening his entire sanity. Outside, Luna and Dap closely watch his terrifying transformation unfold, unable to believe what they are seeing. The system warnings keep ringing, telling him he will never be able to regain his sanity once he loses control. His pupils dilate as both eyes fly wide open, followed by a sinister smile. All stats boost by 1.5 times, activating powerful skills like mid-grade swordsmanship. But because of his terminal illness, his remaining lifespan is still only 142 days. Seeing the dark aura pouring out of him, Luna wonders if this kid has completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, he just flashes a wicked twisted smile. Dap tells her he cannot believe the boy threw his cloak away, basically tossing his life aside. He asks if they should stop him, but she holds him back. No, she says. From the very beginning, he was never the type to listen to warnings anyway. She crosses her arms and says coldly that whether he survives or not is none of their concern. Dap nervously points out that he belongs to the Reinhafer family. Remembering Theodore von Reinhafer's immense power, Dap fearfully warns that if the patriarch decides to target them, they are absolutely done for. She just smiles, assuring him that such a thing will never happen. Then she adds firmly, stating she will definitely not let that happen. She asks Dap if he honestly thinks Theodore von Reinhafer is a loving father who cares about his child. Not even a little bit, Dap admits. Exactly, she says, so for now, let's just watch. She quietly ponders, believing the reckless kid must have a plan. Dap nods, agreeing to follow her lead. By now, a massive horde of monsters has gathered. They bare their razor-sharp teeth and charge forward to attack him. A massive dragon-like beast lunges, but he leaps high into the air to strike back. He raises his blade, staring down coldly at his target, and then he swings the sword down. Blood sprays everywhere, staining his face. He silently smiles as the whole world turns bright red, matching the description of the crescent moon trial in Inner Lunatic. Even better, he can feel his stats climbing slightly. He feels the shift in his body as his talent, height, and shoulder width all expand. He has officially reached a level where none of his peers can easily defeat him anymore. Behind him, that massive dragon falls dead to the ground, but the rest of the horde is already attacking. Driven by madness, he raises his sword and cleanly slices off the head of one beast before immediately looking back. Spinning around, he drives his sword toward the next target, decapitating it. A three-horned monster's head rolls onto the ground, dark blood spilling everywhere. Blood sprays as Nox pants heavily, his body completely covered in their foul blood. But the remaining beasts feel no fear. They lunge forward, launching another relentless attack. Meanwhile, Duff and Luna watch silently from the sidelines. Nox braces himself to fight, thinking how the terrifying berserk state is the most brutal abnormality in Inner Lunatic, triggered only when he confronts the Scarlet Moon. He smiles, knowing he came here specifically to exploit this madness. His gaze sharpens. He has absolute confidence in the unique talents he possesses. A system notification pops up. By possessing two special genius traits, he has neutralized the abnormal state of the Scarlet Moon. Thanks to being a genius of swords, combat, and mana sensitivity, the madness is temporarily neutralized. Nox knows how unfair natural talent truly is in this world. Some are just born superior, and he is gladly reaping those exact benefits. Gripping the black sword tightly, he shrugs off the unfairness. So what if it is? He leaps high into the air, his silhouette cutting right across the glowing crimson moon like a fierce god. Raising his blade, the shadows gather. Executing a swift downward slash, he decapitates three beasts in a fraction of a second. Luna narrows her eyes in astonishment while Duff stands completely stunned by the display. A system notification pops up. Thanks to the saintly ring of black flame, his lifespan has increased by 2 days and 7 hours. Right now, Nox is absolutely fearless. Anyone complaining about his overpowered abilities should try being terminally ill first. With another clean sweep of his dark blade, he wipes out every last remaining monster. Luna appears to say something to Duff, but Nox cannot hear a single word over the chaotic ringing in his ears. It is way too loud here. He clutches his dark blade. Taking a deep breath, he finally moves. Leaving the altar drenched in the stench of fresh blood, he approaches them. He looks up, asking coldly if the trial is finally over. Let's rewind to just moments before, while he was still decapitating the beasts. Luna turned to Duff, declaring that they should officially accept Nox as a member of their group. Duff readily agreed, noting that geniuses of his caliber across the continent could be counted on one hand. She called out to him, shouting that he has successfully passed the trial. She told him to stand down, but lost in battle, he kept hacking away at the monsters. Worried, Luna wondered aloud if the madness had completely taken over his mind. Duff clenched his fist, suggesting they might have to put him down right then. But Nox finally stopped after impaling the very last beast. Above them, the sky still burns with a heavy blood-red hue. He slowly steps away from the glowing magic circle. A lingering wildness still flickers in his eyes. He continues to move forward. He walks over to Luna, completely drenched in thick beast blood. As his gaze finally softens back to normal, he asks her calmly if the trial is officially over. She confirms it is, noting they have just unleashed a true monster. Duff nods along, fully agreeing with her assessment. Nox smiles internally, deeply satisfied with the outcome. He knows his gamble paid off. Watching him closely, Luna quietly realizes just how intriguing Nox truly is. She calls out to Duff. Duff bows respectfully and hands Nox a dark cloak. He explains that this is a special garment reserved only for the elite members of Lunatic. A system alert confirms the new equipment, and he accepts the cloak. He smiles as the system notification pops up, confirming he has received the Lunatic member's cloak. The item details appear on screen, showing it as a high-grade item that grants +1 to his willpower. The cloak can only be equipped by official Lunatic members. Its special effect awards a unique skill called Moonlight Oath. This cloak allows members to identify one another through a subtle pattern woven into the fabric. Crafted from black spider silk, it completely neutralizes all light attribute status anomalies. The system then displays his new passive skill, Moonlight Oath, which is classified as high tier. The effects only activate while wearing the Lunatic cloak, 0.2 times. He puts on the cloak and smiles, completely pleased with his new gear. Awesome, Nox thinks as he puts on the cloak. He smiles with total satisfaction, thinking that this Moonlight Oath passive skill will be useful no matter where his journey with Lunatic takes him next. It has already helped him so much. It is a shame it only works at night, but a skill that multiplies his attack power by 1.2 times is extremely rare inside the world of Inner Lunatic. He stares at the status screen, watching his core attributes steadily rise. He notes happily that he just gained an extra point of willpower. Then he thinks to himself that this is the best possible result. With a satisfied nod, he looks up. Luna is staring directly at him. She speaks up, noting that he seems to demand quite a lot from her. He shrugs, replying that no other rookie has ever performed this well in the Moonlight trial, so it only makes sense for him to receive the proper equal treatment. She crosses her arms in deep thought. Then she grins, calling him brave, though she wonders how long that bold attitude will last. Turning to Duff, she orders him to bring that item over, and he bows in response. Duff brings over a stark white mask, presenting it respectfully as she takes it. She hands it over, explaining it is a rare artifact Lunatic recently acquired. Known as the Moon Shadow, she explains that its power perfectly matches its name. It can create a perfect duplicate, which should prove incredibly useful for his undercover work at the academy. Looking him in the eye, she asks if he is satisfied. He bows slightly, saying that he certainly is. Secretly, he is thrilled to finally hold this incredible item. He grasps the mask as a dark red aura begins radiating from it. Calling out the name Moon Shadow, he places the mask on his face. The system screen immediately lights up, allowing him to create a duplicate and asking him to input the name, attributes, and basic details. He smiles inwardly, knowing this powerful item was the primary reason he even allied with Lunatic. Right after a perfect illusion of a second Nox materializes. With this clone, he can easily manage his double life. He can play both the hero and the villain simultaneously, orchestrating everything from the shadows. Removing the mask, he politely thanks the commander for the invaluable gift. Luna adopts a serious tone, telling the rookie that Lunatic has 5 ranks. Aside from the commander and deputy, regular members are ranked from 1 to 3. She explains that as a newcomer, he will be starting at rank 3. He nods calmly, stating that he understands completely. Pleased with his attitude, she tells him to prepare for his first mission. Looking at him, she says she hopes he won't disappoint her. Nox von Reinhafer. He immediately activates the teleportation magic circle and departs. After he leaves, she turns to Duff, asking if he finds the kid interesting. Duff slowly nods. He agrees, but admits he doesn't understand how the boy survived the intense rage of the Blood Moon. She acknowledges his point, noting that anyone who isn't a genius wouldn't last 5 minutes in that trial. Recalling the moment he tossed the cloak aside, she admits that even if he is a genius who fights without it, she is thoroughly impressed by the pure courage he displayed to earn her recognition. Duff simply nods in quiet agreement with her statement. Looking down at the slain monsters, she tells him to keep a close eye on the boy for now to see if he proves useful or amusing. The scene shifts back to Nox, who has just been teleported back into the tavern. Seeing him arrive, the tavern owner Karen asks if he's currently busy with something. Nox simply gives a casual nod. Nox thinks to himself that if he truly risked his life at the altar, others would definitely ask why he did something so crazy. He seriously tells himself that he obviously had no intention of doing that. Then he recalls the Blood Moon. Resisting the power of the Mad Soldier attribute requires 2 distinct genius traits, which are a genius for swordplay and combat alongside a genius for mana sensitivity. Recalling his crazed state, it boils down to one simple fact: only he can wield the power of the Blood Moon here. The mysterious man does not pry, simply noting that Nox must have acquired exactly what he wanted. Nox immediately fires back, asking if the man has a problem with him. The man replies that he only finds it unfair, then tells Nox to introduce himself. Nox gasps in total disbelief. What did you just say? Smiling, the man tells him to introduce himself to the others. Nox replies that he is Nox von Reinhafer, asking if they are finished. Hearing his name, the man looks deeply satisfied and bids him farewell until next time. As Nox prepares to leave, the man smiles, noting that keeping up with the academy will be tough, though hiding his power might be even harder. Nox ignores the comment and opens the door. Stepping out of the tavern, he hears the man offer one final warning: don't stand out too much. The scene suddenly shifts back home. Nox steps into his quarters, thinking his plans are moving along smoothly. However, he finds Zitri already waiting inside his room and she immediately confronts him. Calling out to her master, she demands to know how he dared to skip his very first day of academy classes. Nox instantly freezes in place, completely caught off guard. With his eyes wide, he wonders how this is possible since he checked and confirmed she was fast asleep before he slipped out. Zitri continues her lecture, pleading with him to stay away from dangerous situations regardless of the bad rumors currently spreading through the household. With fierce determination, she insists that he still has a chance to rebuild his tarnished reputation. Nox simply sighs in defeat, changing the subject to ask how her day went, knowing that servants have their own classes to attend. Zitri gently rubs her hands together. She gives a hollow, lifeless response. She claims nothing special happened, but her distant expression tells him a completely different story. Nox realizes something is wrong. Even in classes meant only for servants, most attendees are low-ranking nobles. Since Zitri has become a commoner, she is the perfect target for bullying. She is clearly trying to hide her distress, looking completely miserable. Out of nowhere, Nox hands her a pouch, telling her to keep it close and open it if she ever runs into trouble. Zitri takes the mysterious bag, thoroughly confused. She takes the bag completely surprised. Nox flashes a dark, mischievous grin, warning her to only open it when in trouble. He explains that the contents are specially designed to deal with absurd and unfair situations. Zitri looks up, wondering if she really cannot peek inside yet. Nox answers, not exactly. She curtsies gracefully, promising that she will save it for when the situation truly calls for it. Nox nods in satisfaction, telling her not to hesitate for even a single second if she ever feels threatened. She immediately nods in agreement. Yes, young master, she says. A notification then appears confirming his successful enrollment into Elden Academy. Nox stares in shock at the system screen, which alerts him that a new message has arrived in his inbox. The system asks if he wishes to open the mail. Nox immediately selects the option to open it. His eyes widen as a magnificent angel with snow-white wings spread wide appears before him. She radiates a brilliant aura, casting a blinding light across the entire room. Nox stares at the screen without even blinking, quietly reading the new notification that just popped up. He opens the mail and a voice speaks out, "Hello, long time no see, Nox. If you are reading this, it means you successfully entered Elden Academy. I always knew you would easily become a student there." It is definitely something to celebrate, but he quietly ponders how this person's tone sounds incredibly familiar. They seem to see right through him, leaving him certain. This mysterious sender knows him. The voice continues, "The real struggle has only just begun. Things have been tough, but what lies ahead is far more brutal and painful. Other than you, absolutely no one can pull this off," he realizes. He falls into deep thought as the voice says, "Only you can see the ultimate ending of this story." Fearing he might refuse, the voice quickly adds, "I know this sounds irresponsible, but I will help you as much as possible." Nox sits down on the bed as the sender asks him to accept the gift attached to this mail. Listening to the final words, he lets out a sigh, noting that the letter's content does not really offer much practical help. As the glowing system screen fades away, he realizes he needs to organize all this new information. He wonders who the mysterious sender is suspecting. They must be a true master of Inner Lunatic. Only a true master of Inner Lunatic could freely hack the system to send items like this, giving him more than enough clues to draw a solid conclusion. He decides he must fully focus on clearing the main storyline, especially since his memories are completely gone, and beat the game. Looking at the attachment, he decides to push aside what he cannot solve yet. Instead, he curiously opens the attachment. Let us see what this gift actually is. He opens the character profile only to gasp. 4 separate status screens pop up. The first one belongs to his father, Theo von Reinhafer. He stops in his tracks, then quickly taps Talia von Steeliner's profile. If my guess is right, a massive wave of screens appear. Talia's detailed image flashes up, right next to all his father's detailed information. It is an incredible upgrade. Normally, to view character stats in Inner Lunatic, you must meet them in person first, but with this gift, he can inspect the live status of any character he wants. He grins, completely certain that only a developer-level master could send him such a broken gift. His gaze suddenly sharpens as he shifts his focus back to the screen. Looking at his father's crazy physical strength stat of 25.2, he gasps. It went up by 0.2 in just such a short period of time. His father already holds the title of Sword Emperor, yet he is still growing even stronger. But looking closer at Theo's stats, a sudden smirk crosses his face. He catches his reflection in the mirror, seeing his original face. This world behaves like the game, but it is not a virtual simulation. It is real. He sighs in sheer annoyance. It is ridiculously hard. Picking up a paper, he decides to look on the bright side since his class selection went smoothly. The paper lists his upcoming courses, which include Team Combat, Team Sorcery, and Imperial History, Alchemy, and Horsemanship. Meanwhile, Zitri de Lobelia stands completely alone, ignored and isolated. People around her stare with cold, judgmental eyes. A red-haired maid whispers to her companion, pointing right at her. They gossip, asking if she is indeed the girl from the fallen house of Philia. The gray-haired maid agrees, whispering that she has some nerve, showing her face at Loden Academy after falling to commoner status. She even brought her master along. The red-haired maid scoffs, saying she would hide in shame if she were in her shoes, while her friend suspects she's up to something. She is probably just looking for a shortcut. The red-haired maid continues to insult her, sneering that a pretty girl like her will easily seduce some rich noble. The cruel laughter spreads around her. No matter how much they mock Zitri de Lobelia, she remains nothing more than a servant to a noble family. That useless heir from the rumors, the gray-haired maid sneers, saying she heard he is also incredibly lustful. Obviously, she knows how to use her own looks to her advantage. The red-haired maid scoffs, calling it completely obvious. Exactly, another maid mockingly chimes in, wondering which dumpster family they even belong to. Since they have no reputation left, there is absolutely nothing to worry about. Listening to them, Zitri de Lobelia tightly clenches both her hands. Gritting her teeth, she remembers how many insults she has already had to endure. Being the servant of a fallen noble means there is no bright future ahead. In fact, everything in this place feels way out of her reach. Yet she forces herself to tolerate the disrespect, knowing she cannot cause trouble. For young Master Nox, turning on her heel, she walks straight toward the gray-haired maid. "Excuse me," she says, "but may I have a moment of your time?" But the brown-haired maid standing next to her blocks her path, offering a cold sneer as she answers on her behalf. "My time." She laughs proudly, introducing herself as Videl, a daughter of the Flores family who is currently serving young Master Kane. Crossing her arms in disgust, she looks down at Zitri de Lobelia. "Do you really think I have time for commoners?" Zitri de Lobelia refuses to back down, stating she just heard them spreading completely baseless, nasty rumors about her master, but Videl merely scoffs. "So what if I did?" Videl and the others mockingly laugh, claiming it is not their fault. His trashy reputation is the talk of high society. She continues with a smug smirk, saying if they came looking for an apology, they are completely out of luck. Zitri de Lobelia realizes young Master Nox was completely right, that status is everything. There is nothing else she can do, so she reaches into her pocket and pulls out the magical pouch Nox gave her yesterday. As she opens it, boom, a mini holographic projection of the young master suddenly pops out, startling everyone. His glowing projection looks incredibly cold as he glares intensely at the gossiping maids. The gray-haired girl shrieks in terror. Nox's hologram speaks up, declaring he is Nox von Reinhafer and does not care what is currently happening. But if Zitri de Lobelia had to resort to opening this pouch, then one thing is absolutely certain. He points a finger directly at them. "You or whoever is responsible." Videl stares in utter panic. She whispers, asking if that is truly the Reinhafer heir. Nox lets out a dark, chilling laugh. "You are all finished. I will personally return your severed heads back to your families." With that warning, the projection vanishes, leaving behind a dead, terrifying silence. Zitri de Lobelia stands completely frozen, screaming internally, "Young Master Nox, how is this a peaceful solution?" But Videl is already completely and utterly traumatized. She turns pale with absolute fear. Falling to her knees, her arrogant attitude completely evaporates. Shaking like a leaf, she timidly asks for her name. Zitri de Lobelia sighs and answers, declaring her name as Zitri de Lobelia. Videl turns white, a sigh that is a terrible sign. The Reinhafer family could erase her house from existence in a second. Her trash-talking has completely ruined her. She presses her forehead to the floor, begging Zitri de Lobelia to forgive her extreme disrespect, swearing she will never do it again. "Please spare me this one," she begs. This pathetic sight shocks everyone nearby, while Zitri de Lobelia can hardly believe her eyes. Wait, it actually worked, she thinks, though. A lingering worry quickly creeps back in. But won't this just trigger even worse rumors about them? Shaking off her worries, she decides to move on. She walks right past Videl, ignoring her tearful pleas as she heads straight ahead under everyone's watchful eyes, leaving the whispering crowd far behind. Gitchi walks alongside Nox, asking him a quick question. "Master Nox, are you okay?" she asks, staring worriedly at his panda-like eyes. "Those dark circles under your eyes are way too dark," as he rubs them. He says he is fine, silently remembering yesterday's paper and how he somehow completed selecting his academy classes, all without even knowing how. Suddenly, Rick, the servant of Eleanor de Rivelin, appears. He steps right in front of them. Removing his hat, he bows respectfully to greet the youngest son of the family, the great Reinhafer family. Nox asks who he is, and Rick bows even lower, apologizing for the late introduction as the loyal servant of Lady Eleanor. Eleanor de Rivelin flashing a warm smile. "It is a true honor to meet you." Nox freezes at the name, swearing internally. But as his fear triggers, his act like a genius passive skill immediately kicks in. Calming his nerves, he stares at Rick, realizing a highly dangerous character has already found him this early. It is way too early in the story for this. He knows not to let that cute appearance fool him. This is Rick the Trickster. In the upcoming story arcs, he will betray the Rivalan Merchant Guild for his own dark designs as a literal servant of the devil. He is a devoted demon worshipper, as Nox remembers. Eleanor de Rivalan. In other words, this guy is a dirty backstabber. He is destined to betray Eleanor. Nox crosses his arms, realizing the old saying about enemies does not apply here. Rick is absolute poison, bringing far more harm than any possible benefit. The servant then holds out a fancy blue box, explaining that this is a very special gift sent directly from his young lady to him, describing it as a highly valuable artifact. Nox just stares quietly at the box. He coldly tells him to get lost. He might be curious about the artifact, but he knows this is nothing but a dangerous trap. A poisoned apple he must never accept, leaving the servant completely stunned by the rejection. Rick stammers in shock as Nox begins to draw his sword, asking coldly if he needs to repeat himself. The servant goes pale, staring back in terror. Nox simply glares back with a cold, unforgiving look. Seeing the blade slide out, Rick quickly backs down. Nox turns his back, walking away while Gichi follows. She politely bows farewell before quickly running to catch up with him. Calling out for him to wait, she warns him that he is way too exhausted. If he keeps walking this fast, he might just collapse. Nox snaps back, asking if she honestly thinks he is that incredibly fragile. She firmly reminds him that he just suffered from a terrible fever. She claims she has never seen anyone so physically weak, making him chuckle at his own defenselessness. He admits she has a point but insists he won't be kicking the bucket anytime soon. She quietly agrees, though her face remains filled with deep worry. She confesses that she still cannot shake this uneasy feeling, pointing out that he is always right in the middle of trouble. Nox casually jokes that he must just be a bit popular. Gichi pouts, staring directly at him. He realizes that to her, he is far more than just a master. He saved her life. In this world, characters with a high loyalty attribute cannot stand being away from their masters. They get incredibly anxious when apart. Sullenly, she asks him another question. Why did you act so harshly toward that servant? Nox asks if she means Rick, reminding her of how he almost drew his blade earlier. She noted that he seemed more emotional than usual as he placed his hand on her shoulder. Listen carefully, Zitri de Lobelia, he warned, continuing that they had no idea what kind of trouble lay ahead. So avoid getting involved with him at all cost, he added. Hearing this, she wondered if this warning stemmed from his issues with Lady Eleanor. She quietly observed that he was not the type to act in such a strange manner. There had to be a reason behind it. Bowing, she agreed, saying she understood. She promised to keep her distance just as he ordered. Pleased, he muttered that it was good. Walking ahead, he realized that considering what lay in the future, it was best to keep his distance from Eleanor. Besides, they had already drawn far too much attention. His expression grew dead serious, as he muttered that they must tread carefully from now on. Inside the classroom at Eldon Academy, he took his seat and gritted his teeth, wondering why on earth he had to endure this painful academic torture in the first place. It was exhausting. Up on the podium, the white-haired professor announced that today they would be forming teams that would remain together until next year. They would be operating as a unit for the entire semester. To build a proper team, the most crucial factor is deeply understanding one's partner. Nox cursed quietly, realizing he had been far too optimistic about his situation here. Watching everyone eagerly search for allies, he buried his face in his hands, realizing that having absolutely no friends made this situation incredibly difficult. The professor then chimed in, reminding the young cadets that if they already had close acquaintances, they should take the initiative to form a 4-person group. He added that they had only 30 minutes. Talk about a nightmare. For someone with zero social skills, this was impossible. How could he find partners? He raised his hand, asking what if they failed to form a group. The professor replied that they would receive an F grade and be barred from continuing this semester. Staring directly at him, the professor added that he couldn't do everything on his own. Nox quietly agreed, though his mind was reeling. An F grade right off the bat. If you fail even a single class at Eldon, graduation becomes impossible, as you get expelled on the spot. His sharp gaze narrowed instantly. He could not let that happen. Meanwhile, a massive crowd was already gathering around Penelope. Echidna von Zenos offered to help, begging the princess to let him assist. Others begged for a chance as well. Up front, Paracelsus faced the same crowd as someone asked him who his partners were. Knowing how talented he was, another cadet approached Leon, asking if he wanted to team up. Meanwhile, Nox was sweating bullets, trying to figure out how a social outcast like him could find a partner. A blonde guy approached Eleanor de Rivalan, bragging about his athletic skills and asking to join. A brunette girl snapped back, claiming Eleanor should join her instead, offering to provide her with plenty of premium resources and elite social connections from her own family. Those were assets only her household possessed, but she kept walking in absolute silence. Suddenly, she stopped right in front of him and spoke. Nox von Reinhafer, she noted, it seems you didn't quite like my gift. He gave her a silent nod, prompting her to ask what he was thinking, and if he would finally let her repay her debt. He asked what she meant. Brushing her hair back, she flashed a smile, declaring they were teaming up. Even if she sounded a bit arrogant, he instantly accepted. Deep down, he knew joining forces with her was his only way out of this disaster. As if things weren't chaotic enough, Talia von Steeliner suddenly popped up beside them, demanding that Nox team up with her. He stared at her with utter exhaustion. Another massive headache was trying to force her way in. Smiling brightly, Talia asked if they could be partners. He sighed heavily, realizing he had completely overlooked her, and now his troubles were doubling. He figured it out, but Talia von Steeliner was simply too kind-hearted for her own good. She did not want her fiancé Nox to end up with absolutely no teammates, so she took action. She really wanted to help him, he realized, feeling completely drained. Thinking about this was seriously starting to give him a massive headache. Eleanor muttered thoughtfully, saying she really had not expected this. He asked what she meant by that, and she replied that she was just surprised. Surprised that someone like him actually managed to get himself a girlfriend. He fell silent and stared at her. Honestly, given everything the original Nox had done, he could not even deny her words, yet a strange wave of anger washed over him. But then Talia von Steeliner spoke up again. She asked if Nox would team up with her, and Eleanor chimed in. So we only need one more person, right? Seeing her make the decision for him, Nox snapped in frustration, saying it seemed his own opinion did not even matter anymore. But she just looked back at him calmly. She casually pointed out that he did not have another choice anyway. Gritting his teeth, he realized her instincts were incredibly sharp. It was exactly as Eleanor de Rivellin had said. To fully restore his memories, he absolutely had to remain at Eldane Academy. And he also needed outstanding grades. To pull that off, he grimly realized he had to do something drastic. He had to land in the top 10% of the class. When the first battle against the Demon King arrived, it would mark his first time stepping up. He would have to play the villain and the hero at the exact same time. Stealing his resolve, he looked around the classroom. By now, everyone had already formed their 4-person squads. They were all chatting happily, leaving the boy named Bio as their final member, who stepped up to introduce himself. He warmly greeted them, but Nox could only think about how incredibly unlucky they were. Their last teammate was just a regular guy. The system screen showed 15-year-old Bio had positive traits like survival, art, obedience, and devotion, but his negative trait was being completely clueless with pathetic combat stats. Every stat was under 5 except for a charm stat of 10. But then a specific skill caught his eye. Wait a second. An active skill called Blessed Strength. A grin crept onto his face. Despite Bio having such absolute trash stats, this was incredible. He possessed Blessed Strength, which was literally one of the most broken skills in all of Inner Lunatic, capable of awakening immense power. It could maximize the ultimate potential of every single teammate in the party. Sure, it had no effect on the caster himself, but this was still incredibly bizarre. How could a new academy recruit possess such a legendary skill that was supposed to belong only to high-ranking priests and nuns inside holy sanctuaries? He would investigate this later. Just then, Bio eagerly broke the silence. He said he was excited to work with them, and Eleanor introduced herself as Eleanor de Rivellin. She hoped they would all do their best. Talia von Steeliner then introduced herself as well. She was thrilled to meet everyone, but Nox grumbled, asking if he really had to introduce himself too. He told them to just stay out of his way. About 30 minutes later, the professor announced that everyone seemed to have a team. He urged them to get to know each other over the coming week, adding that these squads would remain unchanged for the rest of the semester. Class was dismissed. Nox muttered his annoyance about the old man, but Talia quickly whispered a warning that he was speaking way too loudly. He did not care, saying it was better if the professor heard him. She kept trying to stop him, but he just shrugged and walked away. It did not matter since they already had their team locked in. She ran after him, hesitantly asking about his class schedule, claiming she was just curious. Nox found it suspicious that she was suddenly digging into his personal business. It felt like she was keeping tabs on him. Talia quickly stammered that she was truly just curious. Nox reached out and tapped her forehead, asking if she was just trying to find out which classes were the easiest to pass. Did she really think he would just tell her? She gasped in surprise, denying it, but he knew he could not leak his secrets. He absolutely could not let her get her hands on that information. With that, he walked away, leaving her behind. Later, in District 4, Nox went out with Zitri. They needed to buy some essentials. She remarked that Eldane Academy truly was a massive place. There were so many things they needed to purchase. Opening her notebook, she began listing the spellbooks. She listed out gear, magical tools, and pens, glancing at him to note that Academy students always seemed to struggle with their finances. But Nox was completely unbothered, calmly picking out potions as if he had all the wealth in the world. That is not an issue for him, he thinks to himself. If anyone manages to graduate from this prestigious academy, they will easily attract the attention of countless wealthy sponsors. Even if they are commoners, unless their abilities are completely useless, they are guaranteed a prosperous life right away. Suddenly, a loud, angry shout rings out from nearby, calling someone a complete bastard. Hey, get back here, Zutri de Lobelia speaks up anxiously. Why is it so noisy here? He notes that this is a place where all kinds of people gather. Anything can happen here, he coldly adds, his expression flat. We do not need to interfere. Suddenly, he spots someone in the crowd and murmurs in surprise. "Wait, that guy over there." A brown-haired shopkeeper is spitting on the street. He is a nasty merchant shouting at a customer to get lost if they do not buy anything. "Stop blocking the way." The boy he is yelling at is the young master of the Dark Marbus family. His name is Leon von Marbus, and he is currently broke since his family recently went bankrupt. Nox worries that Leon is a good person and hopes the shopkeeper will just drop the issue. Leon puts the item back on the table and politely apologizes, saying he only wanted to inspect it. But the vendor yells back, telling him to stop lying since he only held that one single item. Glaring, the vendor tells him to buzz off. He scoffs that the academy standards must have dropped to rock bottom if they are letting in trash like him. "A penniless beggar like you." Leon lowers his head in silence, but then he looks up, his eyes changing. His pupils glow blue as a freezing vapor begins to radiate from his body. Calling him a beggar, Leon is filled with absolute rage, shouting that his family might be broke, but they are no beggars. He activates a dark magic circle beneath his feet, summoning something terrifying. Skeletons begin to rise, startling Nox immediately. Good grief, as he lost his mind, Nox rushes forward, thinking the kid should have kept his temper. With so many innocent bystanders around, using dark magic here is highly dangerous. He cannot let Leon unleash it. Nearby, Leon has already summoned 2 armored skeletons holding sharp swords, their eyes glowing with malice. Zetri de Lobelia sees Nox dash off and asks where he is going. Nox replies that the kid is completely unhinged and about to make a huge mistake, so he has to intervene. Zetri de Lobelia looks surprised, wondering how he could possibly know that just by looking at someone. Nox shouts back that he sees those desperate eyes all the time. His words leave her feeling deeply unsettled and anxious. The brown-haired merchant stammers in terror at the sight of the skeletons, asking if he has lost his mind. "How dare you," he stutters, but Nox suddenly steps in and yells to get back. The vendor quickly stumbles backward as Nox shields him. Nox draws his black sword, ordering the vendor to leave. "Get out of here right now," he commands flatly, "unless you want your shop destroyed." The merchant snaps back in anger, asking how Nox dares to command him and demanding if he knows who he is. But Nox immediately cuts him off. "Ridiculous," Nox mutters as he pulls down his hood. He asks if he really needs to introduce himself. The merchant pales upon seeing his face. Nox stares coldly, asking if he knows now who he is dealing with here. The scene shifts over to the prestigious Elden Academy. Emma is listening to Talia complain, wondering why Nox would not share a single detail of his class schedule with her, even though they are on the very same team. Talia wonders if the boy is simply acting shy because he is going through puberty, turning to ask Emma for her opinion. She looks pleadingly at her maid, asking if her assumptions make sense. Seeing her mistress on the verge of tears, Emma steps in. Emma hurries to calm Talia down, assuring her that things are not nearly as bad as she thinks. While Emma cannot speak for Master Nox, she believes he will naturally pay more attention to her in time. Talia sighs that she understands, but she is older now and can clearly tell when she is being brushed off. She admits she still has a long way to go, which is exactly why she is trying. Emma tries her best not to bother the poor girl or get in Nox's way, hoping it might gain her some goodwill with him. Talia hesitates, stammering with a deeply worried look on her face. "But Emma," she starts to say. Emma asks her what is wrong. She secretly worries that if Talia stays this depressed, she will not be able to focus on anything else. She needs to do something. Emma deeply regrets praising young Master Nox so much in front of Talia, wishing she could take those words back. She looks back to that carriage ride when Talia suddenly turned to her with a question. Talia asked if Emma felt her fiancé was treating her too coldly, and Emma replied that he might just be shy at his age. Talia was surprised and asked what that meant. Emma explained that boys at his age have highly unpredictable tempers. Their actions are hard to guess, so young Master Nox treating her that way was not unusual at all. She remembers looking at a happy Talia back then, but now she is filled with deep regret. Emma realizes she was incredibly careless, completely missing the signs. Looking back now, it is clear that Talia has truly developed deep feelings for young Master Nox. Looking at Talia's affectionate face, Emma laments her past indifference. She had assumed it was just a casual passing question, never expecting it to snowball into something so serious. If she could go back to that carriage ride, Emma would have given her genuine, careful advice instead of just offering a lazy, half-hearted response. Back in the present, Emma feels a wave of anxiety. She can now safely conclude that Talia has fallen deeply for young Master Nox. The relationship is moving way too fast, proving that love is something no one can ever predict. She quickly tries to backtrack, telling Talia that young Master Nox might not be that kind of person after all. Talia looks up in surprise and asks what Emma actually thinks about him then. Emma scrambles for an excuse, saying that since he is already her fiancé, his indifference at Elden Academy is likely because they are surrounded by peers. He simply cannot behave the same way he would in private. Mid-sentence, Talia suddenly grabs her hands and calls out her name. Talia thanks her profusely, agreeing that experienced people truly understand these matters so much better. Emma can only offer an awkward smile, playing along just to keep her young lady happy. Giddy with relief, Talia pulls Emma along, praising her as if she is a true relationship expert. She excitedly declares that she will always come to Emma for love advice from now on, leaving Emma to stammer in panic. Seeing Talia smile so brightly, Emma blames herself. She knows she was wrong to lie, but she only did it to make her happy, silently begging for forgiveness. Then Emma suddenly remembers something rather critical. Talia's words stab right at Emma's conscience. After all, Emma has never been in love either, meaning she is completely clueless about relationships herself. But suddenly, a loud knock on the door interrupts them, instantly drawing both of their attention. Emma calls out, introducing herself as a maid of the Stilliner family and asking who is at the door. Opening it reveals Eleanor, who greets them with a calm smile. She introduces herself as Eleanor Jerry Rivalin, a fellow student at Eldane Academy who is also on Talia's combat magic team. She politely asks if Talia might have some free time to talk today. Talia wonders to herself what Eleanor could possibly want. Emma steps in, saying this visit is quite sudden. Since she does not have an appointment, she politely asks Eleanor to return another time. Hearing this, Eleanor simply smiles. Then she drops the name Nox von Reinhafer, freezing both Talia and Emma in their tracks. She smoothly explains that he is the exact reason she came by. This completely catches Talia's attention. Without a second thought, she steps forward and pulls the door wide open. She and Eleanor now stand face to face. Eleanor smiles warmly, saying she is glad to meet Talia. She notes that they have actually crossed paths twice today, first in the lobby and now here. Meanwhile, Nox glares at a brown-haired shopkeeper, coldly asking if he needs to explain exactly who he is. The crowd gasps upon seeing his striking white hair and piercing purple eyes. This young man must be. The terrified shopkeeper realizes he is from the prestigious Reinhafer family. Nox scoffingly asks if that is something he truly needs to verify. He immediately begs for forgiveness, stammering that he failed to recognize Nox because of the dark cloak covering him. Nox cuts him off with a chilling glare, telling him to shut his mouth. Unleashing a heavy aura of bloodlust, he warns the man to get lost before he loses his patience completely. The man scrambles away in terror repeatedly, muttering that he understands. Leon silently watches Nox's sudden intervention. He complains, asking why Nox had to step in when he was already handling the conversation. The summoned skeleton glares directly at Nox and charges forward to launch an attack. Nox grabs the skeleton's skull with one hand, asking if Leon was really planning to talk things out. Then he looked at the boy and questioned his reckless use of dark magic. Using his magic, he firmly gripped and crushed the skeleton's skull, and it quickly shattered into pieces. With the skeleton destroyed, everyone watched him in absolute terror. A dark aura swirled around him as he asked the boy if he honestly believed the guards would let him get away with this. His warning snapped the boy back to reality. Looking down at his spellcasting hands, the boy quietly agreed and admitted that he had completely lost his temper. He acknowledged that unleashing forbidden dark magic without prior authorization was a major violation of the kingdom's laws, explaining that he had simply lost all control when that man spoke so disrespectfully about his family. Bowing his head, he thanked him deeply for snapping him out of his rage and stopping his dangerous actions. He replied that he was glad the boy understood, then asked if he had purchased what he needed before pulling out his own pouch of gold. Tossing it to the boy, he told him to use this money if he was running short. Opening the pouch, the boy found it stuffed with gold coins. He was completely stunned by the sheer amount of wealth. Embarrassed, he questioned why a complete stranger would go out of his way to help him like this. He added that if this was an attempt to make him feel indebted, it would not work because he refused to owe anyone favors. He casually brushed it off, telling him not to overthink such a trivial amount of money. Then he smirked and admitted that he did have a slight ulterior motive for helping. This admission caught the boy completely off guard. The boy nodded, noting that nothing in this world ever comes for free. With that, he began to withdraw his dark magic. The two skeletons slowly dissolved into dust. The young man stepped right up to him. Holding up a single gold coin, the boy stated he would consider the gold hush money, but there was a catch. Lifting the coin right before him, the boy mentioned that he could easily sense the unique power of the Marbus family's skeleton controlling dark magic radiating from him, admitting that this mysterious connection made him incredibly curious. Instantly, the gold coin flashed with a bright blue light. Then it floated high up into the air as the young man directly asked him who he really was. Filled with deep curiosity, he asked how on earth he had managed to acquire the unique skeletal manipulation magic that exclusively belonged to his family. Meanwhile, Eleanor de Rivalin and Talia sat directly across from each other at a round table. Talia spoke up first, asking what it was she wanted to discuss so urgently. But Eleanor quietly thought to herself how unexpected this was, noting that Talia's elegant composure was completely different from what she had imagined. She wondered in silence whether Nox truly harbored romantic feelings for this girl. Then a sudden smile crossed her face as she dismissed the ridiculous idea. She knew a man like Nox would only view their engagement as a mere shackle, realizing she needed to get straight to the point. She bluntly stated that Nox was a dangerous individual, catching Talia off guard. Lifting her teacup, she added that he was the son of one of the three most dangerous noble families in the entire kingdom. Taking a slow sip of tea, she pointed out that there was also an endless stream of dark negative rumors surrounding his problematic behavior. Talia fell into a tense silence, looking down before suddenly speaking up. Looking up with absolute determination, she firmly stated that she did not believe Nox was evil. Her words reminded Eleanor of a banquet she had attended during her childhood. Back then, she had been thoroughly humiliated by him in front of everyone. Hearing Talia's naive defense, she immediately cast a sharp glance over. With a quiet sigh, she wondered aloud if anyone else in the world shared her sentiment. Talia stared at her in surprise. She wonders to herself about Talia von Steiliner. How could someone so pure and honest actually fall for a completely useless guy like Nox? Staring deep into her eyes, she tries to process the intense emotions swirling within that gaze. She feels a cold wave of bloodlust radiating from her, clearly fueled by deep hostility and anger. Talia von Steiliner steps up to set the record straight. Nox might have his flaws, but he is definitely not the type to do anything truly evil. She explains that even though his icy attitude toward others makes him pretty easy to misunderstand, that cold exterior is only a tiny part of who he actually is, leaving Eleanor completely stunned. Then she fires back, admitting she knows about their engagement, but insists that shouldn't be the only reason to speak so highly of him. Talia calmly sets her teacup down, noting how easily noble engagements can be altered or thrown away entirely. Then she looks dead serious that political arrangement is not the reason she actually trusts Nox. Eleanor falls silent, muttering that people do not change that easily. Talia agrees that might be true, but she really wants her to remember one crucial detail. She remembers when Eleanor was attacked by a night walker and how Nox saved her life. He showed up just in time to slice through the beast, and without him she would have been a goner. Back then, Eleanor was utterly terrified, and Talia firmly points out that she should know this truth better than anyone. Returning to the present, she bluntly asks why Eleanor still harbors so much doubt about Nox. This completely silences Eleanor because the logic is absolutely impossible to deny. She cracks a small smile, admitting that she might have misjudged the situation entirely. Standing up, she suggests ending their chat there, thanking Talia for giving her a bit of her time. Talia simply nods and bids her a polite farewell. Eleanor walks away, leaving Talia all alone with her thoughts. Outside the manor, Eleanor stands alone in the courtyard, lost in her own thoughts. Rich approaches, quietly calling out to Lady Eleanor de Rivalin. He asks with a light smile how the meeting went, noting that she does not look angry at all. She turns to Rich, asking what he believes is the single most vital trait for any merchant. He quickly replies that it has to be a sharp-eyed one that is always cautious and doubts absolutely everything. Eleanor softly repeats the word to herself, doubt. She realizes this constant suspicion is exactly what brought her so far, earning her the title of Wealth Fox and Star of the financial world. And yet, remembering the disaster at the banquet years ago, she is still left wondering, has he truly managed to become a completely different person? She remembers sobbing hysterically back then, telling herself not to let such a ridiculous thought make her laugh now. She tightly clutches the fabric of her skirt. Gritting her teeth, she mutters that there is no way he changed after being so awful for so long. It is simply impossible. Cutting over to Nox, he watches as Leon unleashes a massive wave of dark magic. Nox shouts at the crowd to clear out of the area immediately. He grits his teeth, keeping his eyes locked onto Leon. Seeing the terrified onlookers scramble away as fast as they can, Nox casts a dark, intense glare directly at Leon. Noting the powerful magic barrier, he silently realizes this situation has just gotten a whole lot more complicated. He deeply reflects that no matter how much Leon is obsessed with wealth, there is simply no way he can keep his cool after witnessing an outsider like him cast his family's secret sacred magic. Leon glares back with empty eyes, stating that if Nox wants to bargain, he needs to bring something truly valuable to the table. Nox lets out a chuckle, mocking the idea of paying up when this very magic belongs to Leon's own bloodline, a secret so precious he would likely trade his entire life for it. Leon shoots him a freezing glare, snapping that he talks as if he knows everything about him. Nox addresses him directly. Leon von Marbus, your family is one of the three legendary dark houses alongside the Reinhafer family, holding massive power across the kingdom in the past. Leon warns him that he hates the phrase once stood, but Nox bluntly fires back that the Marbus family is a shadow of its former self. A wave of deep, painful sorrow washes over Leon's eyes. Nox presses on, revealing he knows exactly how their enemies used a brutal invasion to crush the previous head of the Marbus family, stripping away nearly all of their sacred lands. Hearing this, Leon hangs his head and grits his teeth. He then asks if Nox is trying to prove he knows more about the Marbus family than its own heir, and if he is provoking him to seek revenge. Nox shakes his head and replies that revenge is definitely not his goal here. Instead, he explains that he wants to resurrect the Marbus family. He wants a talented young patriarch to be recognized, allowing their house to once again lead the 6 great regions of this world. Smiling, he asks if that is not the exact goal the young heir is aiming for. Leon speaks up, noting that Nox seems to know him surprisingly well. Leon then asks how he managed to obtain the signature power of the Marbus family, and Nox replies that it happened by pure chance, realizing only recently where his magic originated from. Accepting this, Leon instantly chooses to believe him, leaving Nox surprised that he would trust him so easily without asking any further questions. The young heir simply replies that Nox has already given him the desired answer. Nox realizes that Leon never actually cared about how he obtained the Marbus family magic in the first place. He actually wanted to see how well Nox truly understood him, why he was meddling in his affairs, and if he could trust his promise to restore their fallen magic lineage. Standing face to face, Nox tells him that he is glad they found some common ground. Leon expresses his gratitude, promising to repay the favor in the future as long as it does not cost him any actual money. Turning away, Nox assures him not to worry since he never expected any payback in the first place. The very next day at Eldane Academy, inside a frozen chamber, Nox walks toward the Academy Dean Noah, feeling relieved that he has finally arrived here. Seeing her smile back, he contemplates the vital energy, power, and final sanctuary meant for Nox. He knows the time to finally activate his moment of genius has arrived. Wearing a faint smile, he prepares to trigger his ultimate passive, the Moment of Genius. Even among the elite geniuses in the game Inner Lunatic, this particular skill is considered the most broken. It was essentially a special piece of downloadable content from back when he completed the game. A system notification appears congratulating him as the first player to beat the game 10 times. Having unlocked this hidden feature, his playable character has now been granted the active skill, Moment of Genius. The system notes that this skill is only accessible to characters with at least 2 genius attributes. Snapping back to reality in front of Noah, he reflects on how he used to play purely for fun. He barely knew what was in the downloadable content, yet that single choice saved him from being absolutely broke. His face pales, getting absolute chills just thinking about it. Holding a lollipop, Noah remarks that he did incredibly well this round, noting that the Reinhafer family seems to be raising an absolute monster. Annoyed, Nox asks if calling someone a monster is not a bit too harsh for a dean, but she calmly responds that she is not wrong. Tapping her foot on the ground, a mysterious blue magic circle instantly glows beneath her. Casting an incredibly eerie and menacing gaze, she demands to know how else he can explain facing a dangerous ice goblin with such absolute chilling composure at his current age. Staring intensely at him, she continues, expressing her utter confusion over how such a remarkably talented cadet could ever be labeled as a completely useless failure. She wonders if this is due to his father, the famous sword Emperor Theodor von Reinhafer, a man notorious for his awful personality. Surely that cannot be the only reason, right? Nox feels a surge of anxiety knowing her suspicions are completely justified given that the original Nox was known as nothing but garbage. Thankfully, his special trait, Acting Genius, immediately triggers to save him. Wearing a sinister smirk, he thinks that he will not fail now. A system notification confirms that his body has stopped trembling. He coldly replies that his past is none of her business, to which she agrees before asking if he wants to know his secret. She smiles playfully, admitting that his hidden potential has thoroughly piqued her interest. Popping the lollipop back in, she mischievously adds that it makes her want to kidnap him. Nox keeps a completely straight face, advising the dean that such comments are inappropriate, so he will pretend he never heard it. He recalled the vivid memory of Eleanor de Revelin secretly following him during his entrance exam. He added on top of that, "You even disguised yourself to stalk me." She smirked mischievously, asking him how he had figured it out. Then she pulls out a sheet of paper and wonders aloud how much longer he can keep his secrets hidden from her. Seeing this, he realizes he finally has it. She continues, explaining that this is exactly why she called him to her office. This right here is a skill reinforcement scroll. She explains that it can maximize the effectiveness of one of his skills, making it an incredibly rare and valuable item. Although he is secretly thrilled to get his hands on it, his face remains completely blank as he lies, saying it is his first time hearing of such a rare item. She simply laughs and hands the upgrade scroll over, telling him to take it. He happily reaches out his hand to accept it. But the moment he holds the skill scroll, he feels like something is off. Noah gives him a downright sinister smile. Nervous, he wonders if he just imagined that fleeting look of panic on her face. But he quickly pushes that uneasy feeling aside, opening the scroll with growing excitement about the massive changes that are about to happen next. A system screen pops up announcing that he has acquired a new artifact along with its detailed description. The basic info displays the skill reinforcement scroll, a high-grade consumable with a special effect that can boost one of his active skills by 1.5 times. The scroll is ready. A prompt asks him if he wants to activate it right now. He taps the screen to confirm, and the system prompts him to select the skill he wants to upgrade. He immediately selects Hour of Genius. The screen confirms the artifact has been used, and a satisfied smile creeps onto his face as his skill begins to transform. A notification flashes declaring that his skill has evolved into Hour of Genius Plus. The name Hour of Genius Plus takes up the entire system screen. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light envelops his body. A new alert pops up stating that because he obtained this artifact early, additional effects will be unlocked. The skill effectiveness is doubled and the active duration of Hour of Genius is extended to 10 minutes. He grins with absolute satisfaction. He stares at the updated skill, knowing that Hour of Genius is notoriously difficult to upgrade because it is already an absolute cheat code from the start, leaving very few ways to boost it further. The scroll completely dissolves into thin air. He realizes that using an early-stage artifact was indeed one of those rare upgrade methods, making this a truly massive win for him. Noah finally speaks up, asking if he got the results he was looking for. Realizing he needs to distance himself from this dangerous woman, he politely nods and asks to be excused if there is nothing else. She smiles and tells him to go ahead, casually mentioning that he must be exhausted after playing the hero and saving his classmate during that exam. Images of himself slicing through the Nightwalker flash in his mind, making him stumble nervously over his words. He quickly realizes trying to hide it is pointless. Letting out a sigh, he admits it was merely a fluke. He requests her to let it slide since he does not want to draw attention. She cheerfully agrees, assuring him not to worry and to just rest. He responds by sincerely thanking her for her immense generosity. Walking away, he reminds himself that Noah von Trinity is incredibly dangerous and he must tread very carefully from now on. Once he leaves, a heavy silence fills the room. Suddenly, she breaks down into soft, dramatic sobs. Bowing her head, she mutters how eagerly she anticipates seeing what kind of monster he will eventually grow into. She suddenly asks the shadows if they agree with her. The scene shifts to Eldane Academy. Professor Rush is lecturing at the podium, explaining that the students must master the unique properties and traits of each element. Bored at his desk, he recalls that while basic Imperial magic was never detailed in the original novel, the lesson itself is irrelevant compared to the man teaching it. Professor Rush von Celesto. His system profile shows he is 35, a professor at Eldane Academy, and specializes in the earth element. His three main advantages are academic desire, self-reflection, and a talent for hidden weapons, offset by heavy disadvantages like obsession, paranoia, mental weakness, and apathy. He watches the professor closely, knowing the man is about to play a major role in this upcoming chapter. With a passive skill of vast knowledge and active skills like Call of the Earth, Battle Passion, and basic northern swordsmanship, he realizes the professor is not actually that strong. Still, he knows that having this information beforehand is extremely useful. It is honestly impressive he even became an academy professor with such mediocre skills. Right then, the professor calls out for everyone to focus as the lesson officially begins. He looks at the proud man and wonders what kind of talent makes him look down on everyone. It seems Principal Noah has a pretty mischievous side too. The professor explains that not only the academy students but everyone across the 6 continents possesses a unique elemental mana. He goes on to say they will discover their own elements today. Talia steals a glance at Nox, who is sitting quietly with his head down and eyes closed. Suddenly, the professor calls his name, startling him. Student Nox von Reinhafer. Nox answers yes, and the professor asks if he knows what his element is. Darkness, Nox replies. So the professor asks about the true characteristics of the darkness element. He calmly explains that unlike the 4 basic elements, darkness is turbid and cannot blend with other types, yet its ultimate destructive power is far superior to any of them. The darkness element is notoriously difficult to control, meaning only a select few individuals or noble families can ever hope to wield it properly. His classmates stare in complete awe. The professor asks what the opposing element is, and Nox answers the holy light. Surprised by his fluent answer, the professor wonders if that is so. He asks if holy light and darkness were to clash, which one does he think would have the upper hand? Nox calmly responds the holy light. His hand trembles as he scoffs. People rarely speak ill of their own family inheritance, so he notes that Nox is a special case before asking one final question. Staring directly at him, the professor asks what he would do if he had to face a user of holy light magic. Nox smiles, saying that if the person does not even know their own advantage yet. His gaze turns ice cold as he states that he would eliminate them immediately, ensuring they never cause him any future trouble. These words terrify the entire room, leaving everyone staring at him with completely pale faces. Professor Raskin shudders. What on earth? Seeing Nox look so utterly relaxed, the professor is left totally bewildered, wondering what the boy is talking about. Inside a massive building, Rick sits on his bed, his left arm tightly wrapped in white bandages. He lets out a painful groan. Holding a loaded syringe, he bites down hard on the bandages to steady himself. Then he plunges the needle straight into his arm. The glowing red liquid is pumped directly into his bloodstream. His eyes flare as thick veins bulge across his left arm, turning his face absolutely terrifying. Without hesitation, he throws the empty syringe down. The mark of a 2-horned beast burns onto his chest. He stares into the mirror, grinning wildly. Leaning heavily against the glass, he whispers that just a little more power will transform him into a true devil. Suddenly, a crimson hand reaches out from the mirror, whispering that he is entirely correct. The specter of Paimon appears, promising that he will become a supreme devil rather than a mediocre human. He tempts the boy with eternal youth and endless energy, promising to shatter the very limits of humanity. Dropping to one knee as red energy swirls around him, Rick pledges to do absolutely everything to bring about his resurrection. Hearing this, the demon chuckles sinisterly. Rick gets dressed and quietly picks up his hat. He puts his hat on. This student disguise is easily done as the scene shifts back to Eldane. Back in the Eldane classroom, Nox continues stating that if his natural enemy knows nothing about him, to ensure no future problems can ever arise, he fully intends to crush the threat before it even has a chance to start. Astonished, Raskin asks if he truly intends to root out the threat entirely, admitting he never expected such a ruthless answer. Nox casually apologizes if that is not the answer the professor wanted, explaining it is simply the most efficient method compared to doing absolutely nothing and just waiting. Instantly, his legendary acting genius trait activates with full force. The professor studies him, noting his unyielding eyes, proud posture, and completely confident shoulders. Seeing his straight, serious posture, the professor realizes Nox is not joking, finally understanding why Dean Noah took such a keen interest in him. But his thoughts shift as he commands his assistant to prepare the imps, immediately startling the poor assistant. Glaring darkly, the professor barks back, asking if he failed to hear him order the preparations for the upcoming test. Lars silently schemes to bring down the arrogant kid, knowing that managing him later will be an absolute nightmare. He strokes his chin in deep thought, believing a truly sharp sword must endure 1,000 trial refinements first. Soon the students gather around the podium as an assistant pushes out a cart draped under a white cloth. He nervously takes hold of the sheet. A blonde girl screams out in total shock. Lars explains that they are the lowest rank of demons provided to the academy. Inside the cage, a blood-red imp with 2 horns and glowing yellow eyes viciously bares its teeth as Lars explains that they are simply called imps. A black-haired student gasps in absolute horror at the word demon. Lars nods calmly, explaining that while aggressive, they are as fragile as paper and easy to defeat. The entire classroom starts whispering in hushed panic, terrified of the creature. A brown-haired boy anxiously whimpers that it is only their very first magic class. Beside him, a short-haired girl sighs, asking if this is the baseline standard for Eldane Academy. The professor claps his hands, telling them to focus, reminding everyone that they are the elites recruited into this academy. He sternly reminds them that their ultimate goal here is not merely to become standard knights or mages. Their true purpose is to eradicate every single demon on this continent and protect the innocent. He points his finger up, declaring that they must understand their enemy to defeat them, especially since their current knowledge of demons is practically non-existent. A blonde boy and a long-haired girl nod to each other in quiet agreement. Nox stares intently at the caged imp, while Lars instructs the class to channel their mana inside and force the creature to submit. Nox questions the task of subjugation, deeply confused as to why such a creature is even showing up so early. Staring at the dark bloodlust radiating from the creature, Nox recalls the original game plot and realizes this trial should not be happening until their 2nd year. Something is definitely wrong. Lars explains that once they gather magic in their palms, they must direct it toward the target in front of them. Checking his pocket watch, the professor announces that their test will officially end in 15 minutes. Lars chuckles with sinister anticipation, thinking that no matter how talented Nox von Reinhafer is, he could never expect a real demon on day 1. Surely this pampered noble kid will end up crying in absolute terror. Glaring at Nox, Lars resolves to teach him how the real world operates, proving that action always speaks louder than cheap words. But then, his smug grin suddenly freezes. Gritting his teeth, the sweating professor looks at the cage. The imp is clutching its head and trembling in absolute terror, leaving Lars completely dumbfounded. He wonders in utter shock what could possibly be wrong with this demon. While all the other students are easily falling under hypnotic spells, this particular beast is shaking like a leaf. Lars glances over at Talia von Steiliner, only to find her deliriously talking to herself and apologizing to someone named Emma. Another girl mutters that things feel incredibly strange, while a dazed gray-haired boy starts drooling over imaginary cake. A short-haired girl confesses that she felt like she completely lost consciousness for a second. Behind her, Talia desperately clings to her cage, weeping and begging Emma for forgiveness. Suddenly, Nox raises his hand and politely calls out to the professor. Gesturing toward the sobbing imp in his cage, Nox asks if he can get a replacement, pointing out that he has not even touched it yet and it is already shivering in fear. The professor lets out a heavy breath. Nox shudders, anxiously wondering who on earth is making such a creepy sound in class. Looking back, he finds Lars blushing red, drooling like a maniac, and practically glowing with bizarre excitement. Lars eagerly asks how he managed to tame the imp so effortlessly. Nox can only sigh and repeat that he literally did absolutely nothing to the creature. The professor claps his hands in delight, calling it magnificent and calling himself foolish for not noticing such genius sooner. Lars excitedly promises to grant him an incredible, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pointing directly at the boy, the professor happily tells him to listen closely. Lars solemnly declares that he is offering him a golden chance to become the absolute top student of the entire course, leaving Nox completely speechless. Nox raises an eyebrow, wondering if this top student position is exactly what he suspects. Recalling tropes from various stories, he realizes this role is just a fancy way of saying he will become the teacher's personal assistant. As the rest of the class snaps out of their hypnotic daze, they look on with immense envy. Some whisper that Nox will obviously accept since it is a highly prestigious, rare opportunity. However, Nox flatly refuses the offer, calling it what it really is, a fancy title for unpaid student slavery. His blunt rejection leaves the professor utterly flabbergasted. Lars gapes in utter shock, yelling out to ask if he is seriously refusing. The entire classroom gasps, wondering what on earth he could possibly be thinking. Eleanor and Leon also woke up and glanced right at him. Echidna and Penelope were completely taken aback by his sudden declaration. Echidna found him completely unbelievable. How could anyone receive such a massive opportunity, calmly reject it, and act like it was absolutely nothing? She stared at him quietly, whispering the name Reinhafer. A few hours earlier at Eldane Academy, instructor Vernon was frantically chasing down Professor Lars, yelling out that the dirty white-haired kid was actually strong beyond belief and completely terrifying. Vernon firmly insisted that Nox was a completely insane child, but Lars just shrugged it off calmly, replying that the boy was still only a freshman. The professor added that it was still far too early to draw any hasty conclusions over a few recent feats, warning against placing such massive expectations on a brand new student. Vernon snapped back that Lars was being way too conservative, pointing out that even Dean Noah herself had explicitly ordered them to keep an eye on him. He insisted that the boy clearly possessed immense talent, so what else did he need to prove? He was recognized as the absolute best by one of the four great sages, so what was the problem? Lars waved his hand, stating he needed to see the boy's actual abilities with his own eyes before deciding. This only irritated Vernon, who yelled at Lars to wait up as the professor walked away. Back in the classroom, Nox's blunt refusal left Lars utterly shell-shocked as he stammered out a surprised question. His body trembled in complete disbelief as he demanded to know why. The classroom immediately erupted into chaotic whispers, with students calling him absolutely insane for turning down a rare teaching assistant role under the Academy's absolute highest authority in magic education. Everyone was stunned by his blunt refusal, knowing that countless elite students would line up just to be noticed by the professor, making it unbelievable that he just let it go. They muttered that it was typical of a Reinhafer family failure, though he had literally just thrown away a massive golden opportunity that fell right from the heavens. That's exactly why they sneer that a useless failure like him had no right to be here. Nox heard every single whisper, but simply shrugged it off, completely unbothered by their petty gossip. He held his head, thinking Eleanor alone was already a massive headache. Why did the people around him always have to cause more unnecessary trouble for him? Just then, a black-haired student raised his hand with a question, and a dejected Lars flatly told him to speak up. The boy glared at Nox, demanding to know why Reinhafer got this chance when so many others were clearly superior. Pointing directly at Penelope and Echidna, he argued that since Lars specialized in light magic, both the princess and Echidna were far more deserving of being considered for the top spot. Nox silently mocked the guy, seriously talk about some shameless brown-nosing for the princess. Sighing, he admitted the kid was clever enough to kiss the right boots, making a firm mental note of his face. Lars spoke up firmly, declaring that the decision was entirely his based on very specific reasons. He continued that if he didn't explain himself, rumors of favoritism would surely spread, leaving many of them bitter and completely unsatisfied with his decision. With a serious expression, the professor decided to speak completely frankly. His eyes widened as he prepared to reveal the exact reasons why Nox was the absolute best fit. He looked at Nox with literally sparkling, adoring eyes. Nox sighed in exasperation, amazed by how stubbornly the professor refused to take no. He explained that first they had to look at how Nox controlled his mana and subdued the demon. A moment later, Nox realized the truth. The professor's speech essentially boiled down to two factors. First, he had somehow managed to bring the demon down incredibly fast. Even for a low-level threat, pulling that off on a first try was extremely rare, so it made sense that Lars was hooked. Second, there was his genius-level sharp sensitivity to mana. A veteran magician like Lars could easily distinguish a true magical prodigy from a common student who lacked talent. He proudly presented those very reasons to the entire class. With a fiery, eager grin, Lars declared that Nox would become his #1 student, but Nox calmly replied that he still refused to be his assistant. Panicking, the professor begged Nox to take his time and think it over. Grabbing his shoulder while practically drooling with high expectations, Lars told him he was being too hasty, but Nox indifferently told him to wipe his chin first. Turning to leave, Nox calmly suggested there were already more suitable candidates in the room and requested that the professor pass the offer to someone else. He walked away, leaving a thoroughly dejected professor calling his name in vain. Eleanor de Rivellin and Echidna von Zanos watch him in deep silence. Leon and Talia also stay quiet, not saying a single word. Penelope notes he is different from the rumors, while Echidna next to her blames herself. She sadly admits her information-gathering skills fell short, but Penelope tells her it is fine. She admits she has actually grown quite curious about him now. She wonders about Nox. Will he be a guiding light for the Empire or a dark cloud looming right over them? Meanwhile, Nox stops to catch his wild breath after running at absolute full speed to escape Lars. He wonders why the professor is acting like this, staring at him like a bee that found honey. Gritting his teeth, he wonders why there are absolutely no normal characters in this novel. Leaning against the door and staring into the distance, he decides he must push the professor far away to enjoy a peaceful academy life. Cut to the mansion. Seeing his pale face and dark circles, Zitri anxiously asks if something terrible happened to him at the academy. It was absolutely horrific. He remembers how Professor Lars constantly stalked him in the hallways and classrooms, desperately begging him to become his #1 assistant. Even in the cafeteria, the professor sat with him, begging to be his mentor. And worst of all, even while Nox was in the restroom trying to get some privacy, Lars stalked him. The professor actually climbed over the restroom stall door, begging him to be his top student, which left Nox completely terrified. A student washing his hands outside just stared at him. He stubbornly demands Nox become his top student right then and there, but Nox coldly shuts him down. Turning to walk away, Nox begs the crazy professor to stop and just leave him alone already. Yet instead of getting angry, the man is completely thrilled, admitting he absolutely loves how rude Nox is. Back in reality, Nox grits his teeth and complains to Zitri about how that damn Professor Lars won't stop pestering him. Zitri empathizes with his pain, gently suggesting that the professor probably just got way too excited after discovering a rare genius like him. She carefully asks if Lars is truly the Academy's absolute top magic theorist, and Nox simply nods in agreement. Looking quite uneasy, Zitri remarks that it is highly unusual, as everyone always described him as a kind and highly respectable professor who would never act so obsessively. Resting his chin on his hand, Nox admits he knows the professor is actually a decent person as the system screen pops up. His major flaws include being easily obsessed, paranoid, emotionally scarred, mentally fragile, and apathetic. Staring out the window, Nox thoughtfully notes that the real issue lies within those traits. Back at Reinhafer, guards draw their swords and scream to hold him back and not let him pass. Garen von Reinhafer's cold blade is already dripping with fresh blood. Exuding a chilling, murderous aura, he grips his sword and charges forward. The terrified guards frantically shout to block his path, reminding everyone of the Patriarch's strict orders to keep young Master Garen von Reinhafer out. Garen von Reinhafer flashes a truly sinister, wicked smirk. He calmly continues to walk inside anyway. Stepping right past a guard, he pauses. He glances back at the man with a dark, mocking grin. He mockingly remarks that this is hardly how a loving father should treat his own son. Inside the study, Rodwell and Theo stare anxiously toward the heavy doors. Garen von Reinhafer bursts in with a heavy, murderous aura, leaving 2 sliced-up guards dead on the floor right behind him. Rodwell is completely paralyzed by the crushing pressure, unable to believe how young Master Garen von Reinhafer could have become this terrifyingly strong in such a remarkably short period of time. Theo coldly states he never expected to see Garen von Reinhafer back here. Smirking, Garen von Reinhafer asks if he really needs a reason to visit his very own home. Theo gives him a cold, piercing glare, asking if he still considers this place his home. Garen von Reinhafer stares back in silence. Then he smiles and says he already warned his father that it was time to let go. Garen von Reinhafer mockingly points out that his father probably has very little time left, but Theo calmly brushes him off, stating it is none of his business. Staring at the sinister demonic eyes and pitch-black hands reaching for his father's body, Garen von Reinhafer warns that demons are always lurking. The moment Theo shows even a little weakness, those monsters will grow stronger and completely devour everything in sight. Hearing his son's dark warning, Theo asks if Garen von Reinhafer is actually hoping for that terrible fate to happen. Garen von Reinhafer simply chuckles. His goal here is incredibly simple. He gives his father a cold, unyielding stare as he demands to know exactly where the ancestral sword is hidden. The sudden question catches Theo completely off guard. Garen von Reinhafer repeats his demand, specifically asking for the legendary sword of the first family head. Where exactly has Theo hidden the legendary weapon Stormbringer? Garen von Reinhafer presses further, asking where his father hid the legendary Stormbringer belonging to Jin von Reinhafer. This makes Theo absolutely furious. How dare Garen von Reinhafer even utter the first patriarch's name? He barks that his son needs to forget about it entirely. Garen von Reinhafer just sneers, asking if ancient history even matters anymore. In his eyes, the only thing a true noble should care about is gaining power and building an unstoppable massive army. Theo sighs, telling his son that he has absolutely no idea what truly matters. Garen von Reinhafer fires back, if his father knows so much about what is important, then why did he abandon that woman to a life of miserable poverty? Rodwell instantly turns pale, begging Garen von Reinhafer in his head to stop talking. Theo's expression darkens as he warns his son that calling her that woman is incredibly disrespectful to his own mother. Garen von Reinhafer coldly snaps back. His mother is Priscilla von Reinhardt, and she is the only mother he will ever recognize. Remembering a blonde woman from an old portrait, Garen von Reinhafer claims that other woman was just a mistake, a mere guest who never belonged in the Reinhafer family. Furious, Theo instantly roars at him to get out of his sight. Garen von Reinhafer tries to argue, but his father barks back, commanding him once again to get out. Thirsting for blood, Theo glares with a terrifying, deadly expression, warning that he really does not want to be forced to execute his own son. Garen von Reinhafer glares back, warning that his father is going to regret this. Turning to leave, he adds that his father will soon realize it was all for his sake. Garen von Reinhafer firmly repeats that everything is solely for his own sake. Theo silently watches him walk away. Rodwell anxiously asks if his master is all right, but Theo merely apologizes for losing his temper and showing such an ugly side of himself. The butler quickly insists it is fine, reaffirming his loyalty to the Reinhafer family. However, he warns that if anyone discovers Garen von Reinhafer is colluding with demons, their entire house will be in grave danger. Covering his mouth as a rough cough escapes, Rodwell advises that the patriarch needs to quickly select a proper family heir. Theo falls silent, seriously considering the idea of appointing a new heir. Rodwell nods, mentioning that they have actually just received some incredibly good news. He explains that Nox took the top spot in Eldane Academy's entrance exams. Surprised, Theo asks about it, noting that the new principal of Eldane is supposed to be highly selective. Rodwell confirms this, adding that Noah von Trinity, one of the four great sages, personally recognized young Nox's brilliant talent. Theo silently whispers Nox's name. He wonders if the boy is still a bit too young, but a spark of hope remains. Recalling the spectacular fierce duel between Nox and Garen von Reinhafer, Theo realizes that if his son's skills are truly as genuine as they seemed, his future potential is absolutely limitless. Even so, Rodwell still looks incredibly worried. Looking at the majestic throne of the patriarch, he silently wonders if young Nox will truly be the one to claim it. Meanwhile, the stubborn Professor Ras is still desperately pestering Nox, begging the boy to become his personal disciple. Sitting directly across from him, Nox flatly refuses the offer. But Ras quickly counters, promising to fully sponsor his studies, so Nox can graduate from Eldane Academy without ever worrying about a single fee. Ras sweetens the deal by promising to bring him immense fame, but Nox sits up straight, cold and collected, pointing out that the Reinhafer family has more money than they could ever spend. As for fame, Nox completely brushes it off as nothing more than a useless luxury he does not care about. Ras begs him to reconsider, making Nox grit his teeth in pure frustration over how incredibly persistent this professor is. He sighs in defeat. He remembers last night's talk with Zitri de Lobelia, who gently suggested that maybe he should at least hear the professor out if the man is truly being sincere. Zitri de Lobelia had carefully observed Professor Ras, noting that this frantic begging is completely unlike his usual dignified self. Hearing rumors that the professor is actually known for dedicating his entire life to helping struggling weaker students, Nox had listened very closely to her words. Smiling back then, Nox had agreed that he could not keep avoiding the issue forever, figuring that even a stubborn professor would eventually give up once he realized what Nox was actually lacking. Zitri de Lobelia had simply nodded, finding the man rather strange herself. Back in reality, Nox points out that while Ross explained things yesterday, Nox asks him directly. He still does not get why such a brilliant professor wants him as his student, but Ras simply replies that it is because he is outstanding. Nox stays silent before demanding the real reason. Why does it have to be him? He looks seriously at the professor, asking why he was chosen over other outstanding students. The professor suddenly asks if he has some spare time. Nox says the professor must have heard that he is completely useless, which leaves Ras surprised. Then with a calm smile, Nox says that means he has nothing but free time. Ras laughs out loud, finding the joke quite amusing. Then he turns serious, asking Nox if he would listen to his story while enjoying the tea he prepared. He explains it is a premium herbal tea bought from the Zeppelin merchant group, and Nox agrees to hear him out. Pouring the tea into his cup, the professor explains the reason why he needs him. He needs an outstanding disciple so he can finally complete his lifetime research. Surprised, Nox asks about this research, and Ross replies that it requires someone so weak they cannot even use mana. Lowering his eyes, the professor slowly explains that this is the only way to fulfill his final wish, which is why he needs him so badly. Staring into his tea, Ross says he does not want anyone to die just because they were too weak to survive in this harsh world. With deep sorrow, he whispers that it is just like how his own son died. Listening to this, Nox silently realizes that when focusing on the hidden lore of Inner Lunatic, the backstories of these characters will always bring unexpected surprises. Raz was born into the family of Viscount Celestia and eventually led the house. Despite having no outstanding combat talent, his immense theoretical knowledge got him into Eldane Academy, where he eventually became a professor. But in actual combat, his results were always terrible, and his peers constantly looked down on him. No matter how flawless his written research papers were, they never stopped treating him with absolute contempt. He overcame his insecurity through relentless research. After years of tireless hard work, he finally became a professor and even married the woman of his dreams. Even so, no one truly recognized his achievements. After he became a professor, all of his hard work was published under other people's names and everyone continued to look down on him. Despite all the hardship, he and his wife were blessed with a son. His only child grew up and managed to get accepted into Eldane Academy, eventually overcoming every hurdle to graduate. The boy promised his father that he would work hard to make everyone respect him. Ras recalls how incredibly happy he felt hearing those devoted words from his loyal son. He continues his tale, explaining that his son joined the military unit directly under the emperor and went to fight on the front lines. The boy wanted to return victorious, so people would finally respect his father and elevate the reputation of the Celestia family. But tragedy struck. With a trembling voice, Ras says that his beloved son lost his life on that brutal battlefield. He was struck by an arrow and died shortly after the battle began. He simply could not survive after being pierced by a single arrow laced with mana. The professor asks Nox if this is enough for him to understand his deep obsession with researching ways to protect the weak. Nox falls silent. He knows this story is not particularly unique, as the brutal world of Inner Lunatic is filled with tragedies just like this one. Looking up at Raz, Nox stares at the professor's lonely back and wonders why the character he once saw through a computer screen feels so completely different from the real man standing before him now. As Raz gazes out the window at the sky, Nox silently realizes that he finally understands a piece of the old man's profound loneliness. Nox speaks up apologizing but stating that hearing this story has only made him more certain that there is someone else far better suited than him. He looks seriously at Ras, explaining that this other person will truly value his story and take his research far more seriously. Nox adds that this individual is the one the professor truly needs right now, a statement that leaves Raz looking at him in utter surprise. With that, Nox opens the door to leave, bidding the professor goodbye and saying he will see him in the next class. Leaving the old man alone with his sorrow, Ras stares quietly at a photograph resting on his desk. Looking at his son's face, he sighs and whispers that they are just so alike. The scene shifts to Reinhafer. After returning home, Nox sits on his bed and realizes the news waiting for him is an absolute disaster. Panicked, he demands his servant to repeat what she said, asking who exactly has returned. Zitri de Lobelia answers that the eldest son of the Reinhafer family, Lord Garen von Reinhafer, has finally returned. She adds that a few guards have already died. Nox silently repeats his name, Garen von Reinhafer, the eldest prince's ally and the #1 villain in Inner Lunatic. He is finally starting to make his move. As sunlight streams through the window, Nox lets out a deep sigh. He silently broods over the man who ultimately triggers the worst ending of the game. Sullenly, Nox looks at Zitri de Lobelia standing before him and asks if she has recently paid a visit to his family estate. She quickly replies that Butler Rodwell summoned them, so she went there with Jana. Hearing this, Nox gasps in pure shock, unable to believe what he is hearing. His face turns dead serious as he realizes the truth. That man always despised the patriarch Theo's second wife, who is Nox's mother. She was the one Theo actually loved, unlike his own mother. Nox thinks of his ruthless brother Garen, wondering if the man hates him. If that is the case, he might even go so far as to harm Zitri de Lobelia to get to him. Honestly, you have to feel for the guy. Why does he have to deal with so many enemies anyway? Nox seriously asks if Garen did anything to her. Zitri de Lobelia hesitates for a moment, thinking back to earlier. Sensing her hesitation, his fists clench and tremble. He wonders if that bastard actually dared to harass her. Seeing no way out, she admits that young Master Garen has been keeping a close eye on her. Hearing this answer, Nox completely freezes in shock. Zitri de Lobelia feels incredibly awkward, shifting her gaze away as she mumbles. She recalls the memory of earlier when she and Anna were laughing in the hallway, only for Garen to suddenly appear. Spotting him, the two of them quickly step aside and bow deeply in respect. Garen glances over, letting out a hum. He stares at Zitri de Lobelia's pretty figure, asking who that maid is, since she looks incredibly unique to him. He then calls out to her, prompting Zitri de Lobelia to stop talking and glance over in surprise. Garen approaches her, demanding to know who she is, since he has never seen her around before. She bows politely, introducing herself as young Master Nox's personal maid, Zitri de Lobelia, and says it is an absolute honor to meet him. Learning her name, a dark smile creeps onto his face as he mutters that formalities are finally out of the way. He then makes a direct offer, demanding that she become his maid because he knows she is capable of far greater things. Garen smirks maliciously, a sinister aura flaring around him as he senses a deep ambition within her that pleases him. Zitri de Lobelia quickly and politely declines, stating she's already serving Master Nox and must stay by his side. She adds that she must decline his offer, leaving Garen completely shocked by the first rejection he has ever received. Instead of forcing her, he issues a cold warning, asking why she. Garen von Reinhafer sneered, asking if that brat Nox was paying her a load of money. Zitri de Lobelia bravely shot back, "Not at all, I simply want to serve him." Hearing her answer, he gritted his teeth in anger, asking if that was really what she wanted. A mere peasant like her had absolutely no right to decide anyway. But Zitri de Lobelia fired back, "That is exactly why you differ from him. Lord Nox always respects me. I do not know you, but your maid's hesitant voice says it all." Zitri de Lobelia smiled warmly. "Above all, I want to stay by Lord Nox's side to see what he will achieve in the future." Unable to scare her, Garen von Reinhafer sighed deeply, unable to believe she genuinely wanted to serve a worthless rat like Nox. What an odd woman. Outwardly, he boasted, "I will pay you triple whatever he pays." Still, she stood firm, bowing politely as she excused herself from him. His fury boiled over as a dark smirk crossed his face. Back in the present, Zitri de Lobelia explained the situation to Nox. His brother wanted her as his personal maid, offering a massive pay raise to lure her away. Nox quietly asked, "How much?" Zitri de Lobelia calmly replied, "Triple my salary." Nox was slightly stunned, thinking that while he had funds, the real battle had barely begun. There was so much left to do, and he could not afford to waste his cash now. But he could not let Zitri de Lobelia go. Seeing his silence, she felt a bit confused. Nox closed his eyes, letting out a soft sigh. He stood up, explaining, "If you want your salary tripled like his offer." He quickly reassured her, "Do not worry about the money, just focus on your duties." Seeing him act like this, Zitri de Lobelia let out a soft laugh. Nox found her laughter rather puzzling. Flustered, Zitri de Lobelia quickly looked away. "Oh, I am so sorry." Seeing her bright smile is like a sudden bolt of lightning to his ears. His eyes widen in disbelief. Did she actually smile? There is no way. Nox hesitantly asks if she decided to work with Garen, but Zitri de Lobelia gently smiles to reassure him that he is just overthinking things. She happily confesses that she will never follow young Master Garen, and her current salary is already more than enough for her. Hearing this, Nox asks why she smiled then, but Zitri de Lobelia remains highly secretive, claiming she simply cannot say. He seriously commands her, stating it is an order, so she finally admits she just thought of something pleasant and couldn't help but laugh. Nox chuckles softly, pointing out that Zitri is absolutely terrible at lying. Exposed and slightly embarrassed, Zitri can only look away to avoid his gaze. Crossing his arms, he decides that as long as he does not lose her, nothing else matters. Then he adds a dark warning: once he catches that bastard, Garen, there is no escape. Nox turns to leave, still deep in thought. Of course, dealing with Garen is a problem for future him once he gets much stronger. Cut to the training grounds. A majestic goddess statue spreads her wings, bathed in pure light. At Eldane Academy, all freshmen are required to complete 5 mandatory classes. The statue cradles a small human figure. The first class is the history of the Archeim Empire, covering the creator god Adon and the mighty United Kingdom that humanity has long forgotten. The second course is horsemanship, where students get on their mounts to practice basic riding techniques. Third on the list is the chivalric code and academy etiquette, teaching the students how to properly cooperate and show respect. Next is basic imperial magic, the fourth subject, where instructors guide students through channeling and releasing their raw mana. And finally, the one class that makes our protagonist sweat just thinking about it, pale and gasping for air. While the other students train with absolute dedication, only Nox lags far behind. His body shakes so badly from exhaustion that a gentle breeze could easily knock him over. Even though he is completely worn out, he is determined to push through his physical training. He forces his legs to move, trying his best to keep pace with the jogging group. Moving on to pull-ups, his entire frame trembles violently as he struggles to pull himself up to the metal bar. Collapse is imminent. He slumps onto the grass, clutching his water bottle and panting heavily, his stamina completely bottomed out. Suddenly, someone walks over, calling him unusual. It is the instructor, teasing him by comparing his fragile state to a mere mayfly. Hearing that, Nox spits his water right out. Wiping his mouth, he asks what the teacher means by that. The instructor looks at him thoughtfully, noting that he is great at short-term results. He then points out the fatal flaw. Nox struggles heavily with stamina, almost as if he has hit an insurmountable wall. As a sudden breeze sweeps some leaves across the grass, Nox silently praises the instructor. The faculty at Eldane Academy truly are on another level, seeing right through him. His illness acts like massive iron chains binding his body. Because of his terminally ill trait, his stamina is capped at a measly 15, barely half of a normal maximum. Feeling completely helpless, Nox asks why an instructor would say such depressing things to a student. Sensing his discomfort, the teacher quickly apologizes for being blunt but advises him to take the warning seriously. The instructor presses on, warning that pushing his body so recklessly could actually shorten his lifespan. Faced with the teacher's genuine concern, Nox reluctantly nods, promising he will keep the warning in mind. Inside, Nox is in absolute chaos. How could he not care when he literally has a death timer ticking in his head? Right on cue, a system alert pops up, warning him that his terminally ill trait is rapidly draining his remaining lifespan. The screen slowly fades out, warning him that his terminally ill trait is rapidly draining his remaining lifespan. Frustrated, Nox grits his teeth, muttering about how incredibly annoying this whole situation is. Standing a short distance away, Paracelsus quietly observes the entire interaction. A mocking smirk plays on his lips. He finds it impossible to understand why someone who went all out to rank first in the entrance exam is now hiding his pathetic stamina. As Nox walks away, Paracelsus keeps his eyes locked on his retreating back, convinced that this pathetic display is just another part of his useless act. Nox immediately senses that intense questioning gaze boring into his back. Sighing, he curses his annoying rival, knowing he would lose if they had to fight again right now. Later, the scene shifts to a bustling, crowded town square. Nox walks briskly through the crowd, fully concealed beneath a long, dark cloak. Suddenly, a voice calls out saying they never expected to run into him in a place like this. It is Rick addressing the youngest son of the prestigious Reinhafer family. Seeing him, Nox scowls in deep irritation, wondering why on earth he is here. A nagging question fills his mind. Why does this game-breaking weirdo keep following him? Meanwhile, Rick just grins, acting as if nothing is wrong. Amidst the noisy town crowd, Rick cheerfully repeats his greeting, expressing his surprise at their chance encounter. With a smirk, he emphasizes that it has been a long time. Addressing him as the Reinhafer heir, Rick watches as Nox turns around with a vigilant stare. Staring him down, Nox remembers Rick is actually Howard Jennifer. In Nox's memory, this harmless-looking man is a dangerous shadow with glowing eyes and an eerie smile, unleashing a torrent of destructive red magic. The guy who brought about the absolute worst ending, right up there with Crown Prince Louis von Aachen. Nox brings up the system screen to check his basic stats. Name is Rick, fake identity. House is Jennifer, 15 years old, human demon hybrid with a level 3 earth element. Pros include master level negotiation, eloquence, and hidden weapons. But his cons are brutal, cunning northern swordsmanship, and tags like traitor and scammer. His stats are pretty low: stamina 4, mana 4, luck 3, willpower 5, and energy 12. He has a passive negotiation modifier along with various active skills. Looking at Rick's info screen, Nox feels a bit wary. Nox looks at the emblem in his hand and scoffs. Eventually, this guy will raid the Rivalin coalition and betray Eleanor de Rivalin. Honestly, he is easily the #1 guy Nox needs to avoid. Nox speaks up and asks if he was the one who brought him that gift earlier and what he wants now. Suddenly, the system warns him that the acting genius is wavering, but it stops there. Rick smiles warmly, saying it is nothing major. He was just surprised to see an influential Reinhafer noble walking around without any guards. He found it slightly concerning. Nox merely sneers and coldly tells him to mind his own business. Rick laughs out loud. That is true. Clapping his hands together, Rick suddenly behaves as if he just remembered something, suggesting their meeting is fate and offering to help Nox buy items, since he has plenty of free time right now. Nox smiles, seeing right through his little game, suspecting this is all Rick was assigned to do. Rick places a hand over his chest and bows politely, pointing out that great nobles usually overlook servants who stray from their duties just a little. With those words, he casts a deeply mysterious glance upward. Rick keeps staring intently at Nox, standing right in front of him. Nox looks away, telling himself he has to figure out what this guy is scheming. There must be a hidden reason for approaching him. Then he bluntly states that he dislikes talkative people. The harsh words catch Rick off guard, but he quickly forces a bright smile and agrees. Bowing politely to apologize, he promises to keep that in mind. Cut to the grand mansion of the prominent Rivalin family. At her desk, Eleanor de Rivalin is reviewing documents when a maid approaches with a stack of papers, delivering the files she requested. She takes them with a polite thank you. Eleanor de Rivalin opens up the folder and begins inspecting it closely. Inside is all the personal data on Nox von Reinhafer. She stares thoughtfully at the portrait of Nox von Reinhafer. Biting her lip, she silently wonders why he saved her life. Eleanor sits at her desk, staring at the paper for quite a while. She concludes with one simple thought: he had absolutely no reason to help her. She starts analyzing the facts. First off, the Reinhafer family has almost zero connection to her own house. If he wanted some kind of reward, he easily could have accepted Professor Burnham's proposal, but he chose to reject it instead. Eleanor remembers the exact moment she returned the badge to the professor. She clenches her fist. Deep down, she knows the youngest son of the Reinhafer family would never act out of pure kindness, and she is right on the money. His entire behavior completely shifted after resolving the Lost Forest incident, though the actual reason remains a total mystery to her. She continues to ponder. After a moment, she lets out a heavy sigh. Her thoughts suddenly drift to Rick. Resting her chin, she thinks about Rick. She has already noticed his recent suspicious behavior. He has been acting strange lately, even quietly gathering people from the merchant coalition. Eleanor stands up, telling herself he probably cannot cause any real trouble anyway. She packs the documents back into their folder. After that, she turns to gaze out the window. Her face is clouded with deep thought. Suddenly, she closes her eyes. Memories of past pain flood back and tears fall as she recalls her father's harsh scolding, asking how she could be so incredibly foolish. Glaring at her, he yells that, if necessary, she must sacrifice absolutely everything she has. Eleanor de Rivalin's eyes go completely blank as tears stream down her face, consumed by helpless and overwhelming terror. Inside the Catholic Church, Eleanor de Rivalin is led inside a girl holding her hand. She looks blankly at the person beside her who is sobbing in deep, heartbreaking grief. Then she slowly turns her gaze forward again. There lies her mother in a sea of white chrysanthemums as she softly whispers a quiet plea for her mom. Thinking of her mother, she just hangs her head low. Hot tears roll silently down Eleanor de Rivalin's pale cheeks. Back in reality, she still stands there staring blankly out the window frame. Meanwhile, in the town where Nox and Rick are staying, Rick enthusiastically shows him around, pointing out a glowing magic orb and explaining that there is no need to buy a high-end crystal ball for magic class yet because in his second year, they will give him a much better one for free. Next, he points out a jar filled with blue liquid, complete with cauldrons and ladles for alchemy class, suggesting that he should buy one made of a very special type of iron. Rick guides him through all the stalls, explaining that these items are usually prepared in labs, so he only needs to meet the bare minimum requirements. Looking at the shiny goods on the stalls, he suggests a shop over there that is connected to the Illinois Merchants Guild, where he can get everything at a very reasonable price. Then he turns around, stroking his chin while calculating if there is anything else left. Nox glances at him quietly, thinking that even though he hates to admit it, Rick definitely has talent. He watches Rick joke around with the merchants, assessing his swindler attribute and the powerful negotiation modification passive skill that the guy possesses. Nox feels a pang of regret. If Rick were not a demon, he would definitely recruit him, but Rick turns to ask if he has bought everything he needs, and Nox calmly replies that this is more than enough. Glancing to the side, he speaks up, but he still does not know why Rick came looking for him, a question that makes Rick freeze in surprise. Nox reaches out in a flash, grabbing him by the collar. Then he slams him hard onto the dirt floor. Nox pulls him up by the collar, demanding to know his real reason for approaching him. Though choked, Rick still gives a provocative smirk and asks what exactly he means by that. Nox pins him tightly against the wall, coldly warning him not to waste his precious time. Rick groans in pain from the tight grip, muttering that it looks like their conversation will have to be short. Sneering, he tells Nox that he will get straight to the point. He then unleashes a surge of bright red magical energy that completely surrounds them both. Nox immediately recognizes the barrier, realizing it is likely some kind of soundproofing magic. Suddenly, Rick grabs his wrist with a twisted, bizarre expression, telling him to betray the Reinhafer family and serve the crown prince. Nox is gripped so tightly that his right hand actually begins to tremble. Suddenly, black veins of blood erupt from Rick's chest, quickly spreading across his entire body. Nox grits his teeth, asking if the true master he serves is not the crown prince, but a demon, instead, as the black blood suddenly morphs into the shape of a two-horned devil. Exposed and with his secrets laid bare, Rick falls into a tense, silent stare. He then unleashes another wave of dark energy, mockingly praising Nox for knowing far too much. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he mutters that he doubts his master. Seeing him act this way, Nox feels a slight wave of unease. Two glowing yellow demonic eyes suddenly manifest right behind Rick's back, glaring into the dark. With those yellow eyes looming, Rick sneers that he does not think his master will like this at all. Nox leans down, whispering back. Staring at the dark shadow on the wall, he asks if Rick truly believes his master will satisfy his desires. Rick smiles brightly, replying of course. After a brief moment, he finally lets go of Nox. He cautiously warns him, hoping that he will not regret this. Rick buttons his shirt, and the dark shadow quickly fades away. Nox raises his voice to say he only brought it up just in case. He turns to leave, but remembers to issue a final warning if anyone dares insult his family again. Nox's glare turns ice-cold, warning that he will kill him next time. Surprised by his intense threat, the man freezes up before promising to keep it in mind. Nox takes long strides, heading back toward the crowded area. The scene cuts to the academy forest, where Vernon stands before a crowd of students, ordering everyone to gather around so they can start today's training. One student wonders if that is the weird instructor from before, while another asks in absolute disbelief if he means the bald guy. A student wearing glasses speaks in a mysterious tone, telling them to watch out. Adjusting his glasses, he explains calling a non-bald person bald is fine, but doing it to a genuinely bald man is extremely rude, leaving the other student completely speechless. Vernon, clearly annoyed by now, loudly clears his throat. He tries desperately to calm himself down, telling himself he cannot just thrash these young academy recruits over his hairless head. Once the students quiet down, Vernon raises his voice to announce the specific location for today's lesson first. The surrounding nature is incredibly picturesque, with lush greenery and leaves drifting in the breeze. This is the Clary Plains, a famous spot in Eldane Academy known for its rare plants and flowers. He announces they will practice basic horse riding here, as several stable hands lead a group of mounts out behind them. Vernon stands with hands on hips, telling the students to try riding their assigned horses or the ones they brought along. The students are a bit bewildered, wondering how some people already brought their own steeds when they have not even explored the grounds yet. They whisper anxiously among themselves about never riding a horse before, while another student helplessly calls out to the instructor for guidance. A red-haired girl asks in extreme frustration why they had to enroll in Eldane Academy just to learn basic horse riding, while a blonde boy beside her complains they have absolutely no choice because this is a compulsory course and getting an F grade means instant expulsion from the school. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out to everyone from behind. Nox cheerfully leads his magnificent warhorse over to the gathering. Wasting no time, Vernon quickly urges them on, telling everyone to hold the reins tight so they do not fall off. Nox glances over at Paracelsus in the distance, silently noting that his riding skills are actually impressive. But then he remembers that the guy lived in the East for so long, so riding camels or horses is second nature. The other students look at Nox's majestic steed in absolute awe, whispering about how incredible his black stallion looks. They praise the beast but feel deeply envious, wondering how a useless guy like him got such a great horse, though they suppose the Reinhafer family is wealthy enough, even if not quite on House Rivalin's level. Noticing their jealousy, Nox lets out a subtle, proud smirk, thinking to himself that this is indeed an exceptional horse. He holds the reins with pure confidence, basking in the sweet perks of being a former player. The wind picks up, blowing leaves all around as a pink-haired student happily cheers that he finally managed to do it. Vernon approaches to praise him, advising the boy to take things slow and bond with his horse as he rides. Looking over the class with satisfaction, he notes that everyone seems to have gotten used to their mounts by now. He then raises his voice to announce the true goal, declaring it is time to start the official race for today's lesson. Upon hearing this, the students panic in absolute disbelief, questioning if they are really expected to race when almost everyone here literally just started riding horses today. One student yells out in shock that this is completely unreasonable, while another points to a wild horse in the distance, screaming that the beast is trying to kick him to death. A dark-haired boy scowls and groans in despair, while the glasses-wearing student beside him guesses the instructor is just taking revenge because they called him bald. Suddenly, Vernon marches over and delivers a sharp knock to a student's head. Crossing his arms, he seriously explains the rules. They are quite simple. Just ride your horses and take a turn at the corner. That path leads into the nameless forest at the edge and back here, even though that woods is pitch black and looks highly dangerous. He adds that the first one back gets bonus points as a reward, asking if there are any questions, but the students can only stare in silent dread. Standing at a distance, Nox stares at the instructor's gleaming bald head, which practically radiates a bright golden glow, silently thinking the rules are as simple as his hairless skull. Talia walks over from afar and curiously asks what he just whispered, prompting Nox to sigh and urge her to move since it does not really matter. Stroking his saddle, he tells her it is nothing and advises her to focus on looking out for herself. Nox recalls the upcoming scenario where horses are consumed by demonic energy. Even though horse riding is just a standard class, everyone must attend the event tied to it is crucial, marking the very first appearance of the demon humans. Nox grips his sword, bracing against the swirling demonic energy, knowing this debut event is specifically set up for the main protagonist to clash with the demon humans. The once beautiful forest has transformed into a gloomy, reddish-pink wasteland. This is where a demon appeared, trapping the academy students. In the original timeline, Nox would slice the demon in half, allowing the protagonist and the other students to escape. That is how the story was supposed to go. Gripping the reins tightly, he knows there is no protagonist here to save them. The images of the main cast appear one by one: Paracelsus, Talia, Eleanor, Echidna, and Penelope. With so many incredibly strong-willed personalities packed together, who knows what will happen to them without a leader to guide them? Nox narrows his eyes. Planning ahead is crucial, but right now only action matters. Talia von Styliner hesitantly steps forward softly, asking if Nox wants to ride together. Looking away, she stammers that she is not scared at all but is simply taking precautions since the forest is quite a dangerous place. Suddenly, Eleanor sneaks up from behind. She mockingly asks if Talia is actually confident enough to worry about others during a race. Annoyed by the interruption, Nox tells Eleanor to scram and go her own way. Eleanor scowls deeply, clearly irritated by his cold treatment. Without another word, she turns and walks away. Talia offers a nervous laugh, murmuring that they should focus on finishing the race quickly. Blushing like a schoolgirl, she tells Nox to go ahead since she is bad at riding. Nox remains deadpan, stating the race does not matter. With that, he leads Carl away, leaving her utterly confused. Talia watches him go, wondering what could possibly be more important than the race. Once everyone is ready, Instructor Vernon bellows the start. A collective cheer erupts as the horses charge wildly onto the open plains. Riders focus entirely on the path, pushing their mounts to their absolute limits. A smug noble looks back and sneers, boasting that he will never lose to filthy commoners. The commoners grit their teeth, absolutely seething. At this moment, a surge of blue magical energy covers them, preparing to blast forward. As the horse rears up, Nox quickly reassures Carl. A system alert pops up. His key magic genius trait has exposed the teleportation circle. Realizing they are at ground zero, Talia screams out in pure shock. The massive magic circle begins to activate. Panic spreads as the students realize they are trapped. Nox raises his voice urging everyone to stay calm because it is teleportation magic. He warns them to stay still to avoid dying. The spell triggers in a flash, sending terrified students screaming in horror. Instantly, half of the class is warped away. They materialize in a quiet clearing with a gentle breeze. Suddenly, a heavy monstrous footstep crushes the grass. A massive wave of demonic energy covers his body. He smirks, whispering that the moment has come. A multi-horned demon celebrates his newfound freedom, roaring that his chance for bloody revenge is finally here. From atop his horse, Nox commands everyone to stay put. His voice growls unless they want to die. Dismounting, Nox quickly ties a message to the saddle ordering Carl to run back and deliver the warning. The stranded students look around in utter confusion, asking what is happening. Right then, more students are warped in. Hours drag by as the blazing, oppressive sun filters through the forest. Students huddle under the shade, completely exhausted and collapsing on the ground. They groan under the trees, wondering where they are until someone points out that they have been teleported into the middle of a forest. Another student argues back, claiming they are still on the plains. Panic rises as they whisper among themselves, wondering if this nightmare is just another academy test. Furrowing his brows, Nox stares at the strange aura drifting through the area. As he detects the heavy dark mana swirling around them, Nox realizes this is a teleportation spell. But after comparing it to Headmaster Noah's magic, he notes a dangerous difference. Unlike the Headmaster's flawless casting, this current formula is incredibly unstable. Seeing him stand there lost in thought, Penelope approaches and asks if he knows what is going on. Nox turns and tells her he is trying to figure it out, but it is clear that outsiders have infiltrated the academy. Echidna von Zanos frowns and steps closer to criticize him, demanding to know why he is keeping secrets instead of sharing the details with everyone. Nox shoots back, telling her to know her place since she is not a princess. He bluntly adds that he has absolutely no reason to tell her anything. Echidna von Zanos grits her teeth, completely furious but unable to argue back. Echidna's face darkens with silent rage while gritting her teeth. Eleanor, standing nearby, asks if he is sure that this teleportation magic is caused by an outside force. Nox gives a firm nod, confirming her suspicion. Eleanor is curious and asks why he believes that to be true. Before he can answer, Talia hesitantly chimes in, wondering if this could just be a surprise exam prepared by their academy professors. Nox sighs quietly to himself, thinking that this incredibly naive attitude is exactly why these pampered, comfortable nobles can never survive in a crisis. After all, this is Inner Lunatic, a brutal fantasy world famous for being one of the hardest games in existence. Cutting his inner thoughts short, he simply points out that the mana is far too unstable. Right on cue, his system triggers the acting genius skill. Using his acting skills, Nox explains that the spell is incredibly crude, completely ignoring the safety of its targets just to force a teleportation. Hearing his analysis, Leon focuses on the magic circle and agrees with Nox, noting that the academy professors would never design a test that puts their lives in actual danger. He points out there is zero reason for the faculty to risk the safety of heirs from the most prestigious families in Eldain. Turning to the group, Leon asks what they think, showing he fully backs Nox. Nox glances at him, silently admitting that the guy actually makes a very solid point. Listening to their arguments, Penelope examines the magic circle herself, realizing the highly unstable pattern is indeed a clear sign of outside interference. She wonders if her own brother is behind this, her expression turning pale at the terrifying thought. Getting no response from her, Leon insists they need to escape immediately, and another student quickly voices their agreement. Leon warns that lingering in this highly corrupted mana for too long is a terrible idea. Annoyed by the sudden consensus, Echidna snaps, asking if this outcast from a dark family thinks he can just make all the decisions for them. She demands that Nox prove his wild claims first, but seeing her stubbornness, Penelope steps in and firmly tells her to stop. Princess Penelope calmly explains to Echidna that Nox is right, warning that staying in this unstable mana vortex for too long will be fatal. It could easily kill them all. Hearing this warning directly from the princess, Echidna can only stammer her name in sheer disbelief. Other students finally examine the active spell and agree, pointing out that the way this magic circle is constructed is incredibly bizarre and highly inefficient for an official academy test. The crowd whispers in admiration of Penelope's sharp intellect, recalling that she mastered magic much earlier than any of them. Right then, Paracelsus senses a strange shift in the air and vigilantly looks around. He immediately draws his sword, ready for action. He swings it down and demands silence, prompting a confused Echidna to shout and ask what he is doing. Paracelsus looks back, asking if she really cannot smell the thick blood. With a dead serious expression, he warns that a mid-tier beast is approaching, trying to pinpoint its location. Before he can even finish his sentence, Nox cuts in and warns everyone to look up. Suddenly, a massive bird of prey swoops down from the sky, charging directly at them. Without hesitating, Nox leaps high into the air and charges the beast directly. Moving with incredible agility, he delivers a lightning-fast slash right across the monster's underbelly. Glancing back at the group while striking the beast, Nox warns them to get ready. Covered in deep wounds from Nox's brutal assault, the massive bird lets out an agonizing shriek of pain. As the beast crashes to the ground and stops moving, Nox tells them that in a dangerous situation like this, he will be the one taking full command of their defense. Hearing this, several students immediately protest, asking who is in command. They angrily scoff, calling Nox an incompetent crazy bastard. Hearing his direct request, Penelope is momentarily stunned. Looking in his direction, she realizes she had not even sensed the attacking monster. Was this supposed failure of the Reinhafer family actually the first to detect it? She looks at the others who have no objections. Once again, Penelope wonders how Nox von Reinhafer could have suddenly changed so drastically. Elsewhere, Professor Burnong checks his watch and looks down at the completely empty plane, grumbling about whether this year's students even know how to ride a horse. With absolutely nobody in sight, Burnong grows impatient, wondering why no one has arrived yet and calling this the worst exam in academy history. Suddenly, Rush rides up from behind on horseback, calling out that they have a major emergency. Shocked to see him, Burnong asks Rush why he is there instead of teaching his second-year class. Rush urgently insists that is not important right now, demanding to know where the students are, to which Burnong replies they are on the plains. As he speaks, he suddenly stops as an uneasy feeling washes over him. Wait, what is this sensation? Instantly on edge, he asks what happened, and Rush reveals they detected a dark magic user 3 hours ago after a massive magic circle was activated, and they have tracked the trail right to these plains. Burnong sighs, cursing that trouble always brews whenever Principal Noah is away, before urging that they need to move immediately. Just then, the horse Nox sent with his message charges right toward the two professors. Seeing the beast, Burnong immediately recognizes a letter sent by the white-haired student. The message warns that demons have appeared in the nameless forest, demanding reinforcements right away. Reading those desperate final words demanding immediate aid makes both of them tighten up with immense worry. Burnong gasps, realizing it points to the nameless forest, while Rush beside him yells that they must go. Without wasting a second, both mount up and gallop off, though Burnong knows it will take at least 2 days to reach the forest, far too late to prepare warp magic. Rushing toward the nameless forest, the two of them silently pray that everyone can hold out safely. Back in the forest, the students gather around the massive beast that Nox has just slain. Meanwhile, Nox quietly wipes the fresh blood from his blade. Echidna speaks up, admitting she hates to say it, but his judgment was absolutely correct. Nox tells her to forget it since he does not care for forced apologies, making Princess Penelope gasp. He explains this crisis demands immediate action, insisting they hand over full command of all the students to him. He cites imperial regulations to back his claim, but Penelope counters that doing so could be extremely dangerous. Stubbornly, she declares that as the princess, she will personally take charge of all the students herself. Nox mutters to himself how troublesome this is, calling out to Bio, who quickly answers from behind. Nox orders Bio to recite the emergency protocol, causing a startled Bio to stammer out an agreement. He then yells that the top priority is protecting royalty and command must be handed to the most exceptional knight or mage. Hearing this, Nox turns his gaze to Penelope, reminding her that she is the only royal member present. Secretly, he knows she is also the most powerful target the monsters will want to eliminate in the future. Her lightning magic and immense destructive power are sacred abilities only passed down through the royal family itself. He adds that even if everyone else dies, she is legally obligated to prioritize her own survival. Penelope frowns and stutters in response, but Nox quickly cuts her off to make one final point. He addresses the crowd, arguing that the person with the fastest judgment during the sudden ambush and the quickest reflexes is none other than him. Facing Penelope again, Nox demands she hand over full command to him immediately. He wants total authority over the life and death of everyone present, leaving Penelope looking extremely conflicted. Standing to the side, Talia lowers her head in deep thought. Watching him with growing anxiety, she wonders if he genuinely wants to take command when everyone's lives are at stake, finding him to be completely shocking. After whispering a quiet word, she fell silent, realizing she was right. Nox was definitely a knight worth following. When Nox looked back, he saw Talia staring right at him with glowing eyes and a wide grin, making him incredibly uneasy. What on earth was wrong with her? Feeling a bit wary, Nox hesitantly spoke up. Turning to face the crowd standing around them, he asked loudly if anyone had any objections. If not, he would take command and full responsibility for everything here. But if they disagreed, they had to prove they deserved the position. With a faint, soft smile, he added that if they could do it, he would gladly step down. Nobody in the crowd uttered a single word, though pure confusion and hesitation were written all over their faces. Nearby, a man watches Nox with a deeply mysterious smile on his face. Glancing over at Princess Penelope, he secretly gloats, knowing that if any disaster occurs during her protection, the Commander Nox will be the one facing severe, unavoidable punishment. With a smug smirk, he believes that no matter how well Nox performs now, he is bound to slip up eventually. He stares at Nox, thinking that the young master is only making things worse for himself, like drinking poison to quench his thirst instead of actually solving the problem. Unable to hide his malicious joy, he snickers, mockingly telling himself that the fool can do whatever he wants. Nox notices his insolent attitude and immediately shoots him a sharp warning glare. Shaken by Nox's incredibly cold and murderous gaze, the man quickly looks away, swearing under his breath about how terrifying those damn eyes actually are. Seeing that no one else has any objections, Nox firmly tells the group that the decision is final. He takes charge, warning everyone to follow his orders strictly or face severe punishment according to the rules. Isina looks over at Princess Penelope von Arkheim, her expression filled with clear anxiety. She then nervously glances around at the rest of the group. Nox gives the command, telling everyone that it is time to move out and follow him. He takes the lead and starts walking, but before he can take more than a few steps, Eleanor de Rivalin stops him, demanding to know where exactly they are supposed to be going first. Nox simply replies that he isn't good at explaining, so they should just keep up as closely as possible. Without another word, he heads straight into the forest, leaving Eleanor completely baffled while secretly thinking that she would be terrified if she knew how many times he had cleared this chapter. Only Nox truly understands the situation, knowing that he is a seasoned veteran of this brutal, godforsaken game. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a dark and eerie cavern. Inside a glowing crystal ball, the image of the knights battling a massive wild boar is clearly visible. A figure with long hair and beastly half-monster arm watches closely. Every single movement of the knights is monitored by the cunning demon Russell. Suddenly, a deeply chilling voice echoes from a strange stone on the ground, calling out to Russell. The stone begins emitting a thick, dark aura. Out of the heavy mist, a grotesque monster with massive fangs emerges, ordering him to devour those humans. Kneeling before the creature, Vagner looks up at the 6 blood-red eyes as his master commands him to eliminate every last one of them. Vagner slowly stands up, reaching his hand out toward the beast with a dark, confident smirk on his lips. The monster tells the demon that if he can succeed, the grotesque beast begins flowing its dark demonic energy directly into Vagner's body. As Vagner's body violently reacts, his master declares that he will grant him power even if he doesn't truly deserve it. Feeling the surge of new power, Vagner submissively replies to his master. Smiling confidently at the terrifying creature, he promises to handle everything and guarantees he won't let his master down. With those final words, the monster fades away and the stone drops back to the ground. Vagner stands there practically overflowing with this newly acquired dark energy. He cheers in excitement, calling this a perfect mission meant just for him. With a smug, vicious smile, he vows to punish them all for daring to abandon him. While speaking, he stares into the crystal ball, monitoring every single move of the Night Squad. Every single member of the squad is captured within his hateful gaze. Vagner sneers, mocking those annoying Celestia brats. Back with the Knights, wild boars are continuously being cut down, splattering blood across the ground. Twilight slowly begins to fall. 3 freshly slain wild boars lie dead on the blood-soaked ground. Acting like a true leader, Nox tells the group that they must start dividing their tasks. Turning to Leon and Paracelsus, he asks both of them to assist him directly. Though Paracelsus is quite reluctant, he simply cannot refuse, Nox sighing that since he lost their duel, he has no choice but to follow orders. Leon bows, respectfully admitting his shortcomings but promising to do his absolute best to help out. Nox looks at the two of them, pleased that he has successfully recruited the strongest freshman to his side. And next up is this, he says, shifting his gaze toward everyone. Nox speaks up again, explaining there are 2 ways to get out of this forest. He says they have to break the barrier from the outside. The second option is to kill the wizard who cast the teleportation magic inside the barrier. Penelope asks nervously about that exact scenario, and Nox calmly confirms it will be dangerous. He advises everyone that they simply do not have any other choice. Nox explains that Instructor Vernon would take at least 2 days to fly here from the plains. Their absolute best option is to hold out and survive as long as they can while hunting down that wizard. Right after speaking, he frowns and silently realizes that this incident cannot be resolved using that first option at all. Nox is certain that escaping this place requires killing the wizard, who is actually a demon worshipper hiding in these woods. The entire atmosphere suddenly turns incredibly tense. Nox tells them that first they need to gather some food. He points down at 3 wild boars, telling everyone they must survive for 2 days on these things. Paracelsus gets agitated and demands to know what the noble expects them to eat, but Nox calmly replies that it is just wild boar. Paracelsus sighs in utter frustration, admitting Nox is incredibly talented but pointing out that his idea is completely wrong since this mountain is a noble hunting ground. He explains they cannot eat mana beasts because they are poisonous, but Nox is not surprised at all and says he already knows. He looks around the area and adds that he also knows they cannot just eat any plants nearby. Paracelsus is totally confused and asks why they must eat this, wondering how anyone could consume mana beasts, since even during the worst famines in the East, he never touched them. He turns annoyed and asks Nox if he has any idea how long their stomachs will hurt, making Nox sigh inwardly, wondering if this crazy guy really thinks eating mana beasts only causes a simple stomachache. He turns away to avoid dealing with him any further, telling everyone to come over and watch because he has his own way of handling it. He then picks up some wild herbs from the ground. He tells Leon to summon his undead and order them to protect the other cadets from monsters, and Leon quickly agrees to the plan. Nox sighs and tells Paracelsus that despite his incredibly arrogant mouth, his skills are solid enough to protect the princess. Paracelsus shakes with rage but cannot do anything, grumbling under his breath that he will beat him to death later. With that, he angrily turns around and stomps away. Nox ignores the boy's angry outburst and silently notes that it is finally time to get started. He then picks up a massive slab of stone. Using the herbs he just gathered, Nox takes out his knife and begins butchering the wild boar. The rich aroma from the freshly cut wild boar meat starts to sizzle over the open campfire. Everyone standing nearby looks completely shocked, staring at Nox with wide eyes and asking what on earth is going on. Staring at the dark purple meat, they panic and shout that the color alone is going to kill them. As the meat gradually shifts color, Nox carefully rubs the wild herbs over its surface. Watching him, they gasp in total disbelief as someone shouts out that the color of the meat is changing. Nox tells them that he is simply using this specific herb to neutralize the poison, explaining that red claw grass can easily nullify toxins from mid-tier monsters. The meat steams heavily and the wild boar is fortunately one of those exact creatures. Hearing this, a cadet gasps in surprise while another girl mentions she recalls reading about this in a book somewhere. As he cuts the meat into slices, they whisper among themselves, wondering how a pampered noble from House Reinhafer would ever know how to survive like this. Nox looks over at the princess and offers a polite smile. He asks the princess if she prefers her meat rare or medium rare. As he speaks, he silently notes that he completely skipped the well-done option. In the game, Lina once mentioned that well-done meat is basically trash, but looking at it now, everyone is drooling in absolute hunger. Professor Lars rushes forward as a voice suddenly crackles through the communication device, asking if Dean Noah can hear him. Vernon gallops forward on his horse, reporting back that the demon is at least intermediate rank, which the Academy has already flagged as a severe crisis. He quickly explains that he is currently heading out to rescue the students along with Professor Lars, while a thoughtful voice responds on the other end. While Vernon is frantically reporting the critical situation, loud chewing noises suddenly start echoing over the communication line right when the other instructors are preparing for deployment. He completely freezes up, wondering if his ears are playing tricks on him because it literally sounds like someone is eating. After thinking it over, Lars quickly dismisses the thought. No way, he knows the dean is a bit eccentric, but she surely wouldn't eat in a crisis like this. Out of options, Lars flat out asks her through the comms, "Dean, are you seriously eating snacks right now?" A surprised voice suddenly crackles from the communication sphere, asking if they can actually hear her munching. The dean's voice remains completely relaxed as she tells them not to worry. This carefree attitude leaves both Lars and Vernon utterly speechless. Munching on a cookie, Dean Noah casually replies that the students will surely make it back completely safe and sound. She takes another bite of her snack while Lars and Vernon worry themselves sick. Vernon argues that while second years might handle this, these are fresh cadets. Vernon's face darkens with immense worry as he points out they are merely first years who barely finished recruit training. Lars immediately agrees with him, saying that is exactly the problem. Vernon grinds his teeth, muttering that the rookies have not even been properly taught basic defensive magic yet. Before he can say another word, the communication sphere lets out a static beep, signaling that the call has been cut. Both of them stare in utter disbelief at the dean's abrupt exit, realizing she really did just hang up on them. Gritting his teeth, Vernon tightens his grip on the reins and makes his decision. They have no other choice. They have to do everything they possibly can. With that, Vernon gallops off like the wind, leaving a completely dazed Lars shouting after him in confusion. Suddenly, Lars remembers his absolute best student of all, Nox, is among the stranded cadets. He charges forward to catch up with Vernon, swearing to himself that he will not let his precious disciple die out there. Deep in the dark forest, the exhausted cadets gather around a cozy campfire to eat and rest after a brutal day. Suddenly, the group notices something bizarre. Nox is pouring wild boar blood directly onto the forest grass. Leon finds this bizarre behavior completely baffling, wondering why on earth he is wasting wild boar blood. Paracelsus crosses his arms, explaining that the strong monster scent will keep weaker beasts from approaching. He looks ahead with a nostalgic gaze, noting they used to do this exact trick all the time. Paracelsus slowly looks over and explains that traveling at night makes them incredibly vulnerable to ambushes. Hearing this, Leon nods in deep gratitude, finally understanding the logic. Penelope slowly walks over to Nox and calls his name, Nox von Reinhafer. She bows her head in deep gratitude, thanking him because his quick thinking is what kept them all safe. Remaining completely level-headed, Nox immediately brings her back to their grim reality. They still have a long way to go, countless monsters lurk in the dark, the wizard remains undefeated, and this night is going to be incredibly long. As midnight settles over the silent forest, the exhausted cadets scatter around the crackling campfire, trying to recover their strength. Penelope looks at the group with a reflective gaze, acknowledging his words. Yet she points out that no one has died so far, and she truly believes that is all thanks to him. As if lost in some deep, troubling thoughts, she suddenly grows quiet, her eyes drifting downward with sadness. Making up her mind, Penelope turns to Nox with a sincere apology. She begs him to forgive Echidna's incredibly rude behavior, explaining that her deep prejudice against the Dark Clan stems from the negative rumors she grew up with. Nox feels pretty annoyed by her soft tone, wondering why she is even worrying about him. He absolutely detests the condescending way she talks to him. Nox waves his hand dismissively, telling her not to waste sympathy on a trash outcast abandoned by the Dark Clan. It would shock the royal family to see this. Penelope quickly replies that is only how the public views him. Her brilliant golden eyes lock onto him, reflecting his image as she whispers that she sees things differently. Clenching her skirt tightly, she confesses that if she can save more lives, she would willingly join hands with the devil himself. Penelope confidently declares without a single trace of hesitation that she would accept the darkness. Unmoved by her dramatic speech, Nox coldly cuts her off and tells her she really should not say such dangerous things aloud. Seeing his adorable deadpan expression, Penelope covers her mouth with a soft chuckle, claiming she was only joking. Realizing he is being teased, Nox crosses his arms, coldly annoyed at how quickly her mask can slip. Now let's talk about Penelope von Archheim. She is widely praised as the benevolent princess, but her biggest flaw is hidden deep. Staring at the royal scepter in her hand, Nox comes to a chilling conclusion. This girl is actually an extreme pragmatist. He glances at the melancholic princess standing right before him. She is a dangerous player, fully prepared to sacrifice any life for her ultimate goals. In Nox's mind, Penelope is the type of person whose benevolent princess nickname could easily morph into the cold-blooded princess. His black-gloved hand tightly grips the magical dimensional pouch as a mesmerizing purple glow erupts from it. Nox stands up and announces that they will form groups of 4 to pitch tents. Since he has several on hand, each group should grab one. He can't help but appreciate how incredibly convenient his spatial bag is. The crowd immediately starts whispering gossip, wondering why on earth he carries that bag. Some suggest it's because of his family, bringing up a wild rumor that at age 5 he was thrown off a cliff to survive. Nox closes his eyes and endures these crazy baseless lies, knowing it's just the unfortunate price of being born into the Dark Clan. The students quickly split into small groups, grabbing their tents to set up camp for the night. Watching the busy crowd, Nox mutters a quiet warning that they had better stay alert. Talia hesitates, asking him what they should be careful of. He instantly changes his mind, crossing his arms and replying coldly that it is nothing. Standing near the warm campfire, Nox quickly assigns the night watch duties, telling everyone to take turns, keeping a close guard. Deep down, he has already made up his mind. It is finally time for his own secret plans to begin. Nox solemnly analyzed the situation, realizing a critical issue in this academy ambush, a deadly event straight out of Act 2. Recalling his clash with the monsters, he knew they had to quickly eliminate the barrier wizard. Otherwise, surviving this storyline would be impossible. Deep into the night, a bright moon illuminated the forest where the academy students were busy setting up their tents. Within moments, exhaustion hit the group. Everyone was yawning, constantly looking completely drained, as if they had not slept in days. Even the night watch crew could not fight off the overwhelming fatigue, quickly nodding off and falling into a deep sleep. In an instant, a dark figure thrusts a blade clean through a student. Fresh blood stains their hands, accompanied by a cold, quiet whisper. Under the moonlight, the white-haired boy walked with twin blades drawn. A shadow trailed him as he searched for the hidden wizard. Gripping a sword flowing with death energy, he knew that failing to kill the target meant this story would end in tragedy. Suddenly, a pale blue barrier locked down a corner of the dark forest, pulsing with a blinding magical glow. The intense glare woke up a student resting nearby on the grass, instantly snapping him out of his sleep. He sprang to his feet, drawing his sword while yelling out in confusion, which quickly woke everyone else around him. "Get up," he screamed, trying to wake the camp. "Something has happened to Princess Penelope." Penelope rushed over in confusion, only for the student to warn her that countless mana-infused monsters were swarming their position. High above, a swirling mass of dark energy began to gather, looming over the students like a predator planning its next strike. Echidna immediately raised her weapon to shield Penelope, telling the princess to stay behind her. Paracelsus drew his blade with calm confidence, noting that their previous fights were nothing compared to the real monsters arriving now. He quickly glanced back at the young man behind him, asking what his next move was. Talia called out when Nox did not reply, while the others anxiously looked around the darkened campsite. Just then, a magical grimoire began to glow with a soft green light radiating a vibrant life force. Leon stepped forward, casting a defensive spell while explaining that Nox had business elsewhere and entrusted this fight to him. This only made Echidna furious. How could Nox run off elsewhere after swearing to protect the princess? Leon defended him, saying Nox did not flee, but she lost her temper and demanded to know how he could be so sure. Massive clawed beasts tore through the turf as helpless cries rang out. There were simply too many of them. Monsters of all shapes, crawling on the ground and flying through the air, bared their fangs and prepared to tear them apart. Another student cried out in worry that Echidna was right, but Leon remained completely calm, telling them not to worry. He quickly unleashed a powerful spell, sending a brilliant blue light surging into the dark sky. Penelope and Echidna watched in absolute shock as an absurdly massive wave of mana erupted. What on earth was happening? Casting his spell, Leon found himself reflecting on everything, deeply curious about what Nox was planning. He remembered the exact moment Nox handed him a mysterious black stone right before leaving the group. Leon stared at it, completely baffled. The stone pulsed with a brilliant purple glow, leaving him wondering what kind of person Nox truly was to trust him with this. A vibrant green light enveloped Leon, shielding him from the beasts as he proudly declared himself the head of the Marbas family. With absolute resolve, he spoke aloud, declaring that the outcome of this clash was already decided. A vicious demon wolf lunged to tear Leon apart, but a flash of blue light suddenly sliced it in half. His jade-colored sword pierced another beast, drawing dark blood as a summoned knight materialized, swiftly executing the charging monster. Another strike cleaved the beast in two, leaving the entire group watching in utter amazement. Legions of skeletons, undead, and spectral knights materialized, charging headfirst into the monster horde. As he watched his summons clash with the beasts, Leon could not help but wonder about Nox von Reinhafer. The moment the Dark Knight handed him that magic stone played over in his mind. Why would someone like him do that? Staring at the pulsing purple gem in his palm, Leon still could not wrap his head around why that mysterious youth would trust him with such an incredibly massive responsibility. Nearby, an armored knight swung his heavy sword, cleanly bisecting a demon wolf that had lunged forward. Close behind, his skeleton warriors charged. As the undead and knights engaged in brutal close combat, Leon quietly muttered that the true victor of this clash would be none other than himself. Leon von Marbas, his eyes flashing with a cold, prideful blue light. High above, the clear night sky sparkled with starlight, offering a brief, serene contrast to the chaos below. Somewhere, deep in the dark forest, a powerful barrier lies hidden with glowing red runes and thick chains overlapping everywhere. Nox does not care about the danger at all, casually strolling past the outer boundary. He steps right onto the glowing red magic circle, a firm and fully intentional stride. One cold glare is all it takes to disable the magic binding seal. The system alerts him of a boost, raising his attack power by 1.2 times. Standing within the barrier, Nox asks how much longer the enemy intends to hide. The demon leaps down from his hiding spot, grinning wildly as he finds this highly amusing. As dark red magic swirls around his legs, the demon wonders how a cadet found him. He lets out a dark laugh, amazed that a mere student not only tracked him down but dared to challenge him. Watch closely as the demonic energy surges right in front of Nox, triggering his incredibly broken acting master trait. Nox responds with a mocking smile, telling the monster that those words do not suit a creature like him. Looking at the demon wrapped in dark energy, Nox coldly warns him to know his place. Furious and deeply insulted veins bulge along the demon's jaw as he roars in anger. Instantly, the monster stomps the ground to build momentum and lunges straight ahead. The demon thrusts his razor-sharp claws forward, aiming to crush the boy's skull in a single strike. Nox is not one to back down, raising his blade to easily block those deadly claws. With a swift, graceful swing, he knocks the demon backward, clearing his path. The demon stares at his smoking hand in absolute shock, unable to comprehend the defense. His eyes turn incredibly hostile as he growls out, demanding to know his opponent's identity. Nox coldly tells him that is none of his business. Hideous purple veins twist and bulge beneath his pale, rotting skin as his power spikes. Unleashing a massive wave of dark power, the beast threatens to tear that arrogant mouth right off his face. He charges with wind-tearing speed, gathering a massive dark red aura in his right hand for a surprise strike. But before he can strike, a clean sword slash cuts him off. That clawed arm drops clean to the floor, leaving the demon completely frozen in utter shock. While the demon stares blankly at his missing limb, Nox calmly analyzes their first exchange. He lowers his stance, holding his sword tight, realizing he does not even need his skills. His severed arm paints an arc of blood before hitting the dirt. Pale with horror, the demon stares at his missing limb, finally realizing the massive gap in their strength. The severed stump rapidly regenerates a new arm, yet Nox remains entirely calm, refusing to rush. He knows even borrowed devil power stands no chance while the demon growls in absolute fury. Transforming his regenerated arm into a sharp blade, he warns Nox not to get cocky. Lunging forward to grab Nox, he screams that the boy is still far below him. Nox does not back down, raising his sword to execute a flawless, gap-free counter. His eyes slowly flash with a mysterious purple light, his brows narrowing slightly. With his genius swordsmanship and martial arts active, he easily deflects every single blow. Purple magic gathers in his hand as he smirks at the pathetic display. In a flash, he grabs the demon's chest and crushes his heart, leaving him screaming in agonizing pain. Nox delivers a powerful kick that sends the demon crashing down, while the acting master attribute activates again. Squeezing his arm, he asks if the beast honestly thought it could win. The demon lies pinned against the ground in utter humiliation, unable to fight back. Grinding his teeth in bitter regret, he realizes he should have been more careful against a bastard from the Reinhafer family. Staring at his miserable state, he groans, wondering how his entire master plan was ruined so easily. Looking up at Nox, the demon screams, asking how a lowly commoner dares treat a demon king's follower this way. Unmoved, Nox raises his blade for the finishing blow, dismissing his final words. The half-demon is furious, but completely powerless, only able to break into a cold sweat while staring intensely at him. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes, catching Nox off guard and stopping his blade in its tracks. Lars rushes in to stop him. "Stop, Nox, that is his student." He runs up with a panicked, desperate face, but manages to speak the painful truth: "He is my student." Hearing this shocking revelation, Nox is completely stunned. His opponent is actually his senior disciple. What? Lars steps forward and bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for everything that happened, and confirms that Ludwig is indeed his beloved former student. Ludwig sneers, mockingly scoffing at how absolutely ridiculous Professor Lars's words sound. Staring straight at him, he asks if Lars ever actually cared about him as a disciple. The professor's back bends under the heavy weight of those accusations, recalling how he abandoned the boy after he lost his arm in the Imperial War and was expelled as useless trash. Ludwig roars in pure rage, demanding to know how Lars can still shamelessly call himself a professor. Lars clenches his fists tightly. He admits with a deeply remorseful voice that he neglected him. He tries to explain himself it was only out of concern. Lars looks sadly at his beloved former student, explaining that he did not want him following the same tragic path as his late son. Ludwig freezes at the hidden truth, hearing that the expulsion notice was only issued because he desperately insisted on joining the front lines. His eyes narrow in distrust as he coldly rejects any pity, declaring that humans must decide their own destiny. Recalling his painful past on the run, Ludwig bitterly snaps that the professor's extreme pride is what turned him into a wandering monster. Lars closes his eyes in deep regret, admitting he never imagined things would turn out like this, but still, staring at the mutated monstrous entity that is barely even human anymore, the professor sadly asks if this forbidden magic is truly what he has been chasing all this time. Memories of their happier days flash through both of their minds, only bringing them deeper sorrow. Hearing these soft words, Ludwig seems to lose his strength, his lips tightly pressed in silence. But a second later, a dark smirk returns, as if nothing in the world could ever redeem him. Slumped on the dirt, Ludwig mutters that it is useless because it is already far too late. He suddenly leaps back, escaping Nox. Ludwig lunges forward, launching a lethal strike at the completely defenseless professor. He snarls viciously, screaming that he will drag him down with him. Lars is utterly terrified when he sees the sheer unbridled hatred burning inside Ludwig's eyes. Two powerful surges of magical energy collide, dark crimson clashing violently against the deep purple shadows. Sensing the mortal danger, the professor instinctively raises his arms to shield himself. When the anticipated blow never lands, he slowly lowers his guard and peeks to the side. Nox stands silhouetted against the light, coldly stating that a demon disciple's fate is already set in stone. Their dense magic forces clash violently as Nox raises his sword, declaring that the only end for evildoers is absolute death. He darts behind the demon's back, ruthlessly swinging his sword in one clean motion. Ludwig looks back in utter terror, unable to believe this absurd godlike speed. The system interface flashes, announcing that his acting master attribute has been fully activated. At this moment, Nox's synchronization rate with all of his current attributes rises significantly. He smirks, noting that while he understands the deep despair Ludwig had to endure, it changes nothing. Nox's cold gaze shifts as the system warns that his synchronization rate with his character Nox von Reinhafer is rising rapidly. Ludwig's heavily wounded body tenses up, his face still twisted in absolute unrepentant defiance. Suddenly, Nox's head throbs in pain as the system warns him that he might lose his identity. Ludwig's body is sliced cleanly in half with a horrified look, while Nox remains completely stone-faced. Crimson blood sprays from the fatal wound, splashing directly across the demon's bitter, defeated face. Through the red mist, the young swordsman's silhouette gleams brilliantly under the pale moonlight. Nox slowly turns his head, displaying an unnaturally bloodthirsty and bizarrely chilling expression. He walks calmly toward Professor Lars after putting an end to the demon disciple's rampage. Ludwig's broken body quickly crumbles into dust, scattering silently in the wind without leaving a single trace. Lars collapses to the wet ground, his gaunt face looking 10 years older. His face is pale, leaving it unclear if he feels deep pity or raw terror after what just happened. A long silence. After a brief pause, Lars finally hangs his head in defeat. He softly calls out to Nox, whose face remains splattered with blood yet completely expressionless. Dressed in blood-soaked clothes, the young master calmly replies to his professor. Confused and helpless, Lars instinctively reaches out, asking what he is supposed to do now. Standing at the boundary of light and shadow, Nox acts confused, asking what his teacher means. Lars hangs his head, all life drained from him, muttering that his research was meant to help the weak. A white-gloved hand presses against the dirt as a weary voice murmurs that he no longer knows. His fist tightens in deep frustration, questioning if his work holds any value at all. The old professor hangs his head like a child who did wrong, questioning the point of research that cannot save a single student. No light remains. Lars has lost the light in his eyes, his purpose shattered. Nox says nothing silently, watching his respected teacher slowly spiral into a dead end. Gently wiping the blood from his cheek, Nox hesitantly starts to speak. He directly shares his thoughts, admitting he does not quite understand Lars's relationship with that man. Lars looks incredibly troubled, while Nox calmly analyzes the situation, explaining that publishing the professor's research is a massive gamble that will finally unlock the game's core crafting and enhancement systems. His eyes are thoughtful as he stares at the old man, realizing Lars must continue this work. He hesitates. Nox's hand relaxes as if doubting his own choice. Then his grip tightens with sudden resolve, questioning if this is truly all he wants. Looking away, Nox is quickly pulled back into the complex web of his own thoughts. A vibrant purple hue floods his eyes as the system warns that the player's emotions are merging with the ego of Nox von Reinhafer. Rain begins to patter across the woods, accompanied by a warning that his master of acting trait is wavering. His cold voice echoes through the sudden downpour, saying there is no personal issue between them, but there is still a catch. Stepping forward into the pouring rain, he reasons that using Professor Lars is currently his best move. He bows to encourage the old man, stating the research is highly valuable while secretly wondering why he is even worrying. Lars avoids his gaze and mutters bitterly, asking if Nox cannot see how pathetic he looks. Nox ignores the self-pity and looks down calmly, assuring him that he has done a wonderful job. He forces a weak smile through the rain, understanding that Professor Lars has been deeply affected by his previous actions. With his foot splashing into a puddle and sending ripples across the murky water, Nox realizes his anxiety stems from how genuine the professor's words sound and how any response he makes might heavily alter Lars's path. He coldly watches the old professor hanging his head in utter despair under the heavy rain. Hiding his eyes behind his wet, messy hair, Nox confesses that he is actually quite lazy. Lars looks up in complete bewilderment as Nox casually tells him not to assign too much homework. His slow voice carries through the downpour, adding that he prefers a hot cup of coffee over tea. He continues listing his terms, stating he has no interest in money and cares absolutely nothing for fame. Lars is utterly bewildered by the sudden demands, stammering to ask what Nox even means. Nox offers a bittersweet smile, noting the research is different, though internally he wonders if this is his play. Looking messy but sincere, Nox smiles and asserts his firm belief in the future value of the research, his eyes locked with conviction. Visualizing the future, he silently reflects that the true credit belongs to Lars, the creator who helped shape this beloved world, rather than a mere game addict. He slowly drops to his knees before Professor Lars, quietly blaming himself for misjudging the man. Mud and rain. His knees quickly sink into the cold ground as the storm rages. Before the professor can even process what is happening, Nox addresses him respectfully. He quickly declares his true stance, stating that he will formally become Lars's student. Lars is deeply moved, his eyes widening in shock, while Nox feels a sense of relief that nothing has fundamentally changed. Nox recalls only ever seeing Professor Lars' back through a computer screen, a strong and resilient back, prompting the young rebel to reflect deeply before finally offering to accompany the old man on his journey. Wearing his most genuine smile, yet the young master expresses his sincere desire to learn from the professor and pave a bright and successful path for his own future. A heavy downpour drenches the thick jungle, a backdrop for the two of them to share their deepest thoughts. Drenched in rain, Leon stands silently before the monster's corpses. Paracelsus sheathes his sword behind his back, letting out a regretful sigh. He stands quietly in the back, watching Leon stare at the pile of monster corpses. Paracelsus looks away with a sigh, wondering how things ended up like this. In his heart, doubts grow about these strange undead creatures. Recalling the battle, Paracelsus shivers. These things were definitely not ordinary undead. He stares at Leon's back with deep suspicion, wondering what other dangers are waiting for them here. Penelope turns to Echidna, amazed by the sheer strength of the undead army. Frowning in deep thought, she muses that it must be dark magic. Its power is terrifying, and though she hates to admit it, she bows her head and speaks frankly. It seems House Marvez has returned, and the rumors are true. Penelope walks away, reminding herself to remember the name Leon von Marvez. Echidna von Zenos bows respectfully, promising they will keep monitoring him to gather more information. Leon looks down at the purple gem in his hand, keeping completely silent. With a slight grimace, he realizes that without this top-grade magic crystal, defeating these monsters would have been impossible. Thinking of the person who gave him the gem, Leon feels incredibly frustrated. Did he actually predict all of this? Suddenly, the surrounding group looks over in surprise as someone calls out to them. Through the heavy downpour, the group takes their stances, ready for any unexpected threat. Vernon rushes over, his bald head gleaming as he anxiously asks if they are all right. Paracelsus replies without even turning around, saying they are fine, while the professor asks if there were any casualties. Penelope quickly explains that everyone is unharmed and the situation is stable, though many issues still remain. Vernon bows deeply and respectfully to the princess. His shiny bald head reflects the light. He apologizes for his rudeness, stating the situation is extremely urgent. He quickly inquires about the student who went out of their way to defeat all the monsters. Penelope answers that it was Nox von Reinhafer, though she pauses with deep hesitation. She adds that he poses no danger to other students, and in fact they only survived this ordeal because of him. Vernon can hardly believe his ears and asks if it is true, which Leon quickly confirms. He explains that the magic crystal Nox provided proved to be incredibly useful. Paracelsus also chimes in to mention that Nox even solved their food shortage, making him incredibly useful in pretty much every situation. Vernon's expression becomes incredibly colorful as he listens to these reports from the students. Others quickly agree, noting that Reinhafer might not be as bad as everyone thinks, even if he is still a bit strange. Another student chimes in, confirming that while Nox does go a bit too far sometimes and treats others at the academy quite poorly. Others quickly interrupt, mentioning rumors that he even attacked someone in Tuca Alley right on the shopping street. They cannot help but wonder if there was some hidden history that pushed him to act that way. Vernon grits his teeth, wondering if that white-haired brat really did all of this. Plus, the magic barrier has completely vanished. With the demons defeated and the restriction barrier finally lifted, they can confirm it was a massive warp gate. Such magic barriers never simply disappear, unless they are completely destroyed from the inside. Under a brilliant flash of light, Vernon deeply regrets not arriving earlier to handle this, but the time limit was simply too tight. An image of Nox's smug, smirking face flashes in his mind. Did that kid really resolve everything on his own? Just thinking about this makes Vernon break out into a cold sweat. Honestly, can you blame him? A truly magnificent castle with classical architecture stands tall, featuring towering pillars, massive domes, and shimmering stained glass windows. The golden walls and wide steps glow brilliantly under the warm sunlight, creating a majestic and regal scene that wraps the entire space in an ancient, mysterious beauty. Meanwhile, Nox von Reinhafer works tirelessly inside his dark private room. His hand firmly grips a pen, writing. A notification flashes. Acting activated. Nox stops writing, pursing his lips in deep thought. His resolve will remain entirely unshaken. He looks down at the written pages with a heavy heart. Nox recalls that after the incident in the forest, he had no choice but to become a disciple of the incredibly eccentric Professor Lars von Celestia. A system notification rings out. Acting activated. The screen flashes again, confirming that his acting has been triggered. Once more, the system alerts him that his acting remains active. Nox quietly reminded himself that to unlock the crucial relic system in the future, this eccentric professor's research was absolutely essential. In the game Inner Lunatic, Professor Rush never died, but things had clearly changed now. If Nox did not step in to save him, he would be the one facing the consequences. Lost in thought, Nox accidentally jabbed his elbow right into Professor Rush's face. He coolly apologized, claiming it was just an unconscious reflex because the professor had suddenly touched him. Rush let out a loud laugh, saying it was fine and he knew it was intentional, so there was no need to play innocent. Nox flatly responded that if he knew, he should not have bothered him, pointing out that imperial laws still had strict regulations against unwanted harassment. Rush quickly countered, mocking that for someone acting like a useless son of an elite family, he was actually sounding pretty sharp. If you look at the dynamic between a commoner and a noble, you will see those imperial laws lost their meaning a long time ago. Still, Nox argued that a professor of Elden Academy, an institution directly under the imperial family, should not be saying such things. Rush merely turned away, muttering that it did not matter as long as Nox did not snitch. Nox sighed, thinking the man was completely insane. Holding a precious bracelet, Rush gently stroked it while mentioning his upcoming plans. He recommended both him and Leon von Marbas. His recommendation to the royal family would allow the two of them to enter Elden's treasure room and claim a relic. Completely caught off guard, Nox asked if he was actually being serious. Rush smiled and answered that as he knew he possessed quite a persuasive tongue. Doing this much for his favorite student was no trouble at all, so there was absolutely no need to feel pressured. Nox got so excited his cheeks flushed slightly, though he casually muttered that he never felt pressured. Since the professor had gone through the trouble to prepare such a great gift, he would gladly accept it. Rush sighed, teasing that Nox looked way happier now than when he first became his disciple, making him wonder if he overthought things. Grinning, Nox clenched his fist, determined to seize this incredible chance. Elden's treasure room was finally within reach. This was an absolute stroke of luck. Entering the massive chamber, Nox gazed up at the soaring ceilings and exquisite chandeliers, casting a soft yellow glow over the beautifully patterned tiled floor. Grand pillars supported the high roof, and classic stained glass windows lined the stone walls. In the very center, dusty wooden chests stacked together created a mysterious ancient atmosphere that sparked deep curiosity about what exactly lay hidden inside. Standing there, Nox quietly recalled that this secure treasure vault was jointly owned by the imperial family and the highly influential Rivalan clan. Even though the room held countless incredible relics, he knew exactly which one would yield the absolute best results. Securing this item now would allow him to grow several times faster than normal, so he immediately began searching the room. Suddenly, Nox stopped dead in his tracks. Talia spoke from behind him, saying she never imagined that out of everyone he would be the one getting into Eldon's treasury. It looked like he had managed to find himself a pretty decent mentor. Annoyed, Nox told her she could think whatever she wanted, while silently noting that Eleanor de Rivalin's recognized contributions to the family business had earned her the right to accompany him here. Nox sighed, only hoping that she would not end up causing him any trouble. Talia continued, explaining that if he thought she was reluctant to give away the relics she donated, he was dead wrong. She simply wanted to ensure he was fully repaid for saving her life. Nox stood with his hands on his hips, replying that she still loved making things difficult for him. Changing the subject, Talia von Steiliner asked if he had already heard how this process worked from Professor Rush. She stepped forward with the key to unlock the door. As the heavy door swung open, a brilliant, blinding light burst from within. Talia von Steiliner asked him directly which specific relic he planned on taking. Nox calmly replied that the item he was looking for was. Talia gasped in shock at his words, yelling, "What did you say? What did you say you wanted?" Nox asked, "Do you really need me to repeat myself?" Confused, Talia muttered, "I do not understand why you want such an old antique, though I guess a rich kid like you has odd hobbies." Nox cut in, "Why not hand it over first before we keep talking?" Talia suddenly thought of something, saying, "Wait a minute before we do that." Talia tells Nox von Reinhafer that she must test if he is truly suitable to receive an artifact from this place. Hearing Talia's strict conditions, Nox stands completely stunned and asks if he really cannot speak of this matter, but she simply explains that this is her exclusive right as the person who donated the holy relics. After all, the trading network of Rivalin already holds complete control over all of Eldon. Colorful and mystical smoke suddenly swirls around the room, leaving Nox completely stunned by the magical sight. The entire room glows brilliantly with magic. Nox silently realizes this is space teleportation magic, a spell he has already seen countless times in the game. Sensing his calm demeanor, Talia von Steiliner immediately calls him out and asks why he does not seem surprised. Nox replies that he has already experienced things far more shocking than this. Talia von Steiliner politely invites him to take a seat first. Nox gives in and agrees. Getting straight to the point to avoid wasting any more time, she declares it is time to begin. Nox von Reinhafer. He tells her to speak silently, realizing that she is forcing him to exert his effort just to earn his reward. She notes it is merely a formality, so it should not take very much of his time. Talia directly asks Nox why he saved her life. Startled, Nox opens his eyes and looks straight at her. He asks if that is his test. Talia firmly responds that asking the questions is her exclusive right. Nox clasps his hands together, his face deeply lost in thought. He begins to say that, as he mentioned before, he simply... But Talia von Steiliner suddenly cuts him off, stating that she completely forgot to mention one crucial thing. She warns him that she can easily detect lies, but perhaps he already knew that. Nox flinches inwardly and grits his teeth, realizing there is one major detail he forgot. In the world of Inner Lunatic, the difference between acting and a true acting genius is clear. A true genius actor can effortlessly see right through any lie told by another person. This means what Eleanor said is absolutely true, and Nox inwardly complains about how incredibly troublesome she is. Talia von Steiliner then gasps, asking him if he had not already said the exact same thing before. Caught completely red-handed, a tongue-tied Nox panics inwardly, wondering what on earth he should do next. Sitting regally while carefully evaluating his expression, Talia points out that he looks extremely frustrated, which prompts an angry Nox to tell her to shut up, accusing her of lying about personally delivering the relic to him. But Talia von Steiliner immediately counters by asking if that detail even matters at this point. Resting her chin on both hands with the smug look of a true victor, she warns Nox that he will find himself at a massive disadvantage if he refuses to answer her question. Nox looks at her with absolute seriousness. He frowns as he calculates it is simply too risky to let the artifact slip away after coming this far. He silently calculates that she would have grown highly suspicious if he had deliberately tried to avoid this meeting. In that case, facing her directly right here is by far the better option. Nox suddenly asks if she wants to know the exact reason why he saved her, and Talia confirms that is correct. He simply answers that doing so was somewhat necessary for his own goals. Hearing his honest answer, Talia is stunned and immediately asks him why that is the case. Nox looks incredibly pensive, his expression deeply serious. He replies that he needs her for his future plans, a statement that leaves Talia completely tongue-tied, unsure of how to react next. Curious, Talia asks what his plan actually is, but Nox casually fires back that he has absolutely no reason to reveal such secrets to her. Talia is highly annoyed but finds herself completely unable to argue back. Clenching her hand tightly into a fist, she firmly demands to ask him just one more question. Nox calmly invites her to proceed. Talia recalls a past memory and speaks. She asks him what exactly happened back then in the ballroom. She wonders if he saved her simply because he felt indebted for that past event. Nox quickly responds that it was not. Talia stands there completely stunned. She asks if this is not about the past. Is she really just a piece in his game? What on earth does that mean? The kid quickly corrects her. Every single thing he said is the absolute truth, even if she already knew. Talia tries to get under his skin. Carrying too many secrets around can really weigh a person down. Nox fires right back. That actually applies to you more. Talia turns her head, murmuring that everyone says he has changed. Nox coldly asks her. Flustered, Talia turns her head away. She tells him she simply cannot believe it. Even though he saved her, she still clearly remembers every single harsh word he said to her back then. She hesitates slowly, turning back to face him. Nox bows his head, telling her to just do whatever she wants. Talia von Styliner freezes, asking what he means. But he simply tells her to go ahead, keep criticizing and hating him however she wants. He says she has every right to think what she wants, so she should do whatever pleases her. Besides, nothing she does is going to change her opinion of him anyway. Nox glances back at Talia, telling himself he must stand his ground and maintain this firm stance. Standing up coldly, he asks if they are finished. He has already taken the artifact, so it is time for him to leave. He walks away, leaving Talia sitting utterly lost. The illusion she had carefully built up in her own mind has completely shattered. Heartbroken, Talia realizes he has truly changed. The scene shifts to a massive, luxurious room filled with towering ceiling-high bookshelves. Warm sunlight streams through a grand window, illuminating heavy wooden desks covered in stacks of ancient, dusty tomes. A large, comfortable bed with soft pillows rests against the wall, and the thick carpet underneath makes the entire space feel incredibly cozy, like a private library fit for high nobility. Right there on the sofa, Talia sits quietly, sipping her hot tea, looking completely spaced out as if her soul has left her body entirely. Staring at her own reflection in the tea, Talia gets lost in her thoughts. She wonders why on earth Nox chose that particular artifact when there were so many better options, even if it is not totally worthless. Rick speaks up, noting it is far from the best choice. Honestly, he has no idea why a knight of his caliber would ever need a dusty old sphere. Talia von Styliner adds that she simply cannot understand what that guy is thinking. Bowing her head in sadness, her mind begins to wander again. She knows for a fact there were countless items that were much more valuable. Things like powerful swords, rare elixirs, sturdy shields, and heavy armor. They were all top-tier treasures, yet he bypassed them to choose a sphere that looks incredibly old and worn out. She wonders aloud if his choice was deliberately calculated just to make her feel indebted to him. Rick reassures her, saying she probably does not need to overthink it. After all, Nox does not seem like the type of person who would ever want to hurt her. Talia sets her teacup down. She wonders if it is really safe to view things so simply, but deep down she knows she has no other choice. Shifting the topic, she asks Rick about their trade. He reports that business is booming, with both the capital nobles and Alan Fisher buying massive shipments of household goods from the Rivalin family. He adds that it is all thanks to her brilliant leadership. Pleased with the news, she instructs him to keep a very close eye on Nox from now on. She orders him to report back the moment anything happens. Rick bows deeply, promising to carry out her orders. He tells her not to worry. Meanwhile, Nox sits quietly examining the mysterious sphere he acquired from Talia. Suddenly, the system alerts him that he has acquired a high-tier artifact, the highest-grade Sage Sphere. The screen displays its basic details as high-tier equipment. Once certain hidden conditions are fully met, this legendary sphere can actually evolve to its absolute highest form. It currently gives -4 mana plus or -2 stamina and requires a starting mana of 10. Its special effect unlocks a powerful passive skill called Mana Self-Recovery. The system screen now updates with details about this newly acquired skill. The passive skill intermediate level Dark Mana Self-Recovery automatically restores mana for any mid-tier or low-tier spells. It does this by constantly amplifying their overall power and spreading the cholera magical influence. Nox grins as he reads the details, feeling incredibly lucky. Honestly, who wouldn't be thrilled to get their hands on a legendary Great Sage Sphere so early in the game? Suddenly, a sinister dark mist begins to swirl around the ancient sphere. Nox mutters to himself that Eleanor de Rivelin likely has no idea this is an absolute masterpiece, nor does she know the special trick to activate it. But then a warning pops up saying the necessary conditions are not met. The system states the artifact cannot unleash its full power yet. To unlock it, he must speak the true name of its original creator. Doing so will immediately upgrade the artifact to its highest absolute limit. She happens to be one of the 4 legendary sages who will appear in the future. She was also one of his favorite mentors to choose back when he played the game. But it is still far too early to activate it. Nox calculates that activating the artifact might expose his identity. Since they are only in the first half of the game, this level of utility is plenty. Standing nearby, Zetri speaks up to ask if she can know the reason why he chose that particular orb. She notes there are countless treasures in Eldane's secret vault, including thousands of items perfect for a knight. Nox cuts her off, asking if he has not told her yet. He plans to use magic too, meaning he needs both types of items. He chuckles, realizing he completely forgot to tell her about his plans to learn magic. Nox just smiles, leaving Zitri standing there in complete and utter confusion. She sighs softly, wondering what on earth she is supposed to do with this master. He asks his stunned Zitri if he really forgot to tell her. He smiles, telling her he will be learning magic. She asks if mastering both would be too difficult, adding that she does not doubt his talents but remains worried. Reaching out, he jokes that if things go south, he can always live off his family wealth. She sighs, telling him she just bragged to everyone about how hard he has been working lately. He stares blankly, asking if he ever told her to brag about him. When she says no, she mutters that he can be incredibly mean sometimes. He asks if she forgot that he is supposed to be a useless failure. Zitri closes her eyes, complaining that he also enjoys playing with women, which makes him scratch his head awkwardly. She mentions hearing rumors that his father, Patriarch Theo, was once a massive playboy as well. Giving him a serious look, she warns that his father is now paying for those past mistakes. He claims to know nothing about that. With that, he simply flops back onto his soft bed to relax. Suddenly, she spots a stack of letters sitting over on the desk. She points them out, telling him that a letter has arrived for him. Picking it up, she adds that it looks like an imperial summons he must read immediately. He sits up in shock, demanding to know why the royals would ever write to him. She hands it over, explaining that Echidna personally requested her to deliver this, urging him to read it. Opening the seal, he worries about why the princess is watching him so closely, hoping no more wild variables pop up now. The letter opens with a formal greeting thanking Nox for his swift actions that saved her life. She writes that imperial custom demands a reward for his deeds, so she is officially inviting him to the grand capital of Talon Feather to accept it in person. He stares at the page, stating he must set out in 3 days at 9 a.m., hoping he will accept this gift. It is signed directly by Penelope von Arkheim. He curses under his breath, wondering how dragging a member of the Dark family to the capital counts as a reward. Zitri grows deeply worried, reminding him that the tension between the Dark and Holy families makes this trip a potential trap. She tugs on his sleeve, pleading with him to stay behind because the journey is simply too dangerous. He realizes that if they truly wanted to capture him, they could have just ordered him there anyway. He tells Zitri to stay behind, ignoring her shocked protests as he prepares to leave. He looks at her firmly, reminding her that this is an order. She has no choice but to obey, her face filled with anxiety as she watches him. He knows that the very stronghold Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction built their power on is none other than Talon Feather. Since it is controlled by the Holy House, entering that fortress is basically walking straight into a heavily fortified hell for someone like him. Gritting his teeth, he wonders what Penelope could possibly be planning by demanding he march right into the lion's den like this. He pictures Princess Penelope in his mind. But thinking back to his days playing Inner Lunatic, he remembers how vital it was to ensure the player's primary traits could actually be made useful in combat. Selecting traits like a genius in swordsmanship and combat meant his entire future progression would be locked into those specific fields. But choosing the genius of mana sensitivity locks the player into the path of a mage. The scene shifts to a carriage traveling along the road. Sitting inside, Nox quietly reflects that the second key element is the factions. To survive, players must make a choice between these directly opposing factions. Every single decision must lead to major high-stakes results. He looks out the window, quietly wondering how this plays out. Penelope, sitting opposite him, asks what he needs from her. Nox humbly replies that a nobody like him would never dare to bother her highness. Smiling, the princess tells him not to say that, as those words genuinely hurt her feelings, you know. He remains completely silent, just staring back at her. Of the many factions in Inner Lunatic, the most powerful is the Imperial family, led by the incredibly dignified princess holding her royal scepter. He reflects on their direct rivals, the extreme factions led by the Dark families. Finally, there is the merchant faction with their massive wealth, constantly scheming to dictate the order of the 6 regions and greedily control everything with their sheer power and arrogance. While each faction has its own methods, one constant remains, which is the hostile relationship between the Reinhafer family and the royals. He doesn't know the exact details, but their relationship is easily the worst of them all. As he ponders this, Penelope smiles and asks if he thinks they are walking right into a tiger's den. Startled, he wonders if she is testing him, but since he is playing a useless noble, he cannot show any weakness. He apologizes, admitting he is not exactly thrilled to go there, prompting her to cover her mouth and playfully fake cry for him. She tells him there is no need to worry, as she is only escorting him to the capital to reward him for his help. Nox calmly replies that her little lie is going a bit too far. Dropping the act, she playfully asks if he has already seen through her. A short while later, they arrive at the Imperial capital. He looks at her seriously, demanding to know what she actually wants. The princess simply smiles back with an incredibly warm, affectionate look. Then she softly whispers her true desire. Soon the carriage comes to a halt before a massive gate where several people are already waiting for them. Nox and Penelope step out of the carriage. Suddenly, a loud voice calls out, claiming he had been eagerly awaiting their guest, causing Penelope to flinch. A man with shimmering blonde hair and regal imperial garments remarks that this is quite a surprise, Penelope. This is First Prince Louis smiling at them, and trust me, he is pure trouble. While she looks on anxiously, Nox remains silent, casting his eyes downward. Stepping forward, he bows deeply, introducing himself as the final sword of the Reinhafer family, greeting the prince. Penelope nervously mentions that she thought he was supposed to be away fighting the war in the north. Stroking his chin, Louis smiles and replies that the deployment was unexpectedly cancelled. Looking at Nox, the prince adds that such an important guest deserves a very warm welcome. Suddenly, his face twists into a sinister dark grin as he promises to personally tell the emperor about this. Nox places his hand over his heart, bowing politely to the prince. Smirking, the prince glances over and remarks that they should meet up more often. Bowing, Nox replies that it would be an absolute honor, though internally he is cursing. He is absolutely furious to see the guy, wondering why on earth he has to encounter this lunatic now. Watching the prince depart, Nox remembers that Louis von Acham is the first prince holding a much stronger claim than Penelope. He also feels a deep dread. Recalling the prince's cunning eyes, Nox knows he is infamous for causing bad endings in the game. He silently repeats the name of Louis von Acham, the formidable first prince who officially stands above Penelope. Recalling his sinister face, he knows this guy is a notorious lunatic who brings bad endings. She quietly watches him walk away. Meanwhile, Penelope is visibly trembling, her hands tightly gripping her dress. Her face is a complete picture of pure worry and deep anxiety. Seeing her like this, Echidna quickly asks if the princess is all right. Penelope raises a hand, assuring her she is just a bit surprised. She turns to Nox with a soft smile, teasing that he must have been startled, then invites him inside. Nox politely agrees. Inside, he realizes the tension between the princess and Prince Louis is just like the game Total Fire and Ice. He'll exploit this royal feud to survive. Trust me, it's a dangerous game. Night soon falls, painting the sky with a sea of sparkling stars. Right now, Nox is finally resting in his bed. Tomorrow is the big reward day, so he knows he needs to get some actual sleep. He sighs to himself, hoping no crazy assassin is stupid enough to try and hunt him tonight. With that thought, he closes his eyes and starts drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a soft knock on the door snaps him right back to reality. He sits up, grabbing his sword from beside the bed. He warily watches the door on high alert. The knock echoes once more. Outside stand two hooded girls. One speaks up, asking him to open up because it is her. Nox sighs in relief. At least it is not an assassin. He gets up to open the door, only to find Penelope waiting on the other side. Echidna is with her too. Nox asks why she is visiting this late. Penelope notes that standing in the hallway is not very wise. She pushes past him into the room, telling him she is coming in. Echidna follows, stating the princess has a proposal for him. She firmly adds that she will watch the door since the palace is full of eyes. Spies are absolutely everywhere in this castle. Nox simply nods in silence. He closes the door while she pulls her hood down. She tells him to sit and he complies while wondering what the hell is happening. What brought her here so late? He gives her a quiet, heavy look. He already has a few guesses. She smiles, telling him she won't stay long. However, her expression quickly turns serious. She needs a promise from him. Depending on his answer, she warns that he might not be going back to Eldon. Her face softens with deep sadness. Actually, she corrects herself, he might never be able to ever go back to the Reinhafer mansion. Her gaze turns razor sharp as she issues a direct command. She begs him to pull the strings from the shadows. Nox calmly replies that he expected this, knowing she needs a proxy to oppose the eldest prince. Cutting ties with the Dark family is always easier that way. Sitting down, he calls himself a useful tool. She clearly wants him as her pawn, and she readily admits it. Nox adds a catch, making her freeze. She asked in surprise, but why? He calmly crossed his legs, telling her, if you think I have no other choice, then you are wrong. He looked at her with a smug, peaceful smile. He addressed Princess Penelope. The scene shifts to the next morning inside the royal palace where Nox knelt before the king. Louis stood right beside him. King Esteban sat there completely lifeless, his eyes rolled back. His body slumped back into his throne. He struggled to turn his head, and Nox respectfully offered his greetings, saying it was his great honor to meet the Empire's great moon. As the old man trembled weakly, reaching a hand out while Nox watched silently. Of Esteban von Archheim, remembering the majestic ruler clad in armor riding a stallion with a raised sword. The legendary Knight of Light and Lightning, a man renowned across the entire continent, a true legend of the Archheim Empire. Yet seeing this frail figure now, Nox felt a deep pity. The Emperor had lost his sharp mind, reduced to being mockingly called by the blasphemous name of Esteban the Fool. Beside him, Princess Penelope curtsied gracefully, announcing she was truly honored to gaze upon the Empire's great son before First Prince Louis spoke up with a grin. He mentioned hearing about Nox's request for the Emperor, noting that a proper reward was only fitting for saving Imperial blood. Nox bowed, stating he only did his duty while silently noting Louis had essentially seized control of the court ever since Emperor Esteban lost his grip on power. Staring at the prince's sinister face, Nox fell into deep thought, warning himself to stay cautious. Louis then raised his hand, promising the Reinhafer family knight candidate a grand reward to honor the rescue of his dear sister. He smiled warmly, looking directly at Nox. "Go ahead and speak your desire," he urged. Nox complied, his gaze turning sharp as he prepared to voice his daring request. "If allowed, you wish to enter the river of evil," shocking the prince instantly. Lou's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Behind him, high ministers gasped at the absurd demand. Nox watched them, thinking to himself that their utter shock was completely expected. After all, the River of Evil was a mystical waterscape strictly reserved for royalty and holy families, famous for granting its bathers an incredibly rare, miraculous boost to random stats. Louis smiled warmly, though secretly mocking Nox as a foolish boy, who was clearly too reckless for his own good. The prince sneered, thinking the bastards of the Dark family were all alike. Instantly, an official protested, calling the request impossible, while another questioned how a member of House Reinhafer could ever be permitted near the sacred river. A purple-robed minister agreed, arguing that even if he saved Penelope, this went too far. A black-haired minister angrily demanded to know why a non-holy family member would dare try to enter the holy waters, and another official chimed in. Nox expected this massive wave of backlash, closing his eyes as the room erupted. He had only requested this impossible reward to avoid rejecting their imperial reward altogether. But then, Penelope snapped, calling them insolent as she furiously demanded how they dared raise their voices in front of the emperor. Nox stared in shock as she argued that no rule restricted the river only to the holy families. Nox watched her with growing concern, realizing this situation was quickly spiraling out of control. Why on earth was Penelope standing up for him? Staring at her determined face, he recalled his oath to stay far away from her schemes, hoping she would simply drop the matter. Garon tried to protest, but she instantly cut him off mid-sentence, declaring she despised such useless noise. The grand hall fell silent, and she turned to offer Nox a quiet smile, leaving him, remembering the chilling parting words she had whispered to him last night. Nox gritted his teeth, his mind racing back to the moment she sat down, setting her teacup down and sighing. She had stood up, telling him she would depart, before walking closer to deliver a warning. Leaning down, she whispered for him to remember one crucial truth. At some point, he would have to make a choice. Her warning echoed in his mind, throwing his thoughts into absolute chaos. If forced to choose between the two rival factions, supporting Penelope over the prince seemed like his only path to avoiding a terrible end. Yet kneeling right here in the grand hall, Nox knew he had to play his cards carefully. Looking up to lock eyes with the prince, he decided to push his luck, asking if Louis would grant his simple request. The prince frowned, his face darkening as he weighed his options. A mocking smirk played on Lou's lips as he looked down at Nox. Not keeping him waiting, the first prince spoke up. "My brother makes a fair point. No law explicitly states the heir of the Reinhafer family cannot bathe in the evil river." This casual declaration sent shockwaves through the grand hall, leaving everyone present wide-eyed, completely unable to believe their ears. They gasped in sheer disbelief. After a brief pause, Louis raised his voice once more to continue his speech. His upcoming words made Nox look up. But looking down from above, Louis spoke slowly, however, completely tearing down the ancient laws that the royal family and the noble houses have preserved for so long is absolutely out of the question. He paused, then continued. "Therefore I shall administer a test." His bold declaration left Penelope von Arkheim completely horrified, as she never expected him to make such a choice. Louis continued, "This means I will verify if Nox von Reinhafer is truly worthy to receive the sacred blessings of the evil river." Down below, Nox froze for several seconds, barely able to process what he had just heard. He had not expected things to take this sudden turn. In his mind, a fleeting image of Eleanor de Rivellin flashed. He sighed in frustration, feeling like absolutely everyone just loved putting him through ridiculous tests. After a tense silence, Nox finally spoke up. "May I ask what the test entails, Your Highness?" Louis did not hesitate to reply. "A duel against me." Nox froze, completely unable to believe his ears. He quickly asked to confirm. "What did you say?" Louis replied casually, "I have heard your swordsmanship has made stellar progress. Demonstrating your skills in a duel against me is a fitting way to display your respect, don't you think?" He paused, his sharp gaze cutting through Nox. "The evil river is a sacred river of the Empire, so it should only welcome those who are truly worthy." Nox fell silent, choosing not to reply immediately. It seemed Louis thought challenging him was a brilliant idea. But long before stepping foot here, Nox had already calculated every single possible outcome. Even facing Louis, he remained completely unbothered. He certainly did not come all this way just to get beaten up. After a moment of deep, careful thought, he finally, just like that, a decision is made. It is hard to say what Louis is plotting, but a smug, triumphant look washes right over his face. With a sly grin, he speaks up, proposing they meet at the training grounds in 1 hour and feel free to choose any weapon you want. Nox respectfully bows and says he understands. Nearby, Penelope grows increasingly anxious while Nox remains completely unfazed. He promises to do his best, turning to leave the massive hall. Left under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Penelope rushes after him, calling out his name in a panic. Hearing her voice, Nox von Reinhafer freezes. He turns only for the princess to immediately corner him. "Do you want to die?" She snaps, her face completely pale with worry as she confronts him. "Don't you see what my brother is trying to do?" She explains that whether Nox wins or loses, the outcome does not actually matter to Louis because he just wants to show off. Nox silently listens to her warning as she explains how Louis plans to crush him and bring shame upon his entire family. Nox goes quiet, fully aware of the prince's real motive. "I already know," that he replies calmly. He explains that if he wins, they will simply accuse him, an illegitimate child of the House of Reinhafer, of plotting to harm the prince. And if he loses, it is the exact opposite. A defeat would only boost the prince's reputation, allowing him to brag that he effortlessly crushed the Academy's newest rising star. Nox calmly points out that they will likely broadcast his defeat to every single corner of this kingdom. Hearing this, Penelope's anxiety spikes even further. She looks at the young man standing before her and asks once more if he really wants to agree to this, knowing how dangerous the trap is. To ease her fears and already holding a plan of his own, Nox asks her what would happen if there was actually another option. Penelope stands frozen, completely unable to believe her ears. Another option, Nox quickly pitches a different scenario, asking what if he could somehow win the fight without committing a capital offense. He asks if she would back him up when that happens. Meanwhile, over in Prince Lou's private chamber, he stands tall while two maids carefully adjust his heavy armor. The red-haired and white-haired maids work in silence. Suddenly, Luz glances over at a brown-haired maid holding a piece of his gear. Getting singled out completely startles the poor girl. Shaking with visible fear, she slowly raises her eyes to meet the royal's cold gaze. Luz looks down and demands to know who he is. She immediately bows low, trembling as she stammers that he is the second son of the Empire. Her fearful answer is music to his ears. He smirks proudly, declaring himself the legitimate prince of Talon Fisher, a man no one would ever dare to ignore. But as those words leave his mouth, his expression quickly turns dark and sinister. "Except for that one insolent brat," he mutters, finally spitting out the name Nox von Reinhafer. The brown-haired maid nervously looks up, noticing his growing rage. Desperate to calm him, she quickly speaks up, telling him there is no need to worry. Louis immediately glares at her as she bows with her head low, trying to play down the threat. But despite her best efforts to flatter the prince, all she receives in return is warning: internal memory limits reached. Output cut short. A painful slap rings out. The brown-haired maid collapses to her knees, clutching her stinging cheek, while Louis sneers, asking if she is seriously worried. "What are you even saying?" His face darkens with pure disgust, asking if she truly believes he would ever worry about a pathetic nobody who comes from a shadow family. The maid trembles violently, staring at the floor with a stammering voice. Knowing her crime is worthy of death, Louis stares down at Heather for a long time before his cold voice slices the air. "If you value your lives, do not cross me." He glances at Heather on the floor and asks how long the Emperor Esteban has been gone. Heather freezes. She does not dare answer quickly, carefully weighing her next words. But Louis does not even need a reply. Turning around with a smug grin, his voice booms that soon the entire empire and all its power will be his. He claims ruthless actions like today's are just a necessary sacrifice. He asks if they understand. Shaking, Heather bows low, pleading that they will never make such a terrible mistake again. Louis scoffs, telling her she better not. Turning on his heel, he immediately calls out to his butler. Glancing back at the trembling maid on the floor, he coldly orders them to drag her away immediately. Two guards instantly seize Heather. She struggles wildly, panic taking over as she begs the prince for just one more chance. Louis merely sneers at her coldly, telling her she should know better. After a heavy pause, he slowly explains that second chances are reserved only for people of his status. Even if she was born a noble, she still lacks true imperial blood. Two guards grip her arms tightly. Even as they drag her away, Heather continues to scream, desperately begging the prince to show mercy. Louis completely ignores her desperate cries. His mind is already on his rival Nox von Reinhafer. He mocks him silently, knowing that no matter how talented Nox is, his defeat has already been decided. A sinister grin spreads across the prince's face as he wonders what kind of pathetic expression Nox will make when he finally breaks down in tears. High above in the stands, the noble spectators watch silently. While down below, the tension rises. Nox and Louis face off. High above them, Emperor Esteban sits with his head bowed, Princess Penelope right by his side. Louis smugly looks at his young opponent, but unlike the arrogant prince, Nox remains completely calm and unbothered. Without showing a single hint of hesitation, Louis finally speaks up, pretending to be friendly. He tells Nox to do his absolute best, but secretly the prince is planning something sinister, viewing Nox as a mere puppet for his grand show. Nox merely gives a slight bow, calmly accepting the prince's fake gesture. Standing in the center of the arena, the referee raises his hand to signal the match. At the signal, both Nox and Louis draw their blades. This historic duel between the Imperial First Prince Louis and the young prodigy Nox is finally underway. As the fight begins, Louis immediately charges forward. He believes that no matter how masterfully Nox wields his sword, he cannot match the sheer prestige of royalty. Golden light blazes from his sword as he boasts in his mind that Nox is nothing more than an insect from a dark family. He is confident that before the eyes of the royals and the church, Nox will not dare strike back. Suddenly, a sharp burst of light flashes. The smug look vanishes from the prince's face the second Nox easily blocks his strike. Stunned, Louis freezes, demanding to know how Nox dares to point a sword at him. Before he can even finish his sentence, Nox swings his blade, forcing Louis back. Forced back by the blow, Louis watches as Nox calmly speaks. Dark energy begins to swirl around Nox as he asks if the prince did not order him to go all out. Angered, Louis barely dodges a follow-up strike, screaming at Nox for daring to point his sword at a royal. As the dark smoke begins to clear, Nox's calm, respectful voice echoes from within the shadows. Keeping his perfect combat stance amidst the lingering shadows, Nox looks straight at Louis and reminds him of his own demand to use full strength. With another swift slash, Nox drives his opponent back, forcing Louis to jump away in panic. As the dust settles, Louis glares at Nox, furious that an ordinary student would dare raise a sword against the prime candidate for the throne. Completely losing his composure, the prince snarls, calling Nox a mere insect from a dark family who dares to challenge imperial authority. Nox calmly replies that he is simply following instructions, acting as if he has no idea why the prince is so upset. Gritting his teeth in pure rage, Louis growls that if this is how Nox wants to play. He pulls back his sword, a blinding light erupting from the blade as he vows to no longer hold back. Even though Nox is famous for his legendary achievements, Louis dismisses him as just another arrogant brat. He is convinced that no amount of reputation at Eldian Academy can make up for the gap in their actual strength. Smirking, the prince remains absolutely confident in his royal training, fully believing that there is no way a Dark House noble can ever hope to best him in combat. Watching closely from the sidelines, the referee reads the intense expressions of both fighters. He steps forward to announce the final rule: the duel will only end when one of them collapses. Either surrender. Louis steps back, bracing himself to charge in for another attack. Just then, the referee's voice rings out, explaining that the rules are as simple as it gets. That is all. Louis immediately charges forward to strike again. He aims straight at Nox. Two contrasting light beams, one gold and one purple, flash as Louis swings. Nox reacts instantly, raising his own blade to block. The two swords clash in a shower of sparks, but Nox keeps his eyes locked on the blade. Outside the ring, the referee watches closely. A troubling thought crosses his mind. This boy might cause a terrible disaster even if his current combat power does not seem all that high. Nox swiftly slips to the side, easily dodging the blow, even though Louis is remarkably talented. By the time Louis even realizes what is happening, it is already too late. His efforts are impressive, but they still fall short compared to his opponent. As Louis spins around, he finds Nox's blade already resting right against his neck. His face pales, pure terror washing over him as he curses silently under his breath. Damn it. Knowing there is no way to dodge the strike, Louis simply closes his eyes, waiting for the blade. But after a long silence with no pain, he slowly opens his eyes. Instead of finishing him off as expected, Nox actually sheathes his sword. The sudden move leaves Louis completely baffled, wondering why his opponent would just stop. Growing impatient, Louis snaps and asks what the hell he is doing. Nox calmly replies that he has no objections to the rules of this duel. He pauses before adding that since there is absolutely no excitement, it is getting pretty boring. This cheeky response leaves Louis deeply confused, prompting him to ask what he wants. Nox instantly proposes a different idea, suggesting they make a little wager on who wins and who loses this fight. The prince definitely did not see this coming. He says nothing, merely narrowing his eyes. After contemplating for a moment, a smirk plays on Louis's lips. This wager actually plays right into his hands, making it much easier to get what he wants. He quickly agrees, stating that things are about to get much more interesting. Nox then suggests they decide on the terms of the bet after the duel. But Louis immediately shuts that down, saying he is far too impatient to wait until the end. He wants to set the terms right now. Nox calmly goes along with it. It makes no difference to him. Louis smirks, laying out his terms. If he wins, he wants Nox to serve him instead of Princess Penelope. Nox acts confused, asking what the prince means by that. But Louis is not buying the act. He tells him there is no point in playing dumb. Remembering the past, Louis asks if Nox was seduced by his little sister, which would explain why he saved her in the forest. Hearing this, Nox stays quiet internally, cursing the prince for being an absolute idiot who got it completely wrong. Feeling completely helpless, Nox explains that saving Princess Penelope was strictly about following royal protocol and that he had absolutely no hidden motives behind his actions. He adds that there is simply no reason for him to do such a thing. Realizing he was wrong, Louis actually feels relieved. If that is the case, things just got a lot easier. Power erupts from his body as he changes the terms. He demands Nox become his personal knight and his personal shadow, serving him directly, not the Reinhafer family, and swearing absolute loyalty to him. Hearing the new conditions, Nox agrees, saying he will comply if the prince actually wins the duel. But knowing the massive gap in their power, Louis is already scheming a backup plan. He figures that even if he gets injured here, he can easily play the victim and lay the blame elsewhere. Watching the duel from the sidelines, the anxious princess cannot stop worrying for even a second, and honestly, who could blame her? Meanwhile, Louis has already picked his perfect scapegoats, Eldon the Reinhafer family and Princess Penelope. With his plan set, Louis immediately charges. He lunges forward, swinging his sword with immense power while wearing a triumphant smirk. He silently mocks Nox, telling him to curse his own foolishness for not realizing the match was already decided from the very start. As Louis charges, bringing his blade closer and closer, Nox assesses the situation. He realizes at a glance that his current weapon cannot pierce through those magical creations shielding the prince. The sword thrusts rapidly toward Nox. Luckily, he tilts his body just in time to dodge the strike. However, merely evading forever is not a viable strategy. Currently, he cannot bypass those creations to actually harm his foe. Nox stares at his opponent with a faint smile. Suddenly, a glowing orb appears, the celestial sphere, the highest tier creation of the great sage, shining brightly. The system screen immediately pops up, asking him to name the owner to activate the celestial sphere. There is only one single chance. Will he decide to use it? Nox smiles, and after some brief hesitation, he finally decides to go ahead and use this powerful item. He knows everyone will be shocked that he knows the true owner's name, but his survival must take priority over keeping secrets. Before his opponent can even react, Louis swings his sword downward once more. Nox quickly dodges, racking his brain for a way to shatter that golden armor. In truth, there is only one specific method to destroy that ridiculous gear. A brilliant glowing gem manifests right from his chest as Nox confidently declares the true owner of the celestial sphere, Acid von Kalius. A jewel lights up once more, the highest grade celestial sage creation, radiating a brilliant, intense glow. With the confirmation complete, the system immediately announces that the user registration is now finished. Nox von Reinhafer, the celestial artifact, will forever record your name as its second true owner. Recognizing its master, the sage creation begins to shift, channeling the owner's inner power. The dark gem unleashes a heavy black mist, and the system instantly alerts him that his mana is rapidly surging to new heights. Bracing himself, Louis stares ahead in a defensive stance as Nox casually tosses the shining jewel up. In an instant, the sage creation unleashes a blinding burst of energy, creating a shockwave that threatens to blow everything away. Louis has no choice but to brace himself and block it with his sword. Gritting his teeth, he looks up. What is Nox doing? Holding this powerful artifact gives Nox an extra surge of confidence for the duel. Looking back at him, he casually asks if there is any rule outlawing magic here. Caught completely off guard, Louis lets his anger boil over and screams out in disbelief. He simply cannot believe Nox possesses this kind of raw talent. He massively underestimated him, a supposed half-blood utilizing high-level magic. Louis stands frozen as the glowing orb above. Nox grows brighter and brighter. Panic sets in as he wonders how anyone could command this much sheer mana. Endless dark energy streams out of the floating sphere. Standing nearby, Nox casually asks his opponent if he is already familiar with this particular spell. Louis looks up at the gathering storm, his face twisting with absolute dread. Countless waves of raw magical energy begin to erupt from the dark sphere. A bottomless black vortex opens at its center, and a barrage of dark purple arrows starts pouring out. They all lock onto Louis and launch forward as Nox stands by, calmly telling him to do his best to dodge. The artifact in Nox's hand continues to surge with dark magic. Having delivered his warning, Nox politely addresses his opponent as Your Highness. Dozens of magical arrows continue to rain down relentlessly from the depths of the black vortex. Louis struggles desperately to defend himself, his smug confidence from earlier now completely wiped away. Two more arrows streak straight down toward him, but fortunately, he manages to leap back just in time. Another arrow grazes his shoulder, sending a sharp wave of pain through him as he grits his teeth in irritation. While Louis desperately swings his blade to deflect one arrow, another speeds directly toward him from behind, making him realize too late that something is terribly wrong here. Before he can even react, the projectile strikes him square in the back, knocking him forward. Shocked by this unexpected assault, his mind races with questions. How is this possible when the Reinhafer family is known purely for their elite swordsmanship? Deep cracks now scar the arena floor from their brief but violent exchange. Quickly recovering his footing after the sudden ambush, Louis stands astonished, forced to internally acknowledge the terrifying magical talent this young master possesses. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Louis locks his eyes on Nox, not daring to let his guard down. He realizes with horror that if Nox had been born healthy, defeating him would have been an absolute impossibility. Nox stands calm beneath the swirling dark sphere with a fresh batch of magical arrows hovering behind him ready to strike. He locks eyes with the prince and quietly states that he already knows what he is thinking. Right on cue, the hovering arrows crackle. Fresh, deadly magic. Nox clenches his fist, assuring Louis that there are no cheap tricks at play here. Extending his hand to direct the arrows, Nox adds that this direct approach is far better than the endless layers of deceit the prince keeps hiding behind. Hearing this only fuels Louis's rage, his face twisting in fury. He snarls back, demanding to know how a bastard from a dark family dares to mock him like this. Suspended in the air, the arrows wait silently for Nox's command. Looking directly at his opponent, Nox calmly asks if the prince was not the one who insulted him first. Louis gasps out in complete shock. Completely unfazed, Nox lays out the truth. He asks if the prince set up this entire duel just to mock his family and deny all of his hard-earned achievements. Up in the spectator stands, Penelope and Echidna listen with deep concern. Nox boldly continues his speech, pointing out that forcing him to participate in a rigged duel to secure royal victory must surely stain the imperial family's honor. Caught red-handed, Louis freezes up. He has no reply. He glares straight ahead. A glowing blue cube suddenly begins to manifest in Louis's hand. Once fully formed, a powerful surge of blue magic completely envelops his body. In an instant, a massive ring of blue light erupts from the cube, trapping both of them inside. Trapped inside, Louis glares at Nox and curses. He realizes that at this rate he will lose and suffer ultimate humiliation. Unfazed by his opponent's desperate move, Nox looks at him and calmly asks what he hopes to achieve with this. Louis snaps back in anger, yelling that those are not the words he should be saying. His expression grows increasingly hostile as he sneers that while he heard rumors about Nox being insane, he never expected the young master would actually dare to challenge him so openly. Even as the prince threatens that the royal guards will execute him the moment the match ends, Nox simply stands there and listens in perfect silence. After a tense silence, Nox finally looks up and calmly asks if the prince is truly prepared to go that far. Nox pulls another glowing orb from his sleeve and raises his voice, asking if the principal really wants his favorite disciple to die here. The orb suddenly flashes with brilliant light. Louis stares in absolute disbelief, shouting in shock before a voice rings out saying he is not actually that beloved. The light intensifies as dense mana surges from the sphere. The voice continues, explaining that since this is a formal request, she will fulfill it. Louis freezes as instant recognition hits him. Could this voice actually belong to the Academy's newly appointed principal? The voice asks if they have met before right as the magic begins to manifest. Noah's figure fully materializes. She offers a cold smile, quietly addressing him as Crown Prince Louis. Staring coldly at Louis, she warns him that although her disciple is not very cute, using royal power to execute him is unacceptable. She continues, declaring that as one of the 4 great saints, she will wager her entire honor to put him down. Terror grips Louis. He stands completely frozen, unable to squeeze out a single word of defense. Nox just stands there quietly. For now, he can leave this mess in the capable hands of his principal. He smirks quietly. He remembers a conversation from before the match started. Sitting in a quiet room across from Noah, she had mentioned that the royal family planned to reward him for saving them, prompting him to ask if that was really true. Noah had smiled, confirming it was true, but his expression had darkened as he warned her that going there would only lead to his certain death. Completely ignoring his companion's obvious tension, Noah just sits there happily munching on a pastry like she already knows everything. Sighing, he explains that almost nobody from the Dark Clan has ever made it back from that place alive. Noah calmly takes another bite and replies that he is absolutely right, all while chewing loudly. Fed up with her obvious indifference, Nox snatches the half-eaten snack right out of her hands. Nox holds it high out of reach and demands to know how she can eat at a time like this while she chases him, complaining the pastry did nothing wrong. Finally giving up, he hunches over in utter defeat and begs her to please just listen to him for once. Taking the treat back, Noah listens as he asks if the Crown Prince would finally stop harassing him if the headmaster personally intervened. She just smiles and points out that doing so means he misses out on a reward and good work deserves prizes. Nox looks down, muttering that a missed reward is better than coming home as a severed head, still baffled by how this mess got so out of hand. She cheerfully chimes in that modern healing magic can easily reattach lost limbs, though she is not quite so sure about putting heads back on. Talk about zero comforting skills. Nox clenches his fists in disbelief, asking if she really thinks that is appropriate to say to her own student. Seeing he is not buying it, she asks what he would do if there was a safe way to get his reward. She pulls out a glowing blue crystal ball overflowing with mana, completely ignoring his protests that a safe method like that simply does not exist. The pristine surface of the orb reflects her face perfectly. Back in the present, Nox glances over at her, realizing the strange blue crystal she handed him is actually a high-grade long-distance communication device. Activating it releases an incredible amount of mana, and he quickly deduces that unlike standard tools, this one can actually transmit active magic across space. He casts another wary look at Louis, his mind still clouded with hesitation. Louis is clearly exhausted from their grueling battle, his heavy armor already cracking in several spots. On top of that, knowing Noah is here gives Nox a wave of relief because no matter how strong the prince is, he stands absolutely zero chance against the legendary leader of Eliden. Nox looks away and mutters sarcastically about how rare it is for the headmaster to be this helpful, prompting her to warn him that everyone can hear him. She flashes a teasing grin, offering to leave if her help is not wanted, which immediately makes Nox stammer out an excuse and admit he still needs her. An awkward silence falls over the trio, as Louis weakly summons what little magical energy he has left. He struggles to speak. After a tense pause, Louis completely changes his tune, claiming it was all just a big misunderstanding, and that he never would have attacked if he knew his opponent was Noah's prized student. But Noah is not buying his sudden act. She instantly shuts him down, demanding to know who he thinks he is calling headmaster and telling him to stop pretending they are close when she only knew his father, not him. Her harsh public rejection completely destroys Louis' pride, leaving him seething in silent fury with absolutely no way to strike back. Forcing down his anger, Louis desperately apologizes and asks what he can do to make amends, but she gives a simple, brutal one-word answer: beg. She stared straight at him, demanding he beg her disciple for forgiveness before she let this go. Nox glanced at Noah with a forced dry smile. He never expected her to go quite this far just for him. Forced to swallow his pride in front of Noah, Louis clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with rage. After a tense silence, he was finally forced to speak, muttering that he was sorry. Noah, quite pleased with that, Nox smugly declared that since he was merciful, he would forgive him. Hearing this, Noah teased him right away, calling it a pretty shameful sight. Approaching the barrier, Noah declares she is watching the match and demands a fair end, ordering him to take down the boundary. Louis cannot go against her wishes, he can only nod submissively in defeat. Sweat suddenly breaks out after a quick strike to his hand. Louis still holds the blue cube, but while he is distracted, Nox closes in with his blade. Left with no choice, Louis can only submit, muttering that he understands. Nox's eyes glow bright, his fist clenching tight. He moves so blindingly fast, only a flash of his blade sweeps past Louis' head. A heavy blow rains down on him. As the barrier finally shatters, the crowd gets a clear look at the outcome. Nox stands tall as the absolute victor, while the defeated first prince, Louis, lies completely broken on the ground. The watching nobles are absolutely stunned. An old man in the stands raises his voice, asking how a brat from a dark family dares to challenge the prince. A ponytail woman screams out in disbelief, while a bearded man nearby looks utterly bewildered, muttering how this is even possible. Even Penelope cannot hide her sheer shock at the outcome, left completely speechless. She stammers in confusion, while next to her, Escena wonders if that guy has two lives or something. Escena keeps her eyes glued to the stage, questioning what kind of lunatic would risk his life like that. Penelope senses a deep mystery surrounding Nox. She tells Escena that endless guessing won't help, as the boy is clearly hiding some sort of massive secret. She quietly wonders if a new power is spreading into the Akim Empire, but quickly brushes it off as absurd. Yet her suspicion hits incredibly close to the mark, since a legendary powerhouse like Noah is backing Nox. There must be some massive force pulling the strings behind him. Keeping her eyes locked on Nox, the princess whispers to Escena that they must bring him under their control no matter the cost. Escena reluctantly agrees, admitting that even though she hates to say it, Nox von Reinhafer's skills are undeniably incredible. She remembers how he looked back in the forest along with all those times. He displayed such overwhelming talent during the entrance exams and left everyone totally speechless at the welcoming ceremony. Holding his pitch-black sword, Nox stands over the fallen prince. Escena adds that this fight proves he has absolutely no intention of aligning himself with Prince Louis' faction. The princess smiles softly. She turns to Escena, whispering that it is time to act. Escena asks if she has a plan, and Penelope looks down. She signals Escena to lean in close right away. Escena bends down to hear the plan, while below them the chaos continues. Guards rush down to secure the prince on the field. Above, Escena listens to Penelope's strategy in utter disbelief, questioning if the princess is actually being serious right now. A bearded soldier shouts commands, ordering them to get the prince to the infirmary immediately without making his injuries any worse. Worried maids scramble to follow the orders, urging everyone to move as quickly as possible. The butler quickly approaches the watching nobles, warning them to keep their mouths shut about today's events, demanding that not a single word gets leaked to the public. As chaos erupts below, the princess looks on with satisfaction, listening to the desperate cries of the servants begging the prince to wake up. Amid the panic, Nox stands quietly in a corner, showing absolutely no emotion on his calm, unbothered face. Two maids step up to carry Louis, while soldiers scramble around him repeatedly, calling out his title as the sky slowly darkens. Night soon falls completely, blanketing the grand palace in a quiet, heavy darkness. Exhausted, Nox sits on his bed. He rubs his temples, letting out a heavy sigh at how close he came to dying. He can't help but curse the crazy prince as he recalls his face on the battlefield. He vividly recalls the exact moment Louis pulled out that strange jade cube from his robe, making him fully realize why everyone calls the guy the ultimate creator of bad endings. He pictures Louis charging like a maniac with his sword. Placing the gem on the bed, Nox hesitates for a second. He thinks of the original owner, noting how useful this item turned out to be before picking it up again. Nox tosses the gem playfully, thinking this item will remain incredibly useful from the early game straight into the late game. The gem begins to emit a dark purple glow. Staring into it, he quietly admits that having this item certainly made dealing with the prince a whole lot easier. His tense face relaxes as he lies back, reminding himself that he can't just rely on pure luck for the battles ahead. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupts him. Nox is instantly alert. He silently wonders if the mad prince has already returned for revenge, slowly reaching his hand out. Nox grips his sword tightly. Even if this is real, it is far too early for them to arrive. Raising the blade to protect himself, he calls out, demanding to know who is waiting outside. They are both wrapped in dark cloaks, making them completely unrecognizable until the person who just knocked responds by addressing Nox von Reinhafer. Once he gets a direct look, he recognizes Echidna and Penelope with Echidna, adding that the princess wants a private word. Seeing that it is not Prince Lu's, Nox is quite surprised, repeating Echidna's name in his head while wondering if the prince came for revenge. After a pause, Nox asks hesitantly if she means right now. Echidna bluntly replies that yes, it must be right now. A trace of confusion hits his face as worry sets in. This looks like trouble, and he cannot refuse. Unable to reject the princess, he steps forward, opens the door, and invites them to come inside. Standing directly before Nox is Princess Penelope. She walks right past him without saying a single word. Echidna follows her inside and leans against the door, prompting Nox to skip the small talk and ask what brings her here. Without waiting for Penelope to answer, he adds that if she came to question his duel with the first prince, the matter is already settled. Penelope merely offers a soft smile, replying that there is no need for Nox von Reinhafer to play dumb with her. Still confused by her response, Nox asks what she is trying to imply. She chuckles, asking if he can honestly picture her sitting down for dinner with the first prince. Noticing that he is still standing, Penelope von Arkheim tells him to take a seat. The two sit down facing each other. Nox points out in a very serious tone that it is nearly midnight, so there was no need to rush like this. Looking closely at Penelope von Arkheim, Nox senses that she does not care about his worries at all. He keeps a straight face, silently wondering what she could possibly be thinking by wandering around at this hour. He recalls the other gossiping nobles in the palace whose sharp tongues would easily twist this situation, though he cannot say this out loud to her face. Instead, he warns himself that if rumors spread, she will have to take full responsibility. Penelope speaks up, voicing his exact worry by asking if he is afraid of a scandal. Averting his eyes, he quickly answers that a princess entering a low-born noble's room at midnight is indeed a major issue. Penelope simply replies that she thinks so too, which leaves Nox completely stunned by her words. Yet Penelope remains calm, stating that a scandal is inevitable, which is precisely why she came. This leaves Nox completely bewildered with a million questions screaming in his head, and honestly, who can blame him for calling her a crazy person? Finally, he loses his patience and demands a clear explanation. But before he can even finish his sentence, Penelope cuts him off by calling out his full name. Nox quickly looks up and answers. The princess closes her eyes. She opens them wide, staring straight into his eyes before addressing him. At last, she reveals her true purpose, telling him that he must marry her. Outside, a deep crimson moon bathes the entire surrounding landscape, painting everything in a blood-red glow. Faint beams of moonlight filter through the cracks of the stone tiles, illuminating the room. Inside a grand solemn room, a massive round table stands in the center with 6 chairs, though only 4 of them are currently occupied by members. Luna speaks up in quiet tone. She looks at the others, asking if it is true that the rookie has headed toward the evil river in the capital. A hooded man with 3 scars near his eye replies that it seems so, adding that the royal family has apparently gotten involved. Luna sighs deeply upon hearing this, wondering how they could make such a reckless decision when they know how much trouble lies ahead in that place. A green-haired girl chuckles, murmuring that this is exactly what she expected. As a member of the lunatic squad, Marine pauses briefly before pointing out that this is exactly why kids cannot be trusted. Seeing that everyone remains silent, Marine continues, admitting that while the captain must have a solid reason to recruit him, she still has her doubts. But the man sitting beside her suddenly cuts in, warning her to watch her mouth. That man is Kai, another member of the lunatic squad, who sternly asks if the captain needs her permission to recruit members. Realizing who she just angered, Marine hurriedly tries to explain, telling the vice captain she did not mean it that way. Kai ignores her excuse and continues lecturing, stating that showing disrespect to a superior is completely unacceptable in their group, especially when they pride themselves on being different from the royal family. The bickering finally stops the moment Luna speaks up, telling everyone that is enough and it is time to discuss the rookie. Metal scrapes against the door, sending out small, bright sparks. Another guy with a hook hand calls out from the back, questioning the captain about who this rookie really is. That hook-handed man is Gregory, another lunatic member. Unlike Kai, who criticized Marin earlier, Gregory actually supports her, noting her point makes a lot of sense. Both the captain and Marin turn to stare at Gregory. He quickly continues, pointing out that Lunatic hasn't recruited in ages, then asks Luna what made her make this sudden move. Luna does not give a long answer, simply stating she found him interesting, nothing more, nothing less. Gregory seems to know her too well and immediately pushes back, arguing that their legendary captain would never care about a mere rookie unless it's somehow connected to his family. Luna replies with absolute seriousness, confirming it has absolutely nothing to do with the prestigious Reinhafer family. She goes on to explain that despite his bloodline, the kid actually seems to despise his own noble family quite a bit. That revelation catches Kai completely off guard, making him admit that is actually a pretty big surprise. Wanting to be absolutely sure, Marin speaks up, suggesting they put the rookie to the test first. She questions why a wealthy heir of the Reinhafer family would ever willingly assist a criminal group, insisting they need solid proof. Marin makes a fair point, leaving Luna in deep thought for a moment. After weighing her options, the captain agrees that Marin's logic is sound. Luna finally issues the order to give the rookie his very first mission, stating they need to see exactly what he is capable of and whether he might betray them. Because the whole plan was originally Marin's idea, Luna looks straight at her right after making the decision and asks for her thoughts. Marin falls silent, feeling a bit bitter as she remembers her own first year when she was never trusted with any missions at all. Knowing there is no other way to verify his loyalty, she shrugs it off and agrees to the plan. The scarred man quickly chimes in, giving his full agreement. Kai does not object either. Gregory says it sounds like fun, so he is on board as well. With absolutely no objections left from the crew, Luna turns to Marin and orders her to take the lead on this upcoming operation. Luna smiles, telling her she will lead as his senior officer. Hearing that title makes Marin bubble over with pure joy, stuttering out that she is finally a senior officer, which sounds like absolute music to her ears. Marin flashes a mischievous grin, silently promising to show this mysterious new rookie exactly what a true senior officer is capable of. Finally, one of the members asks what the actual objective of this mission is going to be. Deep beneath the academy lies a dark, terrifying basement filled with unspeakable horrors, including the legendary demonic magic stone of Paimon. Luna recalls this grim place as she explains the mission, pointing to a hidden staircase leading down to a sealed vault where they will find 72 demons hidden under Elidin's guidance, with reports claiming the magic stone is kept there. The demon magic stone of Paimon is locked away in that very vault. After outlining the details, Luna reveals the main plan. While the rookie buys them time, they will steal the stone. Turning her gaze to Marin, she asks if she can handle supporting the rookie during the heist. Marin enthusiastically replies that she can absolutely handle it. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to her from behind. It is Ezel, another member of Lunatic, who cheerfully congratulates her on finally climbing up from the very bottom of the organization. Ezel tells her to keep working hard. Marin enthusiastically promises that she will give it her absolute all. Meanwhile, Princess Penelope looks over at Nox, softly calling out his full noble name. She suddenly catches him off guard by proposing that they get married. The sudden proposal leaves Nox completely stunned by her words. Knowing that the motives behind such a marriage are never simple, he calmly asks her what exact reasons led her to that conclusion. Penelope does not hesitate to speak frankly, reminding him of her powerful standing and immense influence within the royal family. Hearing this makes Nox feel a massive wave of relief, silently laughing at himself because he had briefly feared she was just completely obsessed with his handsome face. Penelope looks at him seriously before explaining that the royal family is currently divided into two factions. She explains that her father, the ruler of the empire, King Esteban von Achim, is fighting a severe illness, with rumors swirling that he will soon step down from the throne, meaning a massive power struggle is bound to erupt across the kingdom at any moment, and she needs to be ready. Penelope holds up her teacup, explaining that one of these factions is led by her older brother. Currently, Prince Louis has an overwhelmingly large following, which deeply worries the princess, as the First Prince's faction holds the vast majority of the court's support. Penelope pauses briefly before continuing. As for the opposing faction that belongs to her, Princess Penelope von Archheim shares this crucial intel. Hearing this, Nox cannot help but feel suspicious. He asks why she would reveal such vital information to him, carefully setting down his teacup. Penelope replies that her faction is indeed extremely weak at the moment, and she continues to speak. Her brother, Prince Louis, enjoys far more trust than she does. He is the eldest son and has forged many more connections with the nobility than she ever could. Every single one of those nobles is driven by self-interest, and Louis is the one who can deliver. They have already secretly negotiated their rewards once he officially takes the throne. Hearing everything from Penelope, Nox finally understands the core issue. He does not hesitate to ask directly, does the princess intend to become the new ruler of the empire? Penelope answers that part of her goal is indeed the throne. However, she also refuses to stand by and watch Prince Louis destroy the empire their father worked so hard to build. Merely mentioning Louis fills Penelope von Archheim with dread. She asks if Nox understands how cruel Louis is treating humans as nothing more than disposable tools. Nox softly agrees. He knows this all too well. Privately, Nox recalls that this ruthless nature is exactly why Louis is known as the harbinger of the bad ending. Suddenly, Penelope stands up, declaring that she needs a powerful ally to assist her, and rises from her seat. Walking over to Nox, she explains it must be a force the prince has not targeted yet, one that cannot be easily overthrown. Nox then asks if she is referring to him. Outside, the full moon casts a dim light into the room. Without a second of hesitation, Penelope confirms his suspicion with a firm yes. Hearing this, Nox makes his decision. He apologizes to the princess, secretly realizing that getting involved with her would leave him with absolutely no escape, so he must avoid this. But Penelope predicts his excuses, asking if he will claim a lack of ability or bring up his engagement to the still in her family. She mocks how easy those excuses would be. Nox is caught completely off guard, unsure of how to react. Just then, the system alerts him that his acting genius attribute is starting to waver under pressure. His thoughts begin to waver. Nox reluctantly accepts that there is simply no way out of this situation. Deep down, he knows it is completely unavoidable. Turning back to Penelope von Reinhafer, Nox asks if she is truly comfortable choosing someone like him, desperately attempting to persuade her otherwise. He argues that his reputation is far too poor to serve her, regardless of how outstanding his skills might actually be. However, the princess does not seem worried. Instead, she tells him that this will be their shared plan from now on, so he must listen carefully. She then brings up how he saved her in the nameless forest. Nox answers with a quiet yes, and Penelope unexpectedly touches his hand. She says that despite being born into a dark and sinister family, he still chose to save her. Nox is completely surprised, his eyes glued to her, holding his hand. He answers with another soft yes, though a sudden wave of anxiety hits him. Why is she acting so strange? Penelope looks at him and asks whether they should claim he fell madly in love with her first, or if she did. This leaves him completely stunned. Nox keeps asking if she is actually serious. Penelope then takes both of his hands in hers, explaining that nothing is impossible. Royal family members have the right to choose their partners however they please. Staring at his dazed and confused face, Penelope quietly asks herself a question. After all, who knows what might happen? She playfully guesses her own answer, wondering if she might actually end up falling for his handsome face. Soon night falls completely over the grand and majestic castle, and Nox is finally able to lie down. He lets out a deeply helpless sigh. Nearby, Zitri de Lobelia stands looking at him. She quietly calls out to young Master Nox, holding a newspaper. Staring intently at the headline, she warns him that he might need to clear a few things up. The headline reads, "The headline claims Princess Penelope fell in love at first sight with the opposing knight who rescued her." This scandalous story about the princess has been making waves, especially her declaration that she will marry the youngest son of the Reinhafer family, Nox von Reinhafer, who is also her classmate at Eloin Academy. Reading this, Nox can only let out a heavy sigh. Staring at the article, he helplessly mutters that the news is already out. The princess really gets whatever she wants. Amidst this chaos, Zitri de Lobelia cannot help but ask several questions. She mentions hearing that a lot had happened, but she genuinely cannot understand how things ended up like this. Sitting up, Nox answers that it is quite simple. He has been dragged straight into the royal succession struggle. Zitri de Lobelia asks with obvious concern about this succession war. He gives a brief firm yes before explaining the true motive behind Penelope von Reinhafer's bold move. She is using him to block Prince Louis from the throne and claim it for herself. That is exactly why she suddenly chose him as her marriage partner. Zitri de Lobelia's face fills with worry. She mentions hearing rumors that Prince Louis has been gathering massive forces to his side recently. Finally, she reveals her actual concern. The Reinhafer family belongs to the Dark Clan, so she is highly skeptical about collaborating with the princess. Nox quickly points out that this is the entire point. Confused, Zitri de Lobelia asks for clarification. Nox looks absolutely exhausted as he continues, explaining she chose him specifically because he is known as a completely useless failure. Zitri de Lobelia is left completely speechless. Sitting back down on his bed, Nox cannot help but curse that annoying princess, clutching his hair in pure frustration. He grumbles that she is taking advantage of him because she knows his family abandoned him. Suddenly, Nox looks up. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side. Tightening his grip on his sword, he walked toward the nearby wall. Zitri de Lobelia had no idea why his attitude shifted so fast. Confused, she called out to young Master Nox, who quickly hid and raised his hand to signal Zitri de Lobelia to stay quiet. Nox carefully peeked through the window, his eyes scanning through the glass. He wondered who could possibly visit this late right under the bright full moon. But under the influence of magic, everything around turned blood red. High up on the palace roof stood a mysterious silhouette of a person. Nox looked up, his eyes wide as he watched closely. Sullenly, Nox lowered his head and smirked, his gaze filled with pure amusement. It is starting, he thought as the magic began turning his eyes to glow crimson. At that exact moment, Nox received a new notification. The first quest from Luna has arrived. To recruit newcomers, you must contact the supporter in the Academy Library. Standing right next to Nox, Zitri de Lobelia stared up as she slowly stepped closer, her eyes never leaving the scene. Nox stood there, letting out a dry, silent laugh. On the opposite side, Marin stood there watching him closely through her binoculars. She tracked his every move carefully. But as she lowered her binoculars, she reluctantly had to admit that he really was just as handsome as the rumors claimed. Every single move Nox made was caught by Marin. Even though she praised his looks, it did not change her view. To her, he was still just a kid who was nowhere near ready to be recognized by Luna. She felt she had to test Nox for herself. Marin felt a hint of excitement, wanting to see if he could become the new face of Lunatic. Meanwhile, inside the massive library, everyone was still busy with their own work, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Echidna walked over to Nox holding a tall stack of books. Opening up a page, Nox muttered, wondering why Professor Rash had returned. Then he slammed the book shut. Nox grit his teeth, noting that something felt incredibly off. Before leaving, Rash had told him that he must find the principal immediately. In the end, he dumped the whole pile of books on Nox with a forced smile, politely asking him to take care of all the cleaning there. After dumping the chore, Rash even gave him a cheerful goodbye. The memory only made. Nox cursed the old bastard in sheer frustration. From behind him, Echidna chimed in, telling him to stop being so disrespectful to the professor. Nox turned around, still annoyed, and asked if she understood the struggles of a graduate. Confused, Echidna repeated the term. Nox turned away and murmured, "Damn it, being a favorite student is way more trouble than he thought." Finally, he warned her to keep quiet because he was about to lose his mind. Echidna simply agreed. Inside the quiet library, almost everyone had taken their seats. Nox carried the stack of books out. Sullenly, Echidna called his name to stop him. Nox looked annoyed, telling her that if she had nothing useful to say, he would ignore her. Echidna replied that it was not that, but they clearly did not like each other. Nox turned to face her, irritated, telling her to think about her own past actions. Caught off guard, Echidna felt pretty awkward. Still, she finally, she apologized for what happened to the princess, stating she did not expect him to understand. But this apology from Echidna was completely unexpected. He wondered why she was doing this. Looking at her warily, he asked what she wanted. Echidna replied that she heard he was getting married. Without waiting for Nox to answer, Echidna added that the princess likely announced the marriage just to make his life miserable. Nox grew cautious. She asks if they are seriously talking about marriage, admitting she is surprised but wonders why he, of all people, is the one offering apologies. Echidna answers simply that she would never expect a member of the infamous Dark Clan to take their side. She finally gets straight to the point, asserting that the princess is absolutely not the kind of person they think she is. Nox stares back in silence, processing her words. He dryly remarks that she certainly is loyal to her princess, while secretly wondering what is really going on. Looking at the character he just met, Nox cannot help but marvel at how different they are from his gaming experiences. He looks down at his hand. He mutters how frustrating this is, his head spinning with questions. Wondering if this feeling is pure excitement or just gamer empathy, Nox suddenly clenches his fist. He tells himself to shake it off, pausing to think for a moment. Finally, he replies to Echidna, stunning her completely. "I think she had a reason for doing what she did," he adds. "My only job right now is clearing out these annoying books, so just leave me be, Echidna." Looking at him, she bows deeply in respect. "Thank you, Master Reinhafer," she says as Nox places a book on the shelf. "Just act normally instead of being so incredibly formal," he tells her. But then the book suddenly glows with a faint red light the second it is placed in the slot. Nox immediately pulls it back out, cautiously scanning his surroundings. On the cover, scrambled, meaningless letters appear on the cover, stating Marin connection, successful and quest dispatched. But he silently thinks to himself that he absolutely hates this creepy method of communication. Turning to Echidna, he tells her to wait while he checks something. She just shrugs, telling him to do as he pleases. Clutching the book, he walks out of the library. Opening it outside, strange ancient runes appear, which he softly mutters. The sealed demon from the Night of Slaughter and Piment's magic stone are hidden right beneath the academy. This is the exact quest Luna assigned him. Schemes immediately begin forming in his mind. To steal it, he must map out the academy's internal structure and trick as many people as possible. His lips curl into a smirk. The game is finally beginning right here. From this moment on, Nox has mapped out his first move. In this brutal game of Inner Lunatic, the main story is just getting started. Nox tightens his grip with a quiet chuckle, knowing Inner Lunatic has finally begun. His two eyes flash a deep red. Outside, the crimson sky bleeds, signaling the very first act of this hellish game. Meanwhile, inside the palace, a few rooms remain brightly lit. The face of Emma is pale with sheer terror. The maid looks at the figure huddled completely under the blankets, asking anxiously if her lady is all right. Emma hesitates, pointing out she has been like this for 2 days now. Under the green blanket, Talia remains dead, silent, not uttering a single word. Her hand tightly grips a corner of the blanket. Emma stares at her lady, and her thoughts drift to Nox. Seriously, how on earth did he get involved with the princess? When, recalling the news, Emma seriously doubts this makes sense. He might be handsome, but choosing someone from a dark clan is insane. But suddenly, Emma remembers the terrifying patriarch, and she shivers with dread. If that protective father ever finds out about this, he will absolutely slaughter young Master Nox on the spot. Emma tenses up, fully aware that this disastrous outcome could spark a massive war between the two noble families. The maid steps closer to the bed, whispering for her lady to please stop this. Suddenly, Talia stands straight up, throwing off the blanket covering her. The maid gasps in surprise, completely baffled by her lady's sudden change of attitude. Talia steps down from the bed, standing right in front of Emma. Her eyes are completely hollow as she softly calls Emma. Staring at her lady's creepy state, Emma trembles in absolute fear, stammering a quick response while screaming inside at how terrifying today is. Talia von Steeliner touches her own body, smiling softly as she declares that today she has finally grown up. Emma takes a step back, failing to understand her lady while still shivering with fear, asking what she means by that. Talia von Steeliner's expression darkens, explaining she realizes someone has stolen her possession and she has finally learned her lesson. A cold smirk plays on her lips as she realizes her father was absolutely right. Talia repeats the warning her father gave her, noting that if you do not want to lose anything, you must become powerful. Emma is completely speechless, only able to let out a terrified stutter. Talia asks softly once again, asking Emma if that is really the truth. Emma freezes, completely unsure of how to answer as she sinks into silence. Talia stays silent, watching. Watching her young lady act like this only terrifies Emma more and more. Helpless, Emma can only pray silently that young Master Nox somehow finds a way to save himself. Now bringing up Duke Python opens up a very dark and complicated history. He is the literal demon behind the horrific massacre that ended the life of Nox's mother. It was also Payman, and that same demon who rewound Noah's time, turning him into a helpless child before killing him in the original storyline. For now, Nox wraps himself in a dark cloak to fully hide his identity. He understands Payman's threat all too well, and he is fully aware that his current power is not nearly enough to defeat him yet. Step by step, Nox walks down toward the rushing water, keeping one lucky detail in mind. Wearing pure white robes as he submerges himself in the dark river, he knows bathing in this corrupt water will grant him random stat boosts. Right on cue, the system alerts him that he has successfully uncovered a hidden fragment. He successfully bathed in the river of evil. Touching the dark water, a bright glowing aura wraps around Nox's entire body. The system pings with a golden flash, announcing a random stat increase of +or-2. Notifications flood his screen, showing his mana pool steadily climbing by +or-1 point at a time. But the cascading river water is only the beginning of his gains here. Nox starts quietly chanting several ancient spell incantations. The moment he finishes, the system confirms that a powerful hidden piece has officially been activated. Glowing symbols of both the ancient tongue and dragon language begin to shine brightly. With this, Nox successfully grasps full mastery over these legendary arts. A notification confirms the player has learned these rare languages. He cannot help but think that if he were not forced to marry the princess, this would have been a perfect run. A voice calls down from above, teasing that he actually managed to show up on time. She mentions she expected him to get lost on this treacherous path, and the speaker is Marin. Nox turns around and immediately asks if she is indeed Marin. Marin confidently confirms it, stating that the famous name belongs to her. She points a finger forward, warning him that he is being quite rude and needs to listen closely. Marin firmly reminds him that she is his official senior, his guide, and also 2 full years older than him, so he better start listening. Nox brushes her off with a brief nod, though internally he knows Marin is by far the most annoying member in the entire Inner Lunatic universe. Her status profile flashes on screen, detailing her age of 17, her main element of water, and her status as a formal lunatic member. A massive list of positive traits suddenly pops up, highlighting her high charisma, incredible mana sensitivity, exceptional archery talent, and a tendency to know absolutely everything. Her health and mana are 12, luck is 6, and her charm is 20. Her passive skills include automatic targeting and arrow adjustment, while her active skill is a water bullet. But looking closer, Nox remembers there is one specific trait of hers he absolutely despised in the game. Unaware of his gaze, Marin smugly demands that he show her absolute respect as her junior from this moment on. Nox is not about to back down, bluntly asking her what she is rambling about while silently cursing her worst trait, the fact that she is a massive annoying know-it-all. Hearing this, Marin instantly blows a fuse, angrily asking if he just called her a mere cheerleader. She glares at him with heavily furrowed brows, utterly offended. She points her finger directly at his face, declaring that the entire world is basically trash. Nox remains completely unbothered, calmly remarking that she seems to enjoy long, useless rants. Marin leaps down to his level. She quickly snaps that, therefore, he absolutely must show her respect, her face oozing with pure arrogance. She reminds him that she joined Lunatic a few years earlier and is also 2 years older than him. Nox replies that he already heard about that. He then asks what exactly she plans to do if she ever gets respect from someone like him. His response catches her off guard, leaving her to fluster about Lunatic having its own strict rules. Sussingly spotting 2 figures behind them, he cuts her off and tells her to wait as someone is coming, urging her to head back to base first. His completely casual attitude only makes her even angrier. With a heavy sigh, she lets it slide, laughing off that she is sparing him since this is his first mission before snapping her fingers. A magic scroll suddenly materializes right in front of him. Reaching out, Marin agrees to head back to the base just as he suggested. She instructs him to rip the scroll. Nox smiles, taking it as he deduces that it is just a low-grade space teleportation magic scroll. Ripping it in half, a brilliant magic light bursts out. Feeling the sheer energy radiating from it, he silently notes that it operates almost exactly like it did in the game. A deep purple glow erupts from the torn paper, wrapping completely around him. Within seconds, they both vanish. Moments later, a flash of bright light appears inside the quiet base. The very second they land, she groans in absolute annoyance. Dizzy and deeply irritated, she complains about how she can never get used to these spatial teleportation scrolls no matter how many times she uses them. Recovering slightly, Marin tells him to take a seat, explaining that although she gave a brief overview earlier, she will detail the mission again, so he must listen closely. Clearing her throat, she lets out a soft cough. Marin asks him if he has already heard about the infamous Night of Massacre. Their minds instantly turn to the sealed stone of Paimon. He casually replies that he has. Nox recalls that the great archdemon Paimon was sealed away through the combined efforts of Principal Noah, the swordsman Celsus, and Lord Theo. That heroic triumph is exactly why people still refer to that historic day by that name. Agreeing, she notes that Paimon was indeed an incredibly dangerous threat. He was a monster so terrible that even the strongest swordmasters and sages of the 6 continents could barely stop him, leaving all 3 heroes utterly helpless back then. Sussingly, Marin emphasizes the real goal of their operation, explaining that since so much time has passed since the sealing, they could never pinpoint the magic crystal containing his soul. He calmly replies that they have finally located it now, and it is hidden deep beneath the academy grounds. So Lunatic tasked the 2 of them with drawing attention to destroy the soul stone, which earns him rare praise for catching on pretty fast. She mentions that aside from his refusal to call her senior, he might actually turn out to be quite useful. Showing clear annoyance, Nox tells her to move past such trivial matters, which makes her pause in disbelief at him calling it minor. He redirects the conversation, asking if the exact date to seize the crystal has been decided yet. Marin sighs, revealing that the plan is set for the self-study period at Elden Academy. Laying out the details, she assigns him to stall the other students and academy instructors in the main hall so they cannot make any moves. Hearing this, he immediately questions whether such a simple plan is even feasible. Nox asks what happens if they accidentally damage the crystal and trigger Paimon's resurrection. She lets out a scoff, mocking him for clearly underestimating just how remarkably capable their lunatic captain actually is. Marin proudly adds that their captain is the youngest swordmaster among the 3 heroes who saved their decaying world, so his worries are completely baseless. He internally groans, thinking that while it would be great if everything went as smoothly as Marin claims, reality is never that kind. Nox is fully aware that Paimon will resurrect in this chapter. Even if the demon is not at full power, any single slip-up will completely destroy the academy, making this brutal first chapter widely known as the rookie killer named Labyrinth of Slaughter. But Nox quietly resolves to play both the hero and the villain to save everyone else at the academy. To pull this off, he absolutely has to keep his focus. Turning back to her, Nox demands to hear the precise details of the plan. Deep within a dusty ancient basement, a mysterious figure slowly walks toward a glowing red light. Hovering right before him is a dark orb pulsing with terrifying ominous energy. Rick stares intensely at that mysterious stone. He suddenly speaks up, "Everything is finally ready, Master." Raising his hand, he requests that his master now unleash absolute chaos upon the earth, just like in the past. A voice echoing from the stone praises his work. "Though a full resurrection is difficult because those bastards drained too much of my magic, this will be enough for now." The entity inside the stone asks if his name is Rick. He immediately places his hand over his chest and answers yes. Paimon then reminds him that once this plan succeeds, he will finally become a true demon instead of just a measly half-demon. Paimon warns him not to disappoint him. Hearing that, he flashes an incredibly wicked grin. Meanwhile, inside the academy, a massive crowd of students has gathered together. Nox is feeling completely and utterly helpless right now. Eleanor de Rivellin stands nearby, casting a quiet, watchful glance. Penelope is simply watching them with absolute ease. Meanwhile, Talia's face has completely darkened with pure fury. Suddenly, Penelope speaks up. She hopes Talia can understand, but she is sorry. She points out that human emotions cannot simply be controlled or shut off at will. Looking highly annoyed at Penelope, he quickly calls out to the princess. He then shifts a deeply worried gaze toward Talia von Styliner, calling her name. But she just stands there completely silent. Suddenly, she lets out a highly unsettling little giggle. Instantly, he gets a terrible feeling this is going to drive him crazy. He completely forgot to keep an eye on Talia, and now the real trouble is starting as a terrifying aura erupts from her. Talia glares with pure hostility, directly provoking Penelope von Arkheim. Witnessing this chaotic scene, he can only shake his head and look away. He sighs deeply, wondering why these things always have to happen to him. The scene shifts to the school plaza, where a loud voice calls out, asking if everyone heard the latest news. A student wearing glasses whispers cautiously that the academy is selecting 7 top-scoring students for some special training at night. Another student asks with surprise if that means extra credit and tons of special perks if they get chosen, while the guy next to him sighs with deep regret, wishing he had done better so he could have joined them. The guy with glasses immediately crushes his hopes, telling him to stop dreaming since his grades are barely average anyway, while a blonde kid casually remarks that those spots will just go to the nobles. The student with glasses glares with utter disgust, muttering that commoners like them stand zero chance regardless of their high scores. The blonde kid scoffs, saying he already knows that all too well, while the spectacled student snorts, complaining that those selfish nobles talk all day about equality but always keep everything for themselves. He directs his gaze toward the noble students, laughing nearby, muttering that this academy is honestly no different from the harsh world outside. Another student wonders aloud how regular people like them could ever understand what those elites are actually thinking. A girl nearby covers her mouth and whispers, wondering who those 7 selected students are and what the requirements actually are. The boy scratches his head, guessing it is based entirely on grades, while the blonde kid starts crying, determined to get a high score no matter what. But the one who is going to surprise everyone is him, right? And just as he says that, footsteps begin to approach them. Nox confidently strides forward with his hands casually shoved in his pockets as everyone stares in absolute awe. His incredibly handsome face seems to radiate pure brilliance. This makes the other students stare in admiration without even blinking. Seeing Nox, they cannot help but whisper, asking if that is the troublemaker from the Reinhafer family. Although those whispers are quiet, they are loud enough for him to hear everything. Nox helplessly thinks that people always gossip wherever he goes, even though he hates attracting attention. There is simply nothing he can do about it. Nox glances over the stats of the rookie killer. The most critical aspect of the Demon Paimon storyline is about to unfold. A bizarre scene unfolds as a massive wave of magical power erupts right inside the Grand Castle. Nox quickly turns his thoughts to his grades. The ultimate goal he is aiming for is an A+. He scoffs slightly because it sounds ridiculous. If he fails to get top marks, he cannot participate in the night class event, making it impossible to connect all these crucial events together. An annoyed student whispers under his breath that the bastard is incredibly irritating. A gray-haired boy grinds his teeth in pure envy, asking if the guy definitely pulled some strings, like offering bribes. The glasses-wearing student casually shrugs, agreeing that's likely. Enraged, the gray-haired boy throws a fit, shouting that Nox is everyone's enemy and they need to kick him out of the academy immediately. Another student sighs in annoyance, calling him a fool and asking if he missed the latest rumors. Draping an arm over the gray-haired boy, he whispers a secret that turns his face pale. Word is he's engaged to the princess, and running his mouth could cost his life. Suddenly, panic spreads through the crowd as they worry if Nox might have overheard their entire conversation. Standing nearby, Nox quietly curses them, thinking he heard every word. You complete idiots. Unbothered, he closes his eyes with a sigh. Lost in thought, Nox realizes he can't afford to ruin his crucial future relationship with the lunatic organization over petty academy drama. Looking up, he knows that for someone planning to leave House Reinhafer, that very organization is a tool he absolutely must utilize. He stares at his name sitting right at the top of the schedule for the crucial 7-day night study event ahead. Spinning on his heel, Nox prepares to leave. He gets serious, thinking that the Demon Paimon will soon revive and he must stop him. Returning to the Grand Hall, he curses. Nox grimaces, realizing he completely forgot to check who is ranked right below him. Ranked right beneath him are the girls. Nox watches helplessly at the chaotic scene unfolding, wondering if this is what a real-life catfight actually looks like. A full-blown clash between an ex and a current flame, with him trapped right in the dead center. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, Nox curses how everything has gone totally sideways before he even did anything. Talia narrows her eyes, wearing a sly smile. She then speaks up, I understand, princess, and though that sounds rather bitter. Looking at him, she says that Nox is a truly kind young man. Talia's lips curve upward as she suggests it is only natural for the princess to fancy him. Penelope offers a polite, frosty smile, thanking her for the unsolicited concern. But before she finishes, Talia sharply adds it, but causing Penelope to flinch. Her eyes turning completely hollow, Talia declares loudly that she cannot simply stay quiet and let this slide. Her bold declaration leaves Penelope and Echidna von Xenos utterly frozen. Speaking with firm provocation, Talia states that House Steiner highly values victory and she will never let anyone steal what belongs to her. No matter who it is, she demands to know if they understand, her eyes flashing with pinkish-red bloodlust. Penelope just laughs dryly, wishing her good luck. Passing by his shoulder, she casually mentions hearing that this was merely a family-arranged marriage anyway. Penelope casts a sideways glance, mockingly questioning if someone actually believed this sham of a marriage was real. After a brief hesitation, Nox speaks up, stating that despite her arranged engagement, he does not care. He shifts his gaze to the side, spotting something unusual in the air. A pinkish-red stream of mana floats through the grand hall. Inside that surging magical energy, letters appear stating that the Academy's events will soon begin. Nox stares at it, lost in deep contemplation. The scene shifts as he steps inside the gloomy prison. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Hey, Dark Noble." It is Marine, perched high on a metal bar, staring down with eyes like ice. With a stern glare, she asks what he is doing. Right after speaking, Marine gracefully drops down onto the cold ground. As soon as she lands, she scolds him, demanding why on earth he would spread rumors about being engaged to the princess, asking if he has lost his mind. Hearing this, Nox averts his gaze, realizing she already knows, and mutters that honestly he has no idea how that rumor even started in the first place. He is still trying to argue, but Marin cuts him off. The higher-ups made their decision, but testing rookies is her job. She draws her bow and declares she must see for herself if he is worthy of Lunatic or if he will betray them. Nox can only grab his neck and sigh, but he quickly draws his sword anyway. Raising the blade to guard, he warns her not to regret this. Marin smirks and reaches back to draw an arrow, while Nox stays completely on guard. Knocking the arrow, she lets fly a powerful shot, telling him he is the one who should worry. The arrow streaks toward him like lightning, but Nox quickly deflects it out of the air. Somehow, Marin has already slipped right behind his back without him realizing. She draws her bow to fire another shot. Nox spins around, immediately realizing the danger. Marin smiles, pulling the bowstring taut while telling him she is going all out, so he better not die. Aiming directly at Nox, she playfully adds that she might go easy on him if he is too broke to pay for damages. Instantly, the arrow erupts in a surge of blue light and rushing water hurtling straight toward him. He dodges to the side, realizing she was not bluffing. He realizes she truly is a descendant of that legendary long-lost lineage, the Merfolk tribe. Watching her prepare her next arrow, he realizes she truly inherited their legendary bloodline. The sheer magical pressure in her water shots is not something to underestimate. Honestly, even their powerful Captain Luna would struggle to completely block an attack with this level of devastating force. A system screen pops up showing his acting genius trait has been fully activated. He leaps backward while she keeps her bow trained on him. He decides it is probably best not to provoke her any further right now. He stares at the incoming arrow, now inches from his face. He instantly blocks the strike with his sword, but he knows deep down that playing it safe with his current power will never earn her trust. His gaze turns razor sharp. If he holds back, there is a very high chance this exam ends in a complete disaster. Water swirls violently around her bow. If he wants to survive this test, things need to change. He needs nothing less than an absolute victory. With that, a massive aura erupts from his entire body. She tells him that even if the captain accepted him, he is still just a low-ranked rookie in her eyes. Seeing his completely indifferent reaction, she angrily demands to know what is up with his smug attitude, insisting on a clear explanation. She draws her bow again, demanding answers about his suspicious relationship with the princess. Activating a massive water magic circle, torrents of water erupt from the ground as she yells about all the strange events surrounding him. The surging water rises high, trapping him in a massive aquatic cage. Furious, she asks if he expects her to believe everything is just a coincidence. Raising his sword, he coldly points out that she simply refuses to believe a single word he says. If that is the case, any further explanation is completely useless. Swirling torrents of water wrap around her arrow as she grits her teeth, wanting to see exactly how long he can keep up that arrogant attitude of his. A massive wall of water rises completely, cutting off his vision. The wall quickly collapses into a violent spinning whirlpool, trapping him instantly inside a raging sphere of water. He coldly asks if she honestly believes a cheap trick like this will work on him. He slashes his sword directly into the swirling vortex. His strike tears straight through the water. Instantly, the massive whirlpool completely dissolves. Seizing the moment, she leaps backward to flank him from behind. Drawing her bow once more, she slyly mentions that she never expected a basic trick like that to actually work anyway. Releasing the string, she explains that she only needed to create a tiny opening in his guard. The water-charged arrow tears through the air, heading straight for him. He suddenly glances back, spotting the projectile flying right at his blind spot. A system screen pops up announcing that his genius moment skill is now active. Immediately, his perception of time slows down to a crawl. He easily tracks the incoming arrow, watching it creep through the air at a snail's pace, thanks to his newly activated ability. Tilting his head slightly to dodge, he sighs inwardly because he really didn't want to show his true cards so soon, but his hand is forced. Seeing him dodge her attacks so effortlessly leaves her completely stunned. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she wonders how on earth he managed to react when they are standing less than 10 meters apart. Across from her, he raises his sword and swings it downward in a clean strike. The slash cuts right through the rushing water, instantly surrounding her from all sides. A dark vortex quickly erupts, completely swallowing her water magic. Stunned, she demands to know what kind of monster he actually is. She mutters that this is definitely not the kind of power a 15-year-old kid should ever possess. Glaring at him, she sternly asks what his real goal is in joining Lunatic and what he is truly after. He just points his sword at her with a cold stare. She laughs, saying it doesn't really matter anyway. Summoning her water magic once more, she declares that she will just have to beat the answers out of him. Raising her bow toward the sky, she fires massive streams of water that shoot straight toward the ceiling. These giant torrents of water form a massive watery dome, completely trapping him inside. Extending his hand, he conjures a dark sphere of swirling energy and releases it directly into the surrounding water. Dozens of dark energy arrows instantly shoot out from the sphere, piercing right through her barrier. Her jaw drops in absolute shock. Then the two of them violently clash. She grunts in frustration, realizing just how dangerous he is. Gritting her teeth, she thinks that even if he has no intention of exploiting Lunatic. Looking up at her magic struggling against his dark arrows, she worries that his sheer talent makes him a major threat to their captain if he ever decides to betray them. She can feel that he is still holding back, making her fume that this bastard is actually taking it easy on her. Why is he doing this, she wonders? Is it because he wants to use them, or simply because she is a fellow Lunatic member? Nox finally speaks up, asking how long she plans to stand there daydreaming, since holding back is starting to get pretty difficult for him. She snaps back in anger, demanding how he dares to treat his own examiner like a joke. Her face darkens as she realizes she cannot win, bitterly wondering if this is the crushing gap in talent between them. Clenching her fists, she knows one thing for sure: she will lose miserably if she does not go all out right now. She anxiously thinks of her comrades, terrified that the unthinkable is about to happen. Every single member of Lunatic could end up defeated by this boy. She calls out his name, Nox von Reinhafer. He listens seriously as she declares that she absolutely cannot accept him as a member of Lunatic. Raising her bow once more, she admits that while he is incredibly gifted, she simply cannot understand the intentions behind his actions. Her eyes turn sharp as she vows to follow the rules of Lunatic and take him down as a dangerous threat. But this time her power surges violently, throwing up massive waves that show her absolute resolve to defeat him. As her glowing arrow charges up, he instantly recognizes the Merman clan's secret technique, Water Bullet, knowing a direct hit in his current state would mean sudden death. He feels a wave of anxiety, unsure if he can even dodge this attack, but there is no turning back now. And with that, she unleashes her deadly Water Bullet technique, firing an arrow that is far more aggressive and devastating than any before it. Suddenly, a flying knife strikes, knocking the arrow completely off course. She stares in absolute shock. A cold voice echoes through the room. Marin, what do you think you are doing? It is Luna, who points out she only assigned a mission alongside the rookie. Her eyes flare with fury as she demands to know why executing him was part of it. Nox turns around to look at her. Marin gasps in shock, calling her captain. He simply nods, offering a calm greeting to Captain Luna. Standing on the balcony, she looks down and says the same goes for him. She warns that if the two of them do not explain this situation clearly, looking sternly at them, she promises to punish both of them right then and there. Luna blocked Marin's arrow with her knife, throwing it completely off course, and now demands answers once more. She angrily demands to know what Marin's actual job is supposed to be right now. With that, she leaps into the air. She lands on the ground and reminds Marin that her actual assignment was just to draw the attention of professors and students alongside the rookie. Her sharp eyes lock onto the archer as she points out this was never part of the plan, sending a jolt of terror through her. Marin bows her head, apologizing and claiming she only wanted to test the rookie's loyalty to their organization. Luna snaps back that evaluating loyalty is her job as the leader, not Marin's. Picking up her thrown knife, Luna coldly tells her there is one more thing to address. Holding up the blade, she points out the cracks left by the impact and coldly notes that Marin used her skills to chip the rookie's weapon. She continues, asking if she was truly trying to eliminate this brave rookie using her master archery skills. Luna asks if she is right, a sharp question that hits the bullseye and leaves Marin completely speechless. Glancing at Nox, she admits she understands since the rookie has not done anything to prove himself yet. Suddenly, a heavy bloodlust fills the room. You can feel the temperature drop as her eyes darken, warning Marin she went way too far. Marin timidly whispers that it is only if they betray the organization. Luna coldly warns her to never make this mistake again, letting her know this is her final warning. Turning to Nox, she tells the brave rookie to watch himself too, to which he calmly replies, he will keep that in mind. Marin stands there deeply ashamed and full of regret for acting entirely on her own. Suddenly, Luna calls out to the rookie. She asks if he can step outside with her for just a moment. Nox is caught off guard by the request, but simply nods and agrees. Overhead, a massive full moon shines brightly in the night sky. Standing together in the quiet yard, Luna explains that she only reprimanded the two of them because maintaining strict discipline is absolutely necessary. Nox replies that as a member of their group he has gained plenty, so a little scolding won't hurt his pride. She pouts, staring right back at him. Seeing her face, he quickly explains that it is fine since Marin clearly does not trust him yet anyway. Luna notes that Marin rarely acts out like this, and though it is hard to explain, there is a reason behind it. She suddenly laughs, telling him there is one more thing. She continues with a grin, pointing out he owes her a life. Thinking back to when Marin fired that devastating water arrow, Luna points out that if the shot had actually connected, he would have been a goner. Nox smiles and admits that to put it simply, that shot was indeed incredibly fierce. She asks if he is surprised, but Nox calmly replies that in this line of work, near-death experiences are just another Tuesday. Smiling, she calls him boring, teasing that this is probably why Marin dislikes him so much. Suddenly, her playful eyes turn dead serious. She mentions it was only one arrow, leaving him completely baffled as he asks what she means. Luna explains that the sole reason Marin joined Lunatic comes down to a single arrow. She adds that while Marin isn't overall a powerhouse, a single arrow resting on her bow can hold a level of destructive force that is simply impossible to measure. With a grim look, she admits that she cannot block that head-on. He realizes that this explains exactly why his own sword ended up cracked. Suddenly, a nagging feeling hits him as he realizes something is incredibly strange here. If Marin possessed such overwhelming power, why did she never appear in the main storyline? As a member of the Sea Clan, Marin is the final descendant of a lineage of legendary water and archery masters. Luna explains that this lineage is the sole reason she can unleash such devastating power. As he tries to speak, she abruptly cuts him off. He narrows his eyes and stares at her. The Sea Clan, as he recalls, was an anomalous extinct race mentioned in the game's lore but never actually making any real physical appearance. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he declares that next time he faces her, he will not give her a single second to draw her bow. His bold claim makes her chuckle, amused by him. She taps his forehead, warning him not to even think about taking her on. Furthermore, she warns him about how truly terrifying Marin gets when going berserk, reminding him that he already came dangerously close to losing his life. He sighs softly, wearing a helpless smile. Looking around, he notes that this place is wider than expected. An arrow carrying total devastation, he realizes he now has a highly valuable trump card to play when things get desperate. With that, he leaves. But he notices she is still standing there. She calls out, acknowledging the rookie is strong. Staring directly at him, she suggests he could actually defeat Marin before she ever enters her berserk state. With her hair fluttering beautifully in the wind as she looks away, she adds that he is exceptionally cold and rational, possessing the exact mindset needed to eliminate his enemies without a single shred of hesitation. He simply smiles, offering a modest reply. Suddenly, her gaze sharpens with intense gravity as she presents a request. Facing him directly, she demands that if Marin shows signs of going completely wild during this upcoming mission, she delivers a chilling command: he must put her down. Luna emphasizes that he is the only one capable of doing it, leaving him standing there in absolute shock. The scene shifts to the Academy lecture hall, where the professor is busy writing. He lectures that only those who open their upper, middle, and lower dantians can become fully realized knights or mages. Continuing his lecture, he says that while natural talent matters, ultimately only the most diligent students can unlock this level of power. Sitting at the same desk, Penelope and Echidna listen to the lecture. Suddenly, a cold shiver runs down his spine as Talia von Steeliner glares at him with pure hostility. Gritting his teeth, he wonders what on earth he did wrong, wishing someone had at least explained the situation to his fiancée Talia. Penelope teases him, whispering that the girl's gaze is incredibly intense. He shoots back, annoyed that she can joke about it, recalling that he never even wanted to sit next to her in the first place. Recalling her previous words, he remembers her smugly pointing out that they are already engaged. She had flashed a playful smile, arguing that sitting apart would only make everyone suspicious. He grumbles, wishing the nation's princess would learn to separate her public work from her private life. Laughing with playful innocence, she argues that this arrangement actually brings a major benefit because he is now engaged to her. First Prince Louis cannot easily move to eliminate him. Returning to reality, he grumpily wishes she would keep quiet if she cannot make any sense. Suddenly, Penelope catches sight of someone sitting right behind them. It is Talia von Steeliner, who has been glaring the entire time, though she quickly averts her gaze the moment Penelope looks back. Then another figure begins walking straight toward his desk. He immediately shifts his attention to her. He asks, in surprise, "Wait, you?" She introduces herself as Jana von Sider. He realizes Yana von Cider is the next Cider family head, a literal beauty booster. He remembers her incredibly seductive form, a beauty booster famous for using charm magic to drain a man's life force entirely to increase her own strength and empower others. I get it, he says, making her blush in absolute surprise. Leon sighs and says night classes are pretty exhausting. Going from morning lectures straight into evening ones is honestly a bit too much. Standing behind him, Isina points out there are still at least 3 classes left and asks if he is sure he will be fine. No, he replies, I do not think I will be attending any more classes today. He asks in surprise, what do you mean? Suddenly, the ceiling trembles, making the lights sway violently. The entire classroom shakes, throwing the students into a panic over what is happening. Light fixtures crash down from the ceiling, shattering completely. Eleanor de Rivellin panics and asks what on earth just happened. But he calmly stands up, realizing the main storyline has finally been triggered. The confrontation with the great demon Payman has begun. A dark wave of demonic energy spreads rapidly. Rick stands before Payman. He flashes a dark, sinister smirk. He whispers to himself, let the war begin. Nox thinks back to his meeting with Marin sitting right across from her. He had asked if the lunatics assigned them a distraction mission so they could easily destroy the magic stone. She had smiled, saying he is quite clever. She schemed, explaining that once she activates the barrier separating the area from the outside, the students will naturally head in to attack the labyrinth. She added that they only need to buy as much time as possible. Back in the present at the academy, wires attached to the ceiling lights snap, sparking with leaking electricity. The light fixtures crash down, shattering into a million pieces. Panic completely consumes everyone trapped inside the classroom. Talia covers her face and cries while Ailino is not doing any better. Leon glances at Penelope von Arkheim. Nox thinks to himself that Marin seems to be doing her job perfectly. His gaze sharpens as he realizes the goal is simple: buy as much time as possible. He warns Penelope von Arkheim, Eleanor de Rivellin, and the others that staying here is far too dangerous. Leon says they have already activated 2 spells. He explains the first spell is a spatial barrier separating them entirely from the outside world, trapping everyone right here. Raising his hand, he explains the second is an alteration spell that randomly shifts the layout of this building, meaning they must find a way to escape. Appreciating how quick-witted Leon is, he cuts him off and says they need to break the alteration spell first. Penelope agrees, noting that in their current situation they have 0 chance of breaking that spatial barrier. Yana chimes in to say she agrees. She adds that this alteration spell is actually quite similar to the refinement magic typically used on ordinary buildings, leaving him utterly shocked by her knowledge. Annoyed, he wonders why Yana keeps talking since she was not supposed to do anything in this episode. He lowers his head, wondering if the original plot has changed. He tells everyone to listen carefully. They must dispel the alteration spell first, just as Leon von Marbas suggested, leaving Talia completely shocked by this plan. He answers yes, explaining that all magic serves a purpose, while secretly thinking there is no way she would know that. After all, she absolutely hates using her brain. He continues that once they achieve their goal or forcefully dispel the alteration magic, they will finally be able to escape. While she struggles to understand, Leon steps in to simplify it, explaining that if they can just withstand the magic pressure, the spell will likely vanish. Looking around the trembling classroom, he announces that they must first carefully assess the current state of this building. Nox tells the others to split into 2 groups to search the area. He instructs everyone to meet back at this exact spot in 1 hour. Meanwhile, Marin is wearing her invisibility cloak as she rushes quickly up the stairs. As she runs, she realizes Nox von Reinhafer might actually be strong enough to defeat her. Peering down from across the stairs, she spots him walking alongside Eleanor de Rivellin and Talia. Marin silently realizes that wide-scale magic simply won't work on this guy, and to make things worse, he has already earned everyone's trust. With that, she leaps gracefully into the air. Using a stone statue to brace herself, she flips and lands safely. Standing atop a female statue, she mutters that it is finally time to deal with this labyrinth first. A sly smirk creeps onto her face as she recalls them calling this place the Illusion Labyrinth. Covering her mouth with a cloth, she holds a white flask and pours a crimson liquid onto the floor. Marin intends to unleash a powerful illusion spell to drive those adventurers completely insane, trapping them in sweet dreams using the blood of an imp. Using the crimson blood, she draws a magical circle on the ground. She smugly believes that no matter how strong those Eldane students are, they won't be able to resist this curse. The spell activates quickly, spreading a red mist toward them. She figures that since she used so much imp blood, it will stall them for at least 1 hour. Surely she thinks that Rookie should be able to handle this. But suddenly, she gasps in surprise. Nox and the others have collapsed, but his body is shaking violently as if he is trapped in a terrible nightmare. Tears of pure agony stream down his face. Marin is completely shocked, thinking this makes no sense because she tuned the spell so that the Rookie could survive. She grips her bow, gritting her teeth as she realizes something is wrong, but decides she must press on anyway. High above, the full moon shines brightly in the dark night sky. Outside, 2 figures are gliding through the night air, Luna and her giant companion Duff. She calls out to Duff. She tells him it is time to start and he agrees to begin. A brilliant pink light swirls down, piercing straight into the academy. The two of them land safely. He asks if she is all right, noting that Noah von Trinity is a highly dangerous opponent. She replies that she is well aware of it. The two of them quickly dash toward a deep chamber inside. Duff stutters that they finally arrived. The heavy doors swing open and he declares that they have arrived. A glowing blue magic circle marks the resting place of the fallen warriors. Luna steps directly into the magic circle. Instantly, the magic seal shatters to pieces. A giant magic stone rests at the very center, heavily shielded by layers of protective barriers. A voice echoes, stating she knew Luna would show up. It is indeed Noah who mockingly remarks that someone like Luna is always so fascinating. She stands before them addressing the leader of Lunatic and one of the three Sword Emperors. Staring directly at her, she calls her the last true successor of the Moonlight Sword Luna. Luna demands that Noah von Trinity step aside immediately. Drawing her blade, she warns that this giant magic stone is an artifact destined to bring complete ruin to the entire world. Noah merely smiles, answering that Luna already knows what her decision will be. Luna raises her sword and a brilliant red aura instantly envelops the blade. She delivers a swift horizontal slash. The massive strike tears the ground apart, but Noah's nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Luna's eyes widen in shock. Noah whispers, asking if she knows something. Sharp ice arrows shoot straight toward the two of them. She swings her sword, shattering the incoming ice arrows. She appears right behind, whispering that she loves facing strong opponents like Luna. With a sly grin, she adds that Paimon is the strongest demon she has ever fought. Her gaze turns icy as she asks if she really plans to resurrect him just to prove she is stronger. She simply smirks and asks what if that is exactly her plan. Luna's eyes darken with a deadly glare as she promises to end her right here. The woman bursts out laughing, mocking the idea that Luna could actually stop her for that. Luna narrows her eyes, declaring she is doing this for herself. Before the laughter even fades, she charges directly at her opponent. A brutal high-speed clash erupts between them. Deep inside the protective barrier, the magic stone begins oozing a thick, murderous aura. Rick's shadowy reflection appears on the stone wearing a dark, ominous grin. He places his hand against the surface and the magic stone begins to slide. Paimon is slowly clawing his way out. Inside Nox's dream, a peaceful blue ocean stretches out under a late afternoon sky with golden sunlight glittering on the surface of the water, and his distant gaze quietly drifts across the calm, endless sea. He wonders where he could possibly be. Suddenly, a strange sight catches his eye, making him freeze. He spots an angelic girl with pure white wings hovering quietly just above the surface of the sea. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief. He reaches his hand out, begging her not to leave. He runs forward to chase after her, shouting for her to stop. Stepping deep into the cold water, he thinks that he must bring her back. The waves swell and she vanishes, leaving him with a heavy chest, blaming himself for letting her slip away. Regret and frustration are written all over his face. He stands there completely dazed, soaking in the silent ocean. Suddenly, silent tears begin to stream down his face. He raises his hand to his cheek, completely stunned. Far away, the brilliant sun sinks below the horizon, painting the entire sky in fiery light. He stares at the sight, unable to even blink. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts through, telling Nox to wake up right now. He snaps awake with tears still wetting his face, realizing it is Talia von Styliner shaking him awake. Wiping his face, he quietly wonders out loud if he was actually crying. Tearing up herself, she confirms it, admitting she has no idea what he went through before this. He wonders what that vision was, questioning if he had just been dreaming. The vivid image of the angelic girl flashes in his mind, and although his memories are incredibly foggy right now, he remains certain that she was desperately trying to tell him something back then. He suddenly turns his head to look, only to find both Ailino and Talia staring back at him. Shaking off the embarrassment, he tells them to forget it and keep moving, knowing this is absolutely not the time to get distracted. With monsters launching their attack, he reminds himself to focus entirely on clearing the second labyrinth. Every single one of them is completely ready now to tear through the horde. Talia grips her blade as fiery red light ignites, slashing clean through a monster. Meanwhile, Leon unleashes dark magic as a cold blue light wraps around his body. Dozens of dry skeletons are summoned from below. They quickly charge forward to swarm the giant monster, but they are far too tiny. With a massive slam of its fist, the beast shatters one of the skeletons to pieces. Another skeleton raises its weapon and stabs right back. The heavy blow actually sends the giant beast crashing down. Instantly, a horde of dry bones surrounds the monster, swarming it with non-stop attacks. Standing right behind Leon, Yana unleashes her magical spells. Glowing purple arrows rain down, piercing the monster's head. He smiles to himself, this basement is not dangerous at all. He glances at Asina as she casts magic, thinking it is obvious with a true master by their side. Suddenly, he stomps hard right on her foot, making her shriek out in agonizing pain. She grits her teeth in fury, but he just plays innocent, saying he is so sorry and did not mean to. Secretly, he knows he needs to buy more time. Once the beasts are finally cleared out, the group gathers back together to regroup. Leon wipes his mouth, looking pretty exhausted after the fight. He sighs, noting that somehow they have made it through the second labyrinth. Penelope asks Yana why she looks so worn out, and she quickly apologizes, blaming her own lack of experience. She timidly turns to Nox, asking if he is doing all right. Annoyed, he snaps back that he is fine and warns her not to compare him to those weaklings. Standing nearby, Eleno teases him, asking how he can act so tough when he was literally crying less than 3 hours ago. Penelope suddenly interjects, warning that she will get into deep trouble for speaking like that to her future husband. Flipping her attitude instantly, she gasps and quickly apologizes to the princess for her rude behavior, leaving him standing there completely speechless in the background. Isina wonders aloud what the third labyrinth will actually look like, admitting she is deeply worried because even the second one was already incredibly difficult to handle. He simply smiles, but deep down he is thrilled that his time to shine has finally arrived. He silently reflects on the boss of this labyrinth's third floor. Grinning slyly, he knows that boss. With sharp eyes and a cunning smile, he knows it is actually him. The scene shifts to the magic stone as Rick remarks that he has finally awakened. He says excitedly, "Lord Paimon." Suddenly, Lou's projection appears and asks if Rick can hear him, to which Rick quickly confirms. Holding a bottle of mysterious red liquid, he reassures him that everything is going perfectly and there is no need to worry. Hearing this, he smiles, declaring that this is his absolute only chance to finally become a hero. After acknowledging the words, the magical projection suddenly vanishes out of sight. But the moment he disappears, Rick sneers and calls him a complete fool. Staring at the bottle, he wonders how anyone could think that simply defeating the awakened Lord Paimon would grant them ultimate power. He pours the liquid onto the ground, thinking that even if Lord Paimon is weak upon awakening, a single person could never defeat him. Emptying the entire bottle, he smiles, as this will make things so much easier for his own plans. The glass bottle shatters instantly into tiny pieces. Soon, Byron's silhouette begins to manifest inside the glowing magic stone. The magic stone explodes completely. A dark red hand with sharp-pointed claws reaches out from the debris. Lord Byron finally emerges with 4 massive horns on his head. Rick immediately drops to his knees, offering his absolute devotion as the incredibly loyal Menosis Jennifer. Glancing down at the boy, he clicks his tongue. He scoffs, finding it hard to believe a mere brat woke him up. With a deep sigh, he wonders if some sort of miracle is what truly allowed him to rise once again. He calls out to Oslis, who quickly answers, "Yes, Lord Paimon." He muttered that he could actually feel it. Outside, Luna clashes fiercely with Noah. He notices a familiar scent, the smell of a human behind that wall, as the two fight on equal terms. Watching Noah smile, he asks if one of the 3 humans who sealed him away in the past is hiding behind that very wall. He angrily demands, "Answer me." "Yes," he calmly replies. His anger flares up as a dark, menacing aura completely envelops his body. In the dim light of the dungeon, he begins customizing his clone's appearance while thinking over the final test of the 3 trials. As the system prompts him to adjust the clone's look, he carefully plans how to handle the final trial of the boss dungeon. In reality, this boss was never much of a threat to him from the start. Why is that? Because he already has the power to defeat it. Besides, the rewards for defeating this boss are just too tempting. With a single razor-sharp slash of his blade, the boss collapses and clear notifications immediately begin flashing before his eyes. His status window pops up. Name: Nox von Reinhafer. Gender: male. Age: 15. Race: human. Main element: dark. Achievements: none. The clear rewards for defeating this boss are 3 random stat points along with several new attributes. Positive attributes include swordsmanship, genius, combat genius, mana sensitivity, master clairvoyance, shadow, mark, iron will, and acting genius. His neutral trait is dark incarnation, while negative ones are limited, lifespan, minor illness, and freezing limbs. The status values float in the air. Strength 5+2, mana 2+3, luck 10, intelligence 11, charm 26. His hidden stat speed is still unawakened. His active skills are listed as well: Moment of Genius, Overlord, Aura, Intermediate Swordsmanship, Physical Fire, Magic, and Dragon Language Transformation. Under his limited lifespan attribute, his remaining time alive is just 147 days. He scans the status window, noting with satisfaction that both his mana and health are steadily rising. Boosting his stats is definitely good news. However, his current role as a member of Lunatic is to stall for time, keeping the group from escaping the dungeon. So the solution he comes up with is to use the Moon's Shadow creation to change his appearance and leave his clone standing right where the boss monster used to be. Since this is a projection of his own power, it is naturally far stronger than the actual boss. In the quiet room, Talia steps forward and asks Nox where he went. He simply replies with cold indifference, "Mind your own business." A faint smile plays on his lips. He just needs to delay them until the time runs out. Suddenly, the clone appears, completely blocking the group's path. "Stop. You will not pass this way." Talia stammers who he is. Nox steps up, urging her to wait. Nox grows anxious inside. The clone has its own independent mind, but it still behaves based on his own consciousness. If the conversation drags on, they will definitely suspect something. Suddenly, Lion steps up and shouts for them to stop. Someone carrying such a sinister dark presence cannot possibly be human. Echidna von Zenos chimes in, saying she also found that face highly suspicious, confirming her doubts. Nox's face darkens as he glares at them. Stepping forward, Talia stares intensely at the mysterious figure and demands to know who he is. The clone calmly responds, "I am Saiyan, a wandering mage. It seems some magic was activated near Leiden, and I got trapped here because of it." Blushing, Talia mutters that it is strange, but he really reminds her of someone. Nox panics on the inside. Damn it, they're just wasting time chatting. He draws his sword, stating that it is just a monster anyway. He yells not to listen and to kill him, attacking in a panic, fearing that further talk will expose his identity. A barrage of spatial sword strikes is unleashed one after another, but the clone effortlessly dodges every blow, forcing both of them to fall back and focus on defense. Nox tells Talia that their opponent seems pretty strong. Talia von Styliner channels energy into her palm, claiming she has no clue, even if he asks. A terrifying blast of pure power is unleashed, forcing the clone to back away immediately. Talia von Styliner adds that his sword swings seem a bit slower now, leaving Nox completely speechless. The skeletal minions swarm right toward the clone. Talia leaps in. Her sword glows bright red, leaving a blazing trail in the air. The clone barely dodges, then charges energy, ready to counterattack. From the pile of bones, as they shatter, Talia lunges forward to strike from his blind spot, but the clone falls back fast, dodging her swing. Talia throws a sharp kick, landing on the gut, hurting Nox. "Nox, what? Is something wrong?" Talia asks, while Elino looks equally worried. Nox grits his teeth, saying it is nothing, but he just realized he forgot two major things. First, the clone takes away 50% of his stats, meaning his own stats are currently reduced to only half of their usual value. Second, even though the clone is the one getting hit, he still feels the pain, and Talia just slashed his sleeve. It seems this situation is way more complicated than he thought. Can he actually hold out until the timer runs out? Meanwhile, as Noah and Luna trade blows, a sudden massive explosion rings out. Bimin emerges from the plume of smoke, instantly infuriating Luna. "Noah, so you finally showed up, and you went and ruined absolutely everything. Do you seriously not care about saving humanity at all?" Luna points her sword skyward, gathering immense power into the blade. Noah looks amused. "So you were actually holding back against me earlier, huh, kid?" "I tried, destroying that low-life creature countless times. But there is only one true way to shatter an Archduke demon magic stone. You have to destroy it the exact moment it resurrects. But I never expected it to revive this quickly, Luna, because I have seen that child's true power." He decides it is finally time to play his ultimate trump card. Luna unleashes a lethal sword strike that tears the earth wide open. Noah uses his powers to hold Paimon in place. Luna pours her entire soul into one final attack. Paimon stands still, taking the hit as a huge explosion rocks the field. They both watch in disbelief as Paimon remains completely unharmed. He mocks them, asking if this is really all they have, just a powerless witch and a totally ordinary girl. If that is the case, they are going to die right here. Paimon roars, gathering dark energy before unleashing a devastating blast that obliterates everything in sight. The clone staggers backward as a deep gash opens across his stomach. Before he can even recover, Talia's blade flashes through the air, slashing a deep line right down his arm. A relentless wave of summoned skeletons charges forward without any mercy. After casting his spell, Leon swings his hand forward to direct them. He warns that they cannot let someone this powerful escape, urging everyone to finish him off now. Leon grins with pure excitement, while Nox holds his injured arm in annoyance, wondering why this guy is so damn hyped. Either way, he figures this has bought them more than enough time. But just as he prepares to move, the ground suddenly splits open, shocking him. What is this? Cracks rapidly spread across the entire stone floor. Before anyone can react, a massive sinkhole opens up, swallowing Elino whole. Talia reaches out her hand in pure panic. "Elino." In that split second of danger, the clone leaps forward, jumping across the crumbling debris to rescue her. Elino squeezes her eyes shut, waiting for the inevitable end, but when she finally opens them, she finds herself cradled in the clone's arms as he asks if she is okay. Elino blushes, looking up at him quite shyly. She asks why he saved her. The clone gently carries Elino away from the collapsing ground, setting her down safely before asking if she is hurt anywhere. Watching this romantic moment, Nox suddenly feels a wave of dread rising within him. This is crazy. Is the one who saved her the original Yoo Chan personality from before he took over? Wait, hold on, something here feels completely off. This sinister energy must belong to the demon lord Paimon. Realizing something is wrong, he quickly dashes toward the source of that strange power. leaving Talia calling out to him in panic. She shouts, asking where Nox is going. Right now, Noah is desperately trying to salvage this absolutely disastrous situation. Where did things go wrong? If they cannot stop Payman, they are completely done for. The battlefield lies completely ruined in smoke and fire. Luna slowly pushes herself up and out of the ashes. She checks her surroundings. She suddenly notices someone nearby. Seeing them in danger, she quickly rushes over. The person gasps weakly, telling her to focus on the Duke first. Luna grits her teeth, turning back. Noah, she warns, she will expect an explanation later. Noah slowly stands up after the impact, brushing back his hair. He remarks that she is talking way too casually and now is definitely not the time for distractions. As Payman's dark figure emerges, Noah immediately assumes a combat stance, ready to activate his skills. Luna looks at Noah, knowing that despite his tough talk, his mana is running dangerously low. A massive spell like that can probably only be cast 2 times maximum. She has also used her Moonlight Sword twice already, leaving her unsure of how much longer they can hold their ground. Payman's voice echoes through the area, mockingly calling them weak. Luna gasps in horror as Payman continues. He finds playing with them highly amusing. But now he has thought of something far more entertaining. With so many people around, he asks if they are all Noah's students. Both of their faces turn pale at those words. Noah struggles to stay calm, spitting back that Payman has grown even ruder and filthier since they last crossed paths. Preferring action over words, Payman instantly makes his move, telling them to watch closely. He wants them to see exactly how fragile their pathetic humanity truly is, and why they can never beat us. Surging energy fills the air, terrifying Luna. She quickly leaps into the air, aiming a strike with her blade. But Payman is far quicker, grabbing her tight, forcing Luna into a desperate defensive block. The moment Payman drops his guard, Noah swiftly flies behind him to activate his skill, intercepting that completely devastating blast of raw energy. Payman strikes with his free hand, mocking that his effort is useless. Those razor-sharp claws slice deep, leaving Noah wounded. The pain triggers a buried trauma. It is just like back then he failed them. Screams for help echo from the past, dragging him back into a sea of fire. Amidst that horrifying scene of destruction, a young Noah cowered, desperately crying for his parents. He clutches his chest in agony. Noah cries out in despair. He does not want to see or read anymore. Not even the godlike power he has so desperately pursued. They could not even scratch the demon. Noah is slammed hard against the stone wall, gasping for breath and completely unable to fight back. Luna is left alone to shield the helpless Dean while facing Payman. Things look so hopeless that Noah can only feebly mutter that it is already too late. Suddenly, a purple sword flash cuts through. It crashes down with heavy impact. Payman's powerful strike is suddenly deflected away. The blast detonates nearby, forcing Luna to shield her face. What was that strike? Clutching her wounds, Noah weakly asks what is going on. Nox steps in to save them both, demanding if the headmaster is really giving up already. If someone who already lost her family now loses her student as well, she will have nothing left. Noah weakly asks how he could possibly know that. Instead of answering her, he invokes the ancient laws of the Supreme Black Sword, swearing right then and there. Here and now he will slay Payman. Dark purple sparks erupt from his sword, proving that a colossal dormant power is finally awakening inside his blade. Yet, as he charges ahead in a hurry, he quickly scoops up his fallen mask from the ground. Staring at it anxiously, he is relieved to have secured it back safely. But keeping his identity hidden is not the priority now. Damn it, Marin curses, following close behind with a panicked look upon hearing those words. She never expected Payman to actually awaken like this. What should she do now? Payman is on par with Commander Luna, meaning they practically stand zero chance against him. So the only thing she can do is... Marin turns to look him dead in the eye, promising that as his senior, she will somehow make sure Nox von Reinhafer survives this. Nox cuts her off with a resolute voice, telling her not to talk nonsense because a Reinhafer never runs from their duty. She protests that this is not an opponent they can handle by themselves. He whips around, glaring at Marin, and asks if she is okay with letting Commander Luna die. And honestly, that hits her right where it hurts, freezing her completely. As they keep moving, he silently analyzes her traits. Her absolute admiration and unwavering faith are clearly the strong emotions she harbors toward Commander Luna, the very person who saved her life and climbed her way up to Commander. Because of that, he plans to fully exploit those exact traits. Stopping, he turns to look her in the eye, mentioning he heard Luna once rescued her from a laboratory. Do you really want to just stand by and let someone like her walk straight into her death? At the same time, he reminds himself that he is a villain, a cunning mastermind inside the world of Inner Lunatic, after all. Marin grits her teeth, her entire body trembling with frustration. She demands to know what they should do. They are dealing with Payman, a legendary demon that even high sages and sword masters struggle to defeat. He gives a simple command: use your bow. Immediately, a violent wave of energy crashes down on them, casting a colossal pressure that forces both to brace themselves. Marin stares ahead nervously, while Nox mutters quietly under his breath. It seems Paimon has appeared and without joining forces they will not stand a chance at stopping him. Realizing something, Marin asks if he heard about her high-level archery skills from Luna. He replies that there are more pressing matters, observing her hesitant expression and realizing she is still wavering. Marin explodes in absolute rage, asking if he even understands the destructive power of her water shot. If she triggers that secret technique, she will lose control completely. She stammers that he might actually die. He silently observes her for a moment. This is Marin, the sole heir to the mermaid clan's ancient power. Then he fires back with absolute confidence, telling her she thinks way too highly of herself. He will not die by her hands. Get ready. But in this desperate situation, he is forced to make a massive gamble, and honestly, who could ever block Marin's insane attack? But it has to be done, especially if they want to stop the tragic end of this damn game. Seeing Marin grit her teeth through the pain, he decides to unleash his final finishing blow. What is wrong? He taunts her, asking if she has already grown deeply attached to him in such a short time. Triggered by his words, Marin channels every ounce of her magic directly into her bow. Do not regret this, rookie. He replies without a single shred of hesitation, asking if she truly thinks he will regret it. His unyielding attitude only fuels Marin's fiery determination. She sneers that he better not take his words back, finally understanding why Luna always called him such a completely insolent rookie. He turns around, ready to face her devastating attack head-on, even though he honestly admits he does not like her very much anyway. In this absolute life-or-death moment, he tightly grips his pitch-black blade. His entire body ignites with power as Stormbringer drains his mana to the absolute limit. His mana levels plummet instantly, temporarily blinding his ability to sense magic around him. 1, 2, 3, and... He dashes forward like a fired arrow. At the exact point of impact, his strike successfully blocks the lethal blow that was aimed right at Luna. But that terrifying destructive force has already been redirected somewhere else. Even though he moves with blinding speed, his physical stamina has drained significantly, leaving him completely out of breath. But before he can even catch his breath, Marin is already locking onto him for another shot. He grits his teeth and waits, then quickly dodges the attack, that incredibly lethal arrow. He does not forget to praise her skills, calling her archery truly impressive, firing such a deadly arrow at her own junior like that. Before he can even finish his sentence, another arrow flies in, forcing him to dodge again. He turns toward the path of the flying arrow, his heart instantly filled with worry. Yana von Satyr, stop hiding and just show yourself already. Or are all the descendants of the 3 legendary dark houses just perverts now? Hearing his mocking challenge, Yana finally appears, teasing that he actually managed to spot her. He quickly speaks up, telling her he has a proposal. If he remembers correctly, Yana is on par with Paracelsus and Garen von Reinhafer, meaning. He turns to Iana, asking if she can use her illusion magic to hold Marin back since she has completely lost control of herself. Iana thinks for a moment, replying that she can do it since she does not want to die either. But still, she demands to know if he will help replenish her dark magic afterward. Just thinking about this makes him feel pretty uneasy. Honestly, he has zero interest in how they replenish their magical energy. But backed into a corner, he has no choice but to agree. Alright, let us do this, he will handle her. Narrowly dodging a sudden arrow, Iana shrieks out in shock. She has no choice but to reluctantly agree. Across the ruined battlefield, he spots Noah, and rushes right over. He remembers her tragic backstory where the deaths of her family and friends were written in stone. She's a character who acts completely crazy but has suffered the absolute deepest pain. He pushes forward with fierce determination. At the very least, he must protect her before she loses all hope and throws everything away. He pleads with Noah, are you really going to give up here again? If you lose another disciple, you will have nothing left. I will end Paimon right here and right now. So please lend me your strength as well. Paimon slowly locks a cold gaze onto him. So it is you, the one who threw off my attack trajectory. You smell awfully familiar, a dark power hiding in the shadows, and that sword I see. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of power erupts from Paimon. The opponent has triggered a terrifying fear effect on them. Noah and Luna stand completely frozen before that crushing force, as Paimon suddenly demands to know, are you the son of Theo? With sharp combat instincts, he quickly senses the unusual tension building in the air. He quickly activates his Iron Will, a tribute to completely nullify the creeping fear. He swings his sword, instantly wiping away the suffocating murderous intent, but Paimon only smirks at his fighting spirit, speaking with utter contempt. What are you going to do? A confident smirk plays on his lips. Grand Duke Paimon, I heard you were just a weak demon sealed away by my father. He said that you do not even deserve the title of Grand Duke. These words drive Paimon insane as he throws his head back and roars, arrogant little brat. Watching this reaction, he realizes it is exactly as the game described, way too emotional. He has to exploit this fatal weakness. The opponent's system info pops up, name Paimon, male, age, unknown, demon race, primary element fire, Grand Duke of the 72 Demon Legions. Detailed system information flashes clearly in his mind about the enemy's traits and status, highlighting advantages like genius mana sensitivity, along with highly dangerous negative attributes like madness, slaughter, malice, and absolute power. Alongside stats like stamina, 26 mana, 29 luck 6, and willpower 27. He quickly reviews his own skill set, checking his passive and active flame-based abilities. Looking at the situation, he cannot help but feel thrilled. This guy is stronger than anyone he has ever faced, and that blocked wrath attack was a near-fatal blow. And his continuous damage skills are incredibly dangerous due to their probability. The judgment attack is a flaming sword skill. Every single move is absolutely devastating. Suddenly, Luna calls out from behind, "What are you doing? Do you even know where that monster came from?" Seeing Luna, it hits him with her help. Defeating Paimon actually would not be a problem. But without certain key items on hand, he must defeat the demon with only what they currently have. Amidst the tension, a voice suddenly rings out, "I have a way to bring down Paimon, please coordinate with me." This catches everyone completely off guard as Luna gasps out, "Marin, is she really still alive?" The answer comes back fast, of course, a promise is a promise. Before they can even finish, Paimon snaps in a fury, hurling his blade straight at them both. He screams in outrage, how dare they ignore him when he is standing right there. Nox quickly spins to block the blow, the sheer impact sending shockwaves through the entire area. He grits his teeth, wondering if that was his famous judgment skill. Luna leans in and whispers that she has full confidence Marin can break through his limits and master his wild powers. With a quick nod of agreement, he watches Luna charge headfirst into battle against Paimon. Leaping high into the air, she aims a devastating strike straight for his head. Paimon reacts instantly, bringing his greatsword up to block the heavy blow. She warns him not to forget she is still in the fight. As the clash intensifies, Noah turns to him, saying she will trust this plan to a brave rookie rather than letting them both die there. He quickly plans, asking if she can cast wide area magic 2 more times. He needs her to deploy a massive protective shield to cover the entire first zone. Don't let anyone in there. Noah asks him once more, is he really expecting her to protect the students? He answers with absolute certainty that she will indeed do just that. Noah smiles, finding him rather cheeky, though that is exactly what makes him precious. Massive spell circles light up the sky, signaling that a brutal clash is about to begin. Paimon flies into a rage, slamming his weapon down and asking if they are playing tricks. He leaps high into the air for a final strike, mocking them for thinking stall tactics can save them. Paimon's blade crashes down, forcing Nox to channel every ounce of his power just to block it. Still, Nox sneers, asking if a Grand Archduke is really this weak, like a mere child. Paimon sneers, blocking a few hits, does not mean Nox can stand in his father's shoes. A system alert flashes the enemy has successfully inflicted the fear debuff on him. Paimon keeps taunting, screaming that Theodore was easily 100 times stronger than this. Yet, even that legendary man could not kill Paimon, only seal him away. I will tear you to shreds. He pours even more mana into his blade, but holding his ground is becoming a desperate struggle. In desperation, he activates his Iron Will attribute, instantly breaking free from the paralyzing fear. He will just have to try. The system warns him that his legendary sword Stormbringer has fully absorbed his remaining mana. With one final push, he deflects the terrifying onslaught. He succeeds, but at the cost of coughing up blood. Glancing skyward, he notices Noah is finally finishing her massive spell. Relief washes over him, the defensive shield has finally begun to take shape. Noah calls out that the final plan to take down Paimon is nearly ready. Meanwhile, Luna is doing everything she can to keep Paimon occupied. Panic sets in as he silently urges Marin to wake up. He is at his absolute limit. Marin is just a minor character in this game, destined to die and disappear, but he refuses to let her perish. Giving up on her now is simply out of the question. System warnings flash rapidly. His mana is fully depleted and his very life force is beginning to convert. His remaining lifespan is nosediving, yet he charges forward with a single thought: she deserves a real chance to live and claim her own future. Channeling every last drop of his remaining strength, he launches a massive strike against Paimon, screaming at Marin to finally wake up. Somewhere in a distant cold memory, young Marin is surrounded by heartless researchers staring down at her. She remembers her thoughts from the first moment she opened her eyes. The first breath of air she took was far from fresh. Instead, it reeked heavily of sharp chemicals. Beside her stood a row of cold camera lenses, watching her every move like soulless eyes. Just looking at those experimental tools sent shivers down her spine. She watched other children turn into soulless test subjects right before her, their lifeless bodies completely drained of energy. Knowledge was forcefully crammed into her head like needles, stabbing straight through her mind. Even before she could fully grasp the vast information and language forced upon her, Marine realized something. The chemical tank suddenly began to react. Emerging from the tank, she saw the cold white walls of this research lab, realizing this was her birthplace. It was also where she had to desperately prove her own worth no matter what, because doing so was her only hope of surviving in this cruel world. Now researchers surround her with syringes ready to implant a device directly into her brain. Inside the stifling and cramped room under the pale fluorescent light where she lay, a cold voice suddenly echoed, asking if H210 could hear them. That was the designation given to her, and Marine immediately sat up upon hearing the command. Ordered to follow some researchers, Marine had no clue where they were taking her. They led her to stand before a bizarre creature sealed inside a massive tank, which was one of many experiments aimed at replicating the lost power of ancient races. This was how Marine realized that countless war orphans had been brought to this facility to be used as test subjects. A researcher stepped closer with a cold stare, ordering Hearts 210 to try moving that mass. So Marine always forced a bright smile. She had to act like the most useful puppet among all these lifeless dolls, so she smiled and complied with their demands. She needed to prove she was the most compatible subject for the Sea People, blood currently coursing through her veins. Only then could Marine avoid sharing the same grim fate as the other children who had vanished. But then a tiny ray of hope finally breaks through this endless nightmare when someone arrives with a genuinely warm smile. Marine sat alone when a friendly voice suddenly called out a warm greeting. She announced that Jay, a researcher, there would be living with her from now on. Marine began living with her in a cozy little room, though of course she never had a real choice in this world. Like a lamb led to the slaughter, she simply did as she was told, a dull and lifeless gaze slowly taking over her eyes. Yet contrary to her fears, Jay was incredibly gentle, asking if the facility was boring and telling her she had worked hard. Jay walked around asking if she liked anything, her endless questions completely catching Marine off guard. This unexpected kindness felt like a warm ray of light piercing her cold heart. Jay gently brushed Marine's hair with soft hands, murmuring that calling her Hearts 210 sounded far too cold and strange. Seeing her blue hair like aquamarine, she asked if she could call her Marine. Marine had never expected any kindness in this dark life, accustomed to being treated like a caged zoo animal or just another worthless lab specimen. Jay gently tucked vibrant flowers into the young girl's messy hair, making Marine gasp in surprise as she stared at her reflection. But Jay was different from the rest, treating Marine like a real human being with genuine love and deep care. During their playful days in the colorful flower garden, Jay would water the plants and playfully splash Marine, bringing a bright, innocent smile to the girl's face. She did not view Marine as a mere tool, but as a living person with a heart that could love. One night under a starry sky, Marine looked up with innocent eyes, wondering why Jay was being so kind to her. She explained that everyone called her a monster because they forced the blood of the Sea People into her, and that she was just a weapon destined to be sent to the battlefield to die. Hearing this, Jay gasped in utter horror. Touched by Marine's honesty, Jay gently patted her head with boundless affection, deciding that since Marine had shared a secret, she would share one too. She confessed that her family was actually being held hostage, which was the only reason she worked there. Marine looked up with worried, sorrowful eyes, asking Jay if she wanted to see her family again. Of course, Jay replied, asking if Marine would want to see her again if they were ever separated. Clutching Jay's sleeve with trembling hands, Marine weakly whispered, asking if Jay was going to leave her too. Leaving the question unanswered in the quiet night, Jay simply rested her head against the young girl, overflowing with love. To her, that warm feeling was what family meant. Clutching her protector's sleeve, she looks up to ask if Jay considers her family too, and if that is why she is so kind. Jay nods, adding there is another reason she wants to protect her. When Marin asks what it is, Jay gently replies that it is simply because she is still so young, an answer that warms Marin's soul as she happily drifts to sleep. Jay reminds her that adults must protect children, so Marin must also protect those smaller than her one day, which she eagerly promises to remember. Resting their heads together, they fall asleep. Living in those quiet, peaceful days, Marin's wounded heart slowly begins to heal under Jay's warm, genuine affection. As the days pass, the latent power of the Sea Clan begins to awaken within her, and she trains tirelessly to master it. While practicing outdoors, she would listen to Jay's stories. After a childhood spent in pitch darkness, she wonders if she could ever possibly be happier than she is right now. No, absolutely not. Lost in those stories, she feels as though she is finally part of a bright, beautiful world. But as is so often the case in a life destined for tragedy, these fleeting moments of joy are destined to be shattered by the cruel, petty whims of a ruthless world. Suddenly, on a dark and gloomy day, hostile strangers surround them as their leader coldly demands to know how much longer they are expected to wait for their prize. He barks that the royal family absolutely requires the unique power of the Sea Clan to bolster their military might. Shielding the girl with her own fragile body, Jay screams at them to stop calling her a monster. Her name is Marin. She is a human being. Behind her, little Marin trembles in absolute terror, clutching Jay's clothes as tears stream down her face. But those men keep pressing her with merciless looks on their faces. They insist she is just a weapon, and weapons are meant to be used in times of war like this. They yell at her to wake up, calling her a tool before grabbing Marin to drag her forward. Jay tries to stop them with all her remaining strength, begging them to stop. One of the soldiers screams at her to shut up, his eyes wild as he slaps her hard across the face. He orders them to execute Jay for violating the royal military law. The slap knocks Jay to the ground, but she ignores the stinging pain and crawls back toward Marin. Tears streaming down her face, Marin struggles to reach Jay, but the cruel soldiers quickly order the guards to drag her away. Jay fights back in sheer desperation, screaming for them to let go, while Marin shrieks in heartbreak for them to stop. Marin suddenly breaks free, her eyes blazing with fury as she screams for them to halt. Instantly, a soldier draws his blade, laughing like a maniac as he mocks her for letting human emotions control a mere weapon. How about this then? Right before Marin's horrified eyes, the soldier delivers a brutal, bloody slash to Jay. He warns Marin to start acting like a proper tool, threatening that next time it will be her right hand. Jay clutches her bleeding arm, gritting her teeth against the agonizing pain. Marin's fury erupts like a raging fire as she demands to know why they are treating her friend this way. They are both human beings, so why do they have to treat each other so horribly? But to them, she has no right to speak like a human. They mockingly remind her that a mere weapon has no place, questioning them, ordering her to shut up and fall in line. Those heartless words push Marin past her absolute limit as she screams out in pure desperation. She calls them the real monsters as a colossal wave of energy explodes from her body. A terrifying, brilliant blue light wraps around her small frame. Tears streaming down her face, Jay desperately begs Marin not to do this. But Marin has completely lost control. Consumed by rage, she draws her bow, her eyes blazing with fury. She unleashes her devastating power forward, firing a fateful arrow of light that rips through the dark night sky with unbelievable force. The entire area is reduced to a barren wasteland with broken debris scattered everywhere as the wind whips up clouds of dust. Marin slowly regains consciousness after unleashing that terrifying power, staring around in utter confusion at her unfamiliar surroundings. Out of the silence, a mysterious figure approaches and calls her H210, making Marin immediately tense up. A woman named Luna slowly steps closer, her voice calm as she references a report. "It seems that is your code name." "I am Luna, captain of the Lunatics." Marin is completely bewildered by this, frantically asking who this stranger is and what happened to the laboratory. Then suddenly, remembering, she frantically asks about Jay, begging for news about the kind brown-haired girl who had always taken care of her back there. Luna replies softly that Jay is already dead. Those words pierce right through Marin like a dagger, leaving her unable to believe her own ears as she stammers out, "Is she really dead?" Luna nods slowly. "Yes," she says, "but there is one major detail that needs to be cleared up. The person who killed her was actually you." Hearing those words, Marin panics, her face turning completely pale as if she is sinking into an endless darkness. She stumbles back, trying to deny it. "No, that is impossible." Standing her ground, Luna calmly explains that their guild, Lunatic, was tasked with raiding the Royal Laboratory, a horrific place known for kidnapping and experimenting on young children. But everything was already over before they even managed to arrive. As the wind howls, Luna thinks back to the moment before the two of them ever crossed paths. Back then, Jay was trembling, desperately begging her, "Please help me. Please take her with you." Luna leaned down gently, asking if she was knocked out by the power of the Sea Tribe. But Jay quickly steps in to protect Marin, insisting it is not her fault because she is just an innocent kid who was kidnapped and experimented on, begging them to take her along and let her live a normal life. She did nothing wrong and has never hurt or killed a single soul. Luna looks at the evidence, confirming that Marin was the one who killed her, along with Jay and the others. In total horror, Marin covers her mouth. She actually killed Sister Jay. Jay died because she was the one who attacked her. And to think she actually believed the power they transferred to her would somehow save her sister. But in the end, she did not save her at all. She had simply become the terrifying weapon that those monsters wanted her to be. Seeing Marin hesitate, Luna speaks up, telling her to join their guild, Lunatic. Marin looks up in shock as Luna continues, offering her a path of revenge against the royal family who caused her so much suffering. Horrific memories flood Marin's mind, bringing back the ancient stories of demons Jay used to read to her, creatures that always slip deep into the fragile hearts of humans, offering sweet deals and empty promises. But she has absolutely nowhere else to go. Even knowing a vengeful heart will drag her into a dark swamp, the deep grief for her sister pushes her down this dangerous path. Making up her mind, Marin declares that she will go with her, asking to join Lunatic. Luna steps closer to her. "From now on, you will call me Captain. Your unique skills are highly valuable to Lunatic. You are incredibly talented, and if you can learn to control your power even a little, I will promote your rank immediately." But deep down, Marin knows that even if she does not fully own this power, she must rush to her side like a moth to a flame to support her. Because Luna saved both her and Sister Jay, the very person she had ended up killing. Amidst the howling wind, Marin snaps awake. A sudden voice calls out, "Oh, hello there." Surprised, Marin wonders who she is that Iana von Sater. Having just cast her water arrow, she was certain she was experiencing a severe power deviation. So why on earth is this girl still alive? Iana quickly explains, saying she understands if Marin is confused, but she used her own special ability to suppress Marin's raging energy, so there is no need to worry about a power deviation. Looking at Iana, Marin recognizes the unique trait of the Sater family. With that incredible mental fortitude, she might actually be able to halt Marin's creeping madness. That must be why Nox trusted her to look after her, but looking around and seeing no sign of him, Marin asks where Nox went. Iena replies that he is fighting, making Marin gasp out what. Insisting she must go, she runs off, leaving Luna shouting after her that it is far too dangerous. Another voice echoed through the air, "You have finally awakened. Luna is still alive. And Instructor Noah too." Hearing this, Marin felt relieved, realizing it was indeed her captain Luna. With that report, the rookie must still be alive. Yes, Nox replied, that is correct. You understand the current situation, right? You are under the spell of Iana von Sater, so aim your arrow directly at me. Marin was completely shocked. What? Nox continued, Bimon moves too fast. No matter how well you aim, he will easily dodge your attacks. So when I lure him into the right position, aim your arrow directly at me. If you do that, Marin interrupted, asking why the rookie would sacrifice his own life like that. Nox replied that he was not sacrificing himself. Still, Marin refused to believe him, who in their right mind would ask someone to attack them from behind. No, just trust me on this, I will not die. He spoke while desperately trying to block Bimon's devastating sword. Marin knelt to prepare. Can I really trust what you are saying? Is that right? Yes, Nox answered as he continued struggling against the crushing force of Bimon's weapon. His words lit up a spark of hope for Marin. Somehow, his reassuring words brought a strange sense of relief to her heart. Just you wait. My arrow is absolutely going to tear your body apart. Bimon stood tall on the battlefield, his cold eyes filled with arrogance and contempt. He mocked that if he had his original strength, they would not even be able to touch his toes. What a pathetic scene. A flaming blade sliced through the air, casting a blinding and terrifying light over the battlefield. Watch closely as Nox quickly sensed the extreme danger drawing near, desperately trying to dodge in time. The sheer force of the impact caused Noah's defensive barrier to crack all over. Luckily, it held together just enough to prevent the blade from breaking through. Nearby, Luna watched with deep concern as Nox breathed heavily in exhaustion. She anxiously stepped forward, calling him an arrogant rookie and saying he must already know the truth. Noah's protective shield is already reaching its limit. Not only the shield, but Noah's mana was almost gone, his stamina rapidly draining as he struggled to maintain it. We can only block that fierce flame once or twice more at most. When on Earth do you actually plan to execute that proud plan of yours? Determination showed on his face as he gripped his sword tightly. Just one chance. We need to shatter that guy's barrier. Protected by 3 layers of high-level magic barriers, Bimon slowly approached the two of them. Nox analyzed his opponent carefully, calculating that because of that barrier, the incoming attacks were weak enough for him to survive. But if we cannot shatter such a solid shield, the plan becomes completely useless. Luna lifted her sword to defend, placing all her trust in him as she softly whispered to make the plan work. Hoping it would succeed, she began channeling her magic to hold back the enemy. Bimon roared in rage, calling her an ignorant girl who knew nothing of the world. He charged at Luna, wielding a terrifying surge of power in his hands. Mocking her lack of self-awareness, his hands surged with overwhelming energy as his fatal blow drew closer. Luna calmly unleashes her skill directly, confronting him with the moonlit sword's third stance. A silver moonlight envelops her blade, channeling a pure destructive power that is ready to rip everything apart. Crescent Moon Slash. From behind, a brilliant crimson flare suddenly draws Bimon's complete attention. He frantically raises his arms to block, but it is already far too late. Luna's sheer power pierces straight through his defense. She immediately prepares to follow up with another strike to weaken her opponent, but she gets violently blown right back. Bimon sneers, not bad, but you still haven't even touched me yet. You've only managed to break my very first barrier after all. He is far too experienced with these simple tricks, easily predicting and blocking the next strike from what he calls lowly bugs. Do you really want to die that badly? He yells out, now is the time. Fire the shot right now, I know. With the gathered power finally reaching its absolute peak, a wind-splitting arrow flies out with terrifying, monstrous force. A smirk plays on his lips, die ha. Who says I'm the one dying today? Quick as lightning, he activates his active skill, Genius Moment. His brilliant mind instantly begins to calculate first. According to the game's settings, the Sea Tribe's arrow flies at least 400 kilometers per hour. Drawn from the rooftop, the distance is about 0.3 kilometers. Second. It will take at least 3 seconds to hit. Of course, he is no mathematician, and this is far from an exact calculation. He is simply betting everything on the raw intuition of someone who survived this god-forsaken world. 3 seconds betting absolutely everything on his own calculations. He swiftly dodges the attack. Bimon only has time to watch his fire magic get pierced by a strange power. Before it drives straight into him, fresh blood sprays right from his mouth. He watches, realizing that the monster is indeed already running on absolute empty. Constantly spamming skills with massive mana costs makes his exhaustion perfectly understandable. Bimon coughs dryly, then laughs in triumph. In the end, my final barrier remains unbroken. Victory is mine. He chuckles coldly, who said it wouldn't be destroyed. He quickly equips the special artifact, the Lunatic Member's Conquest. The Stormbringer artifact will drain its user's life force to the absolute limit. Automatically, the special set effect of the Lunatic member's conquest activates. The player's attack power massively increases. And then, he activates the active skill, Limit Break. Against such a monstrously powerful enemy, defeating him in one hit will require sacrificing a massive amount of health. System warning: the life force of enemies killed by Limit Break cannot be absorbed by the Dark Flame Ring. Do you wish to activate the skill? Without a single moment of hesitation, he smiles with resolve. Activate. He pours every ounce of his power into one final decisive strike, dark energy enveloping the tip of his blade. But Paimon still looks down on him with utter disdain, calling him trash. No matter how hard he struggles now, nothing will change as the demon raises his sword for a direct clash. Two overwhelming forces collide, desperately trying to overpower each other. Nox slowly begins to gain the upper hand. Paimon is left utterly shocked. Seizing the opening, Nox lunges forward and delivers two savage slashes at Python. First form of the dark sword, Black. First slash. The razor-sharp blade slices through Python, splitting his head and body clean in half, leaving him in absolute shock as his physical form cleaves apart. In absolute despair, he wheezes that it is impossible since he has only just awakened. Nox points at him, declaring his time is up. As the demon slowly fades into nothingness, slowly picking himself up, his body is so completely battered from the battle that he can barely hold his sword. The player's life force has dropped drastically. His equipped gear slowly dissolves under the fading sunlight, gradually turning into nothing but thin smoke. Once everything vanishes, he finally collapses onto the ground in sheer exhaustion. Warning: the player's life expectancy is under 30 days. And with that, he loses consciousness after an incredibly intense, grueling battle. Standing in the dead silence of the aftermath, Marin watches in utter disbelief, wondering if this could truly be the power of an ordinary academy student. Right before her eyes, Paimon has completely vanished, leaving behind an incredibly eerie and peaceful landscape. It leaves her deep in thought, remembering how Commander Luna herself once praised the sheer speed of her arrows. A flicker of doubt crosses her mind. How could he have dodged her shot from this close range? She stands frozen, questioning if such a feat is even possible with mere human reflexes. Under the pale sunlight, the rookie lies completely motionless on the hard ground, entirely drained of his energy. Marin lets out a relieved smile, realizing an absolute monster of a junior has just joined her ranks. Yet her gaze deepens as she wonders if he might not only surpass Commander Luna, but perhaps even his own father, Theodore von Reinhafer. Tilting her head, she ponders why someone with such unimaginable talent would choose to hide in the shadows. Memories of his lazy, troublemaking behavior in class flash through her mind. Marin continues to contemplate, realizing he likely kept his brilliant talent hidden under the guise of a lazy troublemaker because he knew his true power would only invite serious danger and unwanted attention. Nodding to herself, she connects the dots, realizing his constant attachment to his servant was probably part of the act all along. A faint smile plays on her lips, thinking about how that annoyingly handsome rookie is also quite a sly one. Her eyes flash with deep resolve as she mutters that with Commander Luna and this new rookie on their side, they might actually have a shot at bringing down the foolish Emperor Esteban von Archheim. Her lips curl into a cold smirk, and of course his daughter, Princess Penelope, would have to die along the way. Noah stands in silence, staring at the exact spot where Paimon just vanished. Nothing remains except a thin, delicate trail of smoke that slowly fades away, condensing into a solid, raw magic stone. Luna suddenly realizes the truth, understanding why Lady Noah would deliberately allow the great demon Paimon to awaken. She casts a cold look at the ground, realizing her goal was to destroy the magic stones. Luna asks in a low tone, "Is that really it?" Suspicion fills her eyes, realizing how incredibly strange the entire situation actually is when she thinks about it. Why would the very person who suffered the most at the hands of demons allow Paimon to wake? If your motive was nothing more than simple revenge, then wasn't that action just a bit too reckless? Noah curves her lips slightly and admits that revenge had indeed crossed her mind. But unfortunately, her current power isn't anywhere near that level, telling the kid that's all there is to it. Luna falls silent for a moment before quietly replying that she understands. Looking up at Noah with firm determination, she hopes for a real explanation next time. Noah chuckles softly and replies that would be quite nice. Luna takes the opportunity to warn Noah von Trinity that she must regain her full power before they meet again, since stronger enemies are already on their way, but Noah quickly cuts her off, telling her not to worry. She promises she will take excellent care of this boy. With everything finally settled, Luna has no reason to linger any longer and politely takes her leave. A soft smile plays on Noah's lips as she watches Luna's figure disappear. She then turns her gaze back to her sleeping student, whispering a soft "thank you." In the quiet hall, the massive barrier above slowly begins to crack. Before long, the entire magical seal completely dissolves into nothingness. Soon, rushed footsteps echo as the rescue team arrives, frantically asking if Dean Noah is unharmed after the chaos. The sealed mana in the museum basement has shattered, and they demand to know what happened. Noah merely giggles, easily dodging the question by claiming it was all just a coincidence. Lars shakes his head, refusing to believe a mere coincidence could cause this. He gasps upon spotting Nox's motionless body sprawled on the cold floor, desperately calling out for his student to wake up immediately. While the busy crowd gets to work clearing out the wreckage, Noah is still peppered with questions about what happened, specifically about who actually managed to defeat the weakened demon lord Paimon. It appears the dean must have dealt with the beast on her own, but Noah only offers a cryptic smile, teasing that she has absolutely no idea. Vernon sighs, recognizing that troublesome look, which means she will absolutely never reveal the truth to any of them. Both stand there wondering how they are going to report this chaotic situation to the Imperial family. Lars and Vernon exchange quick glances and immediately begin shifting the responsibility. They bicker back and forth, each demanding that the other write the report. Walking away, Noah grows deeply pensive, knowing a sealed mana stone would never shatter without a reason. But then Noah's eyes grow ice cold as she realizes who's really behind this mess. Clenching her fist, she immediately suspects the involvement of the Imperial family. Her expression darkens, knowing this means those filthy cultists are definitely hiding somewhere nearby. She scans the area with pure disgust, hating how those wretched demon worshippers have dared to pollute her academy. Inside the quiet infirmary, thick tension fills the air since Nox has not woken up for 3 days now. Talia panics, worrying he might die and insisting she must contact her father for an elixir, while Zitri quickly tries to calm her down, advising they should observe him a little longer. Leon sighs and shakes his head, wondering why Nox would throw himself into danger like a moth to a flame, yet he quickly speaks up to defend the boy, arguing there must have been a good reason. Talia stands up abruptly, refusing to sit idle, but Zitri quickly holds her back, urging the young lady to stay put. Listening to the loud commotion outside, a newly awake Nox sighs, realizing this is actually the very first time he has ever dreaded opening his eyes. He looks down at his body, absolutely amazed by how incredibly fast his wounds have healed. Suddenly, a system notification chimes, announcing that the blessing of the moonlight has been successfully infused into his body. The blessing of frost is also successfully granted to his body. Staring up at the ceiling, he sighs, realizing he will just have to accept these two blessings. He quietly ponders the political landscape, knowing the Academy only outwardly aligns itself with the Emperor. Frowning slightly, he realizes the danger of a criminal organization operating inside a prestigious place like this. Glancing out the window, he figures that Noah likely healed his wounds just to pry him for information. Ultimately, he decides his best move is to play asleep and buy as much time as possible. Outside, the setting sun gently filters through the window. Waking up from an unplanned nap, he mutters to himself about oversleeping. Letting out a sigh of relief, he thinks peace has finally arrived, until the familiar figure of Eleanor de Rivellin suddenly appears right by his bed. "I knew it," she says, "you are awake." He lets out a helpless sigh. What is this about Eleanor? It is already so late. Eleanor does not beat around the bush, getting straight to the point about wanting to ask one thing. Who exactly is that person named Shane we met in the labyrinth? What is the real nature of your relationship with him? Tell me. His breath catches sharply the moment he hears her direct question. His entire body tenses up as he tries to stay calm. Eleanor de Rivellin stares at him with a sharp, piercing gaze, asking in a whisper if he knows. Her voice cuts through the stillness of the room, noting that whenever he lies, his pupils contract and his hands begin to tremble just a bit. She continues softly, pointing out that his voice flows so smoothly like water, making it nearly impossible for anyone to doubt him. Unease washes over him as he curses silently to himself. Disappointment creeps into his mind as he realizes that trying to fool a genius actress like Eleanor with his own acting skills is not enough. Talk about a tough crowd. Determination shines in his eyes as he decides he cannot let things continue like this forever. Since they are already at this point, he must uncover her true motive. Speaking slowly, he reveals that he and Shane do share a connection. Eleanor is quick to reply, asking if it is a blood relation. Her gaze locks onto his face, noting that their eyes look incredibly similar to one another. Fear creeps into his heart as he listens to Eleanor's words, realizing this is the secret seal his family has kept hidden. In the Reinhafer domain, she explains they call such seals a cage of talent, acting like shackles to bind the extraordinary. Shane must be suffering from the exact same fate. A forced smile appears on his lips as he replies that even a fallen House Reinhafer would never stoop to doing something so extreme. Eleanor looks away thoughtfully, admitting everything was strange from the start before sighing that the man never seemed to have any real intention of hurting them. He looks straight into her eyes, asking what it is she actually wants from Shane. Eleanor de Rivellin answers without a single moment of hesitation. She wants to repay him. Her eyes light up as she explains that Shane left a deep impression on her, and she is planning to bring him over to her side. Realizing her intent, he asks if she basically wants him to act as a bridge between them. Eleanor de Rivellin smiles, agreeing that someone with his level of strength is absolutely worth bringing along. Quite a bold offer, right? Gritting his teeth to suppress his rising emotions, he asks if she truly believes recruiting a talent from House Reinhafer is that easy. Before leaving, Eleanor gently asks him to pass on a message telling Shane to visit the Rivalin Merchant Coalition headquarters in 1 week. Stepping out into the sunset, she bids him farewell, hoping everything goes smoothly for him. Zitri steps up with a worried expression, telling the young master that he has been far too reckless, despite her multiple warnings, and this time he went too far. She notes that the family head will likely reprimand him personally, but he quickly cuts her off, begging her not to report it to the family to avoid trouble. Zitri replies softly that the letter has already been sent, as it is her duty as his maid to report the young master's actions. He storms into his room and slams the door shut in absolute anger. Weariness washes over his face as he mutters to himself that he really should have stayed in bed a little longer. A hesitant voice suddenly breaks the silence, whispering that there is something she needs to say. The voice continues, stating that as a half-succubus who needs to absorb dark mana, she believes he might already be aware of her situation. She pauses briefly, asking if he could help her with the only method available. Hearing those exact words, he thinks to himself that the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived, and she has finally shown up. Thoughts of succubi race through his mind, those creatures known as living nightmares that drain the energy and life force of men. But he reassures himself that everyone has the wrong idea. There is none of that nonsense here, as Inner Lunatic is an academy game rated for all ages. He thinks there is no way any questionable things would ever happen with. Iana hesitantly asks if she would mind holding her hand for just 10 minutes. Nox looks at her with a highly suspicious gaze. That is not an issue, he says, asking if this is really enough. Iana nods, nervously, murmuring that yes, it should be fine. He gives her a curious look, asking her directly if there was some specific reason she followed him that day. Ileana flusteredly responds, muttering that it was nothing. Her voice trembles as she continues, admitting she wanted to know more because he also belongs to the Dark family. Hesitating, she adds that Nox has changed quite a lot lately, unlike how he used to be. Glaring at her with a sharp look, he asks if she thinks he has changed, prompting a terrified Ileana to quickly bow and apologize. Removing his coat, he sits on the bed and tells her to absorb some mana as she softly nods in agreement. While she drains his mana, he quietly thinks about her name, Ileana von Zeder. He studies her gentle features, noting how innocent and pure she seems for a typical succubus. Remembering his countless playthroughs of this game, he quietly realizes this gentle behavior is just a hidden side of Ileana that she rarely displays to anyone. When the limit finally passes exactly 10 minutes and absolutely no more, he prepares to. Sustenantly, he cannot pull his hand away. Turning around, he finds Yana breathing heavily, her eyes filled with a strange hypnotic intensity. Nox quickly scrambles to his feet. Time is up, he declares, so we should stop right here. But Yana suddenly grabs his arm and refuses to let go, shyly whispering that she still wants more. System details flash in his mind. Name Yana von Steda. Gender female. Age 15. Race demon succubus. Primary element darkness. Pros include sharp instincts, extreme charm, natural beauty, and a split personality. Her major cons being incredibly shy and lonely. Her stats show stamina 7, mana 9, luck 8, and grit 26. Next are her skills. Passive pheromone attraction and an active skill for draining blood. Suddenly, a bright red system warning flashes. Just look at this, her split personality causes a complete 180-degree shift. He is shoved onto the bed, pinned down completely, realizing in despair that her split personality has fully taken over. Panicking, Nox realizes his mana cannot recover at a worse time. As Yana pins him down, he desperately pleads with her to calm down, warning that she is going to regret this. Yana starts to unbutton her clothes with a seductive look, whispering if he actually hates her. In her hypnotic voice, she adds that she has never met a man who hated her. Leaning in close, she offers to give him a sweet dream, asking what his ideal type is. Nox struggles, yelling at her to stop right there. Yana leans in close, whispering that a single kiss and a warm embrace will make him feel so much better. Fortunately, Marine steps in right on time to stop this girl. She snaps angrily, asking how he can sneak around flirting while his senior is busy handling a major situation. Stunned, Yana looks at Marine and frantically asks who she is. Marine quickly conjures up a floating ball of water and blasts it straight at Yana, knocking her clean off her feet until she passes out. He watches the whole thing in total confusion, wondering what just happened. Marine calmly explains that she only channeled a tiny bit of mana, ensuring the girl will not be hurt at all. Marine giggles triumphantly while he just glares right back at her. She looks at him with a gaze full of mixed emotions, noting how crazy it is to meet like this, while he quickly scrambles to throw on his shirt and insists this is all just a giant misunderstanding. Turning her back to him, Marine asks in a soft, worried tone if his body is doing okay now. He replies with complete indifference, mentioning that although he shared a bit of his mana with her, he is still doing perfectly fine. His aloof attitude immediately rubs Marine the wrong way. What is up with that attitude? She scolds him, pointing out that she only survived last time because of him, so she really wanted to say. He cuts her off mid-sentence, stating he only did it to save his own skin and there is no need for thanks. He walks away, leaving her gritting her teeth in sheer frustration. but she cannot help but smile for a brief second before shouting after him. She yells that his attitude is terrible and reminds him that she is 2 years older, so he shouldn't treat his seniors so lightly. Hearing her rant makes him smile softly as he walks away. Later that night, in a completely different location, three people sit around a table holding a meeting under an incredibly tense atmosphere. Someone asks if it is true that based on her words, Nox actually defeated the demon. Is that really true? Luna firmly admitted that it was. Rodwell found it incredibly hard to believe young Master Nox actually pulled it off. Looking at it now, Theo was already smiling brightly, radiating an incredibly powerful, overwhelming aura. It left Rodwell absolutely certain this boy would stir up a massive storm. Late at night, Luna visits Theodore von Reinhafer's study and the tension immediately spikes. Theo ponders it, his expression turning highly cautious. He sighs in helplessness, admitting he has no clue. Nox's mind remains a complete mystery to him. Honestly, that is not everything. As Nox's father, Theodore actually has a few highly reliable theories, but he prefers keeping them to himself. If he has to make a guess, it likely stems from his mother's tragic death. He vividly recalls that bloody night. A sea of fire swallowed the entire castle in the pitch-black darkness, with burning embers and ashes drifting through the air, a scene as hauntingly beautiful as it was tragic. Nox stood there forced to watch monsters slaughter everyone helplessly, witnessing them take his own mother's head. Those innocent eyes froze in absolute horror. Theo knows the boy had to watch his mother sacrifice herself right in front of him. After that trauma, Nox went wild, lashing out and refusing to let a single soul near him. Theo pauses his thoughts for a brief second. But now things have changed. His son has finally avenged his mother, pulling it off all on his own. Theo smiles softly, realizing the boy has finally grown up, no longer crying helplessly but acting with cold, calculated purpose. Luna falls silent, her teeth clenching as she flatly accuses him of lying. The only reason she kept quiet during his cryptic half-truth explanation is because she still has serious doubts about what he is actually trying to accomplish next. She glares at the dangerous man standing before her. He possesses a terrifying power that only those of the Reinhafer bloodline can ever inherit. Darkness manifestation. Theo's eyes narrow, looking both deeply mysterious and incredibly sinister. Seeing Nox writhe in agony reminds her of a cruel truth. This power only awakens when someone is pushed to the absolute brink of despair. Luna's expression hardens as she calculates her next move. The rookie has joined Lunatic, meaning he should be safe for now. She tells herself with fierce determination that Nox has completely escaped his father's control now. She won't let Theo manipulate him again, while the old man sits in silence, lost in deep thought. Suddenly, Theo speaks up, telling her it is only natural to be sensitive. He chuckles softly, offering a somewhat irrelevant excuse about how parents do not always understand their own children. She finds it absolutely ridiculous that he is still playing the role of a loving father. She scoffingly asks when exactly he suddenly transformed into such a warm, caring parent. Luna angrily points out that his eldest son has already joined the royal faction. She emphasizes every single word, stating that the man has practically sided with demons to strike down anyone who stands in their way. But Theodore is a seasoned old fox. A little provocation like this is nowhere near enough to make him lay all his cards on the table. Instead of answering directly, he simply plays along, speaking casually as if they are just sharing a quiet chat. He calmly warns that a devastating bloody storm will soon sweep across the entire continent. Refusing to waste any more time arguing with him, Luna turns on her heel to leave. But before departing, she makes sure to remind Theodore von Reinhafer not to forget his promise. Her voice carries a chilling, lethal threat, warning him that she will kill anyone who gets in her way, even if that person happens to be his own son. Glaring back one last time, she adds that this is simply how Lunatic operates, and it is part of their agreement. She advises him to cast aside all personal feelings and focus purely on their objective. Suddenly, a thick red mist begins filling the study. She vanishes without a trace, leaving only her final warning echoing through the haze. Once the red mist clears and her departure is confirmed, Theodore pushes himself up from his chair. Stepping over to the window, he gazes out into the night, realizing the wheels of fate are already in motion. His eyes narrow, flashing a sinister purple glow. He knows the fall of the Empire and the hunt for the 72 great demons will soon begin. Meanwhile, in another lavish palace, a girl tries her absolute best to win a man over, admitting she is simply drawn to him. She continues her persistent pleading, begging him to sign a formal contract with her rival merchant company. She promises they will provide incredibly generous rewards before pausing to take a slow, graceful sip of tea. Then she suddenly stands up, slides the written agreement over, and confidently urges him to make a deal. She stares intensely at him, but when he remains completely silent, she softly calls out his name. He lowers his head, looking anxious and conflicted as he politely declines, explaining he has family matters to attend to. Eleanor de Rivelin smiles, confidently taking another sip of tea as she claims Nox already told her everything. A dazzling, radiant aura erupts from her as she drops a massive bombshell on Sean, telling him Nox already approved. What a despicable lie. If Nox were here, he would instantly expose her. He sneers in silent contempt, knowing he never agreed. Sean sighs and turns away silently, grumbling that he probably defeated that demon boss a bit too early and grabbed too many resources. His face grows dark with deep concern. Now she wants him to work for the rivaling guild, an underhanded proposal delivered with absolute shameless confidence. Where does she get the nerve to speak so boldly? He hesitates for a second, quietly addressing her as Eleanor de Rivaline. Realizing he is still far too formal for a real partnership, she smiles warmly and tells him to simply call her Eleanor. He awkwardly declines, begging her pardon, but he feels much more comfortable addressing her as Lady Eleanor. What a stubborn, rigid guy. Her smile fades as she looks down at him, noting that he actually resembles Nox in a few ways. Rubbing her neck in mild annoyance, she prepares to lay all her cards on the table. If he refuses to do this the easy way, she is happy to play dirty. She sighs, claiming she hates complicating things. But then her eyes turn razor-sharp as she reveals a dark secret. A branch family of Reinhafer is deeply involved in handling the dirtiest business across the entire kingdom. Staring at her own reflection in her teacup, she muses about the shocking truth. They actually managed to smuggle their own operatives into Elidin Academy for a top-secret mission. When that news inevitably reaches Principal Noah, she asks with a sharp smile, "What do you think will happen?" Her piercing gaze makes it clear that rejecting her is no longer an option. It is a silent threat, a blade pressed right against his throat. After a tense silence, Sen looks at her, admitting he never expected Lady Eleanor to be the type who exploits other people's weaknesses so ruthlessly. Taking a slow sip of tea, she dismisses his judgment. She is a merchant after all, meaning she has absolutely no reason to play nice. Clenching his jaw, he reluctantly asks what exactly she wants him to do. Setting her teacup down, she gets straight to the point: sign the contract. Eleanor rests her hand on the paper, her beautiful eyes fixed on him as she asks if he truly plans to decline her offer. Late that night, outside the quiet towering palace walls, Sen walks aimlessly along the lake, clutching a mysterious pendant in his hand. Staring down at the glowing object, he whispers to himself, the flower fairy pendant. Hesitation washes over his face. This item is incredibly rare, a legendary relic of overwhelming power that usually requires an immense sacrifice to obtain. He stares at the relic, looking for answers. It is absolutely wild how Eleanor plays both sides, threatening his life one moment, then handing him this priceless treasure as a token of goodwill. She claimed it was a sincere offering for his cooperation, but he knows better. With a deadpan expression, she told him it was both a personal gift and his official signing bonus. Those were her exact words. Naturally, he is well aware of its ridiculous power, an item boosted by multiple layers of ancient high-level magic. He watches the pendant radiate a blinding, mesmerizing spiritual energy. The benefits are obvious, but so are the risks. It is incredibly powerful, yet he can sense a hidden tracking spell woven into the gold. Still, it seems Eleanor is genuinely serious about making this partnership work. But getting involved with her will bring nothing but chaos. Pocketing the pendant, he braces himself for the storm ahead. Meanwhile, inside the magnificent palace, a lavish breakfast is laid out, looking every bit as gourmet as a five-star restaurant. Eleanor sits at the table, lost in deep, quiet thought. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice echoes from behind, noting that she seems to have a real soft spot for this Sen kid. Rick steps forward with a smug grin, pointing out it is rare for her to personally recruit anyone. She pays his curiosity absolutely no mind. She cold shoulders him with a chilling warning. Since when did he get the right to question her actions? Feeling the sudden drop in temperature, Rick quickly backs down, asking how a mere servant like him could ever oppose her. Forcing a smile, he reassures her that he is definitely not stupid enough to try. Glaring at him in disgust, she wishes he would just shut up. Deep down, her long-standing suspicion grows. Rick has been acting incredibly strange lately. It probably started right after the demon Paimon was taken down by Principal Noah. Worry flashes in her eyes. It is too early to jump to conclusions, but she has a terrible feeling about this. Before he can slip away, she stops him, telling him he needs to watch his step. With a cold smile, she warns him that any move he makes from this moment on could very well cost him his life. A low chuckle escapes his lips at her warning. Slipping back into his role as a loyal servant, he smiles and promises to keep her words in mind. With their conversation over, he turns on his heel and exits. This little meeting was highly productive, confirming Rick's theory that he was right all along. Eleanor watches him leave with a deeply troubled expression, knowing Nox is becoming an incredibly dangerous wildcard. Walking away, Rick plots his next move. He needs to eliminate Nox quickly, and maybe take out that brainless prince while he's at it. Fueled by pure malice, he mutters that no matter what kind of grand plan Nox is cooking up, this time absolutely nothing will go his way. Rick lets out a low maniacal laugh. He pauses, whispering that Nox is already dead. A smug, twisted grin spreads across his face as he walks away, leaving absolutely no trace of his deadly plan to take down Nox once and for all. Images suddenly flash before his eyes, starting with none other than Nox von Reinhafer. He recalls how that is the name he acquired in this strange new world. The visions continue, clearly displaying Nox's face from the game Inner Lunatic. Yet he denies it, telling himself that the name belongs to someone else entirely. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoes from the void, welcoming him back. The silent figure of Nox stands still as Yoo Chan finally stops rejecting the identity. It is the name he has taken, and he has grown quite comfortable playing this role. All these flickering visions are the trials and hardships that Yoo Chan has personally endured while living under the guise of Nox. He opens his eyes with fierce determination, waiting for the system to make its presence known. Seconds after his eyes open, that cold mechanical prompt rings out once more, activating his unique skill, Time of a Genius. As the sound fades, a mysterious power grips the flow of time, spinning his history wildly out of control. Memories of his life as Nox play out in rapid succession. He sees himself in a brutal, blood-stained battle, thrusting his sword forward with deadly precision. Fierce monsters like the demon Paimon appear before him, along with hordes of other beasts. The visions keep coming, pulling up other crucial moments in his past. He catches sight of a girl with pure white wings. An angel surrounded by a brilliant, blinding halo appears, and inside that radiant light, a dark figure in a black robe is praying. Nox sees himself shedding silent tears, a single droplet rolling down his collar as if expressing a deep, unspoken pain. So many people had promised to stand by him, yet the more companions he gathered. Faces of his closest allies like Luna and Zitri de Lobelia flash by. As Eleanor appears in his memory, he realizes that he is only tortured by a deeper, more painful sense of isolation. With time seemingly frozen, the system finally speaks, asking if he wishes to start a completely new game. As the system falls silent, Nox is transported to an unfamiliar void, but his appearance is no longer Nox, it is his original self, Yoo Chan. Finding himself sitting in his old gaming chair, Yoo Chan struggles to process it all, wondering if he has somehow returned to his bedroom from before his possession. He looks around and senses that something is off his mind, quickly spotting an anomaly, though the strange sensation is hard to pin down. Running a hand through his messy hair, he lets out a quiet sigh. He continues to guess, shaking his head in disbelief. No matter how he looks at it, this situation is bizarre. Back then, he was just a shut-in who stayed in a filthy, trash-filled room to game, but now a massive change has occurred. He has to wonder who he really is now. Holding his head in his hands, he looks over at his computer desk. The room is far cleaner than he remembers, with the trash completely gone, making him ponder his true connection to his alter ego. What exactly is his connection to Nox, and why did he end up inhabiting that doomed villain in the first place? Everything in that game world belongs to him, yet at the same time, none of it is truly his. He knows that all too well. Nox von Reinhafer. Unable to shake off the towering shadow of Nox, Yoo Chan is constantly drowning in inner turmoil. This lingering uncertainty only leaves him feeling even more broken and isolated. Yet he must face the reality of his current situation. Yoo Chan has always been a drifter in this virtual reality, but the deep bonds he has formed along the way are finally helping to anchor him to this world. He has transformed, becoming someone completely different from the original villain he once knew. Snapping back to reality, Nox finds himself standing before his powerful father, Theo, who demands to ask him a single question. Theo wants to know why his son risked his life to slay the demon Paimon. He asks if Nox's mother had anything to do with that dangerous decision. Nox stands silent, unable to answer, as painful memories of that night of slaughter resurface. It is still deeply haunting, remembering how his mother died in agony right before his eyes. Theo receives no reply from his son, but continues anyway, noting how things changed from that tragic day onward. Theo knew that was exactly when his son started acting strange. You pretend you do not remember, but you actually care deeply about it. Hearing his father, Theo's sharp words, Nox stands lost in thought. He wonders how the real Nox would have answered here, and how he should react to a situation like this. But then he decides he is done overthinking it all. The moment he stops overthinking, he spins around. He draws his blade, slashing toward his father and asking if he is hiding his true power. Theo reacts instantly, easily dodging the strike as he calmly tells his son that he is absolutely correct. Seeing his father easily dodge the surprise attack, Nox swings his blade once more. This is no random swing, but the deadly flash of the black blade technique. Nox has finally escaped the shadow of his past, fully embracing this new identity, even if he is just a hated villain who is destined to die a tragic death. He remembers the painful past, filled with people mocking him, doubting him, and constantly looking down on his potential. All the baseless rumors and malicious lies that people once used to drag him down in the past can no longer shake his incredibly powerful resolve at this moment. But he refuses to accept that fate and his relentless efforts have already helped him buy enough precious time to escape his scheduled death. The moment he unleashes the attack, Theo instantly draws his sword and counters with a heavy strike, completely shattering the technique. It is a harsh reminder of just how immature the son is compared to his father. Theo looks on as if teaching his son how to truly use the black blade technique. You use it like this. He unleashes the exact same attack toward Nox, but the power behind it is on an entirely different level, shattering Nox's defense and sending him flying back. Knowing the massive gap in strength between himself and his father, Nox can only think. He must complete this difficult story with the limited amount of time he has left. Suddenly, a system notification rings out. The player's genius trait has been successfully activated. Unbothered by the system's voice, his thoughts remain resolute. He has worked so hard, yet this cruel reality is why he often feels despair, constantly haunted by the shadow of death. If there is one massive obstacle he absolutely must overcome, it is none other than the fated death that is steadily drawing closer to him. The system rings out once more, but this time the screen flashes a dangerous warning red, ordering him to execute an immediate command and restore his lifespan. Meanwhile, in a completely different location, his older brother Nox von Reinhafer is busy discussing their journey. Zitri de Lobia points a slender finger at the map, noting they are currently in the north of Chetos. She asks if they plan to keep moving forward like this, and Nox von Reinhafer confidently confirms they will continue heading toward the northwest. A soldier in their group immediately speaks up, warning that doing so is far too dangerous. The issue is not the wild beasts, but the Talon Kingdom, whose people are extremely hostile toward the Reinhafer family. Hearing the soldier's concerns, Nox von Reinhafer calmly explains that this hostility is the exact reason they are heading to Talon right now. Hearing this, Nox von Reinhafer's companions are completely stunned, especially Zitri de Lobilia, who can barely believe his words. Jonah, Elena, and May all turn to stare at Nox von Reinhafer in shock. Nox von Reinhafer remains completely unfazed, confidently telling them to go ahead and send a formal letter. Inform them that a noble from the Reinhafer family is arriving. The red system screen pops up with a cold mechanical warning alerting the player that he has only 27 days left to live. Now Nox finds himself in a different moment, standing at the academy while looking at the familiar surroundings and cursing his luck. How on earth did things end up like this? He sacrificed his precious lifespan to Stormbringer just to take down the demon Paimon. Now he is surrounded by Yana, who has awakened her succubus nature, and Eleanor de Rivalin. Eleanor is actively trying to recruit his alter ego Zen into her powerful merchant guild. Without restoring his lifespan, soon he will be in grave danger. He lets out a heavy sigh, wondering why these troublesome situations keep happening to him. Soon after, the system rings out with information about a high-grade accessory called the Fire Spirit Pendant, which boasts a fire attribute and a passive skill granting high-level harmony with spirits. The pendant features a stunning gold frame surrounding a captivating red gem where he can faintly see some mysterious entity sealed deep inside. The system specifies that equipping it requires either the love or high favorability of Eleanor de Rivalin. Once equipped, the item is bound to him, permanently unlocking the passive skill of Spirit Harmony. This allows him to contract a powerful fire spirit based on his current mana stat, but there is a major catch. His location will be continuously shared with Eleanor de Rivalin. Nox clutches the pendant, lost in deep thought. The only good thing is that the tracking effect only activates after equipping the artifact. With a mana stat of 15 or higher, he should be able to summon high-tier spirit. At 20 mana and 15 stamina, he can even contract with the Fire Spirit King Salamander. The problem is that this item is soulbound, meaning his alter ego Shane cannot equip it. If he wears it, everyone will realize that Shane and Nox are the exact same person. Eleanor de Rivalin is a genius actress far beyond just a talented one. There is no way he can deceive her with his clumsy acting. They said it would take about 2 weeks to resolve the situation at the academy. For now, he needs to head back and draw up a plan. Grabbing his luggage, Nox walks toward his carriage to head home. It has been a while since he visited House Reinhafer. It has also been a long time since he reunited with his companions Jonah, May, and Elena. Theo's inevitable barrage of questions about this incident is definitely a concern, but what worries him most is the warning from the system. Damn it, he needs to do something about this. Meanwhile, in another room separate from Eleanor de Rivalin's, Iana von Sater lies on her bed caught in a dream. Her brow furrows tightly as she relives her past. She sees her childhood self with her mother demanding how she dares call herself a daughter of House Sater when she cannot even accept mana. It would have been better if one of her sisters had inherited the demon blood instead. Her mother shouts that she cannot stand it anymore, telling her to get out. Waking from the nightmare, Iana sits up and starts crying out loud. She holds her head, suddenly remembering Nox. She wonders what on earth she did to Nox. She remembers saying a kiss is enough, telling him to come here for a hug. She rolls around in bed, completely embarrassed by her own words about a kiss being enough. Blushing furiously, the beauty cannot stop thinking about that moment, wanting to scream to the heavens in sheer embarrassment until she lets out a sudden gasp. She rolls around so much that she falls right off the bed. What a clumsy girl. Groaning softly, she trembles as she holds onto the table to stand, only for another girl to suddenly appear right before her. The mysterious visitor asks if she has finally realized it. As for Nox, after traveling all night by carriage, he finally arrives home. Jonna carries his luggage as they walk inside, where the head butler bows respectfully, greeting the young master and asking how he has been. Walking past him, Nox gives a brief nod and asks where his father, the head of the house, is. The butler gestures, politely offering to escort him to the main hall where the lord is waiting. As they walk, Nox can hear the servants whispering and gossiping around him. It is exactly like before those toxic words. They have not changed one bit. But he no longer cares about their chatter, calmly walking forward without missing a beat. Reaching the grand doors of the main hall, Butler Rodwell politely invites him inside. Nox steps into the room without a single moment of hesitation. He sees his father staring back at him with an overwhelming gaze meant to crush his confidence. He cannot help but marvel at what a monster his father is, wondering how his past self ever stood before him. Theo's deep voice echoes, welcoming Nox back home. The head of House Reinhafer. He comments on what a long journey it must have been for him. Sensing the subtle mockery in Theo's voice, Nox calmly replies, asking his father to keep his composure. He assures him that he will soon see he has only returned with good intentions. Hearing those words, Theo withdraws his cold disgust. He reminds his son that he no longer wishes to harm either the family or Nox himself, then notes the rumors of Nox proposing to the princess and slaying the demon Paimon. As Theo speaks, Nox feels a sharp gaze examining him from head to toe. At that exact moment, a system notification warns him that his genius actor trait is wavering. Theo continues to carefully evaluate Nox, asking if the boy is hiding things from his own father. Sensing the growing suspicion in his father's eyes, Nox quickly explains that he only landed the final blow on Paimon out of pure luck, especially with so many others assisting in the fight. Theo narrows his eyes flat out, asking if Nox is trying to lie to his face. He adds that the family elders even believe Nox deserves punishment for his antics back at the academy. Facing Theo's heavy aura and threats of punishment, Nox remains completely unbothered, calmly responding that if he must take responsibility for his actions, then he will accept the consequences. Theo's gaze darkens as his expression turns cold, asking if Nox actually knows what truly makes someone strong. Though confused, Nox quietly gives a simple yes. Theo slams his hand onto the table and stands up, declaring that becoming powerful is the ultimate excuse to ignore others and justify any amount of greed or deceit. It means reaching a level where nobody would ever dare to look you in the eyes and judge you. Theo notes that Nox claimed to have no interest in becoming the family head, which Nox immediately confirms. Theo lets out a soft chuckle. Nox watches his every movement internally, questioning why his father is suddenly laughing. Theo slips off his cloak, handing it to his butler before warning Nox to pay close attention. He tells him never to underestimate the patriarch's seat. Walking toward a hidden doorway, the Lord calls over his shoulder for Nox to follow him. Beyond the door lies a training arena where Nox and Theo now stand at opposite ends, swords in hand. Draw your sword, Theo commands. Obliging his father, Nox places a steady hand on his hilt. He unsheathes the blade in one swift motion. Theo steps forward, declaring they will now begin as he wants to test his son's power, warning him to block the attacks or risk getting hurt. Nox stutters in mock fear, protesting that he simply does not have that kind of combat skill yet. Before he can finish speaking, Theo's blade is already slashing down. Left with no choice, Nox raises his sword to block. Sparks fly from the impact, showcasing the sheer power behind the patriarch's strike. The shockwave forces Nox back several steps, but he grits his teeth and maintains his guard. Ignoring his son's obvious struggle, Theo cold-bloodedly says he will hold back some of his power. He swings again. This time, Nox realizes he cannot block the devastating blow head-on like before. He is forced to retreat a great distance, yet his grip on his weapon remains unbroken. Once he regains his balance, he stops his backward momentum, digging his heels into the ground. Standing his ground, he raises his sword once more to defend. As the residual energy finally dissipates, Nox leans heavily on his sword, completely exhausted but forcing his body to stand upright. Across from him, Theo begins to explain the move he just used, identifying it as the signature supreme black sword of the Reinhafer family. He asks if his son is interested in learning it, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Pushing himself up, Nox wipes away a bead of sweat running down his face and speaks. "Now it is my turn," he declares. His entire presence shifts dramatically as he grips his sword, eyes burning with sudden power as he stares back at Theo. The duel explodes at a dizzying speed, leaving behind nothing but flashes of purple light cutting through the air. Nox moves like an absolute ghost, blurring so rapidly that only his icy glare and dark hair are visible in the wind. Opposite him, Theo meets the onslaught with absolute resolve, launching devastating counterattacks of his own. Swirling torrents of purple energy erupt from Nox, spinning and exploding to slice directly through the surrounding space. Theo dodges gracefully, weaving through the lethal barrage and retaliating with powerful strikes, every single movement carrying destructive force. As both fighters push their speed to the absolute limit, the surrounding air begins to warp. Purple light and chaotic colors clash violently, painting a deadly dance of destruction across the training room. This clash goes far beyond physical combat, becoming a tense psychological war where a single fraction of a second decides survival. With a smug smirk, Theo lunges forward, with a sneer unleashing another devastating attack. Nox grits his teeth, determinedly swinging his own blade to retaliate. Two massive streaks of purple light collide, carving a brilliant line through the air. Eventually, Nox fails to withstand Theo's overwhelming power and is sent flying across the arena. Nox collapses to the ground, barely propping himself up with his sword. As Theo slowly approaches with echoing footsteps, He asks if that was really all his son had to offer. Suddenly, the voice of the head butler Rodwell rings out, causing Theo to halt and look back. Rodwell respectfully places his hand over his chest, gently warning the patriarch that he is going a bit too hard on the young master. He points out that even the eldest son, Garen, would struggle against such an intense level of swordsmanship. Hearing the warning, the father scowls in annoyance, muttering that he gets it. But Theo's expression immediately shifts back to a smug smirk, reasoning that he must have accidentally put too much power into his sword without realizing, so he just needs to adjust it. Theo walks away, telling him to rest, but then Nox finds his second wind gripping his sword tight as he asks where his father thinks he is going. Purple smoke erupts as Nox channels raw power into his sword, his expression hardening as he glares sharply at his father. As Nox stands, a thick purple aura envelops him, his voice dripping with resentment. He demands to know if his father really thinks his useless son has learned absolutely nothing, slowly stepping forward. Theo looks back at him with pure contempt. Slowly turning around to face Nox, he tells him, "Come at me." Nox charges forward, his blade wrapped in a raging purple and blue aura, as he unleashes a lightning-fast strike. Theo locks eyes with his son, a sharp blue glare reflecting his absolute focus as he steels himself to block the incoming blow. The clash grows chaotic as Theo struggles to block the incoming flurry. Deflecting Nox's sudden strikes, Theo speaks mid-combat. "You really are quite interesting, kid." Showing zero fear, Nox retorts that he'll take that as a compliment. Nox keeps unleashing heavy swings, but Theo easily counters. He delivers a counter blow, sending Nox crashing back. Regaining his composure, Theo asks him one final question. "Did you really risk your entire life to kill Baemon just because of your mother?" A flash of pure tension crosses Nox's face. Theo reminds him that on the night of the slaughter he watched his mother die alone. Ever since that day, he knew his son had begun changing into someone else entirely. "You pretend not to remember any of it, but deep down you clearly care more than anyone else." Theo's biting words strike a chord, leaving Nox frozen in place. Anger boiling over, he swings his sword, demanding to know if his father thinks he is hiding power. Theo steps back from the heavy swing, confirming it with a stern and serious nod. Absolutely consumed by rage, Nox pours everything into his signature move, the flash of the black blade. Yet Theo effortlessly blocks the lethal blow. Smirking, he mentions that the flash of the black blade must be used like this. With that, Theo lunges forward, striking back. Unable to react in time, Nox takes the full brunt of the blow and gets sent flying. He falls, bracing himself with his sword. But get this, a smug grin suddenly spreads across Nox's face. The player's specialized genius trait has officially been activated. A vibrant reddish-purple aura completely envelops his body. He has successfully mastered his second skill, the Black Blade Slash. His deep understanding of the Black Blade reaches incredible new heights after facing such a formidable opponent. Absorbing this massive surge of power, Nox charges forward to strike back at Theo. Theo is completely taken aback. Forced to block on pure instinct, he quickly retreats. He wonders in disbelief if Nox really mastered that skill just by watching. But drawing on his immense combat experience, Theo counters with a lethal strike to seal his victory. Two swords clash violently against each other. They crash to the ground, kicking up thick clouds of smoke as the battle finally nears its end. Nox has pushed himself to the absolute limit, covered in sweat and barely able to keep his knees from buckling. Theodore von Reinhafer looks at his son, speaking as both a father and the head of the Reinhafer family. "Hear me well. One day you must use that very sword to kill me. End my life with your own hands since I failed to protect your mother," he tells Nox with a stern, challenging gaze. Nox stares right back at him with pure burning hatred. Theodore von Reinhafer commands him to take the crown of the family if he has the strength, but Nox's vision begins to fade, sinking into a dark, endless void. Out of nowhere, the system chimes in, asking if he wants to start a new game. Waking up drenched in cold sweat, it feels like he just survived a horrible nightmare. Where on earth is he now? Is this his bedroom from before he transmigrated? It seems he has returned to his own room, but he quickly looks up at the glowing computer screen. Why does this unsettling sensation still linger? His body is exhausted, his head pounding with a splitting headache. No, even thinking about this for a second feels incredibly strange. He begins to recall his painful past of being abandoned by his own family, losing his memories, and getting diagnosed with a terminal illness. He continues to piece together everything that has happened. Is it even possible for all of these things to happen at the exact same time? Perhaps all of these events are connected. He collapses to the floor, clutching his throbbing head as he realizes that before entering this body he could not even remember his own name. He desperately scrambles through his thoughts. What is my name? What was my name? Nox. He suddenly passes out as his full name flashes in his mind, Nox von Reinhafer. Waking up again, he finds himself back in the game world, lying on a bed as the character Nox. His purple eyes suddenly flash with power. Nox sits up on the bed, his face filled with absolute shock. He sits up absolutely certain that he has forgotten something incredibly important, his face twisting in pain as he tries to scrape together his remaining memories. Suddenly, he hears a soft noise nearby. He looks over to see his 4 personal maids. May is right there, along with Alina Zitri and Jana, all waiting for him to wake up. Nox lets out a sigh as they begin to speak. Zitri speaks up first, complaining that not a single day goes by without absolute chaos, and at this rate all the maids serving Nox will die of pure stress. Hearing her complain, he doesn't even bother looking over, lazily replying that he has no idea why things always end up this way. Alina chimes in next, telling him he cannot keep acting so recklessly. She tightly wraps both of her hands around Nox's. She asks if he knows how worried they are, while May quickly tries to stop her, asking if Alina is drunk again. Nox tiredly pulls his hand away, telling her they can talk once she finally lets go, which leaves Alina utterly embarrassed as she begs for just a little longer. Zitri scowls from the side, giving Alina a frosty glare and reminding her that the young master is not comfortable. Nox watches in exhaustion as the 3 girls bicker. Suddenly, his gaze shifts over to Jana. Something is off. Her unusually sad expression surprises him, since she would normally be jumping all over him by now, but he decides to leave that for later as there are more urgent matters to handle. Now that everyone is here, hear this: starting tomorrow, all of you are coming with me to a shrouded territory. Hearing this unexpected news, the maids immediately freeze and stop their bickering. He had already carefully calculated this plan ever since returning to the family mansion. His face is dead serious. They are going to hunt down the powerful Chados monsters to extend his shortening lifespan, especially since he has not replenished any of it since his brutal battle with Paimon. He recalls the system's warning: he only has 27 days of life remaining. A flicker of deep worry crosses his face. Nox commands his maids to leave so he can rest, asking them to dismiss themselves now that they understand everything. Zitri immediately accepts his command with a respectful bow, quickly leading all the other maids out of the room. The bedroom falls back into complete silence. He stands gazing silently out the window. Suddenly, a knock startles him, making him turn around to ask who it is. Jana's voice drifts through the door, calling him young master and explaining that she needs to speak with him. Slightly taken aback, he tells her to enter. Jana quietly pushes the door open and steps inside. Her face is flushed and tearful, her 2 hands desperately gripping the hem of her skirt. Jana sits on the edge of Nox's bed and begins to share her story. On that fateful day, her voice cracks as she weeps. During that night of slaughter when the mistress died, he remembers it now. He finally remembers exactly what happened. Jana's eyes search his face, completely overwhelmed by sorrow and grief. She remembers that horrific night under the blood moon. Out of nowhere, the terrifying monster Baemon appeared. It growled about smelling blood and demanded to know where they hid. Baemon began furiously clawing at the bedroom door. The beast roared as though it knew they were inside, where Nox's mother held her terrified son tightly, while Jana stood trembling beside them. Just as Baemon smashed through the door and lunged inside, the mother immediately unleashed her magical shield to protect her young boy. Confronting the beast, she asked if it only wanted her life. She begged the monster to stop hurting innocent people. Infuriated by her words, Baemon scoffed at her pathetic light and unleashed a devastating attack to crush her. He channeled his dark energy, grabbing the mother by her throat. Mocking her attempt to stop them, he lifted her high into the air, ready to end her life. He hissed that she was not the only target he wanted. Summoning every last ounce of her fading strength, she struggled. Jonah. Take good care of Nox. The boy was born with a massive destiny, one that is far greater than anyone knows, so he truly needs your support. I must erase his memories. The mother activated her magic, warning Jana that without his memories, he might seem like a complete stranger. But she pleaded with Jana to protect him anyway, hoping his true self would survive, and perhaps one day he would return to them. With those final words, she unleashed her remaining power as a blinding golden flash, completely vaporizing the monster in an explosion. As the memory fades, Jana continues her story. Her voice soft, she notes he likely knows what followed. She admits to spreading those malicious rumors about him, all to keep him safe from the family's brutal struggle for succession. Even though doing so broke her heart completely, she simply had to protect him. Because that was my very last promise to the mistress, she confessed, tears streaming down her face. But now that promise is no longer necessary. If you remember everything now, a dirty liar like me who betrayed your trust for so long has no right to stand by your side. Nox suddenly cuts her off, asking what the issue is, which makes Jana jump in surprise. She insists she can no longer stay with him, but Nox shrugs it off as ancient history. Jana, do you actually know why I do not hate you? Did she really think he didn't notice her staying up all night by his sickbed purely out of worry, even when everyone else spoke ill of him? She still believed in his goodness and defended him through it all. And now he finally gets the heavy burden of guilt she has been carrying. Telling her to let go of that heavy guilt, he silently sighs, knowing full well he isn't the real Nox she originally served, making his comforting words feel pretty hollow inside. Moved to tears by his kindness, Jana can only look up and softly call out to him. As she weeps, Nox gets back to his own thoughts, determined to uncover the truth. He needs to know how deeply Theo loved his wife, and what Jana truly feels toward him. He really wants to ask. Staring into the mirror at his own reflection, he gets lost in thought, wondering why this character had to become a tragic villain. Dressed in a dark cloak, the white-haired youth rests his hands on his sword, declaring in a booming voice that in the name of Nox von Reinhafer and as a member of the Reinhafer family, he announces that he has officially received the Patriarch's approval to recruit top-tier warriors and build a formidable squad to fight against the demon threat. He adds that anyone wishing to follow his lead must gather at the octagonal training ground in exactly 1 week to undergo his brutal entrance exam. Anyone who can either defeat him or earn his personal approval will be rewarded with a hefty monthly salary of 1 imperial silver coin. Soon enough, people from the streets to the local taverns are all buzzing with excitement and debating the announcement. Many laugh out loud at the notice, mockingly claiming that the lazy noble must just be incredibly bored and looking for a new game to play. Others readily agree, fully convinced that absolutely no sane person would ever sign up for this. They are dead certain that even the weakest drunk in the room could easily defeat Nox. Heck, they joke that even a 4-year-old girl could take him down. Suddenly, a tall, imposing man wrapped in a dark cloak pushes open the tavern door and strides right inside. Scanning the rowdy crowd, he smirks and asks if anyone wants to place a little bet with him. He wants to bet that practically none of them will actually pass Nox's grueling test. With a heavy thud, he tosses a fat pouch overflowing with gold coins onto the table. A burly patron stands up, glaring at the cloaked figure, and snarls that he must be some rich noble's brat who has clearly lost his mind. Has he seriously not heard the pathetic rumors about the Reinhafer youngest? The cloaked figure doesn't bother answering, only letting out a quiet chuckle. Annoyed by his attitude, the patrons slam their mugs down, demanding to know what's so funny when they are genuinely trying to look out for him. Instead of stopping, the mysterious man only starts laughing even harder, and with absolute joy. Pulling back his hood, he chuckles and wonders aloud who is actually supposed to be worrying about whom. The entire tavern instantly freezes in pure shock as they recognize the face. Standing before them is none other than young Master Garen von Reinhafer. Everyone is utterly baffled as they all thought he was busy training with the chasers, emptying yet another fat pouch of gold right onto the counter. He tells everyone to keep this little chat a secret and go ahead and lock in those lucrative bets. Showcasing his wealth, Garen von Reinhafer confidently drops 50 imperial gold coins onto the table. He wanted to bet absolutely everything on his little brother, thinking this seemed like a pretty fair wager. The scene shifts to Nox von Reinhafer, a striking man with platinum hair and a dark cloak. With one hand resting majestically on his sword, he looked incredibly commanding. Standing on the high platform, he looked down at the crowd below as they constantly whispered and gossiped about him. Some murmured about him graduating top of the academy, though they all assumed it was just a lie. Standing on the high stage, Nox was actually feeling quite nervous. He kept wondering how on earth things had spiraled so far out of control. He had only posted a recruitment notice for private soldiers to defeat beasts in Chitos, so he couldn't understand. Why on earth had so many people shown up? He wondered if his reputation had somehow gotten much better. Standing on the stage, he spotted his older brother, Garen von Reinhafer, waving at him from the crowd below. He solemnly asked his subordinate if everyone had arrived, and the man replied that 1,192 men and 126 women had registered. While he was plotting his tactical raid against the beasts in Chitos, a man standing below the platform suddenly raised his hand to speak. "Could you at least tell us what kind of test we are about to take?" Observing the challenger from the platform, Nox couldn't help but think, well, look at this arrogant guy. He had such an arrogant attitude and highly toned, solid muscles. The magic power radiating from his body was highly unusual. There was no way he was just applying for a standard soldier position. Nox immediately figured this had to be Garen von Reinhafer's doing. He realized Garen von Reinhafer was testing him and wondered what the crowd would think if a powerhouse like this still couldn't handle him. Breaking his train of thought, he shouted out to the crowd that the rules were very simple. Use absolutely everything you have and charge at me as if you genuinely want to kill me. Even if you happen to kill me, no one will hold you accountable. The challenger stood directly opposite Nox, deeply shocked by his bold words. After all, his current opponent was supposedly the useless trash of the Reinhafer family, Nox von Reinhafer. Yet he still couldn't believe his opponent could carry such absolute confidence. At this moment, the referee called both of them to take their combat positions. The fight officially began the instant the referee shouted. The muscular swordsman gripped his massive greatsword, charging at Nox with a smug thought that the young master was a complete fool. He believed Nox couldn't even react to his incredible speed. He wanted to teach Nox a proper lesson for trying to build a Reinhafer army. With his incredibly sharp gaze, he took just one step back, easily avoiding the entire incoming attack. Completely caught off guard, his opponent could only blink as Nox effortlessly dodged the strike. Nox smirked with a cold laugh, mockingly telling his opponent that his movements were far too slow. Asking if that was really how he fought, he instantly swung his sword, sending the opponent's weapon flying. The tip of Nox's blade now rested right against his opponent's throat. He decided to offer the man another chance, telling him to actually start fighting seriously, or he would gladly slice off one of his arms. The opponent lay defeated on the floor, but Nox's expression remained completely icy. Nox coldly asked if he hadn't heard him ordering him to pick up his sword again. Right now, his opponent is shaking like a leaf, begging for forgiveness and stammering apologies for his sheer disrespect. Before the coward can even finish, Nox throws a massive punch, sending him flying backwards. The crowd watching the fight gasps in pure horror at the sheer brutality. Standing tall on the stage, Nox looks down coldly and declares he has no room for cowards who lack basic courage. Who wants to fight me next? Only silence answers him. A suffocating dead silence fills the arena. Down in the stands, Garen von Reinhafer watches with a massive grin, amazed at how incredibly strong his little brother has actually become. The betting pool is going to bring him a massive pile of easy cash, but money is not the real prize here. His only true blood brother in the legendary Reinhafer family, Nox von Reinhafer, has finally awakened his monstrous strength. From now on, the more his little brother builds up this terrifying reputation of his, the more Garen von Reinhafer's own standing will skyrocket too. Meanwhile, the raw recruits who signed up for Nox's personal squad are sweating buckets, and honestly, can you blame them? Terrified by the display, they all desperately want to pack up and go home. But he is not letting them off so easily, commanding them all to freeze. Who said you could leave when you willingly signed up to be my soldiers? If you quit now, I will show you what real hell looks like, he warns them with a razor-sharp glare, speaking in the name of Nox von Reinhafer. He drills them mercilessly for days, but absolutely none of them can keep standing on their feet during his brutal training. Flash of a cold, menacing grin, he speaks. I am going to work you all to death. Shivering in pure terror, the recruits realized joining this squad was the worst mistake of their lives. Cut to a peaceful morning as sunlight filters through the lush forest. Nox is traveling along the dirt path with his close companions. Alina, the shy girl in the witch hat sitting nearby, nervously asks if she can raise a quick question. Before she can even finish, Nox tells May to wake Alina up, noting she is probably just exhausted from their intense training days. May, another warrior in his squad, instantly obeys the order by stuffing a whole apple right into Alina's mouth. Once she recovers, she asks why they are heading all the way to Chester. Knowing he bought the land, Nox gives her a simple answer, stating he just wants to develop the territory. Alina is completely skeptical, complaining that the entire place is overrun by vicious monsters and utterly impossible to farm. Riding ahead with his back to her, Nox simply replies that he has his own plans. Watching him from the carriage, Alina is completely mesmerized by his cool and aloof demeanor. Meanwhile, Nox is deep in thought, knowing his true goals are different from what others think. Even Jana and the butler's entire family are tagging along on this journey. Glancing at Jana, Nox wonders if she is still carrying a heavy burden of guilt over her mother. But Jana is thinking about something else entirely. Right now, she is just daydreaming about the day she gets to ride on that majestic horse, while poor Christopher has to walk alongside them carrying a massive mountain of heavy luggage. He is a knight assigned directly by the patriarch, proving that the head of the family actually cares about him. Christopher is a massive giant standing over 2 meters tall, possessing an incredibly extroverted, bubbly personality. After a long, grueling journey, the Reinhafer carriage convoy finally spots the outline of the fortress. They all believe the fortress has changed. It has become stronger and more developed than before. Standing right beside him, Christopher grumbles that the progress is still too slow, though it is quite understandable given they only just started. Nox replies that he is exactly right, and that is precisely why he brought these warriors along. Christopher gets incredibly excited to learn that he has another plan. Nox says before reviving chasers, there is one key matter to handle first. They must reduce the number of monsters roaming nearby. Sure, that is the noble excuse he gives everyone else, but on the inside he is thinking develop chasers my foot. Survival is his only goal. Right on cue, a flashing system warning pops up notifying him that he has only 10 days of lifespan left. He must recover his lifespan immediately. Garen von Reinhafer, along with a few servants, brings out several large chests and presents them directly to Nox. His brother smiles, saying of course you wanted to hand these over to him. Garen von Reinhafer reaches out his hand, declaring these chests as a special reward for the family's youngest achiever. With a bright morning sun smile, he insists Nox is the rightful recipient. Nox keeps a calm face, grumbling internally that it is unfair for him to do the hard work while his brother gets the money. He looks at his brother with a sigh, never expecting the guy to actually hand over all of this loot. This is almost too much flattery to handle. Nox did plan on using him as a pawn anyway, so he coldly changes the subject, asking how the development in the Chasers region is coming along. Garen von Reinhafer falls quiet, admitting there are not many residents there yet, but thanks to Professor Lars's recent announcement, a decent crowd of young men are already packing up and preparing to move in. The soil is terrible, monsters roam and roads are broken. His brother wears an anxious expression, explaining that it is extremely difficult to make a risky gamble based purely on potential. Nox tells him not to worry. That is exactly why they formed the Great Demon-Slaying Unit in the first place, backing their plans with heavy armored elite soldiers. Garen von Reinhafer nods in agreement, saying that if his youngest brother is this confident, then he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. He asks when they will take action, suggesting they rest for the day after the long journey. Nox cuts in, "We move right now." Those words startle the soldiers, leaving them completely shocked that they have to move immediately. He calmly doubles down, telling everyone they are setting off immediately. Inside a room in the villa, a voice questioning why suddenly echoes. Sitting proudly in his chair is Theo, the patriarch and father of Nox, questioning why an elite knight would choose to follow his youngest son. Standing before him is the golden-haired knight himself, Christopher. Theo makes it clear he does not want such a talented warrior, pointing out that Christopher has received top-tier training and has no logical reason to walk away. Christopher smiles brightly at Nox's father, stating it is because he saw the light. He recalls the jaw-dropping moment that burned itself into his memory, the terrifying, monstrous talent his young master displayed. He saw the clue to perfecting his own swordsmanship right there. Christopher goes on to explain his choice, saying he is dedicated to helping his young master perfect his combat skills. He points his scabbard out, explaining it is not for others but for themselves. This bold display makes Theo scowl with suspicion. He asks if he means his northern swordsmanship. He is referring to the legendary northern sword technique known as Chezengwa. On screen, we see a heroic black-haired swordsman standing proudly amidst the howling winds of a snowy mountain peak. When Christopher firmly confirms that this is indeed the case, the father of Nox has no choice but to accept his son's wish, giving his reluctant approval. Memories flash back, leaving Christopher completely stunned. He originally came here to train the young master into a legendary knight, but what on earth is he witnessing right now? Confused, he asks Zitri, whose face is also filled with disbelief. She nervously explains that the young master has only recently shown an interest in magic, but she never expected him to progress this fast. Right before their eyes, Nox releases a massive wave of glowing purple magic. Casting his spell, a massive magic circle appears high in the sky over the fortress, which is currently surrounded by a horde of ravenous beasts. The savage beasts snarl with razor-sharp teeth, eagerly searching for their next meal. Standing atop the highest fortress wall, he powerfully conjures multiple magic circles, releasing a devastating barrage of energy. The magic blasts hurtle down at lightning speed toward the monsters below. A beam of purple light pierces directly into the clueless horde. They can do nothing but scream in pure agony and rage. Alina watches from the wall in absolute awe. Beside her, May's jaw drops completely as she mutters in disbelief at how on earth the young master grew this incredibly strong in just a month. While May struggles to believe her eyes, Alina is filled with pure admiration, shyly calling out to her young master. Suddenly, Nox's expression darkens completely as he curses under his breath. A dark system window pops up right in front of him, announcing that he has killed a goblin, extending his lifespan by 2 hours. The system continues to repeat that exact same notification. As the monsters are systematically wiped out, Nox struggles to control his magic, growing increasingly anxious that he only gained 2 hours. Aren't goblins supposed to be mid-tier monsters? He starts questioning everything, knowing for a fact that the Ring of Black Flame's effect is supposed to grant a much higher lifespan extension when defeating powerful enemies as the user grows stronger. The beasts affected by the ring's immense power begin coughing up blood and dying one by one. This can only mean one thing: he has already grown way too strong. Cursing his luck, he squeezes his eyes shut and snaps his fingers in the air. A sphere of concentrated purple light forms directly in front of the remaining beasts. The sheer force of the blast is absolute, sending the remaining beasts flying and killing them instantly. The system screen flashes once more, but this time is a warning red stating his remaining lifespan is only 14 days. Seeing how little time he has left, his tense expression deepens as he recalculates. He wiped out so many monsters, yet only gained 4 days. He needs a new plan. Having finished clearing out the horde with his magic, Nox looks down at the crowd, waiting for him below. Christopher and May stand behind the soldiers, completely unable to hide their jaw-dropped shock. Alina wastes no time rushing straight to Nox's side. She pulls him into a tight, proud hug, beaming with joy at how amazing her young master is. For that impulsive hug, May quickly drags her away. As Nox brushes off his coat, Christopher steps up, admitting he thought the young master only mastered the sword, but this magical talent is incredible. He genuinely begins to wonder where the young master's limits lie, speaking with deep, heartfelt respect. Nox looks at him and quietly reflects on the situation. The others have no idea how he became so proficient. He hangs his head, completely unsure of how to explain it. As they gather to discuss their strategy, Nox attempts to explain, claiming he learned all of this from Professor Lars. He says the professor is an absolute genius when it comes to theories, desperately trying to make his excuse sound plausible. But unfortunately, no one seems to buy a single word of his story. Seeing their skeptical faces, Nox simply tells them that if they doubt it, they do not have to believe him. Zitri clears her throat to break the awkward silence, suggesting they table that discussion for later. She points to the map, noting that they are currently in the northeastern region of Chaders. Nox nods, confirming their path and stating they will continue heading northeast. Christopher looks up with a grave expression, pointing out that proceeding in that direction is highly dangerous. He warns that there are even more dangerous beasts to the northeast, his face suddenly turning pale as the words leave his mouth. Remembering how easily Nox wiped out swarms of monsters with his magic earlier, Christopher realizes his young master could easily take down thousands more. He scratches his head with a quick laugh, brushing it off as no big deal. Christopher explains that while the beasts are bad, the real threat is the kingdom of Talon actively opposing the Reinhafer family. It is dangerous, so being cautious is key, and Nox looks at Christopher, declaring that this is exactly why they are going. Jonda and Zitri de Lobelia listen intently to the two men discussing their next move. He adds that they are heading to Talon, immediately leaving May and Alina completely bewildered. Nox orders the letter to be sent. Tell them a Reinhafer noble is coming, and to prepare, he commands, pulling on his gloves with an amused smirk on his face. A luxurious castle gleams brilliantly under the bright sunlight. Inside the heavily carpeted palace, a man with long orange hair and a brutal scar cutting across his chest is just waking up. He walks over to the mirror, staring quietly at his own reflection. An old man approaches, addressing him as Prince Kusan. The youngest master of the Reinhafer family is arriving soon. Prince Kusan smirks, muttering about what an arrogant brat the boy is. He must think his father's influence can reach all the way to Tahalin. Do you know Theo von Reinhafer? He asks. I still remember the day he slaughtered my entire family and how everyone fought to protect me. A sudden flashback shows a terrified young red-haired boy fleeing for his life, while white-hooded guards armed with weapons fight back desperately. Prince Kusan speaks in a quiet, thoughtful voice, addressing Gramsir. Even though others look down on you as regent with sheer contempt, I still know the absolute truth. When I was drowning in grief after losing my family, you carried the heavy burden of a prince for me. You said his name is Nox von Reinhafer. Once I kill him, Theo Reinhafer will finally know. Prince Kusan lifts a curved blade, swearing that the man will realize exactly what he endured, and how he managed to survive that literal hell. Gramsir bows politely, promising to handle all the necessary preparations. Right behind the thin, sheer silk curtain, Gramsir reveals a long, slithering snake tongue as his eyes turn pitch black, whispering that since the prince made such a heavy choice, he should rest well. The scene transitions. An army in white slowly approaches the city gates. Two guards bark out, demanding to know who is there. Their handsome white-haired leader slowly pulls off his hood to reveal himself. Do I really need to state my name? Standing under this sun has made me extremely irritated, and I feel like killing someone to vent. The guards panic instantly upon recognizing Nox, stammering that they will let him in right away. A bright red system notification flashes before Nox, warning that the player has only 9 days left to live. He must eliminate monsters to restore his remaining lifespan. Nox frowns, wondering if crossing the desert really drains his life this fast, but that is exactly why he came to Talon. He plans to claim the Great Ruins in northern Talon. He also needs to handle that old man as the snake-headed elder flashes through his mind. A dangerous light flickers in his eyes as he realizes he will secure both lifespan and power. But the red screen flashes again, enforcing a penalty since his lifespan is under 10 days. The death countdown debuff is now officially active. All physical stats drop by 20%, multiplying the chance of chronic illnesses triggering. Looking exhausted and gaunt, Nox worries his maid Jonah, who anxiously calls out to her young master. Keep it a secret, he whispers. I only came here to recover. Jonah quietly agrees. Deep inside the grand luxurious hall, the prince and his sister sit high upon their thrones. Prince Kusan spreads his arms to welcome Nox and his squad, claiming he received their letter. Young Master Nox. Nox silently walks up and drives his blade straight into the ground, before the prince shattering the stone with pure force. He is just a petty prince, not even the ruler of a vassal state. How dare he stay seated while greeting the Reinhafer bloodline? With absolute malice in his eyes, Nox asks if he wants his entire kingdom wiped off the map. Kneel down or I will end you first. Oh, he is in full savage mode now, staring him down with unmatched cruelty. Elsewhere, inside a lavish Western-style office, Theo Reinhafer sits alone, completely lost in deep thought. His butler quietly asks why he did not stop his son from going to Tanhalin. After all, has he not already chosen the boy to be his heir? Going to Tanhalin is far too dangerous for him. Theo merely taps his finger, replying that he believes his son will overcome whatever comes his way. He looks directly at his loyal butler. I am not nearly as transparent as you think, guessing my every thought like that. While he intends to hand Nox the family throne, standing out this early puts a massive target on his back. The butler quickly realizes, so that is why he dispatched the elite Black Sword squad to shadow him. Nox von Reinhafer's father slowly steps over to the glass window, looking down. Those shadow guards will strike the absolute moment their young master is in any real danger. A brief memory flashes back to a young Nox training with his father in the courtyard. The fierce patriarch of the family tells him to grip his sword tightly. He commands that one day Nox must kill him for failing to protect his mother. Take my place as lord. I know you can do it. Back in the present, the old man sighs quietly. His own final days are drawing near. Bowing deeply, the butler vows to always remain by his lord's side. My lord. Back in the palace of Tanhalin, Nox glares down at the prince with pure disgust, asking if he really needs to say it twice. Gritting his teeth, Prince Kusan reluctantly drops to his knees. Instantly, the system reveals all of Kusan's stats right before his eyes. Worse, his hostility toward the Reinhafer family is dangerously high. Once seated, Nox quietly analyzes the layout, matching the scene with his memories of the original story. This insecure prince suffers from severe self-worth issues and a highly volatile emotional state. He places 40% of his trust in his closest subordinate, Gramser, completely oblivious to the fact that the old man is actually a demon, a blind trust that will ultimately lead to his gruesome bloody end. Closing his eyes to rest, Nox tightly clenches his fist in silent resolve, but he is absolutely determined to rewrite that tragic ending. Prince Kushan speaks up first, asking why he suddenly decided to visit Talon. Nox opens his eyes and replies coldly, saying he is only here to sightsee the ruins. He demands they keep everything in perfect order until his return. Prince Kushan narrows his eyes and agrees. The prince then waves his hand, ordering a line of girls to step inside. He commands them to guide young Master Nox and treat him with absolute respect. But Nox simply shakes his head. He demands a different guide instead. Nox points directly at Kushan's younger sister, sitting right beside him. I want this girl as my guide. Wait, but she is. Kushan hesitates, but Nox frowns and asks if there is a problem. Prince Kushan grimaces slightly, telling Arya to serve the young master well. Arya softly obeys, her face completely void of emotion. Below, Jana whispers to Zitri, asking what to do since their master is finally showing interest in women. Standing beside her, a flustered Zitri mutters that she has no idea, as books never covered this. The blue-haired Alina almost screams that no woman should get near him, but the orange-haired girl quickly covers her mouth, warning Alina to stay quiet at a time like this. Watching his chaotic group bicker, Nox looks like he just swallowed a fly. What a complete mess. He silently admits that anyone in their position would easily misunderstand. His gaze then shifts back to Arya, who is sitting there completely expressionless. He can clearly see a dark purple aura wrapping around her, sensing the mastermind behind it. She has already been completely ensnared. Nox finally calls out for them to move, telling the rest to go rest. Alina, you are coming with me. Alina cheerfully replies, yes, young master. And Christopher too, Nox adds, pointing at the boy who is now jumping up and down with joy. Zitri quietly asks if he will really be okay without her. Nox coldly replies that she is overprotecting him. But don't worry, because everything is going exactly according to plan. He turns and walks away, leaving Zitri feeling utterly dejected. At the city gates, Nox turns to Christopher, pointing toward Arya and asking if he noticed it too. Christopher smirks, identifying her as Arya Adrian, the only sister of Prince Kushan, famed for her extraordinary beauty. Get to the point, Nox frowns. Christopher stops smiling and explains that she is currently under an illusion curse. Nox nods. He declares that he will break her curse starting now. Christopher asks doubtfully if he can actually break such a dark magic curse. If anything goes wrong, Tahalin will not let it slide. Nox steps forward to avoid any prying eyes. They quietly make their way inside an ordinary-looking local tavern. A beautiful waitress quickly approaches to greet them. Welcome, distinguished young masters. Bowing politely, the waitress quickly adds that a low-class tavern like this is hardly suitable for their noble status. Nox doesn't answer right away. Instead, he reviews the 3 goals that brought him here. First, to break Arya's curse. Second, to awaken Alina's latent powers. And the third, out of nowhere, Nox asks how the rebellion prep is going. The innocent-looking clerk's expression shifts instantly as she draws her sword and lunges straight at them. Christopher easily blocks her attack. He smirks, noting she drew her sword too fast. Talk about having no manners at all. With effortless grace, Christopher lands his blade right against the clerk's throat. Nox finally speaks up, telling her it is best she cooperates with him. He knows this is a secret contact point for an elite unit, making the clerk's glare turn incredibly tense. Flashback to Rass's lectures, where he emphasized that lifting a curse is basically like reverse engineering a spell formula. To put it simply, it is like untangling a messy knot. But actually dismantling and neutralizing a high-level spell is incredibly difficult. Nox remembers Rass's advice to never do it alone, but rather the best option is to find an actual expert. For instance, someone from a rare race like an elf. Back in the present, the tension in the room is suffocating. Nox suddenly cuts through the heavy air, ordering everyone to put away their weapons. Christopher looks confused, arguing that the clerk was the one who attacked first. But Nox has more pressing matters, demanding a private chat and telling them to step aside. Christopher reluctantly tells the others to obey the young master's orders and fall back. Seeing his guard linger, Nox bluntly tells Christopher that he must step out too. Shocked, Christopher protests, arguing that as his personal escort, he has a duty to protect him. But Nox leaves him absolutely no choice by ordering Alina to stay behind. He promises to protect her if anything happens, which makes Alina completely overjoyed as she happily agrees to stay. Outside, the night sky has completely darkened. Lysa asks him seriously if he actually knows who she is. Nox calmly replies that of course he does. An elf belonging to an extinct tribe. a member of the Astals, the legendary and great spirit magician Lys. As he speaks, her disguise fades, revealing her true form as she realizes her identity is fully compromised. There is no point in hiding it anymore. Nox is pleased with her cooperation, calling it a wise choice. Still, Lys remains highly guarded, trying to figure him out. Recognizing his distinct hair and eyes, she identifies him as the youngest master of the Reinhafer family, Nox, which he immediately confirms. He reveals that he knows she is the rebellion's organizer, with their base hidden right below. Lys's brow furrows as she suspiciously demands to know what he is actually here for. Nox glances back at the girl behind him, demanding that Lys lift the curse plaguing her. Lys points out his request with a sarcastic chuckle, noting she is currently plotting a rebellion against the king. Yet, he expects her to save the Empire's princess. Nox remains perfectly calm, pointing out that if a rebellion does happen, Talon will be utterly destroyed in the process. Win or lose, the kingdom will ultimately fall right into the hands of the Empire. Surely that is a disastrous outcome that neither of them wants. Confused, Lys slowly steps forward and demands to know his actual goal. Why would a member of the Reinhafer family who spearheads the invasion try to save the Princess of Talon? Hearing this, Nox turns to lock a serious gaze on her. A faint smile plays on his lips. Nox quickly boots up his special skill, the acting talent. I know exactly what the Kingdom of Talon means to you. On guard, Lizzie tightly clenches her fists, demanding to know what kind of nonsense he's spouting. Nox falls silent for a brief moment. Lizzie does not back down either, pressing him directly for an answer. The heavy silence makes Lise furrow her brows in suspicion. But first, a quick backstory. It starts with Saren, the desert bandit. Even among the highly mana-sensitive elves, Lizzie stood out. She was an incredibly gifted elemental mage, a genius unmatched by any other. Even as a young child, she could easily connect with countless spirits. And at just 16, she contracted with a high-ranking spirit, earning the prestigious title of Great Elementalist. But great talent without proper direction. Sometimes it can lead to absolute disaster. Born as an outcast of the rare Astel elf tribe, she never received protection from her own people, leaving her to wander completely alone through countless countries for years. Spirit magic is incredibly versatile, even if its actual combat power is pretty low. Everyone wanted a piece of her power. Back then, Lizzie found herself constantly cornered by brutal thugs who were easily twice her physical size. Faced with that situation, she simply froze in terror. It meant she was doomed to live a life of endless running. That relentless chase drove her straight to Talon. Cornered by hostile mercenaries, she was standing at death's door. Just then, a kind woman stepped in to save her, telling her to hide quickly inside. She promised to tell the pursuers that Lise had fled somewhere else. Her name was Saren, and with her help, Lise finally found a safe place to live. Saren was a naturally gifted leader, a true beacon of hope for the local street orphans. Lise looked up to her, thinking she was amazing. But keeping everyone alive was far from easy. Lise watched her constantly struggle to care for and feed those children. Still, she couldn't help but feel deeply anxious, and one dark night under the flickering campfire, she finally questioned Saren. Do you really have to keep stealing? Is there truly no other way? Saren kept a soft smile, but behind it was deep helplessness, whispering that if they didn't do this, the slum children simply wouldn't survive. Stealing was obviously a crime, a highly dangerous task that risked lives. Yet, it was a necessary choice to protect those helpless orphans from being cast aside. Lisa finally began to understand the harsh reality. She immediately started looking for ways to support Saren's cause, so she began rebuilding the rundown slum using her own magic, constructing a cozy, though slightly worn-down little tavern. Looking up at the new sign, Lisa felt a massive wave of pure happiness swell within her. Her eyes shone, filled with genuine hope for a brighter future. But then one day, Lisa's face twists in pure horror, and their half-finished plans are completely shattered. Before their dream tavern could even be completed, Lisa was forced to witness a horrifying nightmare. Saren was hanging dead from the gallows. Nox's cold, calm voice echoes, stating that this kingdom is completely rotten from the inside out, but trying to tear it down with a simple coup is useless. Archive will simply swallow it whole. Lise slowly lowers her head, asking him when he thinks all these orphans first started flooding into Talon, only to be pushed into the slums. It's because nobody is currently sitting on Talon's throne. With an empty throne, the corrupt nobles only care about protecting themselves. If someone had just stepped up and done the right thing, none of this would have happened. Pain is clear in Lice's eyes, even though those tragic events happened so long ago. And Saren would still be alive. Nox strongly agrees, telling her she is absolutely correct. Lice screams in total disbelief, demanding to know what he means by agreeing with her. Nox warns her sternly to not let hatred blind her reason. He urges her to find a solid, guaranteed way to protect everyone because her current plan just isn't good enough. He pauses for a moment, then calmly brings up his real goal once again. Doing exactly what he says is the only way she can truly honor her late friend Saren. Nox's deep voice echoes through the room, mentioning the human friend who once saved her life. He also knows that the young girl is long dead, And though war was the cause of her death, his point remains. Her current path will only make everything far worse. Skeptical and utterly stunned, Lys demands to know how he plans to resolve this entire situation. Nox states bluntly that he will help the prince take the throne. If the prince rules and fulfills his duties, this country will slowly begin to heal. Lys scoffs in angry disbelief, claiming that if the prince had that kind of courage, things would never have ended up like this. Is this really his final way to save their homeland? Nox sharply reminds her of the past, pointing out that Lys told Saren to flee, but she stubbornly refused, because she loved those children and this place. Back then, Saren had casually looked at Lys, asking if she believed that Tahalin would eventually become a beautiful city. Looking at the children, Lys held a glimmer of hope, though she knew it would be difficult. But under this beautiful sunset with a king's blessing, they could finally find a peaceful place to rest. Until that day finally comes, she refused to leave this place. Tears streamed down Lys's face in utter shock, wondering how he could possibly know Saren's true feelings. Nox calmly counters her, asking if what Saren truly wanted was really the total collapse of this nation. Let me ask you one final question. Do you truly believe this child is completely innocent? Meanwhile, back inside the royal palace, Kushan sits gloomily on his bed, quietly calling out to Kramsar. His voice is filled with sheer helplessness, wondering what they should do if they also lose to Arya. Kramsar quickly reassures him, telling the prince not to worry as they do everything to secure the princess's safety. Secretly, Kramsar's guard goes up as he realizes Nox is far from a fool, making him a dangerous threat that must be eliminated. Only then can Archduke Gremory be safely unsealed and set free. While Kramsar keeps calculating his next move, Kusan sinks deeper into despair. He curses himself as a coward who abandoned his own sister, believing he should have protected her even if it cost him his life. Kramsar himself is quite unclear about this, but there must be a reason why they captured Arya. After a brief silence, he makes his move, proposing to slip poison into the food when Lord Nox arrives. They will use the ancient king's weapon to execute the youngest Reinhafer child. It is his only path to absolute revenge. Kramsar's sinister words pour into Kusan's ears as the only path to save Arya and bring her back. Meanwhile, Nox and Zitri de Lobelia are walking down the long corridor. Right then, a voice calls out to them, addressing Lord Nox. Kramsar approaches and invites Nox to follow because dinner is ready, but a wary Nox demands to know who he is. Remembering to introduce himself, he explains that he is the court magician Kramsar appointed to assist Nox by order of Prince Kusan. Kramsar's sinister eyes slowly narrow in deep suspicion. He asks where the girl Arya went. Nox calmly replies that she is staying at a decent inn nearby. Not pushing any further, the old man happily lets it go, saying he understands. The group quickly heads in to enjoy the lavish banquet. Zitri de Lobelia gently pets her parrot while Jana is busily gnawing on a massive piece of meat. Even May and Alina are eating with great appetite. Zitri de Lobelia cannot help but gush that parrots really are the absolute best creatures. She whispers to the bird, praising how it listens to her every word, though the confused parrot just blindly repeats after her. Humming happily, Zitri de Lobelia vows to bring one home if she gets the chance, while May chimes in to mention that this desert region has some pretty useful materials and herbs that only grow in the dry sand. Nearby, things are much quieter. Jana anxiously asks if the young master is doing all right, and Nox calmly assures her that he is fine. Yet Kramsar keeps a fake smile plastered on his face, claiming he is glad to see Nox enjoying his time in Talon. He offers a special dish to liven things up, asking if Nox would like to try it. The silver screen scorpion tail, a rare delicacy reserved only for their most honored guests. He hopes it suits the young lord's taste. Soon the dark night sky completely blankets the Talon Palace, and right on cue a dark figure slips down the hallway. Clad entirely in black, he stands there in the shadows, silently watching. Stepping forward, he gently cracks open a door. It is Kusan, tightly gripping the ancient weapon Kramsar gave him, thinking that stabbing Nox with this will finally bring an end to everything. The heavy grudge of his fallen family. He can finally pay that bastard back in full. Tense with anxiety, Kusan tells himself that this is his absolute best option. He quietly creeps closer toward the bed. Watching Nox breathe steadily, Kusan analyzes the situation. If everything went according to Kramsar's scheme, the target should already be completely paralyzed by the poison. To finish him in one blow, it has to be now. Kusan raises his blade, whispering for Nox to blame his own father. No mercy. The sharp blade plunges straight down. But right at that split second, Nox snaps his eyes open. He swiftly dodges, forcing Kusan's blade to miss its mark entirely. Before Kusan can even adjust, Nox firmly grabs him by the wrist. An icy chill runs straight down Kusan's spine. Thinking fast, he leaps backward to gain some distance. Biting his lip in pure frustration, Kusan knows there is absolutely no turning back now. Kusan charges and refusing to back down. Nox calmly raises his fist to counter. He strikes with zero hesitation, punching Kusan straight in the ribs. Kusan collapses onto the floor in absolute agony. The sheer impact leaves him completely paralyzed, unable to get back up. Nox smiles down at the pathetic assassin. Are you surprised that I can still move after taking that deadly poison? Well, I do not have to explain myself to my literal killer, do I? Suddenly, his signature sword materializes in Nox's hand. Looking like a total demon, he raises the sharp blade to interrogate him. Rewind to a few hours before the banquet, Nox and Alina met in secret. He called her over and she responded with a simple, "Yes, young master." Nox showed her a vial of silver scorpion poison, explaining that while it is usually weak, combining it with certain foods makes it a deadly poison. Kusan is going to use this to assassinate me, so brew an antidote immediately. Alina was shocked, asking how on earth he could possibly know that. Nox just chuckled internally. He had seen this event 10 times in the game already. He coldly reminded her that she had no right to question his orders, only to obey. This dominant attitude only makes Alina admire him more. Her master is always so cool. Looking at her, Nox felt completely unbothered, knowing that even a massive army would not pose a threat to him, because he already noticed them. Dark Knights. The absolute elite of the Reinhafer family. So his brother Theo secretly dispatched them to guard him. Nox could only marvel at Theo's extreme overprotective brotherly love. Honestly, it is enough to make a guy tear up. Their stealth techniques were top tier even by the standards of the game. But they could never hide from someone who had cleared the game 10 times. With those elite guards backing him, taking on an entire army would not be a problem anyway. Back in the present, Nox relentlessly mocks Kusan, asking how he dared to try and assassinate a Reinhafer. Kill me. Did you honestly think you could avenge your father this way? This immediately sets Kusan off, screaming at him for daring to mention his father. Do not speak of him like that. Unleashing a massive wave of raw bloodlust, he charges at Nox. Yet Nox remains completely unbothered, ducking easily to dodge the strike. Furious, Kusan frantically unleashes a barrage of lethal moves. In the middle of his attack, Kusan remembers hearing that the youngest Reinhafer was just a useless, trashy kid. So why on earth is his swordsmanship at this level? A slight smirk plays on Nox's lips. He quickly analyzes Kusan, noting that as a royal prince, he should at least have some decent training. While he at least knows the basics in Nox's eyes, this prince's swordsmanship is barely mid-tier. For Nox, he does not need to use any skills here. Kusan's entire body is slammed hard onto the floor once again. Staring at the sharp blade near his face, Kusan grimaces in pain. Nox looks down, demanding to know who put him up to this. Kusan bites his lip, stammering that he acted completely alone. Knowing he is lying, Nox presses further, asking if he really plans to hide the truth. Suddenly, he calls for Christopher, who eagerly rushes out from nowhere, replying, "Yes, young master." The loyal Christopher pledges he would jump into fire on command, but since he talks too much, Nox gives his first order, "Shut up." The second order is to make that guy kneel down. He immediately approaches Kusan, asking the prince for forgiveness before taking action. His hostile gaze glares coldly at the people in front of him. Nox speaks up, noting that he is looking at him with absolute hatred. "Let me ask you something. What do you think ruined you and this entire kingdom? Was it because of your sister?" The only response is empty silence. Patiently switching his approach, Nox asks how he feels about this question instead. "Have you actually fulfilled your duty while sitting in that high position?" This makes Kusan snap, tensely shouting to demand what he means by that. Nox looks directly at Kusan with a mocking tone, saying that since Kusan was born into greatness without any real burdens on his shoulders, he can never truly understand the pressure. "Do you actually know why I did not kill you? It is because you still have value, especially with that fading throne you were trying to grasp." Kusan suddenly screams out, calling it a completely useless thing. "I do not want to hold that kind of value at all." Nox replies in his usual calm voice, stating the obvious fact that whether he likes it or not, he was born to rule. "If you do not endure this weight, who else could take that seat or possibly replace you?" This question leaves Kusan frozen, completely unable to answer. Seizing this exact moment, Nox directly offers to help him become the king of Tallinn. "If you agree to this, I will finally tell you the whole truth." Kusan genuinely begins to hesitate. Nox easily notices two people secretly eavesdropping nearby, but calmly continues, persuading Kusan, offering to share one major truth first. "I did not do anything to your younger sister." Overhearing this, Alina and Zitri de Lobelia gasp in shock, wondering if it is true. Even Kusan did not expect to hear that. Meanwhile, in another location, things are about to get chaotic. Someone curiously asks why that guy Nox keeps coming back to Tallinn time after time. A gloomy man immediately answers, saying that who knows, because even after a thorough investigation, they still have not managed to find any useful information at all. The man next to him angrily slams the table, calling it a ridiculous insult to Tallinn that they would dare bring their own private guards here. The three of them keep debating the situation, but there is little they can do against the powerful Reinhafer family, leaving them with no choice but to watch closely. Finally, Gramser speaks up, suggesting that this might actually be a perfect opportunity for all of them. Hearing this, everyone turns to look at him, asking the elder what he could possibly mean by that. Gramser happily explains that this might be the absolute perfect moment to eliminate the prince once and for all. But the others are still quite hesitant, questioning if this is truly the right time to make a move. It feels like it is still a bit too early to act. Standing right in front of them, Gramser reminds everyone of the deep humiliation the prince displayed that day. Everyone saw it right. Suddenly, the crowd begins to change their minds, whispering that having a royal prince kneel down in front of mere nobles is indeed a massive humiliation. Sensing their shifting mood, Gramser slams his cane hard against the ground, declaring that everyone's anger has finally reached its absolute peak. Why not get rid of the prince and Nox's entire army all at once? However, deep worries still linger among them, questioning if they can truly survive the consequences of killing a child of the Reinhafer family. But Gramser confidently reassures them that he has already poisoned Nox's meal, adding that the prince himself said he plans to take his own life. This instantly boosts their confidence, realizing they can easily blame Nox's death on the prince and use the resulting chaos to spark a war, a truly brilliant plan. Hearing this, he bursts into a satisfied laugh while the crowd endlessly cheers his name, praising the great Kramer. Right now, in a quiet corner of the room, Nox and Kusin stand behind the curtains watching. Nox speaks up, asking what he thinks of it all. Of the truth he just witnessed with his own eyes. Kusin goes silent for a moment. His pupils constrict with pure hatred, calling them incredibly filthy and despicable. Deep in a pitch-black void, faint light filters through the dark water. Arya floats aimlessly as an eerie voice echoes around her, asking why she thinks the late king and queen died. Does she truly not understand why Tahalin fell into such ruin? It is all because of her utterly useless brother. Her brother is a weak coward who lacks even a single shred of determination to seize the throne. Arya fiercely protests, crying out that it cannot be true and that they are lying. Gramser's voice echoes, continuously telling her to let go so everything becomes easier, urging her to let him handle it all. As for the princess, she should just sink into a long, blissful dream. Helplessness fills her eyes, even though she knows this is nothing but a meaningless illusion. She cannot even move a muscle, let alone utter a single word anymore. Could this really be the end for her? Just when all hope seems lost, a desperate voice suddenly pulls her back, calling out for Arya, Adrian, and asking if she can hear him. Arya quickly turns around, wondering who is there. She sincerely pleads, begging whoever can hear her to please get her out of this dark place. Light begins to shine down on Arya like rays of hope. A voice assures her that if that is what she wants, he will do it, since that was his plan anyway. A wave of warmth wraps around Arya and she can feel her strength slowly returning to her body. It leaves her completely bewildered, wondering what on earth is actually happening right now. Back with Nox, Kusan falls to his knees in despair before him, and Christopher, admitting he had believed everything Gramser told him, believing him on Talon's politics, moral principles, and even the very lives of the citizens. Nox sternly warns Kusan to blame his own weakness for leaving all decisions in the hands of others. Kusan knows this all too well, lamenting that this is why he is suffering so much. He desperately asks what he must do to fix everything. Nox spots two figures approaching and tells Kusan that he should ask someone else instead of him. It is none other than Arya, and lies. Arya looks warmly at Kusan, softly calling out to him. Her sudden appearance leaves him utterly shocked as he gasps her name. Kusan rushes over in a panic, asking if she is truly all right and what exactly happened to her. Nox speaks up for her, stating she was brainwashed by Gramser. Kusan asks in disbelief, questioning how brainwashing is even possible, but Nox firmly confirms that it is exactly as he suspects. That man is a demon, a true devil. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through Kusan's head. Nox quickly explains that Kusan was partially brainwashed too. Now that the truth is coming to light, those false memories are shattering, causing his head to split. He just needs to wait a bit for the pain to pass, and then he will finally realize what he truly must do. Just as Nox predicted, Kusan regains his clarity only a few minutes later. Before he can even process his thoughts, Lies lands a devastating blow right across his face. She sternly warns him that if he still refuses to make the right choice, now she will personally hang his head from the royal tower. All because of Gramser's tyranny and Kusan's own pathetic cowardice. Nox watches from behind with no intention of stopping her, seeing that her rage is indeed boiling over. It turns out everything started with the dark secrets surrounding Gramser. The royal mage Gramser had seized control of the entire kingdom through regency and his brainwashing sorcery. But his true identity is a literal demon. His goal is to resurrect Gramarye, one of the 72 great demons. The brainwashed king and queen of Talon rose up to rebel against the imperial family. Furious at this move, the Archive Empire played right into Kramsar's hands, ordering House Reinhafer to directly subjugate Talon. Ultimately, under the ruthless hands of Theo, Christopher, and the Black Sword Knights, the king of Talon and countless others perish, a shocking turning point that completely devastated those who learned of it. Even Lisi's deep rage and Kusan's visible weakness were merely the lingering aftershocks of that tragedy. Nox spoke in a low voice. The two of them had suffered the same pain. In war, there are absolutely no winners or losers. No one deserves to be defended and no one should be blamed, but at least do not mistake the person you should truly hate. But Lisi still could not accept it, arguing it was too late and he still lacked any real resolve. If he had even a shred of courage to claim the throne, Saren and those children would still be alive. Nox lowered his voice to soothe her, stating that without looking back at the past, people can never truly grow. No matter how cruel and miserable the reality right in front of her might be, she must keep moving forward. For a fleeting moment, Lise saw a striking reflection of Seren inside Nox. As tears quietly fell, Lise had to admit that deep down, she always knew he was remarkably similar to herself. She understood that crushing helplessness of losing loved ones bearing heavy burdens, wanting to run away, hide, and completely disappear from this world. Arya softly called her brother, promising she would stand by his side this time. Hearing this, Kushan felt a spark of hope ignite. There was still something they had to protect. Only then could he finally speak, offering his sincere thanks to Arya. Now watch. At that exact moment, a system update popped up as Kushan's loyalty trait unlocked. Kushan Adrian's loyalty toward Nox von Reinhafer immediately skyrocketed to 100%. From now on, Kushan Adrian would show rock-solid, everlasting loyalty to the player. Determination surged wildly within both Kushan and Lizzie. They would not run away anymore. Watching from the side, Nox reaped the benefits, pleased to have won over both Kushan and Lizzie. Now they would become his strongest units, and just like he did with Marine, he would guide them. Lisa sincerely expressed her gratitude to Nox von Reinhafer, feeling her anger had finally found its true direction. He was nothing like the ruthless person she had heard of in the rumors. Arya was also deeply grateful, teasing her foolish brother while thanking Nox for saving her life. But Nox humbly replied that he was merely a guide, and the path ahead was theirs to walk. Suddenly, thunderous shouts echoed from the streets below them. Angry citizens screamed to depose the incompetent Prince Kushan and usher in a brand new era, demanding that Kramsar be crowned as their new king. The chaotic turn of events brought a smirk to Nox's face. It was far too early for thanks. From this moment on, they had to prepare for the real battle, to face the true enemy hiding in the shadows. Meanwhile, a massive commotion was breaking out among the villagers. The united villagers rose up in protest, declaring they could not entrust the kingdom to an incompetent prince and princess, demanding a truly worthy successor. Only one man has the power to save us now, and the savior they clamored for was none other than Kramsar. He remained silent, but his calculating eyes narrowed. Just how long had he plotted to reach this precise moment? Only a select few are born with immense talent and noble blood, while the vast majority never get to live the life they desire. After everything he had been through, Kramsar was absolutely certain that his talent was as dry as a barren wasteland, leaving him empty-handed and pathetic. But then a pitying voice suddenly echoed in the dark alleyway, calling him an incredibly weak little brat. The voice said it saw the raw hunger in his eyes, but his pathetic talent and low birth were dragging him down. It warned he would wander forever, never reaching his goals, only to be buried in the dust of time. But that was highly unfair, because opportunities should be handed out equally to absolutely everyone. So the voice offered him a lifetime opportunity. That single push made Kramsar realize what he had to do. To climb to the top, a worthless nobody had to do whatever it took, even if it meant stepping on others, even if it meant selling his own soul. Finally, the moment arrived for his desperate prayers to bear fruit. Empowered by the immense strength granted to him by the goddess Gremory, this was his moment, not just to become special, but to seize the entire kingdom. The surrounding crowd panics, desperately shouting to find out if the prince is safe and where they can find him. Seeing his moment, Kramsar calmly steps forward and tells them there is no need. It was Prince Kushan Adrian. Just then, a cold voice pierces through, asking Kramsar what on earth he is doing. That familiar presence makes Kramsar freeze in shock. He is left completely and utterly baffled. It makes no sense. That prince was supposed to be a cowardly, hatred-consumed wreck who could never escape his own shell. Staring into those sharp eyes, Kramsar wonders how the boy could have changed so drastically. A drop of sweat drips down his face as Kramsar realizes the powerful brainwashing spell placed on the princess has completely vanished. Kushan Adrian bluntly exposes him, stating he once trusted Kramsar like family, yet the man did nothing to protect Tahaling. With sheer disgust in his eyes, he accuses Kramsar of only wanting to steal the very land his father and ancestors built. Kramsar casually scoffs back, asking who it was that actually wasted those empty 2 years of doing absolutely nothing. He points to the furious crowd behind him, blaming the prince's incompetence for their anger and asking if he cannot see their sorrow. He even claims the late king is cursing the prince from beyond the grave. Down below, the angry mob starts chanting in frustration. This fuels Kramsar's confidence, and trust me, he's hoping the raging crowd will tear the prince apart so he won't have to lift a finger. Right then, a mocking voice cuts in, and honestly, you have to love his timing. As the crowd stares in shock, the speaker calmly adds that he just has to point out how hilarious this whole setup is. Nox locks eyes with the crowd, sneering that every single one of them is acting like a clown. Kramsar gasps in sheer disbelief. His teeth clench in total disgust, calling Nox a lucky, arrogant brat whose massive pride is backed only by his family bloodline. Losing his patience, he demands to know why Nox von Reinhafer, the great heir, has come to see him, but Nox only responds with a quiet smirk. Seconds later, Nox drops a bombshell accusing the mastermind of the war 2 years ago of now selling out Talon's late king. He brands Kramsar as nothing but a demonic lapdog. Kramsar freezes in shock while the panicked crowd immediately starts whispering and wondering if they truly heard the word devil. Nox looks down, mocking them as clueless trash who do not even realize they are committing treason, telling them to think back with their foolish brains. He asks them to recall when the royal family grew distant and when the kingdom's ties with the empire first fractured. His next words turn all eyes back onto Kramsar, pointing out that it all started when he became court wizard. The crowd quickly pieces their memories together, recalling the late king's sudden rebellion and the war with Arkham. Suddenly, everyone clutches their heads in immense agony, screaming out that their minds feel like they are about to explode. Kushan Adrian frowns at the sight, realizing the pain is a sign that Kramsar's massive brainwashing spell over the nobles and citizens is fading. Kramsar screams out desperately, clinging to his last shred of influence, warning everyone not to be fooled that Nox is the one dragging Talon into the abyss and questioning why they would ever trust House Reinhafer. Kramsar demands to know if there is any actual proof that he serves the demons, threatening that if they keep spreading these rumors, he can no longer guarantee their safety. Nox's eyes flash with amusement as he finds the word guarantee to be quite entertaining. He calmly and deliberately leaps down toward the ground below. This sudden move completely panics the onlookers, who frantically warn the young master that the area below is crawling with enemies. Ignoring all their frantic warnings, Nox lands gracefully on his feet and casually asks what they mean by dangerous. No, the complete opposite. Nox declares that despite standing there alone, no pathetic fool would ever dare attack him, exposing how they have been blinded by Kramsar's lies of eternal wealth while he exploits them. Facing a wall of pointed blades, Nox steps forward unfazed, asking if they dared to launch a rebellion without being prepared to pay the ultimate price of death. He leans back and summons a truly horrifying blade of dark energy. Though shaken, the rebels remain stubbornly defiant, demanding how a mere noble from House Reinhafer has any right to look down on them and throw insults. One hot-headed rebel suddenly charges forward, shouting to the others that Nox is alone and they can easily end him right now. Nox merely stares at the foolish challenger, utterly speechless at such blind recklessness. He coldly unleashes a horizontal slash, warning them that if they draw their swords, then prepare to be cut down. The panicked crowd completely loses control as they realize he actually killed one of them, shouting in rage that even a noble of House Reinhafer has no right to interfere in their kingdom's affairs like this. Nox wastes no words, pointing his dark blade at the fresh corpse and coldly telling them to remember exactly who they just pointed their weapons at, and to open their eyes to who is truly blinding them with lies. As Kushan lands, Nox casts a brief glance back at Kushan Adrian. Tonight, a brand new king will finally rise to rule over Talon. Nox tells him to prove it with his own hands as Kushan draws two twin daggers, confidently agreeing to the task. With that, he charges forward like a flash of lightning. Kushan's eyebrows suddenly furrow in deep concentration. Distracted by a loud explosion above, the crowd looks up in utter confusion. Lyse recognizes the blast as their green light, quickly commanding everyone to launch an all-out charge. Hearing her order, they all charge forward as one. A fierce, chaotic battle immediately erupts on the field. Shocked by the sudden onslaught, Kramsar takes a step back in disbelief, cursing the lowly peasants. The two witches react quickly, hurling magic potions into the battlefield. Everyone fights with everything they have got. Kramsar's face turns pale as he realizes they must regain the upper hand at all costs. His eyes quickly lock onto Zitri de Lobelia standing nearby. Kramsar immediately unleashes a deadly blast of magic, shouting for her to die. The lethal magical orb flies directly toward an unsuspecting Zitri de Lobelia. But right at the last possible second, Nox suddenly appears to block the strike. His icy gaze remains completely fixed on Kramsar. Zitri de Lobelia is startled by his sudden arrival, gasping master. In a stern tone, he commands Zitri de Lobelia to step back immediately. Across from them, Kramsar watches in utter disbelief as his spell completely dissipates, wondering how anyone could dispel his magic with a single blow. How could a useless failure from House Reinhafer possess such ridiculous power? While he is busy dealing with Nox, panicked rebels desperately crowd around Kramsar as their last hope, begging the Lord to save them from the carnage. Furious, Kramsar summons a magic circle to blast them away, yelling at the fools to get lost. Kushan cannot believe his eyes as Kramsar attacks his own allies, while Lyse spots a portal opening and frantically warns everyone that they must stop him from escaping. Kramsar hesitates, desperately convincing himself that retreating now to reorganize his forces is his only option. Right at that moment, an arrow shoots straight through the air. The instant it impacts, the massive gate explodes into splinters. The blast startles Kramsar, sending him stumbling onto his butt, wondering how the gate collapsed. Nox effortlessly catches the arrow in his palm, raising an eyebrow with a mocking smirk, asking if this is the skill of a famous mage. How absolutely pathetic. Kramsar's mind spirals from sheer shock to absolute terror, unable to believe that this kid actually reversed his magic circle after looking at it for only a few seconds. Nox offers some mock gratitude, saying that since a certain professor nearly trained him to death, a simple spell like this is nothing. Even he did not expect that a complete magic maniac would actually come in handy now. Suddenly, Kramsar's collar is violently yanked upward. Nox raises his voice to draw the crowd, telling everyone to look very closely. Here is the undeniable proof that this bastard is a literal demon. As the contact point glows purple, Kramsar panics and struggles, begging him to stop. Thick black veins begin bulging out from his neck all the way to his head. Within less than 1 minute, Kramsar's pupils shrink as he coughs up a mouthful of black toxic blood. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd immediately realizes what is happening. His mana is backfiring, and that hideous form is. The esteemed court mage is actually a demon, pure garbage. With Kramsar exposed, Nox takes the opportunity to mock the crowd, saying that those who worship this demon are actually worse than trash. The old man tries to push Nox away, but Nox's grip is just too strong. Unable to bear the pain, he screams out, cursing the useless trash of the Reinhafer family. He asks if a mere bug knows who he serves, boasting in his grimoire one of the 72 great demon dukes. The more Kramsar talks, the smugger his face becomes, claiming he is Grimoire's most loyal servant and warning that the great demon duke will absolutely crush a bug like Nox. Finding the old man's constant boasting too annoying, Nox thrusts his sword straight into Kramsar's chest. His entire body trembles violently as he begs Nox to spare him, promising to give him absolutely everything he could ever want. Wealth, fame, control over Talon, and even the power of the great demon duke. But Nox's cold answer has never changed. He does not need any of it. Kramsar's body slowly fades away. Kushan stares at the dark figure before him, unable to hold back his question. Nox flatly confirms Kushan's doubts, explaining that Grimoire is a demon who takes over a mortal's body and soul forever in exchange for granting them massive power. Her hosts become nothing more than her discarded puppets, and unless they tear out the roots, Dawn will never rise over Talon again. He calmly instructs Kushan and Lise that it is finally time to end this rebellion. Receiving the command, Kushan instantly charges forward. Nox does not spare a single one of Kramsar's remaining followers. System alerts keep ringing out with every swing of his sword, confirming enemies eliminated and adding 4 hours of life. Enemy eliminated, and another 4 hours are added to his life. They did evil under Kramsar's command, but slaughtering them just to buy himself more time feels pretty dark. His face remains completely blank, but deep down Nox is asking himself what kind of insane mess he has gotten into. The next morning, the first rays of dawn illuminate the ruined palace after a night of fierce combat. The newly arrived squad stands frozen, unable to believe the absolute devastation. Rodwell's mind is a complete mess, wondering why he rushed all the way here to protect Lord Nox when the entire crisis was resolved in a single night. The butler's gaze locks onto the person standing before him. It is none other than Prince Kushan Adrian. Kushan calmly greets him, but an anxious Rodwell cuts him off, saying there is no time for pleasantries and demanding to know where Lord Nox is. If you threaten my young master, you will not be getting out of here alive. Just as the butler is about to draw his sword, Nox's voice rings out, telling Rodwell to lower his weapon. Seeing him, the butler's voice practically cracks as he gasps out, "Young Master Nox." Rodwell anxiously warns that his family was deeply worried by the sudden crowd, while Nox sighs, noting that this many nights speaks for itself. Ever serious, the butler insists that taking such measures is only natural to protect the prestigious Reinhafer bloodline. But Nox questions him back, asking if he ignored the consequences, since his father would never have made this decision. He tells him that if any punishment comes, he should blame it on Nox, claiming he simply had to obey orders. Hearing this immediately leaves Rodwell completely speechless. Closing his eyes, the butler quietly corrects him, stating that this was actually his father's decision. Since Rodwell never lies, Nox is completely caught off guard, questioning his father's choice, while the butler solemnly nods yes. Nox drops the subject, though he is secretly stunned that his father, Theo, acted this way. Rodwell then asks why the young master is traveling with Prince Kushan. Hearing his own name, Kushan steps forward and asserts that it was entirely his own decision. He proudly expresses his deep gratitude, thanking Nox for saving his kingdom of Talon and showing him what a true king must do even when lost in darkness. He calls Nox's mercy a blessing that dragged him out of the abyss, admitting he could never fully repay it in a single lifetime. Kushan suddenly drops to his knees right before Nox, begging the young master to accept his eternal loyalty. Nox chuckles dryly, asking if the proud king of Talon can truly pledge loyalty to the Reinhafer family trash regardless of the inevitable gossip from his people. Kushan firmly replies that he absolutely can, because his loyalty is dedicated not just to the family but to Nox alone. Lise, who has been quiet this whole time, speaks up in full agreement with that sentiment. Is that not true, Princess Arya? Nox smiles with satisfaction at those before him, thrilled to have secured 3 new units as everything falls into place. Rodwell watches the young masters retreating back, lost in deep, quiet thought. For a long time, he harbored serious doubts about the young lord, but today they are completely washed away. From taking responsibility for his subordinates' actions, to watching him command absolute lifelong loyalty. Master Theo, before we even manage to notice the young lord, has already begun carrying himself like a true-born ruler. Suddenly, a flashing red warning pops up, announcing a short-term negative attribute is now active. Nox immediately collapses as his physical abilities drop by another 5%, a penalty that only disappears once his remaining lifespan climbs back over 30 days. A sudden wave of nausea surges, forcing Nox to cover his mouth. He wonders why a penalty, triggered by dropping below 10 days of life, requires over 30 days of health just to clear. Quickly composing himself, Nox mentally complains about whether he should report this ridiculous glitch to the game developers while a panicked Jana frantically asks if her young master is doing all right. He simply lowers his head and offers a quiet reassurance to both of them, promising that his remaining life will increase very soon. Out in the barren desert, the glowing system interface flashes once more, updating his remaining survival time to a measly 9 days. Bundled in a white cloak, Nox coughs weakly as he trudges through the swirling desert dust. He deeply regrets that of all the traits in Inner Lunatic, he had to choose the one that severely restricts his lifespan. Knowing this nightmare is entirely self-inflicted, Nox cannot help but quietly swear under his breath. Elena calls out in worry, pointing out that he looks unwell after rushing straight into the desert without taking any rest. She hesitatingly tells him not to overexert himself, offering her lap for a rest, but under Kushin's completely disgusted glare, Nox flatly tells her that is absolutely unnecessary. He stays quiet while mentally sighing that he cannot even admit he is sick, realizing that playing the villain is truly exhausting. Watching Christopher work himself to the bone while shouting that he will set up camp immediately, Nox silently worries that his overeager knight really needs to tone down this bizarre behavior. Feeling completely helpless, Nox wonders how his companions can be so incredibly carefree, though he admits not everything is entirely bad. His mind wanders to Gremory, the demon of truth and sorrow, who stands as the only one among the 72 demons who never interferes with the main storyline. She remains hidden deep within the desert behind a barrier, meaning most players would pass right by without ever realizing she even exists. If utilized correctly, she could provide an incredible advantage, giving him not just extra lifespan but also an invaluable trump card for any future emergency situations. Suddenly, a sharp hoarse neigh echoes through the dry air. Now standing in front of an ancient castle in the vast desert sands, Nox raises his hand to halt them, warning everyone that they must only act under his direct orders from now on. Christopher seriously accepts the command, while Kushin also obeys, repeating his sworn oath of absolute loyalty alongside his silently nodding Elena. Elena is absolutely thrilled by this, promising to do whatever her dear Nox asks of her. Ignoring her antics, Nox raises his hand to cast a high-grade magic shield, certain that Gremory is hiding nearby in these ruins. He asks Elena if she can use her magic. Having waited for this exact moment, she eagerly agrees. A bright blue light surges from Elena's hands as she calls upon the earth spirits to answer her summon right here. A swirling spatial portal opens. The system quickly displays her basic profile as a 21-year-old half-elf with a wood element. Her system profile lists many positive traits like being a cheerful potion genius, a gifted spirit mage, and incredibly charming. However, her negative traits also label her as a rather ignorant heavy drinking unit. She even gets a special buff when contracting with a wood attribute spirit, Nox. Nox cannot help but marvel at Inner Lunatic. This game features so many unique combat styles and matching traits. Spirit magic is a unique ability that lacks raw damage but demands such ridiculous stats that even the most veteran players stay far away from it. If Nox trains Elena with spirit magic as her subclass, she could become an absolute genius. That is exactly why Elena used to be one of his favorite units of all. While Lies has stronger fire spirit magic stats, this desert environment completely counters fire, making her very difficult to use. She will be much more useful once he unlocks the stats related to spirit magic. Elena quickly summons a massive sphere of spirit energy, a spirit bound directly to Gremory. It looks just like a cute white seal. Christopher looks at it with curiosity. Elena proudly confirms that this is indeed a gnome. The cute appearance of this summon completely surprises Nox, since earth gnomes are usually depicted as white-bearded dwarfs wearing pointed hats. But in Inner Lunatic, they gave it a highly adorable design. Elena happily runs over to Nox, asking if she did a great job. Nox readily praises her, since she is finally sober. This catches Elena off guard, as she was desperately hoping to get praise for her hard work studying spirit magic. Nox lets out a soft sigh. He gently pats her head. Nox sincerely praises Elena for doing so well. It seems she remembers absolutely nothing of her drunken antics. Nox approaches Kusan and Christopher, instructing them to wrap a tracking thread around their wrists and pull hard if they are in danger. With everything ready, his touch unleashes a flow of magic. The system screen flashes red with warnings, stating that they have entered the territory of the minor demon of truth and sorrow, Gremory. They are trapped in a deadly maze. If they cannot find the exit, they will die. Keeping these warnings in mind, Nox tells everyone to stay cautious and avoid getting swept away by the sandstorm. But just as he speaks, a massive whirlwind appears, turning the entire area pitch black. Nox frowns as he analyzes the wind, realizing Gremory is using the sandstorm to block their vision. This makes navigating the ruins even harder since the entrance shifts locations every single hour. Fortunately, their newly summoned gnome can solve this. The spirit quickly finds the path and rushes forward. Alina happily grabs Nox's hand, urging him to follow it, leaving a completely helpless Nox begging her to let go first. She excitedly leads the way with Nox's group following behind. She walks over to sit right where the gnome stops. Christopher looks at the terrain ahead in absolute shock. Even Kusan is taken aback by the massive steep sand dune before them where a single slip means instant death. Nearby, Alina is happily gesturing back and forth with her gnome. Christopher curiously asks Alina what the little spirit is saying. Sullenly, Alina dashes off. With complete faith, she leaps right off the steep dune with the gnome telling them to just follow. Nox completely freezes. This is not what guiding looks like. It was a pretty wild shortcut, but the group quickly slid down right after Alina. As they slid, Christopher cheerfully remarked that this reminded him of training with the knights. They liked him so much they pushed him off a cliff, bringing back that sweet thrill, and Nox is completely speechless at how he basically survived hazing from a total psycho. Suddenly, a massive empty drop-off opens up right beneath them. Christopher panics, yelling that at this speed, they are going to crash straight into the dirt. Nox stays calm, summoning the mana shield he learned from Professor Rassless. The glowing barrier wraps around them, slowing their descent. Nox figures it is still too clunky for combat, but for transport it works perfectly. They quickly reach the bottom of the massive sand dunes. Christopher cannot help but marvel at the giant ruins, loudly praising the young master's incredible vision and foresight. Suddenly, Kusan tightly grips the two daggers at his waist, warning everyone that something dangerous is fast approaching. A violent tremor shakes the ground. A swarm of monsters erupts from the sand, not just ants. Giant, terrifying locusts rise up alongside them. Within seconds, the group is completely surrounded by the horde. These insect monsters are incredibly numerous. The ravenous insects glare. They lock their eyes onto the juicy prey in front of them. Christopher draws his blade, shouting that no bug will lay a finger on the young master of House Reinhafer, promising to wipe them all out before Nox even has to move. Nox is not about to just stand by. He unsheathes his own sword, ready to join the fight. Nox scans the area, knowing that every single survival point he can gain in this fight is incredibly valuable. Meanwhile, a faint stream of light shines down from above. A small figure sits proudly on the edge of the cliff. She reaches out her hand with slight regret. Gremory sighs in deep disappointment, frustrated that she has to waste Gramser on some random kid who appeared out of nowhere. Her fist suddenly clenches tight, absolutely furious that her plans are ruined. She is highly irritated that these pests dared to step into her grand territory. Glaring at their reflection in the sand, she decides to teach them a lesson they will never forget. She leaves them to face the deadly trials of the ruins all on their own. With every powerful slash of Nox's sword, the system updates showing his remaining lifespan has recovered, up to 14 days. But the system still flashes bright red warnings. The negative trait is still highly active. To completely lift this deadly curse, his lifespan must reach at least 30 days. Nox knows all too well that this curse severely limits his movements and actions in many ways. It can slash his stats by percentages and impose several nasty debuffs. Even though he slaughtered dozens of enemies, the penalty remains since his lifespan is still under 14 days. The massive insect swarm is quickly wiped out. Kusum looks around the quiet battlefield and notes that things seem to have settled down. Standing nearby, Nox silently admires their skills. Both Kusan and Christopher have incredibly top-tier swordsmanship. They certainly live up to their reputations as elite knights. During the clash, Nox paid very close attention to Christopher's lethal style. It is a devastating sword technique of absolute refinement, formally divided into early, middle, and late tiers. Nox always thought the guy was just a talkative chatterbox, but the Black Sword Captain is actually a beast. Turning to Alina, Nox suddenly praises her for mastering spirit magic and being such a huge help to them. She beams with joy, realizing that all those harsh sparring sessions with Mei during her free time are finally paying off. Nox shudders, remembering her brutal training, getting beat up, healing himself, and getting beat up again. He thinks she is a true hero for putting up with it, deciding he definitely needs to give her a raise. Together with Gnome, Nox finds a massive door deep inside the pit. He reaches out, pushing it open to reveal what lies inside. A giant winged lion. Kusan stares in shock, immediately realizes why there are so many monsters outside. This demon ruin acts as a breeding ground, spawning beasts endlessly. Christopher quickly stops him, telling Lord Kusan to step back for a moment, just as the words leave his mouth. He leaps forward and delivers a heavy slash directly to the winged lion. Christopher yells out that he still has the strength to swing his sword. Yet the cut simply dissolves like smoke. Right after, it regenerates completely. Christopher stands there, deeply shaken. He stammers in disbelief. How can this be when he clearly felt his blade strike true? Meanwhile, Nox understands everything with a single glance. He warns them to stand still because most of what they are seeing is nothing but an illusion. This throws the entire group into sheer panic. They wonder if they are even fighting real enemies and how they can tell illusion from reality. Suddenly, Nox's eyes turn dark and serious. He explains that they now need the kind of knowledge only veteran players possess. Normally, people would struggle to clear the labyrinth and fight off the beasts, but knowing the right trick lets you bypass them with ease. Alina anxiously whispers, asking her young master if he is absolutely sure about this path. Nox turns his head back and nods in quiet confirmation. The first trick is to follow the path where the crawling skulls point, which leads straight to the boss room. Standing in front of a hanging skeleton, Nox recalls the second trick. He summons his sword and warns the group to prepare for a real fight. The beast in this room is no illusion. Nox quickly unleashes a flurry of rapid slashes into the empty air. Finding the real monster is actually quite simple. Just look to see if the skull wears a ring on its index finger, the source of magic. Inside that ring is what draws the beasts. This is a clever trial designed to blur the lines between illusion and reality, slowly severing the player's connection to the outside world. The real winged lion shrieks in agonizing pain from the strike. Nox smiles to himself. To him, this entire illusion is completely meaningless. These trials of loyalty and pain only trigger when taking the wrong turn. Since he knows the correct routes, he bypasses them. Across the room, the door swings wide open, revealing a chilling skeletal figure seated on a throne. Its dry voice hisses out, calling them foolish creatures who have finally stepped into his abyss. He claims there is no more reason to hide, commanding them to sleep forever. Right as his final chilling words echo out, a violent sandstorm suddenly sweeps over them. Christopher anxiously rushes to his side, calling out his name. Meanwhile, Nox remains completely unfazed, quietly muttering that it is just a flashy show. At this moment, the system updates, stating the player has seen through the illusion. He is immune to poison and takes 0 damage whatsoever. With that, Nox swings his sword, telling the boss to stop wasting time on these boring trials and to get up off that throne. The skeleton stands up, its eyes and aura glowing red, noting that an interesting brat has arrived. It adds that defeating Gramzer must not have been mere luck. Hearing this, Christopher asks in complete astonishment what is going on. Nox immediately answers him, confirming that it is indeed Grand Duke Gremory, one of the 72 great demons, the beginning and end of the tragedy of the Tajulan kingdom. Gremory smiles with absolute satisfaction, finding it intriguing that Nox is the first intruder to bypass his illusion. He is deeply curious how a human pulled this off. Meanwhile, the anger inside Kusan boils over. He demands to know if this is the fiend who brainwashed Gramzer to destroy Tajulan, declaring that his wicked games end today. Gremory finds this absolutely hilarious, laughing at the word trick. He mocks them, asking if they forgot he is the demon of greed. As long as humans exist and societal classes divide them, the downfall of Tajulan is no mere illusion. Sometimes reality is far more brutal and tragic than any fantasy. He claims he is only revealing the dark truth of their natural order, addressing Kusan as the Little Prince. But Kusan refuses to accept this, demanding to know why the demon would commit such atrocities. Before he can spiral, Nox steps in to stop him, saying it is completely pointless to ask a monster about its motives. After all, is it not simply for resurrection? Gremory. She giggles, calling him a clever boy, unlike that other useless prince. Nox's lips curl up slightly. He smirks and begins his questioning. Nox claims he knows plenty and offers to share more, like the great archangel who once sealed her, the angel who sealed her away in the past. Hearing those words, Gremory freezes completely, instinctively, asking how he could possibly know that. Nox simply nods, ready to drop a massive truth bomb. He explains that while he is just a human, he knows every single one of her weaknesses. Such insolence instantly enrages Gremory. She fumes at his smug tone, boasting she could easily crush a mere human. Meanwhile, Nox gently taps his sharp blade. He tells Gremory to drop the cheap act as blood starts to drip onto the cold floor. Nox's voice remains perfectly calm, echoing through the empty space. He explains he knew everything the moment he agreed to play along with her foolish trials. Gremory gasps, her eyes widening in shock. Sharp glowing thorns suddenly materialize because of her binding contract with the Archangel. They bind her tightly, preventing her from harming any humans in this final sealing chamber deep within the ruins. Gremory collapses, cursing the contract since Nox was the one who attacked first. Meanwhile, Alina is stunned. Alina cannot believe a high-ranking demon is completely forbidden from harming humans. Christopher finally connects the dots, realizing why everything felt so strange and off from the very beginning. That explains why a powerful Archduke never attacked directly, relying entirely on illusions and trials. It turns out young Master Nox knew this demon's weakness all along. Nox points his sharp blade directly at Gremory, demanding she answer every question if she wants to live. First question: who sealed her? What is the name of that Archangel? Gremory remains stubborn. Though wary, she snaps back, asking why she would ever remember some random angel's name. Nox's gaze grows cold as the room tempers. He calmly mentions he once eliminated a similarly slow demon named Beeman, who failed to read the room. As his blade presses against her throat, Gremory panics and cries out, offering to describe the angel's appearance instead. Nox urges her on. He welcomes the quick cooperation, telling her to spill everything she knows. Internally, Gremory fumes with rage. She cannot believe a mere human is humiliating her like this. But that voice, those cold eyes and gestures feel terrifyingly familiar. This man is dangerous, gently pushing the blade aside. She confesses the angel had massive white wings spanning about 2 meters. Nox is not impressed. He raises his sword unimpressed. Everyone knows angels have wings, just like demons have horns. If she keeps wasting his time with lame jokes, he will end her life right here. Gremory grits her teeth, fuming at his insolence. But then, her face goes blank as a memory sparks. She suddenly remembers. That archangel had a face identical to his with the exact same features. He had stunning, deep purple eyes. This bizarre coincidence leaves Nox genuinely surprised for a brief second. Nox knows angels are physical entities of pure goodness and symbols of virtue. In almost every work they are the exact opposite of demons who represent pure evil. Angels exist in the world of Inner Lunatic too, but a strange mystery remains. While demons are prominently featured in the main story, angels never make a single physical appearance in the entire campaign. They are only mentioned briefly in holy events or item descriptions. But when he dug deep into the lore files and read every line of dialogue, he finally realized something massive. Their existence holds one of the biggest secrets in Inner Lunatic. Since Gremory was sealed by an archangel and trapped in these ruins for ages, she must know the truth. She likely knows what the angels truly are. Her voice echoes, pulling him back. She claims the archangel looked exactly like him, sporting beautiful lavender purple eyes. Though shocked, Nox quickly shakes it off and regains his usual cold demeanor. He asks if she is claiming her info is basically useless. Gremory panics, trying to ease the heavy tension. She begs him to drop his terrifying killing intent, claiming if she knew anything more valuable, she would have hunted the angel herself. If she knew anything truly useful, she would have caught that angel herself. All she remembers is that blinding light. A blinding light shattered the dark void, bringing with it the warm scent of the sun. Down from the heavens descended a woman with massive wings, her presence radiating power. She brought her down. And then, Gremory's magic was completely bound, leaving her so helpless that she begged the angel to end her life. "Why did you let me live?" Gremory had cried out. She clearly remembered the parting words that the beautiful angel had left behind. The angel's lips moved, whispering those exact words. Gremory engraved it in her soul: an opportunity to repent will come. That was the whole description. This mysterious description plunged Nox into deep thought. Those lavender eyes were a unique trait that only the Reinhafer family possessed. Was there a secret connection between Theo Reinhafer and that angel? Nox wondered if there was some sort of hidden bond between them. He coldly spoke up, demanding Gremory to continue right now. The demon stood there completely dazed, forcing him to quickly throw out another demand. He demanded the ruins of this trial of honesty. Right then, his system began updating to display the target's basic profile. Name: Gremory. Gender: female. Age: 6. Race: demon. Main element: holy. Achievement: 1 of 72 demons. Stats: health: 26 magic, 23 luck, 7 willpower, 20 determination, 20 and her traits. Advantages: genius in tactics and martial arts. Alignment: honest and neutral evil. Disadvantage: volatile tears and mood swings. Nox gently smiled when he saw her most valuable trait, the exact reason to spare her absolute honesty. 4. A demon, a trait that makes lying completely impossible, seems utterly useless, but to him, it was absolutely perfect to exploit for his own gain. Nox ordered her to explain the trial in detail. Getting to her feet, she stood up and seriously explained that the trial of honesty was actually a very simple test. He just had to answer one question truthfully before entering the chamber, and she would be the one to ask it. Gremory gestured toward a dark, gloomy corner, explaining that he could bet absolutely anything he wanted for the trial, and his reward would match the value of his wager. Christopher asked in surprise if it could really be that easy, finding the trial incredibly suspicious. But Gremory quickly revealed that the question would be about someone very close to him, and the catch was that his honest answer would be broadcast directly to them. For instance, if she asked if he ever wanted to abandon that noisy old man Christopher in the desert and he answered yes, then his honest reply would whisper in his companion's ear like a demon's curse. Hearing this, Christopher grimaced and warned Nox to be careful. Nox calmly asked Gremory what would happen if he failed the test. True to her honest nature, the demon spilled everything without hesitation. The more he wagered, the harder the question became, but the greater the eventual reward. Nox seriously weighed his options. The trial sounded easy, but the raw difficulty of the questions was never the real problem. It would demand answers to terrifying questions like whether he desired to murder the king for ultimate power, or if he wanted to poison his lover to find someone new. He began to take slow, deliberate steps forward. He slowly stepped forward while constantly calculating the immense risks in his mind. If he answered with brutal honesty, the truth would be sent to the people involved, likely getting him killed. Revealing his innermost feelings to anyone on this rotten continent, exposing his secrets and turning them into fatal weaknesses, that was the real trap of this trial. Yet, as a true gamer, he could never walk away from a high-stakes gamble. Since he was resolved to fight to the absolute end, he would bet everything. The system quickly chimed in, announcing his entry into the trial of honesty and prompting him to wager something of immense value to proceed. What would he wager? Nox. Nox coldly offered his own life, putting the entire remainder of his existence on the line. Alina gasped in pure horror, unable to believe his insane declaration. The gateway Nox was about to enter erupted with terrifying surges of pitch-black magic. The system immediately confirmed the wager of the player's life. For Nox von Reinhafer, the difficulty of the trial instantly spiked to the absolute maximum. Failure meant instant and permanent death. Suddenly, the entire space began to warp. Gremory's gaze darkens for a brief moment. She marvels at his boldness, warning him that her single question could end his life, yet he shows no fear. In response to her warning, Nox remains quiet. He simply turns to her and tells Gremory to ask. She declares it is time to begin, calling out to Nox von Reinhafer as her eyes glow. Suddenly turning crimson, she poses her query. Would you kill your own father, Theodor von Reinhafer, if it becomes necessary? This unexpected question catches Nox completely off guard, making his heart race. His rapid heartbeat echoes loudly through the otherwise completely silent room. Before the trial, he had anticipated hard questions like his plans for the royals, or whether he truly wanted to destroy the entire imperial family. He wondered if he could place real faith in his loyal allies. Even if his answers made people hate him, it did not matter, because keeping them safe and reaching the true end of this story was his absolute priority. After all, he is Yoo Chan, playing the role of the infamous outcast Nox. He is already mentally prepared and used to being universally disliked. Yet a question about Theodor, his father. No, rather Nox's father. Who is Theodor? What kind of man is Theodor to Nox? He suddenly remembers that cold, stern man and his piercing gaze. Thinking of him makes Nox quickly deny any connection. Staring at his own reflection in the still water, he ponders what a father actually means to him as Gremory eagerly pushes for an answer. She urges him to answer if he would kill his father, Theodor von Reinhafer, if necessary. Nox's eyes slowly darken at her words. Instead of shaking him, this difficult question only reminds him of his ultimate goal. Slowly closing his eyes, he remembers. He is just a stranger in this fantasy world. To recover his lost memories, to discover how he ended up here, and to one day leave this place far behind, he must do whatever it takes. He must steel his resolve and give the only logical answer. I will absolutely kill Theodor von Reinhafer, even if he is my father. If anyone dares to stand in my path, I will eliminate them all, he firmly declares. The heavy darkness surrounding Nox and Gremory slowly fades. His body stands firm, unshaken by his brutal decision. As the shadows vanish, both of them return to the stone room. He glances over at his companions waiting nearby. Meanwhile, in another location, a handwriting with a pen suddenly stops. The butler Rodwell asks in confusion if there is an issue. Theodor sits there in absolute silence. His eyes narrow with sharp focus. He ignores Rodwell's question as a mysterious voice echoes in his mind. It whispers to the patriarch of House Reinhafer. It warns him that his son Nox will kill him if necessary. His pen suddenly snaps, venting Theodor's sudden flash of anger. Rodwell steps forward with concern, asking if he is all right as Theodor picks up the paper. He simply brushes the worry aside and says it is nothing. Why should he feel so shaken when he has always known that this day would eventually come? His thoughts drift to an ancient family secret. This dark revelation reminds Theodor of the secret curse that every Reinhafer family patriarch must bear, a tragic fate that neither his father nor grandfather could ever escape. To end this cycle, Nox must. That child would eventually have to kill him. Though he hid it. Theo's hand trembled. Even though he already knew this fate beforehand, he recalled that fate every time. He saw the boy grow with burning potential. He questioned his own heart. Theo actually cared deeply about Nox. He found himself wondering if he could simply hand over the clan head position by his own free will rather than through his own death. He raised his hand to stop the shaking. He had spent his entire life suppressing emotions unfitting for a Reinhafer, but now he was growing soft. He told Rodwell to walk with him. The two silently strolled down the massive corridor until Theo suddenly stopped, asking how much time was left. The sudden question caught Rodwell completely off guard, making him ask what his master meant. Having just returned from his mission, Rodwell must have seen how deeply Nox hated his father for failing to protect his mother. To the boy, Theo was a mortal enemy. So, how much longer before Nox drew his sword to pierce his heart and take the throne? Rodwell struggled to answer, admitting that he could not say for sure, but if he had to guess, it would be much sooner than they expected. Theo remained silent before muttering a quiet acknowledgement. He turned his gaze toward the gloomy window, realizing time was running out. Meanwhile, right next to Nox, Gremory giggled, mocking that, even as a demon, she could not comprehend how a child could remain so incredibly cold to his own father. Refusing to argue, Nox ordered her to shut up and hand over his reward. Gremory snapped her fingers in annoyance, granting him the prize. He acquired the Mirror of Sealing. Immediately, the system updated the details of this supreme rank artifact. It had no special restrictions or attributes. Still, Gremory warned him that the supreme tool was incredibly dangerous and demanded extreme caution. Nox, however, merely offered a faint smile in response before immediately activating the supreme artifact. Its special effects sealed any subdued target into a mirror world, stripping them of their powers and preventing escape without the owner's direct permission. Watching this, Gremory shivered in terror, asking if he actually planned to use it. Sussingly, Nox pointed the glass directly at Gremory, triggering the system seal on one of the 72 legendary Grand Duchess Demons of Disaster. The artifact flared to life, locking onto the targeted Grand Duchess. Sussingly thick, dark smoke wrapped around Gremory as she screamed that he was insane. The system immediately flashed success notifications, confirming the removal of his fatal negative trait and rewarding him with over 130 days of extra life. His remaining time was now 145 days. Instantly, the entire room went completely quiet with Gremory fully secured. Nox handed the fend mirror to Kushan, reminding him that this creature had almost destroyed his kingdom, but would now serve as an excellent pawn to help them wipe out other demons. Inside, Gremory shrieked in absolute fury, cursing him for treating her like a common prisoner, but the group completely ignored her. Nox raised the glass toward the sky, focusing a blinding beam directly onto Gremory, until she was silenced. He coldly warned her to keep quiet, promising to double the heat if she made another sound. Seeing this, Christopher hesitantly asked if keeping such a dangerous creature was wise, as bringing it back to the estate could cause severe trouble. Wouldn't executing her be much safer? Nox calmly explained that as long as they kept it a secret, everything would be fine. Unlike Christopher, Elena felt completely at ease, stating that she only cared about his safety and trusted his judgment unconditionally. Hearing her declare such unwavering support, Christopher refused to be outdone, claiming they felt the same. Nox lifted the mirror to examine Gremory. Deprived of her strength, she could no longer fight, but she would make an excellent compass for his future hunts. His special ring absorbed immense life force from both monsters and demons. Thanks to Gremory, Nox had bought enough time to finally breathe easy. Now they could head home. The rebellion is finally over. The Tagelan uprising is officially over, rewarding Nox with a longer lifespan. He issues orders for Kushan, Arya, and Lace to focus on stabilizing the situation in Tagelan. Once everything settles down, he plans to send all three of them to Eldane Alina. Staring at the document, he cannot help but wonder if this is truly his. On top of that, he needs to bring teams like Alina's group into Eldane as well. But of course, each family is only allowed 3 spots. Fortunately, knowing how to bend the rules is a noble privilege. Money can find a loophole anywhere. Just then, Kushan approaches to inform Nox that he will wait for instructions as discussed. Nox nods in agreement, saying he will send word as soon as possible. Yet his face looks incredibly exhausted. Truth be told, just the sight of desert sand makes him shudder. While resting in the carriage, as he dozes off, Nox dreams of absolute comfort. Upon arriving, the first thing he wants is a hot bath followed by a soft, cozy bed. He can finally relax. Meanwhile, back at the familiar castle, a sweet, clear voice calls out his name. Talia von Stieleiner is utterly shocked to see him return, greeting him after such a long time. Nox is equally surprised to see her, wondering why Talia von Stieleiner is even here. Before receiving an answer, another voice suddenly cuts in, asking if he is indeed the famous Nox von Reinhafer. He mentions hearing that the young man has completely stolen his daughter's heart. This red-haired man, looking exactly like Talia, happily praises his handsome looks, saying it reminds him of his own youth. This giant of a man is none other than Lober von Stieleiner, the most influential duke of all, known as the legendary White Flame Knight, and also the father of Talia von Stieleiner, the girl once betrothed to Nox. Respectfully greeting him, Nox asks what brings the duke here. Hearing this, Lober's eyebrows furrow tightly as he stares intensely, demanding what else it could be, since he came to discuss the marriage proposal they previously mentioned. These blunt words immediately freeze Nox completely on the spot. His face loses all color, having totally forgotten his engagement to Talia von Stieleiner. Nevertheless, Nox remains polite, suggesting this is a heavy matter that should be discussed with his father first. However, Lober counters that he already spoke with his old friend Theo, so they should have a long chat instead. This leaves Nox completely cornered. Besides, was the engagement not cancelled, he can't simply reject the Imperial Princess's proposal either. After beating around the bush for a while, Lober grits his teeth, asking if he plans on marrying the princess just to avoid his daughter. Nox stands frozen, silent and unsure how to react. Can you even blame him? Lober von Stilliner is legendary for being ridiculously overpowered. One slip of the tongue, he might get beaten up on the spot, costing him all the lifespan days he just received from Gremory. Fortunately, at this very moment, Talia's gentle voice rings out to rescue him, asking her father why he keeps bullying Nox like that. Nox glances over at her, feeling immensely relieved. But then another issue arises. Lober falls silent, staring at his precious daughter with a look of utter confusion. Suddenly, he bursts into a warm, friendly laugh, declaring that if his beloved Talia says so, it must be true. Nox is completely speechless at this hopelessly overprotective father. He lets out a heavy sigh of exhaustion. He knew this would happen sooner or later after Princess Penelope von Arkheim made her sudden marriage proposal. Still, the other party's a royal princess, so winning this marriage battle won't be easy. What made Lober change his mind, and why did Theo agree to it? Seeing Nox looking so gloomy, Talia flusteredly explains that she only intended to drop by for a quick visit, but her father insisted on coming along, leaving her with no other choice. Observing Lober's defensive attitude, Nox realizes she isn't lying. Meanwhile, the doting Duke keeps hovering over his beloved daughter, claiming he only came to see what kind of man Nox is telling him not to be so tense, since he knows Nox didn't actively seek the princess's hand. At this point, the Duke casts a sharp warning glare at Nox, adding that they are just having a chat. Understanding the situation, Nox bows politely. Internally, he is utterly exhausted, having barely returned home, only to be thrown into another massive crisis. Facing 40 minutes, the gentle girl standing before him, Nox is deeply conflicted on how to escape this predicament. Yet before a single day can pass, he receives an urgent letter. It reads as a greeting to young Master Nox from his butler Rodwell, who has rushed to send some critical news about the head of House Steeliner has arrived at the Reinhafer estate, bringing Lady Talia von Steeliner along. They came to discuss the broken engagement with the young master. Since the last cancellation was so sudden, the atmosphere this time is quite tense. Zutri de Lobelia hands Nox the letter and tells him to return as quickly and safely as possible. It was sent by Rodwell right after they returned from Tegelin. Before they even arrived, both family heads decided to cancel the engagement with the princess. They wanted to proceed with the original arrangement instead, making Nox frown with deep concern. It is an awkward spot. On one side is the imperial princess, and on the other is a powerful duke. Zitri de Lobelia honestly asks if running away right now might actually be safer. She reminds him that House Steeliner will not let this matter slide easily this time. Nox is fully aware of the stakes. He knows she is right, so he must find a way to explain this mess to Lord Lober. Zitri de Lobelia bows and offers her first brilliant suggestion. She explains they must emphasize that the cancellation was not his decision, and until then they will control the subordinates to maintain Lord Lober's trust. Nox is pleasantly surprised by her sharp thinking. He praises her calmness, noting it is exactly what he expects from Zitri de Lobelia, the legendary genius supporter. The genius supporter trait is extremely rare, found in only 2 characters in the entire game of Inner Lunatic. Since it usually appears in the late game, Zitri de Lobelia is simply way overqualified for this early stage. Just as she said, if the marriage to the princess was framed as an imperial decree, it would be much easier to handle. It would be ideal if Lord Lober accepts that the Reinhafer family simply had no choice in the matter. But here is the problem. He has probably heard rumors that Nox is strong enough to kill him now. Yet Nox does not hesitate to meet him. Meanwhile, Jana, who has been unusually quiet, chimes in. She playfully teases her young master, asking how many women he has played with, as keeping count is starting to feel completely pointless. A sudden wave of rage ignites inside Nox. Instantly drawing his sword, Nox growls that if she wants to see what hell looks like, she should lead the way like a loyal servant. But right at that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupts them. A hesitant voice calls out, asking for Nox. Talia asks if he can open the door. Seeing this, Zitri de Lobelia whispers quietly to him. Zitri de Lobelia whispers to ask what his plan is. Nox sighs and steps forward, muttering that he has to face her eventually anyway. He walks slowly, constantly calculating a way out of this. The key to solving this mess lies with Talia, and fortunately he has a secret trump card ready. He helplessly touches his own ridiculously handsome face. He tells himself that it is finally time for his good looks to do some heavy lifting. He must use his handsome face to win her heart and secure a smooth escape route. Despite his chaotic inner thoughts, Nox maintains a perfectly cool, aloof expression as he asks her if something is wrong. A rosy atmosphere immediately surrounds Talia as she shyly asks if they can talk while taking a walk. She clenches her hands to control herself, completely dazzled by how incredibly handsome he looks. Nox pretends to be surprised, questioning if a walk makes sense at this hour. But then Lord Lober glares at him. Seeing Nox about to reject his precious daughter, the protective father shoots him a terrifying glare. Nox immediately changes his tune, claiming a late-night stroll is actually much more romantic. Inside, he is screaming, wondering if that crazy dad is about to burn the entire estate to the ground. Behind them, Lord Lober still fumes with rage at that punk. They quickly step out into the courtyard under a quiet night sky. Breaking the awkward silence, Talia von Styliner comments on how beautiful the moon is and how brightly the stars are shining. Nox simply nods along. He agrees, though in reality he cannot see them clearly at all. Watching Talia walk ahead, a wave of worry hits him. Despite his best efforts to act like a convincing villain, the public perception of Nox is shifting in a very dangerous direction. A look of sheer exhaustion crosses his face. He survived a major plot event, but now he is paying the price for failing to keep his distance from characters he should have avoided. Nox clenches his fist. He asks Talia directly if she is truly okay with all of this. She turns back looking entirely confused as she asks what he means. Nox points out that if both of their families decide to proceed with the engagement, they will basically be defying a direct imperial decree. His serious words leave her completely speechless. Talia has no idea how to handle this either, recalling the intense conversation between her father and Theo. Back then, Lober was absolutely furious, calling the situation a complete disgrace to House Steeliner. Even if it was the princess's request, the silence of the Reinhafer family was suspicious. Their silence up to this point felt incredibly suspicious. Yet Theo remained entirely unfazed. He simply stared back at Lober with an unyielding, intense gaze. The two powerful leaders locked eyes in a tense standoff. Lober finally turned to Talia, asking her to step outside so they could speak privately. Left with no choice, she quietly obeyed and waited. Standing alone in the hallway, she could only wait anxiously. She wondered if they were settling things with swords, knowing her father's aggressive nature. After a while, the butler finally stepped out. Butler Rodwell called out to her, breaking her train of thought. He politely informed her that the engagement would proceed exactly as planned, catching her completely off guard. She asked her father if it was truly happening. Lober proudly assured his daughter that everything had finally returned to its rightful course. Happily wrapping her arms around Robert, she promises to tie his tie 1,000 more times, but deep down, she was still plagued by anxiety. Back then, caught up in her own fleeting happiness, she could not see past it. But soon, endless questions flooded her mind, wondering what exactly would happen to the princess's engagement. What had her father and Lord Theo discussed? Fast forward to the present day. Nox sincerely asks Talia, saying the royal family's demands or their family honor do not matter. What truly matters is what she wants. What is her actual desire? Blushing slightly, she replies with quiet determination, admitting she does not understand all these complicated political matters and has many flaws, but she does not hate this engagement. Nox freezes in surprise. Surprised by this answer and her resolute attitude, Nox finally gets it. Frankly, he had been hesitating because the Talia von Steiner he remembered from the original game was an absolute nightmare. In that timeline, she was the one who killed Nox. In that dark ending with completely hollow eyes, she drove a sword straight through his heart in sheer grief. They were cursed, damn it, destined to be haunted by their tragic connection. But he realizes that was just the version of Talia from the game. Seeing him go completely quiet, Talia looks up curiously. She asks if there is something he absolutely has to do. Nox blinks, asking her what she means. With complete honesty, she shares her thoughts, saying she can just feel it. She has watched him push himself to the absolute limit at the academy, studying all night in the library and swinging his sword endlessly on the training grounds. Watching him, she realizes he is chasing after something with his entire soul, leaving him with absolutely no room in his mind for anyone else. But she wonders if occasionally he could just talk with her, sharing quiet moments where it is just the two of them. That would be more than enough for her. Since she is technically his fiancée, she playfully asks if she is in the lead. Nox remains completely silent, but his perspective is shifting. He can no longer deny the vast yet fading gap between the tragic Talia from his memories of the game Inner Lunatic and the actual Talia von Steiner. Standing right in front of him now, out of nowhere, Nox mutters that she is incredibly naive. Talia takes this as a silent agreement, beaming with joy as she clings tightly to his arm, teasing that she caught him. But then her bright mood suddenly shifts. She notes that he probably already knows, but she has an older sister who is exceptionally strong. Though maybe not quite as strong as him. For some unknown reason, her sister absolutely despises her. Talia thinks he might find her foolish, but she still desperately wants to sit down and talk to her. She wants to hear straight from the mouth of her sister why there is so much deep-seated hatred. To reach that point, she must become just as strong, no, even stronger. She admits she is nothing like her brilliant father or sister. She lacks talent and feels pretty dense, but she still firmly believes that one day she can find true strength. Because of that, she promises she will never give up, not on her sister and certainly not on him. The very next day, Talia is seen fixing Robert's tie. Suddenly, she brings up an old memory asking if he actually remembers what she said as a kid. Tears well up in the strong. Tears stream down the face of her father. He sniffles, saying it feels like it only happened yesterday back when she was still crying and begging him to marry her. He then asks if Nox has done anything to hurt her, worried because the reputation of the family is absolutely dreadful. But Talia immediately jumps to his defense. She insists Nox would never do such a thing, claiming he is far stronger, kinder, and more reliable than her father thinks. Hearing this, Robert can only offer a warm, gentle smile as he tenderly takes her hand, calling her by her full name, Talia von Steiner. Robert softly warns her not to let the harsh attitude of her sister get to her too much. No matter what happens, they are both his precious daughters. He says her sister is probably just a little tired and things will get better. Hearing this, Talia von Steiner reassures him, saying everything is perfectly fine now. She promises she will get strong enough to finally face her sister on equal ground. Then Talia suddenly remembers her walk with Nox. He had told her that if she wants to catch up to her sister, she should just go for it, letting go of the pain to clear her mind. He believed she could do it. Those encouraging words struck a deep chord within her. Nox had looked her in the eye and said, the Talia von Steiner he knows is incredibly strong. Just remembering, that fills her with a sudden surge of confidence. She happily tells her father that she even has a future husband who believes in her. But Robert instantly frowns. His face darkens with intense suspicion toward Nox. He mutters that he might actually have to strangle that punk with his own 2 hands. Meanwhile, inside the warm mansion, the butler and Talia are desperately begging Robert to calm his temper. Sometime later, Robert changes his clothes and walks down a grand quiet hallway where Nox had been waiting for quite some time. He bows deeply, apologizing for the sudden visit and any trouble regarding the engagement. Robert's brows knit together, but he slowly lets it go, admitting that since Talia trusts him so completely, he won't stand in their way. He then notes that Nox's father, Lord Theo, is the leader of the Dark families, and knows all too well that Theo is plotting a coup against the crown. Because of this, he genuinely hopes they succeed in their rebellion, he says, letting out a booming laugh as he walks past. He reminds Nox that if the royal family falls, then nothing stands in the way of their marriage anyway. He finally understands. Thank you, sir. So that was their private talk. Through secret talks between Theo and Robert, that Talia von Steiner mentioned her noble family. The Steiner clan already knew all about Theo's plans for a coup. Inside a magnificent cathedral where the ancient god Aiden supposedly created humanity, the secret engagement ceremony was quietly taking place. Below the altar, Talia and Nox were holding hands. She anxiously whispers an apology to Nox, saying she never expected her father to demand such a formal ceremony, but Nox gently reassures her that it is fine since she could not have known. Up on the altar, the priest continues his duties, asking the two to exchange their family's noble symbols of betrothal. Nox gently slips the emerald ring onto Talia's finger as a symbol of their oath, a special item that temporarily restores 10% of her mana. Looking at the ring, she feels a wave of warmth. Nox, however, is busy calculating, thinking the ring might be more useful during emergencies rather than wearing it now, while Christopher cheers like a crazy fanboy from below. He shouts that witnessing their beautiful engagement makes his heart flutter, praising Lady Talia's gorgeous look and declaring their love to be absolutely beautiful. Zitri helplessly calls out, trying to stop Christopher. She whispers something quiet to him and the guy's face instantly loses all color. Christopher stands in a corner looking completely deflated. Nox catches this entire exchange and feels incredibly curious, wondering what on earth Zitri could have possibly said to Christopher to make him shut up and look so broken. Over in a corner, Jana is weeping loudly, complaining that while she knew her young master would grow up, eventually seeing it happen still feels incredibly annoying. Zitri is not crying, but she looks deeply worried, questioning if Nox will really be fine since this entire ceremony is being kept secret from the royal family. Jana just chuckles and whispers to Zitri that she still does not understand their young master, as he will likely end up with a whole harem of wives anyway. Every single word reaches Nox's ears, making him clench his fists as he silently promises to punish Jana later for her big mouth. Meanwhile, Alina is completely wasted, hugging a bottle of wine and crying about her husband, leaving the person next to her helpless to stop her drinking. Right then, a horse crashes through the doors, instantly shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Jana's eyes light up the moment she sees the newcomer. The sacred sanctuary is now in disarray as knights arrive on horseback. Nox quickly notices his father's highly unusual attitude. Watching his father walk away, Nox feels deeply suspicious, wondering if that bastard Theo really staged a death ceremony for him. But why did the old man look so oddly proud of it anyway? Just then, Robert approaches him to strike up a conversation thanking Nox for accepting his request. Resting his hand on his sword with a warning glare, he tells Nox to take good care of his daughter. Nox does not dare talk back and simply nods, though internally he is screaming for the old man to put his sword away first. Sullenly, Robert utters some words that make Nox freeze, claiming he will eventually fall in love. He promises that Nox will definitely fall for her because Talia is just that kind of girl. Nox grows highly alert, realizing that Robert already knows everything. He knows Nox does not love his daughter yet and that his mind is still a complete mess. He arranged all this to protect Talia, meaning Nox must now see this story through to the end. Making up his mind, Nox immediately shouts for everyone to get ready to leave. Telling Talia to get ready too, she excitedly responds that she is fully prepared to go. Arriving at the academy, they are instantly greeted by the excited face of Professor Lars, who welcomes his top student back. The professor eagerly mentions having countless research topics to discuss along with some highly successful paper results he wants to show Nox. Nox looks at the massive stack of papers with absolute dread, quietly realizing that Act 2 of the story is officially starting right now. He must survive countless brutal classes to prepare for the upcoming storm since Inner Lunatic is fundamentally an academy story. To boost his stats, he will have to endure some hellish classes while quickly recruiting key characters into the academy as well. Professor Lars proudly reassures him not to be too shocked by their official notification letter because a certain group of dwarves has actually contacted them through magic communication. Nox can only stare in surprise. He actually knows a thing or two about this. In the game world of Inner Lunatic, dwarves come in many types, all famous for their incredible forging skills. And the updates are not over yet, there is one more surprise waiting. Several dwarven shops have officially opened their doors in District 4 of the Academy's commercial area. Based on recent research, these skilled craftsmen can now use materials from monsters to forge or upgrade gear. According to the guide, finding this final spot means the long-awaited crafting and enhancement system is finally unlocked. Walking down the main street with Zitri de Lobelia trailing close behind, Nox sighs with relief. His 10 luck stat had been totally useless until now, but he can finally bid farewell to the painful grind of this awful RNG. Now he can finally reap the benefits of actual equipment when suddenly, Zitri de Lobelia speaks up, noting how much District 4 has changed because of his actions, proving her master is finally growing up. As your loyal servant, she says, I am truly relieved. Nox looks at her skeptically. Is she actually worrying about him now? Seeing her bright expression makes him feel much better, noticing how much more radiant she looks lately. Looking back, if he had not stepped in, Zitri de Lobelia would have ended up a tragic victim, making him truly glad he saved her. Even if the future has changed, he still needs to keep up his act as a worthless villain for the main story. Arriving at a small cottage, Nox calls out to see if anyone is inside. The dwarf simply spits on the floor. Still hammering away at his forge, the blacksmith glares over and barks out who goes there. This rude attitude makes Nox a bit tired, but he remembers his goal here. Look, old man, I came here to get some gear made. Twirling his beard, the dwarf sizes him up, asking if he thinks he is the first noble brat to show up, expecting weapons to appear out of thin air, probably without bringing a single demonic material. Nox does not waste words, simply dumping out a pile of glittering materials. The dwarf's eyes instantly light up. No way, so many rare materials. With this much stuff, they can definitely forge something incredible. Scratching his nose in embarrassment, the old blacksmith invites them inside. With proper materials in hand, the dwarf turns completely professional, warning them that his name is Arson, not dwarf, and that calling them by their race is highly disrespectful. First, under Zitri de Lobelia's completely bewildered gaze, Nox calmly replies, got it, dwarf. Hearing this, the dwarf's eyes light up with sudden excitement. His entire body freezes before he excitedly shouts, yes, exactly, call me whatever you want, whether it is dwarf, shorty, or bushy beard. Seeing how easily he flares up brings back so many nostalgic memories for Nox, as dwarves are always the easiest to tease, yielding the best reactions and maximum impact. In the original game, players did the exact same thing just to trigger them, though no one ever saw these blacksmiths as anything more than living crafting stations. After a brief moment, Nox raises his hand to stop him. All right, joking aside, Arson, I know I am not the only Academy noble visiting this workshop. Arson remembers clearly, noting he is only the second person to actually bring materials. But wait, what did he just call him? Zitri de Lobelia tactfully steps in to explain that their young master is highly understanding and that the nickname was merely a friendly joke. This successfully catches the smith's attention, making him realize this kid is no ordinary noble. So which family is he from? Without wasting any words, he simply replies, House Reinhafer. Hearing that legendary name makes Arson freeze in his tracks. Did he just say Reinhafer? Flustered, Arson asks what kind of equipment he wants to make a sudden shift in attitude that catches Nox completely by surprise, wondering what went wrong. But Arson simply shrugs, acting as if this is how he always speaks. Nox obviously notices the sudden shift, knowing there is a specific reason behind this instant change in behavior. He starts recalling some of the lore years ago. His father, Theodor von Reinhafer, ended a war started by the Dwarf King, completely defeating them. While the details were never made public, Arsene is a descendant of that former Dwarf King, making a strong reaction to the Reinhafer name completely natural. Not wanting to waste time, Nox slaps his blueprint on the table, asking if he is capable of crafting a set of armor like this. The detailed plans immediately catch Arsene by surprise, along with the incredible combination of rare materials. He plans to use griffin claws to maximize wind power, along with feathers to enhance speed and mobility, and a golem core to perfectly balance the armor and bolster his defenses. Holding the blueprints, the old smith trembles in pure awe, muttering that most dwarves could never even dream of such a magnificent, extraordinary design. Nox basks in the praise. After all, this custom gear is an endgame tier masterpiece, carefully optimized from countless trial runs. More importantly, it grants a 10-point boost to his hidden agility stat, extending his key talent moment of genius to a full 10 minutes. Overwhelmed with renewed passion, Asin knows he cannot delay this any longer. He has to start crafting immediately. But then, a voice cuts through his sudden excitement. "Wait there, I am. Sorry, Dwarf number 1, but this deal is officially void." The newcomer boldly demands they cancel the deal because the rival and merchant guild sent their request first. Nox immediately recognizes that very familiar face. It is Eleanor. Asin hesitates, saying he really wanted to be the first one to craft this artifact, but Eleanor logically points out that his father already signed a contract. Besides, they placed a massive order, so even if he submits his order right now, it would still take at least 3 months before his turn actually arrives. What a pity for him. Nox feels a bit annoyed. He was not supposed to meet the dwarves this early on. This must be the butterfly effect from his own timeline interventions. The system screen updates with highly detailed profile info. Name Asin. Gender male. Age 24. Race dwarf. Main attribute Earth. Direct royal lineage of the Dwarf Kingdom. Traits artifact crafting genius, master craftsmanship currently suppressed to level 1 by the Dwarf King blessing. Optimistic, stubborn, loyal yet easily swayed. Simple, weak, prone to bullying the weak while yielding to the strong. Insecure, paranoid, easily stressed, and incredibly forgetful. Stat stamina 14 mana 2 luck 9 willpower 14 persistence 6. Active skills are passive skill Blessing of the Dwarf King. Active skills Heavy Hammer, Strike, and Grand Slash. Thanks to those exact traits, reality matches up. Hasten slaps his forehead in regret, muttering that he completely forgot. Don't misunderstand, the dwarf race is usually highly intelligent. Nox stands there quietly, facepalming at this dwarf absolute foolishness. This is a massive issue. Without Asin, who holds both artifact crafting and master craftsmanship, this specific gear cannot be forged by anyone else. Eleanor smiles, clearly pleased with herself. It looks like you also wanted this dwarf to craft an item, right, Nox? There is one thing Nox has to admit about this girl. Eleanor has a sharp eye for talent, always seeking out rare gems. But her deep distaste for Nox has never faded. Before he can even reply with a calm word, Eleanor de Rivalin steps in with a sudden proposal. How about we make a trade? Your Nox Merchant Guild sells me monster materials in bulk, and in return, you get priority for your gear. Hearing that makes him completely freeze on the spot. The Nox Merchant Guild, what is that even supposed to mean? Did Nox von Reinhafer take action on his own? But honestly, it is a relief. Nox sighs quietly. He knows that despite her calm facade, she does not actually have any materials on hand yet. She only signed a pre-contract. Looking back, this entire setup made zero sense from the start. From his experience, most mid-game monster drops actually come from the Trader's region, which is firmly under Reinhafer control. Eleanor pulling off mass production like this should be flat-out impossible. Nox softly tells everyone to take a seat, noting that this conversation might take quite a while. You too, Asin. His casual words leave Eleanor completely stunned. Wait a second, she gasps. Do you just call this dwarf by his actual name? A short while later, all 4 of them are gathered inside Asin's small house. After hearing Nox's full explanation, Eleanor is deeply surprised. She never expected him to name the Merchant Guild after himself, let alone survive their notoriously brutal guild evaluation process. Nox humbly replies it was pure luck. But her surprises do not stop there. She never imagined he would annex the entire Trader's region while launching his own merchant guild, proving her intelligence network is lagging far behind. Nox impatiently cuts in, calling it just her prejudice. Finally, Eleanor de Rivalin gets straight to the real point of her visit. She confidently declares that her rival and merchant guild will buy up every single monster drop you sell from the Trader's region. She will pay full price without negotiating a single penny. She stakes her honor on it. Hearing this, Nox cannot help but marvel at her character. Whenever profit is involved, Eleanor will go all out, holding absolutely nothing back. Her deep starvation for affection from her tycoon father, Clarkson, has twisted into an obsession for control, trying to move hearts by monopolizing resources. She carries deep emotional wounds, and Nox is actually tied to one of her most painful memories. But Nox remains highly decisive. He will never sell off all his valuable monster drops to a single house. If one noble house holds a complete monopoly, other families cannot craft any artifacts, causing overall progression to completely stall. While selling to her brings quick gold, it is short-sighted. But money is not his primary goal right now. What he actually needs is to raise the average growth of these characters. That is why, before his departure, he gave Nox von Reinhafer strict instructions. Do not sell too much at once, only release small batches. This prevents any monopoly, keeping each family's share under 15%. Once artifacts become common, they will save countless lives. By Chapter 3, when capital becomes crucial, this will be a massive boost for Eleanor and Nox's merchant guild. He delivers a firm, unwavering answer. Exporting more than 15% to the market is strictly forbidden. Eleanor de Rivalin is stunned. Why, when you have gathered monster materials all over Chatter's Wood, selling a fraction from storage hurt anything Nox? He casually sighs, saying it doesn't matter because he isn't doing this for money. That only confuses Eleanor more. You reclaimed a barren wasteland, and yet profit isn't your goal. He states a simple truth: money cannot buy everything. That is something she has yet to understand. Realizing his will is unshakable, Eleanor de Rivalin finally concedes. Honestly, she admits, the boy I once knew has changed so much that I cannot even begin to guess your plans anymore. She locks her eyes onto Nox, scanning him closely. Who are you, Nox von Reinhafer, and what do you actually want? Naturally, Nox has no obligation to answer. That is none of your business, he replies. His constant rejection puts Eleanor on the defensive. None of my business, she repeats. He asserts his terms. If you do not accept, do as you please. Whether it takes 3 months or 3 years, I will find someone else. Thinking of Asin, Nox refuses to yield even an inch. Apologies, but this is one game he absolutely cannot lose. Little does Eleanor know she could craft her dream armor thanks to Asin. In business negotiations, the party with more information always holds the upper hand. Her choice is already made. Eleanor has to go along with it. Fine, I will buy 15% and waive production rights. We cannot forge anything without materials anyway. Asin, who's quiet until now, looks up with excitement. Does this mean I get to forge gear for him first? Eleanor de Rivalin reluctantly nods. That is correct, Master Dwarf. Go ahead and start the order for the client I brought you. With that confirmation, Asin gets incredibly pumped. The blacksmith fire within me is burning bright now. He hurriedly urges them on. What are you standing around for? Follow me to the forge. But Nox stops him. Nox immediately pours cold water on Asin's excitement. No, wait. No manufacturing yet. We are starting by enhancing gear first. He warily stares at the item in Nox's hand. What is that? Asin recognizes it instantly. It is a rare sapphire enhancement crystal with an incredibly low drop rate. At this stage, without precise rate tables, one slip-up will turn this precious material to dust. Frantically turning to Zitri de la Belia, the dwarf begs her to stop the young master before his hand slips and ruins it all. She simply smiles to reassure him. Do not worry. Our young master is a remarkable man who has surely calculated a method we cannot even imagine. Eleanor scoffs mockingly at the praise. Meanwhile, Nox feels incredibly embarrassed. Being complimented this much is actually making him blush. He reaches into his bag and pulls out a coat. The time has finally come. It is the classic moment that makes every gamer, rookie, or veteran laugh and cry. Gear enhancement. Nox holds it out to Asin, telling him to start with this outfit. He takes it, realizing it is just an Eldain Academy uniform. 1 crystal should be enough. But while Asin is still hesitating, Nox drops a total bombshell. First, get 100 crystals ready. That ridiculous number shocks the blacksmith, making him yell out. 100. Even Eleanor de Rivalin is completely dumbfounded and has to double-check. Did you say 100? You want to use all of those on a school uniform? Unbelievable. How can your newly formed guild even stockpile that many? Nox holds the crystal calmer than ever. I will pay in full right now, Asin. Just keep enhancing it for me. The hammer in the dwarf's hand begins to glow. If you say so, let's begin. Asin gets to work without a single second of hesitation. First attempt. The moment the hammer strikes, a brilliant light flashes out. Second attempt. Asin pours all his sweat into crafting. Each heavy strike of his hammer echoes powerfully. Soon the results are ready. The noble Eldain Academy uniform. It is successfully enhanced to +3. Exhausted and catching his breath, the dwarf proudly holds up the uniform. Behold the absolute pinnacle of success. Before he can even finish celebrating, Nox speaks up. Next, he says, we have 97 more to go. He pulls out a mountain of crystal cores from nowhere, urging Asin to keep going since they have plenty. Inside the small workshop, Asin continues hammering away. Heavy sweat drips continuously down his thick bearded face. Asin stares at the glowing finished product in complete stunned disbelief. He successfully enhanced the noble L-Class Academy uniform to +15. He leaps to his feet, holding the outfit a true masterpiece. Arsenal gasps, asking if enhancing is always this easy and calling the young master incredibly lucky. Nox just nods in reassurance. They simply do not understand the game system. With Arsenal's skill and his own luck stat of 10, success is guaranteed up to +7, but after that, the rate drops by 5% with each level. At the final level of +25, the success rate drops to just 1%. Of course, those brutal odds are for top-tier items. For a basic uniform, +15 is the absolute limit, meaning this piece of gear is now fully maxed out. For an everyday outfit, maxing it out is totally worth it, especially since wearing it boosts his physical magic stats by about 30%. Moments later, the system notifies him that he has reached the maximum level, unlocking an additional skill slot for Nox. Satisfied, he clenches his fist. Excellent, now he can equip another skill. So the next item on his list to enhance will be. Nearby, Arsenal is still marveling at how long it has been since he felt this kind of rush. Seizing the moment, Nox slyly asks if he plans to stop here. Enhancing a simple uniform is hardly enough to uphold a legendary blacksmith's honor. Hearing this, Arsenal asks what exactly the young master means. Right on cue, the blacksmith's eyes light up for the 100th time today. In Nox's hand is a glowing orb, a relic that looks incredibly expensive. Eleanor is utterly baffled. In truth, this was all his design, asking Eleanor if she recognizes the item. It is the ultimate orb of the great sage taken directly from her own vault. Seeing the rare item, Arsenal eagerly gets right to work. Within just a few strikes, the ultimate orb of the great sage is successfully enhanced to +10. Arsenal is practically dying of excitement, cheering over how many successful runs they had and calling the young master brilliant. Zitri de Lobelia lets out a heavy sigh of relief, admitting today was a miracle, but warning him that he cannot rely on pure luck forever. In a great mood, Nox admits that is not a bad idea. Zitri de Lobelia is extremely worried, warning him that this is just pure luck and gambling will ruin him. But Arsenal completely ignores the advice, begging the young master for even more things to upgrade today. Eleanor is completely frozen in place, utterly unable to process this madness. She demands to know how he can carelessly upgrade such a priceless artifact without hesitation, remaining completely calm despite the massive risk of failure. Nox is highly amused by her reaction. That panicked face is exactly what he wanted to see as punishment for her constantly trying to read his mind. Yet he simply shrugs, noting that since she gave him the item, he can do whatever he wants with it. He then suggests she leave if they are finished. He deliberately kicks her out, saying he needs to discuss some private crafting matters with Arsenal. Eleanor is clearly not happy about being dismissed. Watching her leave, Nox knows he cannot truly trust Eleanor yet. Treating her as a close ally like Talia is still far too risky. Still, he has no intention of making her an enemy. Her rivaling merchant guild is far too powerful. They are a strictly neutral faction that always picks the winning side in the end. Eventually, he will need to prove his worth to them and win their trust, but now is not the right time. Dejected, Eleanor decides to take her leave, muttering that staying around when he will not share anything is pointless anyway. Zitri de Lobelia steps forward politely, offering to escort Lady Eleanor de Rivelin out of the estate. Eleanor de Rivelin chuckles and turns away, telling Zitri de Lobelia to drop the formal attitude. Her pride flares back up as she boasts about always knowing when someone is trying to flatter her. Nox suddenly remembers she possesses a genius acting trait, meaning Zitri de Lobelia's overly polite behavior will only make her highly suspicious. The more he observes her, the more she truly lives up to her terrifying Golden Fox moniker. But Nox does not let that bother him, shifting the focus back to crafting legendary gear. Arsenal is practically buzzing with energy, promising to forge an absolute masterpiece from his rare materials. Nox suddenly grows serious, summoning his previous blade and asking the blacksmith a crucial question. Even as a seasoned veteran of Inner Lunatic, he has never encountered this specific sword of the first family head. Presenting it to Arsenal, Nox explains that his father left him this weapon, a blade capable of absorbing mana and releasing it in devastating explosions. He wants to learn more about its secrets. Arsenal carefully takes the blade, inspecting it with tense, focused eyes. In that instant, long-forgotten memories flash through his mind. Arsen bluntly asks Nox if he has ever heard of the White Dragon. The mention of this mythical creature immediately sparks the young master's curiosity. Arsen quickly adds that long ago this beast ruled the skies, but it has since vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Nox falls deep into thought. Despite playing Inner Lunatic countless times, he has never once encountered a white dragon. Arsen firmly deduces that the sword was forged from white dragon scales. Judging by the unique craftsmanship, it was clearly made by a dwarf. This comes as a major surprise to Nox. It is even more impressive than he expected. Only a dwarf could work with such materials. Arsen continues his inspection, but a closer look reveals that its current condition is absolutely terrible. For a weapon forged from such mythical materials to be chipped like this means it must have survived an unimaginably brutal, massive battle. Nox quietly takes the sword back without another word. Thanking the dwarf, he sheathes it. Arsen's words leave Nox with a nagging thought that something is seriously wrong. Why did Theodore von Reinhafer give him this specific sword, the weapon of the first patriarch tied to the white dragon? And then there is the mysterious lavender-eyed angel that Grimoire had warned him about. The evening sun slowly dips below the horizon. Inside the academy training hall, an instructor gathers the cadets, demanding to know if everyone is present. After a brief pause, he speaks up. All right, let me introduce myself again. I am Instructor Vernon, and I will be teaching you swordsmanship from now on. Starting today, I will teach you the fundamentals of Achen's imperial swordsmanship. It is fast, precise, and lethal, aiming directly at fatal weak points. But showing is better than telling. I will pick a few to demonstrate. You two over there step forward. The first one singled out is Nox. The other is Paracelsus, Instructor Vernon. He also calls upon the red-haired Talia von Steiner, noting she seems like the most normal one here. She quickly steps up. Within seconds, the three elite cadets stand directly before Vernon. The instructor can feel their intense presence. He called them up himself, but he knows they are not easy targets. Paracelsus is a swordsmanship prodigy who has taken the commoner faction by storm. Talia, the second daughter of the Steiner family, lives in her sister's shadow but possesses immense talent herself. Then his train of thought falters, landing on the final student, the undisputed genius of the Dark House occupying the peak where no one dares to challenge him, Nox von Reinhafer. Summoning his courage, Vernon bellows for everyone to watch closely. Trust me, this is about to get extremely wild. Vernon beckons them forward with a smirk, telling them to attack all at once since getting hit is the fastest way to learn. Paracelsus quickly draws his sword. This is going to be fun. Vernon does not underestimate them in the slightest, immediately launching his first strike at none other than Nox. As weapons clash, Nox feels suspicious. The impact does not feel like mere wood, but compared to sparring with his father, this is nothing. Vernon delivers a heavy slash, forcing Nox back a few paces. Nox readies his stance, lowering his center of gravity. His body is already warmed up and ready to go. This strike will be tough to block even if the instructor is completely bald. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Nox swiftly executes the black sword's first form. A violent purple energy erupts from his dark blade. Vernon breaks out into a cold sweat. He is in serious trouble. Unable to dodge, he takes the hit directly. Nox watches with satisfaction. Striking back against an instructor feels good. Despite it being an instant activation skill, the man still barely managed to block it. The sheer destructive capability of a character with the genius trait is off the charts. Left to their own devices, they will naturally climb to the peak. In an instant, they achieve an epiphany, ascending to a new level. That is the definition of a genius in Inner Lunatic, a pure talent destined to shine like a brilliant star. Nox feels a slight twinge of regret when thinking about Talia von Steiner and Paracelsus. But of course, even supreme geniuses have a period of weakness, just like these two. Talia von Steiner doesn't hesitate and immediately charges straight into the fray. Instructor Vernon takes a hit but still easily manages to block her fierce attack. He fluidly maneuvers right behind Talia von Steiner, catching her completely off guard. Vernon delivers a single sharp blow, sending her crashing onto the floor. Taking advantage of the opening, Paracelsus instantly flashes directly behind the instructor. But someone who achieved the rank of instructor is no easy opponent. With a simple fluid turn, he effortlessly blocks Paracelsus's incoming strike. Talia and Paracelsus struggle as they quickly leap backward. Nox calmly stands on the sidelines, observing their fierce battle, focusing on Talia, whose innate traits make her a truly gifted swordmaster and a genius warrior. Based on his knowledge, Nox is certain she will eventually become one of those rare characters who grow incredibly powerful. Instructor Vernon suddenly fumes, muttering about how all these geniuses seem to be blessed with a full head of hair. He glares over at Nox with clear disapproval, annoyed that the young noble is just standing there relaxing. Nox doesn't look away and stares right back, knowing Instructor Vernon must realize he is holding back. No one else knows, but Nox is fully aware that going all out here is a mistake since Eldon still harbors hidden dangers. Those demonic minions are just waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike him and the other students. Nox feels a brief pang of guilt, silently apologizing to Vernon because he can't go all out until the absolute worst moment. Meanwhile, Vernon generously praises the silver-haired boy, noting how much stronger he has become. The instructor admits he doesn't know what Nox went through, but his reflexes are outstanding though. Nox merely responds with a casual "really." Vernon turns to address both Paracelsus and Talia, asking the duo why they think he easily anticipated all their movements and blocked every single one of their coordinated attacks. Talia hesitantly offers her guess, admitting she isn't entirely sure, but the swords seem to completely vanish for a brief split second. Paracelsus also shares his own suspicion, suggesting the instructor must have been focused on something other than the sword from the very start. Vernon nods in strong agreement, telling them they are both correct before calling on the silver-haired boy to explain how he closed the gap. Nox, hearing his name, calmly answers that the instructor had achieved this by utilizing advanced footwork. The observing cadets are left completely bewildered, whispering to each other about what footwork actually is and if it's some standard swordsman move. Instead of discouraging them, this realization gets the students incredibly excited, with some whispering that they are finally learning something useful for swordsmen, especially since other academies supposedly don't teach this until the second year. Vernon calmly confirms their suspicions, stating that footwork techniques are normally never introduced this early. However, since Elven Academy gathers the absolute elite, they are going to fast-track the entire curriculum. He starts by demonstrating the very first technique of basic footwork, the Steps of Light. Just as the name suggests, this footwork actually originated from the royal court, though it is merely the foundation. All other advanced movement techniques are developed from it. Before teaching them the Steps of Light, he decides to test their current skills, explaining that assessing progress is the vital first step of learning. But evaluating each student individually seems far too tedious and boring for him. Vernon quickly announces a decision, declaring that every cadet will now choose one of the three who just fought him and duel them. He wonders how many of them can actually defeat those three. Or to put it another way, which students will successfully bring down these geniuses and prodigies. Ultimately, anyone among the cadets is free to challenge these three rising stars. Vernon's gaze sweeps across the crowd, immediately landing on his very first target, Leon von Magath. He instructs Leon von Magath to choose his opponent first. The boy nervously responds that he isn't particularly skilled with a sword. But that is no excuse for the instructor, who barks back to shut up and get up there, asking if he thinks enemies will spare mages. On a real battlefield, mages and healers are always targeted first, so they must at least learn enough magic to defend themselves. Leon timidly complies with the order, quietly nodding in agreement. Instructor Vernon watched his departing figure, lost in deep thought. Still, he remained firm, declaring that as long as he held a sword, he would keep things completely fair. Any style of match is fine. Now watch Leon's eyes narrow with calculation as he made his choice. I choose Nox von Reinhafer. Suddenly being called out like that left Nox completely stunned. Holding a magic book in his hand, Leon's confidence grew as he declared that since any style was allowed, Nox would be the most interesting opponent. Nox could hardly accept this instantly, yelling, "Wait a second. That's not even a sword." But Instructor Vernon fully backed it, declaring the book was just an accessory to the blade. Nox was utterly bewildered by the ridiculous logic, eventually asking Leon flat out if he had targeted him just because he looked easy to beat. Leon flipped open his spellbook, replying without a shred of fear that it wasn't quite like that. Leon immediately summoned a massive horde of skeleton warriors, simply stating that he believed Nox was actually the strongest. Nox strongly objected to the massive crowd, asking if the instructor was seriously going to allow summoning undead during a duel. Instructor Vernon casually replied, asking why not, since of course he allowed it. Nox stared at him in utter helplessness, demanding to know the reason behind the approval. Naturally, Vernon wouldn't admit it was because Nox was too strong, deadpanning that it was simply because it was fun. "You troublesome white-haired brat." Glancing between the two of them, Vernon bluntly added that the brat Leon annoyed him as well. But Nox was special, no scratch that he was easily the most irritating cadet Vernon had ever taught. That thick, mysterious hair, those strange eyes, and that handsome face paired with that smug attitude. You were basically the sworn enemy of every single man alive. Nox couldn't maintain his cool composure anymore, scowling in absolute disbelief at how insane this was. Vernon wasted no more words and urged both Leon and Nox to begin immediately, calling for all other cadets to watch closely. Nox composed himself to face his opponent, deciding that he wouldn't back down from a challenge anyway. "I don't care about the methods or whatever rules are in place." Leon's dark gaze locked onto him with intense wariness. Amused, Nox raised his sword tip, warning Leon von Marbus to just make sure he didn't start crying when he got beaten down. Outside the academy, the weather remained bright and warm, but inside, the undead army summoned by Leon was already running completely rampant. Watching this, Vernon felt a bit guilty but was highly satisfied. He had told Leon to use whatever was necessary, but he hadn't expected him to summon the undead, which was fitting for someone from a dark family. Each skeleton was at least at the level of a mid-tier knight. To summon so many of them freely and without any restrictions, one had to possess an absolutely astronomical amount of mana. It was a level of power that no one besides Princess Penelope von Archheim of the direct imperial bloodline could ever hope to wield. This was the Marbus family, who rebuilt themselves after nearly being wiped out in the territorial war, a clan currently ruled by an incredibly young patriarch. And trust me, Vernon was genuinely looking forward to this battle, anticipating a highly unexpected turn of events. House Marbus. They were once recognized as one of the three great dark families, alongside Reinhafer and Satyr. However, everything changed. The moment signs of their decline began to surface, the rival lords and nobles immediately plotted their betrayal behind closed doors. Because of this, Leon's father, Run von Marbus, was ultimately executed. And in the brutal territorial war that broke out immediately afterward, House Marbus quickly plummeted toward total ruin. On that day, the young and innocent Leon was forced to witness the true ugly face of the nobility. That experience left him with a completely different outlook compared to other typical nobles. To secure victory, he didn't care if his own honor was thrown away, always finding a way to gain the upper hand. He simply did not care what had to be sacrificed. That sheer desperation and razor-sharp judgment were exactly what had led him to absolute victory in the recent territorial war, allowing him to successfully preserve his family's survival. And Instructor Vernon had a solid reason for choosing Leon. Against him, even that smug, white-haired punk might finally have to stay on his guard. In reality, the instructor feels highly tense while watching this. The immortal undead horde charges forward with savage ferocity. Yet with just a few swift sword strikes, Nox completely decapitates them. There is always someone stronger. There is always a higher peak to climb. Nox barely moves a muscle, yet not a single monster around him remains whole. Truly above every great talent there lies an even greater one. The watching cadets are totally tense, barely blinking. His swordsmanship is a beautiful, deadly dance. It seems he fights not for victory, but for survival. His presence is completely overwhelming. Nox seizes the opening and charges. This terrifying speed forces Leon to instinctively raise his sword. In an instant, two massive powers collide. Despite Leon maintaining his guard, Nox unleashes a non-stop barrage of attacks. Below, the students gasp, how on earth did he manage to block that crazy strike? Nox steps back to gather momentum. Now he fully understands his opponent. This is the true power of Leon. Leon prepares to summon yet another dark beast, Necronomicon, a legendary magic grimoire of the Marbas family sealed away for ages. Long after its previous owners abandoned it, Leon awakened the grimoire, leading his forces to victory in the final battle of the territorial war. This was through a pact with the dark beast Mavas. Leon recalls the undead that were completely shattered by Nox. The wooden sword quickly absorbs the remaining dark energy. Leon calls it highly impressive, admitting he miscalculated by thinking this level would be enough to face Nox. As the energy gathers, it forms an even more terrifying beast. Leon calmly looks at Nox, asking if they can go for another round. Facing such a battle-hungry opponent, Nox thinks this guy is insane. Dealing with that tier of undead is tough even with high-level skills. Yet, this is exactly what he wants. He needs a worthy opponent to test his limits, and Leon is absolutely perfect. Leon continues to watch very closely, tracking his opponent's every single movement. Suddenly, his body completely freezes in shock. A sudden burst of uncontrollable energy leaves Leon dazed. He wonders if Nox is suppressing his mana or outright draining his own power. Why do that when he needs to be stronger? Unsure of what his opponent is planning, Leon decides it is best to strike first. Leon commands his newly summoned undead to charge straight toward Nox. He calmly takes a step back, readying the second black sword technique, Black Thunder Slash. A sphere of energy erupts from Nox's blade. The blast is so massive it looks ready to swallow Leon's undead whole. Vernon can no longer stay still, realizing without a doubt that this is indeed the second form of the black sword style. The realization makes him sweat. No swordsmanship instructor in these 6 regions could ever fail to recognize the ultimate black sword style. But to master its second technique, a swordsman usually has to pass a certain age limit. Obtaining such absolute power at a young age is extremely dangerous, but it is clear that those of the direct bloodline naturally inherit an even greater portion of this strength. Vernon cannot hide his absolute shock. How could a 15-year-old child have already mastered the second form of this dark style so flawlessly? And he did it with a wooden sword. Leon mutters grimly that Nox truly is different. Nox has barely even used a fraction of his power, warning that he can crush him even further if necessary. Leon desperately summons more creatures, pleading for their power to manifest. This is Leon, a man destined to become one of the strongest figures in the future. A massive skull rises from the ground, ready to swallow Nox whole. Nox knows that in a world without the main protagonist, he's the only one left to spark this rival's competitive drive. Nox raises his sword with excitement. Just like his battle with Paracelsus, he can only give him the exact same answer. He wants Leon to realize his own weaknesses and use him as a standard to follow. As someone who must guide this entire story to its final ending, he will play the hero's part. Nox closes the distance to Leon in a flash, driven by pure determination. He is ready to overwhelm and crush everything standing in his way. It takes a long moment for the thick dust to finally clear. The entire training ground falls dead silent around Leon and Nox. Staring at his broken wooden sword, Leon has to admit defeat to Nox von Reinhafer. He stares at his empty hand with deep gratitude, thanking Nox for teaching him a valuable lesson. Nox offers some genuine praise, noting that Leon's tactical use of the undead was not a bad choice. Leon freezes in surprise before quietly thanking him. Vernon raises his booming voice to declare the match finished and name the winner. Nox finds it a bit awkward that his name was left out, grumbling that he is indeed Nox. Not letting the crowd linger on the shock, Vernon quickly demands they move to the next match and choose their opponents. After witnessing such absolute power, the students decide they would much rather fight anyone else than face a monster like Nox. Annoyed by their sudden comments, Paracelsus reaches for his sword, telling the other brats to just bring it on. Nox feels incredibly relaxed, knowing the overwhelming display of power he just showed will keep potential challengers quiet for a while. Right then, a student steps up to Vernon, asking the professor if she can choose Nox as her opponent. Everyone turns in absolute shock to look at Penelope von Arkheim, the princess. Noticing their intense reactions, Penelope calmly asks if anyone objects, reminding them that the rules allow challenging anyone they want. A student whispers in utter confusion, wondering if the princess purposely chose Nox, which instantly makes those standing nearby gasp in surprise. The students gossip about whether this is payback for their cancelled engagement or if she intends to personally punish him for causing so much trouble lately. Just when Nox thought he could finally relax, Penelope ruins his plans, leaving him to ask why on earth she would choose to challenge him. But Penelope only smiles, pointing out that he has quite sharp hearing. His acting talent attribute suddenly starts to vibrate violently. Nox panics, wondering if she actually knows about his secret engagement with Talia von Staleiner. Yet Penelope remains perfectly calm, telling him to fight with all his strength as long as he avoids getting executed for attempting to assassinate a princess. Nox simply stretches his arms silently, noting that while she demands a real fight, her basic stance is completely wrong. As a mage with absolutely no talent in swordsmanship, Nox is left wondering how he is even supposed to fight her. Vernon calmly steps up to make the announcement, officially starting the match. As his voice echoes, Nox makes his decision to simply deal with whatever comes. Suddenly, his body locks up. The continuous effects of his chronic illness trait kick in, triggering a severe level 5 acute nervous breakdown. A warning flashes that his stress has exceeded the limit. Everything starts spinning before Nox's eyes. Penelope charges forward with her wooden sword, yelling at Nox to stop playing around. The system warns him he's blacking out. Right at that moment, Nox takes a direct hit from Penelope von Arkheim. He collapses flat onto the floor, leaving her standing there completely bewildered. The spectating students can't believe their eyes. Did the princess actually defeat Nox? Only an idiot wouldn't see he deliberately let her land that hit. The strike didn't actually hurt much, but it still left Nox struggling heavily. Vernon steps up and declares the winner to be Princess Penelope. The students instantly relax, joking that no one can stand firm against such a beautiful princess. Some even whisper that Nox must still be deeply in love with her. Hearing this, Nox strongly protests in his mind. Not a chance, you absolute idiots. Either way, Nox has to go rest after the duel. Slowly, Nocton opened his eyes. An overwhelming sense of emptiness constantly surges within him, making him collapse when he least expects it. Sometimes, he even forgets he is battling a terminal illness. Gremory watches him from the mirror, incredibly curious, asking why he slept so long and if he was actually dead. Her faint silhouette mocks him right away, wondering how such a weak, fragile body could have sealed her in the first place. Nox snaps back in irritation, telling her to shut up. Gremory is utterly frustrated by her situation, swearing that it is a nightmare to live in constant fear of the day her sealer might just drop dead at any given moment. Nox quickly regains his composure and coldly tells her to stop complaining, pointing out she has already recovered quite a lot. Gremory finally voices the question everyone is wondering, asking why he fights like an absolute monster, but suddenly collapses like this. Nox brushes it off honestly, stating it is nothing more than the inevitable toll of his chronic illness. This revelation captures Gremory's interest as she mockingly points out his weak side and eagerly offers to cure him if he simply lets her step out of this mirror. Without a word, Nox drops the mirror face down on the floor, startling her. He is completely speechless, noting that every demon is always plotting an escape, but warns Gremory that even in hell he will drag her mirror with him. After a moment of dizziness, Gremory continues her relentless complaining, swearing to get her revenge the moment she is finally freed. Right then, a voice echoes from the doorway calling out for Nox von Reinhafer to have a chat. Instead of answering, Nox gently picks up the sealed mirror and demands that Gremory keep quiet. Penelope enters alongside her sister Talia, noting that since he is awake, she decided to walk right in. Since he has recovered, she suggests they have a proper talk. Nox can hardly refuse agreeing to the request, while secretly breathing a sigh of relief that they did not hear his conversation with Gremory. Heavy silence fills the room. Penelope von Arkheim finally breaks the silence, demanding to know why he chose to let her win their sword duel. Nox panics internally, wondering how to reply since he cannot possibly blame it on the debuffs of his terminal illness. Deciding to present it as his own choice, Nox carefully apologizes for his rudeness but explains it felt like the right option at the time. Penelope remains clearly unsatisfied, arguing that they should have at least exchanged a few real blows. Nox delivers a blunt truth, telling her she is simply not capable of clashing with him for even a few rounds. Holding back just to keep the fight going would have been a complete lie. Though it is a brutal truth to hear, Penelope has absolutely zero swordsmanship talent and she would drop her blade in a single clash against fighters like Talia or Paracelsus. Penelope falls into a brief sadness, assuming he did it to protect the pride of the royal family. She also assumes that by holding back in the fight, he publicly withdrew his support for the prince to endorse her instead, leaving Nox utterly bewildered by her massive misunderstanding but choosing to remain quiet. Still, Penelope refuses to give up, requesting that he never hold back on her like that again. She explains she entered Elden Academy as a regular student, not as an entitled princess. Nox gently nods, promising to remember that. But Penelope is not finished, adding that she has one more topic. She mentions hearing rumors about his arranged marriage to Talia von Steeliner. A wave of total helplessness hits Nox as the moment finally arrives. Penelope softly describes her romantic view of a love blooming against all odds and defying imperial decrees, claiming she has no intention of judging his true feelings for his fiancé. She admits she is past the age of believing in fairy tales, having only approached him to use him. After all, pure sentimentality alone is never enough to put someone on the throne. Nox can only offer a quiet smile, thinking an imperial princess talking about true love sounds like a cheap novel, but he forces himself to stay completely calm and keep his expression fully controlled. Bowing his head politely, he humbles himself by apologizing for causing her trouble, expressing his deep shame before the princess. Penelope brushes it off and looks at him with a remarkably sincere gaze, stating she is truly grateful for his consideration today. After such a stellar performance, she wishes him a quick recovery, though she doubts he is actually hurt that badly. Nox keeps quiet, silently complaining that he is actually in immense pain and wishing she would leave, realizing his physical weakness never seems to fade at this academy. Penelope and her sister Talia finally step outside the room. The princess lets out a heavy sigh. Her brief moment of cheer quickly fades back into melancholy. She has to admit that Nox von Reinhafer possesses a bizarre charm, a calm presence that commands attention coupled with absolute genius. Penelope is truly drawn to him no matter how much she tries to play it cool, she just cannot deny her own heart. Talia von Steeliner steps up to comfort the princess, who finally looks a bit more relaxed after getting those feelings off her chest. Are you going to scold him again this time? Penelope quickly brightens up, declaring she will let him slide, but only this once. Time flies, and the next morning at the academy begins. Professor Lars is absolutely thrilled to hear the latest rumors, teasing Nox about whether he has actually fallen lovesick. He calls Nox a hopeless romantic, urging him to channel that blazing passion into his magic studies. An embarrassed Nox groans, telling the professor to pipe down. Annoyed, Nox glances over his desk. He has absolutely zero time for idle chatter with a crazy professor or some delusional princess, not when he needs to quickly master Flash, Step, and other dark magic. With the second main storyline fast approaching, Nox's hand absent-mindedly brushes against something on the desk. Curiosity getting the better of him, he picks it up. A rare smirk plays on his lips. Of course, the easiest way to break Part 2 is simple. Money. An absolute mountain of cash. Nox immediately makes his move. It is time to strike gold. Imperial basic magic is known for unlocking a mage's primary elemental affinity and raising their magical potential. Since most cadets cannot even sense their own elemental attributes, day one starts with an assessment to find their primary element. Professor Lars stands at the podium, instructing the cadets to step up one by one and funnel their mana into the assessment crystal. Whether they see light or color, they must describe their sensations. This will establish the foundation for their custom curriculum, starting right from the very front row. Sinking into his seat, Nox twirls the paper. For a guy who already knows his exact attributes and limits, this is a pretty dull exercise. He sets it down and stands up to take the test. In this world, noble lineage typically predetermines one's elemental attribute right from birth. It would be pretty wild if the divine element of healers somehow manifested in him, though that pure power is almost entirely locked down by the prestigious Renos family. Nox slowly places his hand on the crystal, knowing that as a member of a dark family, such pure magic shouldn't concern him anyway. But the sphere suddenly erupts in a chaotic mess of colors. This completely catches Nox off guard. A violent ring of raw energy begins swirling through the classroom. Even after pulling his hand away, Nox is left stunned. Lars curiously leans in, asking what exactly the crystal revealed. Nox shrugs it off, claiming there is nothing but a thick purple mist, though he silently wonders why a trace of white light was mixed in. His status window shows absolutely nothing, yet that unmistakable glow was the holy element, the exclusive power of the Rayos family. The game database, he remembers, has no record of this. Something is seriously There must be a hidden secret in Nox's past, something even a veteran player like him never knew, which explains why the testing crystal reacted with such chaos. Nox keeps his mouth shut but silently vows to dig deeper into this mystery. When the class with instructor Vernon continues, he explains that their movement technique demands immense mental focus, but once mastered, he suddenly bursts forward with speed, leaving Talia completely bewildered as he vanishes from their visual perception entirely. The rest of the class panics, muttering about how it is too fast to even track, let alone keep up with. Nox silently tracks every single trace of the movement, immediately triggering his active skill, Time of a Genius. Instantly, the noisy classroom falls dead silent. Everything around him slows to a crawl like frozen time. A figure rapidly closes the distance. Instructor Vernon has somehow slipped right behind him without a sound. Nox spins around, noticing the instructor looks ready to unleash a strike right at him. Of course, Nox won't just stand there, but Vernon has no intention of giving him an opening. The other cadets gasp in surprise. Did Nox just dodge the instructor's blade using footwork? It's impossible, they couldn't even see a thing. He calmly analyzes the move, realizing that this is what true footwork actually looks like. Vernon's face grows darker with frustration at this annoying guy, the ultimate enemy of all men. Meanwhile, Talia curiously approaches, asking how Nox did that and when he learned it. Vernon hears her and seriously clarifies that she got it wrong. He didn't use footwork, but simply read the attack patterns and reacted. Still, having those reflexes without prior training is incredibly impressive. The instructor tells the white-haired boy to stay behind after class for some private training. Nox closes his eyes in sheer annoyance at this familiar feeling. The other cadets stare, wondering why on earth their top student needs extra tutoring. Vernon snaps at them, saying he only favors the chosen ones, telling them if they are jealous, they should learn footwork, or even weak monsters will walk all over them. They flinch in fear and apologize, though one student whispers that while the bald master is incredibly strong, his personality is definitely a bit unhinged. Vernon grabs the boy instantly and reassures the class, promising to help them awaken their own hidden talents, just as he once awakened his own. Turning his gaze to the rest of the class, he tells them all to listen closely as he explains the radiant footwork steps once more, very slowly. The first step. Vernon begins to demonstrate, explaining that the radiant footwork consists of 3 stages, starting with step 1. It starts with converting mana, turning a portion of your attribute into divine force and channeling it directly into your legs. Next comes the flow, where the converted energy merges with the ground underneath to create a seamless fluid current. Finally, the instant acceleration, utilizing the momentum from the previous 2 steps to vanish from the opponent's sight completely. Vernon casually taunts them, pointing out that most of them cannot even stabilize their basic mana, yet let alone hope to convert it. So for today, their main task is practicing mana conversion. Paracelsus keeps his eyes locked on Nox, thinking how interesting this is and wondering how fast he can master it. That bastard Nox von Reinhafer. He suddenly recalls his childhood under a bright moon, remembering when he asked if the 7 stars of the continent were truly that powerful, and his master answered that their strength was absolute. That only made Paracelsus more curious, asking the old man if he wasn't one of those legends himself and how his own swordsmanship compared. The old master simply smiled, admitting his talent was actually the lowest compared to the supreme black sword, the moonlight sword, and the heavenly sword. Though known as the sword master, their genius was on a different level. This shocked Paracelsus, who wondered how his master could not be the absolute strongest. The man smiled warmly at the young boy, telling him that at his current age he was far behind where the boy is now. He explained that pure talent is something time and experience can never beat, and he saw that exact overwhelming potential inside Paracelsus. So he told the young genius to stop talking nonsense and put all his effort into training. Rubbing his head after taking a hit from a wooden sword, Paracelsus quietly reflects on the word talent. Back in the present, Paracelsus realizes he knows exactly how powerful his master is, so if a legend like that calls him a genius, it must be true. But that only makes him wonder how terrifying is Nox, and will he ever catch up? Letting out a deep, quiet sigh, Paracelsus whispers that Nox has an unimaginable level of power, realizing he finally understands what his master meant about overwhelming talent. Sustenantly, laughing to himself, he mutters that Nox is crazier than he thought. Talia looks at him and then over to Nox, admitting that compared to his genius, she feels embarrassingly small, yet she believes relentless training will get her there one day. Soft sunlight begins to filter into the quiet training hall. The exhausted cadets are starting to feel the physical toll. Talia exhaustedly wipes away a thin layer of sweat, wondering if simply converting mana attributes into divine force requires this much intense focus, while Vernon quickly confirms that many people spend their entire lives stuck on this phase without ever mastering footwork. Naturally, Vernon refuses to let the white-haired enemy of all men off easily, calling out to Nox to show his progress and demanding to know if he completed the conversion. In response, the boy simply offers a calm smile as his answer. Nox raises his hand effortlessly, forming a concentrated sphere of converted mana, channeling the energy flow. And finally, flash! Nox vanishes in an instant. The watching cadets gasp in pure horror, unable to believe that in less than half a class, he did not just master conversion but learned the entire footwork technique. Vernon stands completely dumbfounded before yelling out at the white-haired genius. Stunned, he asks how Nox could possibly learn everything so fast. Right then, someone abruptly enters Theo's office, making the head of the house look up in surprise. "Apologies for the intrusion, my lord, especially while you are resting." Rodwell announces that the madam wishes to see him, but she immediately cuts in, telling the butler to skip the useless formalities. "We stopped caring about these formal rules a long time ago." Theo recognizes his visitor but points out that barging in like this is still incredibly rude. She quickly gets to the point of her visit, demanding they skip the small talk and get straight to business. "It is about that child you had with that other woman." Nox von Reinhafer. Keeping his usual expressionless face, Theo coldly gives her permission to speak. Priscilla asks, with a heavy dose of sarcasm, noting how your youngest son Nox has supposedly done so well at the academy. Frowning, his incredibly sharp gaze sweeps over her as he asks what she is really after. Unfazed, Priscilla firmly demands that he actually show some concern for Alan and Hartz since they are also his sons. Theo calmly explains that she must know Eldane Academy only accepts 3 members from one family, which is why the twins had to enroll elsewhere. She argues back that while she knows those other schools lack proper support, surely both Alan and Hartz need a decent environment to actually make progress. Refusing to let her kids lose out, she complains about him teaching the second form of the black sword style only to Nox, but Theo firmly states that was his choice as clan leader. Her face darkens as she asks if he truly believes his loyal vassals will agree with that decision. He casually shoots back that he simply does not care what they think. Becoming even more agitated, she snaps about why it has to be that boy, calling him a total disgrace to the family whom absolutely nobody cares about, and insisting his little spark of mediocre talent will only get him so far. Her gaze turns terrifyingly cold as she demands to know if his recent favoritism is simply because Nox is the child of that other woman. Theo coldly puts an end to the conversation, warning Priscilla to watch her tongue and suggesting that she leave since she is clearly too emotional today. Lady Priscilla is so furious, she grits her teeth. She storms off, muttering that he never listens to her anyway, while Rodwell awkwardly bids her farewell and wishes her a safe journey. The old butler has always known that Priscilla was betrothed to the family head from a very young age, a union that eventually brought Garen and the twins Alan and Hartz into the world. Yet despite having other wives like most nobles, the only woman Theo ever truly loved was his second wife, the biological mother of young Master Nox. Rodwell completely understands his master's logic, which is not about ignoring the twins but accepting the harsh truth that raw talent is naturally uneven. Theo is only thinking of their future because if the twins half-heartedly try to copy Nox, they might fail even harder, and that is exactly what the family head wants to prevent. Trying to lighten the heavy mood, the butler suggests that while true genius is hard to spot, perhaps the madam would understand if she saw young Master Nox's path with her own eyes. Looking over some documents, Theo points out that she completely lacks that kind of understanding, especially with recent rumors of her bribing the Elder Council just to secure their support. Rodwell notes that if this keeps up, blood will likely be shed and the time for a final decision is coming incredibly fast. Relaxing slightly, Theo decides it is indeed time to make his stance on the family succession crystal clear to both the elders and the rest of his vassals. Showing his unwavering loyalty, the butler fully agrees despite his own shortcomings, prompting Theo to suddenly ask for his personal assistance in the matter. Rodwell immediately bows, promising that he will always follow his master's commands. Meanwhile, Priscilla gathers her twin boys, explaining the whole family situation through an incredibly biased lens, as she insists that they must do whatever it takes to reclaim their lost opportunities. The boys are utterly terrified, wondering how they could possibly defeat someone who is already the best student and who even has the new king of Tagilin swearing loyalty to him. Priscilla flashes a calculating smug grin, telling them not to worry because she has a plan and all they need to do is keep training and wait for the right moment. Early the next morning, back at the academy, Noah is practically buzzing with excitement as the first-year students finally prepare to head out on their very first real mission. Professor Rash reports that several first-year students have actually registered for a dangerous red mission asking for the administration's official approval. Another professor immediately snaps, demanding to know if Rash has completely lost his mind, asking why someone who supposedly cares so much about the students would make such a reckless decision when the massive difficulty gap between gold and red missions is literally a matter of life and death. Here is how these dangerous red missions work. Eldane Academy categorizes missions into 5 distinct levels: gold, red, blue, white, and black. For comparison, the monster hunt that Nox von Reinhafer barely survived before was only a low-tier gold rank mission, and even that was already notoriously dangerous for average academy students. But Rash reveals some special news, explaining that this year is completely different because of who registered. The 5 top-ranking students will form a team. Vernon nods in agreement, admitting he now fully understands why the professor allowed them to take a red-rank mission, especially since having that white-haired kid on the team means things will probably turn out fine. The professor looks pretty anxious as he mutters that if everyone agrees, he will not object. Still, first-year students taking on a red-level quest requires the headmistress to sign off on it first. Rash immediately pulls out a thick file of analytical reports on 26 students for her to review. But Noah does not even bother looking at the papers and instantly gives her approval. He gapes in absolute shock. Was it really that easy? She casually reviews the lineup, listing Paracelsus and Talia as knights and Leon and Eleanor as mages. Noah excitedly adds that with Nox, who can wield a sword while casting magic, this team is bound to be invincible. No matter what happens, a perfect lineup like this is incredibly rare to find. She suddenly remembers one last thing before wrapping up the meeting. Noah's gaze turns ice cold as she announces there is one more thing she wants to say. Her overwhelming magic suddenly erupts, surging outward to fill the entire room. Every single professor in the room freezes in absolute terror. Noah lets out a dark laugh, mockingly asking how much longer they think they can hide. She simply cannot stand the sight of them anymore. As everyone watches in utter shock, she calmly warns the hidden intruder to stay completely out of sight and not show a single opening. Her eyes flare with a wild, murderous intent like a cornered beast, noting that those possessed by demons always carry that same disgusting stench. Shortly after, the carriage begins clattering down the bumpy road. They are heading to Avila, a lawless eastern territory heavily scarred by endless years of conflict. Right at the center of this lawless city lies a massive casino, a playground built for greedy nobles from every nation. Honestly, you can practically smell the corruption leaking from the entire place. Nox is already calculating his next moves before the second act kicks off, and a fresh quest has landed on Lunatic. A mysterious letter was delivered directly to him during his stay at the Avila casino detailing a red-level mission to exterminate a hidden demon. Nox frowns deeply inside the carriage. Hunting a demon hiding in a casino is no joke, and he is finally feeling the true weight of being in Lunatic. Paracelsus sits directly across from him, grumbling in deep irritation about why a young master would choose to borrow a cheap merchant carriage instead of prepping a luxury family coach. Nox bluntly shoots back, asking if he wants the entire world to know they are visiting a casino. Besides, he points out the East is Paracelsus' actual hometown. Paracelsus clicks his tongue in disgust, muttering that this is exactly why he hates the place. It is dark, dirty, and reeks of old mold. Sitting right next to them, Leon chimes in, suggesting they enjoy the beautiful scenery instead of bickering. He is genuinely enjoying the ride, finding a wild and untouched beauty in the massive rain-soaked fields that are rolling past their carriage window. Eleanor scans the area with cold, calculating eyes, warning that open fields are actually a disadvantage rather than a good thing. As the atmosphere grows tense once more, she notes that being completely out in the open just makes them easy targets for an ambush. Outside, the terrified locals begin shouting to one another, pointing urgently down the road. Panic sweeps through the crowd. It is a bandit raid. Despite their absolute terror, the brave villagers do their best to protect the Eldane Academy students first. Talia turns pale with dread, groaning that they literally just talked about this happening. Seeing the chaos, Nox casually looks over and orders the commoner to go fight. Paracelsus, who was already extremely irritated, immediately snaps back. He clearly has zero intention of cooperating, angrily asking why he should fight for nobles who despise him and call him a commoner. Nox acts completely indifferent, calmly pointing out that if those bandits injure the horses, everyone will be forced to walk. And even on horseback, the journey to Avila takes a solid half-day. Paracelsus is absolutely furious but has no choice, glaring at Nox with a lifetime of pure resentment. Unable to argue, he grumbles that he will handle it. Leon quickly follows, telling Nox they are heading out as well. The ever-righteous Talia refuses to sit back, either insisting she cannot let innocent villagers get hurt over their ride. Meanwhile, Nox takes full advantage of the empty space to stretch out lazily, muttering that he will take a quick nap. Eleanor also heads out, complaining that he just orders everyone around to go sleep. Meanwhile, Zitri de Lobelia can only offer a very awkward smile. Closing his eyes, Nox mentally mocks them as fools, acting tough with so little experience. To survive what is coming next, he needs all the rest he can get. He has already made his own private plans. One of the most critical events in Avila is almost within reach, specifically at the auction house holding his target masterpiece. He is also targeting a young beastman, a key player for his future. Inside the extremely luxurious VIP lounge of the Grand Casino, wealthy patrons lounge comfortably on expensive chairs. There, a dealer formally announces that 70 gold coins are ready for the high-stakes exchange. The host calmly explains the house rules, noting that guests are strictly required to use their exclusive casino chips. A smug smile plays on the wealthy man's lips as he quietly murmurs, "Well then." Turning to look at the masked Nox, the dealer offers a polite nod and wishes him the best of luck inside the Avila casino. Approaching from behind, Paracelsus mutters in deep disapproval, telling Nox that a guy like him does not belong in such a corrupt place. He crosses his arms, grumbling that only someone with way too much free time on their hands would actually pick a mission like this. Eleanor turns around to warn Paracelsus to keep his voice down since they are currently using fake identities. Leon, standing right next to them, agrees, noting that even if this is the famous Avila casino, it is still a lawless place. With a serious tone, he reminds the group that illegal slave trading and racial oppression are strictly forbidden here. Their main task this time is simply to gather clues and identify the people involved. Leon emphasizes once more that things will turn incredibly ugly if their cover gets blown. Paracelsus just shrugs casually, saying, yeah, he gets it. Despite the warning, he is too eager for some fun and walks right over to the tables where wealthy ladies and gentlemen are playing. He figures one quick round can't hurt. Nox can only watch helplessly, thinking that stopping after one round is impossible for him. Paracelsus has a luck stat of only 2, so he is definitely going to lose everything. Watching them deal the cards, Nox already predicts that his hidden trait, gambling addict, is about to awaken. Naturally, he is not going to win a single penny. One look at the slot machine is all Nox needs to figure out the casino's trick. The developers actually built in an anti-gambling feature called the Anti-Gambling Addict campaign. He easily sees through the casino's underhanded tricks, realizing their side stands absolutely zero chance of winning. No matter how many jackpots they hit, the system automatically balances things out with major losses. That is just the developer's way of showing some cheap, twisted mercy, a ridiculous combination of game design that leaves him completely speechless. Seeing Paracelsus so excited gives Nox a little peace of mind. Once that hidden trait actually kicks in, the guy is going to survive just fine in a den of sin like this. Sure enough, it goes exactly as predicted. Paracelsus angrily kicks a slot machine, shouting that the machine must be broken because all of his coins are completely gone. An onlooker bursts out laughing and tells him to calm down since he has barely lost anything yet. A bald man nearby chimes in, claiming that if he just hits a few jackpots in his next turn, he will win everything back. The two men try to rope Paracelsus into their group, inviting him to test his luck with them. Watching from the sidelines, Nox decides he cannot just stand by and do nothing. Looking a bit worried, Talia turns to Leon and asks if they should start playing too, admitting she does not really understand the rules or what they are supposed to do. A woman at a nearby table quickly tries to lure them over, inviting them to sit down. The man beside her chimes in, promising they have an incredibly simple game that absolutely anyone can play from young to old. They quickly explain the incredibly basic rules, which are simply to predict whether the wheel lands on an even or odd number. Guessing right doubles the bet, but guessing wrong means losing everything. The dealer politely gestures and asks if the young master wants to give it a shot. Leon barely hesitates before immediately agreeing to play. The host turns to him and asks how much he wants to bet. Leon pulls out all the silver he has on him and says he is going all in. A panicked shout rings out moments later. No way, it is an odd number yet again. Talia steps back in shock, stammering that he just won 5 rounds in a row. Eleanor narrows her eyes with deep suspicion, muttering that the guy has absurdly good luck. Leon says nothing, keeping his entire focus locked onto the spinning wheel with absolute seriousness. After a moment of thought, he confidently makes his move, choosing even this time and betting absolutely everything he has. Just as Leon predicted, the pointer stops right on the red number 8. The host stands frozen in complete disbelief, unable to process the win. Before he can even recover, Leon calmly declares he is putting everything on even again next round. Talia anxiously whispers to Nox, asking if this is really a good idea, since continuing this way will surely lead to disaster. Nox can only offer a strange smile, silently panicking because he has never actually seen the guy gamble. Nox watches Leon, guessing the guy must possess a betting genius trait or some hidden skill. From behind, Zitri de Lobelia steps up to plead with Nox, begging him not to copy this craziness. He replies shortly that they have come too far to turn back now. Talia asks with worry, wondering where exactly he is headed. Pinching his silver coin between his fingers, he smiles and says he is going somewhere they can win way more than this children's game. Before long, cards are dealt onto the table alongside loud cheers for a winning straight flush. The crowd gasps in shock, wondering how he won 500 chips with just 2 pairs. A middle-aged man breaks into a sweat, questioning if the kid is insane and which family he belongs to. Nox calmly checks his hand, feeling smug about his secret strategy. He has already turned 50 gold into 4,700, realizing that if he had this kind of luck, he would stay here all day too. He looks at his opponents, sensing their intense anger. They lost heavily and are glaring daggers at him, making him realize it is probably time to stand up and leave. Nox closes his eyes to weigh his options. Finally, his eyes light up with a grin as he deals the cards for just one more round. He tells himself 4,700 gold is a weird number anyway, and if he wins, he might hit 5,000 or even 10,000. Standing nearby, Zitri de Lobelia clutches the money bag with tears streaming down his face, while Talia can only watch the young master in complete helplessness. By the end of the game, only piles of chips remain as Nox successfully rakes in over 12,700 gold coins. Even Eleanor is left completely speechless by the amount, while Zitri de Lobelia looks utterly unamused, asking the young master if he is finally done with his gambling habit. Nox walks up behind Eleanor, chuckling to himself. No wonder she is shocked. This amount is almost 15% of their entire monster material sales revenue. Talia turns to ask Leon how much he won, and he calmly replies that a bit of luck helped him walk away with 3,000 gold coins. While everyone else celebrates their massive earnings, Paracelsus is the only one sulking. Plus, Nox suddenly remembers he still needs to collect the 400 gold he lent the guy. Paracelsus gets so angry he looks ready to draw his sword, yelling that they are supposed to be allies. Talia helplessly figures he must have lost absolutely everything. Eleanor grumbles that she would never touch such cheap gambling games, but Nox quietly decides not to expose her, even though he just saw her lose the even and odd game earlier. Right at that moment, his eyes catch someone hiding in the corner. Nox quickly suggests that the group should finally head out. Right then, a sharp voice rings out, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Wait, leaving. Hey, you can't just walk away like that. Stop right there." The man Nox noticed earlier runs up, begging him to please hold on for a moment. He bows deeply, offering a sincere apology for trailing them in secret, but notes that Lady Luck has truly smiled on him. Paracelsus loses his cool and steps forward, but Nox quickly shoves a coin pouch into his chest. Paracelsus barks at the guy, asking if he rigged the game and demanding answers. Paracelsus grabs the money and lets it go, leaving Nox to wonder if the guy actually hated gambling after all. The mysterious man drops a cryptic hint, claiming this is only the tip of the iceberg, and invites Nox to their exclusive VIP-only auction house now that he has the funds. He gestures down the dark path, asking if they would like to see some truly rare and exotic treasures. Nox celebrates silently, knowing his bait worked, but plays hard to get by, coldly stating they don't need permission, since they already hold VIP passes, demanding to be let in. The guide quickly backpedals, apologizing profusely for not recognizing such distinguished VIP guests. He glances at Paracelsus in disbelief, wondering how a VIP could lose so much money. Paracelsus desperately tries to save face, muttering that he only lost on purpose. They head down a damp, pitch-black alleyway. They eventually step into a strangely pristine and grand cavern hidden deep underground. Today's special merchandise is reserved strictly for VIPs, healthy, long-lived demi-humans who are absolutely obedient. Zitri de Lobelia's face darkens with deep sorrow, only to gasp and look up a second later. A strong, warm hand suddenly wraps gently around her own. Zitri de Lobelia stares blankly at the young master Nox. Frowning at the pain lingering in her eyes, he softly apologizes for making her wear such a tragic expression once again. But for her own safety, he had to bring her along. With so many dangerous eyes lurking around, leaving her alone would have been pure suicide. Succinctly, the host's booming voice echoes, thanking everyone for their patience. The host introduces himself as Herman, the executive director of this underground auction, welcoming the wealthy nobles in attendance and calling for a loud round of applause. Nox sits in the crowd, his eyes locked onto Herman without blinking. Finally, the main culprit has shown himself, Manager Herman. He remembers the events of Chapter 2 all too well. The severe corruption in Avila runs deep, with corrupt nobles exploiting the commoners until the class divide reaches a boiling point, triggering the rise of a rebel army. The demons had been waiting for this exact moment, sowing discord between factions before finally showing their true hideous colors and invading the human world. Subsequently, the demon realm merged with Earth, plunging humanity into a dark, hopeless apocalypse. Nox had thoroughly researched this exact scenario, the same tactics as Tagilin, with that man pulling all the strings. He knows exactly what his true identity is. He can say with absolute certainty that the man is one of the 72 great demons, Archduke Lemiston. A series of system screens suddenly pop up, revealing his basic info. Name is Jagan, male demon, primary element is water, and member of the 72 demons. His positive traits include genius mana, sensitivity, and genius alchemy. His neutral trait is pure evil, while negative ones are violent, arrogant, multi-personality, and extremely lazy. Stats are physique, 20 mana, 23, luck 5, intellect 17, and willpower 17. His passive skill is alchemy, while his active skill is typhoon of water. Jagan's stats aren't actually higher than the other 72 demons because out of all his genius traits, he is heavily plagued by laziness. He thinks to himself that Jagan was born with natural talents in many areas, but was lazy enough to completely waste them. That arrogant, rude beast is indeed the demon Jagan. In other words, he's weaker than Paimon and Gremory, whom they fought before. With the allies they brought along, clearing this stage should be highly doable. Right then, Jagan cheers loudly, declaring that without further delay, he will present today's first item, an illusion magic book that allows you to control others at will. It was created based on the dark magic used to control corpses in the abyss. Hearing this, the Black Cat mutters that they have stolen the signature techniques of the Marbus family. Nox looks at him in total disbelief, wondering how he can stay so calm when his family's secret techniques have been stolen. Even with iron willpower, his absolute composure is truly impressive. Besides, those who don't possess the dark element can't even use forbidden grimoires anyway. Jagan surely knows this, meaning they are definitely running a scam. Meanwhile, Jagan starts the bid at 17 million gold, asking if anyone else wants to bid on this rare tome. A gavel bangs down. 3, 2, 1 sold. Congratulations. And now, let's move on to the next item, a mysterious scroll possessing an immense amount of latent magic that absolutely no one has ever been able to decode. Starting off with 3,000 gold, sending the crowd into a total frenzy. 3,000 for a scroll they cannot even open. Some decide to pass, focus only on saving the slaves. At the same time, the auctioneer explains that he forgot to mention one crucial detail about the writing. The text is written in the ancient language of the real-world dragon language. Hearing this, a slight smirk creeps onto Nox's face, but the crowd is immediately disappointed. Dragon language. If nobody can actually read it, what is the point of buying it anyway? Nox quickly bids 50 million gold. Jason looks up in absolute shock. The nobles descend into pure chaos. Are they completely insane, spending that much gold? Do they have connections to the rival merchant group? Why would they want that item? Dragon is quite impressed with the white-haired youth. Suddenly, a VIP guest senses a familiar scent of manna, though they cannot identify the exact source. The Reinhafer family has definitely joined the bidding. Could they know something about this scroll that others do not? Centuries ago, researchers from the ancient kingdom of Catalia spent months exploring ruins and studying alchemy. Inside the debris of a legendary kingdom founded by the very first humans, they discovered a mysterious ancient scroll. The scroll was filled with bizarre twisted characters. This was the ancient dragon language, an ancient enigma that even the greatest alchemical minds could never fully decode. Yet someone is willing to pay an absurd fortune for what is essentially useless paper to anyone else. Jason chuckles to himself. He knows that whoever is bidding must hold the key to translating this legendary scroll. He quickly signals his associate standing on the platform. The associate immediately raises his sign, bidding 51 million gold. Refusing to back down, Nox pushes it to 60 million. The rival quickly counters, raising the bid to 65 million. Finally, the staggering bid of 120 million lands. His opponent is forced to drop out. Jason calls out with a smile, congratulating the white-haired VIP guest on winning the dragon language scroll. Nox turns his gaze to Eleanor de Rivelin, asking her how much money he is allowed to borrow from their prior agreement. She replies that she can provide up to 200 million, noting that even a spatial bag cannot hold that much. Nox boldly declares that he wants to borrow the entire amount. Amused, she asks how he will handle the interest. He promises to win more than enough today to clear his debt. Overhearing this absolutely wild conversation, the companions are left completely speechless. They stare in utter shock, wondering what on earth these two are talking about and just how incredibly wealthy the Rivelin family actually is. Even Nox has his doubts, as no official records can fully track the sheer scale of the Rivelin family wealth. Their massive fortune is so immense that making an enemy out of them would be absolute suicide. She smiles and happily agrees to the loan since his identity is verified, but she strictly warns him not to get too carried away with gambling or bidding. This makes Nox wonder if she has been spending too much time with Zitri de Lobelia, as they seem to have grown surprisingly close on this journey. She calmly continues, explaining that the base interest rate is 1% with an additional 0.2% tacked on each month if he happens to fall behind. She adds that she can easily seize his assets through the royal family if necessary, leaving Nox completely speechless at her ruthless business mind. Up on the stage, Dragon enthusiastically presents the next items up for bid, the highly anticipated batches of slaves. Ranging from humans to various demi-human races, there is a wide selection to satisfy every bidder in the room. The auctioneer gestures to the very first, offering a young defenseless child. Suddenly, Paddle 99 shoots up, bidding a massive 180 million gold. The entire room freezes. It is none other than Nox, prompting Zitri de Lobelia to panic. He asks if his master has lost his mind, pointing out that a slave is not an artifact like the previous scroll. He adds that the entire annual budget of Judas is only 50 million gold. Dragon calls out to the stunned crowd, asking if anyone is willing to bid higher than the white-haired guest before they officially close the sale. The surrounding nobles grumble in anger at Nox, whispering that 30 million gold is enough to buy every single slave in the arena with change to spare. Some even suspect that Abadal has been bribed. Dragon cheerfully announces that the bid is won. He invites Nox to step forward, finalize the payment, and claim his new acquisition as the event wraps up. A second later, Jagan's face turns arrogant again as he asks if Nox is renting a private room alone. Talia is worried that going alone is too dangerous for Nox, but the loyal maid Zitri quickly holds her back. Master, you are spending money we might never be able to recover. Do you have a plan to handle this? Nox turns around and flatly replies that they will definitely not be getting that money back. He tells them to stay put, warning that following him will only get in his way. And so a short while later, Jagan happily greets him, saying he has been waiting and handing over the magic scroll first. Nox takes it and follows him, quietly amused and hoping Jagan is smart enough to understand his plan. He knows exactly how to use a scroll written in the ancient dragon language. Jagan probably wants to learn that method even if he has to threaten Nox's life for it. But Jagan will never have a clue why Nox paid 6 times the price for this young slave. Unlocking the cell door, Nox looks at the girl and says she is the slave he just bought. She growls back in response, demanding to know what this nobleman plans to do to her. Nox brushes off her rudeness and calmly warns her not to be disrespectful since they will meet often. Then he whispers to her, asking if she knows what she is doing. Is she trying to run away just to find freedom? Taking the chance, the young girl suddenly bolts forward in a desperate attempt to escape. But just a few seconds later, Jagan easily binds her with magic. Jagan angrily yells that there is a limit to underestimating him, questioning how a lowly slave could ever dare to speak of freedom. To prevent such things, Jagan proudly reveals that he personally carved magic seals onto all of the slaves. He mocks Nox's laughable show of mercy as a massive waste, pointing out that Nox paid 10 times her actual value to buy her. Talk about an overpayment. Nox calmly replies that whether he decides to free his own slave or not is none of Jagan's business. This retort instantly infuriates him. Jagan sneers, saying he hopes the young master of the Reinhafer family did not just come here to show off. Suddenly, the system alerts Nox that Jagan's multiple personality trait is actively triggering. Jagan leans in close, staring straight into his eyes, demanding to know Nox's true motive for coming here. Nox only offers a light smirk, replying that he has absolutely no reason to explain himself to Jagan. Right, Demon Lemiston. Caught completely off guard, Jagan bursts out laughing and admits that it is quite a surprise. He asks if Nox really knows his name, wondering if Eldain Academy sent him to investigate. Calling Nox a mere insect, Jagan proudly confirms that he is indeed one of the 72 great demons. An insect like Nox is not even worthy of standing before him. But Nox does not care at all. He simply whispers for the chief to start. Instantly, a massive crack tears right through the ceiling. A figure leaps down from above, landing gracefully on the floor. Seeing this familiar figure, Jagan growls in absolute frustration, demanding to know who she is. Confronting them, she praises Nox as a rookie, saying they will take over from here. The mysterious newcomer is none other than Luna. She leads Lunatic, a massive criminal group that dominates the black market through dark family alliances. Their group has two main goals: first, to overthrow the imperial family and usher in a new era, and second, to completely wipe out the 72 demons, purging all evil from the face of the earth. But why this organization is so determined to destroy all evil remains a complete mystery. Either way, let's skip the details of their motives and jump straight into the main event. First up, Luna is tasked with handling Phase 1 of the battle against Jagan. Glaring with absolute fury, she confronts the demon, telling him that no matter how vile he has gone too far by trafficking slaves, oppressing beastfolk, and laundering money. This only makes Jagan burst into laughter, mocking her for daring to preach about morals to one of the 72 grand demons. But she simply fires back, stating that if a fight is what it takes, then so be it. Nox shivers as he feels the murderous intent rolling off Luna. Her overwhelming presence is terrifying, a sheer pressure he hasn't felt from anyone other than Theodore, as if she is reaching the level of an absolute being. Jagan shows zero remorse, mockingly joking that he merely assigns a fair market value to useless garbage and sells it off accordingly, laughing at the very ridiculous idea that it is a crime. Yet Luna remains completely unbothered by his mockery, maintaining her majestic composure as she calmly points out that only one thing in this world is truly useless: filthy demons like him. Hearing this, Jagan just sneers and chuckles, calling her an incredibly foolish and naive woman. It irritates her slightly, but she keeps her cool, asking him for the first and last time as the leader of Lunatic if he really is one of the 72 demons of Lemiston. Jagan just smirks, asking what she will do if he is. Luna raises her sword high and declares that she will destroy him. Suddenly, a freezing chill sweeps across the area. An immense amount of mana erupts as Jagan realizes this is no longer a game, drawing back his scattered energy. Fortunately, Nox has already gathered everything he needs, including the ancient scroll written in dragon tongue, before casting his gaze toward the slave boy. As he tries to escape, Jagan unfortunately spots him. The demon barks, asking where he thinks he is going. Nox chuckles, recognizing him as a unit with an unparalleled talent for commanding. His name is Prim. Hailing from the brutal mountains of the eastern region, he has no memory of his parents, and his birthplace was wiped off the map long ago. Countless children in the East became tragic casualties of war, and to these young child soldiers, the concept of loyalty to any nation had lost all meaning. They fight for one country today and serve another tomorrow, living a beggar's harsh existence, surviving day by day for a single potato or a handful of gravel-mixed grain, willing to do absolutely anything just to get by. With nowhere to go and no home to return to, these abandoned kids banded together, and Prim naturally stepped up as their leader. During that desperate time, he met a man named Herman who made an incredibly alluring offer to send them straight to the thriving heart of the great Achan Empire. He promised a paradise where no one would starve, with no war or suffering, but it was all a lie. They were sold off as slaves to various nobles. Even so, Prim never stopped dreaming of escape, determined to reclaim his basic right to be treated as a human being. Blessed with natural leadership qualities since childhood, he constantly urged the other slaves to break free with him. But every single time, the terrifying brand of the demon Jagan ensured his failure. Yet right now, in this very moment, Prim feels stronger than he ever has. This is the perfect opportunity to run, since Jagan is completely distracted by his fierce clash with Luna. As Nox gets closer, Prim can only watch in utter confusion. Like, what is this noble bastard even planning? Prim sneers at him, asking if he is a fool who does not even know the real price of slaves, mocking him by asking if he regrets wasting 1.8 million gold. But Nox simply replies that he is mistaken. He did not just buy Prim, he bought the freedom of every slave here. Leaving the boy stunned, Prim asks what he means, questioning if Nox is actually here to save them all. Nox then lays out an offer, promising to bring them to his territory, where they will have food, water, and protection, living as equals under the exact same laws without any discrimination between humans and beastfolk. Hearing this, Prim scoffs at the absolute nonsense, asking if Nox is trying to deceive him, just like that demon did, pointing out that his kind ended up in chains precisely because they believe sweet lies. Yet Nox does not back down, telling Prim that while he may not trust him, he can certainly trust his family name. His name is Nox von Reinhafer, and he swears it on everything he holds dear. Nox gives him a completely free choice to decide, asking if he wants to keep watching his own kind die in vain or continue launching these meaningless escape attempts on his own. Or he can kneel right down here and swear absolute loyalty to Nox as his vassal. Nox casually hands him this huge choice. What is the kid going to do? Prim quietly recalls hearing of the Reinhafer family even amidst the chaos of war. They are a legendary martial clan known as the Ultimate Dark Sword. Any oath sworn on the Dark Sword binds the user's very life, making him wonder if Nox would really gamble something so grand on him. Would Nox truly risk it for his people while giving him a genuine choice? After weighing his options, Prim speaks up, agreeing, but with one strict condition. Nox must guarantee the absolute safety of everyone present and promise never to sell a single one of them back into slavery. If that promise is broken, their contract is instantly void, to which Nox simply nods in agreement. Then he brings out his sword to initiate the contract. Prim I Nox von Reinhafer swear upon the ancient legacy of the Black Sword. From this moment on, you are my vassal and I am your master. I pledge to keep every single word of our sacred oath. Every single second from here on out, Prim is staking his very life on the young man standing before him. With the solemn oath complete, Nox calmly addresses the boy. I believe that is more than enough for you to trust me. From now on, you will call me Lord Nox. Any disrespect will cost you your life, understand? Prim immediately shifts his tone, addressing him with proper respect. Yes, my master. What is it you want me to do now? Prim then looks over at Luna, the woman currently fighting alongside Nox. She looks incredibly strong. Can she really hold her own against a terrible demon like that? Nox doesn't answer. He simply hands over a ring of keys, telling him to just follow orders and take them. Use these keys to set your people free. Then escape the auction house and head to the casino's central hall. As a beast folk, your sharp sense of smell should have already mapped out an escape route. Lead them out through the fastest and safest path possible. Nox quietly smiles to himself. Thanks to Prim's natural genius for command, people instinctively trust and follow him without needing long-winded explanations. That talent will definitely become a massive asset when he leads armies later in the story. With his immediate surroundings handled, Nox takes a moment to appreciate the spectacular duel. The sword Luna wields is a legendary weapon that only she can handle in Inner Lunatic, a top-tier artifact imbued with the hidden moonlight attribute. Her sword plays like a dance of moonlight under the cold sky. It is the Moonlight Sword style, an exclusive technique only Luna can use in the game. A legendary secret technique so powerful it can only be unlocked by completing a highly hidden route. This is exactly why the Ultimate Black Sword style is abandoned in later chapters. Once you get deep into Lunatic, you can actually learn this heavenly moonlight style by playing the villain's path. Of course, that is assuming Luna actually agrees to teach it. While the two powerhouses clash, Nox simply stands back and observes the spectacle. Luna lets out a cold cry, declaring they should end this in a single strike. She unleashes the first form of her Moonlight Sword. Nox watches closely, recognizing how the move temporarily boosts physical strength and instantly detonates the magic power in her blade. Meanwhile, Jagan completely loses his patience and charges forward, screaming that he is done with tricks and demanding she die. In an instant, his deadly claws clash directly against her sword. A deafening clash rings out, accompanied by a blinding and mysterious burst of light. This forces Jagan to back off in confusion. Shielding his eyes, he growls, asking if she is the true successor of that legendary style. Luna has no intention of talking, executing her second form, Full Moon. She blurs forward, severing his arm cleanly, while his guard is completely down. Even Nox is amazed by the absolute brilliance of her swordplay. He saw it during the battle against Paimon, but this is on a whole different level. Luna must be pushing her swordsmanship to its limit. Yet Jagan is far from defeated, arrogantly boasting that he can easily regenerate his lost arm whenever he wants. Undeterred, Luna immediately prepares to unleash the third form of her technique. She closes the distance in under a second, delivering a devastating vertical slash that sends his blood spraying heavily everywhere. But she is not done yet. She follows up with a heavy moon slash to finish him. Witnessing this live is a million times better than watching it through a screen. It is absolutely breathtaking. It makes Nox want to learn the style immediately. Meanwhile, standing before Jagan's fading body, Luna spoke in a cold, level voice. It was time to end this. But the dragon refused to yield, clinging to his final shred of life. Did she really think this was over? Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through as the entire ground began to shake violently. Luna immediately sensed that something was very wrong. Out of nowhere, a blood-red magic circle blazes to life right behind them. It slowly ascends, spreading its eerie light across the entire area. Luna quickly tenses up, highly alert. Suddenly, a familiar hand reaches out from the center of the array. And just like that, Jason is completely resurrected. This leaves Nox in shock, completely throwing off his main story knowledge. The boss should not have any resources left to trigger Phase 2. But staring closely at that glowing circle, Nox realizes the dark truth. It is undoubtedly an alchemy transmutation circle. In other games, alchemy is just for brewing potions, but in Inner Lunatic, its foundation is completely different from magic. Unlike magic that taps into ambient mana, alchemy manipulates energy directly from materials and catalysts, demanding immense time and effort. Mastering alchemy at this level must take over 10,000 hours. Even Nox has never seen Lemiston become this overwhelmingly powerful in any of his past game runs. Is he really strong enough to use amplification now? It should not appear this early. With his main body reformed, Dragon sneers mockingly. Did you foolish humans really think you won? I heard about Archduke Paimon's death, so I prepared specifically for this moment. In that instant, Nox realizes this is the classic butterfly effect, all because he interfered with Paimon's death. The demons following him have now unleashed an even greater catastrophe just to protect themselves. Turning to Luna, he explains that this swirling water is a prison forged through alchemy. Alchemy is the science of equivalent exchange, meaning an offering of equal value must exist somewhere. Luna hesitates. With this much mana and blood, the equivalent sacrifice it demands must be something truly horrific. Right then, agonizing human screams echo from the other side of the room. My body, save me. The blood inside me is boiling. Please, spare me. The massive surge of blood used for his rebirth belongs to those corrupt nobles. The blood-water prison is a deadly trap of blood and water, a high-level binding alchemy from the endgame. Even if the caster dies, this eternal hell will never disappear. It will keep expanding until everyone inside is dead. The game's difficulty has spiraled completely out of control. An endgame skill used by a mid-level boss. Luckily, Nox has seen enough endings to know how to deal with this prison. Once someone is trapped inside, its purpose is fulfilled, and it vanishes. Only one way can weaken it: a teammate must die. Sacrificing a teammate breaks this nightmare field to end the raid, but that would mean. Sullenly, Luna screams to pull him back to reality, telling the recruit to wake up. If you stay here, you will be swallowed up. You have another reckless plan, do you not? Tell me how we break this prison. If we slaughter those nobles, will the spell finally stop? Nox silently thinks that if he reveals the method, Luna will die. Lemiston will target her first with the prison, and she will gladly choose to sacrifice herself. How valuable is Luna? Can he even reach the true ending of Inner Lunatic if she dies here? She is extremely hard to recruit and is not even his most crucial ally, but still. Right then, the dark energy around them grows incredibly thick. It shapes itself into grotesque monsters of all forms. Suddenly, Luna turns to him and calls out to her recruit. You saved my life that day. This time you should be the one stepping back. If you refuse, I will consider it direct insubordination. But Nox stubbornly refuses, flatly saying no. He glares at the slimy horde of monsters gathering in the distance. Then he charges straight into battle beside her, declaring he is not leaving. He immediately unleashes his raw magic power, fusing his magic with the blood of dragon, leaving Luna completely shocked by what he is doing. He let out a soft smirk. That risky plan she mentioned earlier, he just came up with a way to do it. Even now, her eyes were completely locked onto him, unable to look away. What he was about to do next carried insane risks, but she should consider this her one-time free pass for being disobedient. With that, Nox slipped inside the blood sphere, successfully infiltrating Jagan's heavily guarded territory. The rookie's sudden move left Luna completely stunned. Meanwhile, deep inside the magnificent castle, a massive torrent of blood swirled into a violent vortex as the terrified crowd shrieked in absolute horror, begging someone to save them because all the blood was leaving their bodies. While the others stammered in panic, Leon calmly explained that those corrupt nobles had been secretly trading with Herman for a very long time. Nox glared up at the massive streams of blood swirling through the air, realizing it was a forbidden alchemy circle, powered by human lives, and those last words meant trouble. Theo scratched his head in confusion, wondering where on earth that useless noble had run off to at such a critical moment. He stood there dazed, watching the ominous blood swirl right around them. Thalia tilted her head, asking if they also felt that massive energy surge coming from the auction hall where Nox had gone. Asu immediately drew her sword, urging everyone to move because Nox could be in grave danger. Zitri clasped her hands, praying silently for her young master. Outside, a massive burning sphere of blood was radiating an absolutely terrifying aura of raw power. Luna stared ahead with her mouth wide open, calling out in disbelief. The rookie. Luna grit her teeth in frustration, knowing that even if someone surpassed human limits, they couldn't survive here for more than 10 minutes, and wishing she had been more careful. Herman let out a mocking sneer, muttering how tragic it was that his strike did not finish the job, as trapping such a weakling was zero fun. He turned to laugh at her, asking if she was trembling because she thought the brat might die, mocking how humans always let emotions blind them. Herman raised a glowing hand of gathered energy, telling her that if she ran now, he might actually spare her life. Luna swung her sword up, snapping that he talked way too much. She lunged straight at him, declaring she was nothing like a piece of filthy trash. Bringing her blade down with ferocious power, she made it clear she would never abandon a comrade. Herman just burst out laughing at her predictable heroics. Luna's face went blank when her heavy strike hit nothing but a puddle of blood. He sneered, launching a swift, contemptuous counterattack right at her. That is exactly why you humans are such fools. Luna frowned as she mentally calculated, knowing his power was weakened by the water prison, but her time was running out. A sudden wave of dread hit her. If she hesitated any longer, both she and the rookie would die. Stealing her resolve to end this with her very next move, she unleashed her ultimate technique, screaming out her full moon slash. Herman suddenly noted how her incredible strength made him regret not capturing her alive, asking if she was the one who killed the Archduke. He grinned wickedly, warning her that if she dared to kill him, that brat inside would die too. Luna froze mid-stance, completely stunned. Herman widened his eyes and reminded her that alchemy is the strict science of equivalent exchange, meaning this water prison was a result of him sacrificing his very life. He slowly explained that because his life was part of that exchange, either he had to undo the spell himself or the captive had to risk their life to break out of it. Herman excitedly bared his sharp teeth, laughing that there was absolutely no other way to escape. Looking toward the sphere where the boy was trapped, he added that if he died, the prison would instantly detonate, ripping the brat to shreds. Herman cackled with glee, finding her worried expression absolutely adorable. Luna lowered her head, lost in thought, wondering why she was hesitating when this felt just like the day her master died. Staring up at the glowing red sphere, she knew the rookie from the Reinhafer clan was likely doomed, yet her emotions refused to listen. Why couldn't she just let go of this foolish hope and wait for her backup, she mumbled, calling him a stupid rookie. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed behind her, asking if she called. Nox smiled, telling her he was there. Touching two fingers to his ear, he asked if she was still holding her ground out there. His vision blurs as his breathing grows rapid, and even opening his eyes takes every bit of his remaining strength. So this is the inside of the water prison. He chose to save Luna. If he can prove that decision wasn't a mistake, he might just avoid a tragic end. The system suddenly flashes a warning, showing that his oxygen levels have dropped to a critical low. His heart will stop in 8 minutes, and he will face certain death in just 9. Nox stares into the empty space, calculating his next move. He initially thought this was just a backdrop for Chapter 3, but he was clearly wrong. First, he needs to use telepathy to contact Luna. The system alerts him again, warning that activating skills now will only shorten his remaining lifespan. He coldly replies that he already knows. The system prompts him, asking if he still wants to activate telepathy. Nox closes his eyes and confirms. He annoyedly wonders if the system is just trying to scare him. He immediately connects with Luna, asking if she is still alive and letting her know he is right there. She anxiously raises her voice, scolding him for doing something so foolish inside the water prison. Using mana will only drain his reserves faster, so she tells him to stop. He calmly explains that while she might find it hard to believe, he knows a way to save everyone, but it will only work if she trusts him completely. Nox wears a confident smirk, telling her that he is giving her 2 choices and she can pick whichever she prefers. Breaking into a sweat, Luna mutters choices. He seriously lays out the first option, let him die, and use that chance to eliminate Leo. Leo is already weakened for maintaining the water prison, so she must strike fast before he can react. She frowns and urges him to stop wasting time with nonsense, demanding to know what the second choice is. Nox crosses his arms in thought. Sacrificing a newcomer who just joined her squad would be the easiest way out, but she would rather take a riskier, more difficult path. He pauses, secretly pleased because he feels the exact same way. Smirking slightly, Nox says the second method is actually quite simple. He reaches out his hand, asking his captain to teach him the Moonlight Sword. Luna's face turns fierce as she asks what. Nox breaks a sweat and smiles awkwardly. Seriously, her expression right now is absolutely terrifying. If she hated the idea that much, she could have just chosen the first option. He sighs and closes his eyes, thinking he hoped for too much. But then she suddenly agrees, leaving him completely stunned. Luna looks down in silence, admitting she has been sure of this since their battle with the beast. She looks up at him, noting that he always comes up with things she could never have anticipated. Luna grips her hilt tightly, her voice firm as she tells him to explain the rest of his wild plan. Nox is momentarily stunned. Is Luna, one of the 3 legendary sword emperors, actually going to teach a mere second-year rookie? This is the ultimate legacy left by her master, a technique she is only supposed to pass down to a single person. He can hardly believe his own ears. Even though he was the one who suggested it, this is absolutely insane. Skeptical, he asks if she is actually serious. She loudly commands him to get into stance, saying she will explain on the assumption that he already knows the basics. Raising her sword into position, Luna tells him to listen carefully. She is starting with the first form of the Moonlight Sword, and he only gets 1 shot. Nox eagerly follows her lead. Finally, he has prepared everything for this exact moment. Closing his eyes tightly, he begins to chant an ancient incantation. The system immediately flashes several alerts. The ancient dragon tongue scroll artifact has been successfully activated. It allows him to raise the rank of a designated sword skill or magic spell by 1 tier. The system prompts him to select the target skill. Pointing his blade forward, he mutters, designating the mid-tier swordsmanship of the Dark family. The system instantly announces that the scroll has been used successfully. The first requirement to learn the Moonlight Sword is to possess mid-tier swordsmanship or higher. A moment later, Nox realizes the second condition is to apply what he learned from Light Steps. Sparks of brilliant light flash from his sharp, focused eyes. He must convert his primary attribute of darkness and shroud himself in the special element of moonlight. Nox glances down at his hand, which is now channeling a surge of pure energy. Everything is set. His lips curl into a smirk. Let's begin. Looking at his captain, Nox eagerly declares that he is fully ready to inherit her Moonlight Sword. The first of the 3 Moonlight Sword forms Lunar Slash. It holds a devastating amount of destructive power capable of seemingly shattering the very moon in the sky. This style of swordsmanship is specifically designed to destroy lunar-related magic, such as barriers and spell circles. In that case, wouldn't it be better if Luna was the one trapped inside the water prison? People might think so, but unfortunately, as the sole user of the Moonlight Swordsmanship, her innate mana sensitivity is extremely low. So instead, Nox has to enter the water prison himself, learn the Moonlight Swordsmanship directly from Luna, shatter the core of the water prison from the inside. It is the only breakthrough he could think of. Luna teaches him seriously inside the water prison, warning that he cannot breathe in rhythm with the sword's style. Wrap your body with as much mana as possible, keep it stable, and channel the energy into your blade. Nox focuses intensely, whispering in his mind as he recalls how to synchronize his breathing with the sword. That is right. Highly powerful warriors like Luna activate their breathing and swordsmanship at the exact same moment. Nox recalls that this is exactly why, regardless of the external situation or their mental state, their blade never wavers. She lunges forward with a sharp slash. Find the state where your breathing feels completely natural, she instructs him. Feel absolutely everything, your physical posture, your condition, and your inner thoughts. On Luna's sword, a long trail of blood remains. It is going to be very painful. He glares intensely straight ahead. She silently thinks that he already knows this very well. The Moonlight Swordsmanship is a technique steeped in madness, a sword submerged in insanity that can easily swallow its own master. Nox silently analyzes that this madness does not just spread to the user, but to everyone nearby as well. Luna recalls images from the past. That is why, when joining the Lunatic, he was tested on whether he could withstand the madness of the Red Moon. She watches his every move carefully. But on the other hand, if he possesses overwhelming strength and mental resistance and can control the darkest parts of himself, Luna is certain that this madness will become his own sword. The system announces that the player's willpower is adjusting to its limit, entering a trance state. She speaks in a cold voice. When you are ready, recall the worst moment of your life, the absolute helplessness, pressure, suffering, anything will do. Luna continues in a low voice. Remember the exact moment when your despair reached its absolute peak. His most difficult and miserable moment. Was it when the doctor told him he had a terminal illness? Or is it now living this ridiculous life after taking over a body inside the lunatic organization? If not those moments, Nox immediately rejects them all. No, those are definitely not the worst. The moment containing the most suffering is. Back then, he knelt on the floor, coughing up a massive pool of blood. Next to him lay the medical diagnosis and bags of medicine. The moment he realized he would never be able to shine again. Nox remains silent, biting his lip. He looks up with a tired face. I'm starting to feel it now, he says. The system displays that thanks to his combat genius and swordsmanship traits, his understanding of Moonlight Swordsmanship is increasing significantly. He has successfully mastered the basics of Moonlight Swordsmanship. She raises her sword. There is still one more step, she says, the third style, Flawless Moon Slash. Suddenly stopping her, he says he does not need an explanation. Luna cries out in shock. What? He swings his sword, radiating thick killing intent. At this moment, the system sounds activating the active skill, Moment of Genius. Giant chains and a massive flow of blood drift silently across the pitch-black sky. Now he understands why Luna told him to remember the darkest part of himself. It is because the Moonlight Swordsmanship can only be wielded by those who have shattered the most helpless moments of their lives. He has pondered over helplessness, suffering, and weakness so many times that it is impossible to count them. No one understands the absolute despair of never being able to shine again better than he does. And after all that, he was given another chance, living as Nox von Reinhafer. The power this new existence holds is not just some borrowed skill or talent. It is the very force that prevents his own light as a human from being completely overshadowed. Perhaps even he can shine one last time, so he knows he can do this. No, he must do it so that he can personally witness the end of his own story. He grips his sword with a smug smile, muttering that he can finally see the core of the circle. He immediately slashes into the air, unleashing his lunar strike. With just that single strike, a massive crack tears across the glowing red sphere. Down below, the relentless wave of monsters is slowly being wiped out. No steps up to her with an apology, admitting he was a bit slow. Luna cannot hide her utter shock, realizing she never even taught him the basics of the lunar sword art. She wonders if this rookie has already experienced the raw despair and madness that form the very foundation of her style, even though he is not even a second-year student yet. Herman panics, screaming that this is absolutely ridiculous. Drenched in sweat, he stammers that a mere mortal could never comprehend, let alone destroy the water prison he sacrificed his own life force to build. Seething with rage, Herman orders all his minions to swarm the boy and tear him to shreds. Luna swings her sword quickly, cutting down the attacking beasts. She looks back at No, telling the rookie to leave these weaklings to her. Luna coldly demands that he show that bastard the sword he forged by cutting through his own despair. The old man stammers in absolute terror, repeating that this cannot be happening to mere bugs. Herman screams that Grand Duke Lego will punish every single one of them. No gathers dark energy in his hand, ready for any archdemon. With a smirk, he instantly teleports right in front of the old man, telling him to bring them all. He swings his blade directly at Herman, yelling at him to stop hiding like a coward. A massive pillar of dark energy crashes down from the sky. A moment later, he silently watches as Herman's dark shadow completely fades away. The system triumphantly announces that he has defeated one of the 72 demons of Grand Duke Lego. No lowers his head, staring down into the deep crater. He grits his teeth as more system notifications pop up. He has gained 150 years of life, bringing his current lifespan to. Sweat pours off No as his breathing grows rapid and shallow. His eyes go dull as blood trickles from his mouth. Unable to hold on any longer, his strength fades and he collapses. Luna rushes forward immediately to catch his falling body. She gently lowers No onto the ground. Blaming herself, Luna despairs that she almost failed to protect someone yet again. Closing her eyes, she wonders how many more years she must live in fear of losing another comrade. She gets lost in thought about her birth, her revenge, and achieving the dream her master never could, which were the only reasons she ever picked up a sword. And yet, standing amidst the devastation around them, she realizes she has never truly gotten used to scenes like this, not even once. Luna quietly asks herself if she is truly walking the right path, wondering if the things she is fighting so hard to achieve are actually right. Suddenly, his faint voice calls out, calling his captain. Kneeling beside No, she asks if the rookie is okay, scolding him that after Maisie and now this, he always does reckless things without ever warning her first. Filled with determination, he speaks up, saying he wants to become stronger. Weakly, he begs her to please accept him as her sole disciple. Luna frowns, wondering if this kid knows that the lunar sword art is only passed down to a single disciple, and if he had planned this whole thing from the start so she could not refuse him. Closing her eyes in defeat, she sighs that his stubbornness is just like Megan's, asking if he ever even considered the possibility that she might say no. He lowers his eyes, falling into a long, heavy silence. No smiles faintly, replying that he is the only comrade who can truly handle the madness she carries inside. He asks her directly if she will finally teach him the lunar sword art. She secretly wonders if her own master felt this exact same way when he first chose to pass down his swordsmanship to her, before whispering softly that No is a very strange boy indeed. A small light flickers from her hand as she speaks. Whether becoming my disciple will be a blessing or a curse, I really do not know. However, the system suddenly floods with rapid notifications. A random stat rises by 1 and his mana increases by 1. Moonlight energy now flows through his veins, dramatically boosting his recovery speed. Luna looks him dead in the eye and swears. I, Luna, leader of lunatics, swear to pass down every single one of my sword techniques to you. Nox simply smiles back at her, feeling deeply relieved. Suddenly, familiar voices echo from nearby, calling out for their young master and that noble brat. Nox glances at Luna with a faint smile, noting that his new master probably needs to head back. She gives him a parting warning, telling the rookie they will meet again soon, and when they do, he better show her some proper master and disciple respect. With those final words, Luna vanishes into a swirling red haze. Zitri frantically looks around the area, desperately calling out to see if her young master is all right. She anxiously keeps calling for him. Suddenly, his calm voice breaks the silence, teasing her for worrying about him yet again. Nox offers a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. The group quickly gathers around to recap the situation, asking if the head of House Al-Herman was truly a demon Grand Duke, and if Nox got hurt fighting him. Alina chimes in, questioning if a mysterious woman really just appeared out of nowhere to slay the demon before vanishing, and Nox quickly confirms that is exactly what happened. His three companions fall into a brief, skeptical silence. Taesu crosses his arms. Is Nox lying? His excuse for splitting up earlier sounds incredibly suspicious. Nox can only give a dry laugh, playfully complaining about how rude they are for badgering a heavily injured patient like himself. Taesu scoffs. Even all 5 of them combined could barely scratch him. Talia crosses her arms and spills the truth, mentioning that despite his tough attitude, Taesu was actually searching for Nox like a man possessed. Talia eagerly chimes in. He screams so loud he almost lost his voice. Alina calmly adds that while Taesu seems completely self-centered, it turns out the guy actually has a surprisingly caring side to him. Taesu's face flushes a deep red. he snaps, yelling that they should either insult him or praise him instead of mixing the two together. It is making things incredibly awkward. Alina quickly shifts back to business, reporting that following Nox's instructions, all rescued captives have been loaded onto carriages headed for the academy. Once their identities are confirmed, they will either be reunited with their families or safely relocated to Chaders. Nox silently praises her efficiency before thanking the group, though he warns them that their mission is far from over. Zitri immediately protests, pleading with her young master to rest his heavily injured body. Nox merely glances over, telling her that while he appreciates the concern, they simply have zero time to waste. Clenching his fist with determination, Nox declares that it is time for the most critical phase of their task. Taesu looks away with a sigh, grumbling that since Nox sounds so serious, he will help out. Talia quickly nods in agreement, promising that the entire group has his back this time. Grinning, Nox tosses them some gear, teasingly saying their teamwork is so touching that everyone deserves to hold onto one of these. Taesu catches the item, looking completely baffled by the massive empty burlap sack now sitting in his hands. Nox gestures toward the massive mountain of treasure, ordering them to start packing it up while casually claiming his standard 80% cut. He flashes a wicked grin, pointing out that since he was the one who defeated the demon, nobody should have any complaints. Taesu immediately snaps, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Nox just gives a sly smirk, telling him to hurry up, because a golden opportunity like this does not happen every day. Placing his hands on his hips, Nox singles out Taesu, warning him to pack faster since a single sack won't cover the fortune he previously wasted. An irritated Taesu clenches his fists, muttering that Nox never listens to anyone. Meanwhile, Nox rubs his chin, calculating how much he will keep even after giving the rest of the team their 20% share. He pauses briefly, noting that with this kind of wealth, anyone could live like royalty in Eldain for a very long time. Hearing that, Taesu instantly changes his tune, enthusiastically hauling away rubble and telling the others to search every single crevice. Nox can only look on silently, calling him a total idiot. Meanwhile, heavy rain pours down over a dark, ominous castle. Garen offers a polite greeting, noting it has been a long time since they last spoke, but Priscilla coldly interrupts, assuming he received her letter. Staring blankly out the window, she warns him that Theo seems to be looking at a completely different child to inherit the family throne. Garen narrows his eyes, asking if she is referring to the youngest Nox. Priscilla turns to face him, confirming that the boy's standing in the line of succession has recently skyrocketed. She grits her teeth, pointing out that while the elders still favor Garen, Theo holds absolute, unquestionable authority over the entire Reinhafer family. Smirking slightly, Garen apologizes for bringing shame to her name and asks her to convey his regrets, but Priscilla tells him not to worry about their allies. She confidently declares that with Garen's supreme talent, crushing their rivals and hoisting their house to the peak of glory will be an absolute breeze. Placing a hand over her heart, she softly reassures him that no matter what anyone else says, he is her eldest son and the true heir. Her expression quickly turns venomous, sneering that the youngest boy's rumored genius is nothing but a hollow lie. Garen must personally shatter into pieces. She demands with absolute ice in her voice that his victory must be overwhelming and completely undeniable. Garen throws his head back and laughs, asking his mother if she honestly believes he could lose to a pathetic brat like Nox. Flashed with a sinister smirk, he admits he has been patiently waiting for the perfect moment to grind Nox beneath his heel. The tyrant declared that it was time to clip the wings of that arrogant fool who did not know his place. Horrifying, ruthless blue veins suddenly bulged across his face, rendering his opponent completely unable to stand up ever again. She silently stood there, listening to the brutal and cold words of her own son. Suddenly, Grand Duke L's face also broke out in bizarre, bulging veins. He frowned arrogantly, asserting that everything would proceed exactly according to the Grand Duke's wishes. After piling up the gold, they happily chatted about the total of 1.97 billion gold coins, joking about running out of storage space. Nox smiled, telling Ellen that her debt was now fully paid off, while Dite politely chimed in that they had even added 200 million gold in interest. Alanon scoffed and turned away, muttering that taking interest on a debt paid back in mere hours would only make people mock his guild for being incredibly stingy. Asu lay nearby with a relaxed smile, promising to transfer the rest later, and remarked that the interest alone was huge, proving the wealthy truly played in a different league. She crossed her arms and teased him about his sudden lack of energy, but he simply smiled back and replied that when he actually thought about the situation. Asu sat up and continued arguing that since all the money would be split evenly anyway, there was no point in getting up to collect his share. They would pack it all up for them, right? Ellen could only ask in sheer bewilderment. Across from them, Jiangxi, clutching bags of gold, ran back to their side one by one. Leo ordered them to pile up all the filled sacks right over here. He broke into a cold sweat, feeling a wave of sympathy for how pitiful these Jiangxi looked. Talia smiled brightly, saying she had carried several sacks, but they never seemed to end, wishing she had brought Em along to help out with the load. Nox asked in confusion if the robot hadn't already delivered everything she needed, even the valuables, while she stammered that she still needed her father's permission. Ellen looked at Talia and suggested that if she ever wanted anything, she should visit her guild, where simply mentioning her name would allow her to buy top-tier goods. She happily replied, asking if that was true, and thanked Ellen. He suddenly recalled the game's lore, where Ellen and Talia never had a harmonious relationship, one being a cold merchant who exploited hearts and the other, a protective knight. Nox looked at them, realizing that Talia, Asu, and Leo were also natural opposites born to face each other in a duel before deciding to take this particular piece. Finally, he glanced over at Dite, knowing that if not for his intervention, she would have died a long time ago. Nox calmly concluded that his very presence had created a massive butterfly effect triggering all of these changes. He fell deep into thought, realizing that at least the main events were still proceeding on schedule, which was his only chance to uncover the hidden truth. The mysterious letter couldn't possibly be behind the system window, his lost memories, and the ultimate truth about Nox. Nox summoned the system as these thoughts swirled in his head. But before dealing with any of that, he first needed to sort out his earned rewards. The system screen showed his remaining lifespan at 272 days, making him quietly satisfied with the extra 150 days, though nothing was guaranteed. Nox analyzed that his enemies would only grow stronger, and if curing his condition were that simple, the system would not have given him 2 genius attributes for nothing. He searched his old memories, recalling that among all players, not a single person had ever successfully cured the terminally ill attribute in the game, even after endlessly scouring the forums. Nox calculated that his next objective was wealth, needing to hoard essential items and gold for Chapter 3. Chapter 3 focused heavily on the Archive family. This was the critical path that would decide if they swore loyalty to the 7th Prince of Aachen or joined the Dark Families and Lunatic. Considering the primary villain was Prince Louis of Aachen, he crossed his arms, muttering that this current wealth was still not enough. Nox summoned his sword, knowing that the greatest reward of this entire event was without a doubt the moon swordsmanship. To claim his entire journey so far had been solely for this technique was no exaggeration. Luna had not only taught him willingly, but she had even declared she would take him as her personal disciple, making his rise to the peak of swordsmanship a mere matter of time. But he wondered why Luna would teach him the moon's swordsmanship when she could have easily killed Lezone and left him behind. He speculated that as the leader of the world's largest criminal organization, her current actions were out of character, leaving him to wonder about the true nature behind her mask. Asu suddenly spoke up, warning the young noble that they had finally arrived. His gaze turned dark at their approach, though all the gold was safely stashed in his spatial pocket, leaving them with absolutely nothing to find. Nox watched them calmly, knowing it was time for them to clean up the battlefield. With his hands clasped behind his back, Ol walked over and asked if they were the famous rookies. Ellen asked in confusion who those people were. An authoritative voice ordered everyone to stand down in the name of L Academy. Olvandate coldly announced that they had all been summoned as witnesses. Confused, as murmured, wondering who that man could be. Leni introduced him as Professor Olvandate, a legendary alumnus who commanded the Academy Security Unit. Surprised that she recognized him, the professor listened as Lane casually explained he was famous among students. Tassis clapped excitedly, asking if he wrote that famous elemental theory book on the bestseller lists. With a blank face, Olvandate confirmed his literary fame before demanding to know who was in charge. Nocton stepped forward to introduce himself, but the professor cut in, demanding a full report with 0 details omitted. Annoyed by his bossy attitude, Nocton forced a polite smile and agreed to explain. He kept the story simple, claiming he used dark magic swordsmanship to break free before a mysterious woman finished off the demon and vanished. Olvandate muttered the key details back to himself, prompting Nocton to ask if the professor knew who she was. Frowning, Olvandate warned that it was none of their business and told them to forget about her entirely. His voice turned dead serious as he added that she had been classified as an extremely dangerous threat to the nation. Nocton laughed internally, guessing the man was just salty. Meanwhile, Olvandate dismissed them, ordering their immediate return once the investigation wrapped up. Daiete stood there, keeping her head low in silence. The next morning, Tassis laughed, joking that the high and mighty professor probably had no idea how much gold they were sitting on. Closing his eyes with a grin, Tassis admitted that the little noble actually had a pretty likable side sometimes. Curious, Leo asked if Nocton's ultimate goal was really to wipe out every single demon across the continents. Nocton quietly gave a firm nod. Lean voiced her doubts, pointing out the extreme danger of his mission, but Nocton simply confirmed his resolve. Tassis laughed, punching his shoulder and teasing him about noble bickering, while Leo watched indifferently. Nocton looked down, explaining that he simply trusted their combined strength. It was more than enough to handle high-tier monsters, leaving the rest of the group staring in absolute shock. As asked with a curious smirk, wondering if that meant he actually viewed them as real teammates. Nocton quickly shook his head, warning them that their imaginations were running way too wild. Tassis scoffed, acting like he cared about Nocton's trust before wondering aloud who the mystery woman really was. With a touch of anxiety, Lane murmured that she had a strong feeling their paths would cross again. Stroking his chin. As pointed out, a major flaw, dark swordsmanship did not utilize runes or magic spells. Mentally cursing the guy for suddenly acting smart, Nocton grimaced and claimed he had been practicing a secret family technique. He explained that after watching the mysterious woman move, he managed to copy her style and shatter the prison. Laney was stunned that he copied it after seeing it just once, wondering why he would even bother. Crossing his arms, Nocton coolly replied that only the family head got to inherit the full dark style anyway. He needed alternative styles to reach his goal, reminding them that as a second son he was far from inheritance. Tasis was practically in tears, deeply moved by his dedication, while Nocton secretly felt guilty for lying so easily. Glancing over, Nocton noticed that Dayete had been completely silent the entire time. Her face was completely downcast as she stared blankly at the floor. The shocking sights must have been too much for a lady of the Lohi family to process. Nocton quietly reached out and held her hand, swearing to treat her better once they got back. He gently whispered for her to forget everything she saw today and just rest. She turned her eyes to look at him. She smiled gently, full of happiness, thanking him for looking out for the young master. He lowered his eyes, resolving that he would never let dangerous situations happen again. The butterfly effect. If the system insisted on binding him to this fate, he would destroy everything. He pondered for a long while. His encounter with Professor Owl had happened much earlier than expected. Closing his eyes, he fell deep into speculation. Perhaps Zhang Ba's timeline had been accelerated, but his arrival date didn't actually matter. His expression suddenly turned cold and murderous. He simply had to eliminate the target a bit earlier. Inside the blue and white castle, highly amused voice echoes through the halls. "You have really caused quite a scene this time," Noah says, teasing him playfully. "Thanks to you as the headmistress, I have to deal with a pile of extra work." She puts on a gloomy expression and remarks how absolutely pleasant it is. Hearing that, Nox sits opposite her and replies in confusion, claiming he barely did anything at all this time. Noah narrows her eyes playfully, suggesting that he must not need the Academy's reward, which is a real shame because they prepared something that would have been incredibly useful for him. Failing to see through her teasing, Nox looks away with clear displeasure, grumbling that he actually worked his tail off and using the reward as leverage is going way too far. Knowing he is annoyed, Noah quickly speaks up, saying that even his most obvious lies are actually quite endearing in their own way. But since the reward requires a clear and proper justification, she continues. Suddenly, Noah's gaze turns terrifyingly sharp as she asks if he is ready to explain everything. She begins questioning him, asking what kind of devil he fought since he reeks of one of the 72 demons, warning him that he had better not lie. This immediately puts Nox on guard as he silently warns himself about her. Lying right to Noah von Trinity is practically suicide, leaving him with absolutely no other choice. Nox lowers his head to explain that he initially thought the man was just a suspicious figure involved with demons whose actions went far beyond acceptable levels, despite being Ara's chief administrator. As demonic images flash on screen, his voice explains that large-scale illegal activities had been running rampant for a long time without facing any punishment whatsoever. That was exactly why he suspected the man of being a demon capable of manipulating human minds. He only realized the target was Archduke Bigo of Ligahel after their battle. Having finished his explanation, Nox admits that as expected of a demon famous for alchemy, the battle was incredibly brutal, and without someone else's timely intervention, he would have died right there. Hearing the full story, Noah calmly notes that since Paimon is dead, the demons are likely preparing to defend themselves now. She utters incredibly ruthless words, calmly stating that it will not save them since she plans to slaughter them all anyway. Hearing this makes him secretly terrified of her coldness, but at least she believed him since he technically only told the absolute truth even while skipping all the critical details. Suddenly, Noah changes the subject, announcing that because he successfully defeated a demon, she's going to reward him with a very special gift. She holds up a bottle of alcohol and happily offers it to Nox. Seeing it immediately panics him, wondering if she has gone completely crazy, as he politely reminds her that he is still just a student. He also warily asks if she is not currently on duty, but Noah laughs it off, telling him he worries way too much because absolutely nobody would ever dare to cross her anyway. Nox stammers that his age is the real issue, but before he can finish, she cuts him off, insisting on just one drink since she rarely shares alcohol with her students. Noah smiles warmly and suggests they celebrate his achievement of becoming the first freshman to complete a red mission and eliminate one of the 72 filthy demons. Holding the glass, Nox recalls that he never touched alcohol in his past life, absolutely hating the torturous feeling of a hangover, but maybe one single sip wouldn't hurt. Perhaps taking a single sip won't hurt him. But suddenly he sprays the alcohol right back out. Clutching his mouth, he coughs in disbelief, wondering why she would feed him something with at least 40% alcohol content. A system notification pops up announcing that he has consumed the tears of the Black Dragon. 55. Magic power +1. Stamina +1. Nox stares in complete disbelief, asking what this is, prompting Noah to smile and ask if he can already feel the sudden surge of growth spreading through his entire body. He wonders to himself how merely taking a single sip could directly boost his base stats, especially since he has never once heard of such a powerful hidden item despite his countless playthroughs. After hesitating, Nox decides to gulp down the rest of the bottle despite the awful taste, but Noah completely misinterprets his eagerness quickly, explaining that any further drinks won't grant him any additional stat boosts. But it is too late, leaving him to silently grumble about her awful timing. He closes his eyes to analyze his condition, noting that despite the artifact's magical effects, his body remains in terrible shape and his health is still at an all-time low. He begins to recall his brutal showdown against Archduke Bigo of Leigel. It was non-stop fighting with severe wounds constantly piling upon wounds, leaving absolutely no time for his body to heal properly. Suddenly, Noah's expression turns deadly serious, warning that the demons will only get crazier from here on out. Noah shares her true motivations with him. A catastrophic wave of monsters that even she cannot stop might soon emerge, so she decided to personally nurture talented students strong enough to fight them back. Her ultimate goal is to ensure that no demons or their loyal cultists can ever rise again. Out of all the students, she observed the one who fits her long-term plans the most is Nox von Reinhafer, a statement that immediately makes the young master knit his brows in concern. Noah completely exposes his secret identity, the infamous scoundrel of House Reinhafer, a master of the dark sword style and an exceptionally bold freshman, and a member of Lunatic. Hearing this, Nox completely freezes. Staring closely at his tense face, the dean playfully asks if he honestly believed a legendary sage like her would not notice all of his secret little extracurricular activities. Nox frantically wonders how she found out, considering he had risked his life in secret to eliminate one of the 72 demons. Looking at Dean Noah, pointing a finger at him, he starts to panic. Is she about to execute him right here and trigger a tragic bad ending? Suddenly, she flashes a gentle smile. Noah lightly taps his forehead and reassures him, telling him to just relax. She clarifies that she has absolutely no interest in his secret affiliations or what he plans to do, declaring she will not kill him even if he is part of a rebel group or a rogue faction plotting against the royal crown. The only thing that truly matters is that Nox must grow much stronger. She remarks that his talent is incredibly unusual, exceeding all expectations in both swordplay and magic, and while his quick progress makes sense given his environment, there's a catch. His raw talent for casting spells, however, remains terribly underdeveloped, does it not? Noah advises him that a visiting professor will soon arrive at Eladian Academy, urging him to catch the man's attention to gain immense power and surpass his current limits. Realizing what is about to happen, Nox smiles internally. A visiting professor? Could it really be her? She is indeed one of the 4 sages and the true creator of the mysterious artifact Luna handed to him. Dean Noah then shifts her demeanor and announces it is time to present his second reward. And with that, the scene shifts to another part of the estate. Bright morning sunlight bathes the hallway as Zitri walks alongside Jim. Zitri steps up and knocks gently. She calls out, informing the young master that she has brought the boy he requested. Nox praises Zitri for her excellent work, suddenly realizing he almost forgot about the single greatest benefit of this entire ordeal. Nox greets the newcomer, saying it has been a long time and hopes he has not forgotten the oath he swore that day. He stares at Jim, the kid standing right there, who is actually a genius beastkin commander. Suddenly, Jim lets out a sigh. He grumbles, asking what oath he means. Looking at Jim's status screen, Nox hesitates. It is a horrendous combination of attributes. These negative traits make him an absolute disaster. Nox raises an eyebrow, asking if the boy is suggesting he wants to break his oath and refuse to follow him. Jim chuckles at this, pointing out that since the young master spent a massive fortune to purchase him, he must be incredibly valuable to his plans. He cockily suggests that Nox should start treating him with the respect he deserves. Hearing this long, arrogant speech, Nox's face instantly darkens in irritation. He angrily turns to Zitri, telling her that if the boy wants appropriate treatment, it is time to bring out the disciplinary tools and teach him some manners. Looking at the smirking brat, Nox silently admits this kid is a total natural disaster. If his original self, Yoo Chan, were in control, he might have tried to offer comfort instead. Nox suddenly speaks up, telling Jim to blame his own terrible traits, leaving the kid confused. Nox puts on a terrifying expression and threatens to show him exactly how the scoundrel of House Reinhafer deals with a troublesome, disobedient dog, while Zitri quietly holds up a sign behind him advising the boy to just admit his mistakes and beg for forgiveness. Holding a staff, Nox casually corrects himself, saying he meant to say a troublesome new servant. Jim is still utterly dumbfounded. But as realization dawns on him, Jim's face goes pale right as drops of blood suddenly splatter across the desk. Zitri calmly reminds him that as a loyal servant, the young master holds absolute power over him, meaning he must always speak politely and never dare to attack or doubt his master. She softly looks down at him and asks if he understands. Jim merely faceplants onto the table in total silence, leaving Zitri to worry if they went too far, wondering if the kid actually died from the shock. She fakes sobs, saying she hopes Jim becomes a good puppy in her next life. Hearing this, Jim snaps her head up and screams out that she's not even dead yet. Nox steps toward the little beast girl, with a threatening glare, raising his cane. How dare you raise your voice at me? If this conversation needs to continue, I am more than happy to oblige. Terrified, Jim shivers from head to toe and quickly backpedals. No, that's more than enough, thank you for the detailed explanation. Internally, she's cursing this crazy noble bastard. Knight lets out a sigh of relief, glad that the negotiation with the young master went smoothly. Jim scowls, her fur standing on end as she wonders how that was a negotiation. But Knight gently calms her down, promising to teach her step by step how she must behave around the young master in public, along with the basic qualities expected of a proper servant. Nox brandishes his cane to threaten her again, muttering that her eyes still have way too much spark in them and she'll likely end up rebelling anyway. He raises his hand, suggesting it might be quicker to start part 2 of their chat. Panicking, Jim quickly explains that her eyes have just been naturally sharp since birth. The poor girl completely crumbles under the pressure. Seeing this, Knight chimes in with a hesitant question, addressing him as the young master. She mentions that the rest of their group has reportedly received permission to transfer into Ely's academy. Since it's an illegal transfer route, she heard that Lord Y had to spend a massive amount of money to pull it off. At this point, Nox thinks about the other units. That would mean Ein Zinnia and maybe even some other familiar faces, perhaps even the people from Talia. Finally, all the key allies he needs will be gathered in one place. As expected of the Dark House of Y, they are quite skilled when it comes to dealing with the underhanded side of things. Nox snaps out of his thoughts and tells her they are arriving soon, ordering the slave to get ready. Refusing to be called that, the little beast girl grumbles that her name isn't Slave, it's Jim. But he completely ignores her protest, telling the slave she needs to wash off her smelly dog odor first, giving her exactly 5 minutes to get fully cleaned up. Nox hands her a dark cloak, instructing her to put it on afterward. Jim holds the garment up, quite confused about what it is. He explains that it's an artifact designed to obscure the wearer's prominent features. This will be highly useful for hiding those fluffy beast ears on her head and masking any typical beastskin habits. By the way, he warns her that it won't work on him. So if she's planning to erase her tracks and run away, terrified by his chilling look, Jim's fur stands on end as she scrambles to go bathe. Bright sunlight bathes the grand courtyard of the academy campus. Nox walks over toward his companions, greeting them with a casual long time no see. He tells them they've arrived right on time. Although they already know each other, he plans to formally introduce everyone once more. Gazing at the massive campus, Jonah's eyes sparkle with excitement as she marvels at the huge courtyard. She realizes this is where she will be staying as the young master's personal maid. And they even serve gourmet food whenever she wants. Watching her get lost in her fantasy, Nox can only wonder when she managed to visit the academy's cafeteria. Nearby, a snobbish student scowls at the beastskin, complaining that these days even dogs or cows can crawl into the academy. He remarks that letting such trash in will completely ruin the academy's reputation. The girl walking beside him glares, whispering that he must be Napoleon Fair, who looks exactly like the type of guy to cause trouble. Overhearing the snide insults, Jonah fumes with rage, asking her companions if those people were talking about them. She mutters angrily about dogs and cows, while behind her, Jim shivers in fear, knowing exactly who those snobs were referring to. Nox clenches his fist, shooting Jonah a chilling glare filled with pure murderous intent. He warns her to shut up and get over here before she gets beaten. With that, Nox introduces his group to the onlookers, announcing them as his personal servants brought back from Isla. He notes that even without him saying it, they all already know the exact reason why they've been gathered here today. Smirking, he welcomes them to the academy. In other words, Nox shoots a cold, piercing gaze at them, welcoming them to their new life as his loyal servants, or rather slaves. But seeing their completely unfazed reactions, he's left utterly baffled. Why are they taking this so naturally? In fact, this is exactly what they wanted. He stands there in silence for a moment until a booming voice calls down from above. So that's the kid, huh? Will you become my disciple? Nox casually licks his lollipop, replying with a simple, yeah, that's right. Watching them, a girl whispers that she wasn't wrong about Nox at all. His master really is incredibly captivating. Meanwhile, back inside the grand mansion, the world is shifting. Times are changing and things are slowly shifting. Strong figures are constantly emerging, like Luna, the absolute powerhouse. She reached the legendary 7-star rank at just 20 years old, recognized by the 3 sword emperors and 4 saints. And just like the young man who has completely captured Luna's attention, she quietly evaluates him as a true genius. There's no doubt that the boy's immense talent is already shining brightly, leaving the scarred man completely puzzled. He notes that from the very first moment he met him, he knew. It seems they need to grant the boy a new rank to officially recognize his efforts. Hearing this, Agent gasps in utter shock, asking what they mean. He complains that it's way too early, especially since it took him forever just to reach rank 2. If a complete rookie already managed to climb up to a tier 2 rank, his senior's reputation would take a serious hit. Luna shares her honest opinion, explaining that the kid shattered a barrier even she couldn't easily break. Hearing this, Megan gasps in absolute shock, demanding to know if it's true. Luna looks around and addresses the entire group, stating she has something very important to share after witnessing the boy's incredible raw power during their latest mission. She announces that she has personally decided to take him in. The two of them instantly freeze up, completely speechless. Megan's mind immediately goes to some wild, unexpected places as she questions what taking him in actually means. Realizing Megan's thoughts are drifting in a totally wrong direction, Luna quickly steps in to explain. She tells them to wait, clarifying they have got it all wrong. She is simply taking him as her one and only disciple. Hearing this, Zin's eyes light up with a devious plan. He points out that stealing the future fiancé of the Imperial Princess is the ultimate revenge in Luna's name, but Luna just sighs heavily, telling him to stop dreaming. The scarred man raises a worried question, telling the captain that while he understands her feelings, it might be far too early to pass down her legendary sword style for both their sakes. Luna calmly explains that in their dangerous line of work, absolutely no one knows when they might die. She believes teaching him now isn't too early at all. Ever since she realized he could wield the powerful moonlight element, her mind has been completely made up. Suddenly, her face darkens with heavy sorrow. Luna whispers softly, recalling how her own master once gifted her a legendary name meant to soar above the heavens. In the past, there was a young girl hailed as an absolute sword prodigy. She was born with unmatched, terrifying talent. Abandoned at the estate of an obscure noble at a very young age, everyone called her. Luna, with her small body covered in blood, stares coldly at the world around her. They also gave her a terrifying nickname, the Demonic Sword. Back then, even a dirty scrap of bread pulled from the mud was a luxury to her. If she could choke down a bowl of watery stew mixed with sand, and she was completely satisfied. Taking another human life held absolutely no weight or meaning to her whatsoever. Noble knights and legendary heroes were nothing but illusions that would fade like smoke in her eyes. To simply keep breathing, the young girl eventually joined the local militia of a tiny forgotten village. She made a living by taking on dirty jobs pawned off by those lazy knights who laughed about making easy money off her labor. Out in the market, a merchant divides the spoils with his companion, telling the young girl to take her tiny share and be grateful. Another man carelessly tosses a hard loaf of bread to the little girl shivering alone in the corner. They mock her pitiful state and laugh, saying the captain got incredibly lucky to recruit such a monster. For the price of a single loaf of bread, she will slaughter anyone, no matter how many enemies stand in her way. Luna remains dead silent, completely ignoring their cruel and mocking remarks. Suddenly, a calm voice calls out to her. A white-haired woman stands before her, warning that the lives and heavy sins soaked into that bread are no joke, asking if she still plans to eat it. The thugs immediately jump up in a panic, demanding to know what is going on and who the hell she is. The white-haired woman chuckles softly, amused by their hostility. She calmly announces that she is simply here to purge them of all their sins. She explains that this village was once meant to be a sanctuary where young children her age could gather to escape the brutal chaos of war. But a ruthless band of outlaws disguised themselves as noble knights and infiltrated the peaceful village. Knowing the defenseless children couldn't fight back, they massacred everyone. She reveals that is exactly why she came here, to make those heartless bandits pay for their terrible crimes. Clutching her sword, she looks back at young Luna with deep regret, saying she is truly sorry this place wasn't the peaceful home the kid deserved. Luna looks at her with vacant, cold eyes, quietly asking what she plans to do. Her small hand tightly squeezes the dirty bread. Overcome with disgust, she snaps the loaf in half, declaring that she is sick of eating stale garbage. Rising to her feet, Luna begs the woman with pure sincerity, asking to be taken away from this place. The intense fire in her eyes lets the woman see right through her. Even if this young girl doesn't understand the sword's true value, there is one thing she is absolutely certain of. Luna is completely captivated by it. Leah glances down at her teasingly, asking if she truly wants this sword. She then introduces her weapon as the Moon Sword, her absolute pride and joy, which can only ever be passed down to her sole personal disciple. Leah draws the blade behind her, asking if the young girl is truly ready to learn her swordsmanship. But before that, she issues a solemn warning: everything about her past, her name, and her entire identity in this world will completely vanish. Is she truly ready for that kind of sacrifice? Nox gives Luna some time to think it over, knowing her silence means consent. Her master reached out, saying those fierce eyes of hers were pretty impressive, and decided on a new name. Leah gently patted her head and said she would call her Luna from now on. And before she even realized it, she had already mastered the complex sword style taught by her master, an absolutely incredible achievement for someone in her early 20s. Yet what awaited her at the end of that path was far too cruel, completely crushing the tiny hope she held from her past and the passion that woke within her during her training. It all shattered and vanished completely, like a fragile moth consumed by a blazing flame. Her world sank into a desolate wasteland under a blood-red sky. Luna rushed toward the massive castle all on her own. Her eyes widened in absolute shock and pure horror. The terrible moment she watched her own master get crushed to pieces by a monster. At that moment, Luna realized this was the only end this cruel world would offer. Right beneath the glowing, bright full moon, she slumped helplessly against the railing, and before long, her master's name faded away as she officially inherited the legendary title of Sword Emperor. Even though Nox von Reinhafer's skills are still pretty raw, she couldn't help but notice how he copied her signature sword style perfectly. She remembered the look in his eyes when he said he wanted to master her sword technique. She silently hoped that in this harsh world that foolish rookie wouldn't end up straying down the same tragic path she did. Eldain Academy draws the finest young talents from across the continent, but graduation is never guaranteed and they fail for many reasons. Between the brutal training methods, an incredibly exhausting schedule, and the constant danger, commoners also have to deal with a deep hatred of studying alongside elite noble heirs who think they are above everyone else. And once they finally clash with real demons, they are forced to realize just how pitifully weak their own talents truly are. Consequently, the number of dropouts being permanently crossed off the academy list keeps growing every day. To solve this, the academy came up with a plan. If 30% of freshmen drop out, they would simply fill those vacant spots by accepting elite transfer students. Under this new transfer policy, even the traditional rule restricting families to just one student is completely thrown out, which means a storm is brewing. The Reinhafer twin brothers, Alan and Hartz, are enrolling as well, and knowing their arrogant personalities, trouble is bound to follow. As the headmaster sets down a teacup, hoping this won't damage the academy's sterling reputation, a sudden shout calls out for the young master. It is Zetri, standing with her hands on her hips and loudly complaining that she is no longer a general mansion maid, but his exclusive personal maid. Yet, the moment she arrived, he kept ordering her around, making her wish he would appreciate her a bit more. Nox, lounging on the sofa, simply tilts his head and tells her she is being way too noisy and needs to shut her mouth. Elia sits nearby, yawning, completely bored of the bickering, whining that she absolutely hates studying and asking her beloved why they always have to meet at school, suggesting they just throw classes aside and run away together. May frowns in sheer embarrassment at her nonsense, calling out for someone to hold Leah down so she can force a hangover cure down her throat right away. Jonna joins in on the fun with a soft smile, noting that the atmosphere is just as lively and warm as always. He then turns to Nox, stating that good people naturally flock to a great master and declaring that serving him is the absolute greatest honor of his life. Exhausted by the sheer noise, Nox rubs his face while cursing internally, finally telling them all to shut up and listen for a moment. Pushing himself up from his chair, Nox tells them there is a very specific reason he summoned everyone to Eldain Academy. He declares that everyone has a crucial role to play at the academy, and they will need to work together to assist him. Finding his request a bit too vague, someone raises a hand to ask what exactly he wants them to do. He explains that a dangerous enemy is hiding deep within the academy, someone who allied with one of the 72 demon gods and is actively coordinating with them in secret. Leah reacts in shock to the news, asking him if he is actually telling the absolute truth. Standing with a cold expression, Nox looks down with deadly seriousness, declaring he will hunt down and kill every last one of them, but they must join his academy faction first. However, Nox makes it clear that he will never ask them to sacrifice their lives for him. If anyone decides to walk away, he will not stop them, allowing everyone to make their own choice. Everyone knows the extreme danger of this mission, especially since those 72 demon gods were originally sealed away by Solomon himself. He was the only one who could subdue those living disasters. Even the most legendary heroes across the continent failed to defeat them, losing their lives on the battlefield. Han's brow furrows as he looks at Nox with deep concern, wondering just how much the young master has foreseen to make him jump into such extreme danger. But right then, Zetri gathers her courage and loudly declares her objection. Jonna clenched her fists, absolutely certain that the late mistress's tragic death was what had changed her master. She knew she had to remind him of her solemn vow to protect him at all costs. She stepped forward, desperate to stop him from recklessly hunting monsters. How could she stand there and watch him dive straight into danger, completely violating the sacred vow she made to his late mother? But Nox merely looked back with steady, resolute eyes. He explained that his desire to defeat the 72 demon gods was not driven by some simple personal grudge, as Jonna believed. He made it clear that this was not about revenge. Though he could not reveal the truth just yet, there were mysteries he had to uncover on his own. Jonna felt completely helpless and fell silent. Finally, Jonna yielded, dropping to her knees and whispering that she understood and would follow her master anywhere. She pleaded with all her heart, begging him never to make her break that promise to his mother. To ease her mind, Nox smiled and promised that of course he wouldn't. Jonna. May spoke up next, declaring that her life was as good as dead back in Chaders, and without the young master, she wouldn't even be alive today. She was absolutely determined to repay his kindness. Meanwhile, Erina blushed deeply, teasing that she didn't need to think twice about following her beloved husband. Arya shared their resolve, noting that as people of the kingdom of Talon, they understood the sheer danger of the 72 demon gods better than anyone else. Cushion placed his hand over his chest and bowed deeply, swearing to follow Nox on this journey since he was so determined. Talia extended her hand forward, stating they would always follow their young master's lead. At that moment, Nox turned his gaze toward the final member of their group. Zetri closed her eyes and bowed, promising to always follow the path he chose. With everyone fully on board, Nox smiled and noted that it was time to explain the plan. Holding a chess piece, Nox firmly declared that he would lay out their plan of action once, so they had better listen closely. Walking down the hallway, Zitri mentioned that the guests from the Kingdom of Talon had already been settled in their dorms. She added that Lady Talia and Lady May had gone out to buy the necessary materials for their classes. On top of that, Zitri updated him on her own schedule, noting that she was assigned to handle Christopher's training for the day. Nox thanked her for her hard work. Nox then instructed her to dismiss herself for the day, explaining that he had an interview to conduct with Professor Robert. Lifting her dress, Zitri curtsied and took her leave. After a brief moment, Nox approached the door and knocked gently. He pushed the door open and asked Professor Robert if he could enter. Immediately, a welcoming voice echoed from inside, warmly greeting his prized student. Sitting inside, Astrid stroked her chin, noting that they already knew each other quite well, didn't they, Nox? Hearing her call his name, Nox swallowed hard, feeling a sudden wave of nervousness. She was none other than Astrid von Kaliud, one of the legendary Four Sages. She offered an amused smile, remarking that he seemed to recognize her and must have taken quite a liking to her crystal orb. Stepping inside, Nox knew this meeting was inevitable, but hadn't expected it so soon. He replied that Headmistress Noah had mentioned his new instructor was on her way. Her basic status sheet appeared name Astrid von Kaliud, female dragonkin, primary element fire. Her stats showed stamina at 22, mana at 28, willpower at 26, and charm at 21. Achievements listed her as one of the Four Sages, descendant of dragons, canyon survivor, and demon slayer. Also in the room, Robert excitedly declared that if he had known such a prominent figure was coming, he would have prepared tea. Robert smiled warmly and admitted he hadn't expected her sudden arrival either, while Astrid rested her chin in her hand, complaining that formalities were too troublesome. Her traits were listed as a genius, mana sensitivity, elemental magic talent, keen insight, fast learning, lingering regrets, being meritocratic, sadistic, and completely cold-hearted. Her passive skills included mana affinity and dragon scales, while her active skills consisted of blazing judgment, hellfire transformation, and flame enchantment. Standing before her, Nox knew that due to her cold personality, Astrid was incredibly blunt, always playing by her own rules. She was fiercely honest, stubborn, and absolutely loathed beating around the bush. Bowing his head, Nox found this quite promising, thinking her directness suited him perfectly. But before he could even speak, Astrid got straight to the point. She commanded him to strip off his clothes first. Hearing this, Robert jumped in shock while Nox's eyes widened in utter disbelief. For her, it was perfectly natural as she questioned his extreme reaction, reminding him they were there for magic. This only confirmed to Nox that Astrid's personality was exactly as he remembered. She was a character the game developers had custom designed to be a teacher. Thanks to her unique awakened talent and overwhelming power, he had chosen her as his instructor countless times in Inner Lunatic. She gave him a sharp look, demanding to know how he had tracked her down, noting she had questions about his gaze and other matters. Nox simply replied that he had deduced her whereabouts on his own. Instantly, a surge of crackling power flowed through her vibrant orange hair. Agris, growing a pair of horns, ponders before confirming it is indeed the truth. It is part of Agris's unique skill, a lie detector that cannot be fooled even by someone with a genius acting talent. Noah knows this, pulling off his shirt as he reminds himself to avoid lying and face her directly to learn magic from Agris. He needs to earn her absolute trust. Standing shirtless with his muscular frame, he seriously asks if he just needs to stand still. Agris raises her hand, dismissing him. You already know, yet you still ask, how annoying. Jasper shifts his gaze and stutters, asking Lady Agris what she plans to do with Noah, knowing that one of the Four Sages surely wouldn't use dangerous spells on him. She dismisses him with a wave of her hand. Too noisy. If he wants to learn my magic, he has to endure this, and if not, he can just die. Immediately, Agris reaches out with her sharp claws and squeezes his heart tight. Pure mana floods in, making Noah grimace at this legendary draconic sensation. These beings stand at the absolute beginning and end of magic, possessing an unparalleled power that reaches an awe-inspiring realm. In ancient legends, dragons cast magic through a unique tongue called dragon language, using words far beyond human expression to make their spell formulas highly stable. Their true power lies in the dragon heart, the organ circulating mana throughout their body. Most mages hit the limits of human bodies, never even coming close to the magical domain of dragons. A powerful magic circle burns on his chest. Drenched in sweat, Noah grits his teeth. At this rate, he feels like he might actually die. A system notification pops up. The dragon's seal is being engraved directly into his heart. The pain grows more excruciating as Agris pours even more power into it. Just then, another system notification flashes before him. The dragon heart item has been successfully integrated with the player, linked directly through his very own heart. Panting heavily, Noah stares in shock. A permanent +1 to all stats. This is absolutely unbelievable. Under the intense pressure, his vision blurs. Yes, it is amazing, but still. As things fade, she grins wickedly, admitting he has indeed received something very useful. Noah knows this is incredibly fascinating, but his consciousness quickly begins to slip away. Jasper immediately panics and screams as Noah collapses to the ground. Wake up, Noah. The scene transitions to a highly luxurious guest room. Noah wakes up and sits up in bed, rubbing his face, still feeling quite exhausted. A sudden voice chimes in, "So you are still alive." Agris immediately proposes that they move straight to the next stage. "From now on, since you will be using a dragon heart, we must completely reconstruct your breathing." Her sudden demand leaves Noah utterly bewildered right now, but I only received the dragon heart yesterday. Agris immediately scoffs, "Cannot do it, then I do not need to teach you anymore. Perfect, that is one less annoying chore for me." Her cold words leave him sweating. Honestly, she is just like a cold-blooded reptile with zero sense of humor. Noah quickly agrees, telling her he will do it but needs to see a demonstration first so he can copy it. Hearing his request, she points right at him. "How bold of you, now get over here." Agris pulls his head close to her chest. Noah quickly realizes she wants him to listen to her heartbeat. She softly instructs him, "I will show you, so focus and feel my breath carefully." Noah nervously stares off in another direction. Agris asks if he can feel the 3 mana organs and the circulation path the mana flows through. Hearing her question, Noah realizes this is indeed a unique draconic circulation system flowing from the upper elixir field in his head down through his heart, the middle field. It then pools in the lower elixir field below the navel, though this pathway is incomplete and can only be opened by entering his mental world. The two of them soon part ways, leaving Noah to wonder about this mental world, a conceptual space manifested purely by will. What would his own mental domain look like? Stroking her chin, Agris observes that although his lower field is locked, a faint trickle of mana is still flowing toward it. Far from worried, Noah feels confident that with enough time he will quickly master this draconic breathing method, even proposing a bet. If he succeeds, she must officially accept him as her disciple. Hearing his words, Argit falls into deep, serious thought. She replies that although it is a massive hassle, she has no choice since it is his request, but he must make one absolute promise. Argit glares with a dangerously sharp smile, warning him never to lie to her. If he keeps that promise, she will gladly watch his little show. Taking the chance, Korin gives her his words seriously, promising never to lie to her. Clutching his chest tightly, Korin reminds himself of his goal. After all, he has absolutely no reason to break his word. This dragon heart is exactly what he needs to fully unlock his dual potential as both a magic genius and a master of swordsmanship. If he can master Lunia's moon sword technique while perfectly casting his magic, then everything changes. Surviving until the very end and uncovering the ultimate truth will finally be within his grasp. Finding the truth, yes, everything he has done so far is simply to get that final answer. Inside, a mind glittering with minerals, training begins. Korin sits there in quiet meditation, focusing his internal energy. A month has passed since he began training under Argit's direct guidance. Even the dragon breath technique, once deemed completely impossible to master, is slowly starting to take shape. Time is ticking away fast and his remaining lifespan is constantly draining away day by day. But on the bright side, his party units are steadily growing stronger. Chapter 1's battle against Grand Duke Banguk is already in the history books, and Chapter 2's chaotic gambling den arc is officially wrapped up too. Now the third chapter, the collapse of the Merchant Guild, officially begins. Players in the community notoriously call this third chapter the Wall of Tears, due to its brutal, hellish difficulty. Sure, there are plenty of annoying variables, but with his current stats, he is bound to breeze through without any obstacles. Demon hunting is just a regular routine for him now, and best of all, he has zero pressure to recruit anyone new this time. Korin lets out a small smile. In past chapters, managing relationships with his party members took all his energy, but now he can finally focus completely on combat. Yet, while he is lost in his thoughts, something shifts. A sudden voice snaps him back to reality, asking if he is even listening and what he thinks of her proposal. It turns out to be Lunia calling him. Viewing the world through his clone, Korin still has no clue what is actually going on. He stands frozen, biting his lip in pure frustration. Of course, nothing ever goes his way in this damn game. The headache starts with a sudden academy announcement. In the coming days, students must participate in team magic combat, combining everything they have learned to battle one another in live practice. Up at the podium, the professor heavily emphasizes that student safety is the absolute top priority. Risky maneuvers are strictly banned, and the training rules must be followed to the letter. Lunia rubs her chin in surprise, realizing the time for team magic combat has finally come. Meanwhile, a nearby student nervously admits he was incredibly anxious when they were first put into the same group, doubting his own skills. He clenches his fist to act tough, confident they can succeed because everyone else in their team is so strong. But Lunia quickly shuts down his optimism, warning him that this notoriously dangerous training always leads to severe accidents. She even goes a step further, warning him that blindly trusting teammates he is not close with is a fast track to getting killed instantly. Korin chimes in from the side, teasing her about picking fights with commoners for no reason. He asks if she already has a completely different plan mapped out. Annoyed by his meddling, Lunia exhales a sharp sigh, telling him to mind his own business and act normally while she handles her own safety. Cutting back to their tea time, Lunia sets down her cup and reveals the real reason behind her request. She simply asks him to protect her during the upcoming team combat. Korin is completely caught off guard by this. Her strategy is just to use him, and he cannot even refuse because she asked his clone directly instead of him. This request leaves him deeply curious. How could Lunia possibly know that a dangerous faction is currently targeting her? Without agreeing, Korin simply asks if something bad has happened. She immediately explains that a few days ago major investors held a meeting in the 4th Commercial District managed by the Adin family. They gathered to discuss which political faction they should back in the future, a literal matter of survival for them. One elderly investor spoke up at the meeting, revealing that his recent audience with Emperor Edward Bond showed the ruler's health is rapidly deteriorating by the day. Every major power across the continent will soon find themselves standing at a critical crossroads where they must make a choice. Will they throw their weight behind Prince Louis, or will they back Princess Cornelia? Another noble chimed in to declare that the empire is basically entering a state of war, meaning their decision as nobles could completely change who rules the entire continent. Just as those words are spoken, someone steps forward to point out that if the Ellen faction wants to expand their influence, this is the perfect moment. Lane speaks her mind right away, stating that siding with either the prince or the princess will gain them absolutely nothing. Instead, they must turn this crisis into an opportunity to raise the merchantry status. He immediately lashes back sharply, demanding to know what she means by not supporting any faction. Since they are all citizens under His Majesty's imperial rule, he strongly objects to her stance. Refusing to just stand by and watch, she directly questions him. The royal family's collapse is completely inevitable, so she wonders why the owner of the second-largest merchant guild, second only to the hair merchantry, fails to see it. He glares at her angrily, warning her to watch her words. Predicting a collapse during this era of Holy Akheim's centralized rule is a capital crime, and he asks who she thinks allows them to trade so freely. Lene bluntly responds that Emperor Esther Vaughn's foolishness is already impacting all 6 continents. She asks if he truly believes that centralized rule can be preserved under these disastrous circumstances. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind, addressing Lady Lane. Stepping in to stir the pot, he points out that although His Majesty has an incurable illness, there is still plenty of time left. In this situation, refusing to make a choice only causes division within the merchantry. He adds that these merchant masters might lose the wealth, honor, and status they worked so hard to build, causing their faces to instantly darken with rage. One of them immediately snaps, shouting that such a thing cannot happen, and declares he will pretend he never even attended this meeting. Feeling pressured by the shareholders, the merchant guild master sighs with a headache. He tells Lene that her judgment is slower than an accountant's, proving she is still far too green to lead. They all walk out, leaving Len with a final warning that the merchants will hold their own private meeting to decide which faction they will support. Mockingly standing behind her, he tells Lady Lane not to be discouraged, but since she lacks the power to oppose the royal family, she just has to endure it. Tired of his sweet fake words, Lene asks him directly what he is plotting now. She reminds him that she never gave an accountant permission to speak at such an important meeting. As her subordinate, instead of humiliating her in front of everyone, he should have been the one explaining her reasoning. He simply replies that he is sorry, but if her idea made any actual sense, he gladly would have supported it. She glares in utter disbelief, asking what he just said. Dropping his obedient act, he glares with a sharp gaze and coldly states that her judgment is completely wrong. Lane tightly clutches her dress. Furious, she orders him to get out, declaring that from this very moment he is stripped of his accountant position and must leave. Hearing her order, he leaves without any resistance, leaving her completely alone with her rising frustration. It feels as if absolutely no one is on her side in this world. Left completely isolated, she finds that no matter how many times this happens, it is still humiliating and disgusting. Her father only viewed her as property, while her mother abandoned her and passed away. Nox von Reinhafer, and even that banquet from their childhood days. When they face each other, it is enough to make anyone hesitate. But right then she lifts her head to steel her resolve. She cannot afford to drown in self-pity, especially after already declaring her rejection of the royal bloodline. Now even more factions will want to assassinate her. She desperately needs someone who will protect her without any hesitation. Someone who is not a personal army or a massive force that would expose her moves. Someone ready to save her without demanding anything in return. And her ultimate decision is to contact Sen. She apologizes for reaching out to him under these circumstances, knowing it is not easy for him due to his position in the Enfair branch family, but she has no choice. He simply tells her that it is fine as long as he can assist. Sen readily agrees, saying he is always more than willing. Inside, Nox is gritting his teeth and going absolutely crazy with goosebumps. Because Sen's persona carries a high share of Yoo Chan's ego, these polite words slip out naturally, making him wonder if he sounds incredibly strange. But Lane remains cautious, noting she hasn't even mentioned the price or a contract yet. Answering so quickly suggests he must have some other motive or scheme in mind. She is left deeply puzzled, wondering why she cannot seem to see through his intentions at all. Sen immediately points out that her eyes can only see through lies. He automatically replies that he is not lying and his promise to protect her is completely sincere. Meanwhile, Nox is screaming inside and wants to throw up. He wipes his mouth to hold it in finding his own ego completely unbearable, but Lenny is too valuable of a chess piece to lose. So Nox suddenly widens his eyes, noticing something unexpected. Her figure sways gently in the light breeze. Night falls at the mansion. Early the next morning, the other merchant master meets with Rick, glad he followed his advice since Lane is now completely cornered. Bowing with a hand on his chest, Rick warns him not to celebrate yet as the first prince will soon back his guild according to plan. If he supplies military goods to the imperial family and expands his market share, the Hare merchantry will soon be swallowed up by the white merchantry and the royal family. Rick laughs dangerously, plotting that they can easily get rid of Lenny right after. The old man laughed in pure delight. Perfect, considering how Elena and that wretched merchant guild had looked down on him for years. This was still not enough. The guildmaster himself was thoroughly astonished, expressing how surprising it was for a mere commoner to be connected to the first prince. He hoped the boy would continue to bring immense value to the Voin Merchant Guild. Lowering his head with a cunning smile, he assured the merchant that he would soon deliver another important message from his highness. Bowing respectfully, he bid the man farewell, while the merchant simply turned away, waving back and suggesting they share a drink sometime soon. Once Kirich was left entirely alone, he muttered the name Nox von Reinhafer in a low, cold tone. If it weren't for your constant interference, I wouldn't have had to force my plans this quickly. I truly believe you were nothing but a disgrace to the Reinhafer family, a completely useless youngest son. Yet after everything that befell Grand Duke Baeguk, even Lilon and Geyer were utterly crushed. Getting rid of those three was certainly no simple feat. But by properly utilizing Elena and that greedy bastard Voin, he could easily bind the hands of the Reinhafer family. Veins bulged in his neck as he laughed hysterically, swearing to stop Nox von Reinhafer no matter what it took. Grinning with absolute malice, he relished the thought of whether his rival would even survive this next trap. Back at the moonlit estate, a soft voice broke the silence. It was late, but the promise stood. Sean made it clear that he would absolutely guarantee her safety. Elena looked down quietly before giving a soft nod. Standing up, the young man announced his immediate departure. Just as Sean reached for the doorknob, she called out. She softly asked if she could speak with him just a moment longer. Sean turned back, showing he was more than happy to listen. With a touch of sadness, Elena questioned if his constant refusal to wear her gifted necklace meant he still distrusted her. A heavy silence filled the room, highlighting her deep melancholy. Sean noticed her crestfallen look but was too stunned to answer. Her sigh confirmed her fears, prompting her to dismiss him without another word. Lacking the words to explain himself, he could only stand there. He turned and left, fully aware that he couldn't act under Sean's name, knowing the cold truth of this world. He wasn't the type who could depend on others. Survival meant relying solely on his own strength. Meanwhile, a sudden commotion erupted in the kitchen over a set of incredibly fragile golden plates. As the maids prepped dinner, one remarked that even their plates were heavily jeweled, calling their mistress Kimli, which instantly piqued the others' curiosity. The maid quickly explained that the young lady had an absolute obsession with gold coins and priceless artifacts, showing zero interest in anything other than hoarding her mountain of treasures right up to the ceiling. Because of this, everyone in the guild began calling her Kimli. She giggled, admitting she had no idea who came up with the name, though everyone agreed it suited her perfectly. Her companion eagerly chimed in, guessing that the young lady was probably resting in clothes made from the most expensive hand-embroidered fabrics imaginable, expressing a deep wish to be born into such wealth for just one day. Meanwhile, in her dimly lit bedroom, Elena sat completely alone with her thoughts. She gently tiptoed across the silent room. Approaching the mirror, she stared at her own reflection. Gripping her sleeve cuff anxiously, she noticed another fresh tear. Perhaps she had patched the worn fabric too many times already. The cuff itself was a mass of countless stitched patches. Looking at it only deepened Elena's quiet sense of regret. She recalled her childhood days fondly, pointing out the beautiful dresses to her mother. Back then, she had wondered if those lovely clothes were meant for her older sisters, since she was far too small. Her mother had smiled, explaining that while they weren't for her, now she would wear them once she grew into a proper lady. Her mother pointed at the dresses, saying she wanted her to wear them, then held out her pinky to seal the promise. With a bright smile, she immediately agreed, promising her mother she would. But back in her lonely reality, Eleanor looks down in deep grief. Her mother passed away less than a month later, having prepared their final farewell all alone. Lying alone on her massive bed, she desperately tries to remember her mother's scent, though the warm memories of their moments together have already faded away. Somehow, she just couldn't bring herself to throw away this nightgown. Whenever discomfort crept in, she reached for it. It felt so unlike her. A sudden slip of control now was definitely not the time to drown in old memories. Ellen knew her instincts were dead on the once legendary authority of the Ahan Empire was rapidly turning into a joke. If Emperor Edibon, currently desperately clinging to his faded glory, finally passed away, then the entire Central Empire would collapse just like the East. The East, after all, was once a proud nation whose absolute power was carved out of brutal terrains and the sheer might of its central nobles. Then there was the Philosopher's Stone, a blood-red crystal rumored to grant any dark desire and hand you the world. But after endless wars and brutal massacres in the search for it, the land lay completely ruined, surviving now only because of a single casino called Isla. Resting her head on her arms, she knew any merchant with a brain understood that investing further in the empire was suicide. Surely there was at least one faction out there that secretly agreed with her warning. Yet with just a single word from Rick, every noble in the room shifted their stance instantly, even if they looked completely miserable doing it. A shadow was pulling the strings, whispering to the nobility that the Engel Guild was their true enemy. Her face grew pale as a sickening dread settled, and why did this feel like the calm before a devastating storm? The next morning at the academy's massive gates, the substitute instructor stepped up with his book. Since Professor Licher is out sick, I will be taking over this class. He offered a stiff, cold introduction. I am Ivan Dante, hello. Team Combat class is a training exercise where we throw you directly into a multi-dimensional pocket space. You will have to claw your way through various brutal challenges. And of course, given that this is a raw physical combat test, your magic will be severely restricted inside. You will have to survive using nothing but pure muscle or physical support talents. This prompted a sweating cadet to raise his hand nervously, asking the professor what exactly they were supposed to be doing in there. Olivon Dante slammed his textbook shut with a look of pure disgust. He openly mocked the kid, asking how an idiot with such thick skin even managed to sneak into this prestigious academy when his explanation was already so simple. Those words had the neighboring cadet grinding his teeth in fury, while the target of the rant stood completely frozen, wondering why this old man was so toxic. Watching from the sidelines, Noah knew Olivon Dante was still the same piece of trash, which only made the boy even more eager to put him down. The man was actually an artificial abomination created from crossbreeding demons with other races. The Devil Lords had selected their most useful half-breed puppets to slip into human society, allowing them to perfectly blend into the crowd. That was Olivon Dante's dark secret. Out of all the artificial half-breeds, he was deemed smart enough to be useful, earning him the top spot. But to the true demons, half-breeds were just cheap, disposable toys. And staring at him now, Noah's expression hardened with a deadly resolve to wipe this smiling bastard off the face of the earth. Olivon Dante wasn't finished yet, warning them that the moment they stepped into that dimensional pocket, an illusion barrier would seal the zone. Their team combat assignment was to survive for 10 whole days while slaughtering as many monsters as possible. Some of these beasts are artificial fakes mixed with real demon blood, so watch your backs, he warned, leaving the cadets absolutely frozen in terror at the mere mention of encountering actual demons. Noah listened with a sharp, calculating gaze, relieved to find that the exam rules still lined up with the lunatic game he remembered. But deep down tension remained. And let's be real, with the butterfly effect spreading, absolutely nothing is guaranteed. Summoning his power, he forced the portal open. As the hum of teleportation magic filled the air, the system announced that Team 1 was up first. Hearing their team called, Ellen clutched her chest, asking Bio if he was terrified too, while he nervously pleaded for them to just come back in one piece. Yet Noah easily spotted the cold fear written all over her face. Before stepping forward, Sen offered a quiet reassurance, promising to cloak himself and slip into the dungeon right beside her. Squeezing his muscular fists, he swore to drag her out of any danger the second things went sideways. Olivon Dante scanned the crowd, noting with a dark smirk that everyone seemed ready. He gave the final command for Team 1 to step forward into the portal. Inside the office, two figures watched in complete silence. After a long silence, Noah hesitantly turned to her, asking if she saw anyone behaving like a demon in there. Azrit tilted her head, replying flatly that she wasn't sure, though with Noah's sheer talent, those monsters stood no chance. Noah chuckled softly behind his hand. Speaking of which, what did she really think of that kid's talent, since it had been ages since she looked this satisfied? Azrit frowned, wondering how to even put it into words as Noah leaned in to listen with curiosity. It is honestly just too hard to describe. Recalling his monstrous power, Noah quickly pressed further. Did she mean his talent was simply beyond any normal description? A faint smirk played on Azrit's lips as she clarified she wasn't just talking about raw talent. The kid was genuinely strong, a fact Noah readily nodded along with. But she quickly shook her head no, it went deeper since the boy hadn't even awakened his lower core yet. Sparks danced across her palm, and yet he was already powerful enough to crush almost every department in the academy. Azrit clenched her fist tight as she muttered that his talent was completely absurd. She still found it hard to believe. They knew he was extraordinary, but could he really be this insanely talented? Her companion looked deep in thought, noting that the most baffling thing was how he deliberately hid his incredible power until he was old enough to enroll at Eldane Academy. Hearing this, Noah offered a theory, wondering if he hid it out of fear of being seen as a threat, but she immediately shut it down, saying he had never shown even a speck of malice. Resting her chin on her hand, she stared into the distance, amazed that someone with that level of genius could go completely unnoticed. Nox stretched his arms with a sigh, leaving everyone wondering how many secrets he was still keeping. Suddenly, the screen in front of them flashed with a series of warnings. A crimson glow washed over their faces. What was happening? An immense wave of energy erupted directly from the portal. Feeling its raw power, Nox couldn't help but curse under his breath, thinking that while that creator was a genius, his skills were nowhere near the sheer perfection of Professor Lars. Nox's body was slowly pulled toward the vortex. Anyone else would have frozen instantly in the face of such a sloppy teleportation formula. A moment later, the portal opened into a desolate, freezing wasteland. He looked around and let out a soft sigh as icy mountain winds whipped past his ears, just as he had anticipated. Eleanor was still struggling to process the situation, wondering what happened, why it was so freezing, and where everyone else had gone. Suddenly, a massive tremor echoed from the distance. Giant, ominous silhouettes began to emerge from the snow-covered mountains. On high alert, she gasped in shock, wondering if those were ice trolls. Something was completely wrong. This was not their designated destination, and monsters like that shouldn't even be here. The beasts roared, charging furiously right toward them. Instantly, one of the ice trolls lunged right in front of Eleanor. She cowered back in terror, her breath growing rapid. A sharp sound right beside Eleanor made her flinch. Nox charged instantly, slicing the giant beast in half with a single blow. With practiced ease, he quickly sheathed his blade. The giant body crashed heavily onto the white snow. Seeing this, Nox looked at his blade with satisfaction, realizing his intense training had paid off. With the incredible power swirling around his heart, his moonlight swordsmanship, and his stats skyrocketing lately, his strength was growing at an absolute bottleneck-shattering pace. Thinking of this, he turned and warned her in a low voice to step back. Eleanor couldn't help but protest, arguing that if the teleportation formula had glitched, they should request aid from the Academy professors. Nox just let out a heavy sigh, questioning if she still failed to understand their situation. He pointed out the dead beast lying on the ground, explaining that if this were a mere illusion space, the monsters would have vanished, yet this one was clearly bleeding. This was real. The portal didn't glitch. This was a real emergency. Hearing this, Eleanor froze, unable to comprehend how this was even possible. Nox then voiced his theory, suggesting that someone at the Academy held a grudge against her. She looked away, refusing to accept it, muttering that he was just as disliked. Nox slowly raised his sword, telling her that if she wasn't going to help, she needed to step aside because she was only in his way. His sharp movements completely locked her gaze. Here is his warning. With a cold and expressionless face, he told her to drop her habit of overthinking and put aside her petty hatred for him. Nox furrowed his brows, warning that if she didn't, she would undoubtedly end up dead right here. Immediately after, he swung his blade to deal with the remaining beasts. Every single strike was devastatingly precise and clean. Watching him, Eleanor couldn't help but be mesmerized, thinking his combat looked more like a beautiful dance than mere swordsmanship. Splashes of dark blood painted the pristine white snow. A faint teasing voice suddenly echoed right beside Eleanor's ear. Nox stood there, wiping blood from his face, asking Eleanor if she was done admiring him. Startled, she quickly denied it, claiming she was doing no such thing. Quickly dismissing the subject, he urged them to move before far more dangerous beasts showed up. Eleanor stammered in response, claiming she was already planning to do just that anyway. Pausing for a brief second, she estimated they were somewhere far north, specifically near the Frost Forest. Nox cast his gaze toward the nearby tree line, confirming her suspicion that they were indeed standing in the Frost Forest. Her eyes widened in complete and utter shock. Wait, how did he even know the name of this place? He let out a helpless sigh. I already told you to stop overthinking everything, remember? Just try to focus. Then he stepped forward, taking the lead. Follow me. We need to get out. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. It made no sense at all. She could not read his intentions. His footsteps grew more distant by the second. In an emergency like this, even though they were teammates, he could abandon a burden like her at any moment. A sudden question crossed her mind. Why on earth did he choose to come along with her? The freezing wind howled. But why? The ceiling lights in the room cast a warm glow. Oler sat at his desk, lost in deep thought. It was indeed related to the Archduke's incident, but still. Then he frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Everything was just a coincidence. There was no way a rookie could do something so massive. Theo's face flashed in his mind. The entire sequence of events was nothing but a play directed by Yoo von Reinhafer himself. A wooden box filled with puppets sat on the desk. When Nox joined the demon worshippers, his position as the successor was surely shaken. Thus, Theo wrote a script to prop up someone like Nox von Reinhafer, making him look like an absolute genius. The more Olor thought about it, the more annoyed he became. That lowly bastard could not even investigate something so obvious. They were truly a bunch of useless fools. Then his expression suddenly shifted. Well, whatever. Once this is over, he would climb to a much higher position than he currently held. The corner of his mouth curled up. A higher position? How, may I ask, what exactly is on your mind? Olor jumped in surprise. He jumped up, staring at the approaching figure. When did you get here? You should have contacted me. Hearing that, she burst into laughter. Professor Olor. This time she was not alone. Shall we just continue right where you left off then? As her words fell, a cold light flashed in her eyes, her lips curling. Have you been enjoying your little game of hide and seek? Towering walls were built along the Great Northern Wall. This is the place where the worst monsters in history and completely uncontrollable demons run rampant. As the main story progresses, later on this icy region will also become a separate zone where one can easily harvest rare materials from defeated monsters. Located in the far north where it is winter all year round, it is often called Hell by countless people. Almost no one lives there, and the only thing remaining is an army of tens of thousands of soldiers. They are stationed by the Empire. In exchange for gold, the Northern Allied nations organized forces and built a bridge to prevent monsters from crossing over into the central region. That bridge, the final line of defense, preserving peace, is now barely being maintained. Most of the small northern cities have already been destroyed, and even the small republic that managed to survive has also collapsed. The water gradually rose, flooding even the cracked walls. As a result, the management on the other side also became increasingly loose. The two followed each other along the snowy paths. If the final scenario played out exactly as written, that bridge would collapse due to an incident starting right here from the forest of frozen frost trees. Even then, he could not stop thinking. Its name might not sound dangerous at first, but it was home to the Ents and other high-level monsters. If they are unlucky, they might even encounter a dragon, a species thought to be extinct. Yes, a legendary ice dragon is rumored to be sleeping right here. Thinking of her, his footsteps paused slightly. Since he already knew of Astrid's existence, finding them living in different places was not that surprising. The corners of his mouth twitched and his gaze darkened. But if they were unlucky enough to cross paths with it, both of them would be finished. Before long, the two arrived in front of a cave. "Let us rest in there." Eleanor looked displeased, complaining that it was far too narrow and dark. Without even looking at her, he continued, "In an emergency like this, you do not have the right to be picky. I know you hate sharing a space, but we have no other choice." This time, she did not argue back, simply saying that she knew. Hearing that, he felt a bit relieved. At least, she was still listening. But her next words immediately cut through the silence, asking if he was still keeping up. Nox grimaced and turned his head. "Of course. Just remember your promise. If we make it back, I will definitely compensate you." Pausing for a moment, Nox replied, "I believe I already told you I do not need any compensation." She clearly wanted to say more but stopped. He patiently waited in silence before speaking. "What I want is for you to stop sending telepathic messages. Fighting while replying with my other hand is annoying enough." Eleanor then reached out to check the digital panel. Thinking back, she tried looking for useful tools, but she could not use the dimensional pocket either. After that, she added in a low voice, "It seems you were right. Someone maliciously threw us down here." The two of them carefully entered the cave. Either way, they should focus on escaping the cold first before hunting down the culprit. Nox spread his palm, triggering his flame magic. Ahead, only pure darkness. Using the fire in his hand to lead the way, he wondered if anyone was here. Good. If it was just small monsters, they could still sleep. The deeper they went, the more they felt the cave's depth until a few white spots of light flashed. Then a low voice echoed through the space. "Who are you?" "This scent is human. They are humans." That was when the two finally saw them clearly. "They are humans. Intruders. They are targeting our tree." Eleanor flinched and stepped back. "Are those actual Ents?" She had read about them in an ancient book. They were giant tree-like monsters. Noah clenches his hand to snuff out the flame. These Ents are monsters wielding the raw strength of giants combined with a troll's uncanny ability to regenerate. Since they are entirely made of wood, blasting them with fire magic should be their ultimate weakness. He calculates the risks in his head. If they mess up a fire spell in a tight space like this, they will get caught in the backdraft. Lowering his voice, he warns Ellen to only use binding magic and focus on supporting his blade. He quickly follows up, asking if she can cast haste and basic support spells. His words send a wave of worry through her. She looks at him, asking if he really plans on taking all of them on by himself. Ellen immediately shakes her head, arguing that it is impossible. It is too pitch black, and no matter how strong he is, they are completely outnumbered. Without even looking back, he simply asks if they have any other choice. Slowly drawing his blade, he notes they only came here to rest. It is terrible luck running into Ents of all things. But then again, this is far from the first time he has been backed into a corner like this. He quietly recalls his skills and the time he put Ashen in charge of reinforcing his academy uniform. He had registered a brand new skill through Lecher, the very tailor who crafted that academy uniform in the first place. The old man had quickly got to work preparing for the day No's spatial pocket might be sealed off. The image of a backpack materializes right inside No's sub-storage stone. Having carefully stashed everything under his clothes, he had placed his priest gear inside this storage. It is completely unaffected by dimensional spatial interference, safely holding Ashen's +10 magic orb and the basic equipment he bought at the commercial district. For now, the monsters still are not making a move. While this is not his most optimal setup, it is still more than enough to handle these Ents. A notification pops up the moment No raises his sword. The blade Torben is now absorbing the monster's energy and its user's willpower. activating Dark Crescent Slash. Radiant slashes of sword light rain down upon them. He slowly feels the raw energy flowing through his weapon. Ever since his swordsmanship rank went up, the attack speed of his Dark Crescent Slash has become insanely fast. Right after, another system alert pops up announcing that he has successfully defeated 3 Ents. Due to the Black Flame's passive effect, his remaining lifespan has just increased by 24 hours. Seeing this, a smirk plays on No's lips. An 8-hour extension per kill is actually a pretty solid trade. If that is how it works, then every single Ent that rushes forward is instantly hacked to pieces. Splintered chunks of wood rain down onto the forest floor. Noe quickly scans the area with a sharp gaze. Suddenly, a warm wave of accelerating energy surges from right behind him. Ellen takes a deep breath, carefully controlling the flow of her haste magic. The rushing wind wraps tightly around his body. He stares down at his hands, genuinely surprised, wondering if that was really all it took. The boost is incredibly effective. He does not have the exact numbers, but he can absolutely feel his physical strength surging. It is annoying to admit, but Ellen is a genuine genius. Standing right behind him, she focuses and channels her energy. Ellen managed to master the Empire's basic spellcraft purely through theoretical study. Even if her true talent leans toward managing money, her magical aptitude is absolutely top tier. Suddenly, one of the tree monsters speaks out in rage. It accuses him of cutting down trees, hurting its kin, and setting fires that will destroy their home. Its words leave him feeling quite confused. Is this resentment stemming from the old Northern War? He had absolutely nothing to do with that, so why direct all this rage at him? He rests his sword on his shoulder. If you want to complain, go complain to the dead. Another massive wave of power surges outward as he promises to send them to join those dead souls. Since his lower dantian has only barely opened, he decides not to use it yet. Instead, he focuses on channeling raw force from his upper dantian straight down to his core. He locks onto his breathing, repeating the cycle. The rapid growth that brought him this far has always come with one absolute requirement: a powerful will and a fierce determination to protect. A smirk plays on No's lips. Since he is already in this deep, he will stop overthinking and just enjoy the thrill of the fight. Raising his sword high, he dares them to all bring it on at once. Inside the room, a very soft voice calls out for Professor Ali. 2 figures slowly close in on him, asking if he enjoyed his little game of hide-and-seek. Grimacing, he denies it flatly, claiming he has no idea what the headmaster is talking about. Inside, panic sets in. She was supposed to be the laziest person alive. Damn it, could she have been tracking every single student this whole time? He thinks back to the dimensional gate. The only thing they interfered with was the teleportation portal for Noah and Ellen. Did she somehow notice? Before he can think, that gentle voice whispers in his ear again. She notes that she can clearly see him racking his brain. Before he can even react, a blast of energy surges forward as she aggressively drives her attack, forcing him to grit his teeth and retreat backward. Looking down at his arm, he wonders how simple, cold air could have such terrifying cutting power. This is bad. He realizes he needs to regenerate his cells and escape this situation first. Alice remains standing completely still. He decides to target the girl next to No. With that thought, he immediately shifts his target. If his opponent is that girl instead of the headmaster, one of the legendary 4 sages, then he might actually stand a chance. Ol spits a deadly stream from his mouth. Sharp, jagged spikes point directly at her face, but Acrid simply raises her hand with ease. She slightly knits her brows in pure annoyance. What on earth is this? Her casual reaction leaves him completely shocked. Wait, what? Suddenly, glowing golden chains manifest out of nowhere. They instantly wrap around Ol, binding him tight. Struggling hard, Ol grimaces. Who are you, and how are you casting attack magic without chanting? I have never heard of anyone having this kind of power before. She steps closer, calmly introducing herself. My name is Acrid. Have you struggled enough, demonized human? Her quiet words send a cold shiver down Ol's spine. Now it is my turn to ask the questions. Her lips curl up into a chilling smirk. Where is my student? Ol mockingly arches an eyebrow. Do you really think I will tell you that easily? She nods with a completely blank face. I never actually asked you that. Standing right behind her, Noah watches everything intently. Looking at the coordinate formula, Acrid notes looks like the north. His face immediately turns completely paper white. Is it really possible she figured out the exact location just from that formula? She taps her foot gently on the floor. After all, the north is always an easy target. People think anyone dumped in that barren wilderness will just die, which is exactly why they use such sloppy formulas. The moment she finishes, the ground under Ol's feet suddenly glows. Acrid suddenly leans in close. So where exactly in the north did you send him? But Ol refuses to break firmly, repeating that he has absolutely no intention of answering her. Her eyes slowly begin to shift into a deep blackness. A crushing invisible pressure weighs down on Ol, completely dazing him. After a moment, Acrid tests him near Winteritz. His mouth drops open as he gasps that it is absolutely impossible. A soft chuckle escapes her throat. So it is true, is around there. Her monotone voice rings in his ears. Give me more details. That place is far too dangerous to survive 10 days in. Ol desperately tries to fight off this completely absurd pressure. Pausing, Acrid rubs her chin and murmurs, "Is it the Valley of Ice and Blood?" Ol snaps back, shouting that he has no idea what she is talking about. She reaches out and points in a direction, then it must be the frozen frost forest. This time, Ol cannot even find the strength to resist. Satisfied, she stands back up. "There is my answer." But Ol is left in utter shock, unable to believe this absurdity. He has absolutely no idea how she figured it out. Does she actually have the bizarre power to read minds or what? Ol's eyes dart around, completely bewildered by everything. Noah finally speaks up, reminding her that they need to wrap this situation up before leaving. Suddenly, the temperature drops as the space begins to freeze. Shadow's mask his panicked expression as she reassures him, "Do not worry, I will not kill you." Noah holds up a communication orb to call Professor Giep. She loudly reports, "Professor Giep, I have captured a demonized human. Can you please keep him locked in the dungeon until I return?" The confused professor confirms a demonized human. Staring at the frozen block, she continues, "I caught him hiding among the faculty. He is in lecture hall too, so please take care of the rest of this." The professor hesitates, asking her to help write the official incident report when she returns. But Noah flatly refuses, saying she is heading off to rescue the students now, so she must depart. With that settled, she calls out to head out. Acrid glances back, teasing that Noah sure loves dumping chores on other people. Massive wings wrapped in blazing red embers suddenly appear. Her pupils slowly begin to dilate. Moments later, Acrid completely transforms into a colossal dragon. Seeing this, Noah excitedly runs over. "It has been forever since I rode on your back," but Acrid coldly snaps back, "Shut up." Noah quietens down, stopping her teasing. She knows that despite acting indifferent, if Acrid did not truly care about her student, she would not be flying straight to the north like this. Then Acrid raises her head toward the open sky. Her massive claws stomp down, shattering the ground as she mutters, "This is getting pretty interesting." Flapping her wings, she takes to the sky. "He said the frozen frost forest, right?" Noah looks up, staring ahead. If they were just facing low-ranked beasts, it would be manageable. Anxiety gnaws at Ellen's heart. No matter how strong Noah is, if they cross paths with that creature, they are both dead. Spreading wide wings, they glide through the wind. They have to speed up. Noah swings his blade with masterful precision. Behind Noah lies a massive pile of defeated beasts. By now, his physical strength is completely drained. He has completely depleted his mana in both his upper and middle dantians. Natural recovery will take about 3 days. A harsh mana restriction penalty has been actively applied. Noah calculates his options. His potions are empty, and right on cue, the mana restriction kicks in. Glancing over at Ellen, he realizes he cannot use mana to reinforce his soul. Fighting while protecting her is utterly impossible. Suddenly, his entire body freezes. A flood of notifications arrives. The rapid alerts bring Noah to his knees. Due to his chronic illness, the player has caught a level 5 cold. Worse yet, the negative status effect of cold hands and feet has temporarily become much more severe. And now the chronic illness triggers a level 3 movement restriction penalty. His breathing grows shallow and rapid. Of all things, his chronic illness and freezing limbs chose this exact moment to flare up. Damn it, he cannot believe his luck is actually this terrible. Standing nearby, Ellen calls out in pure worry, "No, are you okay?" Her voice grows distant, fading into a hazy murmur in his ears. He forces his head up, desperately trying to focus. This is dangerously bad. Ellen's face drains of all color as she watches him decline. Noah collapses flat onto the dirt, clinging to the last threads of his consciousness. After taking down 50 powerful monsters, he never expected to end up in such a miserable state. The world before his eyes blurs into darkness. Panicking, Ellen shakes him, crying out. In his fading consciousness, Noah can feel the genuine warmth of someone who is truly worried for him. Everyone calls Ellen the Golden Fox, always treating her as a cold, distant, and unapproachable figure. Yet behind that freezing exterior, she hides a deeply warm and caring heart. She was the one who offered genuine warmth to a lonely soul like him. Right now, she is using all her power to heal him. Others might think he is too obsessed with this game, but this is exactly why he wanted her on his team. Only after a long struggle does Noah manage to whisper Ellen's name. Her panic worsens. "Please wake up," she begs, "what is happening to your eyes?" He reaches out, gathering his last bit of strength to speak, "Ellen, leave me here and head deeper into the cave." His voice grows weaker by the second. "Use this," he mutters, "you will know what it is." Ellen stares at the object in confusion. It is the Mystic Veil, a rare artifact that erases the user's presence entirely. It is a single-use item, but as long as she does not attack first, no enemy will ever target her. He never expected this black market auction prize to be used like this. As his consciousness slips away, he remembers that as the protagonist, he cannot use this item. Ellen grips it, asking where he got it, and more importantly, if he is seriously telling her to leave him behind. Ellen loses her composure, arguing that he should use it to save himself. But he cuts her off. "Do you really think I would ever abandon you?" Her eyes widen in utter disbelief at his words. A faint reassuring smile plays on his lips. With his last breath, he urges her to run. Ellen stands frozen as he completely loses consciousness. She desperately shakes him, crying out for him to wake up. Her desperate cries echo hollowly throughout the dark cave. Checking his pulse in a panic, she finds his heart rate slowing down. Desperately channeling her remaining energy, she refuses to let him die. She has to try every healing option left in her arsenal. Pouring every ounce of focus into her magic, she bites her lip raw, pleading with him to wake up. Guilt washes over her. If she had just been honest from the start about the assassin hunting her down, none of this would have happened. He lay unconscious on the ground, and to think he was only dragged into this. A sharp chill ran down Elena's spine, but could she truly hide behind the convenient excuse of being dragged into this and escape all responsibility for his tragic death? Remembering their childhood meetings and what Noah had done during that high society gathering, her chest tightened. At that moment, her emotions became completely impossible to suppress. Could she honestly claim he was so despicable and evil that he deserved to pay the ultimate price with his life? His words still echoed clearly in her ears. "Did you really think I would abandon you?" Elena reminded herself that Noah never left her behind. He had protected her to the very end. Her fragile figure stood alone amidst the massive crowd, and perhaps, just perhaps, she was lost. Right across from her was Noah's departing back. In that exact moment, when he casually glanced back, the truth was already set in stone. From outside the mansion, an excited voice echoed, "Elena, there's some absolutely wonderful news." She raised her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. A slightly crumpled letter was delivered, revealing that the prestigious Enfei family had officially recognized their merchant guild. Laxon de Ile, the first-generation head of the Ile family, could not hide his sheer joy. They had even received an invitation to a high society banquet hosted by a noble family. Hearing this, Elena was thrilled. Elena quickly ran over, asking if it was truly real. She quietly watched him. It had been so long since she last heard her father sound this incredibly excited. Her sickly mother, resting on her sickbed, would surely be thrilled too. Ever since her mother started working for the Merchant Guild, her health had steadily declined, but still, a glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. If the Merchant Guild kept growing, her mother's health would surely improve. Suddenly, Laxon added that the great families were also talking about her. Startled, Elena snapped her head up, asking if they were really talking about her. He carefully recounted their conversation, emphasizing that Lord Thavern Infang seemed to hold her talent and abilities in very high regard. He even called her the most outstanding talent of her generation, a sentiment that the head butler Jose readily agreed with. Elena's eyes lit up instantly as she asked if it was true. A wave of relief washed over her. Finally, she was being recognized. She quickly set off to prepare her finest dresses. It had been 3 years since she took charge of the guild's accounting, and her hard work was finally catching her father's attention. Smiling, Elena tried on the dress in front of the mirror. She truly felt this work suited her perfectly, and she wanted to keep contributing to the Ile Merchant Guild. Her youthful face could not hide her small joy. After all, she had just been recognized by the head of a prestigious noble house. Later, she happily shared the news with her mother, excited that their merchant guild was going to grow even further. Standing in the crowd with a glass of wine, her father believed they would soon stand on equal footing with the nobles they had always admired. She observed a crowd of elegantly dressed high society members, people who seemed born into a completely different world, carrying themselves with effortless grace while chatting over exquisite delicacies. Thinking of this, she smiled and took a deep breath, promising herself that she would live a life just like theirs. That was until harsh whispers reached her ears, questioning why the standards of this event had fallen so low. Mocking faces sneered all around her, wondering how a mere commoner dared to enter a banquet hosted by the prestigious Enfei family. Snickering nobles hid their faces, mocking those lowlifes for actually trying to place themselves on the same level as nobility. Elena turned pale, shrinking back into a dark corner. Quite a few nobles eagerly joined in, laughing that these commoners were probably just brought here for their entertainment. They whispered about teaching them their place at least once. Horrified, she cautiously turned to look at her father, but one look at him left Elena completely startled. Laxon stood right beside her, still wearing a bright smile. But why was he smiling like that? A dark shadow cast over her once innocent eyes, realizing that no one here welcomed them, and everyone was looking down on them. The more she thought, the more confused she became. Why did her father look so happy? Only when his lips slightly parted did he whisper her name. His gentle voice echoed softly in her ear, telling her to smile. Her hand clutched tightly over her chest as he warned her never to show her personal emotions in this place. Elena finally understood, firmly engraving his words into her mind: never raise her voice or pick a fight with noble children. She quietly agreed to comply, whispering her agreement back to him. The banquet continued in absolute luxury. Nearby ladies gossiped about one of their sons entering night training, eagerly asking how everything was progressing so far. The noble ladies stood chatting together, agreeing that becoming a respected knight was no easy task. Standing nearby, Elena silently listened to them brag about how the boy had achieved outstanding grades at the prestigious Edema Academy. Elena cast her eyes down in deep confusion. These pointless, corrupt conversations made her realize this place was merely a playground for wealthy nobles looking to satisfy their own egos. Slow footsteps suddenly approached, and then the most shocking thing happened. He steps forward and bows deeply to the crowd, humbly introducing himself as Laxon of the Ile family. Laxon keeps his head bowed for what feels like an eternity, asking for their favor, as mocking whispers echo through the room, sneering at how well this humble merchant knows his place. Shadows hide her father's face as Ellen watches him bow so submissively before the nobles. Laxon stands beside her like a dark shadow that constantly haunts Ellen. He tells her to smile, never show her true feelings, and absolutely never argue with the noble children. Ellen's shoulders tense up as she tightly presses her trembling lips together. Unable to bear it, she turns away, thinking about how pitiful her father is. Her tiny figure runs down the long hallway, unable to understand why her father bows so submissively to people who insult them as if their own dignity is completely worthless. Ellen bites her lip, trying to suppress her overwhelming emotions. This is all wrong. This is nothing like the high society gathering she had always imagined. She runs until she is completely exhausted, finally stopping to catch her breath. As soft moonlight streams through the window, a curious voice suddenly calls out from behind, asking what she is doing out here alone. Without her realizing it, Noel is already standing right there. He smiles gently, asking if this is her first party, and she quickly recognizes his white hair and lavender eyes as Noel von Reinhafer. Ellen quickly bows in a fluster, politely apologizing in case she has shown any rudeness, but his gentle tone only softens further as he asks why she is apologizing. With those words, Noel points to a spot nearby, admitting he is bored and asking to chat. After sitting down, Noel asks where she is from. Ellen hesitatingly tells him she is Ellen of the Ile family, explaining that they were only recently granted a noble title. Hearing this, Noel is genuinely surprised that they are the new family attending tonight, while Ellen nervously clenches her hands, asking if he is Noel von Reinhafer of the Rhea family. Noel's eyes instantly light up with excitement as he asks if she already knows his name. He eagerly follows up by asking if she knows his age, but she honestly admits that she does not. He proudly shares that he is 10 years old and asks her age. When Ellen replies she is also 10, Noel suggests they drop formal speech, but she waves her hands, terrified of speaking casually to a duke's son. Noel rolls his eyes playfully, admitting that she is quite no fun and that he honestly detests these stiff parties. Ellen listens in shock as he complains about the fake nature of high society and how other kids always avoid him when he tries to play with them. Noel suddenly turns and asks if she also feels uncomfortable around him, but Ellen quickly smiles and shakes her head, saying not at all. Ellen quietly hopes they can talk more, letting out a soft sigh before sharing that she is currently learning accounting at the Merchant Guild. Leaning closer, Noel praises her, mentioning he heard the Ile Merchant Guild only recently rose to prominence. Every word Noel speaks is filled with genuine sincerity, amazed that someone his age works so hard, which brings a warm smile to Ellen's face. His voice drops slightly as he confesses he should try harder too, though things are not going well for him, prompting a curious Ellen to ask what he actually does. Looking a bit downcast, Noel explains that everyone in the Reinhafer family must learn swordsmanship, but his older brother is just too exceptionally talented. Clenching his fists against his thighs, he mutters that everyone looks down on him because he is weak and untalented. Ellen notices his tight grip and her hand hesitatingly reaches out, wanting to comfort him, but her father's earlier warning suddenly echoes in her mind. Remember your place, Ellen, and always consider the vast difference in status and wealth before you speak. Hesitating, Ellen pulls her hand back, questioning if someone like her has any right to comfort a son of the Reinhafer family. Ellen curls up slightly, feeling that a commoner like her should keep her distance. But this time, Noel's hand proactively reaches out to her. Having cheered up, he asks if she is hungry after all of that talking. Noel grabs her hand, pulling her along while excitedly pointing out all the food in the main hall. Ellen is too stunned to react to his sudden warmth. A quiet hope blossoms in her heart. He is so different from any noble she has met. Could they actually become real friends? Suddenly, heavy footsteps rapidly approach them from down the hall. Noel halts in surprise as a mocking voice sneers, wondering why he is hiding in a corner. A pair of twins block their path, demanding to know what he is doing with that filthy commoner. Startled by the harsh words, Ellen wonders who these two could be. She quickly recognizes them as members of the Alhaif family, as one of them raises an eyebrow, demanding to know who this low-class girl is. He paused for a moment, making sure to emphasize his point. Didn't I tell you to control yourself and stop doing things that drag the Enfei name through the mud? His hand gripped hers tightly as he sneered, asking if he had actually gone and made friends with that worthless commoner girl. But a second later, Nox abruptly let go, coldly muttering that of course he had not. He casually spoke right in front of Lenny, claiming it was nothing more than a passing curiosity. Hearing that, the two twins smirked and turned away, telling him to stop being so foolish and get back to the main banquet hall immediately. Lenny hesitated, wanting to call out to him, but the words completely died in her throat. Nox's back grew more and more distant with every step he took. He just kept walking forward, never once pausing or looking back. He walked on until the distance between them became a cold, unbridgeable gulf. Lenny just stood there in absolute silence, staring after him for a very long time. She had genuinely believed that they could have actually been friends. As the party went on, the twins cornered Nox, mocking him for even daring to speak to someone so incredibly low. Pushing him against a wall right there in the middle of the social, they hissed about how many eyes were watching. Nox grew incredibly flustered under their interrogation, as they demanded if he wanted to humiliate the family or if there was something special between him and that girl. A cruel smirk spread across the twins' face as he remarked how amusing it was, suggesting they should teach that peasant girl her proper place once and for all. Hearing those words, Nox's face went completely pale with dread. He quickly looked up to desperately defend himself, stammering that it was not like that at all, and he was merely curious, but his brother loudly cut him off with a smirk. Alan stepped forward with a mock smile, challenging him to go and put that peasant in her place right here in front of everyone. He loudly added that if Nox refused, they would gladly do it for him, causing Nox to clench his fists in silent fury. Finally, Nox made his grim choice, declaring that he would tell her himself. Meanwhile, Lenny walked quietly through the middle of the bustling crowd. Keeping her head down, she realized her father was so busy mingling with the nobles that he had not even noticed she was gone. She remembered how Nox had just walked away earlier without even saying a word. It made Lenny wonder if she had simply expected far too much from him until a cold voice suddenly called out to her. Turning around, she saw Nox standing there looking incredibly cold and distant. Relieved, she happily called his name, comforting herself with the thought that he had actually returned and that they really were becoming true friends. But his attitude had completely changed, demanding to know who she thought she was talking to. Lenny completely froze as he sneered, asking if she honestly thought they were equals to address him so casually. Nox stood there looking like a complete stranger. A lowlife like her, pretending to be a noble, was hilarious. He spat, asking if she truly believed buying a title could buy centuries of actual history. Her small frame shrank back as she stepped away in sheer confusion, realizing he felt like an entirely different person now. He lifted his chin with deep disgust, muttering about how stupid she was. His next harsh words left Lenny completely stunned, telling her to get lost. Whispers immediately erupted around them, with nobles gossiping that she had clearly offended the Enfei young master, sneering that a commoner would always be a commoner and must have done something incredibly rude. Unable to take the humiliation, she turned and ran as the crowd agreed that people like her should never have been let in. That day, the absolute worst social gathering of her entire life finally came to an end. After realizing how cruel the noble world truly was, she grew up making a firm decision to always live behind a mask. Just like her father had always done, she wore a fake smile and used sweet, deceptive words to manipulate others. But as rain heavily soaked two fresh graves, rumors quickly spread that the Egan Merchant Guild was completely finished. Lenny stood there in silence as the crowd gossiped about how both owners were dead, leaving that young commoner girl as the new guild leader. She bit her lip and stayed completely silent. No matter how smart she is, they whispered she is just a child who can't achieve anything, though Jackson did all right for a commoner. The rumors buzzed in her ears about finding another merchant, making her grip her umbrella tightly as she realized these nobles did not care about her family's tragic death at all. Of course, they didn't. They never cared about a guild built on blood and sweat, only what it could offer them. All they cared about was shiny gold, so she decided she would never trust anyone again, believing that gold was the only reliable thing and that even trust itself could be bought with it. She had buried her own self-worth under piles of gold, wondering if she had become just like them and believing that the incident at the party had forever broken her spirit. But was that night truly the reason she had turned out this way? Looking back now, she wonders what kind of person Noah really was back then as she ran straight toward the carriage. The white hair outside caught her attention. As soon as she looked over, her tears began to fall. The person standing right out there was Noah from her past. Back then, the twins stood in the distance, watching with amusement. They looked incredibly smug, but Noah never actually wanted to do that. She actually knew that Noah did not get along with the inferior siblings, and they were standing right behind him back then. That was why he acted so cold, fearing they would make things difficult for her. Yet she kept telling herself it was all Noah's fault, and that he was the reason she started hiding her true self. Thinking of this, she bit her lip, realizing she only believed what she wanted to believe despite knowing the truth. She raised her head, softly whispering Noah's name. The memories made Eleanor tremble, realizing that in the past, present, and future, she had always believed a lie. She believed Noah von Reinhafer was evil, but as her hands channeled healing energy, she felt she could not hold on much longer. Her tears dripped onto his face as she cried out that she had not even thanked him yet, begging him to wake up. Eleanor bowed her head, pleading for him to wake up. Gritting her teeth, she sent a desperate signal to Sean, begging him to help save Noah von Reinhafer. The desperate plea echoed silently inside Sean's mind. Suddenly, Eleanor realized something was wrong because Sean was not responding to her call at all. A sudden terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could Sean be in grave danger as well? Surrounded by nothing but endless white snow, there was no one left to save them. Eleanor clenched her fists, overcome with regret for never thanking Noah or Sean when she had the chance. Was she really going to die like this? She sobbed, begging Noah once more to open his eyes. Suddenly, a series of heavy tremors shook the ground. She looked up in alarm, wondering what massive beast had arrived. Hearing the rustling of something unimaginably massive nearby, she felt a terrible premonition and quickly grabbed the heavy cloak to cover his shoulders. Eleanor carefully draped the cloak over Noah's shoulders. She struggled to lift him up, knowing that just the two of them stood no chance and their defensive artifact would soon become completely useless. A massive claw ripped through the air, instantly shattering the solid ground right behind them. The intense shockwave blew their cloak completely away. A deep booming voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "I see." The dragon roared, its glowing eyes locking onto them. It demanded to know she was the one whose magic had awakened it. Aziz seemed to sense the disturbance from afar. She flapped her massive wings, soaring toward the source. Clinging tightly to her back, Ned grumbled and asked what was wrong, but Aziz only replied that the signal had stopped. Stunned by her words, he could only ask what she meant. As Aziz sped up, she warned that Noah von Reinhafer's heart had stopped. Seeing this, Eleanor warily took a step back. A massive dragon. Dragons were legendary mythical beings of immense wisdom, but she had heard terrifying tales of far more sinister beasts among them. Cruel monsters that devoured humans just to steal their precious mana. Thinking back made her shiver as the dragon glared with pure lethal hostility. Even so, she desperately tried to drag him towards safety. Eleanor carefully propped Noah up against the cliff, knowing the beast's target was clearly him. She steels her resolve, knowing she was never born with raw magical talent and her mana reserves are nothing special. Looking at her hand, she realizes there is absolutely no way she awakened the dragon. It must have reacted to his mana instead. His voice echoes in her mind, asking if she truly thought he would abandon her. Stepping forward with determination, Eleanor speaks up, thanking him for saving her. As the massive ice dragon exhales freezing cold breath, Eleanor resolves to protect him this time. She holds her head high, boldly claiming that she summoned the beast. The dragon rolls its massive eyes, scanning her and calling it strange. The giant ice dragon firmly dismisses her, stating she completely lacks that incredibly high level of mana. But Eleanor stubbornly stands her ground, insisting she is just completely exhausted after spending every last drop of her mana. Sniffing the air, the giant dragon scoffs, saying her magical mana is still intact and that it has been ages since he tasted such incredibly mysterious energy. A chill runs down Eleanor's spine as the dragon accuses her of hiding something. The giant white dragon slowly continues, pointing out that this frozen land of Winter Bridge is only inhabited by weak beasts with trash mana. Since he finally found a decent meal, there is absolutely no way he will walk away. Clinging to a sliver of hope, she believes the principal or other professors might still come to save them, so she must buy as much time as possible. Her fist clenches tightly at her side as her determination hardens. Realizing she still has so many things she wants to say to Nox, Eleanor firmly declares that she won't back down either. The dragon opens its massive maw, releasing energy to force her to talk. She immediately raises her hands to unleash a brilliant crimson fire, but the dragon's massive ice claws easily tear right through the thick smoke. The beast's heavy feet crush the surrounding rubble. Eleanor clutches her wounded arm and retreats as the dragon reminds her once again that she is not his target. Blood slowly drips down onto her boot, yet she fiercely refuses to step aside. With an unyielding look on her face, Eleanor vows that she will not yield. Hearing this, the dragon laughs at her sheer foolishness, finding humans deeply amusing, and decides he has no choice but to end her. With its massive claw hovering right in front of her, the beast tells her she has no choice but to die and curse her own stupidity. Just then, Nox's body begins to move. Nox von Engel, the new name he acquired in this foreign world, as his blurry silhouette slowly comes into focus. At that moment, his face is filled with complete shock. No, that name once belonged to someone else. It is a name that he had stolen. And now he has gradually grown used to playing this role perfectly. After all this crazy drama, he has crossed paths with countless people in this world. Yet the more Noah achieves, the deeper his profound sense of loneliness gnaws at him. Right in front of him, the glowing computer screen serves as a constant reminder of the truth. He remains tormented, entirely unable to escape the lingering shadow of his real name. While Yoo Chan drifts at the edge of the world, he wonders who he truly is and why he possessed this body. Exhausted, he leans back and rests his head against the chair. The space around him leaves him completely bewildered. Wait, where is this? On the screen, the chat application is still running. The keys begin typing letters all on their own. A complete sentence appears on the screen asking Yoo Chan who he thinks he is, and immediately follows it up by stating he is nothing but no, leaving his face utterly blank with shock. Suddenly, the strange space around him begins to warp. That mysterious voice keeps echoing everywhere, declaring that Yoo Chan is no, and no is indeed Yoo Chan. Nox's face shifts. Once again, they are both the same person. Feathers drift through the air as the computer screen slowly fades. His only child, a hand reaches up, clenching into a tight fist. He is Yoo Chan, and he is also Nox. They are both the same person. So that is how it is. With no more doubts weighing him down, he realizes this name belonged to him from the very beginning. A faint smile plays on his lips. He was never an imposter wearing someone else's skin. He is Nox von Reinhafer. Yoo Chan and Nox, believing they were two different people, was the only reason his heart kept wavering like this. For Yoo Chan, the sheer uncertainty of it all was what broke him the most. His memories of life as Hojang were just an empty void, never truly real. Had he simply been tossed into another world for a brief moment? Welcome back was that the cryptic message the letter wanted to tell him. Step by step, his feet carried him forward toward the light. With the quiet figure of Nox standing in the void, the entire grand plan finally became clear as day. Looking back at how alien it all felt, he had sometimes despised the character of Nox, because here he could feel the warmth of people he had desperately yearned for. Talia stood beside him, smiling as always. Though everyone called Nox a useless fool, he possessed far more than Yoo Chan ever did. A persistent voice kept whispering in his ear, reminding him that Yoo Chan was Nox and Nox was Yoo Chan. They were one and the same. Nox looked up, breathing a sigh of relief. Since all of this belonged to him anyway, he would gladly accept it, even his own infamous reputation. He closed his eyes, feeling the power and resolving to use it to survive at all costs, just as Acid had advised. A brilliant light enveloped his heart. To master the dragon's breath, he had to unlock his lower dantian and circulate his mana. A smirk tugged at his lips. Normally, that required entering his own inner spiritual world, but he had already crossed into his inner world long ago. His room remained in absolute silence, the shared inner world of both Hojang and Nox. By unlocking his lower dantian, he could overcome any punishment and rise again. As energy surged through his body, there was a heavy catch. To unseal that power, he had to completely halt all vital signs, including his breath. With that heavy thought, he closed his eyes again. In other words, he had to wager his very life. His body plunged into a freefall through the void, but none of that mattered to him anymore. He let himself drift deeper, allowing his consciousness to fade away entirely. Player's heart will stop beating in 3 seconds. Player's heart will stop beating in 2 seconds. Player's heart will stop beating in 1 second. A beam of light flashed in the dark void, and Elena's breathing grew frantic. Watching her, the ice dragon sighed mockingly, asking if she was still stubbornly holding on. The beast looked down at her with a hint of pity, knowing she had no strength left to dodge. A cold bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. It was true, she did not have an ounce of strength left. Lying on the blood-soaked ground, Elena realized she was about to die. Elena hung her head, telling herself that she could not give up until her very last breath. Closing her eyes, she sent out a silent message, whispering a farewell to Sean, even though he could not hear her. As the giant ice dragon threw back its head to gather its devastating energy, Elena silently thanked Sean for always protecting her, deeply regretting that she could only say goodbye this way. Her lips trembled as she whispered a final plea, begging Sean to make sure he survived. Blinding light surged from the beast's open maw, sealing her final desperate wish. Suddenly, a familiar voice shattered the air, declaring it was far too early for her to say goodbye like that, as a figure leaped in front of her. Elena did not recognize him yet, crying out for Sean to wait. Only then did it sink in, leaving her, calling him a complete fool. A red light suddenly flashed from the necklace around her neck. She stared down in utter confusion, wondering why her pendant was suddenly reacting like this. She raised her head to look up, completely baffled as to why. She could not understand how the pendant she had given to Sean was now reacting to Nox. A sudden realization struck her as she stared at his silhouette. Their silhouettes seemed to merge into one. He was actually Sean all along. The pendant began to glow, violently pulsing with an intense power. Sparks erupted, wrapping around his body and completely enveloping Nox in their warmth. He murmured an apology for deceiving her, adding they would catch up later. A giant monstrous eye suddenly materialized in the sky. A confident smile played on his lips. Gripping his sword tightly, he warned the beast that it was best to keep quiet. Immense power surged through Nox's body as he unleashed the first stance of his moonlight sword style. The ice dragon finally realizes that he was indeed the one who woke it from its slumber. He pays no attention, calmly stepping forward to unleash Moonlight Sword Form 2 Full Moon. With his first step, Nox launches himself into the air, complaining about the beast waking up just to cause trouble. Stunned, the giant dragon swings its massive head to follow his movement. The sword in Nox's grip is already primed to strike. He charges headfirst toward the ice dragon, screaming for the beast to die. Razor-sharp slashes tear through the air as he executes Moonlight Sword Form 3 Moon Slash. The dragon can only throw its head back, roaring in agonizing pain. The explosive pressure radiating from him makes it incredibly difficult for Eleanor to hold her ground. She wonders what those glowing red eyes and that pitch-black flame could possibly be. He grows even fiercer in combat, leaving her confused as to how he even woke up from being unconscious. To adapt to the dragon's breath, a warm light envelopes his heart, meaning he has to open his lower core to let mana flow freely. Sinking deep into his subconscious, he recalls the cost of releasing this power. He must stop every bodily function, even his very breath. Closing his eyes, Nox feels the void, fully accepting the risk of his own death. His mind fades into darkness right up until the pendant begins to emit a brilliant glow. A sudden surge of raw energy erupts from the necklace. It channels a mysterious power, revealing itself to be the fire spirit's pendant. He quickly recognizes the artifact. It allows him to summon a fire spirit with its strength depending on his current mana. She always carried this precious keepsake from her mother. Even though Eleanor meant to give it to Nox's game character, he is still incredibly grateful to her. Reaching out for the pendant, he realizes it can form a contract with a mid-tier fire spirit. A smirk plays on his lips. He refuses the offer, and honestly, who would waste a legendary artifact on a mid-tier spirit? Nox confidently demands the Spirit King itself to show up instead. He has already made his choice, willing to sacrifice his own lifespan to make this happen. A system alert rings out, warning him that summoning a higher-tier spirit will heavily drain his vitality. Despite the risk of death, a prompt appears asking if he wishes to proceed. He is thrilled at the prospect of gaining magic strong enough to slay dragons. Summoning the Fire Spirit King is a massive gamble, but he initiates the process anyway. His heart pounds violently inside his chest. He is about to forge a direct contract with Ifrit. A final system warning flashes. The player must sacrifice a massive portion of their lifespan, and death is highly likely. The system asks if he still wants to proceed with the contract. Without hesitating for a single second, he hits confirm. From the blazing crimson flames, a booming voice asks if he is the summoner. The fire slowly condenses, taking the shape of a beautiful woman. She chuckles with amusement, questioning if a mere human really has the audacity to demand a contract with the great Fire Spirit King. She warns him that forging a bond with her might require him to surrender absolutely everything he owns in this world. Nox cuts her off boldly, stating that she is actually the one who wants him. He points out that his magic is already immense enough to summon the Ice Dragon. Furthermore, thanks to his brutal training, his fire resistance has reached a level that cannot even be compared to before. With his youth and limitless growth potential, he knows he is exactly the kind of contractor that someone of her caliber would favor. The Fire Spirit King has always enjoyed punishing wicked demons. Legends even say she took great pleasure in hunting them down alongside Solomon. He declares that their goals align perfectly, which is to completely wipe out all 72 demons. A sly smile spreads across her face as she asks how much of his life he is willing to offer. He gets straight to the point, offering her only 10 days. She immediately frowns, complaining that such a tiny amount is nowhere near enough. Nox raises his voice to clarify, stating he will give her everything and keep only 10 days for himself. This genuinely amuses her, as it has been ages since she last met someone so incredibly bold. She smiles, asking for her new contractor's name. Standing tall, he proudly proclaims his name as Nox von Reinhafer. Her fiery presence begins to wrap around him as the contract officially seals. Purple lightning surges through his body, marking the start of their epic contract. The realization slowly spreads through every vein on his face, until a system notification pops up before him. The player's lifespan is dropping rapidly as crimson sparks drill deep into space. Right then, the dragon's massive wound begins to bleed. The ice dragon warily backs away, demanding to know how someone like him could possess such immense power. Pointing his sword straight at the beast, he can't understand how a common lizard like this obtains such strength. The ice dragon's eyes narrow as its voice drops, "How dare you!" Immediately after, it opens its massive jaws and roars, "You will not die a peaceful death." Giant blocks of ice rain down from the sky, hurtling forward. Nox quickly dodges the incoming attacks, knowing he must become much stronger. Gripping his sword tight, he dashes forward, shouting that the beast will become his nourishment. The ice dragon stomps its foot, raising sharp pillars of ice from the ground. Nox swings his sword, shattering them all to pieces. He then builds momentum and leaps high. Seeing this, the beast freezes for a split second. Chilling air surges from its jaws as it snaps. "This is the end for you, tiny sparrow." Power gathers around the sword in his hand as he yells, "Die." A sudden smirk plays on his lips as he wonders how much his lifespan will increase this time. The dragon's massive mouth remains wide open. Now the ice dragon's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. How can a mere human possess such strength? Clenching his teeth, Nox swings his blade down with full force. Sharp slashes rip across the dragon's body as he unleashes the third form Moonlight Sword Moon Slash. The ice dragon only has time to let out a single agonizing shriek. Nox lifts his head, trying to observe his surroundings. They are completely enclosed in a giant sphere. The dragon's severed head drops right at his feet. A barrage of notifications floods the screen, congratulating him on defeating a dragon for the first time. His mana bar increases permanently by 0.5, and the Dark Flame Ring adds 170 days. He has obtained various items made from dragon materials. He has acquired the legendary title of Dragon Slayer. Seeing this, Nox lets out a soft, relieved smile. Faint, quiet sounds begin to echo from within the giant sphere. He lowers his head, muttering under his breath, "Fool." Reaching out his hand to grab the sphere, he mutters that the stubborn fool acted noble only to get caught. With those words, Ritz walks away, muttering that staying quiet like the rest would have been much better. He stops in his tracks as he reaches his destination. Whatever, it does not matter anymore. Standing before a massive crystal, he whispers that the Abyss Lord will soon be resurrected. Among the 72 demons of the abyss, this devil is feared for his unique sound-based magic. A smirk crawls up Ritz's face. He never expected to encounter such a magnificent entity. A powerful energy radiates from it. Since the sealing stone is secure, his master must be close to regaining full power. When that day finally comes, when that happens, they will not just destroy Nox von Reinhafer, but Lang von Trinity as well. And Loom was there too. A massive hand reaches out from the pitch-black darkness. Heavy iron chains begin to pull incredibly tight. The surface of the stone suddenly cracks open as the heavy iron chains squeeze even tighter, and a hazy, mysterious figure slowly begins to materialize right behind them. Who dares to awaken me from my slumber? His expression immediately darkens with pure, visible rage. His dark, heavy pressure grows thicker by the second. Seeing this immense power, Sitch quickly drops to his knees, greeting the almighty Lord Abyss. The Lord looks around and acknowledges that Sitch is quite useful before demanding to know where Grand Duke Bael and Agares are. Sitch bows and softly delivers the bad news, apologizing that they failed to gather all the soul fragments, which means Grand Duke Bael's resurrection will take much longer than expected, while Grand Duke Agares' current location remains completely lost to them. Lord Abyss remains completely unfazed by the news, calmly stating that their ultimate goal will never change. Among the 72 demons of Solomon, the first 3 Grand Dukes stand at the absolute top. The demon faction aims to resurrect their master, unleashing the demon realm to plunge the human world into pure hell. The shattered fragments still bear his dark, haunting silhouette. To bring their Dark Lord back to life, they must track down every single soul fragment lost during the ancient Eastern War. With his eyes gleaming with sudden determination, Sitch realized that to pull this off, the remaining Grand Dukes must be awakened as quickly as humanly possible. As darkness slowly wraps around the earth, he whispers that the end is drawing near. Meanwhile, a game notification suddenly pops up before Noah, announcing his brand new Dragon Slayer title. Noah raises his head and exhales a quiet sigh. That was incredibly close. A sudden movement behind makes him turn around in surprise, realizing he only survived this ordeal thanks to the fire spirit pendant Eleanor had gifted him. Suddenly, a pair of arms wraps tightly around him from behind. Confused by the embrace, Noah softly calls Eleanor's name. He gently tries to break free from her grip, telling Eleanor to let him put her down so they can talk. With her refusing to let go, Noah can only sigh in defeat. A soft, trembling voice whispers in his ear, saying she is sorry. With her arms still squeezing tight, he gently asks what she is apologizing for. Eleanor buries her head and confesses, apologizing for looking down on him and trying to hate him for so long. With her face buried deep in his back, she apologizes for absolutely everything. Only then does Noah realize his shocking truth. Wait, is Eleanor actually crying right now? He still clearly remembers her usual cold, distant demeanor. Is this really the proud golden fox Eleanor? Feeling incredibly flustered, Noah gently tells her that she did nothing wrong, adding that he should be the one apologizing for keeping her in the dark about Sion, but Eleanor quickly cuts him off, begging him to stop apologizing. She finally lets go, whispering that she knows he did it to help her, leaving a confused Noah to turn around. The moment he faces her, his eyes widen in complete shock. Eleanor's face is completely covered in heavy tears. Noah mutters that she cries more than he expected, prompting her to quickly wipe her face and tell him to pretend he saw nothing. Noah looks at her with a thoughtful gaze, realizing this raw emotion is completely genuine, as he had only expected her eyes to be slightly teary at most. Deep down, Noah realizes that Eleanor was genuinely terrified of losing him and actually cried for his sake. As her tears continue to fall, he admits he never expected this, thinking she only saw him as a business partner. A moment later, Eleanor finally finds her voice, asking why he helped her, and if it was just out of pure kindness, wondering if he really does not hate her. But Noah simply stands tall and claims he has no idea what she means. She reaches out to grab his coat, pleading with him not to dodge her question. The vulnerable girl inside her resurfaces as she begs him not to abandon her again like he did at that fateful meeting. Desperately, she asks if he can just admit that he does not hate her. After a brief silence, Noah finally admits there is absolutely no reason. A gentle, warm smile plays on his lips as he tells Eleanor that he could never hate her. Her face instantly froze in confusion. Nox had already walked ahead, leaving her behind. Standing so close to the dangerous ice dragon's corpse was highly risky. A quiet silence fell over the area, and a moment later Ellen's face flushed bright red as she wondered what she had just done. Embarrassed, she covered her cheeks. Shocked Nox saw her shameful side. Endless thoughts swirled in her mind as tears suddenly welled up, streaming down her cheeks before she even realized what was happening. Looking at his broad back right in front of her, somehow standing behind him made her feel warm. A very faint sound echoed nearby, instantly putting her on high alert. She assumed they were harvesting the fallen ice dragon's corpse. Noah, focus on absorbing the energy into your palms. We need to carefully harvest 10 materials from this ice dragon. A sudden laugh in the distance caught Noah's attention. He looked over in confusion, asking what was wrong. Elena stood there with a radiant smile, noting that even in this crazy situation he never changed. They resumed their walk with her attitude fully shifted as she told them to follow her. Noah silently pondered, sensing two incredibly powerful demonic auras radiating from this exact direction. With that thought, he turned his gaze toward the horizon. Continuing forward meant risking a direct clash with them while the other two kept up their search on the far side. Walking behind him, Elena felt anxious, though Noah's heart was beating again while the dragons had finally stopped. Deep down, she still wondered if this was actually real. It felt utterly unbelievable, but considering he had already defeated several Grand Duke-level demons from the 72 Pillars, slaying a massive dragon did not seem like much of a surprise anymore. After a long pause, she asked Azrith if she believed Noah had defeated the beast alone. Azrith slowly replied that if he had fully mastered Dragon's Breath and unlocked his lower Dantian, it was entirely possible. Reflecting on that, Azrith calmly added that he would have had to use sheer willpower to stop his heart and forcefully enter his inner consciousness. She seemed completely confident in him. Slaying the massive ice dragon was inevitable if he truly did that, and hearing this, Elena felt a wave of relief wash over her. Still, endless questions filled her mind. How could an ordinary human stop their own heart to reach such a state? Placing her hand against her chest, she knew she could never accomplish a crazy feat like that. At that very moment, two figures sat together on a withered tree. Looking around at the desolate landscape, he wondered where Noah had found the absolute resolve to take such a risk. The two continued to sit side by side in silence. A sudden rustling made him raise his head. Azrith's imposing figure quickly came into view. She slowly descended, landing gracefully in an open clearing. The powerful downdraft from her massive wings sent snow swirling wildly. Elena spoke up first, welcoming her arrival. Noah quickly jumped down, asking if everyone was safe. Elena rushed forward to thank Noah for coming to their rescue, smiling as she admitted that things could have turned incredibly dangerous without his help. Seeing her warm smile, Noah silently noted that she had finally returned to her normal self. Azrith finally spoke up, asking if the dragon's breath technique was successful. Noah quickly confirmed it. She nodded in satisfaction, adding that stopping one's own heart was a stunt only a total madman would pull. His expression remained entirely unbothered, replying that staying safe was all that mattered even if she was quite a handful. After a brief silence, Noah shared his theory, asking if Professor Ole was behind everything. They had nothing to hide. It was true, Professor Ole was a demon, though he was nothing particularly special in the grand scheme of things. Her face turned incredibly cold as she spat out that those pesky insects dared to interfere in her business. Seeing the tension rise, she interrupted, saying that was enough, and since everyone was utterly exhausted, they should head back. Azrith then turned her back to them, gesturing to climb on. Elena's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, unable to grasp that she was actually meeting Adi, one of the legendary four great sages. Seeing her majestic dragon form in person was absolutely mind-blowing. Azrith strictly reminded Elena that she must keep her true identity a closely guarded secret, to which Elena immediately agreed, saying she understood completely. By then, Noah had easily climbed up first. He reached out his hand to Elena, telling her to take his hand so he could help her up. Elena stared at his outstretched hand, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she took his hand and thanked him as she settled in. Noah called out loudly that everyone was safely on board. Azrith's wings spread wide as she announced it was time to depart. With that, she took off into the sky, carrying them back. And just like that, they made it safely back to the academy. Something bad had clearly happened. Had Ellen really been expelled from the Merchant Guild, just like the rumors claimed? Whispers erupted all around as people muttered that even the nobles had turned their backs on her. They wondered how such a thing could have happened, and the rumors grew louder with claims that the royal family had completely cut her off. Then she turned around, utterly shocked. Ellen clenched her hands tightly around her shirt. Quickly regaining her composure, her gentle voice echoed softly in his ears as she admitted that she had already anticipated something like this would happen, especially back when she had first asked him for his protection. Standing quietly among the crowd, she noted that the high nobles had already begun turning their backs on her. Even so, Ellen kept a bright smile, insisting that everything was perfectly fine now. Turning to walk away with a relaxed stride, she declared that anyone expecting her to back down easily was dead wrong, and she would never let anyone steal what was rightfully hers. Nox stood there silently, watching her go, relieved to see her looking so resolute rather than devastated by the news. But wait, things get crazy as the images of Rick and Louis flash in his mind, knowing exactly how this ends. With Rick and the First Prince in play, now was the absolute perfect time to draw up a plan to pressure them. A gentle hand touched her shoulder, reminding her that a crisis could also be a great opportunity. Stepping up beside her, he spoke in a soft tone, reassuring her to keep calm. She smiled and nodded in response, saying she would put her trust in him. Night eventually fell over the massive and quiet estate. Zitri stood before him with a very serious look, addressing young Master Nox. She spoke with a hint of worry, asking what kind of trouble he had gotten into to cause such chaos. Hearing her, he slowly walked inside, suggesting she should at least ask about his health first. Her eyes widened in pure shock as she asked if he was feeling unwell. His tired voice trailed off as he admitted having a fever. Zitri immediately grew anxious, telling him to bathe and rest and asking if he could manage alone. Nox slowly took off his outer coat, replying that he probably could. Deep down, however, he realized that staying in the freezing cold for so long had completely drained every ounce of his physical energy. Suddenly, a gentle hand firmly grabbed him by the shoulder. Left with no other choice, she smiled warmly and offered to help wash his upper body. Nox could barely react in time, quickly shouting for her to wait. She simply grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Her face showed absolutely no emotion as she flatly told him to go wash up thoroughly. Immediately after the door closed. Moments later, Nox sat soaking comfortably in the warm water, thinking how highly unusual this situation was. Shaking off the thought, he swiped to open the system window. This time, his chronic illness did not flare up as often despite his cursed trait. Nox decided to check his newly acquired title first. The notification screen immediately displayed the basic info title: Dragon Slayer rank, advanced attribute, ice gear restrictions, none. Special effect. Adds 30% damage to ice magic and swordsmanship. He silently read through all the details, verifying that the massive 30% damage boost would indeed apply to both his ice magic and his combat swordplay. Nox clenched his fist, trying to feel it. Due to his cold limbs trait, he had not fully mastered it yet, but with proper training, it would be incredibly useful. His eyes flickered with deep thought as he realized a 30% damage buff was absolutely insane. A memory of Ritter crossed his mind, and he figured he should learn the frost swordplay from him later. Nox leaned his head back to relax, knowing he desperately needed rest, since exhaustion was the root of all trouble. Outside the building, the warm glow of sunset was fading away. Ellen sat at the table looking dazed, unable to believe rumors were spreading that the royal family wanted to cut ties. Her finger tapped softly against the wood, thinking that no matter how hard the royals tried to suppress her family guild, her face remained completely expressionless, wondering if things would really be that easy. After all, a massive merchant guild with such colossal wealth could not be easily crushed by the kingdom. What would happen if this merchant guild took its massive capital and fled to another nation? Not only the wealthy, but even master artisans from various industries would follow that money and leave. If that happens, tax revenues will plummet, and the country's power will completely collapse. Helenon's eyes narrowed slightly at the thought. Perhaps it wasn't Princess Nelby after all. If it were, she would have dismantled the Eggy clan much more cautiously. He highly doubts she would ever harbor such deep malice. His hand suddenly freezes midair. There's only one logical conclusion left. The face of Louis von Ahen comes to mind. This is clearly the first prince's doing. Ellen immediately stands up. Even so, she has no intention of backing down. Most importantly, everything Adrian once said is still deeply engraved in her mind, so she tries to keep calm. Remembering his words brings a soft smile to her lips, and she realizes she has no intention of giving up. Her cheeks instantly blush a bright pink. The memory of Adrian from back then flashes before her. The way he gritted his teeth while facing the ice dragon. Arwen had stood there completely mesmerized for a very long time. Her eyes were wide, completely locked on him, unable to look away. His towering figure was still right there in her line of sight. Back then, Adrian even had a slight smirk playing on his lips. Recalling that moment now makes Arwen blush, looking incredibly beautiful. A torrential downpour washes over the quiet, dense forest. Two figures walk slowly, hidden behind the thick canopy of trees. After walking a while, the elf suddenly speaks up. Humans are truly dangerous. They are getting stronger by the day. His formidable power demands our attention. Among them, the Von Elf Kingdom could easily grow as dangerous as the 7 sages of the 6 lands. We must eliminate both him and Adrian Leonberger immediately, because they are becoming a massive threat to our ultimate plans. Adrian coldly flips a few gold coins in his hand. Rick bows his head and listens with absolute focus. Seeing all of this, Abyss lets a dark smile curl up on his lips. All just to revive her. The entire grand mansion lies silent under the dark blanket of night. Adrian sits in his chair, lost in quiet contemplation. Looks like this matter will keep him pretty busy for a while. His eyes lock onto a single spot. He made it back alive, but this third chapter is still far from over. Half of the EG Merchant Guild has already fallen into Rick's hands, even though Adrian has returned safe and sound. But the current situation is incredibly dangerous, and the royal family's involvement is the biggest headache of all. The most irritating part is the first prince, who directly opposed him and is now acting as a constant threat. If the royal family starts to crack down on the Ella family in earnest, it will lead to an all-out war. Unless one side yields, the conflict will just keep escalating. Adrian's brow furrows slightly. This is likely exactly what Rick is aiming for. To keep these people in check, they need real power, a backing strong enough to restrain Prince Louis. The door behind him suddenly swings open. Did you come to find me? Princess Bernelpi steps inside, getting straight to the point. Is it because you want to keep my brother in check? Even though Adrian has lost some of his military forces, that is only a temporary setback. The most critical factors to reclaim power are capital and strong leadership. Who could possibly possess both of those things? Holding the deciding scale in her hands is none other than Adrian, the legendary merchant and gold fox. With footsteps drawing closer, Adrian answers, "Yes, please, lend me your incredible strength." He is lost in deep calculation afterward. If they join forces, he can easily orchestrate the downfall of the first prince, restore the EG Merchant Guild, and perfectly balance the power dynamics among all factions. She flatly cuts him off. "I am sorry, but I do not like this offer," her lips curving into a smug smile. What Adrian cannot help but feel completely shocked. Why would she reject such a perfect proposal? Who else could possibly be her financial backing? The more he thinks, the less he understands. Has she already joined hands with Prince Louis? At this point, Bernelpi speaks up once more, asking another woman to help a direct competitor in marriage is a bit bad manners. Do you not think? A heavy silence quickly fills the room once again. Adrian is taken aback and gasps out, "What?" He closely studies her reaction. Fortunately, it seems she is just playing, but even as a joke, her words still carry a pretty heavy threat to his plans. Bernelpi opposite him sips her tea in leisure. Honestly, she should probably drop her title of the benevolent princess. She gently sets her cup down anyway. "I understand your proposal now, as well as the logic behind your judgment." Pausing for a moment, Bernelpi continues, "Since we need to keep the Merchant Guild tied to Prince Louis in check, I assume you think it is best for our faction to ally with the Eli Merchant Guild." Her expression remains completely unbothered, but you have realized it too, right, that Adrian does not support the royal family at all. A critical question is raised. What possible reason is there to form an alliance with her? She gathers a select group of people for a meeting. Ellen recently rebelled openly against the royal family at massive merchants' assembly. Ellen absolutely detests war. Deep down, she harbors a profound skepticism toward the entire empire. She believes that if the Ahan Empire continues to exist, a final era of war is inevitable. She also judges that Princess Nelby lacks the necessary qualities to prevent this disaster. Concluding that countless lives will be lost anyway, her plan is to abandon the nation. Instead, she wants to find a way for the people to survive together. With snacks carefully prepared, she realizes this might be the smartest choice after all. Her face reflects in the water. Of course, Princess Nelby will not see things that way. Even for the Li Merchant Guild, disrupting the royal hierarchy is absolutely unacceptable under any circumstances. That is likely why everyone within her own circles starts turning their backs on Ellen. The power struggle between Princess Nelby, Prince Louis, and Ellen reaches its peak. The demon Ando Sen begins building his forces in earnest. He is a monster far too powerful to handle, awakening countless demons to revive the legendary three and throw everything into chaos. Rick's shadow enters the picture as well. He likely played a key role in orchestrating the collusion with the Void Merchant Guild. If they don't eliminate Rick, now things will get much worse. To stop this, Nelby and Ellen must join forces. Nelby suddenly frowns in frustration, wondering why a clever fox like Ellen would make an enemy of the royal family. Facing her directly, Noe explains that it is the only way to put the first prince's mind at ease. His voice echoes through the night, explaining that Ellen is ultimately just worried about the citizens' safety. Otherwise, she could easily align with another nation to restrain the Ahan Empire. Ellen sits quietly by the window. She simply cannot bring herself to abandon the land she grew up in and its people. The disaster caused by the foolish emperor only deepens the factional conflict between the nobles and commoners. Yet Ellen refuses to give up. By running her guild, she actively works to ease the tension between both sides. After a brief pause, he softly adds that the princess already knows she has no other choice. Clenching her skirt in anxiety, Nelby finally admits that she knows her own influence is still too weak. He is right. She has no real power and cannot escape this situation on her own. She must rely on someone. Nelby's shoulders tense up as she asks Noe von Reinhafer why a member of the Shadow Clan is helping her. Her voice fades, reminding him that he promised not to support anyone. He cuts her off, stating that while he still supports no faction, he does believe in the nation he lives in and its people. Finally, he emphasizes in a low tone that this is why he hopes the Ahan Empire will not fall. Nelby looks deeply anxious. Ellen will not help them either. Just as he said, she will think allying with another nation is the better option. A sudden sound nearby startles her out of her thoughts. No smiles and looks toward the door, noting the absolutely perfect timing. A calm voice echoes, "Your Highness Lady Ellen has arrived and says she has an urgent matter to discuss." Ellen is already waiting. Nelby tells them to let her in. Stepping inside, Ellen smiles and says she has something important to discuss. She boldly promises to get straight to the point, offering her help to Princess Nelby. Ellen's voice echoes through the space. The princess must already know that the Li Merchant Guild has split into two factions. They claim the people's side is divided, but her own influence remains far stronger. She is the prominent representative and the one who actually manages the guild. When anyone mentions the Merchant Guild, the Golden Fox is the first thing they think of. Ellen pauses and lowers her voice, noting that Prince Louis must be eliminated. Nelby then steps behind Noe and asks what her conditions are. A smirk plays on Ellen's lips as she notes that given the royal family's current state, she cannot demand much. Then she makes her proposal break off the engagement. Nelby gasps in pure shock at the demand. Even No's face goes completely blank for a moment. Ellen ignores their reactions and continues, demanding the cancellation of the engagement with No Von and Faye in exchange for her full support. Panic rises in No's chest. What is Ellen trying to pull? He wonders if she is attempting to suppress the Shadow Clan while securing the princess's backing. Does she plan to weaken the Shadow Clan from within to expand her merchant guild? Her confident expression suggests otherwise, leaving him certain that something is terribly wrong. Penelope finally speaks up after a long silence, wondering what to do since Nox is not some object. Those words only make Nox worry even more. Why on earth does the princess have that expression? Time is ticking fast, and they absolutely need Eleanor's help right now. Hesitating, she asks if the Reinhafer family is really that important to her. Eleanor just sighs and calmly replies that she does not care about the Reinhafer family. Then she suddenly leans in close to his ear, whispering that she only cares about the region of Nox von Reinhafer. Louis looks pretty skeptical, pointing out that claiming to support him while simultaneously trying to steal his region is a complete contradiction. Nox shuddered slightly at her next words. He wanted to know what her goal was and what kind of profit she expected to gain from this deal. The questions kept piling up. Why on earth is the House of Rivalin showing so much interest in Nox von Reinhafer? A playful smirk spread across Eleanor's face as she narrowed her eyes, admitting that she had actually started to desire him. Both of them stood there completely frozen, prompting her to declare she would take him for herself. It took a while for him to gasp out a shocked what. Outside, Echidna pressed her ear to the door to eavesdrop. Inside, Eleanor's voice continued, making the atmosphere extremely tense as she declared that she did not care about his family since the only one she wanted was Nox himself. He wondered what she was even talking about. After all, did she not actually hate him? Sitting opposite them, Talia maintained a calm smile while extending her offer. She pointed out that this would allow him to escape being a mere pawn of the royal family, which was actually a fantastic deal for him. Hearing this, Talia could not help but furrow her brows. Eleanor's words were entirely true. The existence of even more powerful demons remained shrouded in complete mystery. If he drew too much attention to himself, those creatures would undoubtedly crush him to pieces, and that was exactly why he had to move with absolute caution. He reminded himself that a flashy title like the princess's fiancé would only bring him endless danger. Nox glanced toward Talia, thinking it might be better to accept Eleanor's help for now, though he still had no idea why she was going to such lengths for him. After a long silence, Talia finally spoke up, agreeing to the terms on one condition. She is completely satisfied with the proposal, as long as Nox is the one who makes the final choice. Honestly, watching everyone fight over him is wild, and his next move will change everything. The scene suddenly shifts to a dark, gloomy room. "Let me out," Olin screams in fury. Someone approaches and asks if the man actually knows who he is. Recognizing the voice, Olin instantly panics, demanding to know how a filthy demon worshipper like Nox von Reinhafer could still be alive and back from the dead when he was supposed to have perished there. Nox calmly waves his hand, replying that it is none of his business. With that, he lunges forward and punches Olin square in the face, saying the man needs a good beating first. "Answer my questions right now. I already know you serve those filthy demons, so do not even think about playing games with me." Even with his battered face, Olin still sneers at the low-ranking academy student. Hearing this, Nox lets out a low, menacing growl, clenching his fist tight to intimidate him. "If you refuse to answer, you will get beaten far worse." Terrified, Olin stammers that a noble knight would never stoop so low as to beat a defenseless prisoner like this. A dull thud echoes along with Nox's cold command to just grit his teeth and take it, leaving the battered man trembling in absolute terror. Nox stands across from him, stretching his body with a wicked smile that makes him look like a true devil. He begins his interrogation, asking about the village where Amdusias and Rick set up their base. Olan gasps in pure shock. Nox immediately shifts his tone, promising to ease the pain if the man tells him exactly where Pandemonium is. A demonic face flashes on screen as Olin explains that Pandemonium is the sanctuary where all the demons gather. To them, it represents conquest, while to humanity, it is the battleground where the war of extermination begins. He continues to explain that since the location of Pandemonium is completely randomized inside Inner Lunatic, even he has no idea where it actually lies. Olin silently realizes that although this brutal interrogation is their only way to uncover the truth, the sharp sword in Nox's hand is still pointed right at his face. Nox demands to know where their main hideout is. Trembling in fear, Olin stammers, asking how he found out. The blade presses closer against Olin's neck as he stutters, wondering how Nox tracked them down. His next words only irritate Nox, as he declares that he can never reveal the Grand Duke's whereabouts to a mere human. Lowering his blade with pure contempt, Nox scoffs that he expected nothing less. Glancing at the two figures standing right behind him, he reveals that is exactly why he brought an expert along. He firmly declares that the prisoner will finally start talking now. A terrifying, sinister laugh echoes as Olin screams in absolute horror. Following a highly successful interrogation, the expert reports that the base is hidden somewhere in the barren lands of the West. Nox responds with a grave expression, realizing that the West means trouble and things are going to be far more complicated than he initially anticipated. As the city map appears, 3 potential demon bases are revealed. First is the East, a chaotic war zone that acts as a perfect hiding spot. Second is the Central District, where an incredibly massive population makes hunting down and suppressing both demons and half-demons a total nightmare. And the third location is the West. The West operates under a republic where every noble family is constantly locked in brutal, non-stop conflicts, all of them fighting desperately to secure the next representative seat for their clan. This chaotic environment makes them incredibly easy prey for the predatory demons. Even worse, entering the West means crossing a massive barrier, a towering wall that is completely immune to any kind of magic. Plus, with their highly diverse system accepting countless races, they even house the only demon-worshipping church on the continent. Under the guise of diplomacy, demanding a crusade is almost impossible, and back in the game, Inner Lunatic, once those damn demons take root in the West, clearing the stage becomes completely impossible. Falling into silence, he thinks to himself that while things always go wrong, this time is somehow even worse. Suddenly, a hand pats Nox right on his head. Startled, he asks what on earth she is doing. Zitri smiles and tells him she is just praising him for all his hard work. Nox awkwardly asks if this is really a compliment because it feels pretty weird, but she just tells him to stand still. Looking away awkwardly, he cannot help but ask a curious question. Will that bastard die if he keeps getting frozen like that? Nox cheerfully replies that since he used absolute zero instantly, he is perfectly fine. Nox cheerfully adds that while frozen, the guy will not age at all and might even end up liking it. She awkwardly mutters that she really wishes he would not say such terrifying things with that innocent face, while another voice notes that if Professor Lars were here, he would be foaming at the mouth in pure shock. The scene shifts to a beautiful garden. Standing by the trees, Eleanor quietly admits to herself that she wants him, so she's going to claim him. Right at this very moment, Penelope realizes that by Eleanor's logic, Eleanor could have easily built an even larger merchant company by leeching off an entirely different kingdom. Yet that did not happen, and it was entirely because Nox von Reinhafer stepped in to handle these negotiations himself. Clenching her hands, she feels deeply grateful. No matter what his real goal is, she received a massive favor from Nox, as this was the absolute best way to keep Prince Louis in check, and he was the one who set the stage for everything. But one thing still bothers her as she recalls Eleanor's exact words back then. In exchange for support, she demanded that Penelope call off her engagement to Nox. Penelope cannot help but wonder what she truly meant by that, because as a merchant leader, there is absolutely no logical reason to make such a bizarre demand. Honestly, she cannot say she is completely in the dark about Eleanor's real intentions. As they shake hands, she knows it is quite common for powerful merchant groups and noble clans to form alliances just to boost their own influence. Pinching her chin, she realizes that what truly bothers her is the underlying emotion in Eleanor's voice. Penelope casts her eyes down, remembering Eleanor's declaration of wanting Nox, sensing a raw intensity in those words that she simply cannot fully comprehend. Confused, she wonders if Eleanor truly craves Nox, questioning if she genuinely desires to have him for herself. Thinking of Nox's smile, she clings to a quiet belief that every problem will be resolved as long as they stay together, a tiny hope that has always pulled her out of the tightest spots. Looking up, she wonders if that is why she felt a sudden pang of jealousy when learning Eleanor wanted Nox. A sudden voice calls out to Princess Penelope. A knight behind her quickly reports that Prince Louis is already preparing for a civil war. Penelope spins around instantly, realizing there is absolutely no more time to be lost in her own thoughts. She quickly orders her faction to prepare, declaring that they will join forces with Eleanor to get ready for this civil war, emphasizing that they must move much faster than expected, with a strict deadline of under 1 month. An ice dragon suddenly appears. Eleanor closes her eyes tight, whispering to herself that it is finally all over. Nox suddenly appears, asking if she really thought he would abandon her. This leaves Eleanor completely stunned. A brilliant light shines right through the doorway. Eleanor sits up straight in her bed. Blushing, she has to admit that she has completely fallen for Nox von Reinhafer, and this feeling goes far beyond a simple friendship. Sitting before her mirror, Eleanor gently brushes her hair. Looking back, she realizes she could never truly understand or express her own feelings. It is likely because she got far too used to wearing the cold mask of a merchant guild leader. After sorting through her thoughts, Lizelot admits it to herself. There's one thing she knows for sure, and that is she sees Nox as far more than just a friend. She sighs softly, realizing she does not even have any other friends to compare him to. She cannot help but recall his amazing qualities even in the face of death. He never lost his cool composure and sharp analytical mind, especially with that sharp, dazzling swordsmanship of his. She suddenly pats her burning cheeks in embarrassment, realizing there is not a single thing about him that is not completely captivating. As her thoughts drift, Nox's past words echo in her mind. He said he never had a single reason to hate her from the very start, Lizelot. Yet she can still recall him saying he actually disliked her at the very beginning. Holding her face before looking up, she sighs. She really wants to win over Nox, but how can she even get close to him? She quietly wonders how she can possibly convey these deep feelings to him. Standing up with sudden resolve, Lizelot decides that people are always at their most charming when showing off their true strengths. She cheers herself on, determined to show him just how capable and talented of a woman she really is. Suddenly, a majestic castle comes into view. Whispers quickly spread through the halls. They say Nox has officially sided with the princess. Others join in pointing out that his royal engagement was cancelled, so why would his family even bother helping the crown now? Nox walks silently through the murmuring crowd. They whisper about how his family abandoned him while Lizelot's faction still dominates the rival and merchant guild. Besides, isn't First Prince Louis bound to win anyway since he holds both the regency and command over the military? The gossip continues, with some claiming Lizelot should have just fled to another country. Hearing this, Nox can only think to himself about how incredibly fast rumors tend to travel. Carefully observing the situation, he deduces that with the two factions actively clashing against one another, the overall atmosphere at the academy has obviously changed as well. This tension includes both the faculty and high-ranking nobles. Even the three sword emperors and the four sages are currently keeping a very close, wary eye on each other. Under these intense circumstances, it is only natural that everyone is on edge. A clear, bright blue sky appears overhead. Nox sighs, thinking to himself that indeed everyone is incredibly anxious. Finally speaking up, Nox curiously asks if all of these items are gifts from the rival and merchant guild. He silently calculates that this massive haul is easily valuable enough to fund an entire army. What on earth is this massive mountain of gifts doing here? This pile has to be worth at least 100 million gold. Seeing how excited they are, Nox cannot help but ask if they have heard any rumors about Lizelot having a terminal illness. Lys helplessly shakes her head and replies that they have absolutely no memory of hearing such news. He stands there completely baffled, especially since they were apparently told to distribute these gifts to everyone. Suddenly, an excited voice rings out, marveling at how absolutely amazing these gifts are. Seeing Leah and Luna suddenly rush forward, Nox quickly tells them to wait and stop touching things. Luna excitedly points out that this vase alone is worth over 1 million gold, while Leah is equally thrilled by the rare books and ancient grimoires left behind by legendary archmages. Suddenly, another voice marvels at the top-tier alchemy equipment, completely shocked by how massive his backing is. Too busy stopping the others from messing with the pile, Nox barely pays attention, prompting Lizelot to step in and explain. She mentions she allowed them to handle the items to show her appreciation before asking if he likes the gifts. She mumbles that this is not even half of the entire haul, and the rest will arrive in a few days. Finally, understanding her intent, Nox asks in confusion why she sent him such an overwhelming amount of gifts. Lizelot simply mumbles with a warm smile that it is because he saved her life. Nox widens his eyes, silently questioning if that is truly her only reason. Lowering her eyes, she softly begins recalling their time in the freezing Frostwood Forest. Reminiscing about that day, she notes how even when facing death, he chose to save her instead of himself. He had told her to head deeper into the cave and not worry about him. She now admits that abandoning her back then would have actually brought him far greater benefits than saving her did. She explains that as a merchant, she always calculates profit and loss, fully expecting him to abandon her. Yet even when death was staring him in the face, he threw away all self-interest just to keep her safe. Before leaving, Lizelot coyly tells him that this is her repayment, serving as both a gift and a clever bribe. Nox is left completely baffled, quietly muttering to himself that the situation back then was simply too critical to remember, and he only blurted those words out to guarantee their survival. Still, he is glad she saw his actions in a positive light, even if she is currently blowing the whole thing out of proportion. Watching the noisy gathering, she silently notes that while everyone is kind, their personalities are incredibly quirky. Smiling, he replies that their eccentricity is exactly what makes them so interesting. Nox suddenly raises his voice, asking everyone to pay attention for a moment. His commanding voice immediately draws the attention of everyone in the room. He states that he has something to tell them all, getting straight to the point with a very serious expression. He warns them that in order to solidify his claim to the throne and completely suppress Princess Penelope, First Prince Louis and the Goth Merchant Guild are now preparing for an all-out war. That is why he decided to stand side by side with Princess Cornelia and the Owl Merchant Guild to oppose Prince Louis. Arkham is currently standing right on the precipice of war. As the fight for the throne looms near, the chaos will summon terrifying dark forces, dragging even more demons out of the shadows to reveal themselves. These newly unsealed demons will sow discord and divide the empire from the inside. And through those tiny growing fractures, they will bring about absolute chaos and eventually swallow the entire world. Ultimately, Nox made his decision. He would prepare for the battle against the first Prince Louis. At the same time, he would take things a step further and hunt down every demon-spreading plague across the land. Nox couldn't just stand by and watch the empire fall. He refused to let the land of Arkham descend into total ruin and chaos. That was why he needed their strength, the power of true comrades who could watch each other's backs and take the next step together. But Nox wasn't demanding blind sacrifice from anyone. The final decision of whether to fight was entirely up to them. Hearing his words, worry washed over Eleanor's face, but Nox assured them he would never force their hands. As the rest of the group fell into silent thought, he offered to give them time to choose where they stood. Leo von Magia stood there, clenching his fist. Nox sympathized with Leo's stress. The Magia family had recently lost their patriarch and many retainers in territorial disputes. The current situation was definitely not in their favor, making it highly unlikely they could join the upcoming war. Still, Nox smiled. Leo trusted him deeply, so there was really nothing to worry about. If the decision were solely up to the boy, he would have volunteered to join the fight immediately. Lacey expressed her deep gratitude, saying they would have died in Chadden if not for his timely help, while Arya beside her agreed, vowing to follow him no matter what. Prince Kushan politely joined in, and seeing their loyalty secured, Nox was pleased to see his key allies declaring they would stand by his side. Luna was no exception, pledging that those from the Far East would always follow. Even so, Nox resolved that he wouldn't stop anyone if they chose to walk away. Looking at their serious faces, he knew the final choice belonged to them. Now it was time for him to do everything in his power. Outside, the rain began to pour as Nox stared at the sky. The First Prince's forces weren't his main concern, nor was the financial power of the Golai Merchant Guild. The real threat was Rick, that dangerous demonic human, and his devil army. They were far too powerful for ordinary soldiers to handle, and the casualties would surely be devastating. Clenching his fist, Nox knew he had to find a way to handle this situation. To protect his own life as well as his comrades', he realized this brutal game, Inner Lunatic, was basically a massive tutorial designed to help him adapt to this world and survive. Suddenly, Nox looked up, his eyes catching a strange violet light. A new system notification popped up, announcing an unread message. A letter, he wondered. He opened the message. Hello, Yoo Chan. The letter continued, noting that calling him Nox von Reinhafer was probably fine now. The sender explained that as his power grew, more truths about this world could finally be revealed, though they still couldn't share the full story just yet. But they hoped he understood that this was also a profound commitment from the world itself. Surely he could feel it. The world was changing. Thanks to him, they were taking steps toward a happy ending. But even in the most joyful moments, darkness always lingered. The original storyline of the world he once knew was finally beginning to crack, and from now on he would have to face countless unpredictable variables. As the letter crumbled to dust in his hand, a final note apologized for bringing only bad news. It mentioned a useful gift attached, hoping he would make good use of it. The letter signed off, promising to always stand by him. A happy ending, he muttered. The very fabric of the world was starting to warp. It seemed the sender was in a tight spot and couldn't share too much, and the distorted hidden name was proof of that. Another alert flashed, showing a sacred relic was attached. This immediately made him think of the letter. They did mention sending something useful. A glowing sphere suddenly materialized, revealing a brand new trait draw ticket. Now watch closely, this is the exact moment his max-out luck stat finally gets a real chance to shine. With his luck stat at the absolute maximum level, the positive effects were bound to be spectacular. Nox chuckled. Was this still just a game, or had it become his reality? Well, either way. Staring at the brilliant glowing orb, he wondered what would appear. A trait draw ticket. This was the moment his luck stat would show its true worth. He reached out to activate the sphere. With his luck stat at a perfect 10, the outcome was bound to be spectacular. A confident smirk played on his lips. Game or reality, he was ready. With high expectations, he watched the orb light up. What would it grant him? Suddenly, a blinding burst of colorful light erupted from the sphere, spreading across the room. Nox gasped, completely startled. He screamed out in absolute shock, a rainbow glow, indicating an ultimate grade trait. Gently unfolding the vibrant paper, he stared in awe. Nox stared in absolute awe. Even after countless playthroughs, this was a brand new trait he had never seen before. A stream of system notifications pops up, explaining the synchronization mechanic. When a player triggers a pivotal moment, they sync with a past reality, downloading backup data from the original timeline. Staring at the explosive scroll, he puts two and two together. This backup data traces back to his very first step into Inner Lunatic. The synchronization process had started back then, pausing at 71% once the character setup was complete. He recalls that crucial moment when his synchronization rate froze at 71%. Perhaps this mechanic is exactly what he needs to unlock his forgotten past and truly understand the Reinhafer legacy. Simply put, this is a journey of self-discovery. If he truly wants to live as Nox, he has to completely understand this host body. He thoughtfully pinches his chin, pondering his next strategic move. What exactly constitutes a pivotal moment, he wonders. Suddenly, a brilliant crimson sky flashes before his eyes, followed by a familiar blonde girl, her echoing voice calling out for her captain. No matter how you look at it, this is a brutal dilemma. Luna calmly addresses Duff, admitting she honestly does not know if their rebel faction, Lunatic, is doing the right thing by shielding the Imperial royal family. Marine looks visibly anxious and chimes in, agreeing that Duff has a valid point. Of course, they will follow their leader's orders, but she thinks the rookie's actions are incredibly foolish. Siding with the princess, she is basically their sworn enemy. Feeling the weight of her crew's anxiety, Luna grips her sword tightly. Luna secretly muses. The princess has always spearheaded the effort to eradicate the lunatic organization. Siding with someone like that could easily brand them all as traitors. Yet Duff immediately objects, arguing that Nox von Reinhafer is not that kind of person. Luna quickly agrees with him, noting that if Nox were actually planning a betrayal, he would have struck their organization first to give the princess an advantage. Because of that, he must have a different motive. Marine shakes her head in disbelief, muttering that she cannot understand how a mere rookie can be so arrogant. There is a limit to being clever, after all. A shadow of worry crosses Luna's face. Nox has zero intention of letting anyone help him. He insists on carrying every single burden alone, which only makes her worry more. His lonely silhouette flashes in her mind. He is constantly taking on far more than he can handle, pushing his limits and wearing himself down even in the most dangerous moments. Luna looks up at the sky. The scene shifts as she silently wonders what exactly that rookie is scheming. A loud voice echoes through the grand room, questioning if Nox von Reinhafer is preparing for war alongside the princess and expects their family to publicly declare their support. Lober's sharp tone makes the servant bow his head in silence. Suddenly, the lord bursts into a roaring laugh, leaving his servant completely bewildered. Lober slams his hand onto the desk, declaring that they will absolutely support Nox von Reinhafer. The servant is shocked by how quickly his master decided. He hesitantly speaks up, asking if they are truly going to throw their full support behind Reinhafer. Lober rests his chin on his hands, smirking. Support Reinhafer, not a chance. He is not backing the family, but rather his very own son-in-law Nox. He explains that even with in-laws, he carefully calculates the potential gains and losses. He only backs the raw talent and fierce ambition of a son-in-law who can bring glory to their house and nothing else. Those final words still ring clearly. This is the official stance of the House of Steelliner. Talia looks down quietly, repeating her father's words. And yet she twiddles her thumbs and stammers, admitting that she is still deeply concerned about Nox. Lately, he seems to be getting awfully close to Luna. She looks back on a recent memory, remembering how she saw Nox and Luna heading up to the top floor of the Sidious Hall, where the princess resides. Her anxious thoughts leave the maid completely flustered, wondering if Nox is actually having an affair. Sensing Talia's anxiety, her maid gently comforts her, pointing out that it was a formal meeting with the princess, not some secret lover. Besides, with their engagement cancelled, isn't this great news for her? But Talia remains completely lost in her memories. At that moment, when she stared at Nox's neck and saw Luna's necklace, she completely froze. Luna's signature necklace flashes vividly in her mind. It instantly reminded her of the exact matching necklace that Nox was wearing. Talia sighs, thinking about how Nox managed to get out of his engagement with the Imperial Princess. But she cannot help but worry that he might have just brought home another massive headache instead. Kneeling before her mistress, the maid gently reassures her, asking if she truly believes Lord Nox would ever abandon his fiancée. He would never leave her side. Talia softly responds, admitting that she supposed that is true. After a moment of sadness, she finally pulls herself together, deciding she cannot just sit back and watch anymore. Once this war for the throne is over, she will make it clear to everyone around him that Nox belongs to her. Her maid enthusiastically agrees, assuring her that no matter what anyone says, Lord Nox is engaged to her, so she should trust him and keep her focus on the royal succession for now. Rain begins to fall over the empire. Heavy footsteps echo through the quiet halls of the castle. Thoughts drift through the silence. If no major variables arise, the war for the throne will likely become a one-man show for the first Prince Louis. If that happens, the forces threatening House Reinhafer will grow unchecked, potentially pushing the entire clan to the very brink of destruction. Therefore, they must prepare. Theo frowns deeply in thought, furious that his foolish son Nox would dare support the princess and risk abandoning the Reinhafer family name. His face hardens with absolute resolve. If it comes down to it, the patriarch Theo von Reinhafer is fully prepared to strike down his own blood. Theo walks slowly toward the heavily guarded doors. Seeing him, they immediately bowed. The great patriarch was entering. Everyone at the table turned their attention to Theo. Theo suddenly smirked at them. Theo opened the meeting, stating that everyone surely knew why he had summoned the Elder Council. Beryl replied seriously, noting they all knew the patriarch had to make a grave decision. As Theo's older half-brother Beryl von Reinhafer knew the conflict between the royal family and the Reinhafer house was incredibly difficult to negotiate. Tid agreed, pointing out that because of the marriage scandal between Theo's youngest son Nox von Reinhafer and the princess, relations with the first prince had hit rock bottom. As Theo's younger brother Tid declared they could not ignore the royal family's blatant favoritism toward the temple faction, which was getting out of hand. Hearing those words, Theo fell into deep thought. Someone urged him to decide, while another suggested there was a bloodless option available. Theo replied, "Instantly speak." Edith von Reinhafer, Theo's sister, who had remained silent, finally spoke. She decisively demanded that they support the first prince, and in exchange, Theo must abandon his youngest son Nox. Hearing this, Theo's pupils instantly contracted. Ritter Fay suddenly yelled out Lady Edith. As if witnessing something truly horrifying, his face filled with pure panic. Suddenly, an unseen force choked Ritter Fay, lifting him high as Beryl spoke. A mere vassal who was never invited to this elder council. Beryl sneered with a dark threat. How dare you speak so recklessly here? Witnessing this, Theo slammed his hand on the table and roared, "Stop." He warned Beryl that was enough, stating the one ruining the elder council atmosphere was him. Beryl scoffed in discontent, muttering that coddling family is why that brat Nox does such trashy things. Garen broke his silence, pointing out that Emperor Esteban once promised to protect the underworld without discrimination but broke it just to line his own greedy pockets. Thinking of Esteban, Garen analyzed that even if the Emperor was foolish, the Reinhafer forces alone could not destroy him, meaning they had to use the power of demons. Garen's dark proposal made Theo absolutely furious. He countered that he heard reports of the first prince colluding with demons, but a demon is still a demon and completely untrustworthy. Garen immediately argued back, stating that since humans do not even trust each other, demons are no different, making an alliance with them perfectly fine. Theo stood up in pure rage at his son's savage words, demanding how the eldest son of the Reinhafer family could dare borrow power from the monsters who killed his mother. Finding it ridiculous, Garen snapped back that his only mother was the woman currently sitting right beside Theo. He questioned if Theo wanted to make Nox the patriarch so badly just because he was the son of his beloved woman. Garen asked bitterly if he was cast aside simply because Theo never loved his mother. Furious, Theo materialized a faint purple sword in his hand and shouted at his son. Pointing the blade directly at Garen, he declared he would strip the glorious Reinhafer name from his eldest son. Take your loyal followers and get the hell out of here. Theo gritted his teeth, warning that otherwise he would strike them all down right on the spot. Early the next morning at Nox's private residence. Inside getting dressed, Nox brooded over the situation, knowing the Empire was now officially split into two warring factions. Nox was visibly annoyed, noting the clash between First Prince Louis and Princess Penelope, whose backers were mostly units on his side. This included Aesel, Eleanor of the Rival Merchant Group, the legendary Phoenix family, and Princess Penelope. Nox recalled Lober's words, who asked if they supported the prince, declaring that he only backed his son-in-law Nox, along with the entire Styliner family. But his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a lingering worry. Surprisingly, Bias, who openly detested the nobility, supported the princess simply because he found the arrogant prince even more of an eyesore. Lars was the only one backing the first prince, though it was an inevitable choice for his family rather than active support. The CD clan, one of the last neutral shadow families, is tucked far away in the west. Since the central region can barely touch them, they likely think they are completely safe. After all, if a civil war breaks out, the ancient empire won't have the troops to send this far. After weighing his options, he knew there was no going back. He had cast aside his neutrality to fully support Princess Genevieve. Clenching his fist, he made a silent vow. To protect the loyal subordinates who followed him, he would do whatever it took. Ritter looked deeply concerned, warning him that things were far from simple. The Enhage Elder Council had already been summoned, and internal strife had split them down the middle into two opposing factions. It all played out clearly in his mind. One faction wanted to overthrow the ancient imperial system, led by the eldest son, Gen von Inhage. The other fought to protect the crown, led by the patriarch Theo von Inhage. Hearing this, Nero spoke with grim, serious focus. Gen had finally made his move, but Inhage did not have the military strength to fight the Imperial Knights. Besides, the Black Sword Order would never move without the patriarch's command. Ritter began to stammer, clearly hesitant. About that, he murmured. Suddenly, he bit his lip and went dead silent. But his very next words left Nero completely stunned. Young Master Gen had openly declared his alliance with the devil. Antoine recounted the grim details. Young Master Gen wanted to use demonic power to overthrow the ancient empire. In response, the patriarch had officially stripped Gen of his name, banishing him from the Enhage clan. Memories of that chaotic assembly flashed by. The opinions of the clan's vassals regarding him had been fiercely divided. After all, his move to align with the imperial family, combined with his past and surprisingly massive influence over the Elder Council, made him a major target. Frowning, he admitted that a vast majority of the clan no longer trusted the name of Calvin von Inhage. Dieter, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. No matter the reason, joining hands with the devil to strike the empire was madness. Inwardly, Nero was cursing up a storm. Were those fools completely out of their minds? Out loud, he demanded to know if they had identified the devil pulling the strings. Ritter quickly nodded, explaining that the patriarch had already declared his absolute neutrality, refusing to back either side. The patriarch had only vowed to deliver a fitting punishment to Gen before walking straight out of the hall. His face showed a flicker of curiosity as he asked about his own fate. Ritter quietly replied that while no final decision was made, continuing to stand with the princess would put him in extreme danger. Clenching his fist, he realized things had spiraled far beyond the original storyline. At this point in the plot, Gen was supposed to be quietly building his forces from the shadows. Dark game memories flashed through Nero's mind. Jen was moving way too fast, desperately trying to seize the throne and force his way to the absolute top of the food chain. By using demonic help during a full-scale war, Jen could easily eliminate Nero, the rightful heir. It was a perfect plan to secure his dominance over the Elder Council. But Jen was also a highly cautious bastard. He wouldn't strike directly right away, he'd wait for Nero to let his guard down or catch him entirely alone. Nero fell silent, lost in deep thought for a while. He finally spoke, acknowledging the situation and thanking Ritter for his hard work. Ritter anxiously warned him that the Patriarch Theo really needed his help right now. Thinking of Theo, Nero wondered if he should really help Theo von Reinhafer. Theo was destined to be possessed by a devil, becoming one of the final bosses. Even in the game's brutal lunatic difficulty, the Patriarch's skill set was absolutely terrifying and lethal. No matter how the situation played out, that man would always be his ultimate enemy. In fact, Nero had once sworn to kill the man with his own hands. That vow echoed in his mind. He was fully prepared to kill Theo, father or not. Anyone who stood in his path would meet a bloody end. Vowing to execute, the Patriarch had branded him a traitor, especially with his ties to the royal prince. He was a completely unwelcome outcast within his own clan. Now his only option was to trust his own instincts and forge his own path forward. Turning away decisively, Nero made his stance clear. His mind remained unchanged. He had a very personal reason to assist Princess Genevieve. Hearing this, Ritter bowed his head in deep respect. He promised to focus on blocking the first Prince Louis, fully executing Nero's will. Nero smiled warmly at the loyal knight, putting his full faith in him. With their meeting concluded, Nero walked away, his mind swirling with dark, complex thoughts. How much longer he would survive in this world was a mystery even to him. Still, he resolved to do the absolute best he could with the time he had left. The scene then shifts to a quiet, peaceful classroom. The teacher's calm voice echoes through the room, instructing the students to review their previous lesson. He tasks them with blending today's new theory with the concepts they had already mastered. As he speaks, the instructor's mind wanders to the arrogant first Prince Louis. Writing on the board, he wonders why the prince is so desperately trying to ignite a full-scale war when his power is already secure. Some other shadow faction must be pulling Prince Louis' strings. The greedy, gullible royal was easily manipulated. Memories of that arrogant nobleman who openly despised commoners remained incredibly vivid in the teacher's mind. Without warning, a wooden chair is violently kicked across the room. Louis roars in pure rage, demanding to know why a royal prince has to study with low-class commoner trash. With just a single word from me, not even training officers or professors will get to die in peace. Back then, Louis was sparring with one of the academy students. His sword flew high into the air. Furious at the counterattack, he angrily spat out how a filthy commoner dared to act equal to him. I will personally teach an insolent commoner like you exactly where your place is. Watching Louis go completely mad, the student froze. Dodging now would just ruin the fun. Right after his scream echoes, the student lay on the ground, crying out in pain for the professor to save him. Recalling that bloody scene, Lars knew very well that academy rules strictly forbid using real swords. Yet the prince used a real blade to show off his authority, and Lars was completely powerless to stop him as the crippled student sobbed for his teacher. Lars wonders if he has grown any stronger since that helpless day, but one thing is absolutely certain. After a long silence, the professor finally decides to speak up. He mentions the wild rumors spreading around the academy lately, admitting they are hard to simply ignore. But there is one truth they must remember: this is still a school. Lars makes a silent vow to himself to protect his students, no matter what dark times lie ahead. Staring over at Nox, he wonders what kind of choice the young man will make in this crisis. He is a brilliant student, yet his mind remains completely unreadable. As memories of them kneeling together in the heavy rain flash through his mind, Lars realizes he finally understands Nox and is ready to trust whatever path the boy chooses. With that final thought, Lars raises his voice to announce that today's class is officially over. One by one, the students file out. Once class is dismissed, Nox calls for Zitri and she quickly answers. He instructs her that they are heading to Commercial District 4 right away. Zitri looks at him in confusion, asking if they are really leaving right now. Nox casually replies that the custom gear he ordered from Arson is finally finished, so they need to get moving. She obediently nods, leaving to make the necessary preparations. Before long, they arrive at a small village nestled under a bright, clear sky. Nox, completely cloaked to hide his identity, asks if Arson is currently inside. A strange noise echoes out. A heavily bearded dwarf steps out with a shocked expression, welcoming the young master of House Reinhafer. Looking up, Arson asks if they came to collect the special gear, and Nox quickly replies that he heard it was finished and wants to see it right now. The dwarf calmly invites them inside. Right then, a sudden voice echoes from the shadows, leaving Nox totally confused. She smiles as she welcomes him, prompting a baffled Nox to ask why she is even here. Nox gasps, uttering Eleanor's name. Resting her chin in her hands, Eleanor playfully giggles, explaining she convinced the dwarf by claiming that the two of them share a very close relationship. Feeling extremely guilty, Arson nervously scratches his head and stammers that since she claimed to be so close to him, he had absolutely no choice but to let her in. But his nervous laughter cannot hide the massive pouch of gold bulging from his pocket. A loud metallic clinking sound suddenly echoes, making both Zitri and Nox widen their eyes in shock. Arson turns completely pale, frantically whipping his head around in absolute panic. Countless glittering gold coins spill out like a waterfall, scattering all over the floor. Dead silence fills the room, broken only by the quiet clinking of gold coins rolling on the floor. A bone-chilling threat fills the room as Nox glares with furious eyes, slowly drawing his sword while gritting his teeth, warning Arson to watch his tongue and asking if he actually dared to share the secret crafting method with that woman. With tears welling up, the old dwarf desperately stammers for a chance to explain himself, claiming he only let her in to see the finished weapons. Yet Eleanor remains completely unfazed, smiling as she adds that the blacksmith simply could not resist her incredibly generous offer. Hearing this, Nox's killing intent flares up violently as he demands if the dwarf dared to pocket his confidentiality fee just to stab him in the back like this. He coldly unsheathes his blade further, asking if the blacksmith has completely lost his mind and grown tired of living. Arson frantically waves his hands in panic, screaming that Nox will immediately calm down the moment he actually lays his eyes on the finished weapon. But empty words do absolutely nothing to appease Nox, who coldly retorts that he can just take the item after taking the dwarf's life. Terrified and with his eyes squeezed shut, the blacksmith desperately tries to salvage the situation, begging him to wait and asking if he wants to hear some crucial free information about that mysterious sword. Incredibly, his desperate plea actually works. The moment Nox hears about the sword, his raised blade freezes in place. Hearts lets out a huge sigh of relief, silently wondering what kind of information they will manage to dig up. He is quiet, lost in thought over what he just heard. His intelligence network is no joke if they already have leads on Tobenvin. Tobenvin was the sword of the first family, head forged from black dragon scales to absorb mana and grow stronger, but that is all the info he has. Novan calmly pulls up a chair and sits down, ready to see what they found, but first he demands to see the item. Without missing a beat, the old man dashes off to grab it immediately. His face remains completely expressionless as he stares down at the item on the table. Suddenly, a system notification pops up to display the basic details of the Stormrider scale armor. It is a piece of mid-high tier wind attribute equipment, boosting his stamina by 2, granting wind control, raising his movement speed by 1.2, and reducing physical and magic damage by 15%. A new trait has unlocked, Blessed by the Wind, as his player status window opens up. The incredible stats are enough to make his eyes widen in pure shock. His updated status panel reads: Name Novan Enfer, gender male, age 15, race human, main element darkness, achievement Dragon Slayer. His traits include swordplay and combat genius, mana sensing genius, and the new Blessed by the Wind trait. Active skills show advanced sword genius, Wind Dark Clan, Southern swordplay, and Akin Empire fire swordplay alongside his limit breaker characteristic. Finally, the starkest detail of all stares back at him, a remaining lifespan of just 179 days. A faint, satisfied smirk plays on his lips. With stats like these, he can easily hold his own against a mid-tier squad of knights and mages. He looks down at the armor, silently, praising Asin. A chainmail build means total freedom of movement, and he can easily hide it under his clothes. To keep up appearances, he simply utters a flat, monotone approval, muttering that it will do. That is more than enough to get the blacksmith grinning proudly, boasting that this is his own masterpiece, designed as ultralight chainmail to provide unmatched fit and mobility. He suddenly demands to start the enhancement process right away, completely throwing Asan off guard. The blacksmith can barely believe his ears, asking if he is actually being serious. Novan calmly replies that unenhanced gear is practically useless, no matter how good the base stats are. Asan is plagued by deep worry, doubting he can ever forge a masterpiece like this again, while Ellen steps in to warn him that enhancing it right now is a terrible gamble. But none of their warnings can shake his absolute resolve. He firmly commands the smith to just go ahead and do it. Asan looks down at the ground nervously, fidgeting with his hands as he confesses that his recent enhancement attempts have all failed, nearly getting him killed, which immediately prompts Novan to ask who his last client even was. He sighs, shuddering as he recalls how Baze tried to murder him in a fit of rage, and he only survived because Baze's teammate held him back. Hearing the description, the two of them instantly realize the culprit is none other than Lan. Without a second thought, he slams a massive gemstone onto the table, demanding a straight +10 enhancement. The brilliant glow of the gem leaves the old blacksmith hesitating, completely torn. Faced with his satisfied smirk, Asan finally caves, agreeing on the condition that he promises not to hold him responsible if everything completely blows up. With that, Asan gets straight to work, delivering a clean, masterful hammer strike to the chainmail on the table. The armor glows intensely. The +10 enhancement is a total success. He now holds the newly boosted Stormrider scale armor. Standing to the side with arms crossed, he smiles silently, amused that someone else's gear served as a sacrifice for his enhancement success before quickly dismissing his uninvited guest. He turns to Ellen, asking if she could excuse them for a moment. Ellen has no desire to disturb them further, proudly flipping her hair as she happily agrees to leave while playfully demanding some of his time later for a personal favor. Acting like she holds all the cards, she throws a sly glance his way, reminding him of their contract. Feeling slightly guarded, he gives her a cautious nod and tells her he remembers. Ellen waves goodbye as she walks out, leaving them to their business. Once she is gone, he immediately summons Knight, who answers his call right on cue. Under his command, a bright green magic barrier expands, completely soundproofing the entire room. Aeson puts his hands on his hips and points to the table, ready to finally get down to business. He begins recounting the deep history starting 200 years ago, when the Enfer family first rose to power. The legendary first head who built the clan from absolutely nothing was Jen von Enfer. He was a supreme monarch possessing absolute power to hold all 6 territories in the palm of his hand. Novan interrupts, highly intrigued. 200 years ago would mean a time even before the empire was established. Aeson confirms his suspicion. Yes, it was indeed before the Akan Empire was established. He reveals that the family history runs deeper than anyone knows, dropping a massive bombshell that Jen von Enfer was actually a demon. Novan freezes, looking up in disbelief, but the smith quickly reassures him that it is merely a rumor. Still, they say the first head could manipulate dark forces using that very demonic energy to achieve his feats. He supposedly defeated the legendary Black Dragon, and by forging its scales, hide, and fangs, he crafted the famed Tobinvin sword that they know today. Hearing this, his mind instantly races back to his tragic past. Wasn't it a demon that killed his mother? Now finding out his own ancestor was also a demon makes his blood run cold. He tightens his fists as anger bubbles up, struggling to process such a heavy and conflicting truth. Knight nods from the side, adding that if their first head truly were a demon, the late mistress would never have met such a tragic end. Aslan lowers his eyes, not denying the harsh truth. But who knows what 200 years of change can do? Those lowly creatures might have completely fallen into deep corruption by now. That is exactly why he refuses to ever trust demons. Realizing his blunt words might have crossed a line, he feels slightly guilty. He quickly apologizes, wondering if he just insulted the young master's noble family. Nox gently shakes his head, assuring him it is fine. Thanks to the old blacksmith, he gathered vital information on the family and the legendary Stormbringer sword. On a brighter note, Aslan mentions he can actually reinforce Stormbringer. This instantly sparks Nox's interest, his eyes widening at the thought. Aslan patiently explains, asking if Nox knows how many mysterious relics exist across this continent. From the barren lands of the east to the ancient western kingdoms, legends say there are still countless hidden treasures waiting to be uncovered. Take the legendary Moonlight Sword, famously wielded by Luna, leader of the Lunatic group, or even the Twilight Holy Sword currently used by his father. But among all those mysterious relics, Stormbringer is the most outstanding. Aslan sighs with deep regret visible on his face. The blade is completely chipped and needs full repairs. If only they could somehow find some dragon scales. Nox looks up, remembering something crucial. He immediately places a glowing object on the table, asking if this would work. The radiant light makes Aslan's hands tremble as he reaches out. There is absolutely no mistake about what is sitting before him. These are scales from an adult ice dragon. He is completely shocked, wondering where Nox found such an incredibly rare treasure. Without hesitation, Nox calmly replies that he killed the beast. Hearing this, Aslan snaps his head up in utter disbelief. Nox quickly cuts the subject short, stating he intends to keep this whole matter a secret. Nox asks if the blacksmith can repair the blade. Regaining his composure, Aslan admits a perfect restoration is tough, but with materials of this caliber, it is more than doable. That is more than enough to satisfy Nox. Standing up, he hands the blade over, asking how long the repairs will take. Flexing his arm confidently, Aslan promises to finish within a month if he starts immediately. But Nox ruthlessly bargains like a merchant, cutting the timeline right in half, stating he will return in 2 weeks. The old blacksmith freezes, his face completely blank. Nox simply looks down at him, his silent gaze asking if there is a problem. That sharp look shuts down any potential argument. Understood, the blacksmith groans, realizing he will have to pull several all-nighters. Before letting Nox leave, he asks him to keep this a secret from the red-haired girl, as her gear order is getting delayed. Nox nods and turns to leave, offering his thanks. A massive list of tasks runs through his mind. From this moment on, he must focus entirely on preparing for the upcoming war. He must also uncover the deep secrets surrounding the first patriarch. Above all, he needs to guide this world toward a better ending instead of total ruin. If he can pull this off, he will stand a chance even against the prince. True determination and ambition shine in his eyes. The first prince shouldn't expect him to fall so easily. True to his reputation as the Reinhafer family trouble magnet, he will forge his own way through this. Meanwhile, in a distant land, a dark figure stands high above. Below, a massive swarm of monsters crowds together. Standing above, Louis speaks with pure contempt, muttering that once this war is over, he can finally dispose of his sister. He wears a wicked smirk, looking down and noting it has been a very long time. Rick stands beside him wearing a dark grin as his eyes gleam with agreement. It has indeed been a very long time. Suddenly, Amdusias's deep voice echoes through the cavern calling for Garen. The demon speaks with pure disgust of the massive thorn in his side. That annoying brat has already slain multiple Grand Dukes. If they do not stop him, who knows what other complications will arise. Looking down at the servant kneeling at his feet, the demon issues a direct command. Garen von Reinhafer, he orders, kill your younger brother. Hearing the promised reward, Garen wears a greedy smirk. If he succeeds, the demon promises to lend him the massive armies of the demon realm. He raises his head with eyes full of pure bloodlust. He vows to complete this first mission given by the dark demon, aiming to eliminate Nox at any cost. Out in the valley, the howling wind sweeps through and echoes. Standing right in the center, Garen remains still against the gale, promising to bring back his brother's corpse. Sensing the massive danger closing in, his necklace starts flashing a rapid warning red. Miles away, Eleanor suddenly freezes as a dark premonition hits her, her eyes widening. She picks up the identical necklace, her brow furrowing slightly as she examines it. It sits in her palm, blinking a relentless, ominous red. Nearby citizens freeze mid-action, their attention collectively pulled toward a single direction. The heavy rhythmic thuds of marching troops echo from the city gates, growing louder by the second. Soldiers armored to the teeth march slowly into the streets. The captain leads the vanguard on horseback, raising his sword high to loudly proclaim to all citizens of the Empire that from this very moment the reign of Emperor Asterban has officially ended. The imperial palace is completely surrounded, and all royal decrees are rendered void. The crowd descends into utter panic, scattering in all directions like ants from a broken nest. From this day forward, the new ruler of the Ahan Empire is officially proclaimed to be First Prince Louis von Am. As the captain's voice echoes, Louis stands in the crowd with his arms crossed, a smug smirk playing on his lips as he silently declares the dawn of a new empire to all citizens. Bernelby frowns in deep anger, her voice tight with fury as she demands to know what on earth her brother is doing. Taking the students of Eden Academy hostage is an insane move that clearly crosses the line. He shows absolutely no warmth, coldly telling Bernelby to stop calling him brother because he is simply here to take back what is rightfully his. She looks back at her trembling classmates, realizing with dread that the first prince planned this whole operation from the start. It was all a trap to seize the children of the noble families nationwide as hostages. Louis raises his sword to the sky, shouting that the new sun of the Ahan Empire will shine over this land. He declares that his lightning will strike down any insect daring to oppose him, his raw ambition glaring in his eyes as he demands that all who wish to serve him bow and kneel. The students whisper among themselves, murmurs rippling through the crowd. Seeing these ordinary students ignore his grand speech makes Louis's face darken with intense anger. He strides forward and grabs a nearby student by the collar, showing no hesitation as the terrified boy stares back. In those brown eyes, the only thing reflected is the cold, sharp blade of the sword. With one swift motion, the blade ends everything instantly. The head rolls away before the victim can even react. Bernalotti stands, frozen on the spot, her eyes wide with sheer terror as she witnesses the gruesome execution. With the deed done, he turns back to the crowd and addresses everyone from commoners to nobles alike, his madness escalating to a terrifying new level. Shedding any remaining royal dignity, he leaves them with a chilling threat stand in his way, and every single one of them will die. The priest standing in the back watches the entire horror unfold, paralyzed in silent dread. His eyes widen as he mutters in a trembling panic, realizing no one warned him things would turn out like this. If the prince continues down this reckless path, their merchant guild will never be able to do business again. The absolute terror in his voice is impossible to hide, knowing that if the noble armies march on them, they stand zero chance of survival. He smirks contemptuously, mocking the priest for still not understanding the reality of their situation, calling him nothing but a pathetic piece of trash. The priest shivers as cold sweat pours down his face, realizing this has gone completely insane. Those predatory glowing yellow eyes lock onto everything like a hunting snake, proving that the prince has truly crossed into absolute madness. On the other side, Louis basks in the sick pleasure of executing others to flex his absolute power, laughing hysterically as he demands that everyone swear a solemn oath to serve their new son. Two blades collide violently, sending sparks flying through the air. The intense clash between the two brothers, No and Vi, has officially begun. Vi von Enke frowns but smiles, telling his opponent that for the family and the bigger picture he must die. Unfazed, No smiles back, mocking Vi for daring to speak of family and the bigger picture when he was the one stripped of the Enke name. No's sharp mockery cuts deep, causing Vi's face to darken with rage as he spits back that his brother is nothing but talk. Vi swings with massive force to push him back and create space, his frustration peaking as the stakes grow higher. He challenges No to show if his skills actually match his big mouth. A massive wave of magical energy surges, filling the tense space between them. No effortlessly blocks the incoming heavy strike. But No's gaze shifts, filled with a bloodthirsty rage that makes every single blow deadlier than the last. The two clash in a brutal rhythm, constantly trading offenses and defenses. Vi aims a lethal strike directly at No's face, but No's incredible speed saves him from a devastating hit. Seizing the opening, Vi regains his stance and grips his sword tightly to unleash a finishing blow. A strike carrying terrifying magic power crashes straight down exactly as intended. But that isn't nearly enough to touch him, and Nox easily leaps backward to dodge the explosive impact. Looking up, Nox quickly assesses the situation. He talked big, but the massive power gap is painfully obvious. His opponent is Nox von Reinhafer, the eldest son and former heir to the family patriarch. Just as expected, relying purely on his own swordsmanship won't be enough to stand a chance against a monster like him. Garen laughs arrogantly after pushing Nox back, mocking that it is far too early to challenge him and sneering that this must be why Nox fled to such a remote village. Nox snaps back without hesitation, asking Garen if he really thinks he ran. Noel gently smiles, wiping away the small wound on his face, then tilts his chin to provoke them. He warns them he will only say this once, so they better perk up their ears and listen closely. The two of them aren't running, and they have absolutely no intention of quietly surrendering. This place will become their grave. That absolute arrogance drives Vaughn completely insane, with thick veins popping all over his face. He growls in pure rage, unable to believe how haughty his foolish younger brother is still acting. Noel is done playing around and gets dead serious, immediately activating his legendary skill, the Genius's Moment. In an instant, every single movement of his opponent turns into a slow-motion video, making every trajectory crystal clear. At lightning speed, he triggers his ability while simultaneously lunging forward with a light step. That first step at blinding speed leaves Vaughn completely dazed, freezing him right in his tracks. Pure panic is written all over his face. What on earth? In the blink of an eye, Noel is already right in front of Lamb, sword gripped tight. Unleashing Heart's swordsmanship first form Shadow Slash, he lands a decisive strike straight onto the enemy. But despite the direct hit, Vaughn is completely scratch-free and unharmed, roaring, "How dare you!" Noel's eyes widen in absolute shock, realizing his previous calculations had a serious flaw. The cut was too shallow. Quickly recovering his stance, he swings his sword forward to force some distance between them again. Vaughn screams at the top of his lungs, "How dare you, you low-life bastard!" Refusing to drag this out any longer, he barks an order to his backup squad, "Execute him immediately." Instantly, a bloodthirsty squad armed with sharp weapons steps forward, ready to carry out the ruthless command. They all charge directly at Noel, showing absolutely no mercy. Yet he remains perfectly calm, standing his ground without a single hint of fear. Suddenly, a figure leaps into the fray, raising their sword to block an incoming strike. Ritter speaks in a hushed tone while the person behind him still hasn't processed the situation. "Young master, head back and notify the little master. I, Ritter, have arrived just in the nick of time." "Wait, whose voice is that?" Another familiar voice calls out, making him spin around. Glancing back, he sees Ellen and her squad of knights arriving just in time to rescue them. Bathed in the warm sunset, her determined gaze is locked onto this very direction. Recognizing his reliable friend immediately, Noel calls out her name with a bright smile, "Ellen." Ellen walks up immediately, scolding him for disappearing without a single word, leaving the rest of them wondering what to do. She raises her voice, speaking rapidly, but her words carry nothing but deep unspoken concern. "If not for this pendant, I wouldn't have even known you were here." Ellen sighs, continuously lecturing him without giving him a break. "I truly thought something terrible had happened to you." Noel calmly holds the pendant around his neck and smiles. Without a trace of fear, he looks up at her, saying quite softly that he always knew she would come. Under the warm, golden hue of the sunset, her heart seems to skip a beat, fluttering with emotion. Ellen blushes a deep red, flustered as she turns away, muttering, "If you keep saying things like that, what am I supposed to do?" Seeing that everyone has completely ignored him, Vaughn cuts right through the atmosphere, sneering that Noel must have relied on some pretty cheap tricks. "But that is as far as it goes. No matter how hard you try, you are still no match for me." The tension returns instantly. Noel stares back, carefully assessing the situation, well aware that Vaughn's words are not just an empty threat. The massive army he brought along completely overwhelms them in numbers, and their sheer combat skills far surpass anything that his own forces could ever hope to defend against. Noel remains entirely unfazed, even finding a moment to retort, "You have only succeeded in dragging the Enfer name through the mud, you fool." Vaughn's brow furrows deeply, as if magnanimously offering a loser one final chance, scoffing that those are not words he wants to hear from the family disgrace, and that if Noel had just stayed out of this, he could have kept his life. The sheer disbelief in Vaughn's voice is impossible to hide as he growls, "How dare you stand against me?" Noel cuts right through his sibling's tantrum, taunting him loudly to stop babbling and hold his sword properly. The heavy words leave Vaughn feeling utterly humiliated, his eyes wide with shock as Noel adds, "Unless you want the world to say you fell to the sword of the family disgrace." Lowering his gaze, Vaughn raises his sword even higher, settling back into his tense battle stance. Von's brow furrows as his eyes turn completely bloodshot with murderous intent, ready to tear his brother apart. "You have officially pushed me too far," he screams in absolute rage. Drawing his blade, he roars, "Noel von Reinhafer, today is the day I end your life." Standing right behind him, Ritter is a bundle of nerves, desperately wanting to stop his master. He asks if Noel is truly going to be okay, noting that even if he was once revered as the rightful heir to the Reinhafer family, he cannot help but worry for his safety. Before his guard can even finish, Noel cuts him off with a confident, fearless smirk, scoffing at how ridiculous such worries are. "Let me make one thing crystal clear, Ritter," he declares, raising his blade as a golden, swirling aura erupts around him. "I will never lose to a worthless piece of trash like that." Surging thoughts suddenly flood directly into Noah's head, letting him see exactly why Ritter was so incredibly worried. Guy has managed to master all three of the forms in the first half of the Reinhafer family's secret sword style, and he has even completely perfected techniques that are far more powerful than the previous two. His steps grow more steady by the second, and if that third family technique is what is worrying Ritter, there is no need to fear. Noah steps forward and assumes a battle stance, telling Ritter to put all his faith in the person he swore loyalty to. On the other side, Guy finds this absolute display of confidence completely hilarious, mockingly scoffing that a weak blade like that will never even manage to touch him. Before even finishing his sentence, he launches himself forward with incredible speed, declaring that he is finally going to get serious. A devastating slash is brought down with insane force. Ritter, completely tense, screams out for his young master. Suddenly, one of the guards rushes forward and strikes directly at him. But they are still far too slow, and the attack is instantly blocked. The guard mockingly sneers, warning Ritter to stop wasting his time worrying about that wet behind-the-ears brat, while the other guards take that chance to swarm forward together, shouting that his very own life is the one in extreme danger right now. Gripping his sword tight, Ritter swings it high, unleashing a blinding flash of brilliant light that instantly blows back all the enemy soldiers rushing his way. A small, delicate hand rises up into the air. Standing with absolute authority, Ellen orders her entire army to back Ritter up, declaring they must wipe out the traitors causing chaos in the Ake Empire. With that order given, the brutal life and death clash between both sides officially begins. The sharp, heavy clashing of metal weapons echoes loudly across the battlefield. Ritter stands his ground, bracing for the next clash with eyes full of absolute determination. With one effortless swing forward, he easily sends an enemy flying back. Even when someone tries to sneak attack him from behind, he easily ducks out of the way. Swiping his blade from below, he unleashes a brutal upward slash that draws blood. Fresh blood instantly splatters everywhere through the air. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the duel between the two Reinhafer brothers is growing incredibly fierce. Despite taking a hit, Noah is still moving fast, looking down and thanking the hidden chainmail armor underneath his clothes. It makes taking these heavy blows a whole lot easier. It seems like the overall difficulty of the illusion has definitely spiked, but luckily he prepared thoroughly for this actual battle. Guy mockingly scoffs first, noting that Noah seems to have prepared quite a bit just to face him. With a smug, triumphant grin on his face, Guy begins to unleash his dark energy, a massive storm of pitch-black aura swirling violently around him. He mockingly sneers that if Noah thinks some fancy armor is going to make any difference, he is dead wrong. But this is far more than just thick smoke behind his back. Space itself starts to bend and warp as if tearing open a completely different dimension, sending dark flower petals fluttering gently all through the air. Staring up with tense, wide eyes, Noah realizes these are the legendary dark flower petals. Guy smirks and promises to show him something truly special, the exact reason why he is the rightful new head of the Reinhafer family. Leaping high into the air, Guy begins to show off his true terrifying power. Shadow Sword Flower Dance Form 1. A strike carrying absolutely devastating power is unleashed, flying straight toward him. Ritter, completely panicked, shrieks out in terror for his young master. Even Ellen loses her cool, shouting out that he is an idiot. And it is not just one single strike. A relentless barrage of tricky, unpredictable slashes rains down from every direction. Yet Noah just stands his ground in absolute silence, not showing any reaction. The deadly attacks whistle past his body, barely missing him. He keeps his eyes wide, staring dead ahead without flinching. Every single one of those heavy slashes comes crashing right down on him. Landing gracefully after his assault, Guy smugly asks how that felt, boasting that this is the ultimate secret technique passed down through the Reinhafer family, the third form of the Shadow Sword Flower Dance. Brimming with absolute contempt, he sneers that a bastard born from a lowly mother could never hope to master such a style, even if he were to be reincarnated 1,000 times. Not even letting him finish, Noah stands completely unscathed, mockingly asking if that weak flurry was really the absolute best he could do. Both Ritter and Ellen stare with wide, shock-filled eyes, completely unable to believe what they are witnessing. But nobody is more stunned than Guy, whose pupils shrink in sheer disbelief as he stutters out, asking how Noah still does not realize his place. Once again, Noah completely denies him any chance to finish, coldly cutting him off. His aura is pure madness, colder and sharper than any blade, as if ready to crush the man standing before him. He sneers, telling him he still hasn't figured out how to execute that sword technique properly. Vale's face darkens as he roars in sheer rage, demanding to know what kind of absolute nonsense he is barking. His face contorts with anger and he suddenly chokes on his own words. Suddenly, an even more terrifying wave of magical energy erupts around him, making Vale tremble in fear. What kind of bone-chilling cold is this? What on earth is this monstrous pressure I'm feeling from that complete trash? Back in the city, Louis stands tall, completely unbothered after slaughtering countless innocent people. He calmly lifts his head, gently wiping away the blood splattered across his face. Albie frowns deeply and speaks up, telling him how pathetic he looks. He immediately snaps back, asking what the hell a commoner like him knows to dare speak to him like that. Just because you have a little magic talent, you think you can look down on me? Do you think the whole world will take your side? Raving like a lunatic, Luz repeatedly places himself above everyone else, laughing hysterically and declaring that he is the first Prince Louis, the absolute and rightful heir of the Akan Empire. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, calling him a piece of trash. He pauses, completely stunned in place, wondering if he has somehow misheard him. Taesu gently slips past her with a slight nod, completely fearless, as he repeats his harsh insult once again. I said you're nothing but a pile of trash. Flashback to moments earlier when the agonizing screams of innocent people echoed and Louis ruthlessly slaughtered everyone in sight without a single shred of hesitation. Standing among the remaining crowd, Taesu silently watched the entire horrific nightmare unfold. His rage climbs to an absolute peak, leaving him completely speechless. Suddenly, the warnings from years ago rush back. Remember this well. His master's warning still echoes clearly in his mind. He told him that if he wants to die in peace, he must never oppose Akan or challenge the royal family, because those dangerous monsters will surely strip him of everything. But back in the present, an actual tyrannical royal is standing right before him. Taesu grits his teeth, his burning resentment refusing to fade. While the other academy students tremble in absolute terror, Taesu's thoughts begin to race. He wonders if he should really just stand by and watch this horrific mess unfold, all just to avoid confronting the royal family. Don't make him laugh. He will put this guy down whether he's a prince or not. Taesu calmly repeats his biting insult, calling him a piece of trash. Louis sneers, acting like he didn't hear him properly, and asks what he just said. Taesu steps forward, closing the distance between them. Without any hesitation, Taesu yells out for everyone to hear, repeating that he is a piece of trash. Instead of getting angry, a rare look of pure amusement washes over Louis' face. He asks if Taesu is actually daring to insult royalty, or even worse, the prince himself. Dropping into a combat stance, Taesu fires back. He refuses to recognize a monster who slaughters innocent students and swings his sword so recklessly as a true prince. Taesu whips around and shouts at the other academy students, demanding to know why they are just standing there frozen instead of fighting back. Do you all really want to die here for absolutely nothing? The entire area suddenly plunges into a heavy, suffocating silence as no one speaks. One of the students suddenly mutters a refusal. Despite the terrifying threat, his deep-seated cowardice takes over as he worries about what would happen to his family if he dared to stand up against the prince. The frantic whispers of the surrounding students echo the same fear, worrying about the safety of their parents and loved ones. Instead of showing any gratitude, the cowardly students turn on Taesu and cheer for the mad prince. They scream that a mere commoner has no right to interfere, begging the prince to execute him first. The malicious intent in their eyes is terrifying, urging him to kill Taesu. Taesu stands frozen in absolute disbelief, letting out a heavy, tired sigh. Gripping his sword tightly, Taesu mockingly laughs at himself for meddling. In the end, these cowards have willingly put the leash around their own necks. Realizing there is absolutely no hope for them, he turns his back to walk away in sheer disappointment. Watching this unfold, Luz laughs triumphantly and taunts him, declaring that no one in their right mind would ever stand on the side of a worthless insect. He clears his throat and mockingly challenges him, asking if a commoner dares to reject his royalty before daring Taesu to step up and try cutting his neck with that cheap sword. Happy to grant the arrogant prince his final wish, Taesu instantly activates his power, swearing that he will end his life. Life sword art first form first stance. Every single lesson from his past remains deeply engraved in his heart. If you truly want to save someone, you must first become strong. His master had meticulously guided him, teaching that only when you swing your sword from a peak no one else can reach can you truly be called strong. Even as a young boy, Baek Esu always strove to learn and improve. Back in the present, he prepares himself and raises his blade high, ready to unleash his absolute best technique. Life sword, first form, first style, the sword of salvation. Refusing to waste his own time, Louis barks orders to the guards behind him. Knights teach this pathetic insect his place. 8 knights charge forward, but Baek Esu's swordplay flows like water, effortlessly cutting them down as he continues to press on. Every soldier who steps up goes down. There is only one possible end. Absolute determination burns bright in the eyes of the young swordsman. Wave after wave of fearless soldiers throw themselves into battle, but Baek Esu stands tall. With wide eyes, a massive aura of pure power erupts, enveloping his entire body. Sensing the tide turning against him, Louis desperately tries to save face, yelling out that no matter how hard he struggles, he can never stand against the royal family. The loyal soldiers obey his commands, tightly surrounding the young warrior. Yet with just one simple slash and a precise spin of his blade, Baek Esu easily clears the entire crowd. Determined to wear him down, Louis snarls at his men, "Do not retreat, press forward and take him down, because no matter how skilled he is still only human." Soon the endless waves push him into a corner. Damn it, they just keep coming. Suddenly, a sneaky soldier finds an opening from behind and lunges for a blindside strike. Sensing the danger just in time, Baek Esu swings his sword up to block the fatal strike. Seizing the moment, the other guards yell out for everyone to swarm him, launching a coordinated all-out attack. Suddenly, a thick dark blue mist begins to rise around them, forcing Baek Esu to wide-eye in absolute shock at the bizarre sight. Out of nowhere, the soldier sneaking up behind him suddenly collapses. The mysterious fog continues to expand, swallowing up everyone in the area. A voice rings out from behind, catching his attention, noting that the first prince's cruelty seems even worse than imagined. On the other side of the battlefield, Leo stands tall, completely unfazed. He glares directly toward the prince. Leo von Maba Louis roars in absolute fury. Even a dog of the Dark family dares to challenge him now. Leo quietly replies, offering his apologies to his highness, but stating that even without the Dark family's name, he simply cannot look away as dark energy swirls around him. A spectral reaper looms behind Leo, glaring down, explaining that doing so would violate his very principles. To put it bluntly, it is pathetic. This is the final straw for Louis, who grits his teeth so hard they make an audible grinding sound. Without a second thought, Louis snatches his spear right from his guard's hand. A surging current of gold electricity floods into the weapon. How dare a lowly servant of the Dark family defy him? Louis braces his stance, planting his feet firmly to anchor his entire body. Yelling if they have forgotten the royal family's inherited power, he hurls the electrified spear with absolute force, easily cutting through the darkness. The spear flies like an unstoppable bolt of light straight at Leo as Louis vows to personally teach this fool a lesson. Utter triumph flashes in his eyes as he unleashes his strike, heaven's punishment. Suddenly, the sky erupts with a deafening crash of thunder. Out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning strikes down, directly hitting the incoming spear. To Louis's absolute horror, his spear drops short, clattering uselessly onto the dirt without a spark left. A single delicate hand from across the field is what stopped his attack. An overwhelming power, perhaps even eclipsing her brother's, radiates from Neleji. She clears her throat and firmly warns him to stop. Luz von Aken, as the princess of this empire, I can no longer turn a blind eye to your shameful, treasonous actions. With a terrifyingly calm gaze devoid of fear, she proclaims that from this moment on, in the name of Aken, she will punish him as a traitor. Bolts of lightning crackle across the heavens, almost as if answering the call of her immense power. Just outside the village, the heavy sound of marching footsteps rapidly approaches. Armored soldiers silently move through the thick cover of the surrounding forest. As thunder continues to roar, the looming silhouettes of the royal guards grow clearer. Neleji calmly surveys the rising chaos, quickly calculating that the elite army she had stationed beforehand should be marching into the village right about now. She realizes she must personally execute her traitorous brother to secure the empire's safety. The time has finally come to cast aside her title as the merciful princess once and for all. Gwenelby cried out, her hand raised to unleash her power, begging her brother to die for the safety of the empire. Gaizu. Beside her, Leo watched in extreme tension, completely shaken by the sudden turn of events. Gwenelby unleashed a devastating blast of light, directing it straight at her own brother. Louis stood completely frozen, his eyes wide with absolute shock. The sheer energy lit up the entire area before detonating with a deafening blast that shook the ground. The blinding glare was so intense that the onlookers had to shield their eyes. No one could look directly at the blast. Leo could only marvel at how terrifyingly powerful the magic was. Gwenelby stood calmly amidst the fading glow. Her expression remained completely serene, as if she had not just tried to kill her brother. A thick, heavy screen of smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. Suddenly, Gwenelby's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as deep anxiety finally crept onto her face. As the dust settled, a towering knight stood tall, his sword firmly blocking her deadly magical assault. Every ounce of her spell was drawn into the massive blade, leaving absolutely nothing behind. While she stood there frozen in doubt, Louis mocked her, sneering that he would not waste another single second on her. He remained perfectly unharmed without a single scratch, coldly declaring that they were going to end things right then and there. The mysterious knight straightened up calmly, promising to help as long as the 10th Prince Louis kept his end of the bargain. Louis eagerly gave his word, pleading with the knight to deal with his foolish sister immediately. The armored warrior did not hesitate for a second, giving a sharp nod of acknowledgement to the prince's command. Beneath the heavy armor, she spoke up, commanding everyone to listen closely. She was Ulysses von Fede. It was a brief introduction cutting straight to the point. Julie Sid slowly removed her helmet, revealing herself as the sole survivor of a long-ruined clan. Her striking features came into view as she declared herself their enemy. She was no nameless wanderer, but a legendary warrior whose strength rivaled Theo von Elebon and Celsius, two of the absolute strongest sword emperors in the world. Ulysid von Fade. Gwenelby grew incredibly tense, desperately trying to figure out why a noble sword emperor would lower herself to help a pathetic prince like Louis. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, a sharp sword was pointed directly forward. Glaring with absolute bloodlust, he mocked his opponent, saying they did not even know how to hold a blade correctly. Gaesu snapped back immediately, asking what kind of nonsense he was spouting. But then Gaesu suddenly froze, his pupils shrinking in absolute terror as something shifted. An overwhelming pressure surged out of nowhere, completely enveloping him in a terrifying wave of pure malice. He panicked, wondering where this miserable insect had obtained such an unbelievable amount of power. His opponent merely smirked with pure contempt. Then, in a split second, that massive aura vanished without a trace. Highly on edge, Gaesu scanned his surroundings, desperately trying to locate his foe. Suddenly, a figure materialized right before him, unleashing a swift, probing strike. To his opponent's utter shock, Gaesu managed to block the lightning-fast assault with incredible ease. But that first clash was merely a distraction, setting up a brutal horizontal sweep that sliced right through his defenses. Gaesu stared down at his wound in utter disbelief, silently screaming that he had definitely dodged that strike. Without giving his foe a moment to breathe, he pressed the offensive with relentless strikes. The onslaught was suffocatingly fast, leaving his opponent completely overwhelmed and wondering if he was actually being forced onto his heels. How could he, the heir of the prestigious Elebon family, be losing? His opponent glared back with eyes like a wild predator, tracking his every move as if he were mere prey. A cold shiver ran down Gaesu's spine as the lethal energy of the Black Lightning Sword technique began to crackle. He had to quickly step back to completely dodge the incoming strike. Garen backed away, staring down at his wound. He grew anxious, but another thing was far more concerning. It was his expression, that smug, mocking look on Nox's face. Garen gritted his teeth, his burning hatred clear. That smug face of his was really starting to irritate him. Pulling himself together at last, Garen prepared to strike back with Supreme Black Sword Lightning Strike. What is so funny? Nox von Reinhafer. Both fighters seemed completely matched in power. Two massive torrents of energy clashed violently in midair. Nox did not show a single ounce of fear. He lowered his head and murmured softly, "This is not the kind of fight I wanted to see from you." Garen gripped his hilt tighter, channeling his mana to the limit. "Then try blocking this move. No matter how much incredible natural talent you might possess, this second round will not go so easily." Supreme Black Sword Falling Petals. Garen unleashed a devastating flurry of consecutive strikes, pouring all of his explosive mana into the attack. A massive explosion erupted, completely shaking the entire battlefield. Having poured everything into that strike, Garen gasped for air, straining his eyes to look through the smoke. Yet Nox's calm voice echoed out, striking a chord of pure dread into the eyes of his enemy. The only things left were a few harmless petals resting in his hand. Nox did not have a single scratch on him. Garen froze in utter disbelief at how easily his ultimate move was neutralized. Did he seriously block my falling petals with his bare hands? Nox grabbed his sword, flipped it, and drove it into the ground. If you were going to show off, at least do it right. Since his opponent still did not understand, Nox was more than willing to show him a real demonstration. A massive storm of dark energy, far greater than before, began to surge violently. Supreme Black Sword, first stage, third form. Trembling in absolute terror, Garen could barely speak. "What on earth did you just say?" Nox calmly turned around. His glowing golden eyes locked onto his target, ready to unleash his strike. Beautiful petals drifted gracefully through the air, gathering a terrifying amount of power. Sword Falling Petals. It was the exact same technique, but its destructive power was several times greater than Garen's. Leaving no escape for his opponent, Garen could only stand frozen, completely helpless against the flawless attack. His body collapsed like a broken puppet. Slamming his fist into the dirt, Garen screamed that this was absolutely impossible. "How could a useless disgrace of the family, a piece of trash like you, do this?" He ranted wildly in anger, yet Nox's expression remained calm, unaffected by his desperate shouting. "How dare you?" Garen's rage reached a boiling point as his muscles tensed. "Well played, Nox von Reinhafer. From now on, even if it takes everything I will grind you to dust." Nox smirked in amusement. "Of course, it would be boring if you died too early. You need to keep me entertained for a bit longer." Garen's body was heavily battered by the strike, yet he sneered. "I am quite curious to see how long you can maintain that arrogant attitude." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a mysterious black fragment. Suddenly, a thick black smoke enveloped the area as a blinding crimson light burst forth. The ominous red and black aura swirled violently around his body. Ellen watched from the side, tensing up as she wondered what was happening. Sensing an imminent danger, Christopher yelled a warning, "Young Master Nox, you need to get away from him right now." Demon horns slowly began to sprout and form from the top of Garen's head. Despite Garen's terrifying mutation, Nox stood his ground, completely unbothered by the transformation. He was actually transforming into a demon as sharp, beastly fangs grew from his mouth. His feet are covered in strange, monstrous claws. Guy's entire body is completely different now, radiating a terrifying aura. He laughs maniacally, warning that everything changes from here on. Nox von Reinhafer. He sizes up the situation. This is the second stage of Lunatic, the demonization of Guy von Inferno. System lore explains that demonization is a massive leap far beyond being a mere thrall, establishing a direct link to an archduke of the underworld. True to its name, it literally means a human transforming into an actual devil. While a regular human can only hope to peak at the level of a knight commander, an exceptionally skilled knight can easily reach what demons call the commander class, and those at that rank possess power that can rival an entire kingdom's monarch or even one of the continent's legendary 7 stars. Of course, beings capable of such a transformation are incredibly rare, as very few human bodies can fully withstand such pure demonic energy, and most of the truly powerful do not desperately crave even more strength. Those who still constantly chase after higher realms usually harbor some deep, dark flaws within their very souls. Such intense desires can often be traced back to one simple thing: being completely overshadowed by his own father. Meanwhile, Ritter is sweating from the immense tension, terrified for his young master. Even if this dark power is still incomplete, Guy has already reached a terrifying realm far beyond normal human limits. If that dark power ever matures, and trust me, it is a terrifying thought, it would become a curse, suffocating, and absolutely overwhelming force. The servant watches anxiously, his mind racing with one confusing thought. Why does the young master still look so completely calm? The sword in Guy's hand is now coated in a swirling pitch-black energy. Thick with murderous intent, he unleashes a barrage of devastating slashes. It is his signature move, Black Lotus Flash. The deadly attack flies straight toward Noven. Noven does not even flinch, only offering a faint smirk. Ellen screams out a desperate warning, "Watch out, get out of there." A massive explosion erupts, sending tremors that shake the entire heaven and earth. Crimson drops of fresh blood slowly begin dripping onto the ground. Yet Noven remains standing right there. Despite taking injuries from the blast, he refuses to fall. Guy laughs triumphantly, mocking him. "Did you finally give up, you useless little brat?" He roars with sadistic glee, unleashing another fatal blow. "Then all that is left for you is to die in silence." Noven stops playing around. With a casual swing, he completely blocks the incoming killer attack. Guy's brow furrows, his relentless assault suddenly grinding to a halt. Stunned, Noven speaks up in a quiet voice. "Finally, I think I understand." A terrifying aura swells beneath Noven's feet as he deeply questions his existence. Why did he have to live such a miserable, incredibly filthy life? A colossal, terrifying eye slowly begins to open in the darkened sky above. Grotesque wings-like structures begin sprouting directly from his back. His new monstrous form is rapidly piecing itself together. Guy stands frozen, a sudden wave of deep dread washing over him as he senses a ridiculous, absolutely mind-blowing surge of raw power. Noven looks less like a human and more like a legendary archduke of the underworld. Flashbacks of a grand palace from a long time ago fill his mind. That beautiful white-haired boy with those mysterious lavender-colored eyes is a story told long ago. That boy was actually Nox von Reinhafer, the youngest son of the prestigious Reinhafer family, a despised child treated as nothing but a useless burden. He had watched this exact cutscene countless times through a gaming screen, but today is different. This is because these memories never actually existed for him before. The past of this very host body before he reincarnated as Yoo Chan had never once been shown or even mentioned in the original game. It could be called a forgotten fragment of a past life, or rather, something he had completely lost. Looking around, the duel with Guy has paused entirely, as if time itself has completely ground to a halt. Could this strange time stop actually be another hidden system skill? And did the system deliberately trigger these memories to slowly awaken right in the middle of battle? Suddenly, his entire childhood flashes before him like a movie tape rewinding into the past. He still didn't know the truth, but right now he chose to focus on these memories. The pure innocence of his youth was still visible in the innocent smile of child Nox. When he grew slightly older, the rigorous swordsmanship training was passed down to him. But the world back then was completely different, and the memories of his sheer helplessness were crystal clear. He was so incredibly weak back then, even holding a sword required walking on eggshells around others. With Gisela and Garen around, the family never cared about him, the lonely youngest son who lost his mother. Honestly, just keeping his life intact in that hellish mansion was already a stroke of absolute luck. Garen von Reinhafer constantly isolated him and launched relentless attacks. He branded Nox as the most useless, foolish failure of the family. Cast aside exactly as Garen planned, Nox could never grab even a shred of attention from the family patriarch. That small, fragile face was left with nothing but pure, unspeakable terror. Those dark memories never truly went to sleep. That was when young Nox realized that playing the part of a complete fool was his only ticket to survival. He knocked over the food trays the maid was carrying, and he absolutely refused to ever leave his room. Deep down, he also harbored a burning hatred for his father, the powerful patriarch. Was Theodor von Reinhafer actively trying to strip away his noble family name? The man had completely failed to protect his mother, and now was he planning on abandoning Nox as well? It was during that dark period when his mind began to shatter completely, severing his memories of this world. Back in reality, the moment his transformation concludes, Nox opens his eyes wide to take everything in. Rubbing his splitting headache, he realizes the missing memories of Nox, the ones he had never read, are finally filled. Puzzling everything together, the deep memories of Garen finally click, and he thinks he understands. He sees the true nature of the man before him, Garen von Reinhafer, a despicable brother obsessed with standing above all others. A filthy, murderous piece of trash who has tried to kill him more times than he can count. The glowing system panel materializes right in front of Nox. System notification: unknown trait synchronization is active. When a player experiences a special trigger, they synchronize with their past reality. Backup data from the past is now uploading. Synchronization has jumped 12%, rising from 71 to 83%. Garen cannot hide his burning shock as he screams out, demanding to know how. Nox obtained the power of a Grand Duke-class demon, ordering him to answer immediately. Nox looks down at his hands, wondering why they are trembling so violently when he is fully capable of killing Garen. Is he actually still afraid of Garen? But Nox knows all too well that he has to slay him. Suddenly, Nox speaks up again, confessing that he is terrified of Garen. Right then, the system notifications chime frantically as his special trigger activates, initiating the deep demonification synchronization trait. At last, Nox completely banishes the dark trauma haunting his soul. Gripping his sword tight, he stands ready, absolutely determined to slay Garen. Staring straight ahead, a flood of thoughts rushes through his mind. An elite hidden trait, something that never even showed up on his normal status window, is finally awakening. The system panel materializes before him. Even in the original game, this was a total mystery, a trait pulled from a card draw that is only now being fully identified. Glaring with a terrifying expression, Garen sneers, asking how a weakling like Nox expects to cut down the very thing he fears. Nox whispers back coldly he will do whatever is necessary. And just like that, the two clash face to face. A strange, eerie glowing mist suddenly envelops the entire battle arena. Fierce, relentless attacks rain down, forcing his opponent to grimace in sheer pain. Yet Nox stays completely calm, pressing his advantage to continue the fierce fight. He unleashes a critical blow, striking his opponent head-on. Their two blades clash with a deafening metallic screech that rings through the air. Harnessing his overwhelming power, he blows his opponent clean off his feet. With absolute determination locked on his face, he suddenly charges ahead. He triggers his ultimate secret technique. He calculates his next move, knowing the supreme dark sword technique is meant for far more than just crushing the enemy before him. Memories of Theo's past advice rush back, a reminder to pour every ounce of his being into this fight. He must strike them down with an absolute overwhelming power, completely shattering their will to ever stand back up. As the truth slowly dawns on his adversaries, they begin to realize the terrifying true nature of his power. The system screen flashes once more. Due to demonic corruption, all player stats receive a massive temporary boost. This is the supreme path that the Infei clan has desperately chased for generations. He slams his sword down hard onto the floor. Die. Lifespan reduced by 40 days. Eerie dark light instantly envelops his entire body. The surrounding air turns deathly cold and incredibly oppressive. Guy stares in sheer disbelief. How is this even possible? How could trash like you have this? A final desperate scream echoes before his body completely shatters to pieces. The onlookers are left completely stunned. The whole scene is utterly absurd. His opponent grinds his teeth in agony, refusing to believe it. Yet Nak just stands there silently, offering not a single word. He swiftly delivers the absolute final blow. Genvon is completely defeated. Suddenly, the system screen flashes, confirming you have slain Genvon Enfang. His opponent now lies completely motionless on the cold ground. Nak stands over him closely, examining his fallen rival's condition. At the same time, he reads the screen player lifespan increased by 90 days. But then a red flashing system warning suddenly cuts, an error detected. The main storyline is heavily derailed with the current deviation at 45%. The next system prompt keeps him on high alert. The end of Volume 1 is near. You must press forward to carve out a brand new ending. After staring silently at the system screen in deep thought for a while, the tense atmosphere finally begins to settle back into quiet stillness. Everyone left in the room glances at one another in sheer silent confusion. Suddenly, a loud shout breaks the silence. Young Master Nak has defeated young Master Gan. The speaker's voice grows incredibly sharp and venomous. How on earth can you trust an eldest son who borrows demonic power to tarnish the Enfei clan's name and spark a massive civil war in these chaotic times? A disgraced heir has already lost his own family name, can never be trusted by anyone here. The crowd hangs on every word as the harsh warning is issued: drop your swords immediately or face execution in the noble name of the great Enfang clan. Pure terror washes over them at those words. There is absolutely no future for those branded as traitors. One by one, the weapons slip from their trembling hands. Nox stands there silently watching the crowd bow their heads in submission. Thoughts race through his mind. With Genvon finally out of the picture, he has successfully achieved almost all of his goals and firmly secured his position within the powerful Enfang clan. He remains lost in thought, realizing he has now fully mastered all three of the supreme dark sword techniques. A flicker of worry crossed his mind. He felt slightly uneasy that the demonic corruption was progressing this fast. Seconds later, he saw through the mystery. Regaining his calm, his passive traits activated their synchronization effect. He kept guessing about the future. Would his passive abilities turn him into the ultimate final boss? Lo looked up, pondering the phenomenon. He had only ever seen this in the game-ending scene, but now it was happening. It meant his fully demonized state and level end was rapidly approaching indeed. His hand gripped his weapon tightly. The sudden variables were far too dangerous to waste any more time here. Burnell's face suddenly flashed in Nox's mind, but handling the immediate crisis was his most urgent priority. Above all, he was deeply anxious about Princess Penelope's current condition. Even Garen's face appeared in his thoughts, and yet there was still someone else missing. There was no sign of Estella. Scanning the area as if searching for something, his eyes swept the surroundings. She wasn't anywhere nearby. She must have vanished quite a long time ago. Either way, that didn't matter right now, so he brushed it aside. Raindrops began to fall, but Nox stood calmly in the downpour, completely lost in his own calculations. Nox slowly took his first steps forward. His face remained perfectly calm. To survive, he had to make his next move. Right then, a loud voice suddenly called out to him. Nox quickly spun his head around toward the source of the sound. Eleanor was running breathlessly toward him. She anxiously called out to him in a worried voice, "Are you okay? And where on earth are you going with a body that's literally on the brink of collapse?" Nox replied in a low, steady voice, "I must go to the main hall. The first prince is illegally occupying the academy." Nox softly told her that he believed she already knew his choice. Eleanor sighed, "I know how dangerous the current situation is, and I know I can't change your mind." She lowered her voice, pleading with him, "But this path is a shortcut to your own grave, so please won't you reconsider just one more time?" To reassure her, Nox explained that he had already taken the healing potions she gave him along with the emergency medicine Zitri had prepared. He confidently added, "I will be almost fully recovered before I arrive, and in fact, my condition is better than when we started." Hearing this, Eleanor lowered her gaze in defeat. Nox softly thanked Eleanor, leaving her completely startled and gasping in surprise. Flash of a bright smile as he continued, "For recognizing the danger and coming to my aid, and for bringing your forces along with the Ritters. Despite the peril, I am truly grateful." Eleanor's face instantly turned bright red with pure embarrassment. She quickly turned her head away and mumbled softly, "If you say so, then fine." But she strictly warned him to be as prepared as possible. The first prince's military strength was far beyond anything he could imagine. She went into detail. Even with the Black Sword Knights and two of the continent's sages cooperating, this fight was going to be an absolute nightmare. Eleanor asked in a low voice, "But you do know they have an incredibly powerful force backing them up, right?" Nox nodded, "Of course I do." Together, they began to analyze the battlefield. A powerful unknown entity was definitely backing the first prince. If those enemies deployed ancient weapons, they could suppress even their strongest fighters, especially since one of the three legendary sword emperors had sided with the prince. The two kept talking despite the raging storm, focusing on a terrifying monster who wielded the legendary heaven-breaking sword style. Ulysses von Frichel. The mysteries of the legends began to unfold. In the past, the Frichel family was revered as a legendary lineage of master swordsmen, but dark secrets eventually came to light. They fell into ruin after a tragic incident, and get this, they were totally wiped out in a brutal territorial war. Yet amid the tragedy, a single spark of hope remained. She was the sole survivor who managed to escape with her life. Images of the war-torn land appeared. Back then, in the chaotic central region before the Arkheim Empire was ever founded, nobles glared at one another with sheer hostility. Constant surveillance and political backstabbing were just a part of daily life. To survive, raising private armies for territorial wars was completely standard in that era. But through all that bloody chaos, the Frichel family remained stubbornly and deeply devoted to their own ideas of justice. They proudly declared their allegiance to the former emperor. Yet beneath that loyalty lay a dark truth: noble values are easily corrupted. Defeated in ruthless political struggles among the houses, the Frichel family was forced into an all-out territorial war. But the final outcome was pure despair. They were utterly betrayed and annihilated by the very emperor they had trusted with their lives. Still, a brilliant light pierced the darkness. Even in those tragic circumstances, Ulysses' incredible talent shone brighter than anyone else. Recognizing her unparalleled gift, Emperor Esteban recruited the young warrior, promising to restore her family. Not long after stabilizing the realm, Esteban founded the mighty Arkheim Empire. At that moment, Ulysses was granted the prestigious title of Sword Emperor, becoming his most loyal retainer. Wielding her legendary power, Ulysses possessed an extraordinary ability to rally her allies and exert absolute dominance on the battlefield. Nox had researched her extensively. He knew exactly how terrifyingly powerful and dangerous Ulysses truly was. Though she possessed breathtaking beauty, she was a unit that players could only recruit in the late game of Inner Lunatic, making her an absolute nightmare to deal with. Nox dug even deeper into her lore. Ulysses was destined to side with the first Prince Louis. The reason was simple: a binding mana contract existed between her and Emperor Esteban. A simple sheet of paper, yet it holds a lifelong promise. It says that after pacifying this war-torn era and unifying the continent, the Letcher family will be restored. In exchange, she must dedicate her life to him and his rightful heirs. A vision of the king sitting majestically on the throne appears. Back in the glorious days of the tyrant Hector von, when his fame reached the heavens, he promised Ulysses he would restore her family name in exchange for her ultimate loyalty. But that promise was actually a gilded cage, a heavy chain that bound her for almost her entire life. Bound by that old oath to Hector von, Ulysses eventually became the guardian of the first prince, siding with the ruthless Louis. If things continue on this dark path, only tragedy awaits both Princess Penelope and Ulysses. The throne is changing hands and chaos is fast approaching. Once the first Prince Louis ascends, Ulysses will witness his extreme tyranny firsthand. And then the ultimate horror: she will personally execute the first Prince Louis herself. Once she walks away, there will be no turning back. She can never be recruited again. That gives Nox a desperate idea. He must persuade Yuli's side and recruit her as an ally in this struggle for the throne. But a greater threat looms. Zik and Amuzi, the shadow players backing the prince, are far more dangerous than Louis. With only 2 chapters left in Part 1, surviving this endgame is almost impossible without Ulysses by his side. Inside a quiet room, the 3 of them gather and Nox asks how things are holding up at the academy. Christopher frowns as he delivers the grim news first. The princess is in a near berserk state, as the balance of the overwhelming innate mana inside her fragile body has completely shattered under the immense pressure. He pauses for a beat before adding that even facing Lady Ulysses in this condition is a brutal challenge for her. Tail then chimes in, confirming that their emergency supply run has finally been wrapped up. As the frantic discussion continues, they reveal that the princess had asked Jim to evacuate the local citizens, with Tail and the others lending their full support. Outside the academy, Nox and Asset have already gone to face the approaching Demon Legion. She speaks up, warning them that the academy professors have issued a truly dire warning. Prince Louis has prepared a devastating ancient weapon. If that strike hits, the mana cores of every single mage present will be completely shattered, making it next to impossible to turn the tide of this war. Nox grimaces at the news, muttering that it is exactly as he feared. Damn it. Among the ancient artifacts detailed in Inner Lunatic, this specific weapon is notorious for its terrifying power. It has the ability to target every single mage within a 2-kilometer radius and instantly shatter their fragile energy cores into pieces. He silently curses his luck. He knew the situation was bad, but he never expected an ancient weapon to appear this early in the story. His mind races as he considers the facts. The number of people capable of wielding such an ancient weapon should be extremely limited, yet someone has already mastered its operation. Questions flood his thoughts because no matter how he looks at it, some unknown entity is constantly pulling strings behind the scenes. Could this interference be linked to the main storyline being 45% ruined? The system screen flashes before him, confirming that the plot is suffering severe damage at 45% ruin. Nox warns that if they fire the weapon, his masters will be completely useless in this battle. The girl anxiously replies that even if they use it, they can only fire 2 shots at most. But he reminds her of the threat. If those 2 shots take out both Principal Noel and Master Asset, the loss will be absolutely devastating. His grim warning leaves both of them stunned, but he quickly adds that there might still be a way to solve this. Without wasting another second, he pushes the heavy door open and charges outside. Right then, a loud voice calls out from behind. The shout echoes through the rain, calling out for young Master Nox. He looks back, ordering his companion to follow closely behind as he rides on ahead. Spurring his horse, Nox rides off, urging them to move out immediately. As he rides, his mind remains uneasy. Aside from Ulysses, there is another major concern weighing heavily on him. He envisions Penelope after her eventual collapse. Driven mad by Louis' tyranny, she is destined to shoulder all the guilt alone, ultimately stripping her of her original title. Will she abandon her title as the benevolent princess and completely lose her way? Will she fall into darkness, transforming into the cold-blooded princess? Everything will be decided right here at this very moment. In that dark future, she is destined to become a bystander who calmly watches countless people perish, completely consumed by her own extreme pragmatism. If that terrible future comes to pass, then as a resident of this brutal game world, Nox might eventually find himself forced to raise his sword and kill Penelope himself. Determination hardens on his face. Before that tragic scenario can play out, he has to act. He gallops through the torrential rain, resolved to save both the princess and his comrades before it is too late. Ulysses von Lescher. Penelope looks at her with a bitter expression, asking if she has truly chosen to stand with her traitorous imperial brother. Images of their shared past suddenly flash through Princess Penelope's mind. The innocent days of them playing on the swings together are now fading into forgotten memories. As their relationship fractures, Ulysses quietly replies that she is truly sorry they must face each other like this. Penelope grimaces in pain, whispering to herself that their years together have just become completely meaningless. She thought she was used to people turning their backs on her, but this betrayal proves she is still far too naive. Clenching her fists tightly, she demands to know why she made this choice, asking if it was all just to restore her fallen family. Julie Seed replied in a low tone, whatever the reason, the princess should not interfere. This is a private matter between the Letcher family and His Majesty Emperor Edward. She paused before speaking again. It is a pity, princess, but you are not the rightful heir of Ajim. Nellyby shouted back in anger, it is for your daughter, right? She suddenly asked a sensitive question. Did that traitor promise to revive your daughter? The question visibly annoyed Julie. Said, princess, you are crossing the line now. Louis suddenly appeared with folded arms, speaking with arrogance. That is none of your business, Nellyby. Or perhaps I should simply call you a rebel now. Seeing him arrive, Nellyby lashed out in pure rage. Shut your mouth, you traitor. The entire air instantly filled with strange glowing rays of light. He watched closely as the girl tightly gripped her weapon. Julius spoke up while taking a battle-ready stance. Our little greeting ends here. From now on, I will get serious. Nellyby thrust her hand forward as well, firing back with a cold fine by me, Julius. And with that, the battle officially begins. Julius unleashed her ultimate move, Heaven Annihilation Sword Art First Form, First Half. A terrifying light suddenly flashed deep within her eyes. She launched a barrage of finishing strikes, heaven-shattering. Julius's eyes suddenly flashed with an unusual and brilliant light. She slammed her weapon violently into the ground, sending shattered rock and dirt flying in every single direction. Nellyby quickly fired off a counterattack, but panic flashed across her face. This is bad. The two massive surges of power collide. Pure panic begins to show on Nellyby's face. The intense collision of the two massive lights triggers a loud, deafening explosion. Nellyby clutches her stomach in intense pain. Julius smiles smugly upon seeing this, saying, Princess, your frail body cannot withstand that much monster power. Give up and retreat right now. But Nellyby only grows angrier, screaming out Julius's name. Paulus suddenly appears out of nowhere. I cannot stand by any longer. Louis is taken aback, left utterly surprised by the sudden arrival of this newcomer. Paulus charges directly toward them, unleashing a lightning-fast strike without warning. Julius speaks in a casual tone. I always wondered where Jesuit vanished to in his final years. She looks him dead in the eye, mockingly saying, so he died after raising an interesting disciple. A sneak attack. Have you no shame for your master? Kaisu fell right into her trap. Gritting his teeth, he snaps, do not speak of the old man so casually. His threat only fuels her amusement as he warns, otherwise I will kill you. She answers with absolute confidence, just try it if you can, young knight. Kaisu widens his eyes, utterly shocked by the sight before him. The two begin to clash fiercely with each other when a voice suddenly rings out, catching his attention. Impressive for your age, disciple of Jesuit. What is your name? After that, he quickly grips the sword in his hand even tighter. He declares with absolute certainty, my name is. He looks up, his face filled with pure confidence. A sudden mocking scoff rings out, how ridiculous. Julius murmurs, are you saying you have enough talent to deserve that name? A talent that even surpasses Jesuit himself. He keeps smiling through the insults while she wonders a gift like that existing in a brat like you. Raising his sword high, he roars, I already told you not to speak of him so casually like that. The sharp clash of their two swords echoes loudly across the battlefield. Julius keeps his intense gaze locked entirely on the young man. Bizarre thoughts suddenly flood his mind, revealing that the original owner of that name was Jesu. Long-forgotten memories of an old thatched cottage suddenly come rushing back. A warm image of a mother cradling her child suddenly appears, bringing back memories of a highly compassionate military doctor who treated the poor, along with his mother, who chose to marry that gentle man out of sheer admiration. Lost in his memories, he remembered being born to his loving parents, wandering this dusty little world together. Life seemed so peaceful back then, but in the end, even that tiny piece of heaven slipped right through his fingers. It all started with that legendary divine artifact, the Sage's Stone, also known to many as the mythical elixir. That single relic sparked unspeakable tragedies, igniting a massive war that tore 5 separate nations completely apart. His entire childhood was haunted by those horrific sights, watching the flames of war erupt with absolutely no signs of ever dying down. This brutal conflict on the eastern continent dragged a helpless young boy straight into a harsh, bloody reality. Then the ultimate tragedy struck. His parents were both killed by the time the smoke finally cleared, leaving him as the sole survivor of his family. He was forced to move on and survive elsewhere. Along the way, he saw other victims, helpless children abandoned in orphanages far too young to ever fight back. But that deep pain only made him stronger, forcing him to pick up a sword just to stay alive. He ended up at Shelter Orphanage, a humble place that took in abandoned kids with nowhere else to go. There he was only known by cruel nicknames like Ash or Cinder instead of having a real name. Memories of his orphanage days flood back along with that mocking rent-free voice calling out to the ash-haired brat. Another kid would stroll over to mock him, calling him total trash. Those threats burn into his mind, keep causing trouble or else. The bully pointed to a girl holding a laundry basket, threatening to make her cry. That girl was Ilo, the one person he bickered with the most back in the orphanage. She would put her hands on her hips, snapping at him to stop bothering her while he argued it was his line. She would always nag him to stop picking fights since she had to heal him. Those childish bickers became unforgettable memories. With resources so scarce, she would constantly nag him for not helping out around the orphanage, always finding any excuse to pick a fight with him. Remembering those days makes him smile. He used to run away just to avoid her nagging. But as time went on, she basically became his full-time shadow, keeping a constant eye on him. She would constantly curse their situation, complaining about how this lousy orphanage overworked the little kids, taking on endless chores from all over town. Dark memories of their grim childhood linger, especially the pretty boys who were sold off to serve as playthings for wealthy nobles. The rest faced different dangers, forced to hunt monsters using nothing but dull chipped iron swords. Every heavy chore fell on the kids, with the girls mostly sewing or hawking random goods. Some even turned to desperate, dishonest means, pickpocketing passing travelers just to secure a way out of there. Yet despite the bizarre tastes of those wealthy nobles, absolutely no one ever wanted to buy him. Even back then, he had a pretty good idea why his strange ash-colored hair probably played a big part in it. Then a strange man arrived at the orphanage, loudly announcing a massive bounty from Count Seth for anyone who could find the legendary Sage's Stone. Posters flooded the streets, explaining that a dying noble, terrified of his terminal illness, was desperately hunting for the divine Sage's Stone to save his life. That marked a major turning point. Around that time, he ended up joining a massive expedition force. Through countless life-or-death battles, he honed his swordplay to perfection. This earned him a rare spot in the Kolomor Knights, an elite division of the Royal Guard in the Perna Kingdom, where he eventually rose to become the 5th-ranked knight. But a brand new tragedy was already looming on the horizon. While Gasu stood blankly in front of the house, a sudden voice called out, asking why he was heading off to fight again. Ilo approached, pleading with him to stay behind, begging him to just remain here with them. He looked back coldly, asking if this was what she wanted, since they promised to send food supplies to the shelter. Hearing this, Ilo stammered in confusion, unable to form a proper sentence to explain herself. She quietly mumbled something to herself. She huffed and quickly stormed off, yelling at him to just go. Little did they know this moment marked the start of a horrific chain of events. He returned to his duties, but over the next year military supplies rapidly dwindled. Things grew desperate. Even the elite knights, scouring the deep dungeons, grew completely exhausted until the hunt for the Sage's Stone was finally called off. This happened just as the dying noble's illness took a severe turn for the worse. Street posters demanding the relic were slowly torn down and forgotten. When he finally returned to Shelter Orphanage, he slowly walked through the quiet entrance. But the shocking sight left him frozen. The place was nothing but a ruined, empty wasteland. He searched the vacant rooms frantically, but found absolutely no one, not Ilo nor any of the other kids. His eyes widened in sheer panic as the horrifying reality set in. Something was terribly wrong. Just then, a mysterious man appeared out in the courtyard. He quickly runs over, grabs the man's arm, and demands to know what is going on. The man struggles to escape, but a cold blade pressed against his throat leaves him sweating in terror as he demands to know who they are. Furious, his face filled with cold rage, he growls to shut up and speak. The terrified man spills everything, explaining how that greedy count tricked them. He brought in brutal mercenaries, promising food and supplies that never actually arrived. Instead, the ruthless noble arrested everyone from the orphanage and sold them off into a life of brutal slavery. Squinting, the man suddenly recognizes his face and asks if he is the famous Ash, to which he coldly responds with a sharp "so what?" The man continues his grim tale, warning him that the truth will only bring him far greater heartbreak. He reveals that Elo was dragged away to become the Count's concubine, leaving him frozen in shock as he stammers out a desperate question, asking what he just said. Right then, the heavens open up with a torrential downpour, mirroring the dark and tragic turn of his reality. But nothing hurts more than the bitter truth that Elo has been forcefully taken to serve as the lustful Count's plaything. Taisu runs wildly through the rain, screaming Elo's name in absolute despair. In that desperate moment, a distant memory flashes back to when a mysterious female traveler once visited their orphanage. A gentle-looking man had approached the gathered children back then, leaving them with a message they would never forget. He told them that miracles often happen when people least expect them. At the time, he had boldly asked the man what that even meant, wondering if miracles were just cheap, common things like cockroaches. The man smiled softly. He gently patted his head, explaining that a true miracle only happens when a wish you have long yearned for day and night. finally reaches the heavens through earnest faith and devotion, turning a hopeless dream into reality. The memory of that gentle face and those words remains crystal clear in his mind. Driven by those haunting words, he finally manages to find Elo. She lies unconscious on the cold ground, her small body covered in painful wounds and bruises. Yet the real miracle is that they are reunited at all. He bursts into tears, sobbing bitterly, while whispering that miracles do not actually exist in this cruel world. He tightly pulls Elo's battered body close. The tragic events leading to this moment unfold. When the military ran out of food, the ruthless Count Sepp flatly refused to aid the starving citizens. Rumors quickly spread that he sold the townspeople into slavery just to cover his massive debts from hunting down the Sage Stone. Among those tragic victims was Elo, sold off to satisfy the twisted desires of the depraved Count. But Elo was fiercely stubborn and refused to bow down to anyone, let alone a monster she absolutely despised. Forced into his clutches, she chose to fight back, triggering a desperate and violent rebellion right inside his grand manor. They subjected her to horrific torture to break her spirit, forcing her to endure brutal lashings that would have broken anyone else, yet she still refused to submit. In the end, her own hands fought back. Taesu whispers, wondering why she always has to go and cause more trouble for herself. His eyes fill with helplessness and pain as he begs her to just stay safe in this place, wishing things could have been different. He fights back, his tears utterly devastated because whatever deep secrets she wanted to share with him in that final moment are now lost to him forever. He just clings to her body in the pouring rain. Soon, his sorrow warps into a look of absolute burning hatred. The scene shifts to a magnificent manor guarded closely by two armed soldiers. Taesu approaches the gates, calmly announcing that he is here to see the Count. The guards glare down at him, their faces filled with utter confusion. In a low, menacing voice, he tells them to step aside. They scoff, mocking a low-born peasant for thinking he could ever meet the Count. Looking at his cheap sword, they laughingly accuse him of playing knight and wandering around where he clearly does not belong. Taesu stands in absolute silence, ignoring their endless insults as they tell him to wake up and boast about how many delusional kids they have thrashed before. He coldly warns them that it will be quite troublesome if they insist on blocking his path. One guard sneers in contempt, wondering what a mere child who has not even come of age could possibly hope to achieve against them. Suddenly, a bizarre glowing aura erupts, completely consuming the surrounding air. He unleashes a rapid barrage of strikes, his brow furrowed. He swings his blade mercilessly. In seconds, the arrogant guards lie defeated on the floor, cut down right at the entrance of the manor. The young man quickly makes his way inside. Right after that, he charges in completely alone, relentlessly, cutting down everyone from maids to the knights blocking his path as he unleashes a flurry of rapid slashes. He charges forward like a rocket through a deep, endless corridor that seems to stretch on forever. Even a single small corner of this place is already larger than the entire Sail region they just crossed. He bravely charges down the long corridors alone, and with every single step deeper into the passage, the number of enemies surrounding him grows even larger. And yet, surprisingly, it is completely different from what he imagined. These opponents turn out to be incredibly weak. They are so pathetic, nothing more than absolute trash. One after another, his enemies are swiftly cut down. He mutters to himself that this is absolutely not the thrilling sensation he was searching for. Looking straight into each opponent's face, he feels they really should have entertained him just a little bit more to be worthy. After all, they have stolen far too many precious things from him. Bursting through door after door, he mutters that things really should not be this boring and effortless. Suddenly, Esu's eyes widen in sheer surprise. A massive figure abruptly appears before him, shouting in a savage voice to stop this wild rampage once and for all. Esu quickly speaks up, mentioning he heard rumors that the mercenary soldiers are absolutely furious because their food rations are being heavily cut. He continuously demands to know why a man like him would choose to side with those corrupt nobles. Ito replies in a low voice that Count Jack and he are business partners. Hearing this, Esu silently realizes that having Ito, the leader of the mercenaries, right here in this very spot. He continues to deduce that this means the leader played a direct hand in suppressing the rebellion of his own mercenary brothers, sending them to their deaths in a filthy conspiracy with Count Jack. With a sudden deafening explosion ringing out, he immediately plunges back into battle against them. Devastating attacks are traded back and forth between both sides. Their two swords collide with intense force. Ito asks in a low tone if he truly has the guts to declare war. Esu quickly snaps back, asking if the old count backing Ito would even spare his life after he leaves this place in absolute ruins anyway. While trading blows, they play mind games with Ito, mentioning that Count Jack highly values Iesu's combat abilities. Mid-battle, through the clashing of their blades, Ito reveals that the Count plans to harvest the Sage's Stone once again. It is the only remedy capable of making a positive change in his severe illness. Esu replies, asking if that means the old man needs his service for the plan. Ito flashes a mysterious smile and confirms it, adding that even though Esu has only trained in swordsmanship for less than half a year, the Count is extremely interested in his worth after he claimed the head of a captain. Ezu lands on the ground and quietly asks if Edo ever considers the possibility that he might get kicked out on the street at any moment. Edo suddenly makes an offer to form a mutual contract, promising that the Count will absolutely do nothing to harm him. It sounds tempting, but there is a catch. Esu must offer something of equal value in return, prompting him to ask why he should ever agree to such a compromise. Standing proud, Edo points out that it is still a much better alternative than leaving his corpse right here on this ground. Esu simply replies to Edo that he only does business when the transaction actually sounds interesting to him. Resting his sword on his shoulder, Edo arrogantly asks if he truly believes he can walk out of here alive. But Izu refuses to back down, confidently declaring he can at least take Edo's head and challenging him to a little wager. Smirking, Edo mutters that he knew it and that he should have never taken in such a ferocious young wolf. With those words, a sword is swiftly raised between them. Edo glares straight ahead, concluding that there is clearly no room left for negotiations. With a contemptuous smirk, Edo repeats his regret of ever taking in a feral young wolf cub. His blade is instantly drawn. Edo rests the weapon on his shoulder, smiling as he says there is no other choice. Looking at the glowing light before him, Isu silently wonders what kind of magic power this is. He mutters that it is pretty interesting. His deepest ambitions suddenly surged within him as he realized that with such power he could easily crush any opponent. A single thought kept repeating in his mind: he wanted it. He craved that power along with that massive monster horde. The two clashed head-on and began their brutal battle. Kejo's eyes burned with fierce determination, recalling the legend that the ultimate swordsmanship must be forged alongside monsters. Yet Baze's spirit was just as formidable even though he was growing slightly exhausted. Their two swords collide in a flash, but if he were actually strong enough to master monsters, he wouldn't be rotting away in some backwater corner. And besides that, his combat moves were simply too basic. Edo gritted his teeth, and then he immediately charged straight forward. Bazes also quickly deflected that lightning-fast assault. Edo threatened him loudly, telling Bazes to remember that he was nothing but a lowly commoner. Then he delivered a vicious blow, sending his opponent flying. Edo kept mocking him, saying that in the end, he could never change a thing, unable to even protect the only girl who followed him around all day. Fending off that lethal blow, Bazes could not even manage a single reply. Edo continued with his insults, calling him mere trash picked up from a back alley. Suddenly, a sword flashed through the air. Drops of fresh blood splattered everywhere. Bazes stood there, staring blankly at the scene before him. In utter panic, Edo cried out, "What on earth is this light?" He screamed out in anger, "You bastard, Bazes, how dare you!" Before he could even finish, Edo's body was sliced clean into two halves, and then lay completely motionless on the floor. Holding the strange stone in his hand, Bazes muttered to himself, wondering what that incredible power could have been. The mysterious light definitely erupted from this very stone. He realized, his eyes locked onto it with intense focus. He had picked up this stone back when he was a mercenary. It looked unusual, so he had just shoved it in his pocket. Suddenly, the stone began to emit strange, eerie beams of light. In absolute shock, he gasped, "This stone." The beams of light shooting from the stone quickly wrapped around his hand. The stone seemed to fuse directly into his hand. Memories suddenly rushed back. Have you ever heard of the Sage's Crystal? Rumor has it that this item can grant any wish in the world. This stone has only brought tragedy, as its terrifying power once triggered a devastating civil war in the kingdom. Detailed information about the stone suddenly flooded his mind, revealing that the crystal had shattered into 9 pieces scattered all over the world. Because of that, if you truly thirst for a much greater power, you must gather all 9 pieces and completely resurrect me. A voice suddenly echoed, "I am the demon Baal." Bazes stared at the stone and thought the demon Baal. At that time, he didn't care as long as it was useful, and besides, he never thought much of demons. After all, how are demons any different from humans? The demons he knew looked far too much like humans, spreading discord, slaughtering one another, exploiting and harboring deep-seated hatred. Are humans really any different? Take this dead guy, for instance, or that filthy Count. At that moment, the Count was enjoying himself with a young woman. Spotting Paez entering the room, he yelled out, demanding to know who he was and how he dared break into the estate. The Count kept throwing out furious threats of a brutal execution for his trespass, but Paez tried to steady his breathing softly, whispering the name Elora. Slowly advancing, he kept whispering her name under his breath. The Count began to panic, screaming at him to stay away, while Paez just kept repeating that name over and over. His blade was now pressed right against the Count's throat. With a trembling voice, the terrified noble stammered, asking what he wanted. The Count desperately shrieked, asking who Elora even was, claiming there was no one here by that name. Paez coldly replied that he had killed her, yet the monster did not even remember her name. Sinking his sword deeper, Paez muttered, "You don't remember Elora?" As the blade pierced further, he added, "Yet I am forced to remember your face for the rest of my life. It is just so incredibly unfair." Raising his sword high, he roared out for him to die. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed, expressing disbelief that someone so young could wield a sword to take a life. Spinning around, Paez demanded to know who was there. But looking behind him, there was absolutely no one around. Piaz scanned the room, his eyes searching frantically. Out of nowhere, he was violently blown back. Once he regained his footing, his mind raced. The pressure was unreal. A second slower and his head would have been clean off. He knew this was no ordinary swordsman, wondering how a master of this caliber could possibly be here in the East. Seemingly reading his mind, the mysterious elder asked if he had a lot of questions running through his head. And when asked if he was afraid of him, Piaz calmly replied that if the elder wanted him dead, he would already be a corpse. Stepping closer, Hearts agreed but warned the boy that a spared life did not mean he was out of danger just yet. Sullenly grabbing the terrified Count by his collar, Hearts muttered that they should clean up this useless pest first before having a real talk. He mentioned having heard rumors about the Count being a notorious villain who loved committing vile acts. Hurling cold insults as the end drew near, Hearts told the pathetic, weak and ugly fool to return to the Creator Adon once and for all. And with a single swift strike, the Count was finished. Looking at Piaz standing in a daze over the fresh corpse, the old man quietly asked if it was all for revenge. Hearts noted that Piaz seemed weighed down by a dreadful curse, lamenting that a talent capable of reaching the heavens was wasting away in this forgotten corner of the world. His tone suddenly turned dead serious as he told him to listen closely. "I am forced to kill you." Hearts began to explain that the red stone fused to Piaz's hand sealed a terrible demon, a wicked Grand Duke destined to bring about the absolute destruction of their entire world. If that demon ever woke up, the continent would be plunged right back into a dark era of endless war. Once his shattered soul was fully restored, it would mark the final day for every living being. Turning away, Piaz indifferently replied that he did not care if the world was ruined, and he certainly had no intention of throwing his life away for some random demon. A heavy punch suddenly slammed right onto his head. Scolding him coldly, the man asked why such a young kid had the cynical attitude of someone who had already lived a full life, demanding to fix that attitude first and leaving Piaz completely shocked. The man introduced himself as Hearts, known to the world as one of the 3 great sword emperors. Hearts calmly added that he had witnessed the way Piaz fought against the enemies outside earlier. With a warm smile, the legendary swordsman offered him a choice, asking if he wanted to become his disciple. As Hearts asked once more if he wanted to take him as a master, Piaz gasped in utter confusion, wondering why this old guy was suddenly forcing a discipleship on him. He muttered to himself, wondering what the old man was rambling about. Still completely ignoring the warning, Piaz felt that even if the world collapsed, it was not his problem, and he had no intention of dying for some demon. Hearts maintained his calm expression, wondering if the stubborn kid simply had no desire to live. Only then did Piaz panic, stammering out in shock. The voice echoed again, asking what his absolute favorite thing in the world was. When Piaz quietly admitted he did not have one, Hearts curiously pushed further, asking if there was any item he desperately wished to own. And yet he indifferently replies that he does not have the peace of mind to care about such things. Jae-soo wears a confident smile, offering to take a guess at what is truly on the boy's mind. The prediction immediately hits the mark, exposing the one thing Tae-soo desperately desires. His face breaks out in a nervous sweat, revealing his intense craving for a legendary sword at any cost. He yearns for a magic-infused blade that can shine with blinding brilliance, and at other times unleash a force more devastating than anything else in existence. It would serve as his ultimate anchor, the sole reason to keep him going. Jae-soo extends his hand warmly, promising to forge that very blade to give him a true purpose. Jae-soo follows up with a life-changing offer, promising that, as his disciple, the boy will taste the true joy of living and finally master the path of the sword. The offer leaves Tae-soo hesitating as he questions what the meaning of life even matters when he can do so little. Dark thoughts begin to cloud Tae-soo's mind as he wonders if possessing the ultimate weapon or finding a purpose could ever truly change anything. Jae-soo speaks up and abruptly cuts through his dark thoughts, stating that he does not care about his fears or desires. He promises that once the boy transcends the limits of normal humans, the entire world will be within his grasp. The master continues to reel him in, assuring him that no matter how desolate the path gets, he will never walk alone again. The man lowers his voice to ask one final time if the boy is ready to follow him and learn the blade. After a long moment of hesitation, Tae-soo finally gives in and becomes Jae-soo's disciple, muttering about having no other choice. Staring at a massive textbook, Tae-soo groans. He came here to train with swords, so why is the old man forcing him to study medicine? Jae-soo immediately smacks him on the head sternly, reminding the brat that he has completely forgotten the true purpose of the blade. Tae-soo grumbles in defeat, apologizing and repeating the old lecture that their swordplay is meant to save lives, not take them. Tae-soo holds his aching head and continues to complain, wondering if they can ever truly be good people once their hands are stained with blood, since the world will only see them as butchers. Jae-soo gets absolutely furious at the boy's reckless arrogance, ordering him to train continuously without a single second of rest until the sun goes down, which immediately makes the exhausted young man scream and complain about how unfair the old man is being. Ultimately, Tae-soo has no choice but to sit down and study, but his mind remains locked in complaints about how Jae-soo demanded a perfect mindset to the point of banning him from even touching the sword hilt initially. He remains completely lost in his thoughts, recalling the lessons Jae-soo taught him and wondering what actually surged through his soul the moment he swung his sword to save a life. Tae-soo gazes out the window, staring blankly as he wonders what a sword meant for saving lives actually looks like. Endless questions keep piling up in his mind, leaving him wondering what he truly wants. Spotting him dozing off at the desk, Jae-soo delivers a sharp whack to his head, yelling at the lazy brat to wake up immediately. Tae-soo bolts upright, clutching his throbbing head while complaining about what this medical nonsense is even useful for. The master shows zero mercy after that, strictly correcting every single flaw in the boy's form down to his basic stance. Tae-soo pushed himself to the absolute limit during those brutal training sessions, yet the master only criticized him, claiming his survival-focused style was as empty as holding a useless stick. Memories of their harsh training flash by reminding him of how the old man completely reshaped everything, even the rhythm of his breathing. Naturally, Tae-soo did not understand any of it back then, instantly rebelling and shouting that he was going out before running off. After all, he used to believe that swordsmanship was as simple as picking up a blade and swinging it. Relaxing after a brutal day of training, Jae-soo sighs, wishing someone would finally come along and beat the arrogance out of the boy. Tae-soo cockily fires back that no such person exists, making the old man chuckle before warning him that this continent is crawling with absolute monsters. Tae-soo rolls his eyes cheekily, muttering that if that is the case, there must be plenty of warriors better than the old man. Instead of getting angry, Jae-soo calmly agrees, catching the boy completely off guard and leaving him utterly stunned. Bowing his head in deep thought, Jae-soo admits that there are monsters in this world whose swordplay reaches utterly absurd heights. He explains that Ulysses wields a sky-slashing style powerful enough to literally tear the heavens apart. He also mentions Theodor von Reinhafer, whose tragic, gorgeous shadow sword can completely block out the sun, turning day into night. A shadow of melancholy falls over Jae-soo's face as he notes that there are countless other supreme masters walking the earth. Looking at his student, Jae-soo gently reminds him that he is still just a mere novice in a vast ocean of deadly swordsmen. The master's sincere warning sinks in as he confesses that even he would not survive a serious strike from legends like them. Yet Tae-soo lets the advice go in one ear and out the other, annoyed to see his own master looking so utterly defeated. He finds it pathetic that a man so vastly superior to him could speak with such humility, wounding his own pride. Breaking the heavy silence, Tae-soo bluntly points out that his master simply seems to have a massive inferiority complex against those two. Caesar suddenly stood up, catching the man completely off guard as he spoke out. He flatly declared that he would never under any circumstances become that kind of knight. Jesuit fell silent, but in Caesar's mind a wave of regret instantly washed over him, thinking he never should have blurted those words out. It was as if all his bottled-up emotions had suddenly erupted, making him feel like an absolute useless failure. The moment those words left his mouth, he fled immediately. After that intense confrontation, Caesar did not cross paths with Jesuit for a very long time. Yet Jesuit's advice lingered in his mind. Even in moments of absolute isolation, he was reminded that he wouldn't have to walk alone anymore. The proud figure who had promised to rewrite his destiny and train him in the ways of the sword had completely vanished. Seeing such vulnerability shook Caesar to his very core, making him feel as if his entire existence was crumbling. He remained trapped in those painful memories, and he absolutely detested that feeling. When it came to the peak level of power Jesuit possessed, Caesar understood better than anyone that the old man existed on an entirely different plane. Countless conflicting thoughts raced through Caesar's head, but he finally realized that Jesuit had been completely blinded by the brilliance of others, and that was exactly why the old man could never see his own true strength. Jesuit's expression from that day remained burned into Caesar's memory. Even now, he had absolutely no idea why the old man reacted so strangely whenever those two individuals were mentioned. Caesar kept up his relentless training, though his mind remained locked on that mystery. Obviously, there had to be a reason, but he chose not to pry into the old man's past any further. He kept muttering to himself, absolutely loathing every single bit of this frustrating situation. Letting out a heavy sigh, he kept grumbling, resolved that he must have one final all-out duel to the death with that old man. Caesar's fighting spirit suddenly flared up. If Jesuit was still just that frail, stubborn old man from before, Caesar vowed to teach him a lesson the exact same way the master used to drill him. A cocky smirk spread across his face as he thought to himself, "Get ready, old man." Caesar stepped quietly into the room and softly called out to the old man. Staring at the crimson stains on the floor, he could not comprehend what kind of nightmare was unfolding. Panic set in as one terrifying question raced through his mind: who could have possibly laid a hand on Jesuit? Bursting frantically through the doors, he was in disbelief. Who could be bold enough to strike down one of the three great sword emperors? He cried out for his master. Summoning the absolute last of his strength, Jesuit weakly croaked out, urging his disciple to come closer. The old man's voice trembled as he whispered that he had a few final words to leave behind. Caesar grew instantly frustrated, snapping back, "Stop talking nonsense and open your eyes right now." Caesar quickly reached out to touch his neck, but it was useless. His internal mana pathways had already been completely shattered. Yet, Jesuit kept speaking. The dying master spoke to his student, whispering that while it might be far too early to hand this over, this was his final gift. Forcing his eyes open to gaze upon his disciple, one last time Jesuit told him to inherit his very name. But that sudden surrender only fueled Caesar's anger, making him shout if the old man was playing some kind of sick joke on him. The dying swordmaster pushed forward, telling his disciple that from this moment on he would carry the name Jesuit. Gripping the boy's hand, he bestowed upon him the new name Taze, symbolizing the destiny to surpass him. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength to impart one final crucial lesson, the old man urged him never to forget. While the living sword art was meant to save lives, just as Caesar had once said, a blade's ultimate nature was indeed to strike down an enemy. Tears began to stream down the young disciple's face as he listened to his master's dying words, telling him to always hold fast to his blade. Vivid memories of Elo and their past together flashed before him, serving as a permanent reminder of exactly why he must swing his sword. Warm memories of the two journeying together slowly flooded back into his mind. The very last words of Jesuit's life weakly echoed out, calling his dear disciple once more. With that, the old man drew his last breath, leaving Caesar to hold his lifeless body as he sobbed for his master. Choking back his tears, Caesar promised that he would live a life worthy of the name passed down to him, swearing to do whatever it took to survive. In his final moments with his master, he realized how deeply he cared, feeling an overwhelming gratitude toward old Jesuit. Snapping back to the present reality, Caesar continued his fierce life-or-death battle against Julicid. Devastating blows clashed against one another in rapid succession. Julicid suddenly spoke up, telling Caesar to fall back since there was no need for him to interfere in this fight. Caesar immediately shot back, questioning if this wasn't his fight, then what battle was he actually meant to throw himself into? Hearing his words, she froze right in her tracks. Quickly snapping back to her senses, she launched another flurry of rapid attacks. Caesar's anxiety began to mount, wondering if there was truly no other way out of this clash. Forcing himself to calm down, Caesar accepted the harsh reality, knowing all too well that he couldn't easily turn the tides of this battle. Memories of training with his master flashed before him. How ironic that despite learning so much, he was still stuck in the exact same spot. It seemed that relying on his own strength alone was never going to change anything. Shaking off his doubts, he charged forward with renewed focus, knowing that even a single misstep right now would surely cost him his life against Julicid. The young girl stood her ground with equal determination. The two clashed once again in a fierce exchange. Asu prepares for battle, his mind racing. With his determination reaching its peak, he pours all his remaining power into one single decisive slash. Julicid suddenly leaves a fatal opening. Asu quickly seizes the opportunity and unleashes a devastating slash. Sword Art of Life, Third Form Phantom Strike, First Half. Cutting to another scene, the horse is still galloping hard. Noah rides his horse up the steep mountain roads. An eerie sight suddenly appears right before his eyes. Noah silently deduces that Julicid has already made his move, meaning the absolute worst case has happened. Nelpi might have lost consciousness. Images of Princess Gon suddenly flash in his mind. Right now, she must be utterly exhausted, pushed to the limit, and forced to execute her own family and her father's loyal comrades. With these endless assumptions, her mental burden right now must be incredibly cruel. He mutters while riding. Leo and Anna were supposed to stay with the princess, but even they could never stop someone like Julicid. Everything finally clicks, and that is exactly why he simply had to go. Elaine's words make him reflect. She had asked how everyone would feel if he suddenly vanished without a word, giving them all a massive scare. Her face was full of sincerity back then. She admitted that without his keepsake, she wouldn't have even known he was there. She looked completely miserable. The chaotic memory flashes back. Knowing Vei would follow him, he slipped away to the outskirts in secret to deal with him alone. Now the young master has vanished. Mi stands all alone, staring blankly out the window. Gaze fixed on the distance, she sadly calls for her young master. He knows John and DT will have a lot to complain about when they meet again. Stopping in his tracks, he realizes he made everyone worry, not just Elaine. The soldiers ahead suddenly shout out who goes there. Devastating ultimate skills begin to clash. Shadow Sword Combo Slash. His deep thoughts drift back to them once again. He finally realizes how truly pathetic he is. Getting lost in his thoughts, he remembers how well he knows everyone's past. Yet he kept his true identity hidden from them all. Although his mind is racing, he keeps charging forward. He always chose what benefited him most, but those selfish decisions often pushed others straight to the brink of death. Preparing for this battle might be just another one of those moments. Gripping his weapon tightly, he knows he must steel his resolve. Emotions swell inside him as he prepares to lay down his life to protect the comrades he cherishes. He channels all that weight into his every step. The door ahead draws closer. Get ready. Asu charges straight ahead with lightning-fast speed. His eyes burn with absolute battle intent. In an instant, he closes in from behind. Sword Art of Life's second form Phantom Strike. Julicid quickly senses something is wrong. A massive, deafening explosion erupts nearby. The skill unleashed is the Shadow Sword Floral Dance. Their two blades instantly clash together. She gasps in shock. Is that the Black Sword Art? Asu says arrogantly, "You are far too late, Lord Noble." Noah suddenly arrives right on the battlefield. Glaring over, he sneers, "Shut your mouth, you peasant." Julicid stands frozen, a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. She looks up at the lights before her. Her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. Out of nowhere, a devastating kick is unleashed. Julicid lets out a faint, unreadable smirk. All eyes lock onto her, transfixed by that massive surge of magic. Spectators speculate about his identity. Could he be the successor of Theo von Reinhafer? Impossible, he is far too young to take over such a heavy mantle. If he were the rightful heir to Theo, that position should belong to Jern von Reinhafer. It seems even Theo is hiding quite a few secrets. Anxiety creeps in. No one expected him to conceal such a brilliant hidden gem. This whole situation is spiraling into dangerous territory. A cold voice cuts through the air, praising the flower-rained sword as flawless. Julicid had once sought out the eldest son of the Reinhafer family. Julicid places a hand on his shoulder, admitting he was deeply disappointed with the brother. But this boy's swordplay is entirely different. His tone drops, freezing the room as he asks who this little lamb really is. Gripping his hilt tightly, the young man fires back, noting how bold that is coming from someone who cannot even tell a lamb from a wolf. Asu looks over at Nox, realizing the guy is playing in a completely different league. A wave of unease washes over him. Who would have thought he could push his limits this far? He is forced to make a bitter confession to himself. Nox is simply the stronger fighter. Nox is radiating an overwhelming aura. The warrior closest to the legendary Sword Emperor, the beast who brought down the Grand Duke. From now on, he is the ultimate goal. Asu lets out a small smile, swearing that one day he will surpass him. Then Asu speaks aloud, noting that Julicid is not an enemy he can bring down alone. Nox just gives a lazy one-word agreement. Asu clarifies that his only job is to pave a way forward, his knuckles turning white as he grips his sword. And even so, there is still a massive chance they will both fail. Suddenly, a devastating blow connects, forcing him to cough up blood. Watching this, Nox realizes the guy's mana is backflowing. He actually succeeded in opening his core, but he is already running on empty. Is he really planning to sacrifice himself? A mocking voice cuts in, pointing out how pathetic they look. Asu just snaps back, telling him to stand up, using the very words he once threw at the old man. Meanwhile, Nox remains completely frozen in place, unable to move. Julicid smirks at the desperate charge, mockingly asking if they know their limits. But Asu fires back that he knows exactly where he stands, which is why he is creating an opening for the nobles to play hero. With his blade held high, he locks into a perfect combat stance. Julicid shouts a direct provocation, daring the young knight to come on. Nox is still paralyzed, cold sweat dripping down his face. But Asu charges ahead, unleashing the second form of his Salvation Sword Art. He swings with everything he has, determined to save everyone. Nox stands frozen, his mind scrambling to process the sheer scale of the collision. That arrogant voice jeers again, mocking their pathetic struggle. But Asu snaps back. He knows his role perfectly, and he is gladly giving these pompous nobles their shot at glory. Asu raises his blade, a brilliant blue aura erupting from the steel. Unfazed, Julicid raises his own weapon, inviting the young knight to do his absolute worst. Watching from the sidelines, Nox can only watch in tense silence, sweat beads forming as the pressure mounts. At that exact second, Asu lunges forward, executing the devastating second form of his style. With a desperate cry, he pleads for Nox to save everyone left behind. The clash unleashes a violent wave of sapphire energy that tears through the battlefield. As the strike lands, Asu's mind wanders, hoping he bought enough time for Nox to slip past. He knows he is wide open now, with zero time left to block any counterattack. Memories of his dying master flash before his eyes. His master wanted him to survive at all costs, but facing death like this, honestly, it is not a bad way to go. An image of Theo suddenly flickers in his mind. He did everything he could in his own way to keep his promise. Closing his eyes tightly, he silently whispers her name one last time. But right then, a sudden burst of purple energy erupts, catching Nox completely off guard. The two opposing forces collide in a deafening explosion of light and raw shockwaves. Unable to withstand the impact, Asu is sent crashing violently onto the hard ground. Nox calmly steps in front of him, quietly telling him to fall back. He raises his hand, conjuring a glowing star circle, and says with a resolute face, "You are not allowed to die here." His next words leave Taesuk staring in total disbelief as his pupils shrink. "You have talent, so your life is far too precious to throw away on this." Nox grips his sword and steps forward, pointing out that just a single moment ago his fate was to die right here. He glances at the kid with a calm grin, offering him a new path. "So from this moment on, follow me." Thick white smoke suddenly blankets the quiet night, blinding their vision before Julicid bursts through the haze with her brow furrowed in deep annoyance. Not a single word is exchanged between the two of them. They instantly charge into battle and their clashing blades are locked in a vicious grind. Nox breaks the heavy silence. First, are you asking who I am? He casually introduces himself as Nox von Reinhafer, prompting her to quickly realize that he is indeed the black sheep youngest son rumored to be a completely useless failure. Far from angry, he calmly agrees with her as a vibrant red spark flares in midair, forcing their locked blades apart. Both of them remain locked in their battle stances, yet they continue to converse as Julicid claims it's ridiculous that Theo failed to notice his incredible talent, to which Nox only sighs. To be precise, my stepmother completely blinded my father's judgment. She agrees, noting he never loved his current wife and that Theo began to wither away ever since that tragic night of the massacre. With those words, Julicid channels her raw power into her blade. She unleashes a heavy strike, but thankfully, Nox is quick enough to parry it. She speaks up once more, calling out Nox von Reinhafer. I have a single question for you. Without even waiting for him to agree, Julicid explains that a knight only gains true strength when they have something to protect, which is why Theo began to weaken after he failed to save her. Nox's face turns icy cold as his instincts automatically block her relentless strikes, yet her voice still echoes. You are very strong, so tell me. Julicid is deeply curious to know exactly what he is fighting to protect. The sudden question catches Nox off guard, making him freeze for a brief moment. But he doesn't dodge the question, answering with a calm smile, what I want to protect is. As the faces of his close companions flash through his mind, he thinks of what he truly cherishes: this entire world. The loyal comrades who saved him even when they were staring death right in the face. Nox grips his sword, his fingers tightening around the hilt with intense focus. He delivers a lightning-fast slash, cutting cleanly through the quiet air, striking once more. Then he flashes a faint smile at Julicy before adding, and of course, myself. That last attack he unleashed is none other than the deadly Shadow Blade Slash. Refusing to back down, Julicid's eyes narrow with absolute sharpness. Radiant light erupts from her blade as she counters with her own heavy move, the heaven-shattering Sword Art. The devastating shockwave rips through the ground, filling the air with a violent haze of purple and blue. Suddenly, her brow furrows in shock as her lips part this pure white light. Standing right before her is Nox, exuding pure majesty as a brilliant blue-white aura wraps around his body. His blade thrums with that same mystical light, initiating the third form of his incredible sword art. With a resolute and grand expression, he unleashes the Moon Shatterer technique. Julicid watches him with absolute intensity. She cannot tear her gaze away from his face, her mind racing those eyes. The image of a blonde man flashes in her mind, completely freezing her in place as a sudden wild realization hits. Nox, could you actually be him? In her heart, Julicid realizes he might be even more exceptional than the legendary Esther himself. But Nox's sudden aggressive onslaught snaps her right back to the brutal reality of their battle. Watching this incredible duel unfold, Vair is left completely speechless with wide eyes. Burner stands frozen as well, absolutely stunned by the terrifying power Nox is unleashing. Yet despite the utter shock of the onlookers, Nox remains entirely stoic and empty of emotion. Fresh crimson blood begins to seep through Julicid's clothes, dripping slowly onto the cold ground below. Her sword slips from her numb grasp, clattering uselessly onto the dirt. Visibly spent and broken, Julicid finally collapses onto the ground, entirely defeated. She was finally forced to weakly accept the harsh truth, admitting that the young knight had won. She collapsed into her own pool of blood right after finishing her sentence. Total silence. The castle remained quiet under the night sky. A group of people rushed inside, asking with great anxiety if Roman had indeed just defeated her. Two red-haired girls, filled with deep unease, hesitantly asked if he had truly defeated Julicid. He stood completely still, his mind occupied with unknown thoughts as he chose not to answer. Seeing Julicid defeated, Louis grit his teeth in absolute frustration, cursing under his breath that he never expected things to end this way. Taesu could not hide his pride, declaring he knew Roman could do it, and that Julicid was finally defeated, but Roman suddenly interrupted him to point at the woman. Roman then made a shocking proposal to save her, insisting Taesu could do it, leaving Taesu in utter disbelief as he yelled out in shock, "Save her!" Taesu could not control his frustration at this bizarre request, demanding to know what Roman was thinking when they had struggled so hard to defeat her, especially since she had just actively tried to kill them all. Roman calmly explains, silencing Taesu, that she would become their ally once she woke up, adding that he knew Taesu's highly special sword was capable of doing just that. Taesu replied with a hint of surprise, realizing Roman already knew the truth behind that swordsmanship. Roman turned to the right and continued instructing them to tell her this once she woke up. He even openly mocked Louis, infuriating him by declaring that Grand Prince Louis would soon be branded a traitor. His next words stunned Bernal by instructing them to tell her that the promise to protect the legitimate royal bloodline must be fulfilled through him. Leo spoke up. How could Roman possibly know that? Roman looked at the two of them silently, noting that Leo and Tail seemed to have wrapped up everything and come straight up. Tail looked at him with a worried face, warmly asking where he had been all this time. Faced with this attitude, Roman laughed inwardly, assuming they must be shocked before calling out Tail's name. Wait for it. Leo looked up at the sky, suddenly sensing that something massive was coming. He immediately approached Roman with bad news. Multiple enemies were flooding in. Glancing down at his hand, which was glowing with a soft green light, Roman casually replied that he already knew. A strange glowing gemstone was then placed in Leo's hand, accompanied by Roman's instructions to use it for now, promising to give them both something far more useful very soon. Leo examined the treasure in his palm, guessing that it had to be a massive chunk of dark magic crystal. Roman did not answer, simply offering his apologies as he prepared to leave, but before departing he left a message entrusting the entire place to Leo's care. Suddenly, someone rushed over with hurried footsteps asking where he was planning to go. She softly called out young master, and the sudden appearance of these two, especially Dita, caught Roman by surprise. Roman silently realized that disappearing without any warning to avoid leaving traces must have terrified them, and Dita had probably already realized that he was about to engage in a brutal battle against another incredibly powerful foe. Looking at Dita's downcast face, he could clearly see her immense worry and her silent plea for him not to leave. Roman reached out and gently patted Dita's head, mentally telling himself that he had to survive. With newfound motivation to push himself, he resolved to fight with everything he had and survive at all costs. Roman desperately wanted Jonah to survive so that all the effort put into saving him would not be in vain. Louis was losing his patience on the side, screaming at them not to make him laugh because things were far from over. He furiously commanded hissing for them to begin right away. Louis flashed a crazed smile, leaving us to wonder how they will handle the Grand Duke.